Chapter 1, Being Abandoned by the Class Beauty Girlfriend Because of Weakness. Tang Hao, let's break up. In the Awakening Class 1, after the Awakening teachers left, a girl with long black hair, wearing a student uniform and white abstinence stockings on her smooth thighs spoke coldly. The girl's name is Fong Ting, and she is the class beauty of Awakening Class 1. In the past, the girl always looked sweet and lovely. In order to cater to her boyfriend Tang Hao's preferences, she also chose this pure and sexy style of dress today. However, when the awakening ceremony was over, everything changed. Just like now, the girl's delicate face was filled with an unfamiliar and indifferent expression. After the girl spoke, several other good-looking girls in the class looked at Fong Ting with sarcasm on their faces and started whispering to each other. In the awakening era, men awaken auxiliary attributes, and women awaken attack attributes. In this era where female awakening masters outnumber male awakening masters by 30 million, there are several times more female awakening masters than males. There is an overabundance of combat power but a lack of support. This led to male awakening masters becoming very popular. I remember when Tang Hao was diagnosed with awakening talent and was assigned to the awakening class, he was pursued by many girls in the class because of his handsome appearance. After all, in this day and age, there are more wolves than meat, and being able to date a male awakening master and become teammates in the future is the desire of many women. Not to mention that Tang Hao also has a handsome appearance, which is really pleasing to the eye and practical. In the end, Fong Ting's green tea skills were better. She acted pure, pitiful, and ignorant, and won over the simple Tang Hao. Because of this, Fong Ting was often envied by the girls in her class. But what about now? The little bitch has finally revealed her true colors. The awakening ceremony had just ended, and she couldn't wait to break up with Tang Hao. This made some women who had previously envied Fong Ting very happy. Ting, just because my first awakened talent is the least popular of the 4 auxiliary talents, perception talent, are you going to give up on our relationship? Tang Hao finished speaking with a hint of disbelief on his face. However, there was no trace of nostalgia for past relationships in Fong Ting's eyes, because those were all touching scenes she had woven one after another. Fake is fake, she never really liked Tang Hao. All she did was to bind an obedient male assistant in advance. I thought there were 4 major auxiliary talents: amplification, healing, perception, and control. As long as Tang Hao's first awakening talent is not perception, but the other 3, then if Tang Hao is obedient, an awakening team can be formed with her as the core. As the core, Fong Ting will get the most resources in the team and grow rapidly. This is why she went to such great lengths to take down Tang Hao. But what Fong Ting didn't expect was that 3/4 of the time she didn't get it, and it happened to be the perception talent that was useless in the early stages. Although Tang Hao will awaken new talents when he reaches the middle stage of awakening. But in this way, Tang Hao lost his competitiveness in the early stage and could no longer attract other outstanding women to help her form a core team. At the same time, Fong Ting was not willing to suffer with Tang Hao in the early stage. She preferred to sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. The right thing to do now is to break up with Tang Hao and find another man who has the other 3 talents. So, without thinking, Fong Ting said coldly, "That's right, Tang Hao, you are not worth wasting my time now, let's go our separate ways." After Fong Ting finished speaking, she turned around and no longer looked at Tang Hao. As for the past affection between the two, what does that matter? Fong Ting then turned to the other women who were watching the show and said coldly, "Didn't you chase Tang Hao and refuse to let go? Now that Tang Hao and I have broken up, your chance has finally come." As she spoke, a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of Fong Ting's mouth. However, no one in the group of women responded to Fong Ting's words. What a joke! Although these people are in great need of a male assistant, at least he should be able to help instead of being a hindrance. What can the perception talent do in the early stage? Too weak. It is far less helpful than the other 3 talents. These female awakening masters currently have no idea about their own future, so how can they have the mind to act as nannies and allocate resources to help others? And just when Fong Ting was about to walk out of the classroom, Tang Hao finally got rid of his childish past. He said to Fong Ting word by word, "Fong Ting, one day you will regret what you did today." At this moment, Tang Hao showed a confidence that he had never shown before while speaking, and he seemed to be full of vigor and vitality. Is this still the Tang Hao who used to be submissive to him? However, Fong Ting only hesitated for a moment before quickly coming to her senses. His expression returned to indifference again. In her heart, a man's inexplicable self-confidence and useless gentleness are both useless things. Then Fong Ting walked out of the classroom quickly without stopping. Obviously, he didn't take Tang Hao's words seriously. After Fang Ting left, the other women did not take Tang Hao's words seriously. At most, they looked at Tang Hao's handsome face twice more and then left one by one. For these women, they must now hurry up and see if there is a chance to capture another male assistant, or join an awakening team with a male assistant. It was not until there was no one else in the awakening class that Tang Hao gradually calmed down. Looking closely at his expression, there was no sense of loss of being abandoned in his eyes. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. As for the reason, it's very simple. Just now, with the end of the awakening ceremony, Tang Hao awakened the most useless of the 4 auxiliary talents, the perception talent. But at the same time, a mechanical sound rang in his mind. God-level assistance system is loading. It took Tang Hao some time to understand the function of the system. This is a system where you assist your teammates, gain assist points, and use the assist points to draw prizes. System rewards can be either skill points or system treasure chests. The system treasure chest is currently unknown. But skill points are really good things. It can enable Tang Hao's various awakening skills to grow. With this system, Tang Hao firmly believes that he can become a generation of auxiliary god. However, just when he had gotten rid of the haze and was full of ambition, he unexpectedly received a breakup declaration from his class beauty girlfriend Fang Ting. The other party's attitude was resolute, and he had no regard for the old friendship at all. He even disdained to play any more secretive games with Tang Hao, and his disgust was naked. It was not until this time that Tang Hao finally saw through his former lover. Fang Ting, you don't understand what you've missed. After muttering to himself, Tang Hao packed up his things and prepared to leave. Next, he will prepare to form a team and prove his extraordinariness to others. While Tang Hao was thinking this, footsteps were heard behind him. Then a soft voice sounded from behind Tang Hao. I'm curious, what makes you able to make others regret for you? Chapter 2, Forming a Temporary Team with the Goddess Senior. Who? Hearing the sound from behind, Tang Hao turned around immediately. At first glance, this is a woman wearing a red uniform, with a hot body, a high ponytail, and a look of scrutiny and playfulness on her face. Both her temperament and appearance are definitely a level higher than her ex-girlfriend Fang Ting. A true goddess. Judging from the nameplate on the other person's chest, she is actually a third-year senior student at the Awakening Academy. At this time, the woman said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Gu Yan. I'm currently looking for a suitable male assistant to form a team. I think you can give it a try." Listening to Gu Yan's words, Tang Hao felt a little unbelievable. In the early stage, Awakening Masters are divided into 3 stages and 9 levels. Each level corresponds to a talent, has 3 skill slots, and then there is the elite level that everyone aspires to. Generally speaking, reaching the 3rd year of the Awakening Academy means that one has reached the 3rd level of the beginner stage and has mastered 3 awakening skills. As long as one works hard to break through the 3rd level, one can become a mid-level awakening master. An awakener of this level would only look for a male assistant of equal stature. Why did you fall for him? Not to mention that Tang Hao had just awakened and his 1st level awakening skills were not yet determined. Just the basic perception talent alone can scare away a lot of people. Why would the other party invite him? Tang Hao, puzzled, asked directly, "Why invite me? I'm just a support who has just awakened the perception talent. Even if you don't look for a support of the same level, you should at least find someone who has awakened the other 3 talents. With your strength being 1 level higher, I believe it shouldn't be difficult." What Tang Hao said is true. Logically speaking, Gu Yan should make this choice. But Gu Yan had her own difficulties. She originally had a fixed male assistant partner. It was just that the other party proposed to Gu Yan for a relationship, but after being rejected by Gu Yan, he left the team in anger. The male support even used his influence in the support circle to prevent the 2nd and 3rd year male supports from teaming up with Gu Yan. In desperation, Gu Yan could only try to find someone from the new assistants in the 1st year to use. As for Tang Hao's problem, Gu Yan's answer was also very simple. Actually, any support that isn't of the same level would be of limited help to me. I originally only intended to look for one of those 3 talents. But I happened to hear what you just said. What should I say? Maybe to outsiders, these words were just angry words, but I am willing to take a gamble on you. It is said that there are many good horses but few good horse trainers. So what if I just be a female mentor for once? After Gu Yan finished speaking, her beautiful eyes stared at Tang Hao with a fiery intensity. Tang Hao did not hesitate too much. All he needed was a chance to prove himself. He will prove to those people that they are a group of short-sighted and blind people. I'll join your team and prove that your vision is correct. Hearing Tang Hao's answer, Gu Yan smiled. Then Gu Yan took Tang Hao to where another teammate was. Soon the three of them met. Seeing Gu Yan bringing a man, a girl who was originally sitting on the bench stretched her lazy and seductive waist and slowly stood up. The girl has long light blue hair, bright eyes and white teeth, and a face with a little baby fat that is elastic and lovely but not greasy. She stood there gracefully, as stunning as a lively and active Princess Hatsune. After the three met, the girl first rushed towards Gu Yan, wanting a love hug, but was ruthlessly pushed away by the latter. Then the girl looked at her new teammate, moved closer to Tang Hao, and looked him up and down with her bright eyes. Sister Gu Yan, is this our new teammate? Is her talent amplification, healing, or the relatively rare control? At this time, the light blue girl kept circling around Tang Hao like a curious baby. Feeling the unique fragrance of the girl beside him and her red lips and white teeth inadvertently close to him made Tang Hao a little agitated for a moment. However, with Gu Yan's words, the liveliness of the light blue girl was interrupted. Stop messing around, Yao Yao. That's not what you said. His first talent is perception. Gu Yan said this while looking at the light blue girl with a hint of a smile. Ah. Lu Yao Yao listened to Gu Yan's words, her red lips slightly parted, and her beautiful eyes widened instantly. How could that be? Given their awakening levels, it would be difficult to find an assistant of the same level. But finding a first-level rookie is definitely easy. How come we can find a perception assistant? Sister Gu Yan, are you sure we want to take him into the different space? Lu Yao Yao couldn't help but feel worried about this. This concern is not without reason. Many years ago, an astonishing number of alien spaces suddenly appeared on the blue star. Then countless terrifying strange beasts rushed out from these strange spaces. At that time, Blue Star experienced an extremely brutal war, which eliminated the large number of strange beasts that rushed out. But this is only a temporary solution and not a fundamental solution. Because ordinary people can neither destroy those alien spaces nor enter them. But strange beasts can emerge from the different space. In order to guard against these strange beasts, countless people racked their brains. Finally, after studying the strange beasts, humans invented the awakening ceremony, which allows ordinary people to borrow the power of strange beasts and become awakeners. The awakened soldiers replace ordinary soldiers to enter the alien space to fight. In this way, humans were gradually liberated from the ravages of alien beasts. To this day, using awakening masters to continuously eliminate those strange beasts and resist the disasters caused by strange beasts has become the national policy of countries around the world. But then again, even for an awakened master, it is very dangerous to enter the different space. Therefore, Lu Yao Yao felt that it was not cost-effective for the two of them to carry a level 1 auxiliary, not to mention the less useful perception auxiliary. This is even more of a loss. Look at Lu Yao Yao, she has already pouted her lips. Gu Yan on the side glanced at Tang Hao, who had a calm expression. This confidence made Gu Yan curious about what Tang Hao's confidence came from. At the same time, since she has made up her mind, she will naturally not change it easily. Okay, Yao Yao, just listen to me this time. Under Gu Yan's insistence, Lu Yao Yao had no choice but to agree. Afterwards, the three of them simply purchased some supplies and drove towards a low-level alien space near the Awakening Academy. The team's next primary goal is to help Tang Hao quickly obtain his first awakening skill. This way the team can go further. Chapter 3: Entering the Different Space. Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Elite, Disaster. These are the 5 levels that Blue Star currently divides according to the strength of the alien beasts in the alien space. 1 to 3 are beginners, 4 to 6 are intermediate, 7 to 9 are advanced, and 10 and above are elite. This is the Blue Star Awakener level. At this time, Tang Hao and the other two were riding on the bus of the Jinling Awakening Academy heading to an initial level alien space near the academy. Dense Forest. This is the code name of this strange space. When Tang Hao was sitting in the car and saw a huge alien space node as big as half a mountain from afar, the bus stopped. There is a military outpost ahead. They will screen anyone who comes close to the alien space. At this point, the bus's mission of transporting people has been completed. It will then depart regularly like a public bus, carrying the awakened masters back to the city. As for Tang Hao and the other two, they got off the car, took out their respective college student cards, and after passing the inspection, they walked towards the camp not far away. There are also supplies for sale here, but they are much more expensive than outside. On the way here, Gu Yan had already told Tang Hao the basic situation of this alien space. Generally speaking, there is a huge primeval forest inside, with several very representative alien creatures wandering around. After informing Tang Hao of some precautions, the three of them asked for 3 rooms in the camp. The furnishings in the room are simple, just a bed, a quilt, a locker, and a small bathroom. The 3 of them changed into clothes suitable for moving in the jungle in the room, and then each carried a backpack filled with supplies, and they were ready. Before entering the alien space, there are 2 things to confirm. First of all, how long do you plan to stay in this alien space? For example, if it's 1 week, the military will register it. If the 3 people have not come out within a week, the military will send a search and rescue team to conduct a search and rescue operation. Of course, based on past experience, the probability of success of this search and rescue is less than 30%. We plan to stay in for a week this time. After Gu Yan spoke, the officer in charge of registration wrote down the information of the 3 people. Now comes the second thing. Do you want to hire a guide? Guide? Tang Hao didn't understand when he first came here, but he understood after Lu Yaoyao's explanation. The so-called guide is the military's awakening master, who is both a guide and an insurance policy. They will not directly participate in the team's battles, but will intervene in times of crisis. Once the military awakening master chooses to intervene, it means that the insurance is triggered. According to the alternate space wartime law, the military awakening master will take over the command of the team at this time. Everyone must evacuate immediately as required without delay. Generally speaking, the military guidance is established to allow more awakened divisions to survive. Of course, this is not a charity, and the employer needs to pay a considerable fee. Half of this money was turned over to the state as expenditure, and the other half was kept for military expenses. If the previous Gu Yan team had enough people, it would naturally not be necessary, but now the team only has Gu Yan, Lu Yaoyao, and a newcomer Tang Hao who just joined the team. In this situation, Gu Yan chose to hire someone for safety reasons. Soon, a short-haired, heroic female soldier in her early 20s rushed over after receiving the notice. As soon as the other party arrived, he greeted Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao. Obviously they knew each other before. Long time no see, Miss Gu, Miss Lu. Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao also responded, "Hello Sister Yun, I'm sorry to trouble you this time." Upon hearing this, female soldier Chen Yun said cheerfully, "Why are you being so polite to me? On the contrary, I want to thank you for taking care of my sister's business." After Chen Yun finished speaking, the officer on duty nearby coughed. "You can say anything you want. This is a very serious occasion." When Chen Yun heard the cough, he quickly laughed and said, "It's getting late, let's get going." Hearing this, Gu Yan, Lu Yaoyao and Tang Hao all nodded. Especially Tang Hao couldn't help getting excited when he saw the nodes in the alien space that looked like ripples. It's finally about to begin. Wave. Just like touching the water lightly without causing ripples, everyone crossed the node and arrived in another space. At this moment, Tang Hao was greatly shocked. Everywhere you look are tall trees, thick vines, bright flowers, and plants. At first glance, it is an endless sea of colorful colors. To Tang Hao, this place was like Jurassic Park. At this time, a female arm hugged Tang Hao's neck, and a pair of round breasts came from behind. The female soldier Chen Yun said, "Ha, looking at this little guy's dazed look, this must be his first time entering a different dimension. Oh, I remember, today seems to be the Academy's awakening day. So he's still a novice, without even an awakening skill." Hearing Chen Yun's words, Tang Hao's face flushed for a moment. It's not because she is a newbie, but because this female soldier is too bold. In the past, he and his ex-girlfriend just held hands at most. But now almost half of Chen Yun's body was pressed against him. The round and soft touch made Tang Hao's heart beat faster. And looking at Tang Hao's appearance, Chen Yun smiled even more broadly. "Hey, why are you so annoying? Logically speaking, as a male awakening master, you shouldn't be short of girlfriends. Could it be that you haven't experienced that kind of thing yet? Oh, I found a treasure." As she spoke, Chen Yun's red lips, slightly breathing out hot air, leaned close to Tang Hao's ear and said, "Little guy, do you want me to be your life mentor? I promise to make you feel comfortable and remember your sister forever." After Chen Yun finished speaking, he even extended his bright red tongue and lightly touched Tang Hao's earlobe. This was too much of a shock for Tang Hao, and he subconsciously struggled to break free. What a joke! How can you give away something as sacred as your first time so casually? At least it has to be someone you like. At this moment, Tang Hao looked at the other party's teasing eyes and felt that she was just a female hooligan. Fortunately, at this time, Gu Yan said, "Sister Yun, stop teasing him. Let's plan our next course of action. According to my plan, I must first awaken a suitable skill for him." After hearing this serious business, Chen Yun quickly put away his playful temper. Although I was feeling suffocated in the military camp, having fun was one thing, but business was more important. As a guide, Chen Yun is familiar with the distribution of exotic beasts here and can quickly determine the route of action according to requirements. Okay, I won't tease him anymore. What kind of talent does this little guy have? Is it amplification, healing, or control? Depending on one's talent, the suitable beasts are also different. After Chen Yun finished speaking, Gu Yan had not yet spoken. Lu Yaoyao, who was standing by, said slyly, "Sister Yun, you guessed wrong. He is perception. Ah." Chen Yun was surprised when he heard this. What's going on? Given Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao's circumstances, they wouldn't be looking for a perception talent that's useless in the early stages. It's almost like being a babysitter. Then Lu Yaoyao said again, "Sister Yun, now that you know what his talent is, are you still rushing to be his life mentor?" Okay. As soon as Chen Yun heard it, he knew that Lu Yaoyao was slandering him. She immediately counterattacked without any hesitation, "So what? Just based on the handsome boy's face, it's worth it. How can you, a yellow-haired girl, understand the taste of a little chick?" Well, Lu Yaoyao was defeated. Gu Yan pursed her lips and smiled evilly. A world where only Tang Hao was injured was achieved. After some joking around, everyone decided on the next route. The target is directly aimed at the strange beast, Green Spirit Wolf. And the reason is very simple. The Green Spirit Wolf has a passive skill called Smell Perception. This is a good skill for a perception talent. Just as the few of them were on their way out, Tang Hao looked at his system. Smell perception? I wonder what changes the system will bring to him in the end. Chapter 4: Awakening Skills. The group quickly crossed the jungle and found a cordon set up by the military not far ahead. This is the last barrier set up by the military to prevent strange beasts from breaking out of the alien space. It can be said that in recent years, there have been very few incidents of alien beasts breaking out in reality, precisely because there are these military awakening masters silently guarding the various alien spaces. Tang Hao and the other two saluted the soldiers and then turned and went deep into the jungle. From this moment on, the real adventure in another space begins. Nepalese soldiers led the way with their sabers. Although Chen Yun was quite uninhibited when they first met, he was a complete expert in jungle marching. Whether it was chopping vines or telling the taboo knowledge of some plants along the way, Tang Hao benefited a lot. After walking in the jungle for more than 3 hours, Tang Hao began to feel exhausted. Although the awakening master has some improvements to his physical fitness, Tang Hao's physical strength is obviously far inferior to Gu Yan, Lu Yaoyao, and Chen Yun. Firstly, there is a gap in levels, and secondly, there is a lack of experience. At this time, Chen Yun in front raised his hand to signal to stop. Tang Hao and the other two immediately took full precautions. But soon, Chen Yun made a reassuring gesture. There was a stain of blood and some hair in the front. Chen Yun came to the conclusion after a simple inspection. I didn't expect that we would be so close to the Blue Spirit Wolf's activity area so soon. From what I can see, it's probably just the outer area. Although there aren't many of them, everyone should still be careful. This beast has a very sensitive nose and likes to travel in groups, so don't be careless. After Chen Yun finished speaking, the three nodded. Then Chen Yun simply cleared out an open space and the few of them stopped to take a short rest and eat. During this period, Chen Yun gave advice as a guide. If we just want to help Tang Hao awaken his skills, then we don't need to go deep into the Blue Spirit Wolf's territory. We can just hunt some first and second level Blue Spirit Wolves in the outer area. Before dark, we will withdraw from the outer area and set up a simple rest camp nearby. What do you think? After Chen Yun finished speaking, Gu Yan nodded. The Green Spirit Wolves were not her and Lu Yaoyao's target this time. Hunting them was just a matter of convenience. The plan was finalized, and the three continued on their way after a brief rest, but they were obviously much more cautious in the following progress. Not long after, there was a commotion in the grass ahead. Chen Yun immediately sounded the alarm and said, "Prepare for battle, for Green Spirit Wolves are attacking." After saying this, Chen Yun immediately stepped back. Although everyone is familiar with each other, she is not responsible for daily combat, she is only responsible for crisis events. At this time, Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao quickly took off their backpacks and threw them to Tang Hao to take care of them, and the two of them took fighting postures. In an instant, a flash of light appeared in Lu Yaoyao's hand, and a large bone knife more than 1 meter long appeared in his hand. Lu Yaoyao's whole aura also changed accordingly. If Lu Yaoyao in the previous second was a girl next door, cute and lovely, then Lu Yaoyao now was a real female warrior. He was full of fighting spirit. At the same time, mysterious fluctuations emanated from Gu Yan's body. When he raised his hand, a fireball condensed in his hand, pointing straight ahead. Tang Hao was not surprised at the two men's fighting posture. On the way here, Gu Yan had already explained the attack attributes of the two of them. Unlike men's auxiliary talents, women's combat talents are more complex and diverse. But generally speaking, they can be divided into two categories: Physical Attack Master and Special Attack Master. The two routes are respectively the Exotic Beasts Physique route and the Exotic Beasts Superpower route. Among them, the 6 basic themes of physical fitness are strength, agility, defense, flexibility, endurance, and coordination. The beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels each awaken a different kind of physique. Lu Yaoyao's initially awakened physique was strength, which allowed her to hold the huge bone knife effortlessly. As for Gu Yan, she is an alien attacker. It's taking the route of the Exotic Beasts Superpowers. The supernatural powers are based on the 7 attributes of wind, thunder, water, fire, earth, light, and darkness. Similarly, the Awakener awakens 1 supernatural power at the primary, intermediate, and advanced levels respectively. At the moment, Gu Yan's initial awakening attack attribute is exactly the fire attribute. The fireball in her hand is the product of flame manipulation. Gu Yan threw the fireball in his hand at the Qingling wolf that was rushing towards him. Immediately, several wolves dodged quickly, but even so, they suffered minor burns, which immediately reduced their momentum. Taking advantage of the opponent's disrupted rhythm, Lu Yaoyao took a step forward. The first skill is activated. Wild Thrust. This is a charge skill that can quickly close the distance between you and the target, launching an attack before the opponent is ready to respond. This is exactly the situation now. Lu Yaoyao used a skill to come in front of a green spirit wolf that had just dodged away, and the bone knife in his hand chopped down the beast with a heavy force that showed fear on its face. Ouch! With a scream, a green spirit wolf was killed directly. This sudden change made the remaining few green spirit wolves immediately ferocious. They immediately changed their target and wanted to kill Lu Yaoyao. Seeing this, Lu Yaoyao raised the corners of his mouth, not panicking. He just adjusted his posture slightly to attract the attention of the remaining 3 green spirit wolves. When the bone knife and the 3 wolf claws touched one by one, a solid fireball shot towards the 3 green spirit wolves. The 3 green spirit wolves, who had already experienced being burned, did not take this fireball seriously, as it would only cause them slight burns. However, at this moment, Lu Yaoyao swept across suddenly, forcing back the 3 green spirit wolves and creating a short distance between them. The next second, there was a loud bang. Gu Yan's first skill is Explosion Addition, which is an additional skill that can make the original burning flame have an explosion effect. It was obvious that the 3 green spirit wolves had developed a contemptuous attitude after being burned by the fireball for the first time. The result was a horrific explosion that engulfed the 3 green spirit wolves. They were blown up and seriously injured in an instant. At this time, Lu Yaoyao quickly stepped forward and quickly killed the 3 green spirit wolves one by one. The battle is over, well done. Chen Yun praised, then came to the corpses of the 4 green spirit wolves with a Nepalese machete. With skillful knife skills, the 4 green wolves' heads were soon cut open. A walnut-like round object was revealed inside, which was something unique to the strange beast. Beast Core. The Beast Core has 3 functions. One is to replenish the energy consumed by the Awakener, and the other is to help the Awakener awaken his skills. In addition, if the Awakener himself has abundant special energy, it can also increase the Awakener's training speed. It can be said that the beast cores of exotic beasts are very important resources for Awakeners. As Chen Yun dug out the beast core, the 2 darker beast cores came from the 2nd level green spirit wolf, and the 2 lighter beast cores came from the 1st level green spirit wolf. According to past experience, the more complete the beast core is, the more abundant the supernatural energy it contains, and the higher the probability of awakening skills after being absorbed. However, in order to obtain a complete 3rd level beast core, one needs to go deep into the territory of the green spirit wolf. Not only is it tiring, it's also dangerous. This is obviously not worth it. As for the 2nd level beast core and the 1st level beast core, it would just require Tang Hao to spend more time trying them out. relatively safe. Then, Chen Yun threw the fresh beast core to Tang Hao. Tang Hao caught it. With some trepidation, Tang Hao tried to absorb the energy of the strange beast in the beast core. Because there is perception skill in the beast core, the perception talent is activated. The next second, a mechanical sound rang in Tang Hao's mind. Detected the alien beast skills sent perception and endurance and are being absorbed together. Chapter 5, 1 slot, 2 skills. Smell perception and firm endurance are 2 skills of the exotic beasts. It can actually be absorbed together? Tang Hao was surprised and delighted. I thought I could only gain the skill of smell perception, but I didn't expect it to come with the skill of firm and lasting. But the problem was, he knew that the green spirit wolf should have other skills, such as claw tearing. Since it is absorbed together, why is this skill not displayed? What is the difference between the two? Soon, Tang Hao thought of it. Both smell perception and endurance are auxiliary skills. It seems that whether it is due to the auxiliary attributes of men or system reasons, he can only absorb auxiliary skills. At this time, the beast core in Tang Hao's hand and his body reacted. Chen Yun, Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao, who had originally not paid attention, all turned their attention to him. Ha! This little guy is pretty lucky. Normally, it takes more than 10 attempts to absorb a beast core before one success. I didn't expect him to succeed in just one try. After listening to Chen Yun, Lu Yaoyao looked at Tang Hao and muttered, this guy. Neither of them took Tang Hao's success in one go seriously. After all, it was just a small first-level perception skill and not a big deal. However, it is different from the other two. Gu Yan was looking at it seriously at this time, with a thoughtful look in her beautiful eyes. After all, she had heard what Tang Hao said. However, just one awakening doesn't have any practical significance, and its help in actual combat is very limited. When Gu Yan thought so, Tang Hao's first skill awakening has been completed. At this moment, Tang Hao felt much lighter. While acquiring the awakening skills, his physique was also slightly transformed. Although this transformation is not as great as that of women, it is still better than that of ordinary people. It ends with the first awakening. Tang Hao also summarized some of the uses of the system. First of all, as long as Tang Hao levels up and has extra skill slots available, it will allow Tang Hao to successfully awaken his skills once. In addition, Tang Hao can absorb all the auxiliary skills in the beast core. It is precisely because of this that Tang Hao has an additional awakening skill in his first level skill slot. Strong and lasting. To be honest, Tang Hao was speechless about this name, but since it came from a strange beast, he had no choice. But then again, is there a skill called firm and persistent among the perception skills? As Tang Hao perceived this firmness and durability with some curiosity. The next second, Tang Hao's expression became extremely wonderful. It's actually an amplification skill. In other words, all the auxiliary skills he absorbed were not limited to his own perceptual talents. Perception is just an introduction. As long as the alien beast has perception skills, it can absorb other auxiliary skills of talents together after absorption. There is no doubt that Tang Hao was shocked by this result. This made Lu Yaoyao, who had been waiting for a long time, come over and poke, "Hey, it's just a level 1 perception skill, why are you so excited?" After Lu Yaoyao finished speaking, Chen Yun smoothed things over and said, "After all, this is the first time you've gained an awakening skill. Who wouldn't be excited?" After Chen Yun finished speaking, Gu Yan also said, "Okay, this is always a happy thing, and it also saves us a lot of time." According to the previous plan, they would have to spend 1 or 2 days to help Tang Hao awaken. The main reason is that they don't plan to go deep and just try their luck on the periphery. This can maximize the status of the group. Now that the plan is advanced, they can reach their destination earlier. At this time, Gu Yan and Chen Yun had already started packing their backpacks and preparing to set off. Lu Yaoyao looked at Tang Hao, who was still in a daze, and said, "Let's go. Do we have to celebrate for you?" After saying that, Lu Yaoyao also went to pick up his backpack. At this time, Tang Hao, who had been in a daze, finally recovered and looked at the backs of several people. After some thought, he decided to speak out about this matter. "Actually, I've awakened a skill." After Tang Hao finished speaking, the busy people paused. Then Shen Yun was the first to suddenly turn around and stare at Tang Hao and said, "You awakened 2 skills at level 1? Tang Hao nodded slightly under the attention of several people. Then Gu Yan's eyes lit up and he said, "Dual skills in 1 slot." Compared to Gu Yan and Chen Yun's surprise, Lu Yaoyao was a little slow to respond and said, "Huh?" However, Chen Yun then asked doubtfully, "That's not right. I don't remember the green spirit wolf having any extra perception skills. What's your other skill? Listening to Chen Yun's words, Gu Yan also began to think. It is obvious that one of Tang Hao's two skills is smell perception, but if the other one is not a perception skill, then what is it? Tang Hao didn't let them wait any longer. It was a little difficult to say, so I whispered, strong and lasting. Ha? What did you say? Several people did not react for a while. Firstly, Tang Hao's voice was too soft, and secondly, they did not think about the skill aspect. In desperation, Tang Hao could only shout, the second skill is firm endurance. As soon as these words were spoken, the three women were obviously stunned. Then came mixed performances. Chen Yun bent over and smiled, thinking that Tang Hao was telling a dirty joke. Lu Yaoyao cursed him as dirty. Only Gu Yan was thinking seriously. Although humans have done a lot of research on exotic beasts, they do not yet fully understand their abilities. At least she had never heard of the skill strong and lasting. Moreover, this skill doesn't sound like a perception skill at all. This is also the reason why Chen Yun and Lu Yaoyao reacted that way. There was no way Tang Hao really couldn't stand the questioning of the two women. As he raised his hand, a skill light flashed. This time all three women were shocked. Smell perception is a passive skill that can only be turned on or off, and has no obvious characteristics. Tang Hao can now actively release skills, so it is undoubtedly another active skill. Chen Yun immediately asked seriously, what effect does this skill have? Hearing this, Tang Hao didn't bother to explain and directly used a skill on Chen Yun. Then he said, just try moving around now. After hearing this, Chen Yun didn't say anything more and started to move directly. For a moment, dust flew around Chen Yun and vines were broken into pieces. This is just a casual display of the body. With this kind of physical fitness, he is definitely a mid-level awakener, and a leader among them. After a brief period of movement, Chen Yun exclaimed, I didn't seem to feel tired when I was moving just now. Is this the effect of your skill? This isn't a perception skill. Listening to Chen Yun's description and questions, Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao's curiosity was also piqued. Tang Hao then replied, endurance is not a perception skill. According to the skill information I obtained, it is an amplification skill. Increase? At this moment, the three women shouted in surprise. Because they really didn't expect that although dual skills in one slot were rare, they were not unheard of. But two talents in one slot is really unheard of. Tang Hao's talent is clearly perception, so how could he have absorbed the amplifying skills as well? This is unscientific. Chapter 6, Tang Hao's Talent. At this time, the three women all looked at Tang Hao intently, as if they wanted to see something from Tang Hao's face. After all, this kind of thing is really a strange thing. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they stared, they could not see the system in Tang Hao's body. Don't look at me like that, I don't know what's going on. Anyway, when awakening the skills, not only did it absorb the smell perception, it also absorbed an amplification skill firmness and endurance. In addition, the firmness and endurance seems to be more than just preventing people from getting tired in the short term. The skill description says that the state of the target of this skill remains constant over a period of time. After Tang Hao intentionally changed the subject, the three women stopped dwelling on the issue of one slot with two talents. After all, there was precedent for having two skills in one slot, so although they were surprised, it was not to the point of being unacceptable. Tang Hao's additional amplification skill is obviously also of great concern. If before this, Tang Hao was just a perception assistant who needed to be taken care of, then after he had the amplification skill, he immediately became different. At least it works. Not to mention that one person masters two auxiliary abilities at the same time. Perception and amplification. This is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. So at this time, I heard Tang Hao talking about the description of the amplification skills. It immediately attracted the attention of the three women. Among them, Chen Yun, as a mid-level awakening master and the target of the skill, was the first to express his opinion. Endurance, judging from the name alone, is undoubtedly a positive amplification skill. For those whose physical strength declines during battle, once the skill is activated, it can maintain their condition for a short period of time. However, based on my experience just now, this persistent state seems to only last a few seconds. In such a short period of time, the increase is really limited. After Chen Yun finished speaking, Lu Yaoyao thought about it and realized that it was indeed useless to last only a few seconds. Physical attackers like them need to maintain a loaded state for a long time once they start fighting. To be honest, if it's just a few seconds, they can only take a breath, which is better than nothing. When Shen Yun and Lu Yaoyao thought this skill was just average, Gu Yan, who had been thinking silently, suddenly said, "Tang Hao, can you use this skill again now?" In response to Gu Yan's question, Tang Hao said it was no problem. It is strong and lasting and can be released 3 times in a row in a short period of time. The only drawback is that it cannot work on the same person in a short period of time. After receiving Tang Hao's answer, Gu Yan began to speak. "Yaoyao, I have a guess that requires your cooperation. Try to use your third skill now." Third skill? Lu Yaoyao was a little confused as to why he would release such an energy-consuming skill for no reason. However, under Gu Yan's insistence, Lu Yaoyao still cooperated. As Lu Yaoyao released a violent aura, her entire aura became fierce. This is Lu Yaoyao's most powerful skill at the moment. Twice the power. Once this skill is released, Lu Yaoyao can increase his strength to 200% within 10 seconds. During this period, Lu Yaoyao's attack power and destructive power were simply terrifying. Just when Lu Yaoyao's strength was about to double, it was nearing the end. Gu Yan shouted again, "Right now, Tang Hao, release that firm and lasting power towards Yaoyao." In an instant, Chen Yan seemed to understand something, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes, followed by anticipation. Tang Hao activated his skill, and the next second, he released firm and lasting, which took effect on Lu Yaoyao. Then Lu Yaoyao's eyes widened. He looked at Tang Hao in disbelief. Normally, after releasing the double strength, Lu Yaoyao would be briefly weak. After all, doubling the strength was overdrawing one's own physical energy, and after the excitement, it would fall back, and even the state would decline. But after 10 seconds, Lu Yaoyao was still in the state of doubled strength. How come? Lu Yaoyao was probably in disbelief and tried to move her body, but her body was still so strong. This state lasted for 3 seconds before Lu Yaoyao felt a wave of fatigue rising in his heart. Lu Yaoyao was very clear about this. This was the weak period after using the double the strength. But just now her strength doubled for more than 10 seconds. At this moment, Lu Yaoyao also understood the amplifying effect of Tang Hao's firmness and persistence. It's not just her physical strength, firmness and endurance can actually prolong the time her strength is doubled. Even though it was only 3 seconds, every extra second of Lu Yaoyao's output time with double strength was terrifying and completely incomparable to his normal state. 3 more seconds is equivalent to increasing her output in her strongest state by 30%. Amazing! For the first time, Lu Yaoyao praised Tang Hao, who was standing beside her. This amplification skill will be of great use in battle, and can even increase the team's output limit at critical moments. Because she is not the only one who possesses such powerful output skills. Gu Yan's third awakening skill is also a status output skill. In a battle, if she and Gu Yan could both increase their strongest output time by 30%, it would definitely be enough to change the situation. Just when Lu Yaoyao was looking at Tang Hao with admiration, Shen Yun suddenly flashed in front of Tang Hao. Then Tang Hao felt what facial cleanser meant. The aroma of milk, accompanied by a feeling of suffocation, rushed straight into Tang Hao's brain. "Ha, I didn't expect that this little guy is still a potential stock. I almost misjudged you, but fortunately, I said that even if you have a perception talent, I am willing to be your life mentor. Or should we get things done early?" Hearing this, Tang Hao was speechless. This is not only a female hooligan, but also a female lunatic. After a struggle, Tang Hao finally got rid of Chen Yun's arms. At this time, Gu Yan looked at Tang Hao, who was using Lu Yaoyao as a shield to avoid the attack of the female hooligan, and a sudden realization came into his mind. Is this where your confidence comes from? It's really surprising. Then Gu Yan thought of a very important question. Tang Hao, do you think your subsequent awakening skills will be able to achieve 1 slot, 2 skills, or even include other auxiliary talent skills? Gu Yan finished asking. The 3 people who were fighting stopped at the same time. Lu Yaoyao looked at Gu Yan in confusion and said, "Sister Gu Yan, there's no way to be sure about this." Chen Yun listened thoughtfully and continued, "Yaoyao, don't tell me. I heard a rumor that people who can use 2 skills in 1 slot have a high chance of having 2 stars in 1 slot again when they awaken their skills. Who knows, this little guy might be one of those people." Ah? There is such a thing. Lu Yaoyao looked surprised for a moment. Without paying attention to Chen Yun and Lu Yaoyao's reactions, Gu Yan just looked at Tang Hao. If what Tang Hao meant by making the other party regret was this kind of ability. No matter how Tang Hao knew that he had this talent, it didn't matter. What mattered was that Tang Hao had this talent. Then Gu Yan can guarantee it. The girl who dumped Tang Hao will definitely regret it in the future. As for Tang Hao himself, he listened to what Gu Yan and Chen Yin said. After a little thought, he did not choose to hide. As long as the system is not exposed, these are things that can be traced, so he is not afraid. So he said frankly, I think I can. Tang Hao said this for a very simple reason. On the one hand, it is a way to give back to Gu Yan, the female mentor, and on the other hand, it is also to demonstrate one's own value. Since Gu Yan's team accepted him when he was at his lowest point, he will repay them with all his strength, and both sides will help each other grow. Chapter 7 Two People's Night Vigil. When Gu Yan heard Tang Hao say yes, an expression of excitement suddenly appeared on her face. Originally, after hearing Tang Hao's words before, Gu Yan was not very sure. I just wanted to give it a try under the circumstances at that time. I didn't expect that such an inadvertent attempt would actually lead to the discovery of such an excellent assistant like Tang Hao. No, it can't even be described as simply excellent. As long as Tang Hao can maintain this momentum in the future, he will definitely be the teammate that countless female awakening masters will compete to invite. But it's different from Gu Yan's optimism. Although Lu Yaoyao praised Tang Hao, but she still didn't think much of this. After all, it was a dual talent in one slot. It's already extremely lucky to happen once, how can it be like this every time? In fact, she was already jealous. After answering Gu Yan, Tang Hao called out the system in his heart. Current auxiliary point, 0. No assist points? Why? Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao had just killed the strange beast in front of him, so he should have gotten assistance points. But why not? Tang Hao knew very well that neither dual skills nor dual talents in one slot were the limits of the god-level auxiliary system. The strongest point of this system was to use auxiliary points to draw lots and obtain skill points and treasure chests. But he has no auxiliary points now. Tang Hao couldn't figure it out for a moment. Did he have to hunt it himself? Or are there any other conditions? Tang Hao was confused for a moment. At this time, Chen Yin clapped his hands, temporarily interrupted the crowd and said, the little guy's matter has come to an end for the time being. If you want to talk about it, you can continue it in the evening. Now that Tang Hao has completed the awakening of his first talent skill, we don't need to stay here any longer. Let's set off for the next exotic beast activity area and try to find a suitable place for camping before dark. Long before acquiring the skills, Tang Hao knew that Gu Yan and the others came to the territory of the green spirit wolf just by chance, and that Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao's destination was the territory of the black-horned rhino. At that time, Tang Hao was more focused on awakening skills, so he didn't understand why they were looking for the black-horned rhino. According to the knowledge Tang Hao learned in the Awakening Academy, the black-horned rhino is a very difficult beast to deal with among the initial level beasts. The defense is amazingly strong. With the same amount of effort, the awakening team can get several times more rewards from other exotic beasts, and the risk is also smaller. It can be said that dealing with the black-horned rhino is a difficult beast with a relatively low return rate. However, since Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao insisted on choosing them as the hunting target, they must have their own plans. Take action again. This time, Tang Hao actually became the leader. The reason is very simple. Tang Hao's passive skill, smell perception. This skill cannot be released actively, but it is effective all the time. After awakening, Tang Hao can use this skill to easily grasp all smell changes within 100 meters of himself. Especially the perception of strange beasts is more sensitive. Perhaps a range of 100 meters is nothing in an open area, but in a dense forest where various plants grow wildly, the average field of vision of a group of people is only a dozen meters. Tang Hao's smell perception can provide great assistance to the team. Stop, there's a group of strange beasts about 80 meters ahead. Judging by the smell, there are about a dozen of them. Following Tang Hao's warning, Chen Yun looked at Gu Yan. She was the captain of the team, and she had the final say on whether to fight or not. Gu Yan also made a decision immediately. There are too many of them, avoid them. After that, the group encountered two more groups of strange beasts, and they were able to avoid them thanks to Tang Hao's advance warning. In fact, it was not that they could not defeat those strange beasts, but the next black-horned rhino they would face was a tough one. Before encountering them, Gu Yan did not want the team's condition to be damaged. After all, there is no healing assistance in the team. Once injured, at the very least, the patient will be incomplete, and in serious cases, he or she may even have to quickly return to the military camp to recuperate. This was a huge blow to the team's operations. For this reason, Gu Yan chose to avoid fighting all the way. And this journey stopped when it gradually darkened in the dense forest. The dense forest at night is not suitable for human activities, and some strange beasts that appear at night are even more troublesome. So, the group quickly chose a place as their campsite for tonight. However, when Tang Hao was brought to the so-called camp by Gu Yan and the others, he completely collapsed. Because the so-called camp was actually built on trees that were dozens of meters high. Are we going to sleep here tonight? Tang Hao looked down at the ground at this time. The height of more than 10 stories made Tang Hao almost unable to stand steadily. On the other hand, Gu Yan, Lu Yaoyao and Shen Yun were tidying up the hammock as usual. They tied each hammock to a simply clean tree trunk, and then tied ropes between themselves and the trunk to avoid the risk of falling accidentally. At this time, Gu Yan, who had already packed up, came over and said, "The dense forest is not peaceful at night. Setting up camp on a tree trunk several dozen meters high can avoid the perception of most strange beasts. It is much safer than on the ground. In addition, people will be arranged to take turns to guard the night to ensure that no trouble occurs." After listening to Gu Yan's explanation, Tang Hao was helpless. These were the experiences summarized by predecessors. If an awakener wants to have the best chance of survival in various different spaces, he must be good at learning from the experience of his predecessors. Because these are all summarized bit by bit at the cost of human lives. As the sky darkened completely, a faint fluorescent light shone from a tree trunk several dozen meters high in the dense forest. After all, it is impossible to make a fire while sitting on a tree trunk. Firstly, it is unsafe, and secondly, it is easy to attract strange beasts. Fluorescence is relatively mild and can simply illuminate without irritating the beasts. After eating some food, they began their daily homework. That is, absorption of abnormal energy. As an awakener, in addition to awakening talents and awakening skills, the most important thing is the awakener level. Among them, Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao have both reached the third level of the beginner stage. The biggest problem they are facing now is to be promoted to the intermediate awakening master. To this end, absorbing special energy and constantly transforming the awakener's body in order to reach a certain critical point, breaking through to the intermediate awakener becomes the most critical thing. Unfortunately, this kind of thing cannot be done immediately if you want to. It can only be successful through a little bit of polishing. Generally speaking, in different spaces, different energies are very abundant. You just need to mobilize yourself and absorb it for 1 or 2 hours to reach the body's absorption limit. At this time, the day's homework is over. Then it's time to sleep and rest. The first wave of night watch was conducted by Tang Hao. This was actually a preferential treatment given to Tang Hao by several people. After all, he only had to stay on duty until 11 o'clock at night and someone would take over, so it was a perfect time for him to go to bed. However, unexpectedly, when Tang Hao had just been on duty until around 10 o'clock, Gu Yan, who came to replace him, woke up first. Under the fluorescent light, Gu Yan's body was hot and hazy. Afterwards, Gu Yan, who was wearing thinner clothes, sat down next to Tang Hao. At this moment, their bodies were only separated by a few layers of cloth. Tang Hao even smelled the faint body fragrance emanating from Gu Yan. For a moment, Tang Hao was nervous. Chapter 8, Closer Relationship. Tang Hao, I'm not too sleepy. Let's chat for a while. Gu Yan's voice was very gentle. Good. Feeling the body temperature transmitted from each other in Gu Yan's words, Tang Hao sat up straight. Tang Hao, what are your plans for the future? Future? When Tang Hao heard this answer, he was actually a little confused and silent. Seeing that Tang Hao did not answer for a moment, Gu Yan asked again, have you never imagined your future with your family? For example, I want to earn enough money to buy a bigger house for my family, or I want to find a suitable girlfriend and live happily together. It's all a vision of the future, isn't it? After Gu Yan finished speaking, Tang Hao became even more silent. After a brief silence, Tang Hao finally spoke, I'm an orphan. I grew up in an orphanage. I have no family. As for my girlfriend, you saw it too, didn't you? After Tang Hao finished speaking, Gu Yan immediately said sorry. She didn't know what was going on in Tang Hao's family, and as for his girlfriend's affairs, Gu Yan was not worried. Tang Hao's auxiliary talent is very rare. Considering the phenomenon that there are more women than men in the awakening circle, it is not difficult for Tang Hao to find any kind of girlfriend he wants. The atmosphere seemed to be a little cold. At this time, it was Tang Hao who started to warm up the audience. After all, he has been here alone since he was a child, right? Senior Gu Yan, that's what I'll call you. Is there anything you want to say to me? People will grow after experiencing a wrong relationship. Tang Hao also felt the same way. He could feel that Gu Yan must have something to ask him. Gu Yan listened to his words and turned her head slightly. Under the fluorescent light, Gu Yan's almost perfect face was so close to Tang Hao that Tang Hao could even feel the other person's breath. Yes, I came to you to ask if you have any ideas about the National Elite Competition. National Elite Competition? Tang Hao remembered that it seemed to be a 3-year competition held by major awakening academies across the country. The top 10 teams would be selected for the elite training camp. After the awakening master has gone through the beginner, intermediate and advanced levels, becoming an elite awakening master is a huge threshold. One step forward is a qualitative leap for the awakened master. The elite training camp is the quickest path to becoming an elite awakener. So Tang Hao asked directly, "Senior, do you want to be selected for the elite training camp?" Gu Yan nodded, and then said, "Yes, I want to become an elite awakening master as soon as possible. But actually my real goal is to go to an elite-level alien space. Elite-level alien space? That kind of space seems to be too dangerous, so it is not easily open to the outside world. Only elite awakening masters are qualified to set foot there. But to be honest, even elite awakeners are reluctant to enter it. The risk of falling is too great. Why is Gu Yan so obsessed with going to that kind of place?" Looking at Tang Hao's confusion, Gu Yan did not hide it and said directly, "Because that place is where my mother disappeared, and she never came out after she went in. Even though her death had been announced by the outside world and many people were advising me to accept reality. But I still have to go in and look for it. I am such a willful woman." When Gu Yan said this, her temperament had changed again and again. She looked depressed, sad, and even had a little bit of a little woman's attitude. This is probably the softest side of Gu Yan's heart. Then Gu Yan straightened her somewhat out of control face and continued, "Of course, I won't let you help me in vain. As long as you can assist me in participating in the competition, I will use all my resources to help you grow. At the same time, I promise that I will not impose any restrictions on you except for elite competitions. What do you think?" Well, that still sounds good. The key point is that Gu Yan did not ask him to sign any binding terms. If he is not treated well in the future, he can just leave. So, Tang Hao quickly agreed. After all, it would be a good thing for him if he could make it into the top 10 of the elite competition. It can be said that this is a mutually beneficial thing. "Well, senior sister, I accept your invitation." As soon as these words were spoken, Gu Yan smiled instantly. Even though she was grateful to Tang Hao for his help, Gu Yan was still a little excited when she heard Tang Hao agree in person. After all, with Tang Hao's talents, as long as they are well trained, the team's upper limit will far exceed that of ordinary teams. After the two of them agreed, Tang Hao clearly felt that Gu Yan's attitude towards him became closer. At this time, as the shift change time approached, Tang Hao was feeling a little sleepy. Gu Yan asked Tang Hao to go to rest early. After all, this was Tang Hao's first time spending the night in a different space. Tang Hao didn't act pretentiously. He was really exhausted today. Just as Tang Hao turned around and took 2 steps, Gu Yan's faint voice came from behind. "Actually, you don't have to call me senior sister. Just call me Sister Gu Yan like Yao Yao did." Sister Gu Yan? This title may not mean anything to others. But for Tang Hao, an orphan since childhood, it has a different meaning. With a little warmth of home, Tang Hao turned around and looked at Gu Yan, who had a look of anticipation on her face. Then he called out Sister Gu Yan in an uncomfortably manner. In the morning, when Tang Hao woke up, Gu Yan, Chen Yun and the others had already woken up. Tang Hao didn't know where they got the water from, which was even enough for him to wash his face. It's actually warm water. Tang Hao was a little surprised, but he quickly remembered that Gu Yan had a talent for fire, so this was not a problem. After a hot breakfast, everyone packed up and returned to the ground. During this process, Gu Yan kept watching Tang Hao from time to time to prevent him from getting into any accidents. Such intimate care made Lu Yaoyao, who was standing by, jealous. "What did you guys do after I fell asleep last night?" It's no wonder Lu Yaoyao thought so, because Tang Hao and Gu Yan, who seemed a little unnatural when they got along yesterday, actually held hands when they just came down. Even if this was to ensure Tang Hao's safety, it also proved that the relationship between the two was unusual. After Lu Yaoyao spoke, Chen Yun's eyes wandered between Tang Hao and Gu Yan. There was a smile in his eyes. Seeing this, Gu Yan could only explain. "When we were changing shifts last night, I mentioned the elite competition to Tang Hao, and he has decided to help me participate in the competition. We are officially teammates now." Lu Yaoyao understood what he said and was not surprised. After all, it was quite impressive that Tang Hao could awaken two skills in one slot. However, Lu Yaoyao still felt that the two of them were not that simple. Can official teammates just play tricks on each other? So why would she be rejected for wanting to be intimate with Gu Yan? They were still of the same sex, right? Seeing Lu Yaoyao's exploring eyes, he still refused to give up. Gu Yan had no choice but to explain, I also recognize Tang Hao as my younger brother. Now you understand why we are so close. Younger brother? Lu Yaoyao was stunned for a moment and blurted out, then he becomes my brother, right? Ah. Tang Hao was just watching the show, but he was confused by Lu Yaoyao's words. What does it have to do with her? It was only after Gu Yan explained that I understood. Yaoyao's mother is my aunt, and we are cousins. I recognize you as my younger brother, so you should call Yaoyao's sister Yaoyao. As for whether you want to call her that or not, that's your business. After Gu Yan finished speaking, Lu Yaoyao looked at Gu Yan and then at Tang Hao. At this time, Lu Yaoyao had no joy in having a younger brother. There is only a feeling that the love that belongs to you is about to be taken away by someone else. This guy is not a brother at all, he's clearly a thief, okay? But before Lu Yaoyao could say anything to Tang Hao, the roar of a bull in the distance interrupted the crowd. It's a black-horned rhino. Now they couldn't care about anything else and they quickly headed forward. Chapter 9, Exotic Beast Essence. On the way forward, Tang Hao finally couldn't resist his curiosity and asked them about their purpose of hunting the black-horned rhinoceros. After all, this thing is not an ideal hunting target. Gu Yan did not hide it and said directly, it's for the exotic beast essence of the black-horned rhino. Exotic beast essence? Tang Hao remembered the knowledge he was taught in academy. This was a relatively rare relic from strange beasts. After the alien beast is killed, its corpse will evaporate rapidly, and only a small part of its body will remain. Either a piece of meat, or a sharp claw or something like that. According to the book, many of the essences of exotic beasts have unique effects. However, under normal circumstances, it is difficult to find a unique beast essence among hundreds of unique beasts. That thing is too difficult to come out. At this time, Gu Yan came closer and said, actually, you've seen things like exotic beast essences before. Have I seen it? Tang Hao was a little confused, but soon an idea flashed in his mind. He looked ahead at Lu Yaoyao, who was walking quickly and even anxiously. Is it that huge bone knife? After Tang Hao finished speaking, Gu Yan nodded and said, that's right. Yaoyao's bone knife is derived from the essence of a strange beast called the amber mammoth. Normally, it's only the size of a dagger, but once the awakener infuses it with strange energy, it will transform into a giant blade. Ha! That's so convenient. After hearing Gu Yan's description, Tang Hao felt that the essence of the strange beast was more valuable than he had imagined. So what kind of exotic beast essences in the black-horned rhino we're dealing with this time? Is it rhino horn? In response, Gu Yan followed Chen Yun at a leisurely pace and said calmly, no, the exotic beast essence in the black-horned rhino is its tendon. This thing is for eating, not as a weapon. Eat? Tang Hao's eyes were opened again. As expected, the real exploration of another space is much more exciting than the empty words in the books. Then Gu Yan explained, Yaoyao and I are both beginner-level 3rd-level awakening masters, and the next step is to prepare for promotion to intermediate-level awakening masters. This step is not easy, we need to realize the new talent in advance. Among them, Yaoyao is planning to take the route of assault warrior. After awakening the strength talent, the next most suitable talent to comprehend is the flexibility talent. According to the experience of the awakening circle, eating the tendons of the black-horned rhinoceros can help one to comprehend flexibility. That's why we're here to hunt the black-horned rhino. That's right. After listening to Gu Yan's explanation, Tang Hao finally understood the significance of this trip. At this time, Lu Yaoyao's low cry came from the front. I see them. Following Lu Yaoyao's reminder, Tang Hao and others looked over. A few dozen meters ahead, the figure of a huge strange beast could be vaguely seen, and the roar of the bull came from there. Thanks to the structure of the dense forest, the field of vision is not wide, otherwise it would be impossible to get close. Of course, this is also because the black-horned rhino is not very sensitive to smells. When Tang Hao and his companions came behind Lu Yaoyao, they could see part of the black-horned rhinoceros body through the dense vegetation. It was a sturdy monster that was more than 2 meters long and more than 1 meter tall. It has thick animal skin on the outside. Just looking at its size and appearance, this thing can beat several green spirit wolves at the same level. It's so strong. The black-horned rhino was eating leisurely at this time, with no sense of danger. Should we take action? Lu Yaoyao turned around and looked at Gu Yan and asked. Gu Yan did not answer immediately. Instead, she said to Tang Hao, please carefully sense if there are any other black-horned rhinos around here. A single black-horned rhino is certainly difficult to deal with, but not too scary. However, if it has companions to protect it, it would be very risky to act rashly. Tang Hao nodded and said, give me some time. The skill of smell perception takes some time to sense, after all, smells don't spread that quickly. It took some time for Tang Hao to understand the situation within 100 meters around him. However, he said to the few people, according to my perception, there is another black-horned rhino nearby, about 50 meters behind this black-horned rhino. My advice is to hold off on it for now, as the other black-horned rhino seems to be moving away from this one. It's best to wait until it's completely gone. Hearing this, Lu Yaoyao calmed down temporarily. This is why there are very few black-horned rhino cores and essences on the market. Although this thing doesn't have any amazing skills, it is very tough and often likes to hang out in groups. If you can't hunt them quickly, it will be even harder to kill them once their companions arrive. Next, everyone waited patiently, using Tang Hao's perception skills to continuously determine whether there were any companions around the target. Finally, at a certain time, when the black-horned rhinoceros relaxed its vigilance and there were no companions around, the group took action. Gu Yan started with a flaming spear. This is Gu Yan's second skill. Flame condensation. The flame can be solidified into any shape, making the flame solid and having a penetrating effect. As the black-horned rhino sensed the danger, the flaming spear had already pierced the target's vulnerable throat, preventing it from making a cry for help immediately. At this time, Lu Yaoyao can fight close to the enemy without restraint. Next, although the fighting between the two sides was quite noisy, unfortunately, without shouting loudly, the black-horned rhino's companions who were nearly 100 meters away could not sense the movement here at all. This gave Lu Yaoyao a lot of room to play, and the bone knife in his hand frequently cut wounds on the black-horned rhino. Before, the black-horned rhino would have screamed in fear, but now it could only murmur in pain. Don't let it run away. After Lu Yaoyao repeatedly hit the black-horned rhino hard, the black-horned rhino knew it was no match for its opponent and finally wanted to escape out of the desire to survive. But the next moment, the flaming Gu Yan's hand hit the panicked black-horned rhinoceros hard. The burning and explosion made the black-horned rhino almost lose its mind in pain. Finally, Lu Yaoyao, who was looking for an opportunity on the side, hit it in the vitals with a knife, and it fell straight down. After waiting for a while, the black-horned rhino finally died. Nothing happened. Hateful. A lot of physical strength and energy were consumed, but in the end, only one beast core was obtained. No wonder Lu Yaoyao expressed her dissatisfaction. Gu Yan comforted him, it's not that easy. Exotic beast essences are a low probability event. Rest well and prepare to hunt the next one. After hearing this, Lu Yaoyao had no choice but to take the fresh beast core to restore her supernatural energy. During this time, several people left here and moved towards the black-horned rhino they had sensed earlier. On the way, Gu Yan and Shen Yun looked relaxed. This time the kill was unexpectedly easy. This made the two more and more satisfied with Tang Hao's performance. As for Tang Hao, he was walking while looking at the system panel. Current assist points, 5. That's right, just after killing the black-horned rhino, Tang Hao's interface started to jump. 5 more assist points. According to the system lottery regulations, the minimum requirement is 10 auxiliary points for one lottery. In other words, Tang Hao must get another 5 points to make a total of 10 points. But here comes the problem. Why didn't the system react when the previous green spirit wolves died, but it reacted this time? What is the difference before and after? Chapter 10, First Use of the System Lottery. Oh right, it's skill support. While walking, Tang Hao figured out the key difference between the two times. Although Tang Hao was in the team before, he had never used auxiliary skills for anyone. Especially since the black-horned rhino died at the hands of Lu Yaoyao, who was the person Tang Hao had assisted. Next, in order to verify this conjecture, Tang Hao observed silently. Sure enough, after Lu Yaoyao killed the black-horned rhino, Tang Hao obtained 5 auxiliary points. But when Gu Yan used his skills to kill the black-horned rhinoceros, Tang Hao got nothing. It was not until Tang Hao tried to release firm and lasting for Gu Yan that he finally helped Gu Yan kill the strange beast and he could also gain auxiliary points. The next day, thanks to Tang Hao's perception skills, the group did not suffer much damage, but instead succeeded frequently. This made the team atmosphere much more harmonious. Even Lu Yaoyao's jealousy towards Tang Hao gradually dissipated. Until night fell, the few of them found a high tree trunk as their camp. I'm so exhausted. I've been killing black-horned rhinos all day, and not a single essence has come out. At this time, Lu Yaoyao, who had been chopping all day, couldn't help but complain. Although he knew that the essence of exotic beasts was not so easy to come by, Lu Yaoyao couldn't help but complain when his hands were sore from killing more than a dozen black-horned rhinos in a row, but still couldn't find it. Chen Yun said, "Just be content. Few people are willing to hunt exotic beasts like black-horned rhinos. You can hunt more than a dozen in a day without any losses. This is already very good." After Chen Yun finished speaking, Gu Yan also took over the topic and said, "Yao Yao, you should thank Tang Hao for this. Without his perception skills, we would not have been able to hunt the black-horned rhino so easily." In response, Lu Yaoyao glanced at Tang Hao's hammock. At this time, Tang Hao had already closed his eyes. They all understood why Tang Hao went to bed so early. After all, Tang Hao's current level is too low, and using skills multiple times today has consumed too much of his energy. They had even agreed that Tang Hao didn't need to be on guard tonight. However, when Gu Yan and others expected Tang Hao to be asleep. In fact, Tang Hao did not go to bed directly. Current assistance points, 60. Do you want to use auxiliary points to draw a prize? Tang Hao chose yes. Then, Tang Hao saw a huge lottery machine in his mind, which looked somewhat similar to the coin drawing machine in a casino. As the 10 auxiliary points turned into gambling coins, the joystick of the lottery machine was pulled, and 4 words popped out after a flash of fancy light. 1 skill point. Tang Hao was surprised. Then he looked at his panel, which indeed showed a new data. Current skill points, 1. Lucky, I got something on my first try. Tang Hao immediately felt that this system was pretty good. I looked at the remaining auxiliary points. Come on. Invest all the remaining 0 auxiliary points. Accompanied by a dazzling flash of lights. 1 skill point. 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 Current skill points, 6. Tang Hao looked at those skill points and didn't know what to say for a moment. He doesn't know how to evaluate this system anymore. There's a bit of a lack of conscience in his heart. Next, as Tang Hao focused his attention on skill points. The next second, a prompt appeared in front of Tang Hao. The skills that can be improved currently are: Smell Perception Beginner Level LV0. Strong and Lasting Initial Level LV0. The talents that can currently be improved are Perception. Note, each skill point can bring a small improvement to the awakening skill, and every 10 skill points can increase the awakening skill level once. Note, talent can only be upgraded once. This type of skill requires 100 points to upgrade. After upgrading, the host will gain a talent skill. What? Talented skills? Tang Hao was almost shocked by this information and fell down. He knew that those awakening skills could be upgraded. But this talent can actually be upgraded, and after upgrading, you can actually gain a talent skill. That's unheard of. Doesn't the Awakener only have awakening skills? Why are there so-called innate skills? Although Tang Hao didn't understand where this talent skill came from, he knew that this talent skill should not be underestimated. As for the need to consume 100 skill points, it's not a big deal. The 2 exotic beasts are calculated based on a minimum of 1 skill point. 100 skill points only equal 200 exotic beasts. I'll find an opportunity to let Gu Yan and the others hunt the relatively easy green spirit wolf. I believe it is not difficult to satisfy 200 exotic beasts. As for now, Tang Hao currently has 6 skill points. Although it cannot be upgraded, the awakening skills have been improved to some extent. Therefore, Tang Hao hesitated for a moment between smell perception and firmness and durability. The former was of great help to the team in hunting the black-horned rhino. The latter is of great help on the front battlefield. This made Tang Hao feel conflicted for a while. But in the end, Tang Hao chose firmness and persistence. The reason is very simple. Because Jinling Awakening Academy will start the representative competition soon. The winning team will represent Jinling Awakening College in the National Elite Competition. By then, the firmness and durability will be more helpful than the smell perception. Since he has already agreed to let Gu Yan participate in the elite competition, he must consider the focus on skills. As Tang Hao added all 6 skill points to firmness and endurance, Tang Hao could feel that the duration of his strong and long-lasting skills had not improved at all. Ha! What's going on? Didn't they say that there would be a slight improvement in skills? Then Tang Hao carefully sensed this skill and understood the changes that had occurred. This skill has indeed changed and has been improved to a certain extent. But the improvement is in other areas. Originally, Tang Hao could use it for about 3 times in a short period of time to be strong and lasting. Now after adding points, the energy consumed to release the skill of firmness and endurance is reduced, and it can be released 5 times in a short period of time. In other words, the skill effect remains unchanged, but the mana consumption is reduced. After coming to this conclusion, Tang Hao was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It seems that I still need to upgrade this skill to the intermediate level to see any substantial changes. After figuring all this out, Tang Hao finally fell asleep. Now that I know the powerful capabilities of the system, the next step is to obtain more auxiliary points and improve all skills as soon as possible. By the way, Tang Hao was also looking forward to the talents and skills that he had never heard of before. As a skill that requires 100 skill points to upgrade. Presumably, this talent skill will definitely bring him surprises. Chapter 11 Emergency. The next day, Tang Hao and his group set off early. Although Tang Hao and Lu Yaoyao quarreled from time to time on the road, they gave their all when they really fought. After spending the entire morning, the group hunted the black-horned rhinoceros using the same method used yesterday. However, as Lu Yaoyao killed the black-horned rhino again, the expected disappearance of the corpse and the dropping of the beast's essence did not happen. This made Lu Yaoyao feel depressed. There are almost 20 black-horned rhinos left, why haven't they come out yet? Although I have known for a long time that this thing is not easy to come up with, who doesn't have a fantasy? What if she is the chosen one? The results are cruel. This is a non-African player. Looking at Lu Yaoyao, who was so depressed that she squatted down, Xinyan checked the time. It was almost noon at this time. So he suggested, let's take a break first. Exotic beast essences are extremely rare. If you expect to get them in a few seconds, you're being too naive. After Xinyan finished speaking, Gu Yan continued, you can't force the essence. At least now with Tang Hao's assistance, we can hunt the black-horned rhino at the lowest cost. There will always be a chance to get its essence. After Gu Yan finished speaking, Lu Yaoyao put away the bone knife. She glanced at Tang Hao, who was also tired. Although smell perception is a passive skill, the energy consumed is not high. But it can't stand being in the open state for a long time. Especially since he is currently only at the level 1 blue bar, it is really not easy. At this time, a strange beast core was thrown to him and Tang Hao took it. Then he heard Lu Yaoyao, who was carrying him on his back, say, I'll give you this beast core of mine as well. Once you've absorbed enough, use it to increase your cultivation speed and strive to advance to level 2 as soon as possible. As he spoke, Lu Yaoyao turned around and followed Xinyan in front of him. After clearing a small open space nearby to rest, Gu Yan, Xinyan and Lu Yaoyao had recovered their special powers early and were talking to each other. Tang Hao, a first-level rookie, seized every opportunity to practice quickly. Fortunately, Tang Hao now has Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao to feed him, so he has no shortage of exotic beast cores. If he runs out, he can just hunt exotic beasts. This allows Tang Hao's cultivation speed to always remain at a good level. An hour later, the break was over. Tang Hao felt refreshed and felt as if he had endless energy. Everyone was full of confidence and decided to do a great job before dark. However, this thought did not last long, as there was a vibration from the ground in the distance. From the sound, it seemed that black-horned rhinos were running in groups. The roars of cows spread from far away to hear. It is not difficult to hear from the sounds that the calls of these strange beasts are rapid and seem unusual. Seeing this, Xinyan finally spoke. Everyone, get up the tree immediately. As the guide of the dense forest, Xinyan was the first to sense that something was wrong. After hearing Xinyan's words, the few people did not dare to be careless and quickly grabbed the nearest vines and began to climb. Just a short while later, there was an even louder rumbling sound. There were groups of hundreds of black-horned rhinos running past the crowd. Several people even saw some third-level black-horned rhinos among these black-horned rhinos. This is not a good phenomenon. What happened? Why are they so panicked in their own territory? Gu Yan was puzzled. The black-horned rhino is considered a very difficult beast among the low-level beasts. In a one-on-one fight, few low-level beasts can get the upper hand against them. In addition, they like to live in groups, which makes them an untouchable existence in the dense forest. Sister Yun, have you ever seen this situation? Gu Yan asked Chen Yun. Chen Yun nodded slightly. If I'm not mistaken, it should be those mid-level exotic beasts in the depths of the dense forest that have come out to move around. Although this situation is rare, it happened once since I came here. Every time this happens, the low-level monsters on the periphery will try their best to rush out because they are afraid of the mid-level monsters. You should have heard of this phenomenon. After Chen Yun finished speaking, Tang Hao and the other two said in unison, a tide of strange beasts. Soon after the alien space appeared, there were several incidents of alien beasts rushing out of the alien space. Later, after observation by human awakening masters, the cause was finally understood. This was because some low-level, mid-level, and even high-level alien beasts on the periphery were disturbed by more terrifying alien beasts and fled collectively. The current situation is very consistent. At this time, it is no longer possible to move around outside the dense forest, because there might be some mid-level monsters coming to the periphery. One or two would be okay, but if there are too many, even Chen Yun couldn't guarantee that he could handle it. By then, only Tang Hao and the others would be in danger, and even Chen Yun himself would be in danger. Gu Yan, Yao Yao, and Tang Hao. Excuse me, I will be taking over the command of the team from now on. Everyone, listen to my orders and evacuate the jungle as quickly as possible. The dense forest is no longer suitable for hunting, it is too dangerous. After Chen Yun finished speaking, Tang Hao and the other two did not object. But just when a few people found the right time and were preparing to evacuate, a human voice was heard in the distance. More than one woman was asking for help. When Chen Yun heard the voice, he immediately raised his hand and stopped. As a soldier, if you hear a call for help and determine that rescue is possible, you must carry out the rescue. We need to go take a look. If the situation is critical, we will withdraw. After Chen Yun finished speaking, Gu Yan, Lu Yaoyao and Tang Hao all nodded. After all, no one can guarantee that there will be such a day for them. Several people quickly followed the sound. Soon several people came near the person who was calling for help. Chen Yun climbed quickly, established a commanding height, and looked towards a small patch of bushes in front of him. There were 3 injured female awakeners there, supporting each other with their backs. There were dozens of second-level and even third-level green spirit wolves' corpses around them. But even so, facing the remaining dozens of strange beasts, the 3 of them were no longer able to resist. They have consumed too much. As one of the women's special energy was exhausted, the awakening skill in her hand disintegrated halfway through. This created a gap in the corner that was originally used to resist the attacks of the monsters. Seeing this situation, Chen Yun quickly analyzed it in his mind. Finally came to a conclusion. There is a possibility of salvation. After reaching the conclusion, Chen Yun no longer hesitated. He leaped in front of the woman whose skills had collapsed. At this moment, a pair of white palms turned into iron fists, and with one blow, they knocked away a level 2 green spirit wolf that pounced on them. At the same time, Chen Yun unreservedly released the aura of a mid-level awakener. Intimidated by this aura, dozens of green spirit wolves were frightened and confused for a moment, half crouching and not daring to move forward. However, before Chen Yun could breathe a sigh of relief, several leading green wolves began to howl towards the sky. This immediately made Chen Yun feel something was wrong. These green spirit wolves were actually calling for help from afar. Soon after, a loud response came from the depths of the forest. It is a strange beast in the deep forest. With this voice, the dozens of green spirit wolves at the scene suddenly became restless as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They didn't dare to attack Chen Yun casually, but they just had to keep a close eye on a few people and provide intelligence for the intermediate level green spirit wolf in the back. At this time, Chen Yun was thinking. Although I don't know how many mid-level monsters are coming, it will be very troublesome if we are held back. Right now, either give up on these 3 people and turn around and leave quickly. Or, we have to act quickly and remove all these dozens of spies. He turned around and looked at the 3 young girls behind him. They looked at Chen Yun with a hint of hope in their eyes. If Chen Yun abandoned them, they would probably fall into despair immediately. After thinking about it, in the end, Chen Yun still felt that the possibility of saving them was greater. So the decision was made. Chen Yun shouted to Tang Hao and the other 2, "Come together, kill these beasts quickly." As long as these green spirit wolves are killed at lightning speed and irritating powder is sprinkled along the way, even the mid-level green spirit wolves will be left with nothing but helpless stares. After hearing Qin Yun's words, Tang Hao, Gu Yan, and Lu Yaoyao no longer hid and walked out. Among them, the third awakening skill in Gu Yan's hand was brewing. Lu Yaoyao took a deep breath and used his third skill, double strength. As for Tang Hao, the firm and enduring in his hand flashed, ready to assist the two at any time. Chapter 12 Current Assist Points, 240. A whistling sound. Shen Yun was the first to rush into the wolf pack. She was extremely fast, shuttling back and forth among the wolves. In just a few breaths, 3 or 5 green spirit wolves were killed, including 2 level 3 green spirit wolves. Looking at Chen Yun's speed, Tang Hao guessed that Chen Yun should be taking the agile attack route. The awakening talents for this route are agility and coordination. That's why Chen Yun's speed is so fast, and he can quickly adjust his offensive to target the next monster between attacks. Wherever Chen Yun passed, all the green wolves were killed. At the same time, Lu Yaoyao also rushed towards the wolf pack on the other side. In just a moment, Lu Yaoyao exuded an astonishing aura. The third skill. Twice the power. With the terrifying double strength, no green spirit wolf could match Lu Yaoyao when he swung the bone knife in his hand. It can be said that within 10 seconds, Lu Yaoyao was invincible among the wolf pack. After killing 7 or 8 green spirit wolves in one breath, Lu Yaoyao gradually felt that this state was about to subside. So he shouted to Tang Hao, who had been waiting for a long time, "Xiaohao, give me a strong and lasting shot." After 2 days of getting to know each other, the relationship between Tang Hao and Lu Yaoyao is no longer as unfamiliar as before, and they are very familiar with each other. Listening to Lu Yaoyao's words at this time, Tang Hao also released the amplification skills that he had prepared long ago. For a moment, Lu Yaoyao's strong state continued. With the powerful killing of Chen Yun and Lu Yaoyao, the remaining green spirit wolves were in 2 situations for a while. One kind dared not to fight anymore and began to disintegrate. The other type was so bloodthirsty that he stared at Lu Yaoyao without letting go. Looking at the fleeing green spirit wolves, Chen Yun couldn't help but frown. If he couldn't kill all of them, they might still turn around and follow behind him to lead the way for those mid-level beasts. We must prevent future troubles. Seeing this, Chen Yun said to Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao, "I'm going to chase down those fleeing green spirit wolves. I'll leave this place to you." After Chen Yun finished speaking, he chased after the green spirit wolves. After hearing Chen Yun's words, Gu Yan knew that time was running out and both sides had to resolve the battle quickly. Gu Yan first said to Lu Yaoyao, "Yaoyao, the old strategy is to gather them together." Lu Yaoyao nodded in understanding. Then he said to Tang Hao, "After I activate my skills, you must be ready to help me at any time." Tang Hao made an okay gesture. The second wave of strong and lasting is brewing. I'm ready. I can release you as soon as you ask me. At the same time, Tang Hao looked at the increasing number of auxiliary points in the system interface, and felt that this wave was about to develop. As long as we kill the remaining green spirit wolves, not only will we be able to upgrade our firm endurance, but we will also be able to upgrade our smell perception. Once the upgrade is complete, these 2 skills will become intermediate awakening skills. The effect will definitely be improved. In the short time that Tang Hao was thinking, Lu Yaoyao's condition had reached its limit. Then the last bit of status. Lu Yaoyao gripped the bone knife tightly with both hands and activated his second skill. Thunder Sweep. In an instant, a powerful strange energy burst out from Lu Yaoyao's bone knife like wind pressure. More than a dozen besieging green spirit wolves were knocked over by this force and then crashed into a ball. The second skill has a knockback effect. Then the terrifying high temperature and red light were released from Gu Yan's hands. The third skill. Firepower output. After a brief accumulation of special energy, it allows Gu Yan to ignore the release interval within a few seconds and release more than 10 fireballs with additional explosive effects in one breath. This is a very scary area damage skill. As the rumbling sound was heard, fireballs were released at high speed as Gu Yan closed his hands. It exploded among the gathered wolves with terrifying high temperatures and explosive effects. In an instant, wolf limbs and broken pieces of flesh were scattered all around. 3 seconds passed in a flash. Gu Yan's output was about to fizzle out. On the other hand, there were 2 or 3 lucky wolves in the pack who survived by relying on the bodies of their companions. At this time, both Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao's conditions had declined. Although there will be no danger, there is a high possibility that the surviving green spirit wolf will escape. This is obviously unacceptable. so Gu Yan immediately looked at Tang Hao. At this moment, Tang Hao released his second strong and long-lasting shot. Just as Gu Yan guessed, the fire output that originally lasted only 3 seconds was extended again. Although this duration only lasts for a second. But it was enough for Gu Yan to shoot several explosive fireballs at the survivors in 1 second. Accompanied by the screams of the last 2 green spirit wolves, Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao successfully cleared out all the green spirit wolves at the scene. The 3 girls who were so tense finally couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Gu Yan took a quick look and confirmed that they had simply fainted from exhaustion and were not seriously injured. After waiting for a while, Chen Yun returned. I have dealt with those green spirit wolves. Evacuate now. As he spoke, Chen Yun threw a packet of medicine powder to Gu Yan, and then she picked up a female awakening master in each of her left and right hands. Lu Yaoyao carried the remaining awakening master on his back. Tang Hao followed behind the 2 of them. Gu Yan walked at the end, sprinkling medicine powder on the road from time to time. More than 10 minutes later, the 8 mid-level blue spirit wolves that had rushed out of the chaotic beast group finally arrived. Each of them is twice the size of a primary blue spirit wolf, with shiny blue fur, and its silver needle-like fur is stained with blood. This is all due to the strange beasts that get in the way along the way. Then they began to check the scene. Then use your keen sense of smell to track the enemy as usual. But just as he turned on the smell perception, he was immediately hit by a pungent smell. Suddenly, these green spirit wolves let out a burst of violent howls. On the other hand, Tang Hao and his group followed the traces left by other strange beasts, and their speed was much faster than when they came. More than an hour later, everyone met military personnel who were out to meet them. After realizing that a tide of strange beasts might break out in the jungle military immediately took action. A group of military awakening divisions were sent into the jungle to provide support. Try to rescue awakened masters who are in trouble as much as possible. Afterwards, accompanied by 2 military personnel, everyone finally returned to the military camp safely. Next, the military announced a temporary ban on the opening of the jungle alien space. The reason was very simple. They needed to concentrate all their efforts to suppress the beast tide in the alien space. Tang Hao's first trip to another space ended in a hurry. Perhaps for others, like Lu Yaoyao, there is regret because they did not get the essence of the black-horned rhinoceros. But for Tang Hao, this trip to the alien space was already very rewarding. At this time, the system interface. Current assist points, 240. Chapter 13, Living with a Goddess Teammate. Outside the dense forest alien space. Okay, I can only take you here. I have to go back and participate in the rescue. Anyway, I will be busy in the short term. After Chen Yun finished speaking, he patted Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao on the shoulders to cheer them on. And when it was Tang Hao's turn, Chen Yun gave another loving hug. He hugged me so tight that I could hardly breathe. Then Chen Yun said, "Keep going, little guy. Try to awaken a few more good skills. Who knows, one day I might need your assistance. Don't refuse my invitation then." Hearing this, Tang Hao quickly tried to break free from Chen Yun's embrace and said, "Sister Yun, be gentle. Anyway, as long as you ask, I will definitely agree." Okay, I'll remember that. Besides, the little guy's physique is too weak, he needs to exercise more. Otherwise, from now on, women will have to take the initiative, and you will always be on the bottom, haha. After Chen Yun finished speaking, he finally let go of Tang Hao, allowing the latter to finally breathe. At the same time, Tang Hao couldn't help but complain in his heart. That's easy to say. You all have attack attributes, and I'm just a support. Even if I train more, how can I surpass you? Next comes separation. Shen Yun waved to a few people and then turned and rushed into the other space to perform his military duties. The 3 of them walked towards the camp and then took a car back to the college. It was not until the moment he got off the car that Tang Hao felt as if he had just woken up from a dream. Awakening Master, Perception Assistance, Different Space, Awakening Skills, Life and Death Adventure. All of this is an experience that has never happened before. It added a different color to Tang Hao's bleak decade. At this time, Gu Yan said, "Tang Hao, you should still live in school now." Listening to Gu Yan's words, Tang Hao nodded. Then Gu Yan said, "As mentioned before, our next goal is the National Elite Competition. This will inevitably require some special training, which will be somewhat inconvenient if you still live in the college. Furthermore, the college also encourages students to actively go out and gain experience and grow. So, have you ever thought about moving out? Move out? Tang Hao was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously asked, where are we moving to? Tang Hao asked without waiting for Gu Yan to speak. Lu Yaoyao on the side said as a matter of course, where else can we go? Of course it's our place. Gu Yan also said, Yaoyao and I have a house in Jiling City. There are still many empty rooms in the house. It's no problem for you to move in. Is this, living together? And it was with Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao. For a moment, Tang Hao was at a loss. Apart from the orphanage where he lived as a child, Tang Hao has always lived alone in the school dormitory. Now I'm living with two girls all of a sudden, which feels a bit weird. So, Tang Hao said, isn't this inappropriate? Hearing this, Lu Yaoyao shook her light blue hair and said, what's inappropriate? You're just a weakling, and we're not afraid of us, so what are you afraid of? Besides, you are here to live on the first floor, so there will be no problem as long as you don't go to the second floor. Humph, if you dare to go up to the second floor, I will teach you a lesson with my fists. After Lu Yaoyao finished speaking, she clenched her pink fists in front of Tang Hao. This thing has strangled strange beasts to death with its bare hands. Still very intimidating. Seeing this, Gu Yan knocked on the playful Lu Yaoyao and said, don't listen to Yaoyao's nonsense. Whether you live on the first or second floor, it is not a forbidden area. You must knock before entering our room. This is the respect between men and women, even if we go to find you. So, can you move here for the upcoming training? After hearing what Gu Yan said, Tang Hao agreed. Okay, wait for me, I'm going back to the dormitory to pack my things. After hearing Tang Hao's answer, Gu Yan smiled and said, no problem, I'll just go and drive the car over. After saying that, the three of them separated. Tang Hao returned to the dormitory. Because male assistants have always been scarce, the male dormitories in the college are all single rooms. Most of the daily necessities in the dormitory are distributed by the college. There are not many things that belong to Tang Hao. A second-hand laptop, a second-hand smartphone, and some spare clothes, that's basically it. Of course, you also need to report to the dormitory manager. The dormitory manager was not surprised. After all, as an awakening master, she had to stay in the different space for many days from time to time, so there was no need to even check the students' dormitories. Students who report as seriously as Tang Hao are even rarer. After doing all this, Tang Hao pulled a suitcase and walked out of the college. As we were approaching the college gate, someone called out Tang Hao. Tang Hao turned his head. It turned out to be a girl in Fong Ting's dormitory. When Tang Hao and Fong Ting were dating, she had always been around. Now, as the female roommate shouted, the man and woman walking in front of the girl suddenly stopped and looked back. Tang Hao could see clearly that the girl among the boy and girl was Fong Ting. At this time, the other party was holding the boy intimately, with the same happy expression on her face as when she was dating herself. However, Fong Ting felt unnatural for a moment after seeing Tang Hao, but she quickly held the boy's arm tightly again. Fong Ting's eyes were calm, and she still maintained a faint smile, but when she looked at Tang Hao, there was a hint of dismissal in her expression. At this time, the boy next to him seemed to notice something. Asked Fong Ting, Ting, who is he? See the boy and ask. Fong Ting then said, Brother Ming, do you remember the ex-boyfriend I mentioned to you? When the boy named Minggu heard this, he suddenly remembered and said, so you are Tang Hao who awakened the talent of waste. As he spoke, a hint of contempt appeared in the boy's eyes. There is a chain of contempt in the support circle. Among them, the perception talent will undoubtedly be despised by the other three auxiliary talents in the early stage. After the boy heard that Tang Hao was the perception assistant, he had no interest in asking whether the two were right or wrong. Anyway, in the eyes of boys, a loser with poor perception talent doesn't deserve to have a girlfriend. At this moment, Fong Ting also said, Tang Hao, it is indeed difficult to perceive talent in the early stage, but if you can persist, it will always be easier when you awaken new talents after reaching the intermediate stage. After meeting each other for a while, I believe that gold will always shine. After Fong Ting finished speaking, the boy next to her clapped for her while trying not to laugh. But just as the two were about to leave, a light blue figure suddenly came to Tang Hao's side. The boy was stunned when he saw this figure. Then Lu Yaoyao said, who did I think he was? Isn't this Waste Ming? I remember you were a support in the same class as me. How come you're still a level 2 support after 3 years? TSK. This qualification is really poor. As soon as Lu Yaoyao opened her mouth, the boy named Ming's face turned red instantly. Although he and Lu Yaoyao were both third-year students, he almost had to repeat the grade because he failed to advance to the third grade. Fortunately, the school allowed him to be promoted to the third grade because he was a rare male assistant. But this also made him a joke in the third grade circle. Hearing this, the boy Amin wanted to get angry. But he looked at Lu Yaoyao's raised fist. He really can't do it. Holding back his anger, the boy Amin could only say with a hint of resignation, "Lu Yaoyao, you and Gu Yan have offended Brother Fei. You won't be able to laugh for long. I'm waiting to see how ugly your defeat will be in the representative competition. Let us go." After saying that, the boy Ming and the somewhat surprised Fong Ting quickly left. However, when the latter left, he kept looking at Tang Hao and Lu Yaoyao, as if he wanted to see the relationship between them. Chapter 14 Skill Upgrade. When he arrived at the house where Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao lived, Tang Hao was still somewhat surprised. "I thought Gu Yan and her friends had just bought a commercial house in Jinling City, but they ended up taking them to a villa complex." After Gu Yan's car was parked steadily in the garage, 2 hired ants came up to help pack up. After getting off the car, Tang Hao and the other 2 took the elevator upstairs. As the elevator opens, bright decor and a spacious living room appear before your eyes. But before Tang Hao could take a closer look, he heard 2 thuds of shoes hitting the ground, and then Lu Yaoyao fell on the sofa without caring about her image at all. For a moment, Lu Yaoyao showed off her exquisite curves. But when Tang Hao thought that this was a violent woman, all his thoughts disappeared immediately. Lu Yaoyao, who was lying there, was still complaining. This trip to the jungle was so unlucky. First, the black rhino essence never appeared, and then we encountered a wave of exotic beasts. "Sister Gu Yan, am I having bad luck lately?" Gu Yan smiled when she heard that. She didn't think Lu Yaoyao was unlucky, she just had some illusions. It is difficult to obtain the essence of an exotic beast even after killing hundreds of them. Some people even kill thousands of exotic beasts to get it. Lu Yaoyao had only hunted a few, so one could only say that they were taking a chance, so it was normal that nothing happened. If you just hunt dozens of exotic beasts, you can get an exotic beast essence. That's abnormal. However, seeing Lu Yaoyao's lazy and unpresentable look, Gu Yan still warned. "Yaoyao, there will be one more person in the family from now on, so you should remember to change your bad dressing habits. Otherwise, if someone sees something they shouldn't see, I won't stand by you." After Gu Yan finished speaking, Lu Yaoyao stretched his head and looked at Tang Hao beside him. "I understand. From now on, I will wrap myself up tightly whenever I leave the room. Is that okay?" After saying that, Lu Yaoyao continued to lie down. Anyway, she didn't plan to get up before dinner. Next, Gu Yan went to take care of some things, and Tang Hao put the things he brought into the room. Finally, some free time. After a simple arrangement, Tang Hao called out to the system in his heart. Next, let us look at the panel data. Host, Tang Hao. First talent, Perception. Level 1 skill slots, Smell Perception Basic, Firm and Long Lasting Basic. Current assist points, 240. Click on Firm and Lasting and the skill details will appear. Firm and Durable Beginner Level LV 610. Looking at the skill progress bar, for more skill points will allow it to be upgraded to the intermediate level. This made Tang Hao drool. He said nothing and started drawing the lottery. As the lottery machine started working, Tang Hao gained 41 skill points without any trouble. Well, it seems the treasure chests are not ordinary difficult to find. Without saying anything, Tang Hao added all 4 of his newly acquired skill points to Firmness and Endurance. Skill Endurance has reached entry level LV 1010, meeting the skill upgrade conditions. Skill upgrade in progress? Just the next second after the system sound rang. Tang Hao's skill panel has changed. Firm and Lasting Intermediate. Seeing this change, Tang Hao immediately clicked on the skill details to see what had changed. Tenacious and Persistent, the target status remains constant for a period of time duration, 30%. Added, the new effect of this skill can be released a second time to offset 30% of the target's negative status. Note, this skill has no lingering effect if used a second time. Releasing the skill a second time can offset 30% of the negative status? Tang Hao was thinking about the added effect of Firm and Lasting after being promoted to the intermediate level. As far as he knew, general status skills would have a short period of weakness after being released. Just like Lu Yaoyao. According to Lu Yaoyao, once she uses the skill of Double Strength, her physical condition will drop by 50% in the next minute. Combat effectiveness has dropped significantly. There's no way around it, this is a side effect of many status skills. If it was at this time, Tang Hao would use the skill for the second time towards Lu Yaoyao based on the effect of firmness and durability, although Lu Yaoyao would not continue the state of doubled strength. However, the original 50% reduction will now be reduced by 30%, which means that it will only drop by 20% in the next minute. Maintain 80% of its combat effectiveness. This is enough to allow Lu Yaoyao to better overcome his weak period and even have the strength to fight. Sure. After Tang Hao understood the upgraded effect of firm and long-lasting, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. This skill is of great help to Lu Yaoyao, Gu Yan, and others. As a support, it is very important that your skills provide better help to your teammates. But when Tang Hao looked at the strong and persistent subsequent promotion requirements, he couldn't help feeling helpless. Firm and durable intermediate level LV0100. The requirement for advancement to a higher level is 100 skill points, which is the same as the perception talent. Of course, this is not a big deal. You can always get it by spending more time. But what annoyed Tang Hao was that he found that after firm and endurance was promoted to a mid-level skill, the cost of releasing it on the same person was not much the first time, but the cost of releasing it a second time was very high. In Tang Hao's current situation, he can only release the complete firm and lasting to one person once at most, and then he will be drained. What is this? The skills are very good, but the mana bar is not good. And you still want to upgrade your firmness and endurance to a higher level? Forget it. High-level skills are too far away and I can't upgrade them for the time being. With such a clear understanding, Tang Hao's next choice was very simple. That is to upgrade smell perception to an intermediate skill. Then Tang Hao invested all 200 auxiliary points in one breath. Give me a 20-draw combo. Accompanied by a burst of colorful splendor. The system actually made a mechanical sound. You gain 21 skill points. Click on Smell Perception and the skill details will appear. Smell Perception Beginner Level 010. Tang Hao added 10 skill points to Smell Perception in one go. Then the same as before. Skilled Smell Perception has reached Beginner Level 1010, meeting the skill upgrade conditions. Skill upgrade in progress? Scent Perception Intermediate Level 0100. After the upgrade was completed, Tang Hao immediately checked the skill details of Odor Perception. Sense, a passive skill that can be toggled on and off. Activating it consumes a small amount of energy. This skill allows the user to sense creatures within a 100-meter radius, acquiring vague information about them. New effect added, the user can track the target through the residual scent. Is this scent tracking? Tang Hao looked at the new effect of smell perception and inexplicably thought of a scene where a hound was chasing criminals based on the smell at the scene. That is to say, in addition to the normal odor perception within 100 meters. Tang Hao now has another skill, which is to track the enemy to a certain extent through the remaining smell at the scene. This, how should I put it? Although it is a kind of auxiliary ability, the help of perception talent in frontal combat is indeed close to zero. The reputation of useless perception is well deserved. Chapter 15 Lu Yaoyao, Sister Will Love You. In the evening, in order to welcome Tang Hao's arrival, Gu Yan asked someone to prepare a table full of dishes. For Tang Hao, who had to live frugally and basically eat in the cafeteria since he was a child, this was really a rare feast. Soon Tang Hao was immersed in the delicious food. He even became an expert at showing off his fans. But as he was eating, Tang Hao discovered something was wrong. Because besides him, there was another person at the dinner table who was showing off his food like crazy. The road is long. The opponent was not as easy to deal with as before in the alien space. Instead, Lu Yaoyao used both hands to finish a large plate of meat and vegetables in just a few moves. The other person's appetite was like a bottomless pit, constantly devouring the dishes on the table. Lu Yaoyao, who was eating happily, seemed to sense Tang Hao's surprised gaze, raised her head and glanced at him, then continued as if nothing had happened. Gu Yan, who had already had a simple meal at this time, looked at the two gluttons at the table, a man and a woman, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth unconsciously. Looking at Tang Hao's astonished expression, he also said, Yaoyao used to eat some high-calorie biscuits privately to supplement in the different space before. She takes the physical route, which consumes much more energy than the average person. In fact, the more powerful the physical attack awakening masters are, the larger their appetite will be. Later on, ordinary food could no longer satisfy them. They would kill strange beasts and cook food directly in the alien space. Of course, the flesh and blood of alien beasts is difficult for ordinary awakened masters to digest, and only physical attack awakened masters can do it. So, all the top girls are big eaters? Well, if we don't go to the other space to have a bite to eat, we'll probably starve to death, right? In just such a short period of time, Lu Yaoyao's fighting power exploded, and she swept up all the dishes on the table. Seeing this, Tang Hao finally couldn't sit still anymore. There are many delicacies that he has never eaten, and they cannot be ruined by a big eater. Afterwards, several of the best dishes that Lu Yaoyao had prepared to leave were eaten by Tang Hao first. This made Lu Yaoyao immediately unhappy and shouted, "Tang Hao!" However, despite Lu Yaoyao's warning of grinding her teeth, Tang Hao still ate slowly. He really couldn't bear to see such delicious food being swallowed by the other party. So, a dinner table 1.0 food fight broke out between Tang Hao and Lu Yaoyao. This scene fell into the eyes of Gu Yan, who was on the other side of the dinner table. The latter was supporting her chin with one hand and watching the two people playing with a smile on her face. After a long time, dinner table 1.0 came to an end and the nannies cleaned the table. Lu Yaoyao and Tang Hao glared at each other. Tang Hao had been suspected of stealing her love long before, and now he was actually stealing food from her at the dinner table. It's so abominable. In response to this, Tang Hao was calm and composed. At the dinner table, everyone depended on their own ability, and whoever ate first got the food. At this time, Gu Yan, who had seen enough of the show, clapped his hands and signaled the two to calm down. Then he said, "Okay, let's talk about the next training plan. There is still more than a month left before the college representative competition, and we need to prepare well during this period. The first is the team issue. A formal awakening team usually consists of 5 people, 2 physical attackers, 2 special attackers, and 1 support. However, the representative competition is a little different. In addition to the 5 official players, 1 reserve player is also allowed. So strictly speaking, it's a 6-man team. 6 people, what about the remaining 3? Tang Hao did not forget what Ming said in school. On the way back, Lu Yaoyao also told Tang Hao what had happened. To put it bluntly, the third-year male assistant in Gu Yan's team pursued Gu Yan a lot. He knew how important the elite competition was to Gu Yan, so he wanted to use the competition to force Gu Yan to agree to be his girlfriend. But I didn't expect Gu Yan to be so tough and refuse sternly. This immediately made the opponent angry and embarrassed, and he took the remaining 3 teammates away and formed another team. Once his team qualifies for the representative competition, Gu Yan will have no choice but to bow to him if she wants to participate in the elite competition. The reason why Gu Yan went to the first grade to look for an assistant was because the other party had too much influence in the second and third grade assistant circles. Sister Gu Yan, although the support issue has been resolved, the remaining 3 teammates will probably be very troublesome. The third-year female awakeners have basically formed teams early. If we want to find more people, we'll probably have to start from the second year. But we both know the difference between a second-level female awakener and a third-level female awakener. If we really hire 3 second-year students, they will just be a burden. Lu Yaoyao felt a little helpless when she said this. Their first step into the elite competition was extremely difficult. But surprisingly, Gu Yan did not feel worried at all after hearing what Tang Hao and Lu Yaoyao said. Then he said to the two of them, "Don't worry about the remaining teammates. I already have a solution." "What? Someone's chosen?" Lu Yaoyao was the first to be surprised. Such a big thing, and she had no idea about it. "Who is it? Do I know him? Is he powerful? What level is he?" Lu Yaoyao immediately started asking questions like a questioning baby. But for this question, Gu Yan just responded with a mysterious smile, and then said, "It's still a secret for now." Ah. Upon hearing this, Lu Yaoyao was immediately dumbfounded. Her sister Gu Yan actually kept such an important matter a secret from her. How abominable. But it was Sister Gu Yan who said that. So let's not get angry anymore. Anyway, don't worry about the rest of the team. Instead, there are 2 things that need to be dealt with next. 2 more? Tang Hao and Lu Yaoyao listened quietly. One is Tang Hao's level. Although you have 2 skills in 1 slot, just 1 amplification skill is still helpful. I hope that in the next month or so, you can get up to level 2 as much as possible. That way, you will be able to cope with the upcoming representative competition. Hearing this, Tang Hao nodded. The level is indeed a flaw. If the level is too low, even the blue bar will not be effective. So Tang Hao said after listening, "I will try my best to practice." The other thing is actually about Tang Hao. For an assistant, in addition to using skills to assist teammates, the most important thing is the ability to survive on the battlefield. Otherwise, no matter how powerful your auxiliary ability is, it will be meaningless if the opponent can easily eliminate you. Therefore, you need to do a certain degree of survival training, especially when facing a physical attack awakener who is cutting the back row. You must be able to hold on until our people come back to support you. In this regard, you need to take time out every day to train with Yao Yao. After Gu Yan finished speaking, Tang Hao suddenly had a bad feeling. When I turned around, I saw Lu Yao Yao rubbing his hands together, looking expectant. Xiao Hao Hao, sister will love you very much. As he spoke, Lu Yao Yao sat down next to Tang Hao, put one hand on Tang Hao's shoulder without any image, and showed a smug look on his face. Regarding this, Tang Hao's heart is. Chapter 16 Basic Skills. For the next month, Tang Hao used the Alien Beast Core to practice during the day. He was very clear about his current shortcoming, which was that his level was too low, which directly led to the fact that no matter how many skill points Tang Hao had, it would be useless. Therefore, concentrating on cultivation and upgrading is the top priority. And at night, he has to undergo special training. To put it bluntly, Tang Hao is hiding and Lu Yao Yao is chasing him. Isn't there a saying that goes like this? Come and catch me, if you catch me I'll let you he he he. As a result, Tang Hao only lasted a few seconds longer today than before. What about the consequences of being caught? What are you thinking about? All I saw was Tang Hao being thrown over the shoulder by Lu Yao Yao onto the air cushion beside him. Although the fall did not cause any substantial damage, Tang Hao was still very dizzy and it was not a pleasant experience. Then Lu Yao Yao clapped her hands and said, Xiao Hao Hao, why haven't you made obvious progress recently? Some time ago, you could still hold on for more than 10 seconds, but recently you can't even hold on for 10 seconds. You can't do this. According to general support survival standards, if a support is cut off from the back row by the opponent, he must at least hold on for 10 seconds to have a chance of survival. This is called pulling. And if they really choose to cut the back row, it is usually done by an agility attack awakener. Under the same circumstances, the opponent's speed is much faster than that of the strength system Lu Yao Yao. If Tang Hao couldn't even hold out for 10 seconds against Lu Yao Yao, then he probably wouldn't last even 5 seconds against the agile attack type. In response to this, Tang Hao, who had finally regained some color, immediately retorted indignantly, Lu Yao Yao, Sister Gu Yan was here some time ago, so it was normal for you to take action. But Sister Gu Yan has been out for the past 2 days, and you've been getting more vicious each time. Do you think I don't know? Speaking of this, Tang Hao couldn't help but grit his teeth. This violent woman actually attacked him in private just because she snatched a few bites of food at the dinner table. Even the force of being thrown onto the air cushion was much greater than before. This is called taking revenge for personal gain. Thinking of this, Tang Hao stared at Lu Yao Yao fiercely. After hearing what Tang Hao said, the latter showed 2 rows of white teeth and said with a smile on his face, "Oh, you misunderstood me. Weren't you just starting out a while ago? I wanted to be gentle, but now that you've almost gotten used to it, I can only play at my normal level." After Lu Yao Yao finished speaking, she looked at Tang Hao's angry face. I feel a little proud inside. I told you not to snatch Sister Gu Yan from me, I told you not to snatch the dishes I like to eat, humph. However, fearing that Tang Hao would tell Gu Yan about it, Lu Yao Yao continued, besides, when it comes to the competition, everyone will give their all. If I hold back on you now, I will be harming you. Not to mention, I'm just a strength-type awakening master, and the real battlefield is full of agility-type awakening masters rushing over. If you can't even stand up to me, how can you stand up to those agile attack awakening masters? After Lu Yao Yao finished speaking, she couldn't help but want to applaud herself. What she said was righteous and flawless. Even Gu Yan couldn't find any fault with it. Tang Hao didn't refute these words with a gloomy look. He just said unhappily, I know it's right for you to catch me. It doesn't matter how hard you try. But what I want to say is that you hit me harder and harder each time when you threw me down. It started out as a normal throw, but now it's upgraded to an over-the-shoulder throw? Is this also part of the training? Now that I'm caught by you, I'm out, okay? Do you dare to say later that it wasn't revenge? After Tang Hao finished speaking, Lu Yao Yao's eyes wandered with guilt, but she still insisted, I do this to improve your physique. You see, only a physique that has been tempered can become more flexible and stronger. Hearing this, Tang Hao was speechless for a moment. This Lu Yao Yao is simply lying with his eyes open. He is just a support. Being able to simply pull and dodge is the limit. Given Mao's strong physique, can he, as a support, really fight against the aggressive female awakener? The growth curves of both parties are completely at different levels, okay? The resentment on Tang Hao's face grew even more intense. Lu Yaoyao also felt more guilty under the stare. In a hurry, Lu Yaoyao said, "How about I give you some compensation?" Compensate? Tang Hao looked at Lu Yaoyao's delicate body, which was slightly sweaty after exercise, her fair skin and slender figure. However, before Tang Hao could think about it, Lu Yaoyao said, "Hey, I'll teach you the required courses for our physical attack awakening masters. It will definitely make you stronger." Required courses? Can it make people stronger? What is that? At Tang Hao's curiosity, Lu Yao then said softly, "Basic skills." Hearing this, Tang Hao was stunned for a moment, then his head was full of question marks. Isn't that only your physical attacks can be cultivated? Even a strange attack like Guyan can't cultivate it? Tang Hao had also heard about the basic skills that Lu Yaoyao mentioned in class. It is a training technique to exercise the body and improve physical fitness. It is said that it is very difficult to practice. Due to their innate conditions, physical attack awakening masters are so-so in their training. However, it is very difficult for male assistants and female attackers to practice, and the phrase "twice the effort for half the result" is not enough to describe it. Therefore, gradually, the basic skills became the exclusive training method for female physical attacks. At this moment, Tang Hao was speechless after hearing what Lu Yaoyao said. "You've never thought about compensating me properly?" Facing Tang Hao's questioning, Lu Yaoyao turned her head away and whistled softly, showing no remorse at all. "Damn you, body attacker. Just wait and don't let me find a chance to punish you." After Tang Hao finished speaking, he was about to walk outside. However, Lu Yaoyao stopped him with a smug look on his face. "Come on, it's still early. Let's train for a while. I'll teach you some basic skills while we're at it. What if you're a little genius?" Hearing this, Tang Hao cursed. But in the end, he couldn't withstand the opponent's strong fist and chose to learn. "And that's how I studied for a while." A mechanical sound suddenly sounded in Tang Hao's mind. New skills have been included. Tang Hao, who was thrown onto the air cushion by Lu Yaoyao again, no longer cared about the dizziness. He called the system in his heart. The next second, the system panel popped out. I saw that there was an extra skill in the skill column. Basic skill, basic level 010. Effect, can slightly improve the practitioner's physique. I didn't expect the system to include basic skills in the skill panel. What does this mean? Tang Hao looked at his skill point balance. After upgrading both firm endurance and smell perception, there were still 10 skill points left. Tang Hao originally planned to wait until he was promoted to level 2 and use these 10 skill points to quickly upgrade an awakening skill. But now. At this time, Tang Hao looked at Lu Yaoyao, who was clapping his hands proudly on the other side. Done. Tang Hao directly added 10 skill points to basic skills. It was agreed that although this thing is difficult to practice, it can definitely improve your physical fitness. Tang Hao also wanted to see what the effect would be. Skill basic skill has reached basic level 1010, meeting the skill upgrade conditions. Skill upgrade in progress? The next second, a new prompt appeared. Basic skills entry level 0100. Chapter 17 Powerful entry level basic skills. Upgraded. Tang Hao immediately checked the upgraded basic skills. I didn't pay attention to it before, but now I realize that the basic skill levels are not divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced like awakening skills. Its first two skill levels are basic and entry. In other words, basic skills and awakening skills are two completely different systems? But the good news is that upgrading basic skills again only requires 100 skill points. After a little thought, Tang Hao ignored it. As long as he upgraded, it was fine. Then Tang Hao couldn't wait to check the changes brought about by the upgrade of basic skills. Click Skill Details. Basic skills can improve the practitioner's physical fitness. There are no new effects, only the skill description has changed. Compared to before, the word small amount is missing in the skill description. That's a really concise description, but the question is, how do the corresponding values change? In this regard, this basic skill is not as clear and straightforward as the awakening skill. This made Tang Hao very distressed. I can't see any changes at all. Tang Hao was thrown down again and then lay there with lifeless eyes. Not a very smart look. Lu Yaoyao felt something was wrong. Did I use too much force just now and throw him somewhere? That shouldn't be the case. He should be protected by the air cushions and won't be hurt. After thinking about it, Lu Yaoyao walked up to Tang Hao and pulled him to see what was going on. Just at this time, Tang Hao couldn't see any changes in the data, so he simply wanted to use Lu Yaoyao to test the changes in her physical condition. Seeing Lu Yaoyao reaching out to him, Tang Hao grabbed her directly. Seeing this, Lu Yaoyao said without panic, "Okay, Xiaohao, if you want to take revenge on your sister, I will see how strong you are." Seeing that Tang Hao was fine, Lu Yaoyao thought that the other party had been planning this for a long time and wanted to fight back. But this scene was a joke in Lu Yaoyao's eyes. What power can a weak support like you have? Because of this, Lu Yaoyao hardly cared and just wanted to see how Tang Hao humiliated himself. However, things often develop unexpectedly. The next second, Tang Hao pulled it hard. Lu Yaoyao only felt that there was a ferocious beast exerting force on the other end of her arm. The sudden change caught Lu Yaoyao off guard, and the girl with long light blue hair suddenly fell to the side. Finally, it hit Tang Hao with a bang. Then Tang Hao and Lu Yaoyao looked at each other with their noses a few centimeters apart. Both of them looked confused. Huh? Why was she so easily pulled over by me? What's going on? Where does Tang Hao get so much strength? It was not until their breath hit each other's face that they regained some consciousness. Just when the two were about to do something, there was a burst of applause. It was Gu Yan who came in the middle of the night out of worry. She originally just wanted to remind Lu Yaoyao not to bully Tang Hao. Who knew that I would see such an exciting scene as soon as I came in? Have these two developed feelings for each other while fighting? Are they planning to become closer relatives? Subconsciously, Gu Yan couldn't help but applaud. It was precisely because of the clapping that the two people who were close to each other were startled. The next second, both of them were separated into pieces at a terrifying speed. Tang Hao was still looking at his palm in disbelief. Lu Yaoyao had already rushed to Gu Yan's side and explained, "Sister Gu Yan, please listen to my explanation. We are not what you think. In my heart, there has always been only one person." Gu Yan felt nothing about this, and even wanted to hold his forehead with his hand. This girl is good in every way, except for one thing that gives her a headache. Seeing that Gu Yan had no reaction, Lu Yaoyao continued to explain, "It was all Tang Hao's fault. He pretended to be injured just now. I looked at him out of kindness, but he actually attacked me without any martial ethics. I was careless for a moment and was dragged over by Tang Hao, and then what you just saw happened. Sister Gu Yan, please don't misunderstand me." In this regard, Gu Yan actually hoped that this misunderstanding was true. At least she wouldn't have to worry about Lu Yaoyao anymore. But then again, Lu Yaoyao is a physical attack awakening master, and her physical fitness is far superior to Gu Yan. Not to mention an auxiliary. Plus Lu Yaoyao's years of experience in fighting in different spaces. Even if Tang Hao, a level 1 auxiliary with little power, launches a sneak attack, Lu Yaoyao should be able to react in the middle. Then how did Tang Hao succeed just now? Thinking of this, Gu Yan looked at Tang Hao, who was still deep in thought, and asked, "Tang Hao, what happened just now?" Even if Yaoyao was careless, she shouldn't have been tricked so easily. Listening to Gu Yan's words, Tang Hao was also a little confused. After all, according to his understanding, Lu Yaoyao is a 3rd-level physical attack awakener, and a strength type 1. Just now, Tang Hao just wanted to give it a try and didn't think it would succeed. The result was that the two people were close to each other, staring at each other. I'm not sure either. It seems like my body has undergone some changes since I started practicing the basic skills a while ago. Because Tang Hao has no actual data, he is not sure how much his physical fitness has increased. Anyway, let us push the problem to Lu Yaoyao first. She was the one who taught the stuff, so if anything goes wrong, she should be responsible. Basic skills? Gu Yan also knew that this was Lu Yaoyao's strong point. So, look at Lu Yaoyao. The latter was confused at this time. What a joke! She had just taught Tang Hao not long ago, how could he possibly gain anything right away? Basic skills are difficult, okay? Sister Gu Yan, I taught Tang Hao the basic skills. My original intention was to improve his physical fitness a little bit so that we could buy more time to fight. But you should know how difficult this thing is to practice. I'm still stuck on the basics, and he just learned it tonight, so how could it be effective so quickly? Lu Yaoyao walked to the air cushion and stretched out a hand to Tang Hao, saying, "Pull it again and let me see." This time, Lu Yaoyao was mentally prepared. She didn't believe that Tang Hao could still unleash such strange power. In response to this, Tang Hao very sincerely reached out and shook Lu Yaoyao's hand. The next second, Tang Hao exerted force. Lu Yaoyao was just about to respond calmly. But then an astonishing force came from Tang Hao's arm. With a puff, the two of them collided again. Lu Yaoyao was stunned at this moment. What on earth just happened? She was sure she was prepared and had put up some resistance. She is a third-level power-based physical attacker. There's no reason to lose. But the result was that she lost in strength to a weak level 1 support. What kind of support is this? His physical strength can kill her, a level 3 strength-type physical attacker, in seconds. At this moment, not only was Lu Yaoyao dumbfounded, but Tang Hao himself also never expected it. No, this basic skill is so powerful? Just by reaching the entry level, the power can surpass that of a third-level strength and physical attack master? At the same time, Gu Yan's expression was also interesting. Obviously, this result far exceeded her expectations. How powerful is Tang Hao at this moment? Judging from Gu Yan's perspective, he is not inferior to a mid-level physical attacker? You call this kind of person an assistant? Chapter 18, Cutting the Back Row? Who cuts whom? Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao were both surprised at Tang Hao's change. Then Lu Yaoyao rolled over and got off Tang Hao. She looked at Tang Hao with a look of surprise and doubt. The latter still looked weak, but the power that just erupted was so strong that even she couldn't resist it. She actually lost to a support in front of Gu Yan. It's so embarrassing. As Lu Yaoyao thought about it, an abnormal blush appeared on her face. Then, Lu Yaoyao grabbed Tang Hao's collar and asked, "Xiaohao, you'd better explain to me what's going on." Gu Yan, who was standing by, saw this scene but didn't bother to stop it. It was obvious that even with Gu Yan's intelligence, she couldn't see through Tang Hao. It's not surprising that someone has achieved 2 skills in 1 slot. It's just a talent at best. But what about the power that Tang Hao just exploded? How could a support like him possess that kind of power? Don't talk about natural supernatural powers. It's not like she hasn't seen Tang Hao act like a weakling before. At this moment, facing the questioning gazes of his 2 female teammates, Tang Hao was also overwhelmed for a moment. Who knew that this basic skill was so powerful? He originally thought that improving his basic skills would give him some physical strength to make up for the lack of auxiliary talents. But he never expected that this basic skill was only upgraded from basic to entry, but it actually allowed him to crush Lu Yaoyao in terms of strength. Who could have imagined this? But I have to give an explanation. There is no other way. The system certainly can't tell me, so I'll just tell the truth in another way. In fact, I feel like I've changed as a person after learning the basic skills. When Lu Yaoyao threw me down so hard just now, I felt like my body was opened up for an instant. Then I inexplicably felt a lot more strength in my body. You can see that I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Tang Hao's expression was extremely sincere when he spoke at this time, and his words were 9 truths and 1 lie. Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao looked at Tang Hao, and for a moment they couldn't tell what he was saying was a lie. Then they both thought of the key. Tang Hao felt as if his body had been opened up. This made them think of a possibility. Basic skill breakthrough. The reason why Lu Yaoyao has always insisted on practicing basic skills is that although these things are difficult to practice, once a breakthrough is made, it can bring about a qualitative leap in one's physical fitness. Tang Hao went from being a weak assistant to being able to crush Lu Yaoyao in terms of strength. This situation does seem to be consistent with a breakthrough in basic skills. But the problem is, are you cheating? Lu Yaoyao grabbed Tang Hao's collar even harder at this moment, and moved closer to Tang Hao again. 2 rows of white teeth were constantly rubbing against each other. She has been practicing basic skills for more than 2 years, but she is still only about 60 to 70% of the way there. But Tang Hao only practiced for half a night. Just a few hours. He broke through. Is there any justice in the world? Lu Yaoyao was so angry at this moment that she wanted to hit someone. This is so depressing. Gu Yan, who was originally preparing to stop the fight, was about to take action, but suddenly saw Tang Hao and Lu Yaoyao so close to each other, and for a moment he chose to wait and see with an ambiguous expression. It seems that this progress is also good. As for Tang Hao in the field, he felt uncomfortable. After all, it is not a good thing for anyone to be grabbed by the collar and the other person looks at him with gritted teeth. Do you want to resist? But he feels guilty. Because what Lu Yaoyao said really hit the chord, he cheated. After staring at Tang Hao for a few seconds, Lu Yaoyao was extremely unwilling, but she still let Tang Hao go. After taking a few deep breaths, Lu Yaoyao looked at Tang Hao with a complicated and helpless look. There really are freaks like this in this world who can level up their basic skills in just half a night, and she just happened to run into him. After trying his best to comfort himself a few times, Lu Yaoyao asked, besides the increase in strength, what about other aspects? Basic skills improve physical fitness, and physical fitness includes strength, speed, and defense. These correspond to the three main talents of physical attack: strength, agility, and defense. You should have improved more than one power, right? Then, without waiting for Tang Hao to answer, Lu Yaoyao attacked Tang Hao directly. Gu Yan was so interested that he brought a small stool and watched Lu Yaoyao's test from the side. 10 minutes later. As the test ended, Lu Yaoyao was almost in despair. Tang Hao has no offensive skills, whether it is strength, speed, or defense. She is not even as good as any of them. It's so infuriating. I really want to hit her, but without her skills and bone knife, I can't break her defense. At this moment, Lu Yaoyao was deeply shocked. Is this an assist? Shouldn't assistance be something like a little chicken that can be easily controlled? Why is this support so tanky? If someone cuts off the back row, it seems that it will not be a matter of holding on for 10 seconds. But the opponent is an agile attack awakener, and it is a big problem whether he can break the defense within 10 seconds. Lu Yaoyao even felt that the agile attacker who came to cut the back row might be beaten. It's outrageous. At this time, Gu Yan, who had watched the entire test, stood up and walked over. She first touched Lu Yaoyao's head to comfort him. Then Gu Yan's eyes couldn't help but light up. Tang Hao, I didn't expect you to bring me another surprise. To be honest, even if I hadn't threatened to leave the team before, I had no confidence that I could make it into the top 10 of the elite competition. I could only take it one step at a time. But your appearance gives me hope again and again. By now, I even have a little confidence in breaking into the top 10. Thank you, Tang Hao. As Gu Yan spoke, she actually walked over and gave Tang Hao a big hug. In an instant, Tang Hao's nostrils were filled with the subtle fragrance of Gu Yan. As for Lu Yaoyao, who had just been comforted, she was hit again. One is a pat on the head, the other is a loving hug. Is there any need to say which is more important? Fortunately, the hug between the two did not last too long, which made Lu Yaoyao breathe a sigh of relief. Then Gu Yan said, since the problem of assisted survival has been solved, then in the next half month, Tang Hao, you only have one problem to solve. Promoted to the second level of the beginner level. This is indeed a very critical matter. In Gu Yan's opinion, once Tang Hao is promoted to level 2, she can take him to hunt a strange beast that has both perception and other auxiliary talents. By then, although Tang Hao will only be a second-level auxiliary, he will be able to possess perception, amplification, and another auxiliary skill at the same time. At the initial stage, you can combine 3 auxiliary talents into one. How amazing would such an assist be? As for being promoted to level 2, Tang Hao actually felt that it was almost enough. After all, in addition to survival training, Tang Hao has been practicing hard in the past month. So Tang Hao also said, I guess I can be promoted to level 2 in a few days. Hearing this, Gu Yan nodded and said, then you don't have to do anything these few days, just focus on your cultivation. Speaking of which, I've recently found a very good exotic beast for you. If you can successfully absorb its skills, it will be of great help to the team. Chapter 19 Promotion to Level 2. A week later, Tang Hao was promoted to the second level of the beginner level and unlocked the second skill slot. Gu Yan made arrangements immediately after receiving the news. The next day, the group took the high-speed rail to a neighboring city of Jinling. Anshan City. This is an old city in Anhui Province. It has been very close to Jinling City in recent years, and many people have jokingly called it Jinling's back garden. Thanks to the close relationship between the two cities. Although the students of Jinling Awakening College came to Anshan's alternate space across provinces, they did not need to apply for anything. At this time, Tang Hao and the other two took Anshan City's special bus to the alien space node in Anshan City. There are also military guards here. After Tang Hao and the other two showed their student ID cards from Jinling Awakening Academy, the military immediately let them pass without any surprise. After walking forward for a while, they saw a strange space releasing heat waves. Flame Cave. This is the famous fire-type alien space in Anhui Province, which has attracted fire-type awakening masters from the entire Anhui Province. Tang Hao and his team came here this time to hunt a very dangerous monster. Fire scorpion. This strange beast lives in the sandstone area deep in the fire cave. It has sensitive perception and can decide whether to show up by judging the strength of the enemy. At the same time, their combat effectiveness is extremely fierce. Because this exotic beast is extremely dangerous and difficult to hunt, there are very few fire scorpion beast cores and essences on the market. This time, Gu Yan took the risk to come here and try hunting for Tang Hao's second skill. The three first rented a few rooms and then reported their stay to the military. The guide was not considered for a simple reason. Once a mid-level awakening master followed, those fire scorpions could easily sense it and would not appear. For this reason, the three of them could only buy a map of the alien space. Just as the three were about to enter, a man's voice suddenly came from behind them. Gu Yan, long time no see. Hearing this voice, the three people who were waiting for the guide turned around. I only saw 6 people walking towards me from behind, 1 man and 5 women. This is a complete awakening team. The man who greeted them looked handsome, but his hands were roaming unscrupulously on the 2 female teammates. Even though the man looked tall and handsome, he gave people an indescribable feeling of disgust. Looking at Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao's displeased expressions, Tang Hao immediately guessed the man's identity. It should be the former teammate who threatened Gu Yan to be his girlfriend. At this time, Lu Yaoyao put his hands on his chest and said with an unhappy look on his face, Xiao Hongfei, I heard before that you have forced many girls privately and had unclear relationships with many girls. Now that he's separated from us, he's completely let loose, and it's disgusting to watch. In Lu Yaoyao's eyes, Xiao Hongfei is a complete scumbag. Relying on his well-off family background and a decent auxiliary talent, he often forces some girls to do things they don't want to do in the name of forming a team. This has long been no secret in Jinling Awakening Academy. Listening to Lu Yaoyao's words, Xiao Hongfei still had a smile on his face and said, Yaoyao, you are wrong. I, Xiao Hongfei, am the most outstanding third-level auxiliary awakening master in the academy. I have a good family background and good talents, and I'm also handsome. There's no need to force anything. I can just snap my fingers and there are countless women who would be willing to be my girlfriend. As for those rumors in the academy, they were nothing more than deliberate slander from some girls who had turned their love for me into hatred. While speaking, Xiao Hongfei reached out and brushed the chest of the female teammate next to him, causing the latter to feel embarrassed, but not angry at all. This made Xiao Hongfei even more proud and he said to Lu Yaoyao, you see, this is how it is. Only those who can't get my love will keep slandering me. Lu Yaoyao was extremely speechless about this shameless remark. The other party was so shameless that Lu Yaoyao was defeated by this shamelessness. Seeing that Lu Yaoyao didn't say anything, Xiao Hongfei once again looked at Gu Yan, who had an excellent figure and temperament. In Xiao Hongfei's opinion, the cousins Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao are definitely the most beautiful girls in the Elf Awakening Academy. One is dignified and elegant, the other is lively and cute. Among them, Gu Yan made Xiao Hongfei feel regretful that he could not get the love he wanted. However, there is still hope. As long as he can win the college representative competition, if Gu Yan still wants to participate in the elite competition, she can only come to him for help. Thinking of this, Xiao Hongfei began to look at Gu Yan unscrupulously. But the next second, a figure stood in front of Gu Yan. This made Xiao Hongfei frown and ask unhappily, who are you? At first, Xiao Hongfei didn't care about Tang Hao who was beside Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao. Because he was familiar with all the second and third year assistants in the entire academy, Tang Hao was not from the second or third year academy. So there is no need to care. But unexpectedly, Tang Hao's next words left Xiao Hongfei dumbfounded. Tang Hao acted like he deserved a beating and pretended to be ignorant. He actually took Gu Yan's hand and said, I'm the little puppy that Sister Gu Yan has been raising recently. I am always there for Sister Gu Yan when she is lonely. What? Don't you know? Xiao Hongfei found it hard to believe what Tang Hao said. He looked at Gu Yan. Based on his understanding of Gu Yan, she would not make such a joke. But the result was that Gu Yan had no expression on her face and did not refute. This made Xiao Hongfei's eyes widen and his hands tremble with anger. In his eyes, Gu Yan was someone he could not love but also a forbidden delicacy that no one could touch. Now, there was an unknown boy who not only touched Gu Yan, but also claimed to accompany her when she was lonely. Xiao Hongfei has dirty thoughts. He thinks that women will be taken advantage of when they are lonely, so he immediately thinks of the most disgusting things. In an instant, Xiao Hongfei actually developed a twisted feeling in his heart. He was hatted by a pretty boy. This is actually Xiao Hongfei judging others by his own standards. Anyway, Tang Hao never said those words, he just misunderstood them. But speaking of it, men understand men best. The more you cannot get the love you want, the more you care about the other person's words and actions. Before Xiao Hongfei got Gu Yan, what he hoped most was that Gu Yan would be independent and stay high up, waiting for him to conquer her. But now that he knew that Gu Yan had a boyfriend, and that something crucial might have happened between them, the previously unscrupulous and shameless Xiao Hongfei immediately broke down. Because in the eyes of the other party, Tang Hao's behavior is no less than the hatred of having his wife stolen. Seeing that Tang Hao's words alone made Xiao Hongfei's expression change drastically, and even looked furious. Lu Yaoyao immediately found Tang Hao much more pleasing to her eyes. This little brother is quite capable. It can be considered as a small revenge for her. As for Gu Yan, who was at the center of the topic, his eyes remained calm. She had no intention of paying any attention to Xiao Hongfei and just wanted to leave. I didn't expect Tang Hao to do this. But in terms of the results, Gu Yan did not object, even planning to lend a small helping hand. So, at certain moments, before Tang Hao could react, Gu Yan actually held Tang Hao's arm. The intimate behavior of the two seemed to completely confirm Xiao Hongfei's guess. Thinking about how he had been pursuing Gu Yan for so long, but the other party seemed to be indifferent to him. As a result, not long after they separated, something unexpected happened to the other party. Thinking that Gu Yan might no longer be pure, Xiao Hongfei shouted, almost crushing his teeth. "You two bastards! I want..." As Xiao Hongfei was about to order someone to do something, the Military Awakening Division on duty immediately gave him a warning look. Anyone who dares to cause trouble in the military camp will be expelled at the very least, or banned from entering any alternate dimension for life. Think of this iron rule. Xiao Hongfei broke out in a cold sweat instantly. He got scared. In the end, Xiao Hongfei could only stare at Gu Yan and Tang Hao as they entered the flame cave, until the three figures disappeared. Chapter 20, Fire Scorpion's 2 Auxiliary Skills. As soon as he entered the different space, Lu Yaoyao burst into laughter. "Ha, it's so satisfying to see that guy Xiao Hongfei get humiliated. Xiao Haoao, I didn't realize you're quite capable." Lu Yaoyao patted Tang Hao's shoulder as she spoke. After entering, Gu Yan had already separated from Tang Hao. The three of them just thought they were acting and did not seem to care too much. After hearing what Lu Yaoyao said, Tang Hao immediately said, "I've heard you say that guy is a scumbag before, and it's true when we met just now. To be honest, I did this because I heard you say that the other party had been pestering Sister Gu Yan, and I thought I would just vent my anger, but I didn't expect the other party to react so strongly. It seems that Sister Gu Yan holds a special place in his heart." Tang Hao finished speaking. Lu Yaoyao quickly said, "Pooh. What do you mean Sister Gu Yan holds a special place in his heart? It's obvious that Xiao Hongfei has some ill intentions. Anyway, Sister Gu Yan would never fall for that kind of trash, right, Sister Gu Yan?" Hearing this, Gu Yan casually replied while checking the map of the flame cave, "I really don't have any feelings for Xiao Hongfei. I made it very clear before." Hearing Gu Yan say this, Lu Yaoyao just felt that her sister Gu Yan was so charming, and then she couldn't help but give her a loving hug. As a result, Gu Yan ruthlessly dodged it. Unsuccessful, Lu Yaoyao asked Tang Hao with an aggrieved expression, "Xiao Haoao, why can you hug Sister Gu Yan, but I can't? It's not fair, I'm still a girl and it's not good enough." At this point, Lu Yaoyao pouted in dissatisfaction. Gu Yan seemed not to hear these words and walked ahead. Tang Hao looked at Lu Yaoyao and didn't want to answer. He has also noticed some problems during this period. Lu Yaoyao is a cousin Khan. This guy's motives are not pure. If I were Gu Yan, I wouldn't want to get too close to you. To some extent, Lu Yaoyao can also be considered a #1 female hooligan, but she only targets Gu Yan. Seeing that neither Tang Hao nor Gu Yan wanted to answer this question, Lu Yaoyao was unwilling to give up and kept harassing them, trying to get the answer. However, this situation only lasted for a few hours, and Lu Yaoyao became completely inactive. It is different from the comfortable dense forest space in Jinling City. Flame Cave. This alien space is just like its name, extremely hot. Just on the periphery, the temperature remains above 40 degrees Celsius regardless of day or night. The deeper you go, the higher the temperature becomes. Someone once reached the deepest part of the fire cave and found that the temperature there had already exceeded 100 degrees Celsius, and the core area was even shrouded in white mist. That thing is high-temperature water vapor. Once a living creature approaches, the heat released by the liquefied water vapor is enough to steam the person to death. They have not yet approached the depths of the fire cave, but the continuous scorching heat of over 40 degrees Celsius is unbearable for anyone. This also made Lu Yaoyao calm down. As they continued to go deeper, Gu Yan was in the best condition among the three. She is a fire-type attacker and has a natural adaptability to heat and flames. So Gu Yan walked in the Yen cave as easily as an ordinary person walking in the park. She doesn't even need to consume much water. The second one who was relatively relaxed was Tang Hao. That's right, the second most relaxed person is not Lu Yaoyao, but Tang Hao. Don't ever treat him as a weak support again. You should know that his current physical condition is comparable to that of a military guide, a definitely mid-level physical condition. With this kind of physique, Tang Hao can handle it with ease even if the temperature rises by another 10 degrees, let alone over 40 degrees. In contrast, Lu Yaoyao, who was the most lively before, became listless. Although the temperature of over 40 degrees Celsius was not very hot for her. But I can't stop the continuous loss of water from my body. As a result, among the three people, it was Lu Yaoyao who needed to constantly replenish water. Fortunately, the military in Yanku had marked some water sources on the map. The three of them moved towards the location of the fire scorpion, constantly replenishing water along the way, which was not a big problem. After a day of travel, the three of them successfully arrived at the outskirts of the Yanku. We set up camp on the spot at night. Tang Hao was the first to keep watch. At this time, he had accumulated another 50 auxiliary points in his system. These were all strange beasts that the three of them dealt with while on their journey. Now it is finally time for the exciting moment. Daozu, Buddha, please bless me and give me a treasure chest after 5 consecutive draws. After seeing the improvement effect brought by skill points, Tang Hao is looking forward to the treasure chest. If the skill points alone are so powerful, then the treasure chest must be a good thing too. Thinking of this, Tang Hao stared at the lottery machine. Following a flash of colorful lights. You gained 5 skill points. It's outrageous. Seeing that he failed again, Tang Hao even doubted whether the system would produce a treasure chest. This took about 30 or 40 times. Besides skill points, there are still skill points. Helplessly, Tang Hao could only put away 5 skill points. When you awaken new skills this time, these 5 skill points can be used immediately. Speaking of which, Tang Hao was quite envious of the Fire Scorpion's auxiliary skills. Fire Scorpion has 2 auxiliary skills. One is perception skills. It's called Earth Fluctuation. This skill is an active skill. By releasing this skill, you can detect all creatures within a range of 300 meters. It's similar to a bat's ultrasonic radar. The special thing is that this kind of detection can not only reflect the number of organisms within the range, but can even reflect their strength. That is quite impressive. At the same time, this skill not only has a wider range than smell perception, but the key is instant perception. Unlike smell perception, there is no delay due to the speed of smell transmission. The disadvantages are also obvious, that is, the alien space is so large that it is impossible to release it once every 300 meters. That would be exhausting. This is when the usefulness of smell perception comes into play. With a small amount of consumption, one can perceive the surrounding creatures for a long time. Generally speaking, these 2 perception skills complement each other. In addition to the perception skill, the Fire Scorpion's other auxiliary skill is the purpose of everyone's trip. Another skill is the healing skill. It's called Healing Ray. This skill is also an active skill. It releases a short-range ray with a range of about 10 meters. People hit by the rays can quickly recover from surface wounds. Whether it is a cut, abrasion, or even a minor fracture, it can heal all external injuries. In short, it is within its scope of action. Compared to ordinary healing skills, most of them require a healing assistant to contact the injured part of the target, and it takes a certain amount of time to complete the healing. Healing Ray is a skill that can quickly complete the healing effect without any contact or time spent by both parties. It can be said to be very powerful. Tang Hao still remembered that when Gu Yan mentioned the skill of Healing Ray, Lu Yaoyao's eyes lit up and expressed 120% support. As for why the second skill was chosen as healing instead of control, Gu Yan also gave a brief explanation. The reason is simple: control skills are best formed into a control chain. Single, unsystematic control skills often have limited effects. However, the auxiliary effect of a single healing skill on the team is immediate and can greatly improve the team's fault tolerance rate. It is clear at a glance which is better. Not long after, Lu Yaoyao, who replaced Tang Hao, came over yawning. "Xiao Hao, it's time for you to go to bed." Hearing this, Tang Hao walked towards his tent while expressing his anticipation for the auxiliary skills that were about to be acquired. Chapter 21: Hunting Fire Scorpions. The next morning, Tang Hao was awakened by the heat. Opened the tent. It was only 5 or 6 in the morning, but it was already bright outside and the room was as hot as a furnace. This is the abnormal environment of Yanku. Damn it! There's no place to shower in this alternate dimension. I'm sweating so much that I feel like I've gone rotten. Lu Yaoyao wiped the sweat from her forehead and complained with a slight frown. Compared to Lu Yaoyao, Gu Yan and Tang Hao felt that the temperature was still within their adaptable range. There was no way, both of them were now more adaptable to the heat than Lu Yaoyao. Thus, Lu Yaoyao's world of being exposed to the sun was created. After a simple breakfast, the three of them set off again according to the map. Current assistance points, 50. At noon, Tang Hao and the other two finally arrived at the Fire Scorpion's activity area. After a day and a half of traveling, although Lu Yaoyao and Gu Yan did not deliberately hunt exotic beasts, some ignorant exotic beasts blocked their way along the way. Even if the two of them solved the problem easily, Tang Hao still gained 50 assistance points. Together with the previous 5 skill points, this is enough skill points to upgrade a basic skill. Just as Tang Hao was thinking about whether to make a 5-draw combo, the sand beside him was stirred up. A red tail hook came. Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao immediately warned Tang Hao, "Be careful, get out of the way." This happened very suddenly, but fortunately Tang Hao was no longer a weak auxiliary. His physical reaction ability was no worse than Lu Yaoyao and Gu Yan. When the red tail hook rushed out of the ground, Tang Hao's body had already reacted. The tail hook pierced the air, and the originally raised sand sank rapidly. Want to run? Gu Yan quickly condensed a ball of explosive fire in his hand and blasted it towards there. Along with a loud bang, a red scorpion, the size of a king crab and all over its body, was blown out. The fire scorpion's body rolled several times on the sand, and it was in a dizzy state. A hissing sound came from his mouth. The fire scorpion looks very embarrassed. But if you look closely, you will find that although the fire scorpion was a little dizzy from the explosion, it did not suffer serious injuries. As the strange beast that Yenkue is most reluctant to provoke, the fire scorpion naturally has its own unique features. The first is its extremely high resistance to fire, which is more or less possessed by the strange beasts in the flame cave. Secondly, and the key point, is the defensive shell outside the fire scorpion's body, which gives them a defense far exceeding that of other beasts of the same level. That's why Gu Yan's attack just now did not cause any obvious injuries. Overall, killing a fire scorpion is not an easy task. In addition, they like to lurk underground and rely on their perception skills to distinguish between strong and weak. Such a strange beast like Laolu caused headaches for many awakening masters, and naturally became the strange beast that people in Yanku least wanted to provoke. Also because he noticed the fire scorpion's ability to defend against fire skills, Gu Yan turned to Lu Yaoyao and said, "Yaoyao, the main force will depend on you from now on." From what we have seen just now, although Gu Yan's fire skills can hurt the fire scorpion, the effect is limited, and it is very difficult to kill this fire scorpion. Lu Yaoyao nodded upon hearing this and said, "No problem, Sister Gu Yan." As he spoke, Lu Yaoyao took out his huge bone knife, stepped on the sand and rushed towards the fire scorpion that had just been blown out. Yaoyao was extremely depressed along the way. It was okay that she couldn't withstand as much heat as Gu Yan. After all, the other party was a fire awakening master, and they were at the same level. But she couldn't even compare to Tang Hao, which was a bit depressing. At this time, this depressed mood finally had a channel to vent. That is to cut the fire scorpion in front of you into pieces. Wild thrust. Lu Yaoyao knew that the fire scorpion was not that easy to deal with, so she did not save her skills and used them immediately to close the distance. Faced with Lu Yaoyao, who suddenly rushed in front of him, the fire scorpion's pupils, which were the size of green beans, shrank noticeably. Then the fire scorpion's tail hook swung. A spot of crimson appeared at the end of the tail hook. The next second, a compressed flame like a laser shot towards Lu Yaoyao. This is the fire scorpion's most famous attack skill. Flame Ray. Its power is ranked among the top among the low-level fire-type monsters. Gu Yan had considered the fire scorpion as his third skill. To this end, Gu Yan collected a lot of information about fire scorpion. Unfortunately, after acquiring several fire scorpion beast cores, he was unable to absorb them successfully. In addition, fire scorpion beast cores were very rare. In the end, Gu Yan had to give up the fire scorpion skill and instead chose a burst skill as the third awakening skill. This was the firepower output that Tang Hao had witnessed once before. Seeing the fire scorpion's tail glowing red, Gu Yan had already warned from behind, "Yao Yao, don't use your body to block it." Hearing this, Lu Yao Yao adjusted his body and dodged the fire ray. Then he swung the bone knife in his hand down heavily, chopping the fire scorpion hard. Unfortunately, the fire scorpion moved its body at the critical moment and avoided the vital points. However, the huge impact force also knocked the fire scorpion over more than 10 meters, and drops of red liquid flowed out on the sand. Lu Yao Yao wanted to follow up and finish him off, but the next second a flame ray came from a distance. Lu Yao Yao's forward steps were forced back. The fire scorpion came to the rescue so soon? Lu Yao Yao and Gu Yan felt troubled. Another reason why fire scorpions are difficult to kill is that when they are in danger, they can call for help from their own kind, and nearby fire scorpions will come. A small number is not a big deal, but once the number increases, even the intermediate awakening master will die. Quick fight, quick decision. Let me contain the new one. Yao Yao, you just need to take care of the injured one. Good. Lu Yao Yao agreed and stepped forward again. The fire scorpion in the distance wanted to stop him, but Gu Yan had already released 2 fireballs in succession. One shot is to restrain the fire scorpion in the distance. The other side tried to stop the injured fire scorpion from burrowing into the ground. Accompanied by a bang. The injured fire scorpion was blown out just when it had gotten halfway into its body. Lu Yao Yao also stepped forward at this time. In desperation, the fire scorpion could only fight back. Then, the fire scorpion's tail flickered again. Lu Yao Yao stopped and became alert immediately. Lu Yao Yao has already figured it out through the battle just now. As long as you dodge the fire scorpion's flame ray, the best opportunity to attack is when there is a gap between its skills. What surprised Lu Yao Yao was that although the fire scorpion's tail flashed crimson this time, the ray was not directed at her. As a light red ray was emitted, Lu Yao Yao discovered that the ray was actually directed at the fire scorpion itself. Under the light red ray, the limbs that had been previously cut by her were healing rapidly. Immediately, the injured part of the fire scorpion was completely restored to its original state. In an instant, Lu Yao Yao reacted. Damn it! It's not fire ray, it's healing ray. Because both are red and are released from the fire scorpion's tail. That's why Lu Yao Yao, who didn't have much experience, made the wrong judgment. Taking advantage of Lu Yao Yao's pause just now, the fire scorpion seized the opportunity to recover from his injuries. Seeing this, Lu Yao Yao rushed forward again. Having suffered a great loss at this time, and with his skills temporarily out of control, the fire scorpion retreated without a second thought and didn't want to touch Lu Yao Yao again. It's a strange beast, not a stupid one. Why doesn't it run away if it can't be defeated? Waiting to die? Although this idea is good, how can Lu Yao Yao let it go? At this time, Lu Yao Yao's first skill has finished cooling down. Start again. The whole person quickly shortened the distance between himself and the fire scorpion. The terrifying bone knife fell again, this time striking directly at the vital point. Grumble. Chapter 22 Skills Acquired, Primary Treasure Chest. Current assist points, 55. Accompanied by a low hissing sound, Lu Yao Yao used the huge bone knife to hit the vital point, directly chopping it on the forehead of the fire scorpion. Then a much smaller beast core was exposed, and the fire scorpion died. I thought it was at least a level 2 fire scorpion, but now it seems to be only level 1. No wonder no one is willing to hunt them. This fire scorpion is much more difficult to deal with than the blue spirit wolf. Its level 1 defense is so abnormal. If it were an awakener of the same level, they probably wouldn't be able to break through the defense without props. Mutter something. Lu Yao Yao immediately stepped forward and happily took the fire scorpion beast core. Then he threw it towards Tang Hao with his backhand. Let's try to absorb the skill first. I hope you can succeed the first time like last time. That's what I said. But from Lu Yao Yao's perspective, the fire scorpion just killed was only level 1, so Tang Hao's chances of successfully absorbing it were very worrying. For this reason, Lu Yao Yao looked at the second fire scorpion in the distance. The size is a whole circle larger than the previous one. This should be level 2. This fire scorpion had been restrained by Gu Yan until it watched its companion die tragically. So it's screaming like crazy. The next second, the fire scorpion would rather endure Gu Yan's exploding fireball than attack Lu Yao Yao. A ray of fire shot towards Lu Yao Yao, but because of the distance, Lu Yao Yao easily dodged it. It just so happens that a level 1 beast core is not safe. You look like you have at least a level 2, so I'll kill you too. Then Lu Yaoyao was seen rushing towards the mad fire scorpion with a knife in hand. She had thought that this fire scorpion was furious and would fight with her for 300 rounds in a furious manner. Who knew that when the fire scorpion saw Lu Yaoyao rushing towards him, he immediately became scared. It doesn't matter whether you are angry or not, the important thing is to retreat quickly. Seeing this, Lu Yaoyao was not annoyed. He closed the distance and waited for the skill to cool down. Once wild thrust is available, rush up and kill the fire scorpion. So, the man and the scorpion began to chase each other. During this period, the fire scorpion did think about escaping underground, but the sharp-eyed Gu Yan always managed to blast the fire scorpion out with an explosive fireball at the critical moment. After a few times, the fire scorpion had no choice but to fight. Ding ding ding. Even though he was holding a bone knife, Lu Yaoyao still felt that the fire scorpion's body defense was unacceptable. Fortunately, this attack was not ineffective. Several blows caused cracks to appear on the surface of the fire scorpion's body, and the sand beneath it was also dyed red. Finally, after dodging the fire scorpion's dying counterattack again, Lu Yaoyao successfully killed a level 2 fire scorpion. At this time, Lu Yaoyao already felt a little tired. She couldn't help but complain. Sister Gu Yan, this fire scorpion is too difficult to kill. Compared to it, the green spirit wolf is simply invincible. As they spoke, Lu Yaoyao began to understand why fire scorpion cores were so scarce on the market. No one wants to touch these things unless it is necessary. Hearing this, Gu Yan wanted to say something. At this time, a crimson light burst out from Tang Hao's hand. Seeing this, the two hurried to Tang Hao's side. Fuck, Xiao Hao succeeded in one try again. If I had known he could really succeed in one try, I wouldn't have bothered to hunt down the level 2 fire scorpion just now. After Lu Yaoyao finished speaking, she circled around Tang Hao, as if trying to figure out why Tang Hao was so abnormal. Gu Yan stood quietly beside Tang Hao. At this moment, Tang Hao had no intention of sensing the two people outside. He just concentrated on absorbing the fire scorpion beast core. As the strange energy in the beast core poured in, the system prompt sounded again in Tang Hao's mind. The alien beast skill Earthwave has been detected, and healing ray is being absorbed. Then Tang Hao felt that his physical condition was strengthened again, but this time the effect of the enhancement was better than nothing. In this regard, Tang Hao guessed that his current physical condition had reached the level of a mid-level physical attack awakener, so the initial level of supernatural energy could hardly improve his body. Tang Hao didn't care about this. What was more important were the two new skills he had acquired. Perception skill Earth Fluctuation. Skill effect, release a microwave once, which can sense all living things within a 300-meter range and provide feedback. According to Tang Hao's careful perception, the feedback information included not only the number of creatures but also their strength. It is with this skill that the fire scorpion relies, always lurking and transforming into the sixth brother to launch sneak attacks on the strange beasts and humans passing by. Yes, this skill makes up for some of the shortcomings of scent perception. For example, if fire scorpions hide under the sand, it is difficult to detect them by smell. But with the earth fluctuation, things are completely different. After reading this skill, Tang Hao then looked at the key to this trip to Yanku. Healing skill Healing Ray. Effect, emit a light red ray, hit the target's injured part, and quickly recover from the injury. The skill introduction is still brief. Tang Hao then used his sense skills to further understand the effect of the healing ray. In Tang Hao's perception, this ray can heal a person's wound in just a few seconds after being released. It is mainly used for external injuries, and at most has a certain effect on some minor bone fractures. To put it simply, it has the effect of accelerating recovery from external injuries. And its biggest feature is quick effect. After being hit by the healing ray, the wound can be healed quickly within 3 to 5 seconds, just like a new life. That's really powerful. It can be said that in terms of healing speed alone, Healing Ray can definitely be ranked in the top 3. After absorbing 2 new auxiliary skills, Tang Hao suddenly felt more fulfilled. Although he is only a second-level assistant now, he has 3 auxiliary abilities: perception, amplification, and healing. This can be of great help to an awakening team in the early stages. But this isn't the end. Tang Hao started the lottery without thinking. Current assist points, 60. From 55 to 60, there is no doubt that Lu Yaoyao has killed the second fire scorpion. Then Tang Hao started the lottery. 6 consecutive draws. I hope that this burst of personality can bring about changes in myself. Soon a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. You gained 5 skill points. Tang Hao was about to complain when he heard this. But the next second, the system sounded like the sound of nature. You have obtained a primary treasure chest. A treasure chest appeared? Tang Hao was very excited at this moment. It's finally out. At this moment, he swallowed all the words about the system being a scam. With great excitement, Tang Hao opened the treasure chest directly, accompanied by a dazzling light. I saw a small red crystal flashing in the treasure chest. What's this? The system gives the answer in the next second. Derived from the essence of the fire scorpion, it contains the understanding of fire. This is the essence of exotic beasts. Tang Hao didn't expect that this thing would appear in the primary treasure chest. This thing is definitely a rarity. But it seems to be of no use to him. Who made him just a supporting role? This thing is obviously useful for female alien attack awakeners who don't have the fire talent. In this case, it is useless to Gu Yan, because her next awakened talent must be something other than fire. This made Tang Hao feel very upset for a while. After much anticipation, the result is something like this that is useless. Forget it, forget it. Let's put it away for now. The most important thing right now is to upgrade the healing ray. Chapter 23 Leaving. Current skill points, 10. 60 auxiliary points, 6 consecutive draws, 5 of which are guaranteed skill points, and 1 is from a primary treasure chest. Together with the previous 5 skill points, there are a total of 10 skill points. Tang Hao then added all 10 skill points to Healing Ray. Skill Healing Ray has reached the beginner level 1010, meeting the skill upgrade conditions. Skill upgrade in progress? Soon, the Healing Ray was upgraded. Skill Healing Ray, intermediate level 0100. New skill effect, detoxification. No more? Tang Hao was confused. He upgraded you, but there were only 2 more words, and then nothing more? He thought the mid-level healing ray would have some powerful effects, but he didn't expect it to have an additional detoxification effect. Click here for details. Cures most poison conditions. It is still so concise. Would it be a big deal if there were a few more words in the skill introduction? If I had known this, I might as well upgrade Earth Sense first. Who knows what surprises it might bring me. But even though I complain, at least it has a little more effect than before, doesn't it? Thinking of this, Tang Hao clicked on his skill bar. Current skills. Smell Perception Intermediate. Effect 1, can sense the presence of living things within a 100-meter radius, and can remain active for a long time after being activated. Effect 2, tracking the target by scent. Firm and lasting intermediate. Effect 1, extends the target's status by 30%. Effect 2, you can use this skill twice to reduce the target's negative status by 30%. Healing Ray Intermediate. Effect 1, can heal the target's wound in a very short time, skill interval shortened to 30 seconds. Effect 2, Detoxification. Earth Waves Beginner. Effect, it can emit a microwave to quickly obtain biological information feedback within a range of 300 meters. Currently, except for the Healing Ray, which requires a long cooldown, other skills have short intervals, but they can be ignored. Now, Tang Hao, a second-level perception assistant, has 4 awakening skills, including 3 types of auxiliary abilities. This made Tang Hao quite satisfied with his skills. It would be perfect if I could hunt more exotic beasts here. This way, I can upgrade Earth Fluctuation. Besides that, if I hunt enough exotic beasts, I can even try out the talent skill that requires 100 skill points. It was impossible for Tang Hao not to be envious of a talent skill that could only be upgraded once. Then Tang Hao opened his eyes. In front of me were Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao, who had been looking forward to it for a long time. Xiao Hao, it takes so long to absorb an awakening skill. Tell the truth quickly. Is it what Sister Gu Yan and I think? After Lu Yaoyao finished speaking, Gu Yan also stared at Tang Hao closely. Under the 2 women's nervous gaze, Tang Hao nodded slightly. The next second, Lu Yaoyao pounced on Tang Hao and took a deep breath on his cheek. Great job, Xiao Hao, you really did it. Lu Yaoyao had found this unbelievable before and didn't dare to believe it completely, but now Tang Hao had created another miracle. 1 slot, 2 skills. Sure enough, what Shen Yun said was right. People who can use 2 skills in 1 slot are likely to continue to do so in the future. At this point, Gu Yan was completely relieved and asked, Earth Sense and Healing Ray? Listening to Gu Yan's words, Tang Hao nodded. Then he raised his hand casually, and a light red ray was released from Tang Hao's hand. The target of the attack was Lu Yaoyao, who had fought in a series of battles before. She had fought with 2 fire scorpions before, and although nothing serious happened, she still had some minor scratches. As Tang Hao's light red rays fell on Lu Yaoyao, some external injuries on both sides of her arms were visibly eliminated within 2 or 3 seconds. Seeing this scene, Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao immediately knew that this was the healing skill of the fire scorpion. Healing Ray. It is said that this auxiliary skill ranks among the top 3 healing skills in terms of healing speed alone. However, before they could be happy for long, they suddenly heard the sound of moving sand around them. Then a red tail hook was turned out from under the sand. A ray of fire shot towards the 3 people. The sudden attack made the 3 of them no longer care about their joy, and they quickly entered combat mode. After avoiding the flame ray, Gu Yan released an explosive fireball with his backhand to blast away the squirming sand. A ferocious red fire scorpion immediately appeared among them. Seeing this, Lu Yaoyao was about to raise his knife and step forward. At this time, Gu Yan reached out to stop her, staring at a place farther away. Then Gu Yan said to Tang Hao, use your earth fluctuation to sense how many strange beasts are around us. Hold on. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao immediately used his skills and released a microwave. The next second, Tang Hao was shocked by the feedback he received. Hurry up! There are more than 30 fire scorpions behind this one, and there are several more in the direction we came from. They are approaching from under the sand. Tang Hao said this. Lu Yaoyao, who was originally eager to try, suddenly looked depressed. What a joke! It's hard to fight 2 fire scorpions, let alone more than 30 of them. Gu Yan immediately said. Full evacuation. The purpose of the 3 of them coming here was to help Tang Hao absorb the second level skills. Tang Hao has already succeeded, so they have to continue staying here and taking risks. After Gu Yan finished speaking, the 3 of them retreated quickly. While retreating, Gu Yan also blasted the fire scorpions that were trying to ambush people according to the direction pointed out by Tang Hao. Lu Yaoyao and Gu Yan both breathed a sigh of relief as they watched 5 or 6 fire scorpions hiding in the road being pointed out one by one. If Tang Hao hadn't used his perception skills to detect them in advance, there was a high possibility that they would be ambushed in their hasty retreat. Fortunately, with Tang Hao's help, the 2 women can eliminate the hidden dangers in advance. In this way, the most dangerous situation can be easily resolved with Tang Hao's new skills. But this was not enough for the 3 to breathe a sigh of relief, because 7 or 8 larger fire scorpions emerged from under the sand at an extremely fast speed and chased after them. Just one glance and the 3 of them felt their scalps tingling. Those 7 or 8 fire scorpions that were chasing fiercely were definitely level 3 fire scorpions. The explosive fireballs released by Gu Yan didn't even leave any marks on them, as if nothing had happened. The flame rays they release have a long range and great power. Tang Hao and his 2 companions were once chased and fled for their lives. Finally, after paying some price, the 3 of them finally escaped the pursuit of the fire scorpions with injuries. Tang Hao activated the earth wave again to make sure there were no strange beasts around. The 3 of them could finally take a short break. At this moment, Lu Yao glanced behind him and said with lingering fear, "This fire scorpion is too dangerous." Lu Yaoyao said after he finished speaking. "I will never come to this damn place again next time. Not only is it as hot as a dog, but there are also strange beasts like the fire scorpion, which are both sinister and difficult to deal with. In comparison, I actually started to miss the dense forest. I don't know when the beast tide in the dense forest will end." After Lu Yaoyao finished speaking, she took a big gulp of water and then handed the water to Tang Hao. Tang Hao took it and took a sip. Finally, Gu Yan also replenished some water. The 3 people's external injuries had already healed under Tang Hao's healing rays, but some other injuries and overdraft conditions could not be recovered in a short time. It's too risky to stay any longer. Eventually they decided to just leave after a brief recovery. After a few days of recuperation, I will fully prepare for the college's representative competition. Chapter 24 New Goddess Teammate. It took a whole day for the 3 of them to safely exit the flame cave. Then I took the high-speed rail back to Jinling City. After resting for a few days, several people have recovered. However, as the college representative competition approached, Lu Yaoyao began to get anxious. "Sister Gu Yan, the representative competition is tomorrow. Where are the other teammates you mentioned earlier?" Hearing this, Tang Hao was also surprised. Logically speaking, the game is about to begin, and they should at least have some practice. Why haven't they seen the other 3 teammates yet? facing the doubts of Tang Hao and Lu Yaoyao. Gu Yan thought for a moment and said, "They should have almost recovered, so let's call them over so we can meet them." As he spoke, Gu Yan took out his cell phone and dialed a number, then reported the address here into the phone. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yan said, "They will be here within an hour." Hearing this, Lu Yaoyao hurriedly came to Gu Yan and asked, "Who are they?" "Sister Gu Yan, didn't you say last time that I knew them?" In response to Lu Yaoyao's question, Gu Yan smiled mysteriously. Still no choice to answer. This made Lu Yaoyao very curious. Then she acted coquettishly towards Gu Yan and wanted to ask for the answer. At first, Gu Yan didn't think anything of it. But as Lu Yaoyao rubbed against Gu Yan, she felt something strange. When she looked again, she saw a hint of satisfaction on Lu Yaoyao's face. This made Gu Yan's expression stiffen. An hour later, Lu Yaoyao lay on the sofa with a bitter face, and one of her small hands was gently rubbing her slightly swollen buttocks. At the same time, Lu Yaoyao looked at Tang Hao, who was sitting opposite her with sad eyes. In response to this, Tang Hao spread his hands and said innocently, "Sister Yaoyao, don't look at me like that. It's not that I don't want to heal you, but Sister Gu Yan has spoken. If I dare to cure you, my butt will be beaten to a pulp. So, just bear with it and it will pass." Upon hearing this, Lu Yaoyao immediately clenched the tissue tightly in her hand. She complained to Tang Hao, "Xiaohao, you are such a heartless guy. You only have your sister Gu Yan in your eyes, but not your sister Yaoyao?" In this regard, Tang Hao still expressed that he was powerless. He had seen it clearly a long time ago. Who is the head of this family and who has the final say? Anyway, Lu Yaoyao is not like that. Just when Tang Hao was unable to bear Lu Yaoyao's incessant complaints, a guest arrived. Looking at the three young women brought in by the nanny, Tang Hao felt familiar at first glance. The three women all looked like senior students like Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao. They are all tall. The one on the left has long hair tied in a ponytail and looks like a close sister next door. The first impression she gives is that she has a gentle personality and is as warm as spring breeze. The person in the middle has short hair and long, smooth thighs. He gives the impression that he is an active person just like Lu Yaoyao. The last one on the right is a girl with a Lolita face and a mature woman figure. After coming in, her eyes looked a little restrained, and she seemed not used to the unfamiliar environment. She was probably an introverted girl who didn't talk much. With just one glance, Tang Hao felt that these three women were goddess level even in the Awakening Academy. However, the strange thing was that Tang Hao felt as if he had seen them somewhere. At this time, Lu Yaoyao also stood up and looked over out of curiosity. "Ha! They seem to be." Before Lu Yaoyao could say anything, Gu Yan had already gone up to her. "Beihan, Shenluo, Yuling, welcome." Upon hearing this, the three of them came up to Gu Yan and greeted her. Then Gu Yan enthusiastically pulled the three of them in front of Tang Hao and Lu Yaoyao. It was not until then that Tang Hao finally recognized the three people. Are they the three people who were rescued in the jungle last time? Upon hearing this, the three women immediately said to Tang Hao and Lu Yaoyao, "Thank you so much for your help last time. Otherwise, we three would definitely not have been able to come back." After saying this, the three women did not forget to bow deeply to the two men to express their gratitude. At this moment, Tang Hao finally understood why Gu Yan had told them not to worry about their teammates. It was obvious that Gu Yan had been thinking about the next team issue as soon as he left the dense forest space. Maybe you won't have any clue at first. But after he accidentally rescued three people, he probably had the idea from then on. Sure enough, Gu Yan then said, "I was also worried about the selection of other team members at first, but then I thought of Beihan and the others who were still recovering from their injuries, so I asked for their opinions." As Gu Yan spoke, Beihan, the gentle girl with long hair tied in a ponytail among the three girls, also said, "Our team suffered a heavy loss, and now there are only three of us left. We had already given up hope on the elite competition. So we were actually quite surprised by Gu Yan's invitation. On the one hand, we didn't expect that a new team would be formed at this time. On the other hand, I'm also very happy. If I can fulfill my dream of participating in the elite competition and help you at the same time, it would be the best thing I could have wished for. So, under these circumstances, I hit it off with them. The reason I kept it a secret from you at first was because I was worried that word would get out. At that time, Beihan and the others were still recovering from their injuries and were not suitable to be disturbed." After Gu Yan finished speaking, Tang Hao and Lu Yaoyao finally understood. After a brief explanation, Chen Luo, the short-haired girl among the three girls, suddenly said, "Can I ask about the support in the team?" As he spoke, Chen Luo looked at Tang Hao. At this moment, Beihan and the taciturn Yuling both looked over. After seeing Gu Yan nod, Chen Luo asked, "He should be the support in our team. But why does he look so young? I don't think I've seen him among the second or third grade supports. As a female awakening master, male assistance is so scarce." They were extremely concerned about the male assistants. As far as Chen Luo could tell, they had never seen Tang Hao. Plus, Tang Hao looked obviously immature. A bold guess appeared in Chen Luo's mind. Could he be a first-year auxiliary who just awakened this year? After Chen Luo asked this question, Beihan and Yuling seemed to have thought of this as well, and there was a hint of worry in their expressions. After all, there is more than a small difference between a newly awakened first-year support and an experienced third-year support. An auxiliary is often of great help to the awakening team, which they cannot ignore. At this moment, Yao Yao, who was sitting on the sofa, added, "I forgot to mention that Xiaohao's awakening is the gift of perception." As Lu Yaoyao finished speaking, the scene suddenly became quiet. Even Yuling, the most silent of the three girls, stammered, "Sense." At this moment, the expressions of the three women were extremely exciting. The first-year support plus the perception talent seemed like a full stack of buffs to the three girls. It would be better to say that he is a burden than a support. In an instant, the three women almost mentally assumed that the team had no support. After a while, Beihan, one of the three girls, took a deep breath and said, "All right, Chen Luo, Yuling, since we have already agreed to join the team, we should not complain no matter what happens. We just need to give it our all and leave no regrets." After Beihan finished speaking, Chen Luo and Yuling paused. It was obvious that both of them hoped to go further in the elite competition. But the perception assistance of a first-year student like Tang Hao was a bit disappointing. But then again, without Tang Hao and the others, they would have lost their lives, so how could they even participate in the competition? So the two of them quickly fell silent, and then nodded slightly to show their agreement with Beihan's words. After figuring this out, the two women raised their heads to express their agreement. "We will work harder to make the team go further." After the two girls finished speaking, Beihan's eyes showed relief, but he didn't wait for the three of them to encourage each other. Lu Yaoyao on the sofa finally couldn't hold back her laughter. Then Lu Yaoyao, who was almost laughing so hard that her stomach hurt, said, "Oh, Sister Guyan, I can't stand it. Tell them quickly, otherwise they will act like they are ready to die bravely." Chapter 25. The six-member team has assembled. Beihan, Chen Luo and Yuling looked puzzled as they listened to what Lu Yaoyao said while lying on the sofa. Chen Luo among them even asked directly, "What do you mean?" After listening to Chen Luo's words, Gu Yan stopped being silent and said, "Tang Hao, please cure Yao Yao." "Ha?" Gu Yan's words left Beihan, Chen Luo, and Yuling baffled. How can this be cured? Applying medicine? But the next second, when a brilliant red light flashed on Tang Hao's hand, the three women all widened their eyes. Beihan even blurted out, "Healing Ray." As third-year awakening masters, the three women's knowledge reserves are undoubtedly qualified. In addition, they had also been to the Flame Cave for training. So this red light is not unfamiliar. When the three women saw the distinctive red light, they already knew what skill it was. When the red ray fell on Lu Yaoyao who was lying on the sofa, Lu Yaoyao, who was lying on the sofa with her but covered in the previous second, turned over in the next second. In an instant, the three women's eyes lit up. This is a healing auxiliary skill, and it's also the famous healing ray among healing skills. But, how could that be? Wasn't he a perception support? How could he have healing skills? Did you say it wrong on purpose? At this moment, the three women were both surprised and confused. But no matter what, Tang Hao can provide some help to the team with just his healing ray. Thinking of these three women, I felt relieved. But how could Lu Yaoyao, who had just recovered, give up? She came to Gu Yan and rubbed her gently, saying, "Sister Gu Yan, you were so cruel. You beat me up like that just to show them your skills. You." Lu Yaoyao wanted to complain a few more words. But at this moment, with Gu Yan's calm gaze, Lu Yaoyao swallowed back all the words, turned to the three women and said, "Hey, it's true that Xiaohao has a talent for perception, but no one says that people with a talent for perception can't have other auxiliary skills." Lu Yaoyao finished speaking. Qian Luo subconsciously retorted, "How can the perception talent also have other auxiliary skills? He hasn't reached the intermediate level yet." After Qian Luo finished speaking, Yuling looked at Tang Hao intently, also feeling puzzled. Only Beihan suddenly thought of something at this time, and then said, 1 slot, 2 skills? No, even if it is 1 slot, 2 skills are limited to the same type of talent skills. It is impossible to have 2 auxiliary skills at the same time at the initial stage. What on earth is going on? Looking at Beihan, Shen Luo and Yuling were all very curious. Lu Yaoyao felt that the effect was quite good, and then said to Tang Hao, Xiao Hao, it's your turn to perform. After saying that, Tang Hao met the 3 women's gazes and said, my first level skill slot awakening skills are the perception skill smell perception and the amplification skill toughness and endurance. It really is 1 slot, 2 skills. Wait, you have both perception and amplification auxiliary skills at level 1? Beihan was amazed at the dual skills in 1 slot when listening to Tang Hao's words, and then he suddenly realized it and said in surprise with his lips slightly opened. Although Tang Hao has 1 slot, 2 skills, it is not just 1 slot, 2 skills, he has 1 slot, 2 talents, which is unheard of. Shen Luo, who was standing by, widened his eyes and said, how can someone have 2 talents in 1 slot? This is impossible. Only Yuling was silent for a moment before she said firmly, proof. In response, Tang Hao didn't waste any words and raised his hand to release a firm and lasting shot. After the skill landed on Yuling, she felt some changes in her body. This kind of change could not be produced by an auxiliary skill, nor was it a healing skill. It's an amplification skill. Although Yuling is still unclear about the specific function of this amplification skill, it is not difficult to determine the type of this skill. There is no doubt that Tang Hao released 2 completely different auxiliary skills one after another. The former is the healing skill Healing Ray, and the latter is an amplification skill of unknown function. After hearing what Yuling said, Shen Luo was already having trouble coming around. He scratched his hair and asked, What? Are you sure that's really an amplification skill? He's not kidding? Wasn't it agreed to have 2 talents per slot, 1 for perception and 1 for healing? Why did an amplification pop up? I don't understand. I really don't understand. At this time, Beihan gradually calmed down. She glanced at Gu Yan, who was standing beside her with a calm expression, and had roughly guessed the result in her heart. Then, under Beihan's waiting gaze, Tang Hao spoke out his second-level skill. My second-level skill is also 1 slot, 2 skills, all of which come from the Fire Scorpion skills in the Flame Cave. They are the Perception skill Earth Fluctuation and the Healing skill Healing Ray. The above are the 4 auxiliary skills I mastered after reaching level 2. Level 2, for auxiliary skills, including 3 auxiliary skills. At this moment, Beihan, Shen Luo and Yuling were speechless for a long time. It was obvious that the skills Tang Hao mastered were far beyond their understanding, and even brought a huge shock to the 3 of them. It was not until this time that Shen Luo finally came to his senses and rushed to Tang Hao. A clean, fair face with a scent of gardenia was staring at Tang Hao in surprise. Just when Tang Hao was about to feel embarrassed by being stared at, Shen Luo turned around and said to Beihan and Yuling, Sister Han, Xiaoling, we have found a treasure. Shen Luo laughed out loud as he spoke, and Tang Hao even saw a hint of Shen Yun's casualness in Shen Luo. Tang Hao even speculated that Shen Luo might also be a sensitive attacker. Otherwise, how could both of them have such a cheerful side? Hearing this, Beihan stepped forward and knocked on Shen Luo, signaling her to keep some distance from Tang Hao. Beihan sometimes feels helpless when facing a tomboy like Shen Luo who has no idea about the difference between men and women. In comparison, although Yuling couldn't help but feel curious, she just looked at him quietly, which made her seem much more gentle. After reminding Shen Luo, Beihan, as the eldest sister of the 3 girls, looked at Gu Yan. Gu Yan also spoke up at this time, I'm sorry, Beihan, Tang Hao's situation is a bit special. Before I was sure that you were really willing to join, I concealed his affairs. In response, Beihan said nonchalantly, I understand. And really, I should thank you, right? Not only did he save the 3 of us before, but now he is leading us 3 to win the representative competition. When such a good thing happens, will we still be angry? Sisters, what do you think? As soon as Beihan finished speaking, Shen Luo was the first to raise his hand to express his agreement. Yuling also broke with her usual habit by raising her hand slightly to her chest and making a cheering gesture. From this moment on, Gu Yan's team was assembled. The 6-member team heads towards the college representative competition together. Chapter 26 Representative Tournament. The next day, the representative competition arrived as scheduled. But it was completely different from the lively atmosphere Tang Hao had expected. According to Gu Yan, Before the official representative competition, there will be an internal qualifier, which will screen out 8 teams, and then there will be the open competition. As for the rules of the preliminaries, each participating team will select 3 players to compete in a ring match, with 2 wins and 1 loss, and the winner will advance to the next round. The reason for this competition system is that there are few male awakeners. Even if the awakening team consists of 5 women and 1 man, there is no way to guarantee that each participating team will be assigned an assistant of the same level. Not to mention that there are unpopular perception supports among male supports. Therefore, some teams, unable to find supports of the same level or suitable ones, simply gave up and directly found 6 female awakeners to form an all-attack lineup. In view of the above reasons, in the qualifiers, as long as the team's strongest 3 players win 2 and lose 1, they can advance. After 2 days, the preliminaries were over. Guyan's team advanced to the main competition without any surprise. What followed was that the Awakening Academy announced the 8 teams for the main competition. Soon, students at Jinling Awakening College saw information about the 8 teams on the campus forum. The other 7 teams were fine, but Guyan's team was the only one that was exposed by someone with ulterior motives. The reason is very simple. A first-year student unexpectedly appeared among the players in the main competition. This stands out among the competition team, which are all third-year students. You should know that some of the players in the main competition were so shameless as to repeat the grade and not go out for internship for this competition. Even so, the competition is fierce. As a result, under such circumstances, Tang Hao suddenly appeared in the main competition team. This broke the defense of many senior students who were not selected. It also caused some second-year male assistants who saw it to complain collectively. This is an elite competition. We second-year students aren't even eligible to participate, so how can a first-year support player like him be selected? If first-year students can participate, then shouldn't we be able to participate too? Unfortunately, no matter how much people complain, once the team members for the main competition are determined, they cannot be changed, so no matter how unhappy these people are, there is nothing they can do. And just when the first and second-year students in the academy were complaining madly, in the girls' dormitory, a female student also saw the list of participants in the main competition. At this moment, Fang Ting, who was sitting in the dormitory, had an expression of disbelief on her face. Tang Hao actually became a member of the main competition team? This news was a huge shock to Fang Ting. Why did she work so hard to capture Tang Hao? Isn't it just to absorb nutrients, grow faster, and prepare for the next elite competition? I hope to shine in elite competitions and embark on an extraordinary life path. But what did she see now? The spot in the elite competition that she had been pursuing was actually obtained so easily by Tang Hao. What is this? How could he get what she dreamed of so easily? Fang Ting was in a trance. Then she remembered what happened with Tang Hao some time ago. Then search on the list of the main competition. Sure enough, I found Lu Yaoyao, whom I had met before, in Guyan's team. Why? Tang Hao is just a first-year support like me, not to mention that his first awakened talent is perception. He shouldn't be able to help at all. Could it be that Tang Hao has some other identity or background that I don't know about? No, I remember very clearly that he was an orphan and had no background at all. Why is that? Unable to figure it out, Fang Ting pondered over Tang Hao's matter in the dormitory, but to no avail. At the same time, Xiao Hongfei, whom he had met in front of the Yanku in Anshan City before, also saw the list of personnel of Guyan's team. He actually exists. Is Guyan crazy, or has she given up on herself? What on earth is she thinking by choosing a first-year assistant? Xiao Hongfei looked at the team list on the campus forum with a glint in his eyes. At first, he subconsciously thought that Gu Yanbi, that pretty boy Tang Hao, had bewitched him. This made Xiao Hongfei so angry that he smashed the pad in his hand. But then Xiao Hongfei felt something was wrong. That shouldn't be the case. I know Gu Yan's personality too well. She's not such an irrational person. There's definitely something strange about Tang Hao. Thinking of this, Xiao Hongfei immediately asked someone to inquire about Tang Hao. Not long after the college announced it, the schedules for the 8 teams came out. The first match is between Gu Yan team and Song Ming team. The time is 2 days later. When the schedule was announced, some people burst out laughing. Tang Hao had also seen this person before. He was the third-year student Ming who had stopped Fang Ting before. Because he did not need any assistance to participate in the competition, his team unexpectedly advanced to the main competition. At this time, in a restaurant box near the college, Song Ming's team was celebrating their advancement to the main competition. The moment I saw the schedule, Song Ming couldn't help but laugh out loud on the spot. Then, looking at the puzzled looks of the other team members, he explained, I was worried that we would be eliminated in the first round of the main competition, but now I don't have to worry about that. Someone said, is it because of that first-year assistant? But since Gu Yan chose him, he must be somewhat useful. I just don't know what his talent is. As for Tang Hao, they had obviously seen him before. Although it was unexpected, it was actually good news for them. The only thing that is a little uncertain is Tang Hao's talent. For auxiliary talents, perception, amplification, healing, and control. The most useful talent among all individual skills is undoubtedly healing. If this Tang Hao happens to be cured, then there is still some. Without waiting for the female team members beside him to guess, Song Ming said confidently, you don't have to guess, I know what kind of talent Tang Hao has. His first support talent is the most useless one. The most useless? In an instant, the 5 female team members reacted. Perception. All of a sudden, the 5 of them looked excited. Is Gu Yan crazy? Being in the same 3rd grade, they naturally knew how outstanding Gu Yan was. However, they all agreed at this time that Gu Yan was crazy, otherwise she would not have chosen a first-year perception assistant. This is simply treating the elite competition as a joke. Looking at the wonderful expressions of the 5 team members, Song was obviously very satisfied. Then he said, well, we should thank Gu Yan. You know, every bit of progress in the representative competition will add color to our awakening resume. After saying that, Song Ming excitedly drank a glass of beer. Then he smiled evilly, as if he had thought of something, and opened his phone. I found a note with the phone number spare tire number 3 and called it. Come over the day after tomorrow for the quarterfinals. I'll let you watch the show up close. Chapter 27, First Battle, Perception, and Success. 2 days later, Jinling Awakening Academy held its triennial celebration. All of a sudden, various official media and self-media flocked to Jinling Awakening College to report on this college representative competition as soon as possible. As a result, students of the college often saw official hosts walking into the college and reporting along the way. Some students even saw some well-known local internet celebrities in Jinling City opening live broadcast rooms to share the college representative competition with their friends. Unlike the official hosts who dress modestly, the female hosts dress in their own unique styles. The fresh style, the mature lady style, the cute style, and the Lolita style made the students in the academy dazzled. Some female students exclaimed after seeing a familiar female anchor, wow, it's Qian Lulu, she seems to have more than 3 million fans. And Meng Kor over there is also a big internet celebrity with over 5 million followers. Some students were very excited when they saw the internet celebrity anchor whom they could only see on their mobile phones coming right in front of them. When some students from the academy passed by the two, they heard them starting a Douyin live broadcast and introducing Jinling Awakening Academy to the viewers in the live broadcast room. For a time, because of the college representative competition, Jinling Awakening College attracted attention from all sides. Behind this enthusiastic attention is the college's full preparation. As the college stadium opened, people from all walks of life began to pour in. When all the seats in the stadium were full, the highlight of the day finally arrived. After the leaders of Jinling City and the president of the college gave speeches, the top 8 to 4 of the Jinling Awakening College representative competition officially began. A mature woman in a long dress with an infectious voice took the microphone to host the subsequent work. The first match of the quarterfinals, Team Gu Yan versus Team Song Ming. Accompanied by the host's announcement. The huge display screen in the center of the stadium began to play the 360-degree images. First, let us introduce the personnel of the two teams. Then the scene shifted to an ecological park. This is the supporting park of Jinling Awakening College, which is thousands of acres in size. At this time, it is used as the playing field for the two teams. The rules of the game are very simple. There are 2 teams of 6 people each. Each person wears an ID card. Whoever takes the ID card will be eliminated. Once all 6 identity cards are lost, the team will be deemed defeated and the other team will be promoted. The screen then split into 2, showing 2 teams entering the park from different entrances. Since the park covers thousands of acres, the 2 sides will not come into contact immediately, and there is a certain buffer time in between. The teams can play to their own strengths, whether it is strategic design or reckless pursuit of teamwork, everything is up to the teams to play freely. In general, this park is set up to imitate the environment of an alien space, making the battles between the awakening teams closer to survival in an alien space. As everyone stared intently at the huge display screen, the 6 members of Guyan's team were already moving towards the center of the park in an orderly manner. Is this a reckless request for help? Seeing Guyan's team quickly approaching the center of the park, many viewers made such guesses. However, it is not wise to blindly seek group membership when the situation is unclear. On the other hand, Song Ming's team seemed very calm, although they were also approaching the center. But the team had a clear division of labor, given the dense vegetation in the park and poor visibility. Song Ming's team adopted a 1-5 formation, with the agile attack awakening master rushing to the front to be responsible for reconnaissance. Once an unfavorable situation occurs, he can choose to retreat immediately with his own agility talent. The other members of the team who are 50 meters away in the rear can come forward to provide support as soon as they receive the signal. This formation is the safest one when exploring an unknown environment, and can greatly increase the team's chances of survival. In comparison, many people are optimistic about Song Ming's team's combat strategy. In addition, in order to simulate the alien space scene, the college released several third-level alien beasts in the park, and they were restricted to wander around randomly in the park. If the team encounters them too recklessly, they will be consumed before the battle even begins. This will greatly affect the outcome of the final battle between the two teams. From the current perspective, if Guyan's team continues to act recklessly, they will probably be the first to encounter strange beasts. Just when many people were frowning and paying attention to Guyan's team, the team of 6 has arrived near the center of the park. At this time, many viewers were on edge. Because from the big screen, you can see that there is a strange beast lurking dozens of meters in front of Guyan's team. If you get any closer, a skirmish will ensue. Once the war starts, Guyan's team will inevitably be in poor condition. At this moment, Tang Hao and the team suddenly raised his hand to signal. Then the other 5 people all stopped. Is it a human or a strange beast? Guyan knew that Tang Hao must have sensed something, so she asked. It's not a human scent, it's a strange beast. There's a strange beast about 70 to 80 meters ahead of us. My suggestion is to go around it. After Tang Hao finished speaking, Guyan nodded in agreement. As for how to bypass the strange beast, this is really a familiar thing. So the audience in front of the screen was surprised to find that Tang Hao and his group actually made a big circle around the strange beast and passed by. Seeing this situation, many people were surprised but also reacted. Is this perception? Obviously, being able to do this requires the assistance of perception skills. However, no one in the stadium expected that Guyan's team not only found a first-year assistant, but also a perception assistant who was of no practical help. At first, people were surprised that Tang Hao's perception skills had made great contributions to the team. But then someone analyzed that helping the team avoid the monster was nothing, because the highlight was still the head-on battle between the two teams. By then, perception aids will be useless. Just when a group of people felt that Guyan's team was treating the representative competition as a joke, Tang Hao and the team stopped again. As soon as he stopped, all the cameras in the dark focused on him. When people didn't understand what Tang Hao was going to do, Tang Hao spread out his palm, and a slight wave gathered in his palm. The host who had been paying attention immediately started analyzing the situation. This should be Tang Hao actively releasing his perception skills. Counting the unknown skill he used to circumvent the strange beast, Tang Hao has actually mastered 2 perception skills. I didn't expect that Tang Hao, who just completed his awakening not long ago, could be promoted to level 2 in such a short time. It's amazing. As the host finished speaking, a heated discussion broke out in the venue. It is obvious that although Tang Hao is a first-year student, his level has reached the second-year standard. And this promotion speed can be said to be quite fast. This made people realize one thing, that Tang Hao, the auxiliary, might have considerable talent in awakening. And in this moment, Tang Hao had completed the release of his skills. Tang Hao slammed the wave in his hand heavily to the ground. In an instant, there were many surprised sounds in the venue. Ha! This is Earth waves. It was obvious that some knowledgeable and influential people at the scene had already recognized the skills displayed by Tang Hao. Many people were impressed by the famous fire scorpion skills in Anshan City's Yanku, and some of them were eager to hunt the fire scorpion and absorb its skills. But the results were basically failure, and many people even suffered heavy losses at the hands of the fire scorpion. They didn't expect that Tang Hao, a second-level auxiliary, could actually absorb the fire scorpion's unique perception skills. This is very interesting. It also made many people pay more attention to Tang Hao. Just a few seconds after Tang Hao released the Earth Wave, all biological information within a 300-meter radius around Tang Hao was fed back. Then Tang Hao raised the corner of his mouth slightly and looked in one direction. He had already caught the tail of Song Ming's team. Chapter 28: A Temporary Trick? According to my sensory feedback, a member of Song Ming's team appeared 280 meters to the right front. He was alone, with no companions around him. After Tang Hao finished giving the feedback, Gu Yan quickly guessed the intention of Song Ming's team. They're using a 1-5 formation. The lone person should be a Mind Attack Awakener. This is a relatively safe formation. The other people at the scene all had a certain amount of knowledge, and after hearing Gu Yan's words, they quickly began to analyze the direction pointed by Tang Hao. If it's a 1-5 formation, then based on the obstructed view of this park, the other 5 members of Song Ming's team should be about 40 to 50 meters behind the Agility Attack Awakening Master. Now that we know their general positions, I think we can do something with this formation. After Beihan finished speaking, Gu Yan nodded, and they both thought of the same thing. Although the 1-5 formation is a relatively safe formation, it has a good ability to respond to emergencies. Unfortunately, they met Tang Hao. With Tang Hao's perception assistance, Song Ming's team had their positions exposed without knowing it. The enemy is in the light and we are in the dark. There is too much room for manipulation here. At this time, Song Ming's team did not feel any crisis and gradually slowed down as they approached the center of the park. After all, there is a high possibility that there are strange beasts in the center of the park. If they don't want to conflict with the strange beasts and expose their position at this time, then the best plan is to let the Min Gom Awakening Master carefully explore the body of Min. Without alerting the beasts, we can gradually find out the possible range of the beasts' activities, thus avoiding meaningless battles. This is also one of the qualities of a quick attack awakening master. Just as Song Ming's team was cautiously groping towards the center of the park, everyone in the college stadium watched from a god's perspective as Gu Yan's team prepared for a silent massacre. As the first match of the quarter-finals, the other 6 teams of the academy were naturally watching on site, and they were also analyzing the strength of their potential opponents through the match. However, this situation made the rest of the team break out in cold sweats. Because even if they were replaced by the team that played today, the strategy they would adopt would be the same as Song Ming's team. When the situation is unclear, the 1-5 lineup is also their first choice. But even in this situation, Song Ming's team didn't even notice anything wrong. On the other side, Gu Yan's team had already completed the personnel deployment and would launch an attack on Song Ming's team at the first signal. I didn't expect that pretty boy to have such ability. Xiao Hongfei, who had been watching the game, looked at Song Ming's team that was constantly stepping into the death trap and said this very reluctantly. Before this, he thought Gu Yan was really crazy because Tang Hao was just a perception assistant. But the facts now are extremely embarrassing. Gu Yan's team easily won the first game by using Tang Hao's 2 perception skills. How can this not make people shocked and angry? Unlike Xiao Hongfei and others who were shocked and angry, Fang Ting in the audience seats of Song Ming's former team clenched her teeth at this moment. Clench your palms. His eyes were fixed on the big screen. Why? How did Tang Hao reach level 2 so quickly? He's just a perception assistant, so why is he able to shine so brightly? Fang Ting felt extremely complicated at this moment. For some reason, she recalled Tang Hao's passionate words when she left the class that day. Did I really misjudge this? No, I'm not mistaken. Tang Hao's tactics are destined to not last far. At the same time, such a surprise also happened on the podium of the stadium. The dean who had given a speech earlier and the Jinling leaders who watched the opening game were also moved and surprised. Among them, the chief of Jinling even sighed. Perhaps we have always been too biased towards the gift of perception. The dean nodded upon hearing this. But this was just a momentary emotion between the two. Tang Hao and his team may have performed amazingly in this match, but honestly, this tactic of exploiting information asymmetry can only work for a while, and I believe someone will soon figure out a way to crack it, and Gu Yan's team will not be able to win all the way by relying on this. After all, if you want to achieve good results in the national competition after the representative competition, the strength of the team is everything. Any tricks are nothing in the face of absolute strength. While the two were sighing, Song Ming's team had already begun to fall into the trap set by Gu Yan's team. Accompanied by an exploding fireball that suddenly hit the scouting Agile Attack Awakened Master, the opponent subconsciously thought that the two teams had encountered each other. Without thinking, the Agile Attack Awakener immediately wanted to retreat and reunite with the team. Compared to the perception support of Guyan's team, their team's healing support is more helpful in actual combat. Once a head-on confrontation comes, they will definitely have the advantage. However, when this Agile Attack Awakening Master was analyzing the battle situation, two Physical Attack Awakening Masters suddenly rushed out from behind her. It was Lu Yaoyao from the Strength Department and Qian Luo from the Agility Department who cut off the Agility Attacker's retreat. This result surprised the Agile Attack Master of Song Ming's team. How could this happen? The Min Gong Awakener immediately realized that something was wrong. The previous exploding fireball was not an accident but a deliberate ambush by the other party. Their team's position was completely exposed at some point. This is a very dangerous signal. The Agile Attack Awakening Master was about to issue a warning, but Lu Yaoyao and Qian Luo had already approached. The fierce attack made the Agile Awakening Master unable to take care of himself. Even taking a breath became a luxury, so how could he have the ability to issue a warning? However, the other members of Song Ming's team were not far away after all, and the movement in front was quickly detected. Did it happen? Hearing the noise coming from the front, Song Ming became a little excited. He was not afraid of a head-on confrontation with Guyan's team, but he was afraid that the other party would use the strange beasts to narrow the gap between them. Now listening to the noises ahead, it's obviously not a fight with a strange beast, so the only possibility is that they're encountering Guyan's team. Immediately, Song Ming sent 2 alien attackers and 1 physical attacker to provide support. He kept a defensive Awakening Master by his side just in case. Remember, don't be afraid of getting hurt. Even if it means exchanging injuries for injuries, we'll still make a profit. I'll be right here to heal you at any time. Song Ming was very confident while speaking. As a team with healing support, exchanging injuries for injuries is the basic strategy. Song Ming wants to bully Guyan's team for not having healing ability. When the opponent's injuries continue to worsen and their condition declines significantly, victory in this game will fall into his pocket. Just as Song Ming began to look forward to the team's advancement to the semi-finals, figures suddenly walked out from both sides. Beihan is on the left and Yuling is on the right. In an instant, cold sweat appeared on Song Ming's forehead. There is no doubt that he was checked. There were 2 people on the other side, and he only had 1 defensive Awakening Master by his side. He could only take care of the left side but not the right side. Not to mention that Beihan and Yuling are obviously not melee-type Agile attackers. Once they launch a long-range attack, the defensive Awakening Masters around him will be stretched to the limit. Without thinking, Song Ming opened his voice and shouted to the front, asking the 3 people to come back for support. As long as they could hold on until they returned, he, the healing assistant, was still there, and they might not lose this battle. It's a pity that although the idea is good, it is not realistic. Almost at the moment the 3 people in front heard Song Ming's cry for help and wanted to retreat. Guyan activated his 3rd skill. Suddenly, a large number of exploding fireballs poured towards the 3 people, suppressing them in a short period of time. Beihan and Yuling, who appeared here, immediately released their respective skills after approaching Song Ming. Then the ice cones and wind blades attacked Song Ming and the others. The only defensive Awakener left was unable to defend himself against the damage skills coming from 2 directions and was immediately submerged in ice cones and wind blades. Although Song Ming still wanted to rely on healing skills to recover from his injuries and delay time. Unfortunately, none of the people in front can come back. This didn't last long before Song Ming and the other 2 were seriously injured and fell into coma. Beihan and Yuling easily got the ID cards of Song Ming and his teammate, which meant that 2 people from Song Ming's team had been eliminated. The 3rd one to be eliminated was the Agile Attack Awakening Master of Song Ming's team. Facing the attacks of Lu Yaoyao and Qian Luo, he was quickly eliminated without Song Ming's healing. Next, Guyan's team used their numbers to bully the weak. With 3 people and even the core support of the team being eliminated one after another, the remaining members of Song Ming's team were eliminated without any decent resistance. Guyan's team easily won the first match of the quarter-finals with the help of Tang Hao's perception skills. Chapter 29: The 3 Women's Exploration of Tang Hao. In the first round of the Jinling College Representative Tournament, I declare Team Guyan the winner. As the venue host announced the end of the first game of the representative competition. Although many people anticipated this result, they were still quite surprised when they actually witnessed the entire process. Who would have thought that what determines the outcome of the game is not their respective strength, nor any strategy or tactics, but the perception assistance that no one is optimistic about? Looking back at the battle between Guyan's team and Song Ming's team didn't even have the advantage of healing support before they were cut off from the back row. It's really like having power in vain but without even a chance to use it. The entire battle was fought under extremely asymmetric information conditions for both sides. The defeat of Song Ming's team in this game was so frustrating. Damn it! How could I lose to them? Why did I lose so easily? At this time, Song Ming, who returned to the lounge, finally began to explode. He threw the water bottle in his hand to the ground and recalled the scene when he was powerless to be attacked by Beihan and Yuling in the back row, feeling very aggrieved. If it was a head-on fight, Song Ming had every confidence that he could wear down Gu Yan and the others, but the fact was that they were defeated before they even had the chance. Until now, Song Ming still couldn't understand how Gu Yan and the others had done it. Could it be that they had relied on Tang Hao's small level 1 perception assistance? This is absolutely impossible. While Song Ming was puzzled, someone soon called him. Only after answering the call did Song Ming know the reason for his defeat. Level 2 perception assist? One of those perception skills actually comes from the fire scorpion? At this moment, Song Ming felt both shocked and humiliated. What was shocking was that Tang Hao had actually been promoted to level 2 in such a short time, and had also acquired the perception skills of the Flame Cave Fire Scorpion. The Fire Scorpion is far more difficult to deal with than the jungle black-horned rhino. How on earth did they hunt down so many fire scorpions that Tang Hao could successfully absorb the skills? Song Ming was shocked and then felt humiliated. Considering that he had only been a level 2 auxiliary for more than 2 years after entering school, Tang Hao caught up with him not long after he awakened. Comparing the two, doesn't he seem useless? Song Ming was furious at this moment. Extremely annoyed, Song Ming wanted to vent his anger. Then he opened the phone address book. Without thinking, Song Ming called the mobile phone number marked spare tire number 3. 2 seconds later, a voice came from the phone. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently busy. Song Ming was stunned when he heard this, and then he understood. He was actually blocked by Fong Ting. This bitch. She took advantage of me and yet she dared to block me. In a fit of rage, Song Ming smashed his phone to pieces. This is different from the depressing atmosphere in Song Ming's lounge. The atmosphere in the lounge of Gu Yan's team of 6 was extremely relaxed at this time. Gu Yan, Lu Yaoyao, Beihan, Qian Luo, and Yu Ling were talking and laughing while changing their clothes. This made Tang Hao, who was in the same lounge, feel very embarrassed. In this situation, he could only turn his back consciously. While listening to the laughter and discussion of the 5 goddess teammates behind me, I also listened to the subtle sounds of them taking off their clothes. This is a big challenge for a pure-hearted boy like Tang Hao. Just as Tang Hao was chanting the calmness mantra over and over in his heart, a slender white hand rested on Tang Hao's shoulder from behind. Hey! Where's that support guy who was so calm and collected on the field just now? Why is he huddled in this little corner, trembling? The one who made the teasing remarks was Chen Luo. Although Lu Yaoyao and Gu Yan's team is also very cheerful, he is still a bit restrained. But after Chen Luo joined the team, he became a completely different Chen Yun, bold and unrestrained, and would tease Tang Hao, the only boy in the team, from time to time out of boredom. Tang Hao felt so miserable. The other party is actually a very playful goddess, and she also hatefully teases him in various ways. This is really a different kind of torture. But Chen Luo just enjoyed it and often dragged Lu Yaoyao along to bully Tang Hao together. It's not that Tang Hao didn't protest to Gu Yan and Beihan. You guys should take care of them. And every time Tang Hao protested to Gu Yan and the others, Gu Yan and Beihan would look at each other, a smile flickering across their lips, and then they would start to smooth things over and give a few bland lectures. The final result was that Tang Hao faced more revenge from Lu Yaoyao and Chen Luo. For example, now, Chen Luo seized the opportunity to pull Tang Hao around and let him see all the women who were changing clothes at once. This was a very interesting thing in Chen Luo's eyes. Just thinking about Tang Hao apologizing with a blushing face was so funny. Xiao Hao Hao, turn around. I'll show you some nice things. Chen Luo said this in a bewitching tone while placing her slender white hands on both sides of Tang Hao's shoulders. He exerted a little force with his palm and tried to force Tang Hao to turn around. However, Gu Yan, Beihan and others smiled when they heard this and did not stop them. In fact, they were just changing their outer clothes, and their underwear was still neatly put on. The women looked no different than if they were wearing swimsuits. But Tang Hao didn't know about it. The most important thing is that Gu Yan and the others just chuckled and didn't say anything to remind them. This put Tang Hao in a difficult position. Without even thinking, Tang Hao refused to turn around. Seeing this, Chen Luo exerted force on her hands. She still didn't believe that she couldn't deal with an assistant by force. However, she really couldn't figure it out. Ha! Xiaohao, how come you are so strong? I can't even move you? Although Qian Luo is not a power-type person like Lu Yaoyao, his strength as a physical attacker should not be underestimated. But even so, she couldn't move Tang Hao. How is this possible? At this time, Lu Yaoyao said sarcastically, "Hey, Xiaohao is not only good at skills, but also has a strong physique. If you push him too far, who knows who will bully whom?" After Lu Yaoyao finished speaking, Beihan and Yuling looked surprised. At first they just thought Qian Luo was not serious, so they just watched the fun from the side, but after listening to Lu Yaoyao's words they realized that there seemed to be some unknown secrets involved. Qian Luo, who had tried once, lost his temper when faced with Tang Hao, who refused to move an inch. He turned to Gu Yan and asked, "Sister Yan, why do I feel that Tang Hao's strength is even greater than Yao Yao's? Is he really just a support?" Qian Luo was a little shocked at this moment. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan looked at Beihan and Yuling, who were also confused, and began to explain. "When I heard that Tang Hao actually possessed a physique comparable to that of a mid-level physical attacker." The expressions of the three girls from Beihan were quite interesting. Then the three women came towards Tang Hao without caring about the fact that they were only wearing outer clothes. It seems like he wants to see if Tang Hao is a freak. Then he pointed at Tang Hao and examined him. This really made Tang Hao suffer. Facing Beihan, who was surrounding them, Chen Luo and Yuling could only keep saying, "Put on your clothes first, sisters." However, the three girls ignored him completely. Chapter 30 Nirvana. A day later, the top 4 teams were born. They are Gu Yan team, Xiao Hongfei team, Nie Qingqing team, and Zhao Yang team. Among them, all members of Nie Qingqing and Zhao Yang's team are senior students. With their abilities, they could have entered some well-known awakening master guilds for internship and obtained enviable contract conditions. However, for this representative tournament, they turned down invitations from well-known guilds. It can be said that this is a big gamble for them. They will be happy if they win, and they can get attention and recognition from all parties. If they go to some awakening master guilds, they will receive unimaginably generous treatment. And lost? Naturally, there was no good outcome. At least, those guilds that were rejected would never extend an olive branch again. The guild where they are interning will directly drop a level, which will have a huge impact on their future growth. But even so, there are still senior students who are fighting hard for it. This shows the appeal of the elite competition to awakeners. At this time, after returning to their residence, the 6 members of the team gathered together to discuss the next round of competition. Our next opponent is Team Nie Qingqing. Team leader Nie Qingqing is an agility attack type, known as the best agility attack type in Jinling Awakening Academy. The best in agility attack? This title once made the supports of countless teams feel terrified, because in addition to being responsible for reconnaissance tasks, agile attackers more often act as assassins, cutting into the opponent's back row to kill the enemy's support. In many teams, the agility attack type is often the second most important person after the support. When the team is in trouble, they can even rely on a powerful agility attack type awakener to turn the tide. So, once they fight, there's a high probability that senior sister Nie Qingqing will break through to the back and cut off Xiaohao, right? Following Gu Yan's words, Lu Yaoyao grabbed a piece of delicious dessert and stuffed it into her mouth while predicting Nie Qingqing's actions. The others were not surprised that Lu Yaoyao didn't seem to care. If it were any other team, they would have been worried about this a long time ago. But no one in Gu Yan's team was too worried about Tang Hao's safety. There were even a few people, such as Chen Luo and Yuling, who were secretly thinking, if only that senior sister Nie Qingqing could really go and kill Tang Hao, then it would be much easier for them on the front battlefield. Although the ideas of several people were good, Beihan quickly expressed different opinions. Yao Yao, your prediction is only suitable for normal situations. Don't forget that Tang Hao's current public identity is a person with perception talent. It is well known that perception assistance is of no substantial help in head-on confrontation. His threat level is far lower than the other 3 auxiliary systems. As a quick attack assassin, Nie Qingqing's vision must be strategic. If I were Nie Qingqing, considering maximizing the advantage, I would first attack the alien attacker in the team. The reason is very simple. The biggest problem of the alien attacker is that his output is strong but his body is weak. On the premise that the auxiliary is not the primary target of attack, the priority option is to eliminate me or Gu Yan first. After Beihan finished speaking, Lu Yaoyao, who was not very worried about Nie Qingqing, immediately frowned. There is no doubt that Gu Yan and Bei Han are the two core outputs in the team. One of them is a fire element, and the other is a water element, two worlds of ice and fire, and their output capabilities are extremely high. Once these two firepower points are cut off by the enemy first, it will be a big trouble. At this time, Lu Yaoyao looked at Shan Luo, who was lying on the table like a salted fish. Shan Luo felt Lu Yaoyao's gaze and said, "Yaoyao, don't look at me, I know myself. I'm no match for senior sister Nie Qingqing in terms of agility attack, so don't count on me to stop her." Lu Yaoyao was speechless upon hearing this, but thinking of senior sister Nie Qingqing's reputation in the agile attack department, she also knew that Shan Luo was at a disadvantage in the matchup and might even be suppressed by Nie Qingqing. With Nie Qingqing around, Shan Luo couldn't cut into the opponent's back row. Because he would be suppressed by Nie Qingqing in terms of speed, the risk of giving away a head was extremely high. In that case, Shan Luo can only take action after Nie Qingqing leaves the front line. But if we leave Sister Gu Yan and Bei Han alone, will Nie Qingqing go and cause trouble for Xiao Haoao first? This is not realistic. As she spoke, Lu Yaoyao grabbed her hair, and it was obvious that her prediction of the game was stuck here. Looking at Lu Yaoyao, who was so distressed, and Shan Luo, who had completely given up, Tang Hao looked at Gu Yan and Bei Han. The former was drinking coffee leisurely, while the latter had his eyes on Yuling, who was nibbling an apple with her head down. This gave Tang Hao some guesses. When Yuling looked up with some sense, Gu Yan and Bei Han looked at each other, and a devilish smile flashed in their eyes at the same time. What did this make Yuling feel? My hand slipped and the apple, which I had only bitten a little bit of, fell to the ground. The Jinling College representative competition was held as scheduled. It is still the same huge stadium as before. The scene was still bustling with people. The only difference from before is that as the game is brewing, more people flocked to Jinling Awakening Academy. In addition to more internet celebrities who came to take advantage of the traffic, even some awakening guilds began to send people to inspect. After all, they are representatives of Jinling City who are elected every 3 years. If they find outstanding talents among them, these guilds will also find ways to sign membership agreements with some people in advance. Soon, as everyone in the stadium anticipated it, images began to appear on the huge electronic display screen. It is still the same simple introduction as before. The others are basically the same as before. The only thing is that Tang Hao's personal information has been updated. Primary Level 2 Perception Assistance. It was obvious that Tang Hao used his perception skills to impress some people in the previous game. It ended with the host's classic opening remarks. The large electronic screen showed the scene of the two teams setting out from their respective entrances. It's the same routine as last time. After the host reminded them, everyone found that Gu Yan's team was led by Tang Hao just like last time, and the others followed closely behind. Are they trying to replicate the strategy that defeated Team Song Ming last time? But I believe that after a brief period of adjustment, Team Nie Qingqing should have figured out a way to crack it. After the host finished speaking, the director considerately enlarged the image of Nie Qingqing's team. In the picture, the woman wearing silver leather armor, with medium long hair, leading the way with a hint of sharpness in her eyes is Nie Qingqing, the captain of Nie Qingqing's team. Ha! Nie Qingqing is moving forward quickly alone, while her teammates are waiting behind. Is this the same 1-5 formation as Team Song Ming? But everyone soon discovered the difference. Because Nie Qingqing kept moving forward, even though she was 50 meters or even 100 meters away from the other 5 people, the others remained motionless. This can't be a 1-5 formation. Could it be that Nie Qingqing wants to 1v6? This is also impossible. What exactly is Nie Qingqing going to do? To everyone's confusion, Nie Qingqing ran until she was 300 meters away from the team before stopping. Then she took out a pitch-black statue from her arms. Chapter 31, Sensing Tools, Fighting. Under the gaze of everyone present, Nie Qingqing placed the statue in her hand down and stepped back. That thing seems to be... Some college leaders on the platform seemed to recognize the thing that Nie Qingqing took out. But it didn't appear clear on the electronic screen, and they couldn't be sure for a moment. At this time, with Nie Qingqing's retreat, Tang Hao and his group easily passed the several strange beast placement points set up by the hospital as they did last time. It can be said that under Tang Hao's perception ability, those strange beasts have become complete decorations, and no one will trigger them at all. Regarding this, everyone on the platform remained silent. As time went by, Tang Hao released his second perception skill, Earth Fluctuation, at the place where he had scouted Song Ming's team last time. Strange. We're already here. Logically, they should have stepped into my sensing range long ago, but I haven't spotted any members of Team Niechingqing within 300 meters. After Tang Hao finished speaking, Gu Yan thought for a moment and said, Tang Hao did not find any trace of the other party along the way. Then there are only two possibilities. One is that the opponent chooses to move forward from both sides, avoiding the center position. This was beyond Tang Hao's perception. But to be honest, I am not optimistic about this option, because the opponent does not have any perception assistance, so this will only delay the contact between the two sides. The longer the time drags on, the greater the possibility that the other party will encounter a strange beast. This is still disadvantageous to them. After Gu Yan explained the first possibility, Bei Han added, that's right. Simply avoiding a fight is meaningless, so they are most likely staying where they are and not rushing forward rashly. Yes, this is quite reasonable, and I guess the other party should be brewing some plan. There is a high probability that our attempt to replicate the strategy that defeated Song Ming's team last time will fail. But it doesn't matter. We guessed in advance that Team Niechingqing would have countermeasures. Next, we will continue to move forward. At the next 300 meters, Tang Hao, you will release the earth wave again. By then, I think they won't be able to hide any longer. After Gu Yan finished speaking, the team maintained their formation. Qian Luochong was in the front, more than 10 body lengths away from the others, followed by Lu Yaoyao. Then came Gu Yan, Bei Han, Yu Ling, and finally Tang Hao. The group of 6 continued to move forward. At this moment, everyone in the stadium fell silent. Everyone knew that the two teams were the calm before the storm, and the next battle was about to break out. Just as Tang Hao and his group walked about 300 meters, they stopped and waited for Tang Hao to release his second perception skill. At the same time, Niechingqing's team suddenly took action. The 6 members of the team, led by team leader Niechingqing, slightly adjusted their direction and rushed straight towards Gu Yan's team. Ha! Team Niechingqing seems to know the location of Team Gu Yan and rushed straight towards them after determining the direction. Is this related to Niechingqing's strange behavior before? Under the deliberate instigation of the red-dressed host, everyone in the venue began to speculate. There is no doubt that Niechingqing's previous actions must have had a deeper meaning, but most people don't understand it. At this time, it was a member of the Awakening Guild who came to watch the battle who broke the news. That's Sentinel. Sentinel? Most people don't understand it because it is not something that ordinary people know about. However, some senior Awakening masters suddenly realized something and said, the statue that Ma Fei and Ei Qingqing took earlier was the Sentinel? It was an exotic beast item? By this time many people understood the reason. There is an extremely small probability that a beast's essence will be born after being killed. There are 2 types of essences. One is edible and can enhance the Awakener's talent and perception. Another type of essence that cannot be used is transformed into strange beast props with different functions. There was no doubt that the statue that Niechingqing had taken out earlier was a prop of an exotic beast, and from the word sentinel, it could be seen that the thing had the ability to be on guard. This seems to be a strange beast prop with perception effects. It was because Tang Hao and his group approached the statue that Niechingqing took immediate action. At this time, Tang Hao has started to activate the Earth Wave skill for the second time. In just 2 seconds, Tang Hao received biological information within a radius of 300 meters. Tang Hao issued an early warning immediately. 150 meters away, the 6 members of Niechingqing's team are rushing towards here at full speed. What? Upon hearing this, the other 5 people were all surprised that the other party had discovered several people before them without any perception assistance. How is this possible? However, the facts are before us. The opponent only needs a dozen seconds to reach the distance of 150 meters. It's meaningless to talk about anything else at this point. The key is to prepare for battle with all your strength. After the first few seconds of surprise, Gu Yan immediately suppressed her surprise and said to the others, just like we discussed before, Bei Han and I will move to the left and right, Yao Yao will follow me, and Qian Luo will follow Bei Han. Yu Ling is in the middle to provide support at any time, and Tang Hao is at the back. Sisters, the battle begins. As Gu Yan finished speaking, her left and right hands began to condense explosive fireballs. At the same time, Bei Han, who was standing on the other side, had a trace of ice mist on her long hair. That was when she activated her first skill. Ice Crystal Adhesion. This skill can transform Bei Han's water element into ice element, which has amazing lethality. In a short period of time, this is the fastest and most advantageous killing skill for the two. Just a few breaths later, as the woods ahead swayed, a slender, agile female figure emerged first. It was Nie Qingqing, the number one in the agile attack department. Her long black hair swayed in the wind, and there was a hint of surprise in her bright eyes. She had thought that Gu Yan's team might retreat after knowing that they were approaching at a high speed, but she didn't expect that the other party would dare to confront them head-on. This is actually good news for her. After all, once Gu Yan and the others leave here, her sentinels will need to be rearranged. I don't know how many changes will occur by then. The current situation is exactly what Nie Qingqing expected. However, looking at the skills that were already prepared in Gu Yan and Bei Han's hands, it seemed that her team would suffer if they came in such a hurry. This thought was completed in an instant, and then the other 5 members of Nie Qingqing's team rushed out one after another. At the same time, Gu Yan and Bei Han used the ice and fire skills that were rapidly brewing in their hands to attack the 5 people. Scorching fireballs and sharp ice cones whizzed towards me. A trace of panic flashed across the faces of several people, but then one of the short women stepped forward. The opponent's skill light was flashing. Then a film-like halo covered the whole body. Boom! Exploding fireballs and biting ice spikes rained down upon the woman. The feeling of being in the midst of both ice and fire is not pleasant. What's more, the other party responded hastily. There was just a burst of steam released, and the woman was not seriously injured, except that the arms that were protecting her chest were red and swollen. The 4 people behind her were unharmed. There was no doubt that this was a physical attacker who had awakened the defense talent. The next second, a green light flashed in the hands of the male assistant of Team Nie Qingqing, and he lightly touched the arms of the short girl. The girl's previous redness and swelling are gradually subsiding. It is estimated that in a while, the girl's arm will be restored to its original state. The battle between the 2 teams officially began at this time. Chapter 32, Crazy? No, it's confidence. It's not over yet. The opponent's only physical attacker with defensive capabilities had his hands temporarily disabled. Now is a good time to continue the attack. Gu Yan clasped his hands together and activated his second skill. Flame condensation. In a flash, a flaming longbow condensed out. The flames in this form can increase the skill range, but the disadvantage is that the power is weakened. And although the flaming arrows in the longbow state do not have the same range damage as the exploding fireballs, their single target penetration effect cannot be ignored. As 3 flaming arrows streaked across the sky, the scorching heat headed straight for the healing assistant of Nie Qingqing's team. Gu Yan saw clearly that the healing assistants of Nie Qingqing's team could not move freely when activating their healing skills. If the opponent doesn't give up healing the defensive player now, he himself will suffer serious damage. Keep healing. Faced with Gu Yan's skill pressure, Nie Qingqing made a choice at the first moment. The figure that was originally about to pounce on Bei Han turned around, a green light flashed on his body, and his speed increased dramatically. In a blink of an eye, he caught up with 2 of the flaming arrows. Broken. Nie Qingqing caught up with them at an astonishing speed and crushed the 2 flaming arrows. As for the last arrow, it was blocked head-on by another female physical attacker. The opponent's fists seemed to be covered with bronze light, and his shining fists easily shattered the flaming arrow. At this point, the lineup of awakened masters of Nie Qingqing's team is fully revealed. There are 3 physical attackers, namely agility, strength, and defense. Apart from the healing assistant, the remaining 2 are undoubtedly the alien attackers. After Gu Yan's continuous attacks, the 2 alien attackers from Nie Qingqing's team finally seized the opportunity to counterattack. I saw a bright yellow light flashing in the hand of one of the short-haired girls, and the next moment the girl slapped the ground hard. In an instant, Gu Yan felt something was wrong and jumped suddenly. Then several sharp spikes appeared in the original place. It's an earth element. Everyone, keep your distance and be careful of the ground. The usual method of Earth-type alien attackers is to condense ground spikes to launch surprise attacks, but their skill range is limited, which is the shortest among alien attackers. Otherwise, Earth-type alien attackers are really hard to defend against. With Gu Yan's reminder, everyone became prepared. The Earth-type attacker did not move forward, but simply stood beside the healing-type assistant, apparently determined to protect his own assistant. At the same time, several wind blades shot towards Bei Han, who had been accumulating strange energy. During this period, Bei Han remained silent and did not take any action in order to accumulate strength to release the 3rd skill, but this plan seemed to have been discovered. The opponent's second alien attacker noticed something was wrong and released dozens of wind blades to attack. Although the damage of each wind blade was not high, the overly dense attack made it difficult for Qian Luo to resist it all, and eventually Bei Han's accumulation state was broken. At this point, the first round of contact between the 2 sides came to an end. Overall, Team Nie Qingqing suffered more. But when the defensive body attacker's injuries gradually recovered, Nie Qingqing no longer had to worry. She was not worried about her team's ability to survive, as now was the time for her, an assassin, to show her skills. With a leap, Nie Qingqing began to shuttle through the woods surrounding Gu Yan's team. Nie Qingqing's move was a common tactic, and its purpose was to put psychological pressure on Gu Yan's team. Because no one knows when and where a hidden assassin will suddenly appear and launch an attack. However, such methods had little effect on Gu Yan's team. Because at the moment when Nie Qingqing completely disappeared, Tang Hao had already activated his perception skills. It's not earth vibration. Because he found that Nie Qingqing was moving frequently. If the earth fluctuation occurred every few seconds, Tang Hao would be killed. He was using the newly added effect after the upgrade of smell perception. Scent tracking. Unlike the one-time perception of earth sense, scent tracking is a continuous skill. It tracks the opponent's position based on the opponent's residual breath. At this moment, Nie Qingqing was no more than 100 meters away from Gu Yan's team, which was the perfect distance for scent tracking. As Tang Hao twitched his nose slightly, he immediately smelled several female scents in the air, and quickly locked onto a woman emitting a faint scent of crabapple. Under the effect of scent tracking, Tang Hao stretched out his finger in one direction, and then as the target moved in the dark, Tang Hao's finger would always follow the movement a second or two slower. This time difference is not enough to support Nie Qingqing to launch a surprise attack. At this time, Tang Hao said. She kept moving in the direction of my finger. Upon hearing this, the other members of the team immediately became alert in that direction. As for Nie Qingqing in the dark, her face was full of surprise. How could that be? He shouldn't have used earth sense, so how could he have detected my location in time? The blue spirit wolf's scent perception alone shouldn't be able to lock onto me while I'm moving so quickly. Obviously, Tang Hao's two skills had already been analyzed by some interested people. There are also ways to deal with his perception ability. As long as the target is moving quickly, it will be difficult for either smell perception or earth fluctuation to lock onto its location. But I never expected that this coping method would fail at this time. At this time, Tang Hao said something that was murderous and heartbreaking. You guys should focus your main energy on the front battlefield, and leave Nie Qingqing to me. An assassin who can't hide his whereabouts is less of a threat than an ordinary soldier. As soon as these words were spoken, Nie Qingqing, who was hiding in the dark, suddenly became breathless. Her snow-white neck was covered with a blush, her beautiful eyes became sharp, and her white teeth were clenched at this moment. This Tang Hao. In an instant, Nie Qingqing inevitably had the idea of killing Tang Hao first. What Tang Hao said was really hateful. As for Gu Yan and the others, they were surprised for a moment. Wasn't it originally planned to let Yu Ling act as bait to cooperate with Tang Hao's surprise attack? Even if he couldn't subdue Nie Qingqing, he had to injure the other party and make him temporarily lose the ability to assassinate. Why has it suddenly changed now? But Gu Yan and several others have keenly noticed that this is a favorable change. So everyone nodded silently and handed Nie Qingqing completely over to Tang Hao. After no longer having to worry about Nie Qingqing's assassination ability, Gu Yan, Bei Han, and Yu Ling completely let go and released their skills. Lu Yaoyao and Shen Luo no longer needed to stay in place to guard the place, and they rushed directly towards the other camp. Does this mean that they don't take Nie Qingqing seriously at all and the entire team is opening their defense to her? Such a scene stunned the Nie Qingqing team and everyone watching in the stadium. Only one sentence came out of the hearts of countless people. Is Team Gu Yan crazy? Chapter 33 Tang Hao's first appearance. At this time, the situation on the field became 5v5 and 1v1. The 5 members of Gu Yan's team versus the remaining 5 members of Nie Qingqing's team. In the absence of Nie Qingqing and with an assistant in the team, the 5 members of Gu Yan's team had the upper hand because they were all attacking. It's just that this advantage takes time to transform. Once the rear of Gu Yan's team is lost first, the situation will take a sharp turn for the worse. By then, Gu Yan's team will be attacked from both sides due to the reduction in personnel, which is almost a certainty of defeat. What are they thinking? Or do they think they can hold me back with just one assistant? After a quick analysis, Nie Qingqing felt that there was something fishy going on. But faced with the middle door wide open, no assassin could resist the temptation. She then gave orders to her team members. Hold them back. The 5 members of Nie Qingqing's team had already been mentally prepared for this and immediately carried out Nie Qingqing's orders. At the same time, Nie Qingqing herself also jumped out quickly, with a green halo flashing on her body. Her speed increased rapidly as before. In a blink of an eye, she approached Tang Hao. Just when everyone thought that Nie Qingqing would get rid of Tang Hao first, unexpectedly, Nie Qingqing floated past Tang Hao and rushed straight behind Gu Yan's team. This has puzzled many people. Why not kill that Tang Hao? It should be a piece of cake. A group of people in the venue raised questions. But Nie Qingqing on the field had her own ideas. There must be something strange about this Tang Hao, although I don't know what it is. But if I get close, I might get dragged down. So, why not just walk past him? Nie Qingqing has absolute confidence in her speed. As long as he doesn't take the initiative to bite Tang Hao's bait, I believe that Gu Yan's team's plan will fail. I have to say that Nie Qingqing has already noticed some key points. But only some. The moment Nie Qingqing glanced at Tang Hao and passed him, she no longer paid attention to the latter. A support is absolutely unable to stop himself. After this thought flashed through her mind, Nie Qingqing fixed her gaze on Gu Yan and the other four. She locked onto Gu Yan at first sight. The opponent is not only the captain but also the commander of the team. Taking her down will definitely be a huge blow to the team's morale, so it won't take too much effort to win. Just as Nie Qingqing was thinking about this, a figure suddenly jumped out from behind. In an instant, Nie Qingqing felt a chill on her back and a sense of crisis. However, before she could do anything, a fist hit her in the back. Accompanied by a powerful punch, Nie Qingqing, who was originally rushing towards Gu Yan, was knocked down from mid-air and her body fell rapidly to one side. Finally fell heavily to the ground. As Nie Qingqing fell, the 10 people fighting on the field noticed the movement. They all looked here. Team leader! Several members of Nie Qingqing's team shouted in shock. They found it hard to believe that just a second ago they were still struggling to hold back the members of Gu Yan's team in order to create favorable conditions for Nie Qingqing's attack. In the blink of an eye, their captain was sniped in mid-air and fell heavily to the ground. As for the instigator, it turned out to be the auxiliary who was considered to have the least combat effectiveness. How is this possible? How could a support like him catch up to the captain's speed and even shoot him down with one leap? The members of Nie Qingqing's team obviously could not accept this fact. At this time, they all looked at Tang Hao, who was standing quietly behind Gu Yan and the others after a successful attack. At the same time, everyone in the stadium of Jinling Awakening Academy was filled with disbelief. The host on the scene was even exclaiming that Gu Yan's team was in crisis the second before, but he didn't expect to see Nie Qingqing being beaten away in the next second. The person who made the key move was still a supporting one. Who would believe it if you told them this? What happened? While the host was puzzled, the director quickly brought up the previous footage. With slow-motion footage. In the picture, Nie Qingqing, who had just passed over Tang Hao's head, was moving forward. Then Tang Hao bent his legs, jumped up, and caught up with Nie Qingqing in the air in a very short time. Then he punched Nie Qingqing hard on the back. That's all that just happened. Watch this slow-motion shot. Many awakened masters of the agility and strength types were silenced at the scene. Is this a fucking support? You're as fast as a level 3 agility type, and as strong as a level 3 strength type. If you say you've awakened both strength and agility, no one would doubt it. And you tell me you're just a support? The Xiao Hongfei team and the Zhao Yang team, who are about to face off, also hold the same idea. The expressions on the faces of the people in both teams were equally wonderful. The members of the two teams were even subconsciously thinking about a problem. Tang Hao's speed and strength are not inferior to those of a third-level physical attacker. Is there any need for them to cut the back row? When this question comes up, it is like playing chess. The opponent directly hides the generals and there is no longer the threat of being checked. How do I fight this? Compared with the number of confused people in the venue, the Jinling chief and the academy president on the high platform figured out something. There are ways to make an ordinary auxiliary suddenly improve his physical fitness. It's just that method is too difficult to implement. Is this a basic technique? After Chief Jinling said this, the dean beside him frowned and added, "That's right, only basic skills can make a person's physique leap forward quickly." Judging from Tang Hao's performance just now, he should be almost at the peak of his first-level basic skills, and only one step away from advancement. This is simply unbelievable. It is a well-known fact that basic skills are difficult to practice. Even some high-level awakening masters have never been able to practice to his level. The dean didn't know what to say after this. It's impossible for a dean like him to say that a student in his college is a freak. Regardless of the heated discussions within the academy, Tang Hao did not choose to pursue Nie Qingqing after punching her away on the field. because his only mission was to guard Gu Yan and the others' rear so that they could attack with peace of mind. Besides, even if Tang Hao wanted to attack, he only had physical fitness but no attack skills, so it would be difficult for him to cause critical damage. As for Nie Qingqing, who had fallen to the ground, she felt a little regretful when she realized that Tang Hao didn't rush to pursue her. Otherwise, she could have gotten back some ground. After all, with her physique, falling from a few meters in the air wouldn't be a big deal. At most, it just looks a little embarrassed. After combing some of her messy hair, Nie Qingqing would never underestimate Tang Hao again. She only asked calmly, "This is your basic skill, right?" This is the first time I've seen someone cultivate basic skills to this level at the beginner level. Tang Hao did not hide anything from Nie Qingqing's question. He admitted generously, "It's a basic skill. I have no choice. I don't want to be a support who needs to be protected by others." After Tang Hao finished speaking, Nie Qingqing nodded slightly. Now Tang Hao not only does not need to be protected, he even has a certain combat capability. Perhaps the only thing to be thankful for is that Tang Hao is currently just a perception assistant and is of little help on the front battlefield. Otherwise, Nie Qingqing simply couldn't imagine how terrifying the combat power of a team would be if an auxiliary that could not be targeted could become one. But then again, do you think you can win over them just like this? Chapter 34, Intermediate? Who isn't? I remember your name is Tang Hao, right? Originally, Nie Qingqing didn't pay too much attention to Tang Hao after she found a way to crack Tang Hao's perception ability. In the subsequent attack order, Tang Hao was also at the end. But things are unpredictable. Who would have thought that an inconspicuous perception aid could make her so embarrassed? Now this perception aid is standing between her and Gu Yan's team. If she didn't get rid of Tang Hao first, she would have no way of successfully assassinating the other members of Gu Yan's team. In that case, I can only change the order of my attacks. Although I am surprised by your talent and basic skills, you lack offensive skills and cannot be my opponent. As Nie Qingqing spoke, she opened her hands and pressed them towards both sides. The next second, light blades like sharp claws popped out from the tips of her 10 fingers. This is exactly Nie Qingqing's second skill. Nether Blade. This skill gives Nirvana the tearing ability of a strange beast, which can easily break through the flesh and blood body. Then a green halo flashed on Nie Qingqing's body again. This is Nie Qingqing's first skill, a low consumption status skill that can make oneself lighter after being used. Seeing Nie Qingqing rushing towards him with all her strength. Without thinking, Tang Hao shouted to Lu Yaoyao behind him, "Sister Yaoyao, can you lend me your bone knife?" Lu Yaoyao listened to Tang Hao's words and threw the bone knife in his hand towards Tang Hao without any hesitation. The bone knife in the air quickly shrank to the size of a dagger without the help of supernatural powers. Tang Hao stretched out his hand and grabbed it, then injected his own special energy into it. In a blink of an eye, a majestic bone knife reappeared. However, Tang Hao did not make the bone knife too big like Lu Yaoyao did. It was enough to keep it at the size of a scimitar. Then, facing the attack of Nirvana's sharp claws like blades, Tang Hao raised the scimitar in his hand to resist without fear. Ding ding ding. For several breaths, the sharp claws and the blade continued to rub against each other, but they were unable to cause any further harm to Tang Hao. The agility displayed by Tang Hao was not inferior to that of Nie Qingqing. Coupled with the same strength, in the collision with Tang Hao, Nie Qingqing even felt a considerable recoil force. This made Nie Qingqing frown slightly. Tang Hao's defensive ability was far beyond her expectations. The scimitar in his hand was like a tightly closed box when swung, and she couldn't find any flaw to pry it open. This is entirely due to the special training Lu Yaoyao gave him before. Now the results are fully demonstrated. But this situation made Nie Qingqing grit her teeth and think. This guy has definitely been severely trained. It stands to reason that most assistants will do some pulling training, but because their physical constitution is too weak, the effect of such special training is often very limited. It is even more difficult to perform. An excellent agile attacker like Nie Qingqing can break this pull within seconds. However, the Tang Hao in front of him was completely different from those people. His agility, strength and defense were all comparable to those of a third-level physical attacker. If the skill blessing was put aside, Nie Qingqing had no doubt that she would be beaten by Tang Hao. At this time, seeing that Nie Qingqing was obviously doubting herself, Tang Hao did not disturb her. He was happy to waste time with her. Because on the other side of the field, the 5 members of Gu Yan's team were bombarding the 5 members of Nie Qingqing's team. After losing the Big C, Nie Qingqing's offense has been failing. This dealt a heavy blow to the morale of the entire team. The other 5 people began to lose repeatedly when facing Gu Yan's 4 people with a full attack lineup. Along with this, a dazzling light flashed in Nie Qingqing's team. The healing assistant had no choice but to release his level 3 skill in advance when the situation was unfavorable. Double Cure. This skill does not require contact and can quickly heal 2 party members at the same time. In addition to the group skills of the mid-level awakeners, this skill is already very powerful at the initial stage. And when the beast core cannot be used, the 3rd level skill is undoubtedly a heavy burden for a beginner awakener. Once released, not only will his own condition decline, but he will also not be able to release it a second time in the short term. As the healing assistant released this 3rd level skill, the injuries of the 2 physical attackers in the front row of Nie Qingqing's team were quickly healed. But there was no joy on either of their faces. Because one of their trump cards was forced to be revealed in advance, and there was no sign of a reversal in the battle situation. It was only a matter of time before their side fell into a disadvantage again. At the same time, Nie Qingqing also captured the situation of her own team. She knew very well that she had been distracted by Tang Hao for too much time. This will cause the team to fall into crisis, which is a dereliction of duty as the captain. She had to take charge. Nie Qingqing took a deep breath. Then he said, "Tang Hao, I didn't want to expose this power too early, because I know very well that such power must also exist in the other 2 teams. Exposing yourself too early will always lead to people finding flaws in targeting you. But I didn't expect that you, the weakest of the 4 semi-final teams, could push my team to this point." After Nie Qingqing finished speaking, the strange energy in her body began to increase. At this moment, Tang Hao felt that the aura of Nie Qingqing in front of him had changed. That was a different aura from that of an initial stage awakener. Tang Hao had felt this way on Shenyan several times before. This is the aura of a mid-level awakener. Intermediate level agility attack master? Tang Hao asked with a raised eyebrow. Upon hearing this, Nie Qingqing admitted it very generously. The current situation no longer allowed her to hide her weakness, so she could only expose her true strength in order to resolve the battle as soon as possible. The reason why Nie Qingqing was still willing to say a few more words to Tang Hao was actually because she wanted Tang Hao to give up. This way she doesn't need to expose herself further on the field. Tang Hao, you should know the destructive power that a mid-level agile attacker can have on your team. You can't stop me, and they can't be spared either. Continuing to fight will only cause more damage. You should be able to judge, right? After Nie Qingqing finished speaking, the aura of a mid-level awakening master was completely released. Immediately, 10 people on another battlefield stopped and looked here. Intermediate? Gu Yan and Bei Han's expressions looked unhappy. After all, it was too easy for a mid-level agile attacker to assassinate these initial level awakening masters. And after seeing the expressions of Gu Yan and others, Nie Qingqing said calmly, just as she had advised Tang Hao before, "How about we stop here? You've already performed very well. I believe that by next year's graduation season, there will be many awakening guilds extending olive branches to you. As for this time, I'm sorry that this is the only way you can go." After Nie Qingqing finished speaking, the stadium fell silent. The college stadium was also completely silent. After all, anyone with a discerning eye can see the outcome. It's just a matter of process. Team Xiao Hongfei and Team Zhao Yang, who had been watching the battle, were a little dissatisfied with this. They would rather see Nie Qingqing use her 4th skill so that they could find a way to target her. Unfortunately, Nie Qingqing revealed her cards directly. This time, Gu Yan's team was probably dumbfounded. Just as Xiao Hongfei and Zhao Yang turned around and left with their men, Tang Hao's voice was heard on the big screen. To be honest, if the scene hadn't been so quiet, this voice would have been ignored. But now it was clearly heard by everyone present. I only heard Tang Hao say, "Sister Gu Yan, this is a mid-level agility attack master. I'm afraid this won't be easy to stop. You guys need to move faster." Chapter 35, Horrible Physique, shocked again. Stop the mid-level agile attacker? The people in the stadium only felt that they were hallucinating. What are you trying to stop me with? Tang Hao's words made the audience feel incredible. They thought that he was so arrogant because he had not seen the power of a mid-level awakener. Although Xiao Hongfei and Zhao Yang's team stopped for a moment because of surprise, they quickly left, obviously not taking Tang Hao's words seriously. As for the Jinling chief and the academy president on the high platform, they couldn't figure out the truth of Tang Hao's words for a moment. They naturally wouldn't jump to conclusions like ordinary people, but with their knowledge, it was hard for them to imagine what other tricks Tang Hao had. So the two of them turned their eyes to an audience seat in front of the stage. There was a curly-haired woman with a hot body, wearing a coat made of exotic animal skins. She is the leader of this Jinling team. Chimei, what do you think of what that little guy said? The dean asked the woman, and the leader next to him also looked over, seeming to attach great importance to the opinion of this woman named Chimei. And he felt the eyes of the two people falling on him. Chimei didn't turn around, but just raised his lazy eyes and replied, "He doesn't look like he's faking it, but it's really difficult for him to intercept Nie Qingqing now. But if we really want to talk about hope, it will only come if he can break through that step." That step? The dean and the other dean frowned when they heard this. They didn't expect that Tang Hao could still do it under such circumstances. When they want to inquire further, Chimei suddenly shook his head and said, "Just pretend I didn't say anything. After all, that step is something that many high-level awakening masters can't even achieve, not to mention that he is only at the beginner level. If he really did it, wouldn't a bunch of high-level awakening masters all die by hitting their heads against tofu?" As Chimei finished speaking, new changes had already appeared on the field. Following Tang Hao's speech, the stadium fell silent for a while. Especially Nie Qingqing's face was slightly frozen, and there was a hint of wanting to see through Tang Hao in her eyes. Is this just a momentary crazy talk, or is Tang Hao really confident that he can stop her from revealing her trump card? Nie Qingqing couldn't tell the truth from the false for a moment. After a while, Nie Qingqing took a deep breath and said, "It seems you still don't want us to win too easily. But if I do, even if I win, it will alert those two teams." After saying that, Nie Qingqing sighed. Obviously, she had already believed that Tang Hao did not have the ability to stop her, and the reason she said that was just to show her determination not to give up easily. Thinking of this, Nie Qingqing didn't care about exposing more of her secrets, and the rich strange energy in her body began to surge. A blue light flashed. Nie Qingqing's speed became faster. After using her second talent coordination, each of Nie Qingqing's movements was no longer redundant, and her speed increased by a level compared to before. The whole person rushed towards Tang Hao like a ghost. When Tang Hao was on full alert, a phantom passed over the area Tang Hao was defending. Then the echo of Nie Qingqing could be heard in the air. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in picking on a tank. I'll deal with the 5 of them first and then come back and slowly take care of you." As the voice fell, Nie Qingqing's figure had already passed Tang Hao by several body lengths, accompanied by a lingering laughter. Nie Qingqing's figure quickly pounced towards Gu Yan and the other 4. At this time, realizing that their captain was launching an attack, the few people who had been holding on immediately launched a counterattack. They had only one goal, which was to do their best to distract Gu Yan and the other 4 so that Nie Qingqing could deal with them more easily and quickly. For this reason, the 4 attacking members of Nie Qingqing's team, 2 special attackers and 2 physical attackers, all gave up their defensive stance and focused on the fight. Although this situation will not last long, the opponent may even be hit hard by Gu Yan's team later. But it must be said that at this moment, Gu Yan and the other 4 were unable to move, which created a perfect opportunity for Nie Qingqing to assassinate them. In an instant, Nie Qingqing, who was rushing over, released the light blades on her hands, and with a flash of green light, she was already approaching Gu Yan. I hope there won't be any surprises this time. In the few seconds that she was close to Gu Yan, Nie Qingqing had this thought in her mind. Then she looked determined. Who could stop her now? However, when Nie Qingqing looked up at Gu Yan, the panic that had appeared on the other's face suddenly disappeared, and was replaced by a triumphant smile. What? Why did she? For a moment, Nie Qingqing felt her breathing stagnate, and a bad feeling crept into her heart. Have I missed something? The moment Nie Qingqing's thought just emerged, the team members in front of her suddenly showed horror in their eyes. Then a familiar sense of crisis spread throughout my body. Is it possible? Nie Qingqing was just guessing something when suddenly the sound of whistling wind came from behind her. Then Nie Qingqing's body seemed to be attacked by a heavy object. A sharp blunt force felt like it was coming. Nie Qingqing drew an exaggerated arc and fell to the side again. But unlike before, this time, with the help of her coordination talent, Nie Qingqing twisted her whole body in mid-air in an incredible posture at the moment she was about to land, and actually avoided the outcome of a heavy fall. It was only then that Nie Qingqing looked at the person who interrupted her again. Tang Hao? Why is it you? How can you possibly keep up with my speed? Nie Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened at this moment. If Nie Qingqing was stopped by Tang Hao the first time, she could still barely accept it. But what about this time? She released her own restrictions and acted as a mid-level agile attacker. Why was Tang Hao able to keep up again? At this time, Nie Qingqing no longer cared about the pain from the huge bone knife hitting her waist from behind. There was only confusion and strong unwillingness in her eyes. She should have shined, but was blocked twice by an inconspicuous level 2 auxiliary. The consequences of being blocked this time are even more serious, and it is very likely to cause the situation that the team has managed to hold on to collapse. Tell me, Tang Hao, how did you do it? Accompanied by Nie Qingqing's anxious questions. There were also exclamations one after another in the college stadium. However, in another slow-motion shot, they saw Tang Hao's speed clearly. But this still leaves many people in shock. Damn! What kind of speed is that? I'm a mid-level attacker, but I feel like I'm far behind him. Is he still just a support? As for the dean and the chief on the platform, they were all breathing rapidly. Obviously they had sensed some key information from the speed of Tang Hao's outburst. Shimei, this is the step you said was impossible. This should be the physique that can only be achieved after breaking through the basic skills. Isn't it said that even high-level awakening masters find it difficult to break through? He is only a beginner awakening master. The usually calm Chief Jinling also exclaimed after the dean. It was obvious that Tang Hao's explosive speed at this time had far exceeded his psychological endurance limit for a beginner awakener. As for Shimei, she did not answer the dean and the other two for a while. She was staring at Tang Hao on the screen, biting her thumb, and it was obvious that she was also greatly shocked. It was originally just a joke, but I never expected that Tang Hao would actually do it. If this were seen by former teammates, they would probably think the tofu was too soft and put it in the freezer to freeze it before hitting it. Chapter 36. Is there insider trading? This sudden change on the field obviously caught everyone in Nie Qingqing's team by surprise. I never expected that Nie Qingqing would be implicated by Tang Hao again. While Nie Qingqing was unable to withdraw, Gu Yan immediately said to the others, "Fight back." After Gu Yan spoke, Lu Yaoyao and Chen Luo took the lead and directly entangled the opponent's alien attacker who had a look of horror on his face. Then Gu Yan, Beihan, and Yuling each accumulated a level 3 skill. They were already at a disadvantage, and the previous desperate resistance had consumed most of their strength. At this time, facing the counterattack of Gu Yan's team, they were really retreating step by step. First, the two alien attackers were knocked away, and then the defensive physical attacker was specially taken care of by Gu Yan and Beihan, who used 2 third-level skills at the same time. The other party once again experienced the feeling of ice and fire. Even though the opponent managed to release his third-level defense skill, unfortunately he had consumed too much energy before and was no longer in peak condition. The defensive physical attacker only lasted a few seconds before being severely injured and swept away. But unlike before, this time there was no healing aid to treat him. Because Chen Luo had already taken the lead and rushed straight to the opponent's lone auxiliary. Lu Yaoyao faced the last power-type awakening master who was in poor condition. The situation between the two teams changed drastically in just a few tens of seconds. During this period, Nie Qingqing tried to break through Tang Hao several times, but unfortunately she was restrained by Tang Hao's speed. Nie Qingqing was even surprised to find that Tang Hao was not only comparable to her in speed. Even strength and defense are mid-level. While being blocked by Tang Hao, Nie Qingqing suffered several minor losses due to Tang Hao's terrifying strength and defense. This suddenly reminded Nie Qingqing of something, and she said, "Is this the physique you've developed after breaking through the first stage of basic skills?" "That's for sure, and that's the only way to explain your incredible speed and strength." At this moment, Nie Qingqing finally figured out the key to the matter. No wonder Tang Hao dared to volunteer to stop her. So this is your trump card. A beginner awakener can actually cultivate the basic skills to the second stage. If it hadn't happened right before my eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if someone told me. At this moment, Nie Qingqing had a bitter smile on her face. After knowing that Tang Hao had cultivated the basic skills to the second stage and possessed a physique comparable to that of a mid-level physical attacker, Nie Qingqing already knew the outcome of this game. She can't win. Indeed, she still has a killer move in her hand, a mid-level awakening skill. But others don't know, but Nie Qingqing understands that this skill is a single-target killing move with extremely high consumption. Once used, it is intended to determine victory or defeat with one strike. This is also the reason why Nie Qingqing has been holding on to her skills and is unwilling to release them easily. But now, even if she could eliminate Tang Hao with this skill, she had no strength to clean up the mess after being exhausted by Tang Hao. Watching several members of her own team being eliminated one by one due to strategic mistakes, Nie Qingqing clenched her fists and looked at Tang Hao, who was blocking her way. At this moment, she really wanted to use her intermediate skills on Tang Hao. I wish I could beat Tang Hao into a pig's head. But if we can't win, then what's the point of it all? Is it just to help the other two teams? At this moment, Nie Qingqing's face showed a trace of hesitation. Seeing this situation, Tang Hao knew that the overall situation had basically been decided. The only variable is Nie Qingqing. He could feel the hatred that the other party had just expressed in an instant. I'm afraid I'll be beaten up by the other party before the end. Although he has healing skills, this thing can only quickly heal external injuries, and some internal injuries are not so easy to recover. That will have an impact on the next final. Thinking of this, Tang Hao made a decision. He came to Nie Qingqing. The other person's bright eyes were misty and he immediately became alert and asked, "Are you looking for a fight?" Nie Qingqing hadn't considered whether to vent her anger before admitting defeat, but when she saw Tang Hao dare to come over, the strange energy on her hands began to gather instantly. Seeing this, Tang Hao didn't dare to delay and quickly leaned in and whispered, "Don't fight. We can talk it out. We can do this, wouldn't that make everyone happy?" Ha! What was Tang Hao saying to Nie Qingqing? Since they were so close and their voices were so low, we have no way of knowing what they were talking about. But it was visible to the naked eye that after Tang Hao said those words, Nie Qingqing's face showed an incredible expression, as if she was very surprised. When the host said this, Nie Qingqing seemed to be unable to believe it and repeatedly confirmed with Tang Hao. At this moment, the two of them were almost leaning against each other with their arms around each other's shoulders, and it was unknown what they were talking about in secret. The next second, Nie Qingqing showed a look of satisfaction on her face, and then, in front of everyone's astonishment, Nie Qingqing took off her ID card on her own initiative. Contestant Nie Qingqing voluntarily handed her ID card to contestant Tang Hao. Oh my god! I must have seen it right. Why? Contestant Nie Qingqing still has the strength to fight. When the host exclaimed. Everyone in the venue also shouted, "There is inside information and there is PY trading." However, this voice was soon suppressed. A woman's voice came from the referee team. It was Chi Mei, the head of the referee team. She has a clear view of the direction of this game. Although the only unexpected event was Nie Qingqing, it was actually difficult to affect the outcome of the game. Now that Tang Hao was able to eliminate this hidden danger in advance, it wouldn't be a big deal for her to announce the result of the competition. Similarly, the demons also paid some attention to Tang Hao. This little second-level auxiliary can bring her some unexpected changes every time she appears. This time, even someone like her who had seen storms before was surprised. This made Chi Mei have some strange thoughts about Tang Hao. I really want to see this guy chasing down and beating up the opposing attacker on the field. I'm sure it will surprise many people. Chapter 37 High-Level Awakening Master, Demon. How could this happen? Tang Hao. Tang Hao was actually able to stop that Nie Qingqing. At this time, in an audience seat in the stadium, Fang Ting listened to the host announce the victory of Gu Yan's team. She staggered back, her face pale as a bloodless stone. No, I must be having a nightmare. Tang Hao is only a beginner awakener who has only awakened for a few months. How can he make a mid-level awakener admit defeat? Fang Ting kept repeating this while her body was shaking. Perhaps even she herself didn't understand, her mood at this moment was extremely complicated. From the very beginning, she didn't take Tang Hao seriously, and she didn't put any effort into catching up with Tang Hao. Although the two always pretended to be gentle and considerate when they were dating, in Fang Ting's eyes she only regarded Tang Hao as a tool to achieve her goals. Who would have thought that the tool that she had once treated as useless and discarded would one day make her feel untouchable? This kind of thing is hard to accept no matter who it happens to. Not to mention Fang Ting, who has always been good at calculating. At this moment, seeing Tang Hao suddenly shine, Fang Ting felt extremely distorted. Why? Why you? Why you? Fang Ting was unwilling to accept it, and she was even more unwilling to admit her mistake. Because this mistake was so big that she couldn't accept it at all. It was a deep regret. What she regretted was not the relationship between the two, but the fact that Tang Hao's brilliance should have bloomed for her. But she actually thought that Tang Hao was useless and just discarded him. At this moment, the feelings of pain and regret continued to gnaw at Fang Ting's heart. On the way back to the lounge, Gu Yan and Bei Han looked a little calmer, but the three women behind them were chattering excitedly around Tang Hao. Perhaps it was because the three girls were too excited about being able to defeat the mid-level awakening master this time, so even Yu Ling, who usually seems silent, became active because of Lu Yaoyao and Qian Luo. At this time, Lu Yaoyao pinched Tang Hao's waist and asked, "Xiaohao, what did you say to Nie Qingqing in the end? Why did she willingly admit defeat?" Listening to Lu Yaoyao's words, Qian Luo and Yu Ling both looked at her like curious babies. They were all prepared for the final fierce battle, but they didn't expect that Tang Hao would make Nie Qingqing give up voluntarily with just a few words. Such a result seemed incredible to them. In response, Tang Hao said calmly, "Well." As Tang Hao deliberately prolonged his voice, the three women stared at him closely. But unexpectedly, Tang Hao just revealed a secret at the end. This made Lu Yaoyao almost unable to help but take out the bone knife to teach Tang Hao a lesson. Fortunately, Gu Yan in front turned around and said, "Yaoyao, Tang Hao has already told me about this matter, but it is not convenient to tell you for the time being. You will know it after a while." Hearing this, Lu Yaoyao pouted at Gu Yan and said, "Sister Gu Yan, you are my cousin. Why do I feel like I am not as close to you as Xiaohao?" Seeing that there was a little secret between Gu Yan and Tang Hao, Lu Yaoyao was very dissatisfied. Bei Han smiled secretly at this. She had already guessed about the direct conversation between Tang Hao and Nie Qingqing, but that matter was not her business, and she was too lazy to care. For her, joining Gu Yan's team was just a helpless move because she didn't want to waste the 3 years of their youth. "But I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to win a place in the representative competition now. This is enough." Bei Han is already very satisfied with it, and the next step is to prepare for the last opponent. The group quickly returned to the lounge and some of them packed their things. Looking at everyone will soon return to the residence. Yu Ling asked aloud, "Do we really not need to watch the afternoon game here?" In the afternoon, there will be a match between Xiao Hongfei's team and Zhao Yang's team. Whoever wins will be the next opponent of Gu Yan's team. It is necessary to understand your opponent in advance. But Gu Yan obviously had his own ideas. So in response to Yu Ling's question, Gu Yan said gently, "No need, the game video will be out tonight and we will have time to watch it. Tomorrow is the final, and what we need to do most now is to seize the time and adjust our condition. I have some understanding of these two teams, so I'll just see what new things they have tonight and add to my resume." After hearing this, Yu Ling no longer insisted. To be honest, she was quite exhausted from the fight with Nie Qingqing's team this time. If she doesn't get a good rest, it might affect her performance tomorrow. Just when a few people packed up their things and prepared to leave, suddenly a figure appeared in front of them and blocked their way. In particular, a few people could feel that the other party was coming for Tang Hao. I saw a hot woman with a mature aura blocking the door of the lounge. The woman's eyes went straight past everyone else and stared at Tang Hao. Then the woman walked directly towards Tang Hao. The others did not admit defeat to this woman. Lu Yaoyao and Qian Luo wanted to step forward and ask her immediately, "Excuse me, please." Lu Yaoyao and the other person hadn't finished talking yet. As a result, the woman casually released a strange energy that easily repelled Lu Yaoyao and Qian Luo who were approaching. Seeing this, Bei Han was about to unleash her own ice-type skills, but Gu Yan stopped her and said, "Excuse me, are you Professor Chi Mei?" "Professor?" Several people in the lounge were surprised when they heard this. "Because I want to become a professor at the Awakening Academy. The most stringent condition is high-level Awakening Master." They really didn't expect that the woman in front of them, who looked so charming and mature, like a sexy beauty, would actually be a high-level Awakening Master. But this also explains why the other party could easily shock Lu Yaoyao and Qian Luo away. When Chi Mei heard what Gu Yan said, he looked at her in surprise. She was a professor recruited by the president of Jinling College this year through his connections. Her main responsibility is to train the current college team. Given that Jinling Awakening Academy's performance in previous years has been very poor, it was ranked only among the top 32 in the country in the most recent elite competition and did not even enter the group stage. As a result, among the 13 guardians of Su province, several urban districts are ranked ahead of Jinling City. This makes Jinling, the provincial capital, very embarrassed. Chi Mei only reported to the college in recent days. At this time, few people should know her. Looking at the ghost with a puzzled expression, Gu Yan explained, "I only heard some rumors that a mysterious professor would be coming to Jinling Awakening College soon. Just now, I saw that you can come and go here freely, and your strength is so strong, so I made a guess." Upon hearing this, Chi Mei looked at Gu Yan deeply. Then she turned her charming eyes to Tang Hao. "Little guy, I am very interested in you now. Chapter 38 Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Interested in me? Yes, let me introduce myself first. My name is Chi Mei, a new professor at the academy. I've seen quite a few gifted individuals before. Some were able to hunt mid-level beasts on their own at the beginner level, while others were able to master 2 skills in one slot when their skills were awakened. But to be honest, you are the first one to be able to cultivate basic skills to an advanced level at the initial awakening stage. After Chi Mei finished speaking, Tang Hao understood the other party's intention. Is it really because of the entry-level basic skills? As early as when Tang Hao revealed his intermediate physique, he guessed that it would attract attention, but he did not expect that he would attract a visit from a high-level awakening master so soon. I don't know what the other party is thinking. If it's just to satisfy your curiosity up close, it's not a big deal. Look at how Tang Hao is thinking now. Chi Mei knew that his sudden arrival had caused Tang Hao to have some speculations. So he said, "Don't worry, little guy. I am a professor at the academy after all. How can I eat you? I came here in a hurry this time to satisfy my curiosity, and secondly, to ask if you have any shortcuts to cultivation. After all, I am also practicing this. Just think of me as someone who was here to learn from you. Seeking the scriptures?" In other words, this female professor named Chi Mei came to ask him if there was any shortcut to cultivation? This seems to be a very normal motivation. So is there a shortcut to practicing basic skills? Yes, add some. But I can't say it. After thinking for a while, Tang Hao could only answer helplessly, "I'm sorry, Professor Chi Mei, it's not that I don't want to teach you, but I can't explain the principle clearly. I just practiced it and then I broke through." At this moment, Tang Hao tried his best to keep his tone calm. After all, he had reached the entry level by adding some extra points. In Tang Hao's opinion, it was not something worth bragging about. However, he didn't know that the calmer Tang Hao spoke these words, the more everyone present, including the demon in front of him, held their breath. Hearing this, Chi Mei's face was embarrassed for a moment, and he coughed twice before saying, "Well, what a good phrase, a breakthrough after just one practice, little guy. I think you'd be cuter if you spoke a little more arrogantly. Your sincere tone really makes people. Forget it, I should have realized from the beginning that there are no shortcuts in cultivation. We say goodbye now, and look forward to your subsequent performance. Who knows, we may meet again." After saying this, the demon seemed not to want to stay here for a moment. I was originally very interested in teasing the cute students. Unexpectedly, I failed to tease him but was moved by his sincerity. That night, after an afternoon of adjustment, everyone woke up and went to the villa restaurant. At this time, everyone's condition has almost recovered. As long as they have a good night's sleep, they will be able to participate in the finals of the representative competition in full condition tomorrow. Pa. Accompanied by Guyan's applause, a large amount of delicious food was served on the table. Smelling the tempting aroma, several people's stomachs started to growl. Lu Yaoyao and Xian Luo were especially drooling at the sight of the table full of food. But before the two of them could make their move, Gu Yan's words came. "Don't just focus on eating, I've prepared something for everyone." After Gu Yan finished speaking, the restaurant darkened, a curtain unfolded, and then a video recording was played. The two teams that appeared on the screen were Xiao Hongfei's team and Zhao Yang's team. Is this the recording of the game this afternoon? Which of the two teams won? Lu Yaoyao asked as she grabbed a big pig's trotter and started chewing on it. Even Tang Hao would be inferior to him in eating manners that looked like a starving ghost. Of course, everyone has long been accustomed to Lu Yaoyao's eating habits. And it's not just Lu Yaoyao, Xianluo's eating manners are not much better either. It can be said that this is a common problem among physical attackers. As long as she is a physical attacker, no matter how beautiful she is or what her cultivation level is, there are only 2 points that they have in common. First, when they fight, each one is more violent than the other. Second, they all look worse than each other when eating. Even for physical attack masters, this common problem has long been spread in the Awakening Master Circle and is no longer a strange thing. After Tang Hao joined Lu Yaoyao and Xian Luo in eating, the others slowly picked up their chopsticks while keeping their eyes on the screen. After setting up the playback, Gu Yan returned to her seat and only then answered Lu Yaoyao's questions. "Based on your judgment, who do you think will win?" Hearing this, Lu Yaoyao chewed the brittle bone into pieces in a few bites, and then said without thinking, "I hope that Gai Xiao Hongfei loses." In response, Gu Yan picked up a piece of sashimi and chewed it carefully, saying, "The loser is Zhao Yang." Lu Yaoyao was not surprised to hear Gu Yan's answer. Although he hated that guy, Lu Yaoyao also had to admit that he was quite capable as a control support. Unfortunately, his abilities are good, but his character is terrible. At this time, Xian Luo, with his cheeks bulging with stuff, raised his greasy palm and asked that Zhao Yang is an old student like Nie Qingqing. Since Nie Qingqing is a mid-level awakening master, then Zhao Yang should be no worse. Regarding Qian Luo's question, Gu Yan also answered directly, yes, since Zhao Yang dared to put everything aside to fight for the qualification for the representative competition, he also has the ability. And he also proved this in the game in the bottom lane. Zhao Yang and Nie Qingqing are both mid-level awakening masters. His first awakened talent is amplification, which allows the physical attackers and special attackers in Zhao Yang's team to burst out with far more aggressiveness than usual. His second awakening talent is healing, which makes up for the team's endurance problem. Hearing this, Yuling put down her chopsticks and whispered, so they've lost like this? What on earth did Xiao Hongfei's team rely on to win the game? Obviously, a mid-level assistant with 2 talents of amplification and healing is already an excellent auxiliary ability for the team, which can greatly raise the upper limit of the team. To be fair, even if Gu Yan's team meets Zhao Yang's team, it will be a tough battle. This made Yuling pay attention to Xiao Hongfei's team. Beihan was also lost in thought. She attached great importance to the representative competition. Apart from taking a few bites of food, her eyes never left the game video. Gu Yan didn't keep anyone in suspense here. He said directly, because Xiao Hongfei has 2 hidden mid-level awakening masters. Intermediate. Still 2. This result made Beihan a little uneasy. This will cause huge trouble when the battle comes. Unfortunately, it was different from the 3 people's concerns. At this time, Tang Hao, Lu Yaoyao and Shen Luo were still eating at the table. Beihan and the other 2 shook their heads at this. It was really difficult for them to expect Tang Hao and the other 3 to think about problems while eating. Especially when Lu Yaoyao was moving left and right, she took the opportunity to accuse Tang Hao of stealing her favorite braised pork. Forget it, the 3 of us will just analyze the match video and tell them the results later. Chapter 39 Tang Hao, I have an idea. The next day, in the lounge of Jinling College. There was still some time before the game started. However, there was not much excitement on the faces of the members of Gu Yan's team, but rather a hint of solemnity. This emotion has continued from just now until now. And the reason is very simple. Watch the video of last night's game. Gu Yan and others saw the strength of Xiao Hongfei's team. 2 mid-level awakening masters. Because he was concerned about the feelings of Tang Hao, Lu Yaoyao and Shen Luo, he was afraid to tell them too early for fear of affecting their rest. So it was not until just before the game started that Gu Yan and Beihan told Tang Hao and the others about the situation of Xiao Hongfei's team. What? There are 2 mid-level players on the opposite side? Where did Xiao Hongfei find these 2 people? You should know that the job fair for senior students ended more than a month ago, and most of the senior students entered the major awakening guilds for internships. Apart from people like Nie Qingqing and Zhao Yang who were determined to give it a try and formed a team, there were basically no senior students in the academy. Not to mention finding the remaining mid-level awakening masters. After all, others don't know that there is a team that is short of people. Are you going to just wait there? Although Lu Yaoyao felt that all this was very strange, the reality was that Xiao Hongfei did recruit 2 mid-level awakening masters after leaving Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao aside. This has enhanced the overall strength of Xiao Hongfei's team. The current situation is completely different from the popular estimates before the game. Even before the semi-finals, many people had identified the favorites for the tournament as the 2 teams Nie Qingqing and Zhao Yang. In comparison, there is a gap between Gu Yan's team and Xiao Hongfei's team in terms of hard power. But who would have thought that the final of the representative tournament would be between these 2 underdog teams? A mid-level awakening master. Xian Luo couldn't sit still after hearing the news. Although she is carefree, she is not stupid. A mid-level awakening master is much ahead of a low-level awakening master in terms of physical fitness and special energy alone, not to mention the mid-level awakening skills that the other party possesses. Absolutely tricky. At least we have defeated a team with a mid-level awakening master, maybe. Yu Ling whispered comfortingly at this time. But Chen Luo quickly took over the conversation and said, to be honest, we were able to defeat Team Nie Qingqing before, and there was a lot of luck involved. That Nie Qingqing had been thinking about preserving her strength, which was why she was gradually dragged into the trap by Tang Hao. So that in the end there is no room for maneuver. If Nie Qingqing had relied on her advantage as a mid-level agile attacker to join the team head-on from the beginning, it would definitely have been a tough battle for us. And now there are two people like Nie Qingqing opposite. This is not as simple as 1 plus 1. If we are not careful, our team will collapse instantly under the attack of the opponent. After Qian Luo finished speaking, the lounge fell silent. No one stood up to refute Qian Luo. Because she was telling the truth. The two mid-level awakening masters put too much pressure on everyone. Seeing everyone like this. At this time, Tang Hao chose to stand up. Sister Gu Yan and everyone, I have an immature idea. It's a bit risky, but I think if it succeeds, we might be able to turn defeat into victory. Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes over. Please ask the players of both teams to go to the competition entrance and prepare. Accompanied by the host's call. The competition venue of Jinling Awakening Academy began to become lively. Many people began to talk freely. The most discussed topic was that Xiao Hongfei's team was sure to win. After two semi-final games, the strength of the two teams has been basically figured out. On one side, there was this freak Tang Hao, a small junior auxiliary with an intermediate physique, who managed to kill Nie Qingqing, an intermediate agile attacker. The other side is a powerful team with two mid-level awakening masters. Once the two sides start fighting, you can almost guess who will win and who will lose with your eyes closed. Now on the platform. In the past, this was the viewing area for Jinling's chief and the academy's dean. Now, only the old dean was present. Jinling's chief had to miss the most crucial match because of changes in the jungle forest. The old dean looked at the empty seat next to him with some regret. Now no one spoke. But he is not an old man who can sit idle. So he asked the demon below, I heard you went to meet that support kid yesterday. Do you think they have a good team? Shimei was originally messaging someone and was speechless when he heard this. She didn't expect that the old dean was so gossipy that he even paid attention to her meeting with Tang Hao. As for the other party's questions, Shimei didn't think twice before answering, I don't think highly of any of these teams. Their current level isn't good enough for them to compete in the national elite competition. To be honest, if I hadn't been asked to do so, I wouldn't have made this trip at all. It's a complete waste of time. Jinling Awakening Academy has declined a lot in recent years. In front of the old dean, Shimei spoke frankly about his thoughts. This answer sounded quite rude to outsiders, but the old dean did not show any anger when he heard it. The old dean did not refute Jinling College's performance in recent years. His eyes flashed with memories of the past. The conversation between the two people came to an abrupt end just as it began. And this is also the beginning of the final. I declare the Jinling Awakening Academy Representative Competition Finals officially open. The host announced the start of the competition. Both teams stepped in. Among them, Tang Hao took the lead, and he rushed forward like a ghost. Behind him were Gu Yan and his four companions. It was not until the two sides were about 50 meters apart that Gu Yan's team took action. It was not until this time that everyone reacted. 1-5 formation. How could this be? Normally, the leader of this formation should be the agility master in the team, but Gu Yan's team sent out Tang Hao. Tang Hao is a support. Tang Hao's sudden rush out and the deployment of the team's 1-5 formation really caught many people off guard. But this scene is actually being played on the big electronic screen. On the other side of the surveillance, the 6 members of Xiao Hongfei's team did not adopt any formation. They simply staggered and approached the center together. The 6 of them had calm faces, without any nervousness about the game. During this process, everyone felt the confidence from Xiao Hongfei's team. In their eyes, no matter what lies ahead, it can be easily crushed. As for victory in this game, they felt that they had already secured it the moment they showed their strength. As the camera switched again, an estimated data was displayed on the screen. At this rate, it would only take a few minutes for the two sides to meet unexpectedly. Seeing this, the audience in the stadium gradually quieted down, and almost everyone was closely watching the big screen, waiting for the battle that was about to break out. But during this wait, Tang Hao, who had been leading the way, suddenly made an unexpected move. Chapter 40 King Bomb Opening. Why did contestant Tang Hao stop? On the big screen, Tang Hao suddenly turned around and headed to the other side in the center of the field. As a result, the 1-5 formation that everyone had previously understood collapsed in an instant. As for Gu Yan and the other 4, they slowed down as they approached the center of the stadium, and even stopped altogether. The situation of Gu Yan's team was puzzling for a while. On the other hand, Xiao Hongfei led the other team forward at a moderate pace. Although they were not too aggressive, their desire to fight was clearly evident. It seemed that the two teams would meet in less than a minute. At this time, Tang Hao, who had left alone before, finally returned. Seeing this, Gu Yan and others immediately surrounded Tang Hao. Is Tang Hao discussing tactics? I don't understand why he suddenly left, but they don't have much time left. After the host said this, the distance between the two teams had been shortened to within 200 meters. If this park had not been constructed to imitate a dense forest, with extremely poor visibility, both sides would have discovered each other long ago. After waiting for a while, Tang Hao had already sensed the other party through smell perception. Here we go, according to plan. After receiving Tang Hao's warning, Gu Yan and the other four immediately prepared for battle. After telling everyone the approximate distance, Tang Hao jumped and disappeared into the jungle. A few seconds later, accompanied by the shaking of trees dozens of meters away, Gu Yan's team, which had been waiting quietly, immediately responded. Third skill, firepower output. Third skill, ice burst. Third skill, storm shock. In an instant, the three special attack masters Gu Yan, Bei Han, and Yu Ling all accumulated their own special energy and began to cultivate their strongest skills. At the same time, Lu Yaoyao and Chen Luo stood on one side of the three people as planned, seemingly making some preparations. At this time, Xiao Hongfei's team was still advancing slowly. As they gradually arrived at the central area, their speed slowed down. Although they were not worried about a head-on battle, Gu Yan's team had Tang Hao as their perception assistant, and their whereabouts could be exposed at any time. After learning from the experiences of Song Ming's team and Nie Qingqing's team, Xiao Hongfei had to be cautious in order to be safe. Everyone, please be careful. Perception assistance only helps you understand the information gap before we engage. Once we do, it won't be of much use. As Xiao Hongfei finished his speech, the other members of the team nodded. The tactics they adopted this time were completely different from those of Nie Qingqing's team, which was to just push forward head-on. Rely on hard power to win this game. As Xiao Hongfei and his companions walked forward a few dozen steps, they saw a dense bush being pushed aside. What comes into view are three extremely gorgeous awakening skills. Not good. A rapid and frightened voice rang out. Almost at the moment when Xiao Hongfei and others pushed aside the bushes, Gu Yan and the other two, who had been prepared, released their strongest skills without hesitation. In an instant, fireballs rained down, ice spikes shot out, and a small tornado visible to the naked eye swept forward. Block it! At this moment, one of the two mid-level awakening masters in Xiao Hongfei's team, a strength-type member, took the lead and rushed to the front of the team. Then a defensive player will quickly activate his own defensive skills to establish a second line of defense. Just after the two of them responded in a hurry, a terrifying and violent fireball came towards him. Boom! An explosion sounded, and the scorching heat mixed with the explosive properties instantly blew the body of the strongest intermediate awakener back repeatedly. But she quickly adjusted herself and used her skills as a mid-level awakener to quickly activate her second skill. Power shock. In an instant, a vague airflow gathered on the hands of this power-type awakener and wrapped his fists. Then he began to frequently swing the fireballs in front of him with his fists. At once, a large number of fireballs were shot down by him one by one. A small number were blocked by the defensive team members in the rear, watching the fireball gradually dissipate. But before she could catch her breath, terrifying ice spikes attacked her following the fireball. Damn it! Ignoring the burning and pain in his hands, the strength awakener had to punch again to block. But this time it was not as smooth as before. The scorching fist collided with countless ice spikes, causing large ice injuries on the woman's fist. The harder the woman punched, the more painful her hands became. The woman was not unfamiliar with this situation, as it was a common combination of ice and fire attacks. Normally, as an attacker, she wouldn't be vulnerable to this, but now, for the sake of the teammates behind her, she had to take the damage. Finally, after the woman's hands were covered in blood, her punching speed became slower and slower, which put a sudden increase in the pressure on the defensive players behind her. Because the incident happened suddenly, the female defender only had time to release a first-level defense skill in a hurry. Now the subsequent ice burst skill fell on her, and she was immediately overwhelmed. However, the real despair is yet to come. After the fire and ice came this violent hurricane. Mixed in the strong wind were wind blades that made one's hair stand on end. Seeing this, the two physical attackers gritted their teeth but could only force themselves to continue blocking. Fortunately, at this time, the female alien attackers in the back finally calmed down and began to release their own skills. Suddenly, most of the third wave of attack was offset. Until the hurricane dissipates. There was no longer any sign of Gu Yan's team in sight. However, the two physical attackers were gasping for breath, while the female awakened intermediate strength attacker was still able to maintain most of her condition. But the female awakening master of the defense system could no longer hold on and fell down. It was unfair for her to fall. If it hadn't happened suddenly, if Gu Yan's team hadn't played 3 king bombs at the beginning, giving her time to prepare, she would never have fallen so quickly. Poor girl, she didn't even have time to release her second and third skills before she fell in the aftermath of the previous skill. Hateful. Seeing that one of his team members was eliminated as soon as the game started, Xiao Hongfei was so angry that he started cursing. He knew that the attack just now must have been caused by Tang Hao capturing their position in advance and Gu Yan's team setting up an ambush. Otherwise, they would not have suffered such a big loss right from the start. At this time, another mid-level awakening master in Xiao Hongfei's team, the female alien attacker, finally recovered from her shock. No time to tidy up the messy long hair. She immediately came to Xiao Hongfei and said, "Hongfei, the opponent just released 3 level 3 skills in a row, which means that in the next few minutes, the 3 attackers on the opposite side will enter a state of fatigue. Now is the time when they are at their weakest, we cannot miss this opportunity." Xiao Hongfei immediately understood what he said. The 3rd level skill is the strongest skill for a beginner awakener. It is a trump card and a king bomb, and will not be used easily. Although the opponent played 3 royal bombs at the beginning and caught their team off guard, as long as they can hold on, it will be the opponent's bad luck. Thinking of this, Xiao Hongfei immediately gave orders. Wei Ping and Yang Ning, quickly catch up and tie them up. Don't give those 3 alien attackers a chance to recover. The others and I will follow closely behind. We must kill her while she's sick. Receive instructions from Xiao Hongfei. Wei Ping, an intermediate-level strong attacker, shook his aching fists and rushed forward with a hint of hostility in his eyes. Yang Ning from the Mind Attack Department followed closely. After the two left, Xiao Hongfei glanced at the defense team member who fell to the ground, waved his hand, and quickly followed with the remaining 2 attack divisions. After Xiao Hongfei and others left, a figure quietly landed and easily took away the other person's ID card. Chapter 41. I'll be an assassin. One member of Xiao Hongfei's team was eliminated. As Tang Hao took off the identity card of the Defense Awakening Master, the host in the stadium immediately announced that Xiao Hongfei's team had lost 1 member. The audience present were not surprised by this result, because when this man fell, he had already lost the ability to continue the competition. The only thing that surprised everyone was that Gu Yan's team would adopt such a high-profile combat method. First, use your 3 ultimate skills. How dare they do this? While the crowd was shocked, their eyes were fixed on the large electronic screen. The picture shows Gu Yan and the other 4 running at full speed. During this process, Gu Yan, Bei Han, and Yu Ling did not look well. After all, they had just released their respective level 3 skills, but not only did they not have any time to rest, but they had to run non-stop. It would be strange if your complexion looks good after a lot of consumption and then high-intensity exercise. After running for several minutes, Gu Yan and the other 2 reached their limit. Knowing that they could no longer keep up with Lu Yaoyao and Chen Luo's speed, Gu Yan said to them, "We'll stop here. You continue forward according to the plan." Lu Yaoyao nodded when she heard this and then moved forward with Chen Luo, but her movements were bigger than before, in order to create the illusion that 5 people were running together. Then Gu Yan, Bei Han, and Yu Ling went into the bushes nearby to find a place to recover. Not long after, Gu Yan and the other 2, who were in a hidden area on the side of the road, felt someone rushing past the place where the previous group had passed. The other party did not notice that the number of people chasing them had changed. He just guessed that Gu Yan and the others would not be able to hold on if they kept running like this. This game of chase soon came to a conclusion. Feeling that the pursuers continued to follow the traces left by Lu Yaoyao and the others, Gu Yan and the other 2 were completely relieved and began to recover with all their strength. Just when Gu Yan and the other 2 were trying their best to recover, Xiao Hongfei and 2 alien attack masters were chasing them from behind. Although the alien attacker has a physique that is not inferior to Gu Yan and the others, it is a pity that Xiao Hongfei's auxiliary physique is too weak. This resulted in the 3 of them being much slower than the previous 2 groups. Xiao Hongfei was not angry about this. He just didn't believe that Gu Yan and the others could hold on for much longer. Anyway, as long as Wei Ping and Yang Ning catch up and the 2 sides get entangled, why would he be afraid that he won't have a chance to catch up? When the time comes and the 2 sides engage in a head-on confrontation, although one of their side has lost a member and Wei Ping's condition is impaired, Gu Yan and the other 2 will not have any time to recover and will also have no combat effectiveness. Once the fight comes, they will still have an absolute advantage. Thinking of this, Xiao Hongfei raised the corners of his mouth, and he couldn't wait to look at the desperate expressions of Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao. While Xiao Hongfei was thinking about this, there was suddenly a noise coming from the bushes nearby. Hongfei, be careful. The female mid-level alien attacker pulled Xiao Hongfei away. The next second, a figure holding a scimitar attacked quickly. With a puff sound, the scimitar narrowly cut through the clothes of the alien attacker, who was a little slow to react, and the other party was immediately frightened and turned pale. Then the man immediately came to Xiao Hongfei. Only then did Xiao Hongfei see who was coming. Tang Hao, how dare you appear in front of us? Xiao Hongfei felt incredible at this moment. You, a support, actually dare to run up to two alien attackers alone. This is simply like an old man hanging himself because he thinks his life is too long. Without thinking, Xiao Hongfei ordered, kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-level attack master raised his hand and lashed towards Tang Hao like a fire snake whip. Seeing this, Tang Hao's expression remained unchanged. He swung his heels slightly and adjusted his body slightly to avoid the attack. Then another alien attacker quickly condensed a wind blade and slashed down. This time, Tang Hao didn't even move, and just rushed forward with his scimitar. With a ding, the first-level wind blade had limited power, and Tang Hao easily blocked it with Lu Yaoyao's bone knife in his hand. Only then did Xiao Hongfei frown slightly. Inertial thinking is deadly. Even though they are both provided with assistance, people can be very different from each other. If Xiao Hongfei encountered two alien attack masters, he would have to run for his life without saying a word. But Tang Hao is different. This guy can even make Nie Qingqing, a mid-level agile attack master, suffer a life and death struggle. In Tang Hao's eyes, the attacks of the two alien attackers might not be that threatening. And seeing Tang Hao calmly standing in front of the three people, Xiao Hongfei immediately realized that he must have been fooled. The opponent deliberately started with a big bomb to stun them first, and then took the opportunity to disperse them. As for after dispersing, the best method is naturally to use more people against fewer and gradually defeat them. This is probably the only chance to defeat their team. Although Xiao Hongfei was secretly annoyed that they had fallen into a trap, he said. Tang Hao, if a normal team was tricked like this by you, they would probably be doomed, but it's wishful thinking for you to defeat us with this. Don't forget that Wei Ping is a mid-level strong attacker. Although her condition is impaired, she has Yang Ning, an agile attacker, following her. Although you have more people on your side, Gu Yan and the other three are in poor condition and their combat effectiveness has been greatly reduced. Without you, you can't threaten Wei Ping and the others with just two beginner physical attackers. Therefore, your calculations are doomed to fail. After Xiao Hongfei finished speaking, he stared at Tang Hao. He wanted to see how Tang Hao would react. To be honest, Xiao Hongfei always felt a little uneasy. After listening to what Xiao Hongfei said, Tang Hao did not answer, but just dodged. A burst of speed comparable to intermediate agility. At this moment, Tang Hao, who was not restrained by anyone, was extremely fast, which made the two alien attackers beside Xiao Hongfei want to raise their hands several times but had to hold them up awkwardly in the air. Because it was impossible to lock onto Tang Hao's position. This is also the embarrassment of the alien attacker. Although he has terrifying lethality, without the cooperation of the physical attacker, it is often difficult for his own skills to hit such a flexible opponent. After fooling Xiao Hongfei several times, Tang Hao suddenly approached him, and the scimitar in his hand emitted a cold light. If he got chopped a few times, he would probably be eliminated. As the crisis approached, the two alien attackers could no longer care about anything else and began to frantically unleash their skills. However, it was the same embarrassing situation as before. They were unable to lock onto Tang Hao, and even if they were lucky enough to guess his location, Tang Hao could easily dodge it with his speed. Seeing that the cold light was about to fall, Xiao Hongfei let out a low cry. Court death. Then Xiao Hongfei's body and skills flashed. First skill, stun spell. Decided for me. As Xiao Hongfei finished speaking, an invisible sound wave enveloped Tang Hao. No matter how Tang Hao moved, he seemed unable to avoid it, and he just kept the distance between them. After all, although Tang Hao's speed at this time was agile, it was still far from exceeding the speed of sound. In an instant, Tang Hao was captured by a force, and then his limbs began to stiffen. Right now. At this time, Xiao Hongfei actually didn't need to say anything. The two female alien attackers, their robes fluttering, were using their respective skills. Spinning stranglehold. Fire and rain become empty. Chapter 42 Everything 3. In a short period of time, the two attackers quickly completed the release of their skills. One is a second-level wind skill, and the other is a third-level fire skill. It's not that I don't want to use more powerful skills, but it's too time-consuming. But even so, these two skills are definitely enough to give Tang Hao a hard time. Is this a control skill? Tang Hao carefully felt his limbs. Although he could still move them, they were very stiff and his body could not make flexible movements. The only good news is that the stiffness is fading quickly. In other words, Xiao Hongfei's control skills have a very short duration. Xiao Hongfei was also very clear about this. Stiffening spell is only his first skill, and its duration of effect is very limited. Generally speaking, he will only release it at critical moments to affect the battle situation. But the situation just now was too dangerous, and Tang Hao couldn't be allowed to get close. Out of necessity, Xiao Hongfei failed to release this control skill at the right time. Seeing Tang Hao's body quickly regaining consciousness, Xiao Hongfei cursed inwardly. Damn it, his intermediate physique shortens the duration of my skills. Seeing that Tang Hao was about to break free from control, Xiao Hongfei didn't dare to delay and quickly prepared his second control skill. Now both sides were competing against each other for time. If Tang Hao broke free first, the skills of the three of them would all be in vain, not only wasting their own energy, but also greatly lowering their morale. But if Tang Hao failed to break free and Xiao Hongfei's control chain was connected, then the worst situation would be waiting for Tang Hao, and it was very likely that he would be eliminated on the spot. Middle. While they were lost in thought, the wind-based skills became even faster and had already arrived in front of Tang Hao. Looking at Tang Hao, who was about to be swept by the rotating wind blade, the wind-type attacker showed joy. But the next second, Tang Hao's eyes fixed. At this moment, he finally broke free from the rigid control and regained control of his body. Faced with the wind-based skills attacking from the front, Tang Hao could only dodge sideways while enlarging the bone knife in his hand to block the side of his body. With a clang, Tang Hao narrowly avoided this wind-based skill. Tang Hao, you're done. Although Tang Hao avoided the second-level wind skill. But when the skill just touched the edge, Tang Hao used the bone knife to block it, and his body was inevitably shocked. With his body unstable, Tang Hao had no time to escape from that space. Then the subsequent third-level fire skills came. Fire and rain become empty. Fist-sized, blazing fireballs like volcanic lava fell from the sky. This is a range skill that can cover an area. Tang Hao was unable to walk out of that area, so he could only use his body to withstand this skill. Seeing this scene, Xiao Hongfei smiled. Now he was stable. Not to mention how much Tang Hao's status will be reduced after being attacked by the skill, but as long as Tang Hao is busy dodging the rain of fire, he will definitely have no chance of escaping his control skills. Second skill, slow chain. In an instant, chains as thick as pythons emerged from underground and rushed towards Tang Hao. There are damage skills in the sky and control skills underground. At this moment, Xiao Hongfei really couldn't think of how Tang Hao could escape this disaster. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he could not escape even with wings. Tang Hao, pay the price for your arrogance. As soon as Xiao Hongfei finished speaking, Tang Hao responded in this critical moment. Tang Hao was seen waving the huge bone knife. Relying on his intermediate strength, he swung the bone knife into a windmill, accompanied by a whirlwind hanging around. All the fire rain falling from the sky that came close to Tang Hao was crushed by the windmill above his head. As for the crisis under his feet, Tang Hao naturally noticed it. Without thinking, Tang Hao activated his perception skills. Earth waves. A microwave spread out in all directions along the ground. In an instant, Tang Hao saw through the python chains lurking under the ground one by one. Jump. After knowing the timing of these chain attacks, Tang Hao began to accumulate strength and leaped at the critical moment. The next second, black chains emerged from the ground under his feet like a giant python opening its mouth to swallow Tang Hao's original position. Unfortunately, Tang Hao was no longer there. Control skills failed. This result left Xiao Hongfei and the other two dumbfounded. They never expected that Tang Hao could escape under such circumstances. Damn it! How could this happen? In a situation where there was almost no way out, Tang Hao actually dodged it. At this moment, Xiao Hongfei was so angry that his teeth were itching. Tang Hao also breathed a sigh of relief after casually knocking down the subsequent rain of fire. Do you really think he is so stupid that he dares to rush forward without knowing anything? Tang Hao had already learned about Xiao Hongfei's first two skills through the game video and Gu Yan's description. For Xiao Hongfei's first control skill, the most important thing to pay attention to is to keep distance and gain buffer time. Although this skill has a wide range, its control time is very limited. Xiao Hongfei must rely on the skills of others to connect to the second skill, thus forming a control chain. Although Xiao Hongfei's second control skill is powerful, it is even very concealed. However, it was naturally countered by Tang Hao's earth fluctuation. As long as the timing of this skill attack was figured out, most physical attackers could easily avoid it, let alone Tang Hao at this time. Seeing Tang Hao showing a provocative smile to the three of them. When Xiao Hongfei was angry, he suddenly recalled his previous uneasiness. Then he thought of something and said, "You are draining our energy. What do you want to do? Consume their state?" The other two were surprised to hear this. Judging from the fight just now, it is impossible for Tang Hao to complete the assassination alone. Attacking them is more of a scare tactic. Because as long as Tang Hao dared to get close, Xiao Hongfei would activate his first skill, Stiffness Spell. At this time, Tang Hao could do nothing but keep his distance. Previously, they thought that Tang Hao was blindly arrogant, but after hearing what Xiao Hongfei said, it seemed that the situation was not as they thought. Seeing the vigilance in Xiao Hongfei's eyes at this time, Tang Hao knew that it would be difficult to deplete the opponent's energy as drastically as before. In that case, let us talk. Anyway, as long as time goes on, it will still be beneficial to him. So Tang Hao said in a relaxed tone. Xiao Hongfei, isn't this nonsense? I do all this for only one purpose. Listening to Tang Hao's words, although Xiao Hongfei failed to succeed just now, he did not hide his disdain. You want to beat us? That's ridiculous. Even though you're holding us back here, what are we going to do with Wei Ping and Yang Ning on the other side? Judging from the state Gu Yan and the others are in right now, if they dare to fight back, they will definitely lose. I don't even need to do anything now. I just need to wait here for Wei Ping and Yang Ning to come back, and I will have won this match. After Xiao Hongfei finished speaking, he was about to see how Tang Hao would refute. Unexpectedly, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Really? Then let's give it a try. Chapter 43 Trump Card. Following a familiar voice coming from behind him, Xiao Hongfei turned around in great surprise. The three people standing not far away were Gu Yan, Bei Han, and Yu Ling. The moment he saw them, Xiao Hongfei's expression changed. If he was full of confidence before, he felt disdainful of Tang Hao's desire to win. But at this time, there was a real sense of crisis. Where's Wei Ping? You guys can't possibly escape Wei Ping's pursuit. In response to Xiao Hongfei's question, the three girls, Gu Yan, did not answer, but only responded with their skills. For a moment, fireballs with explosive power, ice cones with extremely cold breath, and rapidly released wind blades greeted Xiao Hongfei. Seeing this situation, the female mid-level alien attacker Chang Lin had to turn her attention to Gu Yan and the other two. Two fire snakes were released from Chang Lin's left and right hands. The powerful force instantly swept away the skills released by Gu Yan and the other two and offset them one by one. As a mid-level alien attack master, she can definitely suppress Gu Yan and the other two in the field of alien attack, but she took advantage of the fact that Chang Lin was restrained by Gu Yan and the others and was unable to extricate herself. Tang Hao stepped forward again. Seeing this, Xiao Hongfei was furious and said, "You are looking for death." As expected, Xiao Hongfei used the control skill Stiffness Spell again when Tang Hao got close to him. But contrary to Xiao Hongfei's expectations, this time Tang Hao did not choose to retreat, and took Xiao Hongfei's control at such a close distance. Seeing that Tang Hao did not retreat, Yao Ying, the wind-type attacker next to Xiao Hongfei, immediately took the opportunity to release his second skill. It was the spinning stranglehold that Tang Hao had previously blocked with the bone knife. Suddenly there was a gust of wind, and then a powerful wind skill came towards Tang Hao, who was stiff and unable to move. With a bang, Tang Hao's body was wrapped in a gust of wind blades. The whole person was pushed back several steps by the force of the wind. Such an attack, let alone being an auxiliary, even if it was Gu Yan and the others, they would not dare to withstand it head-on with their bodies. But when he saw Tang Hao taking a direct hit from a level 2 wind skill, Xiao Hongfei was not excited at all. Because he had already seen that Tang Hao was taking this blow on purpose, which meant that he was confident that he could withstand the blow. And that was exactly the case. The terrifying wind blade only cut through Tang Hao's outer clothes, but the damage to Tang Hao himself was very limited, only leaving some red scratches on his body surface. The defensive ability is surprisingly strong. Before Yao Ying's surprise ended, the control skill Xiao Hongfei had applied to Tang Hao had lost effect, and Tang Hao regained control of his body. Then he stomped his feet hard and rushed towards Xiao Hongfei in front of him with a bone knife in hand. Seeing this situation, although Xiao Hongfei was extremely unwilling, he knew that Yao Ying's skills alone were not enough to restrain Tang Hao, and he had no time to connect with his second skill. Now Tang Hao was taking advantage of the skill vacuum period between him and Yao Ying to launch an attack. Chang Lin! Xiao Hongfei shouted behind him, but unfortunately Chang Lin was being restrained by the skills released by Gu Yan and the other two, and was unable to return to help immediately. The cold light was approaching. Xiao Hongfei said to Yao Ying beside him, "Stick close to me." Hearing this, Tang Hao knew what the other party was planning to do. Unfortunately, there is still some distance between the two sides. And the next second, Xiao Hongfei suddenly took out a khaki cube. As Xiao Hongfei injected special energy into the cube to activate it, with a buzzing sound, the cube expanded rapidly, wrapping up Xiao Hongfei and Yao Ying in an instant. Then Tang Hao's bone knife fell. With a clang, the bone knife hit a solid wall like a copper wall, and Tang Hao only felt a powerful recoil force. Seeing this, Tang Hao understood instantly. Defensive items for exotic beasts? Listening to Tang Hao's words, Xiao Hongfei relaxed and said, "Yes, you really think you are the only ones who have exotic beast props?" Looking at the transparent cube in front of him, Tang Hao did not give up easily. He tried to chop it with the bone knife in his hand. But the results were all rebounded without exception. Although Tang Hao himself was not hurt. But he estimated that even a mid-level awakener would find it difficult to break this thing. Xiao Hongfei and the other man hid in it, and Tang Hao really couldn't do anything to them for a while. I thought I would be ridiculed by the other party after several unsuccessful attempts. However, what surprised Tang Hao was that Xiao Hongfei was so honest this time and didn't say a word. This is not like his character. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. After looking around, Tang Hao guessed, "It seems this thing won't last long." Hearing this, Xiao Hongfei did not refute. Although this defensive item has amazing defensive power, it can only be activated once a day. It can only last 5 minutes at a time. And with external attacks, this time will be shortened. Fortunately, Tang Hao didn't know this detail, otherwise if he kept chopping, this prop might not last even a minute. Just as Tang Hao was wondering if there were any flaws in such a powerful defensive item, he suddenly heard the exclamations of Gu Yan and the others behind him. "Careful!" After this voice was uttered, Tang Hao felt a hot breath rushing towards him. Without thinking, Tang Hao jumped a distance away. The next second, the original position was whipped by a flaming whip transformed from a fire snake. This is when Chang Lin finally broke free from Gu Yan and the others' entanglement and returned to provide support. But what made Chang Lin helpless was that he was still one step too late. Otherwise, Xiao Hongfei would not be forced to use one of his trump cards. Knowing the flaws of this defensive item, Chang Lin immediately chose to expel Tang Hao and ask him to stay nearby to prevent Tang Hao from continuing to attack. "Hongfei, the situation is not good. If this continues, it may be difficult for me to protect you." While being wary of Tang Hao and the others, Chang Lin expressed his concerns. After all, what she is good at is offense. Now because of Xiao Hongfei, she is restricted and has to give up several favorable opportunities. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongfei was also furious. In a head-on confrontation, Gu Yan and the others are nothing. But now the team has lost one member, and the remaining people have been divided, which has caused this crisis situation. Feeling that the situation was not good, Xiao Hongfei angrily said for the first time. "What on earth are Wei Ping and Yang Ning doing? The other side is missing so many people, even if they are slow to react, they should have known to return. Where are they?" Seeing Xiao Hongfei finally unable to hold back, Tang Hao knew that he was being pushed into a corner. Seeing this, Tang Hao did not forget to add fuel to the fire and said, "Don't wait, they are probably playing with the strange beasts now." Playing with strange beasts? Xiao Hongfei was a little surprised when he heard this. But he quickly realized what was going on. It was you. You sensed the location of the exotic beasts early in the morning and deliberately let Lu Yaoyao and the others take Wei Ping and Yang Ning to the exotic beast area. Since this is the final, according to past practice, there will be a mid-level exotic beast in the exotic beast area of the final. To put it bluntly, whoever steps on it will be in big trouble. Xiao Hongfei naturally didn't take it seriously before, after all, he had 2 mid-level awakening masters on his side. But now, Xiao Hongfei, who had come to his senses, looked at Tang Hao again. Finally, he lost his composure and shouted angrily at Tang Hao, "Tang Hao." Chapter 44 Tang Hao's Calm Analysis. At this time, Xiao Hongfei looked at Tang Hao with real anger and even hatred. Thinking back to the first time he met Tang Hao, he and Gu Yan had intimate behavior in front of him. At one point, Xiao Hongfei almost lost his mind. Fortunately, he realized later that he had been tricked by Tang Hao and Gu Yan. Despite this, Tang Hao at that time was just a clown in Xiao Hongfei's eyes. Until the start of the representative competition, Tang Hao showed outstanding performance time and time again, which made Xiao Hongfei feel a little unhappy. Yes, it is displeased. Originally, this should have been a stage for him to show his talents and even win Gu Yan's favor, but it was because of Tang Hao's sudden rise. He, Xiao Hongfei, had ridiculously become a background figure. That is fine, although it's unpleasant, but the winner is the king. As long as he wins the championship, everything will return to normal track. But now this victory that was sure to be won is showing signs of being shaken. This made Xiao Hongfei completely unable to calm down. Tang Hao seemed very calm as he listened to Xiao Hongfei shouting his name loudly with strong emotions. Anyway, I can't do anything about the defensive item for the moment, so I might as well say a few words. If we can take the opportunity to provoke the other party's emotions, perhaps we can lay the groundwork for the subsequent siege of Changlin. So Tang Hao said to Xiao Hongfei. Xiao Hongfei, have you ever considered that you might fail? Besides understanding our team's surface strength, have you ever conducted an in-depth analysis of us? Do you make any tactical preparations and targeted strategies before the game? You have none of these. As Tang Hao talked, Xiao Hongfei remained silent and just stared at Tang Hao. Indeed, he did not do any of the things Tang Hao said. Not only him, but also the other people in the team had not made any preparations. The reason is very simple. Through the previous match between Tang Hao and Nie Qingqing's team, Xiao Hongfei and others believed that they had figured out the full strength of Gu Yan's team. A team without an intermediate awakening master, a team that had such a hard time defeating Nirvana Qingqing's team, and even won by chance because of some luck. Faced with such a pitifully weak team, everyone in Xiao Hongfei's team was full of confidence. I just didn't expect things to turn out like this. At this moment, Xiao Hongfei felt extremely offended after hearing Tang Hao's words. Even when Tang Hao just looked at him, Xiao Hongfei felt that he was being mocked. This made Xiao Hongfei's breathing become rapid, and his fists clenched so tightly that they made crisp sounds. Seeing Xiao Hongfei like this, Yao Ying, who was guarding him, knew what he had to do and said, Tang Hao, don't be complacent. You are just showing off for a while. Just wait and see. Although the mid-level beasts are troublesome, they won't be able to restrict Wei Ping for long. As long as she returns, she can turn the situation around in an instant. After Yao Ying finished speaking, Chang Lin, who was standing guard outside, nodded and then said to Xiao Hongfei, Hongfei, he is disturbing your thoughts. You are the commander and the brains of the team. Anyone can mess up, but you can't. What you need to do next is to think about how to defeat them. Instead of being disturbed by the other person's words. You must remember that the winner is the king and the loser is the enemy. As long as you win, all these setbacks will be nothing but passing clouds. With the guidance of Yao Ying and Chang Lin, Xiao Hongfei, who had been provoked by Tang Hao before, gradually calmed down his breathing. The fists in both hands began to relax. Seeing this, Tang Hao raised his eyebrows slightly. He had asked Gu Yan about Xiao Hongfei. In summary, although this person is a scumbag, his personal abilities are not weak. The only flaw is probably that his living environment since childhood was too comfortable, but he himself did not deliberately hone his character, which made Xiao Hongfei's emotions easily affected by the outside world. The most powerful evidence was Xiao Hongfei's misbehavior in front of the Yan Ku when he was easily provoked by Tang Hao. Just now, Tang Hao almost made Xiao Hongfei go crazy again. Once he loses control, he might bring unexpected surprises. Unfortunately, he was persuaded by the two teammates beside him at the critical moment. So what should we do next? Tang Hao analyzed the current situation coldly. Take the opportunity to besiege Changlin? Tang Hao glanced at Xiao Hongfei, who had quieted down and found that he was ready to support Changlin outside at any time. That is to say, although Xiao Hongfei is protected by the prop, he can still use his skills within it. In this way, Changlin not only does not have Xiao Hongfei as a constraint, but also does not have to worry about his safety all the time. Instead, he can get a huge boost in battle. In this case, it is not a good time to besiege Changlin now. But this reveals a strange point. Why didn't Changlin choose to attack actively at this time? Logically speaking, this is the best time to attack. The other party shouldn't be unaware of it. But both Changlin and Xiao Hongfei remain silent and indifferent. There must be something fishy going on here that I'm not aware of. Tang Hao observed the expressions of Changlin, Yao Ying, and Xiao Hongfei while thinking carefully. There must be something key that I haven't thought of, otherwise the other party wouldn't behave like this. At this moment, Tang Hao was thinking frantically. At a certain moment, Tang Hao's mind finally grasped something. Yes, although I kept hacking at Xiao Hongfei's defensive items, I didn't actually cause any damage. Logically speaking, Chang Lin doesn't need to bother with me. As long as she prioritizes dealing with Gu Yan and the others, she can gain a huge advantage. Thinking of this, Tang Hao turned his gaze to Chang Lin, who was vaguely guarding the defensive props. So that's how it is. Now that makes sense. Then Tang Hao turned to Gu Yan and the other two and said, Sister Gu Yan, immediately release your skills on that defensive item. As soon as Tang Hao said this, Xiao Hongfei and the other two changed color instantly. This further verified Tang Hao's guess. Although that defensive item can protect Xiao Hongfei from harm, external attacks can reduce its duration. After hearing Tang Hao's words, Gu Yan, Bei Han, and Yu Ling started to release their skills without thinking. Seeing this, Chang Lin wanted to stop it immediately. But in return, Tang Hao quickly approached the latter. A strong sense of crisis instantly spread throughout Chang Lin's body, making her use most of her energy to guard against Tang Hao. Therefore, although some of the skills of Gu Yan and the other two girls were blocked by Chang Lin, most of them directly fell on the defensive props. All I saw was one level 1 skill after another falling on the bright yellow cube, although it failed to cause any damage to Xiao Hongfei inside. But at this moment he was completely anxious. Seeing Xiao Hongfei's expression, Gu Yan and the other two girls immediately understood Tang Hao's intention and used their skills even harder. Seeing the bright yellow cube turn from bright to dim, Xiao Hongfei gritted his teeth. At this moment he deeply felt the approaching crisis. With a loud crash, after a long attack, the bright yellow cube finally shattered and turned into a prop again. At this moment, facing Xiao Hongfei's somewhat panicked eyes, the time for Gu Yan and others to attack finally came. Chapter 45 Monster Tang Hao. Second skill, Flame Condensation. Second skill, Ice Lance. Second skill, Cannon. At the moment the cube shattered, Gu Yan, Bei Han and Yu Ling each released their second skills. This is the strongest attack they can currently perform. Then Gu Yan pulled the bow in the shape of fire to its full length, put 3 arrows on it at once, and aimed directly at Xiao Hongfei and the other two. At the same time, a large amount of strange energy in front of Bei Han was transformed into several heavy ice spears under the skill transformation, and then suddenly swung towards Xiao Hongfei's side. In comparison, Yu Ling's second skill is a little cooler. Yu Ling crossed her hands in front of her chest, and a milky white gas ball visible to the naked eye turned into the size of a ball. The next second, accompanied by a deafening sound of firing, the energy bullet in Yu Ling's hand flew out quickly and instantly caught up with Gu Yan and Bei Han's skills. At the same time that Gu Yan and the other two girls released their respective skills, Tang Hao approached Xiao Hongfei again. At this moment, Gu Yan and the other two girls were releasing skills in front of them, and Tang Hao was threatening them from behind. It was really dangerous for Xiao Hongfei and his companions. However, at this critical moment, the panic on Xiao Hongfei's face suddenly disappeared, and he released a control skill in his hand. Second skill, Slow Chain. Looking at the movements of Xiao Hongfei's hands, Tang Hao responded immediately, ready to launch the earth wave to counter it at any time. But what was beyond Tang Hao's expectation was that Xiao Hongfei's skill was not aimed at him. He saw that Xiao Hongfei released the skill in his hand, and the target was Gu Yan and the other two women who had just released the second skill. Then a black light sneaked into the ground and rushed towards Gu Yan and the others. Tang Hao, do you think you're the only ones waiting for this moment of counterattack? Having said that, the second skills of the 3 girls from Gu Yan were not to be trifled with. As they watched the 3 skills approaching. At this time, Chang Lin stood in front of Xiao Hongfei. At this time, Chang Lin quickly raised his hands and released skills on both sides. First skill, Fire Snake Dance. Second skill, Breath of Flame Python. Go! Under Chang Lin's control, Breath of Flame Python instantly collided with Bei Han's Ice Spear Stab. Ice and fire collided violently at this moment, and then the 2 skills quickly cancelled each other out. Chang Lin's hands continued to move without slowing down. After the fire snake thing was activated, the flaming snake in her hand was manipulated by her skillfully like a long whip, and in a blink of an eye it wrapped around Gu Yan's fire arrow. Generally speaking, there is a difference in power between the first skill and the second skill. At least it is impossible to interrupt Gu Yan's skills by relying solely on a fire snake. But Chang Lin naturally had her own plans. Relying on the powerful manipulation ability of a mid-level alien attacker, her fire snake did not seek to offset the skills, but to deflect the direction of the arrow. As the fire snake object and the 3 flaming arrows collided subtly, Gu Yan's arrows that were originally aimed at Xiao Hongfei and the other two lost their aim. Naturally, they could not cause any harm to Xiao Hongfei and the other two. As for Yu Ling's second skill, Chang Lin was no longer able to spare any time to spare. In the critical moment, Chang Lin used his own body to withstand this skill. With a loud bang, Chang Lin's body was pushed back repeatedly, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. I have suffered some damage myself. But that's all. If this blow was delivered to Xiao Hongfei or Yao Ying, they would be seriously injured, but Chang Lin did not suffer any serious injuries after taking this blow. This is the difference in levels. At this moment, the skills of Gu Yan and the other two have been resolved by Chang Lin alone. While Chang Lin was catching his breath, Gu Yan and the others began to face Xiao Hongfei's control skills. If this trend is allowed to continue, Gu Yan and the others will be in great trouble. At this time, Tang Hao had already reached Xiao Hongfei. Since you guys have decided to go big, I'll join you. Tang Hao's figure flashed, and the bone knife in his hand fell towards Xiao Hongfei. At this time, Xiao Hongfei, who had just released his second skill, had no way to release his first skill, stiffness spell. Without control skills, Tang Hao's actions will not be restricted at all. With just this one strike, Tang Hao was fully confident that he could cripple Xiao Hongfei and eliminate him on the spot. After Xiao Hongfei, Chang Lin, who was in poor condition, would certainly not be able to escape Tang Hao's reckoning. But just as the bone knife was approaching, Tang Hao suddenly felt a warning in his heart. There is still one person on Xiao Hongfei's side, and the other party has not made any movement. In an instant, Tang Hao glanced at Yao Ying behind Xiao Hongfei. The latter smiled at Tang Hao at this time. Tang Hao, when Chang Lin was alone against Gu Yan and the other three, you were already at a disadvantage. After Yao Ying finished speaking, her closed palms separated at this moment. In an instant, the terrifying wind blade started from Yao Ying and pressed towards Tang Hao. Third skill, Endless Wind Blade. This was a skill that Yao Ying had been silently accumulating before the cube was broken, just to secure victory at the critical moment. Originally, if Chang Lin was unable to block the skills of Gu Yan and the other two, then this skill could only be used to offset the opponent's attacks. Fortunately, Chang Lin is worthy of being a mid-level alien attack master. She managed to block all the attacks at the cost of her own injuries. This saves Xiao Hongfei's side this skill. At this critical moment, Yao Ying used this skill, which not only effectively attacked Tang Hao, but also rescued Xiao Hongfei from crisis, which was really killing two birds with one stone. Rub rub rub. At this moment, it seemed as if countless sharp blades were cutting towards Tang Hao in front of him. This skill was not only more powerful than the ordinary first-level wind blade, but more importantly, this skill was too dense. This is just like Gu Yan's third skill, which has a range suppression effect. Fall down, Tang Hao. Seeing Tang Hao being hit by this skill at close range, Yao Ying felt indescribable joy at this moment. At this moment, in her mind, as long as Tang Hao, the variable, was defeated, the remaining members of Gu Yan's team would no longer have to worry. They can easily win this game. But will Tang Hao really fall as she wishes? Ding ding ding. A series of collision sounds between wind blades and bone knives were heard. Then, under Yao Ying's surprised gaze, Tang Hao quickly spun the bone knife in his hand. This was the windmill technique that Tang Hao had used to resist Chang Lin's third skill. As the bone knife was held in front of Tang Hao and spun rapidly, the terrifying wind blade was continuously offset. Although this defensive method was very simple, and even some wind blades slipped through the net and fell on Tang Hao didn't care. His intermediate physique not only enhanced his strength and agility, but also his defense. When sporadic wind blades like these hit your body, you'll only feel a brief sting, and then you'll feel nothing. Staring at the strong wind pressure, Tang Hao still did not retreat. At this moment, Xiao Hongfei showed panic again. This time he was not pretending, he was really scared. Xiao Hongfei never expected that Tang Hao could withstand Yao Ying's third skill at such a short distance. What the hell is this monster? At this moment, not to mention Xiao Hongfei, he was stunned. Yao Ying, Chang Lin, and all the audience in front of the big screen in the stadium were all speechless. Is this support even playable like this? Why do I feel like I'm watching a rigged match? This Tang Hao is even more of a physical attacker than the average physical attacker. Don't care what the outside world thinks. Tang Hao's arms were extremely sore from spinning at such high speed. This was completely different from the previous experience of resisting Chang Lin's third-level fire skill. The distance was too close, the wind was too strong, and there was also the collision of wind blades. Each of these things increased the burden on Tang Hao's arms. I could see that my hands were about to lose control. Tang Hao quietly released his skills on himself. First skill, Endurance. Since the skill is released towards oneself, this skill does not need to be released externally and cannot be noticed by the outside world. Everyone just thought that Tang Hao had a terrifying physique and was able to withstand Yao Ying's third-level wind skill. Little did they know that Tang Hao had already used his amplification skills at the last moment. With the effect of firm and lasting, Tang Hao's current state of resistance was successfully continued, and the pressure on his arms was relieved. This finally allowed Tang Hao to hold on, and he relied on his flesh and blood body to withstand Yao Ying's third-level skill. And what comes next? It's my turn now. Chapter 46 Tragic. As Yao Ying's third skill, Wind Blade, ran out of energy, the spinning bone knife in Tang Hao's hand stopped. All of this actually happened in just a few seconds. The next moment, Tang Hao's gaze swept over Xiao Hongfei, and the latter instantly showed fear on his face. Without thinking, Xiao Hongfei mobilized his own special energy. Taking advantage of the gap when Tang Hao was resisting the Wind Blade, Xiao Hongfei created some distance and was able to release his skills again, although the second-level control skill was a bit difficult. But the first-level stiffness spell can be released. Seeing that Xiao Hongfei was about to release his skills, Chang Lin was also ready to attack Tang Hao. At this critical moment, Tang Hao poured a strange energy into the bone knife in his hand. The next second, his intermediate strength burst out, and he threw the bone knife in his hand fiercely. The huge bone knife still maintained its enlarged form in the air and smashed towards Xiao Hongfei. First skill, Stun Spell. After all, Xiao Hongfei was faster, but he had just released this control skill and the skill had not yet locked onto Tang Hao. Tang Hao's bone knife had already hit Xiao Hongfei's forehead. Seeing this, Xiao Hongfei was frightened to death. Not good. In the danger, Xiao Hongfei had no time to care about the skills in his hands. He directly interrupted the skill lock and twisted his body quickly to avoid the attack. But this was infused with Tang Hao's special energy, and with the terrifying power of intermediate level, the speed of the throw was too fast, and Xiao Hongfei could not dodge it at all. It seemed that the attack was about to succeed. What was unexpected was that at the critical moment, Yao Ying, who had just released the third-level skill and was in a weak state, stepped forward and stood in front of Xiao Hongfei. With a bang, the bone knife hit Yao Ying hard, and the latter was in a weak state and could not withstand this heavy blow at all. Yao Ying vomited blood on the spot, and then her body was hit by the bone knife and she lost consciousness in mid-air. Xiao Hongfei, who was behind him, was not spared either and was knocked down by Yao Ying's subsequent momentum. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tang Hao rushed forward as fast as the wind. With a snap, a fire snake whip attacked from the side. Originally, if Tang Hao was controlled by Xiao Hongfei at close range, he should not be able to dodge this attack. Unfortunately, Xiao Hongfei instinctively took self-rescue actions in the critical moment. As a result, the stiffness spell failed to control Tang Hao. Tang Hao could naturally dodge Chang Lin's skill easily. At this time, Tang Hao only needed one or two more breaths to attack Xiao Hongfei. Seeing this situation, Chang Lin became very anxious and wanted to stop Tang Hao. But with Tang Hao's speed, it was difficult for her to lock onto Tang Hao with her first and second skills. As for the third skill, it might work. But that was a ranged skill, and Tang Hao was too close to Xiao Hongfei at that moment. If this skill was released, Xiao Hongfei would be directly affected by the skill and eliminated on the spot without Tang Hao having to do anything. What to do? At this moment, Chang Lin was worried about Xiao Hongfei's safety and had no idea what to do. But even though Chang Lin said this, Xiao Hongfei, who had fallen down, was shouting desperately in his desire to survive. Attack Gu Yan, attack them! Hearing this, Chang Lin turned his gaze to look at Gu Yan and the other two girls. They were in an extremely difficult situation at this time. First, he consumed a lot of supernatural energy to release skills, and then he was controlled by Xiao Hongfei's second skill. At this time, the three people were entangled in invisible chains and could not break free at all. Hearing Xiao Hongfei's shout, Chang Lin reacted immediately. Then he deliberately called out his skill and said, "Third skill, Fire Rain becomes Sky." With Chang Lin's control as a mid-level alien attacker, the third-level skill was quickly formed. Now it depends on how Tang Hao decides. Should he give up on Gu Yan and the other two who were in poor condition, or miss the best opportunity to eliminate Xiao Hongfei? Is this even worth thinking about? Without any hesitation at all, Tang Hao stomped his foot hard, turned around and rushed towards Chang Lin at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Hongfei could be eliminated at any time, but he would never allow Gu Yan and the others to suffer such harm when they were in no condition. As the rain of fire was about to fall, Gu Yan and the other two girls were hit by the first wave of skill attacks. Tang Hao's eyes also became deep at this moment. "You're looking for death." With terrifying speed, a powerful punch, and full of anger, Tang Hao's attack hit Chang Lin, who was using all his strength to release the third-level skill. The latter's face was distorted and his hair was messy, but there was a hint of satisfaction at the corner of his mouth. This tactic of attacking the enemy where they must rescue was ultimately successful. With a bang, Chang Lin's body was knocked away by Tang Hao's huge force. With a crack, 2 of her ribs were broken because the force was so strong. The whole person flew backwards, completely out of control. Fire Rain Becomes Sky is a continuous skill that lasts for several seconds, but it was forcibly interrupted after Chang Lin lost her ability to maintain it. At this time, Tang Hao didn't care about Chang Lin, who was flying backwards. He only wanted to quickly get to Gu Yan and the others and use his healing skills on them. Then he ran quickly and came to Gu Yan and the other 2. The scene before him surprised Tang Hao. Gu Yan and the other 2 were safe and sound, and the reason for this situation was, it was entirely because Beihan overdrew a large amount of his own energy to provide an ice shield for the 3 people, offsetting a large amount of damage. At the same time, Yuling also used the wind blade with all her strength to reduce the damage of the rain of fire. The most crucial point, of course, is that the fire rain only successfully launched the first wave of attacks, and failed to continue with the subsequent ones. Otherwise, the 3 of them would not have been able to hold on. By the time Tang Hao arrived in front of the 3 of them, Yuling had already fainted due to the exhaustion of her special energy. Beihan looked at Tang Hao running all the way here with a look of relief on her face. She naturally guessed why Tang Hao rushed here so hastily. At this moment, Beihan felt warm in his heart. But she could only look at Tang Hao and say one last sentence, "Tang Hao, you have to work hard. I hope that when I wake up again, we will have all ready." Before he could finish his words, Beihan collapsed completely due to exhaustion. Fortunately, none of the 3 were injured, which made Tang Hao feel greatly relieved. At this time, Gu Yan also spoke with a wry smile. "They said one of them had to stay with you, so they told me to conserve my strength and try my best to fend off attacks for them. But really, the most I could do was support you with a few level 1 skills. In fact, the one who should stay should be Beihan. She is a water element, and is the most durable." At this time, Tang Hao actually heard some self-blame from Gu Yan. Tang Hao vaguely guessed some reasons for this. Throughout the entire game, they, as special attack masters, have always been suppressed by the opponent's Chang Lin. Not only did he fail to help Tang Hao at the critical moment, but he became a burden to him. In response, Tang Hao glanced at Chang Lin and Xiao Hongfei, who had already stood up on the other side, and said, "Sister Gu Yan, don't think too much. I will definitely win this game. No one can stop it." Hearing Tang Hao's declaration, Gu Yan's eyes flickered for a moment, and a smile appeared on her face. Tang Hao did not hide what he said, so it was naturally heard by Xiao Hongfei and the other person opposite him. Unlike before, Xiao Hongfei was very low-key this time and did not refute anything. This is really because the strength Tang Hao showed just now was too incredible. At present, Yaoing is seriously injured and unconscious, and has completely lost his fighting ability, which is equivalent to being eliminated. His biggest support, Chang Lin, was also injured by Tang Hao and had broken ribs. This greatly affected Chang Lin's movements and was a great hindrance to her releasing skills and continuing to fight. Xiao Hongfei really didn't know how to resist Tang Hao if he relied on himself alone. Seeing that Tang Hao had settled Gu Yan and was about to get up, Xiao Hongfei was immediately frightened, and there was a strong struggle in his eyes. Just when Xiao Hongfei was about to do something, a delicate cry came from not far away. Third skill, Unyielding Fighting Will. Chapter 47, Poison. As the shout rang out, a figure rushed over quickly. Then it fell between Tang Hao and Xiao Hongfei. When he saw the person coming, Xiao Hongfei's face instantly showed joy. "Wei Ping, you're finally back. Given the current situation, the return of our mid-level physical attacker is really the best news. This way, he no longer needs to worry about Tang Hao." However, this joy did not last long. When Wei Ping returned, she knelt on one knee, and blood continued to flow from under her. Seeing this scene, Tang Hao instantly guessed that the other party was just bluffing, otherwise he would have rushed up long ago. When Tang Hao wanted to take action, a figure staggered towards him from the direction where Wei Ping came from, and he looked to be in a bad condition. "It's a long way to go." Seeing that the person coming was Lu Yaoyao, Tang Hao rushed to meet the latter. "Take advantage of this opportunity." Xiao Hongfei and Chang Lin came to Wei Ping. "Wei Ping, why are you like this?" Xiao Hongfei found that Wei Ping had many wounds on her body after getting closer, and some parts were even bloody. Regarding this issue, Wei Ping replied somewhat helplessly, "Yang Ning and I were chasing after Gu Yan and his men. Halfway through, I realized something was amiss. When we were about to turn back, Lu Yaoyao and Qian Luo lured a mid-level azure spirit wolf over. The moment that beast saw me, it immediately identified me as its biggest threat and attacked me recklessly. All my injuries were caused by the green spirit wolf. Xiao Hongfei was not surprised by Wei Ping's words. He had guessed this from his previous conversation with Tang Hao. But Xiao Hongfei immediately asked, "Where's Yang Ning?" Hearing this inquiry, Wei Ping was silent for a moment, but still said, "Yang Ning left first to protect me and got entangled with the other party. When I got rid of her, she and the person named Shen Luo were eliminated together." Yang Ning is out too? After hearing this news, Xiao Hongfei became a little restless. At present, 3 people on their side have been eliminated, and the remaining 3 are all intact except him. The 2 most powerful fighters are also in poor condition. Among them, Wei Ping was covered in wounds. Although they were not serious, her own special energy had been almost exhausted. As for Chang Lin, she was in even more trouble. Although she still had some energy left, she was simply unable to fight flexibly. How do I fight this? Fortunately, Tang Hao and his team were also in a bad situation. At present, Beihan, Yuling and Xian Luo have lost their combat power and are out of the game. Gu Yan was in average condition, and the journey back was also uncomfortable for Yao Yao. The only one in good condition was Tang Hao. This is also the person Xiao Hongfei is most afraid of at the moment. While Xiao Hongfei was secretly worried. Tang Hao had already come in front of Lu Yaoyao, and without saying a word, he picked up the staggering Lu Yaoyao. "Xiao Haohao, please put me down quickly. I am so embarrassed." Even at this time, Lu Yaoyao still had a hint of arrogance. But Tang Hao didn't care and brought her to Gu Yan and put her down. After a quick check, Tang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Yaoyao was just severely exhausted and was not hurt. Sister Gu Yan, Bei Han, Yuling, and the others. Looking at the 2 unconscious people, Lu Yaoyao couldn't help but feel worried. Shen Luo is out, and now so are Bei Han and Yuling. Looking at Gu Yan again, although he was not seriously injured, it was obvious that his supernatural power had run out. How can we continue fighting like this? Seeing Lu Yaoyao's worried look, Gu Yan said comfortingly, "Don't worry, the other party is more nervous than us right now." Ah? Lu Yaoyao opened her mouth wide when she heard that. Then he looked at Xiao Hongfei and the other 2 in the distance. Sure enough, Xiao Hongfei and the other 2 were looking at this side vigilantly. Especially when Tang Hao also raised his head and looked over there, Lu Yaoyao clearly saw that Xiao Hongfei was leaning back and seemed to be very afraid of Tang Hao. This made Lu Yaoyao stunned. What exactly happened here during this period of time? Without giving Lu Yaoyao more chance to guess, Tang Hao was completely relieved after seeing that Lu Yaoyao was safe and sound. Then he stood up and said, "Sister Gu Yan, Sister Yaoyao, please wait for me for a moment. I will finish this game right away." Hearing this, Gu Yan nodded with great trust. Lu Yaoyao on the side was even more shocked. When did Xiao Haohao become so powerful? The key is that the always arrogant Xiao Hongfei seems to be really afraid of Tang Hao. It doesn't seem like he is joking. While Lu Yaoyao was thinking about this, Tang Hao had already rushed towards Xiao Hongfei. As for the current situation of the 3 opponents, except Xiao Hongfei who is in good condition like him, the other 2 mid-level awakening masters are injured or disabled. Even if he was controlled by Xiao Hongfei, it would be difficult for the 2 of them to cooperate in a short period of time. In this case, what else does Tang Hao have to worry about? Seeing Tang Hao approaching quickly, Chang Lin endured the pain in his ribs and released his first-level skill. Unfortunately, the skill that he could usually perform easily was very difficult to control at this time, not to mention his accuracy. Although Wei Ping on the side could still fight, Xiao Hongfei knew that Wei Ping could not hold on for long. At this time, Wei Ping and Chang Lin must rest for a while, otherwise they will definitely lose. "Wei Ping, Chang Lin, if I delay you for a while, can you unleash your strongest abilities?" The strongest skills of each of them are undoubtedly the intermediate level 4 skills. To release this skill, one needs sufficient supernatural energy and a little time. As the awakening level increases, the preparation time for powerful skills will only get longer and longer, which is almost a law. Upon hearing this, the 2 of them immediately said, "Hongfei, are you going to reveal that skill in advance? That's your trump card." Xiao Hongfei knew what the 2 said, and his heart was bleeding. But if I can't get past this hurdle, what's the point of hiding my abilities any further? Xiao Hongfei looked at Tang Hao who was rushing towards him, his face full of resentment, but he had to take action. "Wei Ping, Chang Lin, hold him back and buy me some time." Upon hearing this, Wei Ping immediately rushed forward and fought with Tang Hao. Even with the support of the first and second skills, Tang Hao was knocked back by the latter as soon as they started fighting. In terms of attack power alone, Tang Hao is not as good as Wei Ping at this time, but it is also difficult for Wei Ping to hurt Tang Hao. After all, Wei Ping was not in good condition at that time and was just holding on, and Tang Hao's intermediate defense also offset a lot of damage. Dance of the Fire Snake. When Tang Hao and Wei Ping collided again and seized a flaw to counterattack, Chang Lin, who had been preparing for a long time, finally took aim and lashed out with a fire snake whip. It immediately hit Tang Hao, causing him to stumble. Unfortunately, before Wei Ping could seize this opportunity, Tang Hao also used a fire skill from behind. Exploding Fireball. With a bang, Wei Ping didn't have enough strength to dodge the attack and was hit hard. The latter did not have as strong a defense as Tang Hao, and coupled with his existing injuries, he was immediately knocked back by the explosion. At this time, Gu Yan came behind Tang Hao and said, "Quick and decisive, Xiao Hongfei seems to be brewing something." As soon as these words were spoken, Wei Ping and Chang Lin suddenly felt more pressured. In the past, even if Gu Yan was in top condition, the two of them would not care about her. But it's different now. Even if the two of them tried to resist Tang Hao, it was very difficult and they could not hold out for long. Not to mention that Gu Yan also joined in. This greatly accelerated the defeat of both men. Just when the two of them were about to be completely defeated, Xiao Hongfei in the back finally spoke. "Okay." After hearing this, Wei Ping and Chang Lin felt as if they had been pardoned. They stopped resisting and returned to Xiao Hongfei's side. Looking at Xiao Hongfei again at this time, he saw that the latter was looking at Tang Hao and Gu Yan calmly. After spreading out his palms, a burst of green gas shot out into the sky and spread in all directions. Any plants that came into contact with it quickly withered and even died within seconds. Third skill, Poison Cage. Chapter 48, Healing Ray. Second effect. When a large area of strange pale green gas spread out in all directions with Xiao Hongfei and the other two as the center, and finally covered an area of dozens of meters in radius. All the plants surrounded by the green gas died quickly. At this moment, the area created by Xiao Hongfei seemed to have become synonymous with the zone of death. And such a skill immediately caused countless people to be surprised and talk about it after it was released. What kind of control skill is this? It actually carries such terrifying damage capability? I bet even a mid-level awakener, let alone a beginner, would be doomed if they dared to touch that gas. Damn it, who said supports can't do damage? Tang Hao, that monster, has already appeared before, and now there's another one unexpectedly popping up. These days, assistants are really deceiving. When I get back this time, I will definitely catch my assistant brother, give him a couple of slaps, and ask him if he admits to causing any harm. Remarks like these exploded in the stadium. Before seeing today's match, who can both assist and dominate? But Tang Hao first beat the female awakening master in various ways, and then Xiao Hongfei did the same thing, which completely overturned everyone's three views. At this moment, on the high platform, the demon who had been yawning stretched out his charming body and seemed to be alert for the first time. Interesting. It's actually this skill that's said to be unbeatable at the same level. That little guy is probably going to be defeated this time. While the demons were muttering, Tang Hao on the field couldn't help but be surprised at what Xiao Hongfei had made. Before today, he had never imagined that the skills released by the auxiliary could cause such terrible damage. But, is it poisonous? Tang Hao looked at the poisonous gas that tightly wrapped Xiao Hongfei and the other two, and he felt an urge to try it out. Seeing the other party use a skill with a terrible poison reminded Tang Hao of his healing skill. A new effect added to Healing Ray when it is upgraded to an intermediate skill. But before Tang Hao could try, Gu Yan stepped forward and grabbed Tang Hao. Don't touch that thing. It's a very difficult basic control skill called Poison Cage. Although this skill is only level 3, it is more difficult to obtain than ordinary mid-level skills. Once this skill is successfully activated, it can produce two effects. First, it can serve as a cage to trap a group of strange beasts or awakened masters in the center. Secondly, it can protect one's own personnel in the poisonous fog. At this time, no strange beasts or humans can get close, otherwise they will be immediately infected by the terrible poison, and in serious cases they may even die on the spot. Now I understand why Xiao Hongfei has been deliberately hiding this skill. This skill is so powerful that it can even destroy multiple mid-level awakeners at critical moments. Now that he has completed the release of this skill, we can only wait quietly. Gu Yan explained this skill while reminding Tang how to be careful. But at the end of the words, it was not difficult to hear the reluctance and helplessness in Gu Yan's tone. In Gu Yan's eyes, the skill released by Xiao Hongfei was impossible to break, and she could only passively wait for the other party to cancel it. By that time, the other side's 2 mid-level awakeners must have already prepared their strongest level 4 skills. There is no chance of winning. At this moment, Gu Yan felt indescribable loss in his heart, as he had already reached this point. Shenluo, Beihan, and Yuling tried their best and placed all their hopes on the remaining people. However, when they were only one step away from victory, they were blocked by the opponent's poisonous cage. She also tried to use her first level skill, but unfortunately she couldn't get through and was extinguished by the poisonous gas. The unsolvable skill that can imprison a mid-level awakener is indeed not so easy to deal with. Standing in front of this terrifying poisonous gas, Gu Yan knew very well that the best strategy at the moment was to avoid the attack temporarily, but she also knew that if she missed this opportunity and waited for the opponent to recover, it would be even more impossible to win. Is this the only way we can go? When Gu Yan was at a loss for a moment, Tang Hao beside her suddenly took the latter's hand. Then he said, "Sister Gu Yan, are you willing to trust me? Believe that I can take you through this cage safely." Passing through the toxic cage? Upon hearing this, Gu Yan looked at Tang Hao in disbelief. How is this possible? Tang Hao is only a second-level auxiliary, and Gu Yan is very familiar with his skills. She didn't remember Tang Hao having this ability. Are you kidding me? At this time, Gu Yan really couldn't tell whether Tang Hao had a solution or it was just one last try. But she soon felt relieved. This game was too important to her and she would not give up no matter what. One of my original thoughts was to just give it a try. Since you're willing to accompany me, let's go in together. Now that we've reached this point, we have to respond to their expectations no matter what. After saying this, Gu Yan held Tang Hao's hand harder. At this moment, there was not much fear of the poisonous fog in Gu Yan's eyes, but only the unyielding belief to move forward. Such a Gu Yan seemed to be shining in Tang Hao's eyes. At this moment, the two of them walked forward step by step, hand in hand, like a couple. When the figures of the two people on the large electronic screen completely disappeared in the poisonous fog, the nerves of countless people were tense. Many people even called the two crazy. After a moment, Xiao Hongfei in the center of the cage also felt Tang Hao and Gu Yan coming in through his skills. He also found it hard to believe. Then he sneered again. Want to fight to the death? You underestimate my skills. Then Xiao Hongfei stared at the direction where the two people entered. At this moment, because of the contact with the green poisonous gas, Tang Hao and Gu Yan's skin immediately felt like it was burned. The poison did not wait to cause greater harm to the two. Tang Hao activated his healing skill. Healing Ray. A very dim red light was released from Tang Hao's palm, but because the two of them held their hands together, the red light was very blurry, and the green poisonous gas interfered with vision, so the outside world could only see something flashing where the two people entered the poisonous fog, but they could not see the details clearly. Although Tang Hao failed to obtain the healing effect, he shared the newly added effect of detoxification of the intermediate healing ray because of his release from Gu Yan. As a warm feeling spread throughout her body, Gu Yan was surprised to find that the signs of poisoning were fading. For a moment, Gu Yan couldn't hide her surprise. It's actually true. But Tang Hao said at this time, Sister Gu Yan, we can ignore these poisonous gases while the skill is in effect, but we need to speed up. After hearing this, Gu Yan looked at Tang Hao and didn't say anything else, but just nodded softly. Then the two of them ran all the way, and the distance of dozens of meters was covered in just a few seconds. When Tang Hao and Gu Yan came to the center of the cage, just as Xiao Hongfei was about to take a good look at the miserable appearance of the two people, he was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, Tang Hao and Gu Yan were in high spirits, without any signs of poisoning. You? Before Xiao Hongfei could say anything more, Tang Hao and Gu Yan had already locked onto one person each. It's time to end it. Chapter 49 finally revealed. What was that blurry red light just now? Why were the two people able to pass through the poisonous fog without being poisoned? At this moment, countless people in front of the big electronic screen had these two doubts. The host could not give a definite answer to this question for a while. Even Shimei, who had become a high-level awakening master, frowned slightly when looking at this scene. Is it some kind of exotic beast item that can detoxify? With a hint of uncertainty, Shimei continued to watch the field on the screen twisting. Stop them. After seeing Tang Hao and the other two pass through the toxic cage unscathed, Xiao Hongfei was unwilling to believe it, but the reality was right in front of him. The powerful skills that should have shocked the world have now become a joke and a decoration. To continue doing so would not only consume a large amount of energy, but would also make it impossible to use the first and second skills. Xiao Hongfei just felt a little frustrated, as if he had shot himself in the foot. But he reacted quickly. Someone must stop Tang Hao and Gu Yan now, otherwise everything will be lost. At this time, Wei Ping had to forcibly interrupt her skills and walk forward. Compared with Chang Lin, who had difficulty moving, she was obviously more suitable. First skill, Stun Spell. As Xiao Hongfei released this skill, Tang Hao and Gu Yan, who were walking quickly forward, were inevitably affected. At this moment, both of their bodies showed signs of being out of control. But unlike Tang Hao facing it alone, this time with Gu Yan sharing the burden, the duration of this skill's effect was greatly shortened. However, this also gave Wei Ping the opportunity to come in front of the two of them. First skill, Heavy Blow. After releasing this skill, the power of the person releasing it will be increased by 20% for a short period of time. In an instant, Wei Ping's hands emitted golden light and blasted towards the two people with a powerful momentum. Fortunately, Xiao Hongfei's control skills can shorten the duration of his skills, so Tang Hao and Gu Yan broke free from his control before Wei Ping's attack landed. At this time, with Tang Hao's speed, he could naturally choose to avoid it, but doing so would make Gu Yan a target of attack, as the latter did not have Tang Hao's flexible speed and strong defense. Without thinking, Tang Hao raised his hands and attacked. The moment they made contact, Tang Hao felt a heavy force on his hand. After increasing his strength by 20%, Tang Hao is no match for Wei Ping in terms of strength alone, and is clearly at a disadvantage in the confrontation. Fortunately, Tang Hao's defense is also at the intermediate level, which greatly makes up for the lack of strength. With Tang Hao, a tank who was no less capable than a mid-level physical attacker, standing in front, Gu Yan in the back was also not idle. He immediately condensed an explosive fireball in his hand and blasted it towards Wei Ping. With a loud bang, Wei Ping, who was in confrontation, had no way to dodge, and the fireball landed squarely on her. This blow might not have been a big deal in the past, but now it has injured Wei Ping. Taking advantage of the moment when Wei Ping was trying to hold back in pain, Tang Hao suddenly grabbed her arm, and then pulled it hard, moving the mountain blocking Xiao Hongfei and Chang Lin away. Sister Gu Yan, it's up to you. Under Tang Hao's restraint, Wei Ping was suppressed for a short time. Without Wei Ping's intervention, Xiao Hongfei, who had just entered a weak period and had already released a skill, had no ability to stop it at all. Seeing this, Gu Yan extracted all the remaining energy in his body in one breath in order to completely end the game. After a brief pause, a blood-red spear condensed from flames appeared in Gu Yan's hand. It was Gu Yan's second skill, Flame Condensation. This attack is far more powerful than the ordinary first skill and has a terrifying penetrating ability. As long as Chang Lin is shot, the opponent will be immediately severely injured and lose his combat effectiveness. It's time to end it. Gu Yan shouted softly and aimed the blood-red spear in his hand at the disabled Chang Lin, whose face was visibly filled with fear. And at this final throw, Xiao Hongfei suddenly rushed in front of Chang Lin. Don't even think about it. Unexpectedly, and beyond Gu Yan and everyone else's expectations, Xiao Hongfei actually dared to stand in front of Chang Lin. This scene made Gu Yan pause. With this attack, if it landed on Chang Lin, it would at most cause serious injuries, but if it landed on Xiao Hongfei, the assistant, it would be fatal. The opponent might die on the spot from this blow. According to the rules of the elite competition, if an opponent is killed during the competition, the contestant will be disqualified from subsequent competitions. Gu Yan has worked so hard just to participate in the elite competition and enter the elite training camp. If she is deprived of the qualification to participate, what is the point of all this? At this moment Gu Yan hesitated. Seeing Gu Yan like this, Xiao Hongfei showed a triumphant smile on his face. He knew too well how much Gu Yan valued the elite competition, so he took advantage of this to stop Gu Yan. But if you say that Xiao Hongfei is really not afraid of death, that's a joke. He has a disposable life-saving prop on him. Unfortunately, Gu Yan didn't know. While Gu Yan was hesitating, Chang Lin behind Xiao Hongfei finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's done. Hearing this, Xiao Hongfei could no longer suppress his joy. Now the situation has reversed, and you have lost. After Xiao Hongfei said this, Gu Yan finally came to her senses, but it was too late. The attack was taken by Wei Ping, who had escaped. The latter couldn't hold on for long anyway and was eliminated on the spot after this blow. Seeing that he failed to win the game due to his hesitation, Gu Yan turned around and said something to Tang Hao. Tang Hao, it's my fault for not doing all this well. After saying this, Gu Yan's already exhausted body and strong qualifications finally made her fall down. Now only Xiao Hongfei and Tang Hao are left on the field. Kill him for me. The depression of the entire game made Xiao Hongfei hate Tang Hao a long time ago. If it weren't for Tang Hao, they wouldn't be in such a mess. Listen to Xiao Hongfei's orders. Chang Lin immediately released his most powerful skill. In an instant, a bright yellow halo appeared on Chang Lin's forehead. Earth element? Upon seeing this, Tang Hao instantly understood that the other party's second talent awakened after entering the intermediate level was the earth element. Seeing this, Tang Hao distanced himself without thinking. First, to get rid of Xiao Hongfei's control, and second, to gain as much buffer time as possible. Almost immediately after Chang Lin released this skill downwards, Tang Hao also released an earth wave. Originally, Tang Hao wanted to rely on his own agility and perception skills to avoid the attack as much as possible. But Tang Hao still underestimated this intermediate skill. The next second, just as Tang Hao's earth vibration began to unfold, a huge rock crocodile jumped out from the ground and directly used its head to knock Tang Hao into the air. So fast. Before Tang Hao could be surprised, the huge crocodile made of rock suddenly opened its mouth and sprayed out a large number of stones after pushing Tang Hao into the air. Being in mid-air, Tang Hao had no way to dodge. Tang Hao was hit hard by this attack. Then he fell heavily. Even with Tang Hao's intermediate physique, he was covered with bruises from this blow. Looking at Tang Hao lying motionless on the ground with blood all over his body, Xiao Hongfei finally showed a satisfied smile. He couldn't wait to vent his frustration. However, at this moment, Chang Lin, who was weak, suddenly pulled Xiao Hongfei and then pointed his finger at Tang Hao. At this moment, when the host in the stadium was preparing to announce the end of the game, the camera on the large electronic screen suddenly turned to the fallen Tang Hao. Amidst everyone's confusion, a bright red light bloomed in Tang Hao's hand. Chapter 50, 1 slot, 2 talents, a groundbreaking achievement. Under this ray of light, Tang Hao, who was originally covered in wounds, was quickly healing. Everyone was shocked at the scene before them. This is. At this moment, the dean of the college who had been sitting on the podium stood up and stared at the figure on the big screen. The demon below, whose expression had remained calm the whole time, began to breathe rapidly for the first time, and his fiery body trembled slightly. Healing skill, impossible, how could he possess this skill at this level? I couldn't believe what was happening. At this moment, everyone was in a dizzy state. Because what happened to Tang Hao simply shattered their worldview. Someone muttered to themselves, could this kid have already reached level 3? But that's not right. Isn't he a perception support? His first talent should be perception. Could it be that he has been a mid-level support for a long time and has never revealed it? This idea only flashed through the minds of some people and was then completely denied. There is no doubt that Tang Hao is definitely a beginner awakening master, and he is only at level 2. What happened? The collapsed player Tang Hao is actually being healed. The most unbelievable thing is that the initiator of this healing skill is actually Tang Hao himself. At this time, the host began to speak incoherently as he looked at this scene, because he had never encountered such a thing before. Just as countless people in the academy were in chaos because of the healing skills released by Tang Hao, under the effect of the healing ray, Tang Hao finally stood up slowly. All the injuries caused by some skills before, as well as the external injuries caused by the opponent's 4th level earth-based skills, were restored to their original state. Although there were still some internal injuries that caused a dull pain in his body, Tang Hao, with all the external injuries gone, had recovered 70% to 80% of his combat power. It was not until Tang Hao simply stretched his body and looked at Xiao Hongfei and Chang Lin on the other side that the two people on the field woke up from their dream. Xiao Hongfei looked at Tang Hao, who seemed to have been resurrected miraculously, with horror in his eyes. What was that just now? A healing item? But he didn't see any trace of the item at all. Seeing Tang Hao walking towards the side step by step, Xiao Hongfei finally collapsed and retreated. Chang Lin on the side had a look of pain on her face. She knew that she could not stop it. There are just strong doubts in my heart. Tang Hao, are you a perception support or a healing support? This is Chang Lin's biggest doubt at the moment, and it is also the biggest doubt in the minds of countless people in the academy. Hearing Chang Lin's question, Tang Hao glanced at her. The moment he revealed his healing rays, it was no longer hidden. So Tang Hao said very straightforwardly, I am a perception assistant. Perception? After hearing Tang Hao's answer, the people present found it hard to believe. Then Tang Hao added, but at the same time, I am also a perception assistant with healing skills. Sure enough, after hearing this explanation, everyone was completely convinced. But soon a new problem emerged. Tang Hao is just a second-level auxiliary, and they are already aware of his 2 perception skills, smell perception and earth fluctuation. So where does this third skill come from? One slot, two skills. At this moment, the demon, who had been breathing at a high frequency, suddenly licked his moist scarlet lips and said, "Two skills in one slot?" Obviously, Shime did not hide his answer, and the dean of the college above heard it. The latter's eyes suddenly lit up, and now it can be fully explained. However, he felt that one slot, two skills was not enough to describe Tang Hao's situation. A more accurate statement should be one slot, two talents. Thinking of this, the dean swallowed unconsciously. Tang Hao's display this time was truly astonishing and completely epic-making. At least he had never heard of a second case like Tang Hao. At this time, the host had obviously received a hint and immediately read out to the audience. According to the information we just received, contestant Tang Hao seems to possess a very rare awakening talent among awakeners. One slot, two skills. We have also analyzed Tang Hao's self-healing skill. It is the same earth wave that comes from the healing ray of the Anshan City Fire Cave Fire Scorpion. The whole audience was shocked when he finished speaking. Regardless of the earth-shattering situation in the academy, Tang Hao just quickly came to Xiao Hanfei and the others. Seeing that the situation was hopeless and unable to stop it, Chang Lin was the first to take off his ID card as a sign of giving up. At this time, Xiao Hanfei also planned to do so. But Tang Hao was one step faster and flashed in front of Xiao Hanfei. Tang Hao is not a petty person, but he is not a pushover who is unconditionally tolerant. The two sides had hurt each other in previous clashes, but this was nothing. But later on, Xiao Hanfei actually threatened Gu Yan with his life to help Chang Lin complete the 4th level skill, which was a bit beyond the bottom line. If it weren't for this, Gu Yan wouldn't have fainted from guilt, and Tang Hao wouldn't have been hit by a level 4 full skill. Tang Hao still feels pain all over when he thinks about the feeling of being hit by stones all over his body. Now that you've admitted defeat, who should we turn to for redress for the suffering sister Gu Yan and I endured? Seeing Tang Hao suddenly approaching, Xiao Hanfei immediately had a bad feeling and wanted to shout, "I give up." But just as he shouted the word "I," Tang Hao's punch hit his stomach. The immense pain distorted Xiao Hanfei's face and covered his forehead with cold sweat. After Tang Hao threw this punch, he continued to speak for Xiao Hanfei. "I know you're going to say I won't admit defeat. I, Tang Hao, admire people like you the most." After saying that, Tang Hao punched Xiao Hanfei again. The latter was beaten so hard that his eyes almost popped out. 2 consecutive punches made Xiao Hanfei vomit out all the bitterness he had digested last night. Although he couldn't speak, Xiao Hanfei had already greeted Tang Hao countless times in his heart. "Tang Hao, I admire you, uncle." Unfortunately, Xiao Hanfei was speechless. Tang Hao attacked Xiao Hanfei with a left hook followed by a right hook and a set of military boxing. Moreover, Tang Hao was very measured when he fought, and he did not cause any disability or death. The main feature is thoughtfulness. Then Xiao Hanfei's wails were heard at the scene. This, considering that contestant Xiao Hanfei had not yet conceded defeat and was still stubbornly resisting, contestant Tang Hao chose to surrender by force. The two sides are still engaged in the most intense battle. The female host really didn't know what to say at this time and could only explain it professionally. This also left the audience speechless. Can it still be considered a war after the fight has gotten to this point? In fact, at this time, some people from the academy had already left to stop this farce. Because the winner is already clear. Without waiting for the college to intervene. On the playing field, a overlord halberd suddenly fell from the sky. He forced Tang Hao back in an instant and protected Xiao Hanfei. Then a girl who was about the same age as Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao fell down. Chapter 51, Gusu Little Overlord Suru watching. The girl had short, refreshing hair, clear eyes, a slender and petite figure, and spoke softly, but from the moment she landed she exuded a terrifying murderous aura. Seeing the person coming, Xiao Hanfei excitedly called out, "Sister Ruochang." The latter nodded slightly, then dodged and rushed towards Tang Hao at a terrifying speed. Then a jade fist carved like white ivory was casually thrown by the opponent, and Tang Hao instinctively stepped forward to resist. But as soon as he made contact, he was blown away by a terrifying force. While in mid-air, Tang Hao felt a shock in his heart. The opponent's power was too terrifying. I'm afraid that even if Tang Hao is in full condition, there is still a big gap in strength between him and the opponent. After Tang Hao was knocked away by one blow, the girl did not intend to give up. He just said, "The winner has been decided." "You were so presumptuous just now. In that case, let me play with you." After saying this, the girl stretched out her fair jade hand again and reached out to Tang Hao. Having witnessed the girl's terrifying power, Tang Hao knew that she would not be easy to deal with. But before Tang Hao could do anything, a captivating fragrance wafted over. Then a charming voice sounded. "Little girl, are you challenging the authority of Jinling College?" Hearing this voice, Tang Hao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He already knew the identity of the visitor. But the girl on the other side obviously didn't intend to listen to such so-called advice, but she didn't intend to stop. This was Su Ruoqing's usual domineering style. But the next second, Su Ruoqing, who was already close to Tang Hao's body, was firmly locked by a powerful aura, and then he saw a woman with an enchanting figure appear behind Tang Hao. The latter just looked at the girl casually with a slightly lazy look in his eyes. Su Ruoqing was surprised to find that his fist could not move forward any further. At this moment, he felt as if he was facing the strongest cold wind and could not take even half a step forward. Then an invisible attack came down, and Su Ruoqing retreated on the spot, injured. This time, he returned the pain that Tang Hao had suffered to the other party. High level? And not just any high level. Su Ruoqing had already seen the level of the demon at this time. It was far beyond her ability to deal with. She also paid some price for her recklessness just now. Even at this moment she still felt unwilling. But she also knew that with the demons protecting Tang Hao, she couldn't do anything today. In this case, Su Ruoqing simply gave up his desire to fight. He turned around and helped his cousin who was beaten beyond recognition, and picked up the overlord halberd that was stuck in the ground. As Su Ruoqing touched it lightly, the heavy halberd quickly shrank to the size of a palm. Obviously this is also an exotic beast prop. I thought the matter ended there, but unexpectedly Su Ruoqing said another word to Tang Hao when he turned around. "Tang Hao, right? I'll remember you. When the elite competition comes, I will openly ask you to repay this debt." After saying that, Su Ruoqing took Xiao Hongfei away. With the departure of Xiao Hongfei and others, this representative competition came to an end. The team that qualified to represent Jinling Awakening Academy's elite was undoubtedly Team Guyan. After the host announced the victory of the game, immediately, various auxiliary teachers from the college began to enter the stadium to provide treatment to the injured or unconscious students. Then came the heated discussions after the game. However, most of the topics focused on the first-place team, Guyan. Tang Hao, who performed the most brilliantly among them, became the hottest topic among the hot topics. Countless viewers were rushing to share the highlights of the game with their acquaintances. What was mentioned most was Tang Hao's amazing talent. 1 slot, 2 skills. With such rare talent, this year's Jinling team will surely be able to wash away the shame of previous years and shine in the elite competition. Countless Jinling locals who came to watch the game were excited about Tang Hao's rise. Amid the excited chatter of the people around, the lonely figure of a young girl seemed out of place among the crowd. Fang Ting's mood at this moment was undoubtedly extremely complicated. Her eyes were now fixed on the young man who was receiving the most attention on the big screen. 1 slot, 2 skills, intermediate physique. Every time the host mentioned one of Tang Hao's talents, Fang Ting bit her lips tightly. So much so that a smell of blood rushed into Fang Ting's mouth, but the latter didn't care at all. At this time, Fang Ting just pulled her endless thoughts back to the day when she broke up with Tang Hao. It turned out that Fang Ting had really put a lot of thought into her elaborate outfit that day. When she saw Tang Hao go on stage, she was even more nervous than Tang Hao himself. But unfortunately, things went against his wishes and Tang Hao failed to awaken the other 3 talents. Why? Why didn't you tell me this back then? Tang Hao, if you had told me you had these talents earlier, we wouldn't have come to this point, and I wouldn't have said such hurtful words. Looking at Tang Hao, who was like the center of attention at this moment, Fang Ting felt unprecedented resentment in her heart. Even at this point, Fang Ting didn't think there was anything wrong with what she had done. It was just a very understandable stop-loss behavior. If Tang Hao was more mature, he would understand her. What made Fang Ting most unwilling was that she had invested a whole semester of time and energy in Tang Hao, during which time she had been trying hard to play the role of a girlfriend. It would be fine if Tang Hao had always been a mediocre person, but Fang Ting just considered herself unlucky. But it happened that Tang Hao now had such talent and performed so well, which made Fang Ting feel extremely unwilling. She spent so much effort on Tang Hao, but in the end it was all in vain. How can I accept this? Just at this moment, she glanced at a few girls who were also in the Awakening Class 1. Those people also stared at Tang Hao on the big electronic screen. It was obvious that they couldn't stop regretting it at this time. When Fang Ting and Tang Hao proposed to break up, they had a chance. But they missed it in vain. For a time, many people felt regretful. However, they saw Fong Ting not far away. This kind of regret is nothing. After all, there are people who are suffering more, right? If you put yourself in their shoes, they wouldn't be so sad anymore. Looking at the same gazes from her female classmates, Fong Ting clenched her fists for a moment. But he soon relaxed again. No, I still have a chance. In addition to the 6 regular players, the team also has 2 substitutes. If I ask Tang Hao for help, I may have a chance. I am different from them after all. With this thought in mind, Fong Ting took a deep breath and immediately went to prepare. As a girl with ideas, she wouldn't be so stupid as to run to Tang Hao and ask for it. That would be too cheap. At this time, Tang Hao, who finally returned to the lounge with Gu Yan and others, felt exhausted. I didn't expect an award ceremony host to be so gossipy. What girlfriend, what first kiss and so on. Tang Hao was extremely embarrassed when he asked this question. This also caused Tang Hao to be mercilessly teased by Lu Yaoyao. Oh, it feels like Xiao Hao was really 2 different people on the court and in normal times. After Lu Yaoyao finished speaking, a burst of laughter from the girls broke out in the lounge. And in this cheerful atmosphere, someone knocked on the door of the lounge. Xian Luo went closer to open the door, only to see a girl he knew standing there quietly. Nie Qingqing? What are you doing here? Lu Yaoyao and others were confused. At this moment, Tang Hao and Gu Yan looked at each other and nodded in tacit understanding. Then I heard Nie Qingqing say, I'm here to find Tang Hao to fulfill his promise. I hope he keeps his word. Chapter 52 Substitute Player, Nie Qingqing. Fulfill a promise? Fulfill what promise? Hearing Nie Qingqing's inexplicable words, Lu Yaoyao, Xian Luo and others were full of confusion. At this time, it was Tang Hao who walked to the door, stretched out his hand to Nie Qingqing and said, Of course my words count. You are welcome to join us. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Nie Qingqing smiled, then held Tang Hao's hand and walked into the room. Ha? What's going on? While Lu Yaoyao was puzzled, Gu Yan and Tang Hao explained to the others, Sister Yaoyao, do you remember that senior sister Qingqing helped us at the critical moment? Weren't you very curious at that time how I convinced him? The answer was simple. I told her that we were going to lose anyway, and beating me up wouldn't save us any money, so she might as well do us a favor and let us go. Of course, this is not in vain. If we qualify for the national team later, we will be given a substitute spot. Substitute spot? After hearing this explanation, Lu Yaoyao and the others immediately understood why Nie Qingqing came. If you think about it, just one uncertain commitment can go a long way in saving the state of all staff. There was nothing wrong with what Tang Hao did in this matter. At this time, Gu Yan also spoke up, given our situation at the time, if senior sister Qingqing insisted on taking revenge, then the victory of today's game would be in jeopardy. So, I welcome you to join us. When the others heard what Tang Hao and Gu Yan said, they all understood. At the same time, they couldn't help but think that qualifying for the representative competition was only the first step towards the national elite competition. They will have to face more challenges in the future. Nie Qingqing's strength as a mid-level agile attacker has surpassed many people present. With such a strong reinforcement joining, the team will definitely go further in the elite competition. After figuring this out, Lu Yaoyao, Beihan, Chen Luo, and Yuling all welcomed Nie Qingqing. At this moment, Gu Yan's team expanded to 7 members by 1. Nie Qingqing was also sincerely happy about everyone's welcome. She had originally formed the team to participate in the competition with the idea of failing to succeed or die. She was more eager than anyone else to be able to participate in the official elite competition. Previously, Nie Qingqing thought that she had missed this opportunity and her life would be bleak from now on. But Tang Hao's promise at that time rekindled her hope. In fact, before coming here, Nie Qingqing was a little nervous. After all, a substitute spot is equivalent to a ticket to the national elite competition. That is what many awakening masters dream of. She was also not sure whether Tang Hao would really keep his promise. It was not until now, after hearing everyone's words of welcome, that Nie Qingqing finally let go of her anxious heart. At this moment, Nie Qingqing's eyes were a little moist. Even though she was older than everyone present, she was still just a senior student who had never entered society. Nie Qingqing felt satisfied from the bottom of her heart that she had the opportunity to pursue her dream again. Everyone, thank you so much for accepting me. If you need me in any future competitions, I will definitely do my best. Seeing Nie Qingqing so excited, everyone could also feel the sincerity from the heart. Then the original celebration of 6 people became 7 people, and everyone immediately discussed where to go for the celebration tonight so that everyone could eat well and have fun. In the lounge, a group of girls were talking about these happy topics while casually changing out of their competition clothes. The girls present never felt embarrassed because even if they took off their outer clothes, it would just look like they were wearing swimsuits, which was no big deal. Anyway, when this happened at first, none of them took it seriously, except Tang Hao, who was so excited by these scenes that his face turned red and his heart beat fast. Fortunately, after several sessions, Tang Hao gradually adapted to the situation, and now, well, he can watch these senior students change their outer clothes without blushing or getting nervous. It's considered progress. As for Nie Qingqing, who had just joined, she saw Gu Yan, Bei Han, and the others talking and changing their clothes nonchalantly. She just glanced at Tang Hao and immediately chose to join. Then, he changed into a set of light clothes in front of Tang Hao without paying attention to anyone else, preparing to attend the celebration with everyone later, hoping to integrate into this new team more quickly. For a moment, Tang Hao only felt a different atmosphere in the lounge. He didn't dare to think too much, and quickly walked to his wardrobe at the corner, and then changed his outer clothes as quickly as possible. However, just as the group packed up and prepared to go out, the door of the lounge rang again. Gu Yan looked around at the group and saw that everyone had already changed their clothes, so she opened the door generously. Then I saw a figure standing in front of the door. That enchanting body that makes girls' hearts beat faster. Sister Chi Mei. As early as the award ceremony, everyone had been informed of Chi Mei's appointment as the academy leader, and everyone originally wanted to call her the leader. But she asked everyone to call her Sister Chi Mei, saying that it sounded more friendly and also made her look younger. No one felt surprised by her arrival. After all, she was the teen leader, so it was normal for her to come here. On the other hand, Chi Mei looked around the lounge and said after seeing everyone's situation, "You guys are going to have a celebration, but there seems to be one more person. I remember her name is Nie Qingqing." Hearing this, Gu Yan explained, "It's like this, Sister Chi Mei. After unanimous discussion, we hope to include senior sister Nie Qingqing as one of the substitutes. However, we haven't had time to report this to the academy yet." Hearing this, Chi Mei said softly, "Well, Nie Qingqing, a mid-level agile attack master, a senior student in the academy, and a top 4 representative competition student. There is no problem with this person. I was just about to discuss the 2 substitute players with you. To be honest, I've only managed one of them, and I'm still having trouble with the other one. Since you all recommended it, there's no reason for me to disagree." Hearing this, Nie Qingqing immediately expressed her gratitude to Chi Mei. Chi Mei nodded slightly at this, and then said to the crowd, "I am here mainly for 2 things. The first is the replacement issue, which has been resolved. As for the other replacement, he cannot come for the time being. I will definitely report after the summer vacation and before the start of the elite competition. I don't have much to introduce her to since she hasn't arrived yet. Anyway, apart from being a bit rebellious, she's not bad in other aspects, and she's even very outstanding." Rebellious? Excellent. Looking at the puzzled expressions of several people, Chi Mei added another sentence. Yeah, if she wasn't rebellious, how could she not have attended a single class in 4 years of college and had been taking leave the entire time? Took 4 years off from college? Hearing this, Tang Hao and the others were stunned. Is this still a student? So awesome? Okay, her situation is quite special, so let's ignore it for now. The second thing I want to say is that I'm giving you a week's vacation starting today. Gather all of you here in 1 week. At that time, the 7 of you plus me will all live in a gymnasium specially approved by the higher-ups, and I will arrange special training for you. What you need to do is to use the 2 months of summer vacation to make the final sprint and strive to promote as many people as possible to the intermediate level. Only in this way can you go further in the national competition. Did you understand?" After Chi Mei finished speaking, Tang Hao and the others all said in unison, "I understand." Okay, let's disband. Upon hearing this, Lu Yaoyao and Qian Luo immediately held hands and began to imagine the upcoming meal. However, Chi Mei had just taken a few steps when he suddenly thought of something and said, "Everyone else leave first. Tang Hao, you stay for a while." Chapter 53, Planning of the 3rd skill slot. What do you want to talk to me about? Although Tang Hao felt a little strange, he still chose to stay. The others carried their things and left. Before parting, Lu Yaoyao said to Tang Hao, "Xiaoao, let's go find a good place first. Come to us directly when you're done." As Gu Yan and others left, the scene became quiet. Chi Mei looked at Tang Hao for a while before speaking. "First, tell me about the skills you have now." If I'm guessing correctly, you should have one more skill besides scent perception, earth fluctuation, and healing ray. Tang Hao did not deny Chi Mei's question. After all, his dual skills were exposed and the other party was the team leader, so it was no big deal to tell him. I currently have a total of 4 awakening skills. In addition to the 3 you know, there is also one called firm endurance. Strong and long lasting? After hearing this answer, Chi Mei looked at Tang Hao with a strange look. Tang Hao was helpless about this, as he knew that the name of this skill would easily lead people to think of something wrong. In order to avoid being misunderstood, Tang Hao quickly said, please don't pay too much attention to the name. This skill is an amplification skill. Its main effect is to prolong a certain state. We have done experiments before, and both Sister Guyan's firepower output and Sister Yao Yao's power doubled have a good lasting effect. It also relieves the stress during combat, but only for a short time. Amplify skills. Sure enough, after hearing Tang Hao introduce this skill, the demon was immediately attracted by the skill attributes. Judging from the current situation, Tang Hao alone has mastered 3 auxiliary skills: perception, amplification, and healing. This made Chi Mei sigh that Tang Hao was really a little monster. Then Chi Mei said seriously, then your third skill should be a control skill. And if I am not mistaken, you are not able to absorb skills as you please. There are certain restrictions. Based on your first 2 skills, this restriction must include perception skills, am I right? Listening to Chi Mei's analysis, Tang Hao was slightly stunned. It wasn't surprising that the other party could guess that he had a 4th skill, but it was unexpected that they could even analyze the limitations of his skill absorption. This made Tang Hao feel a sense of awe for the first time towards this charming and powerful leader. He then generously admitted, yes, the prerequisite for me to absorb skills is that the alien beast contains at least 1 perception skill. This way, I can absorb all the auxiliary skills in the alien beast. Listening to Tang Hao's answer, Chi Mei was nodding secretly. Nothing was beyond her expectations. It was not until Tang Hao finished his last sentence that the expression of the demon, which had been calm all the time, changed. Wait, you're saying that as long as the conditions are met, you can not only achieve 2 skills in 1 slot, but even 3 skills in 1 slot, or even multiple skills in 1 slot? Before he knew it, Chi Mei's tone had become extremely unusual by the end of his question. She just felt that Tang Hao's words just now subverted her cognition. Having 2 skills in 1 slot is already a very rare talent. It is no exaggeration to say that it is 1 in a million. However, she actually heard something even more incredible from Tang Hao's words. Are you sure you're not kidding? At this moment, Tang Hao also discovered the changes in the demon. He discovered that the demon in front of him, who had always been calm and composed, seemed to be less confident than at the beginning. This made Tang Hao a little confused. That shouldn't be the case. Since everyone has dual skills in 1 slot, then having 3 skills in 1 slot, or even multiple skills in 1 slot, should also be easy to accept. At this time, Tang Hao had not yet realized that sometimes the slightest difference between 2 and 3 could lead to a world of difference. Plus, he had already said it out loud, so there was no ambiguity. He replied, that's right. As long as the alien beast has the perception skill, along with other auxiliary skills, whether it's 2 or 3, I can absorb them into my skill slot. After getting Tang Hao's confirmation again, Chi Mei finally couldn't calm down anymore. There really are such freaks. At this time, even Chi Mei, who always regarded himself as a genius, looked at Tang Hao with a sour look in his eyes. Is there such a big gap between people? For a moment, this resentful emotion even changed the charming temperament of the demon, turning her into a complete resentful woman. But the qualities of a high-level awakening master eventually helped her calm down quickly. At the same time, Chi Mei also warned Tang Hao, little guy, maybe you don't feel anything, but I want to remind you that in the future, don't easily tell outsiders that you can do multiple skills in 1 slot. You simply don't understand what an amazing talent this is. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. In the future, if it is not necessary, try to hide this talent as much as possible and achieve the dual skills in 1 slot as known to the outside world. Do you understand what I mean? Hearing this, Tang Hao also realized the seriousness of the matter and nodded heavily. Seeing Tang Hao like this, Chi Mei stood up and walked around with his hands crossed, thinking. Originally, I came to you to ask about your plans for the 3rd skill and to give you some advice. To be honest, you have the talent of having 2 skills in 1 slot, which is a huge advantage and can allow you to reach heights that ordinary awakeners cannot reach. If you choose the wrong skill due to your own lack of vision, wasting a skill slot is a huge pity. 3rd skill planning? To be honest, Tang Hao doesn't have this yet. Before, their entire team was focused on the representative competition, and he had only entered the second level not long ago, so he had not had time to think about it. Originally, this should have been a problem that Gu Yan should consider. After all, Tang Hao has only been involved in the field of awakening masters for too short a time. And now that Chimei has spoken, considering his perspective as a high-level awakening master, he must have unique insights. Tang Hao asked bluntly, "Sister Chimei, do you have any good suggestions?" Hearing Tang Hao's question, Chimei did not stop to answer immediately. Instead, he frowned and paced back and forth, as if he was thinking about a new question. If Tang Hao guessed correctly, Chimei should have had a good third-level skill suggestion before. But after knowing that Tang Hao could perform multiple skills in one slot, the original plan seemed to be rejected. At this time, the skills of the strange beast that Chimei was thinking about were probably at least 3 auxiliary skills. After a while of thinking, the demon finally stopped. At this moment, an inexplicable madness began to flash in her eyes. Then the demon said excitedly, "Tang Hao, I've thought of a beast that is perfect for your level 3 skill slot. The risk is a bit high, but there is a saying. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. By the same token, if you could successfully absorb the skills of that strange beast, just thinking about it would make me incredibly excited." Chapter 54 3 Skills. What kind of strange beast? It actually made Chimei, a high-level awakening master, so excited. Tang Hao couldn't help but feel curious when he saw the ghost like this. Then I heard Chimei introduce, the cruel beast is a kind of beast that lives deep in the alien space. It is not common, but extremely dangerous. Its beast core rarely appears on the market, but once it does, it will inevitably attract the pursuit of countless strong attackers and agile attackers. The reason is that it has fierce combat power and powerful skills. To give a simple example, there is a big gap between the beginner and intermediate levels, and this applies to both humans and animals. If you were asked to play against Wei Ping in full form, do you think you have a chance of winning? Tang Hao shook his head. Although his physical fitness had reached the intermediate level, he would definitely not be Wei Ping's opponent in a real fight. So if a level 3 beast fights a level 4 beast, who do you think will win? Is there any need to ask? It must be a level 4 alien beast, after all, it is already a mid-level alien beast. Tang Hao knew very well that the hierarchy among the alien beasts was even stricter than that among human awakeners. Normally, even a dozen level 3 alien beasts would hardly threaten an alien beast that had just entered the intermediate level. However, human awakening masters have observed level 3 killer beasts hunting level 4 alien beasts more than once, and in most cases they were successful. Hearing this, Tang Hao felt a chill. The ferocity of the cruel beast broke Tang Hao's inherent concept of hierarchy. A beast that can forcibly hunt a beast one level higher than itself, you can imagine how ferocious it is. The reason why the slaughter beast is able to fight against opponents of higher levels is not only due to its strong physique, but also due to its powerful skills. Think about it, if you had the opportunity to absorb those powerful attack skills, would you be tempted? Therefore, this is why whenever a beast core of a cruel beast appears on the market, it immediately attracts attention. Of course, you don't need to care about the attack skills of the killer beast. But its auxiliary skills are also not weak. Usually, the first and second level killing beasts are still growing and their skills are not perfect. Only the beast cores produced by the third level are really exciting. Among them, the third level killing beast has 3 auxiliary skills. They are Invisible Mark, Psychic Intimidation, and the very overbearing area control skill Gravity Control. Invisible Mark, Voice of the Mind, Gravity Control. There are 3 auxiliary skills, among which the effects of Invisible Mark and Voice of the Heart are currently unknown, but Gravity Control is definitely a rare and powerful skill. What's more, this skill is a range skill. This is even more precious. The demon standing by knew from Tang Hao's expression that he must be moved. So he continued, "Let me first introduce you to the Invisible Mark. It's a perception skill." Perception? Tang Hao was a little surprised when he heard this. The name of this skill had nothing to do with perception, but it was actually a perception skill. Then I heard Chimei explain. Invisible Mark is applied to the target within a certain range. Once it lands on the target, it is invisible and difficult to remove. If you use this skill when the opponent isn't paying attention, the opponent won't even know they've been hit by it. It lasts for a whole day, and during that day, no matter where the marked person goes, they can rely on this mark to lock onto the other person's direction. After listening to Chimei's description, Tang Hao immediately felt the power of this skill. If a prey manages to escape during the battle with the killer beast, the killer beast can rely on this skill to find the prey effortlessly and then complete the kill. Similarly, if someone is marked by Tang Hao, even if both parties are beyond the range of 300 meters, they cannot escape Tang Hao's perception. Without giving Tang Hao more time to digest, she may introduce the voice of the heart. Voice of the heart, this is also a perception skill. The effect of this skill requires the cooperation of invisible mark. Once the skill is released, the invisible mark will be consumed, and the effect is to project the words of the releaser onto the target. The sadistic beast often uses this skill to tease prey that thinks they have escaped, and then brutally kills them. After research by our human awakening masters, we discovered that if someone can use 2 skill slots to possess both the invisible mark and the voice of the mind, then theoretically, it is possible to transmit information over very long distances. Although it can only convey one sentence, it can play a huge role at certain times, especially since many places in the alien space are nightmares for electronic equipment. In this way, the effect of the skill voice of the heart becomes extremely valuable. As for Tang Hao, what he was thinking about at this time was more about how to use it in the game. If the team members are separated for some reason, perhaps this skill will come in handy. And sometimes, even if you are not with your teammates, you can rely on this skill to transmit information in a timely manner. After some thought, Tang Hao felt that this voice of the heart was still very useful. Tang Hao felt very rewarded after learning the first 2 perception skills, so what would the third skill be like? Tang Hao estimated that this should be the highlight. Seeing that Tang Hao had quickly digested the information of the first 2 skills, Shimei did not waste any time and quickly revealed all the information about the third skill, gravity control. Gravity control is just as the name suggests. It's a skill that can restrain enemies using gravity. It releases a circular gravitational field with itself as the origin. People in it will be restricted by gravity. The size of this restriction depends on the amount of supernatural energy invested by the releaser. Generally, a level 3 skill can create a restraint of about 3 times the gravity, which is a huge burden for many awakeners. If you fail to escape in time, your condition will be greatly affected, and your overall combat power will decline severely. It creates a gravitational field with itself as the origin. This means that if the releaser moves, the field will also move. However, Tang Hao soon realized a problem. Besides the caster being unaffected, what about my teammates? This skill isn't smart enough to accurately distinguish friend from foe, right? After hearing Tang Hao's answer, Shimei regained her charming temperament. Little guy, your worries are unnecessary. This skill is also related to invisible mark. As long as you mark your teammates beforehand, after activating this skill, you can choose to target the invisible reporter. Think about it, when a group of people rush in front of you, you activate this skill, the other party is constrained by gravity, while your teammates are not affected. What would that scene be like? What will the scene be like? Tang Hao felt excited just thinking about it. He now understood why Shimei was so excited before. The combination of these 3 skills can maximize the auxiliary effect. Before Tang Hao could break free from his imagination of these 3 skills, Shimei continued, "Don't get excited so quickly, little guy. I haven't told you the biggest advantage of gravity control yet. That's why I say this skill is so powerful." Hearing this, Tang Hao really couldn't sit still anymore. He actually hadn't mentioned any advantages. At this moment, Tang Hao felt that his heart could not bear it any longer. Chapter 55, It's only natural for an assistant to eat soft rice. What's the advantage? Tang Hao couldn't wait to ask. It is already very powerful that a strange beast can have these 3 auxiliary skills, but I didn't expect there would be extra surprises. Seeing Tang Hao so anxious, Shimei raised the corner of his mouth subtly and said, "What do you think are the drawbacks of the 3rd level skills of a beginner awakener? Disadvantages? If we were to talk about the common problem with level 3 skills, it would probably be the long preparation time. This is true whether it is Gu Yan or anyone else. In fact, the higher the skill level, the more obvious this disadvantage will be." After saying this, Tang Hao suddenly raised his head and asked, "Could it be that gravity control can avoid such drawbacks?" After Tang Hao finished speaking, Shimei nodded. That's right, the slaughter beast's skills are just that overbearing. A level 3 slaughter beast can instantly unleash its level 3 skills. Of course, being able to do this is also largely due to the mechanics of this skill. Ordinary 3rd level skills have already completed the accumulation of supernatural energy before being released, and after release, they only need to be maintained without consuming additional supernatural energy. But the skill of gravity control is different. As I said before, after it is released, the strength of gravity will be adjusted according to the amount of supernatural energy infused by the releaser. It can be released instantly, but maintaining it is not an easy task. It is not uncommon for this skill to drain the entire energy of the user. At this time, Tang Hao no longer cared about the warnings from the demon. He only knew that this skill could be cast instantly. What is the concept? In the battle, both sides fought back and forth, but without any warning, Tang Hao controlled the opponent's area. Who can withstand this? If the opponent fails to adjust this time, they will probably collapse completely. What a great skill! Really great skill! Sister Chimei, please tell me where to find this killer beast. Let's go and kill it during the summer vacation. At this time, Tang Hao had completely focused his attention on the killing beast and was eager to absorb its auxiliary skills. But the next sentence from Chimei left Tang Hao dumbfounded. Well, I actually don't know where there are any living killer beasts. Tang Hao was full of questions at this time. No, you've been talking for such a long time, keeping everyone in suspense, and you just say you don't know. What is this? Are you responsible for killing but not burying? Seeing Tang Hao standing there in a daze, Chimei smiled triumphantly and said, Little guy, I only said I would give you advice, but I never said I would be responsible for you. Anyway, I don't know where to find a living killer beast. Because its skills are too domineering, it was almost hunted down by the Awakening Guild and turned into an endangered beast. Speaking of which, sometimes humans are 1,000 times more brutal than beasts. Tang Hao was speechless at this time. However, seeing that Tang Hao was about to suffer internal injuries, Chimei felt that he had teased him enough. This revealed some useful information. However, as far as I know, there will be a beast core of a cruel beast being auctioned at an auction in Magic City in 5 days. Although this is only a basic beast core, it's not very common and probably won't be cheap. If you want it, be prepared to spend a lot of money to bid. Auction. The key is to prepare a large sum of money. But I don't have any money. In response, Chimei shrugged and spread his hands, saying, That's none of my business. As a team leader, I definitely hope you can successfully absorb this skill. This will greatly improve the entire team. But from my personal point of view, my sister is not rich either, so I don't have any money to lend you. You have to figure this out yourself. Just a word by the way. Do you remember the girl who broke into the competition venue earlier? The girls who broke into the competition? Is it the girl named Ruo Chang? Yes, that's right. Her name is Su Ruocheng, she's from the Gusu team, and she's the captain. Don't be fooled by her delicate appearance, she has a bad temper. By the way, she also has a nickname, Little Overlord of Suzhou. If I'm not mistaken, that girl should be able to advance to level 6 after this summer vacation. If your two teams meet then, you'll be on your own. Level 6. Tang Hao was shocked. The highest level in their entire team is only level 4, while the other side is about to be promoted to level 6. Are all the teams out there so perverted? Looking at Tang Hao like this, the demon kindly gave some advice. It's not as bad as you think. However, the Jinling team has always been weak, and its performance in recent sessions has been mediocre, especially the last session, when it didn't even make it into the top 32 of the qualifying round. As a result, Jinling City was also questioned by the outside world for a while. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't come here to lead you just to repay a favor. The topic has gone too far. In short, what you need to know is that looking at the elite competitions over the years, the Suzhou team is not a weak team, but one of the best. In the last session, they even made it to the top 4, only losing to the third-placed Yangcheng team by a narrow margin. I don't need to say much about the historical entanglements between the two cities of Jinling and Gusu. You two didn't get along in the first place, and now you're being targeted by Su Ruocheng. If you don't strengthen yourself during the summer break, it will be very bad if we meet again. After Chimei finished speaking, he looked at Tang Hao with a smile. As if to say, little one, you don't have a choice now. Seeing this, Tang Hao said again, I really have no money, I am so poor, Sister Chimei, at least we can be considered to be bringing glory to the school. Well, I don't know if the college can. Hearing this, Chimei smiled and glanced at Tang Hao with an ambiguous look. Then she said, don't even think about it. Jinling College is the type that won't release the eagle until it sees the rabbit. You want to apply for funding without any results. You can't even think about doing something that I can't do. Well, I've actually thought about it for you a long time ago. You don't have it, but others do. I've noticed for a long time that the girl Gu comes from an unusual family, and she seems to care about you very much. Go ask her for money. It's nothing more than living off someone, it's not a big deal. I won't look down on you either. After all, how does the saying go? Oh yes. It is only natural for an assistant to live off someone's money. Haha, little guy, I'll be waiting for your good news in 7 days. After saying the last sentence, Chimei left with a satisfied smile. According to Chimei's understanding, a boy as young as Tang Hao should hate the word keeping a sponsor. This will definitely be very distressing. This can be considered as revenge for the original sincerity. However, what she didn't know was that after she left, Tang Hao didn't show any hesitation or distress on his face at all. He just took out his cell phone as a matter of course and sent a text message to Gu Yan. Sister Gu Yan, there is something. Tang Hao received the message a few seconds after sending it. Gu Yan, then it's just right that we can go to the Magic City together next week. After receiving the text message, Tang Hao felt a breath of wealth coming towards him. It feels so good to be kept. Chapter 56, Trip to the Magic City. When Tang Hao came to the box, he was shocked by the situation inside. After he opened the door, he saw a large number of empty wine bottles scattered on the ground. The whole box was filled with the smell of alcohol. Oh my god! How much did they drink? Even if it was a celebration, they wouldn't drink that much. As Tang Hao nervously approached the dining table, the situation there surprised him again. I saw 4 girls sitting quietly at the huge round dining table. 2 of them were completely unconscious, with half of their bodies lying on the table. Tang Hao took a closer look and found that the 2 people who fell were Lu Yaoyao and Chen Luo. They? Listening to Tang Hao's question, Yuling, who was quietly picking up food beside him, replied, they drank a little too much. I guess they won't wake up tonight. Yuling was as quiet as usual, but when she said these words, Tang Hao subconsciously looked behind her. There were many empty bottles there, just as many as those of Lu Yaoyao and the other girl. After noticing Tang Hao looking at the empty bottle beside her, Yuling said a little embarrassedly, well, my family moved here from Inner Mongolia, so these low-proof wines are okay to drink. Well, Yuling's answer left Tang Hao speechless. Then he looked at the others curiously. Since they were drinking, it was impossible that only Lu Yaoyao, Chen Luo, and Yuling were drinking at all. Others should have participated as well. Just as Tang Hao's gaze turned, Beihan's expression remained unchanged, and the newly joined Nie Qingqing seemed as if nothing had happened. In the end, it was Nie Qingqing who spoke first. My family runs a winery. If you like drinking, I'll bring you some to try in a few days. No thanks. Hearing Nie Qingqing's enthusiastic words, Tang Hao waved his hands repeatedly. Beihan then picked up some food while continuing to drink and said, from Shandong. This sentence made Tang Hao silent again. Finally, Tang Hao looked at Gu Yan. We have been together for some time. He didn't remember Gu Yan liking to drink, nor had he ever seen him drink. Why is Gu Yan fine? At this time, Gu Yan cooperated and picked up the cup. Only then did Tang Hao realize that there was actually bubbling soda inside, which meant that Gu Yan didn't drink any alcohol at all. Then Nie Qingqing said, actually, we agreed at the beginning that we would drink to create an atmosphere and that we could have as much alcohol as we wanted. But Yao Yao and Shen Luo started to make a fuss and said they would not stop drinking until they were drunk. Yuling and I didn't want to let them down, so we stayed with them. Unexpectedly, they got drunk halfway through the drink. This. After hearing the cause of the incident, Tang Hao just wanted to cover his face for Lu Yaoyao and Chen Luo. After a long time, the 2 with the worst alcohol tolerance made the loudest noise and fell down the fastest. Tang Hao was speechless. Okay, forget about them. Get out of the car and have something to eat. Then tell me what happened in detail. Yeah. After hearing what Gu Yan said, Tang Hao nodded and sat down next to her. While picking at the delicious food on the table, he began to talk about what the demon said. During this process, Lu Yaoyao and Xian Luo might have collapsed early. Therefore, there was plenty of food on the table, which made Tang Hao look much more elegant while eating. He was eating and talking at the same time, and after a few minutes the others present heard what had happened. Beast Killer? 3 auxiliary skills? A level 3 skill that can be cast instantly? Beihan was the first to shout out in surprise, followed by Yuling and Nie Qingqing. It can be said that after listening to Tang Hao's story, the 3 girls are now even more excited than Tang Hao himself. Even Gu Yan, who had been silent the whole time, unconsciously held on to her seat tightly after listening to Tang Hao's story. It is obvious that the third skill planned by Chimei for Tang Hao was very powerful and perfectly matched. The only problem now is how to obtain the beast core of the killer beast. Is it the auction held in the Magic City in 5 days? I will definitely go there and help Tang Hao buy this beast core. After finishing the serious business, the atmosphere in the box returned to a cheerful one. Seeing Bei Han, Nie Qingqing and the others drinking again, Tang Hao, who already knew their background, would never dare to commit suicide. He also followed Gu Yan's example and poured himself a drink. There's no way around it. Anyone who sees 3 girls drinking beer and white wine, one glass to one and one glass to the other, as if they're not taking anything seriously, will always feel uneasy. In the end, everyone gathered together to celebrate until midnight. Then the 7 people separated. Nie Qingqing took a taxi and left alone. Bei Han and Yuling took the drunk Shen Luo with them. They wanted to send Shen Luo home first and then go home separately. The original 2-month summer vacation has now been shortened to 7 days. The few of them have to take advantage of the limited time to spend time with their families, and then go all out to prepare for the national elite competition after school starts. Tang Hao and the other 2 spent the next few days in a very relaxed manner, which was the last bit of peace before the special training. Time flies. 5 days later. Attention, passengers! The next train is arriving at Hongqiao Station. That morning, Tang Hao, Gu Yan, and Lu Yaoyao took the high-speed rail to the Magic City. According to the information provided by Chimei, the 3 got off the car and went all the way to a 5-star hotel. According to Chimei, the auction will be held on the top floor of the hotel. The specific time is 8 o'clock in the evening. Gu Yan had already handled some of the procedures for participating in the auction in advance, and the 3 of them just had to wait patiently. However, not long after the 3 of them checked in, the organizer sent them an invitation to a dinner party. Invitation? Gu Yan opened it and started reading. The general meaning is that the organizer is worried that the guests coming to participate in the auction will be bored, so they organize a dinner party, where guests from all parties can kill time at the dinner while waiting for the auction to begin. After hearing the content of the invitation, Lu Yaoyao stretched her head and asked, "Do you want to prepare a dress? I hate this kind of thing the most." Hearing this, Gu Yan said, "No need, after all, the people who come to participate don't know about the party in advance. I think it's okay to dress normally." Speaking of which, Tang Hao, do you want to go over and take a look? Obviously, for Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao, attending the dinner party is something they can choose not to do. If Tang Hao didn't go, the 2 of them probably wouldn't go either. After thinking about it, Tang Hao decided to go and take a look. It was mainly to satisfy his curiosity. After all, it was his first time attending such a high-end sounding party. Hearing Tang Hao say that, Lu Yaoyao was the first to cheer. After all, in the world of foodies, wherever there is food, there is heaven. Seeing Lu Yaoyao like this, Tang Hao also felt that his choice must be correct. Soon after, the 3 of them arrived at the party location according to the invitation. In order to ensure privacy, the organizer thoughtfully prepared masks. It's up to you whether to wear it or not. As soon as he entered the door, Lu Yaoyao went straight to the dining area. Gu Yan also seemed to be attracted by something. As for Tang Hao, he was walking around with a mask on and a curious look in his eyes. Among them, Tang Hao not only discovered some publicly popular stars, but also saw several internet celebrities with tens of millions of followers. This made Tang Hao sigh that the more such a place was, the easier it was to see these real people. While Tang Hao was observing casually, at a certain moment another girl with a bun on her head and wearing black and white panda pajamas, who was also looking around, slowly walked over. So, the 2 guys who didn't look at the road bumped into each other at this moment. Chapter 57 Chang and Tang Xiao. Yeah. After a man and a woman collided, the girl first let out a low cry. Then Tang Hao looked at the girl with bun hair in his arms. The 2 people looked at each other at this time. Then the 2 of them quickly distanced themselves from each other. The girl stuck out her tongue and apologized, "I'm sorry. I was just too busy looking at the stars." Hearing this, Tang Hao said, "I'm not much better than you. I'm always watching the big internet celebrity over there." After saying this, the 2 of them looked at each other and smiled, both feeling that the other's words were very truthful. The 2 people, who were already bored, started chatting idly at this time. Soon the 2 exchanged names. Tang Xiao. Tang Hao. Ha? I didn't expect we have the same last name. This can be considered as a coincidence. As a result, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao became closer in their conversation. Tang Hao, you are an awakening master, right? You should still be in school. Is he a freshman? Or a sophomore? He shouldn't be a junior anyway. After Tang Xiao finished speaking, Tang Hao clearly felt that the latter had great expectations for this answer. Tang Hao didn't quite understand why the other party had such expectations. But he still answered, I'm a freshman. Freshman. Tang Xiao listened to Tang Hao's answer, and a happy smile suddenly appeared on her face. Then she couldn't wait to say, Junior Tang Hao, quickly call Senior Xiao to come and listen. Ah? No, we are not from the same college. Do we need to care about this kind of relationship? Tang Hao seemed a little puzzled. Seeing that Tang Hao did not listen, Tang Xiao immediately said, Hey, junior brother Tang Hao, just call me senior sister and let me hear it, so that I can satisfy you for a while. You don't know, except for me, a sophomore, the rest of our team are juniors and seniors. Every time I am with them, I feel like I am a head shorter than them. I really hope there is someone younger than me in the team, so that I can use his or her status as a senior to help me with many things. And every time I thought about recruiting some obedient younger students in my freshman year, they would stop me. It was really too much. Your motives are not pure at all. It's not without reason that those people stopped you. Tang Hao just complained a little in his heart, and then he thought of what Tang Xiao had just said. They represent the team. Really? Okay, I can fulfill your request, but I'll ask you some questions later, and you have to answer them, okay? After Tang Hao finished speaking, Tang Xiao nodded immediately. Seeing this, Tang Hao called out to Tang Xiao, Senior Xiao. Shout a few more times. Tang Hao shook his head and continued shouting. Senior Xiao. Senior Xiao. Xiao, senior. Senior sister heard it. Ha, I am also considered a junior student. So since I am in a good mood now, you can ask me anything you want. Senior, I will tell you everything I know. Listening to Tang Xiao's words, Tang Hao just felt that this girl wearing panda pajamas and always asking people to call her senior was really cute. But he did not forget to ask the question in his mind. Senior Xiao should be a participant in this elite competition, right? Which team are you representing? Is this a problem? Tang Xiao answered directly, Team Chang'an. Chang'an? This is an ancient capital like Jinling, with a long history. I think their strength must be strong. I just don't know what role Tang Xiao plays in this. Hey, Junior, please don't ask such non-challenging questions, okay? This senior sister is smart and witty. She knows everything from the universe to the underworld. Come, ask some complex questions. This will highlight her unparalleled wisdom. Unparalleled wisdom. Tang Hao was silent for a moment. Are you sure this isn't sarcasm? But since the other party said so, Tang Hao decided to ask the other party for some information about the elite competition this time. Senior, do you know which teams are the most popular in this elite competition? After Tang Hao asked, Tang Xiao nodded, as if she felt that Tang Hao had finally asked a decent question. Then he answered seriously, the popular teams in the elite competition have always been those provincial capital teams. Over the years, the teams that have been able to enter the top 16 of the group stage have all come from these provincial teams without exception. Our Chang'an team is also a frequent visitor. As for going further, it comes down to those same old-fashioned teams. The Shengjing team, which has won the most first places over the years, the Moto team, which has competed with Shengjing for the first place over the years, and the Yangqing team, which ranks third. Following them are the Tianfu team, Zhongqing team, and Suzhou team. It can be said that if nothing unexpected happens, this year's elite competition will still come from these municipal or provincial teams. After Tang Xiao's brief explanation, Tang Hao also understood some common sense about elite competitions. However, there is one thing Tang Hao feels it is necessary to make a statement. Senior Xiao, you're mistaken about one thing. The Gusu team is not the provincial team. Made a mistake? Tang Xiao blinked in confusion, then said, That's right, isn't Gusu the capital of Su province? Tang Hao could only remind him, have you ever heard of the city Jinling? Jinling? Of course I've heard of it. It's a city with the same history as our Chang'an, but isn't it the capital of Anhui province? Hearing Tang Xiao's answer, Tang Hao was speechless. Then he asked again, what about Badu? Badu? Hearing the word city, Tang Xiao was stunned for a moment, and then began to feel that something was wrong. It took me a while to react. Oh, something's wrong. How come Anhui province has two provincial capitals? This doesn't make sense. Seeing Tang Xiaorou's worldview being shocked, Tang Hao sighed. Jinling still has a long way to go before it can be called the provincial capital. It's no wonder that Jinling Awakening Academy started to get anxious this year, and even asked Shimei to be the team leader. It is probably because the Jinling team has not performed well for so many consecutive sessions, which has caused many people outside to almost regard Gusu as the capital of Su province. It took a while for Tang Xiaorou to piece together her new worldview. So the capital of Jiangsu province is Jinling. Got it. But that's not the point. In fact, there is no such thing as popular or unpopular in this elite competition. The probability is that everyone is just a runner-up. Are they all just runners-up? Then Tang Xiaorou was heard saying, if there is a first place in this elite competition, then there are only two teams with the greatest chances. Holy Capital and Magic City. This is different from previous competitions where there is still suspense. In this elite competition, Xingjing and Modu each had a dominant player. It can be said that whoever encounters them early will be eliminated early, given their extremely terrifying strength. The outside world calls them Demon King and Empress. Chapter 58. No way, you have it? Demon King? Empress? And it is recognized by the outside world. So how strong are the two of them? It's impossible for one person to sweep the entire provincial team. That would be horrible. After thinking about it, Tang Hao felt that the only contestant in the competition that he had some idea about was probably Su Ruwatching. So Tang Hao asked, do you know Su Ruwatching? Tang Xiaorou nodded. I know. He's the captain of the Gusu team. So what do you think of Su Ruwatching compared to the Demon King and the Empress? After Tang Hao asked, Tang Xiaorou shook her head and said, there's no comparison. If Su Ruwatching met either of them, he would be defeated miserably. There's no chance of winning at all. Is the gap so big? After hearing this, Tang Hao felt that this elite competition was simply a fight between gods. Originally, he thought that Gu Yan's team should have a good chance of competing for the top 10 in a major competition, but now after hearing what Tang Xiaorou said, he became a little uncertain. Seeing Tang Hao silent for a moment, Tang Xiaorou deeply understood this. Think about it, who didn't he go through this when they first learned about these things? Sighing, Tang Xiaorou, who was wearing panda pajamas, reached out and patted Tang Hao's shoulder to comfort him. Then, in order to prevent Tang Hao from being overly immersed in this sad event, Tang Xiaorou changed the subject and said, by the way, little brother, what are you planning to bid for at the auction this time? Hearing this, Tang Hao replied, I came here to kill the beast's core. What about you, Xiaorou? Hearing the question, Tang Xiaorou spread her hands and said, actually, I didn't come to the Magic City for this auction. I originally wanted to go to the Magic City Academy to challenge the Great Devil. I wanted to see how big the gap is between me and her. It's just unfortunate that the Big Devil was out for something. So I wanted to kill time while waiting and watching in Shanghai. There just happened to be an auction going on recently, so I decided to join in the fun. Challenge the Demon King of Demon City Academy. After listening to Tang Xiaorou's words, Tang Hao began to look the girl in front of him in the eye for the first time. The other party just said that even if Su Ruwatching encountered the Demon King or the Empress, he would be defeated miserably. But Tang Xiaorou still dared to challenge. Even if she was defeated, her strength should not be underestimated. But before Tang Hao could ask, Tang Xiaorou suddenly said, hey, to be honest, I'm not here just to join in the fun. I just wanted to try my luck and see if I could find what I wanted. Try your luck? Well, because what I want is not on the auction list. Besides, that thing is so rare that even if you come here, your chances of encountering it are slim. Hearing this, Tang Hao couldn't help but ask curiously, what is it? Hearing Tang Hao's question, Tang Xiaorou glanced at him, sighed, and then said, what else could it be? Of course, it's the essence of exotic beasts that are crucial to awakening masters. Exotic beast essence? After hearing this answer, Tang Hao thought about it and it made sense. The essence of exotic beasts is indeed extremely rare and has extraordinary uses. Common exotic beast essences are various strange and bizarre exotic beast props, most of which have unique abilities. Tang Hao has seen more than one. Strictly speaking, both Lu Yayao's bone knife and Su Ruwatching's halberd are a type of exotic beast props, and are the most durable weapons. Another use of the essence of exotic beasts is to help the awakener comprehend a certain talent, commonly known as the essence of enlightenment. Tang Hao has in his hand a fire essence that he won in a lottery, which belongs to the category of enlightenment. But he couldn't use it himself and wanted to give it to Gu Yan or Lu Yaoyao. As a result, one of them already has a fire talent, and the other is simply a physical attacker, so they can't use it at all. This made Tang Hao feel helpless. He could only wait until the future to open the treasure chest to see if there was any essence suitable for the three of them. At this time, Tang Hao subconsciously asked Tang Xiaoro, "Are you a physical attacker or a special attacker?" Tang Xiaoro replied directly, "Physical attack." "Oh, physical attack. Another one that is useless." Tang Hao sighed and turned his head to the side, but who knew that Tang Xiaoro would sigh the next second, "But I want a beast essence suitable for an alien attacker. Even if I exchange something with him, it's fine. But it's probably not going to happen." Tang Xiaoro pouted when she said this, looking helpless. Tang Hao originally intended to give him some advice. But suddenly he turned his head and looked at the other person. What she needs is not the essence of a physical attacker, but the essence of a strange attacker. At this moment, countless thoughts emerged in Tang Hao's mind. He had privately asked Beihan, Yuling and others before, asking them what talent they planned to awaken next. As a result, no one said it was the fire element, as if they didn't want duplicate talents in the team, which made Tang Hao very helpless. Now the fire essence is really useless in his hands. In this case, it would be better to exchange it for resources. Just treat it as waste and make use of it. While Tang Hao was thinking this, Tang Xiaoro, who was in a depressed mood, gradually felt that something was wrong. When he looked up, he saw Tang Hao looking at him in surprise. "What's wrong? Did I say something to scare him?" Just thinking about it, no. But Tang Xiaoro was not stupid, she quickly thought of a possibility. No, could it be that you have?" At this moment, Tang Xiaoro's eyes widened. A man and a woman stared at each other at this time, both looking at each other in disbelief. Fortunately, Tang Hao quickly asked, "What kind of essence do you need?" "There are 7 kinds of enlightenment essences suitable for alien attackers." Tang Hao only has one, and he is not sure if it is what the other party needs. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaoro immediately said, "There are 2 alien attackers in our team who need essence upgrades, 1 water type and 1 fire type. Apart from these 2 attributes, I don't need the others for the time being." After Tang Xiaoro finished speaking, she looked at Tang Hao uncertainly. Generally speaking, it is very rare to see an essence of enlightenment, and it is a good thing that can be used as one of the bottom lots in the auction to attract people. Not to mention that she also limited the properties of this essence of enlightenment. So Tang Xiaoro really didn't dare to hold too much hope. When Tang Hao heard Tang Xiaoro's words, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Fire element, that's right." So Tang Hao said directly, "I have a fire essence in my hand. What can you give me in exchange?" After he finished speaking, Tang Hao discovered a problem. Who can tell him the value of a fire essence? How should I bid later? While Tang Hao was feeling distressed, Tang Xiaoro on the opposite side covered her mouth in surprise. It really exists? She must not have checked the almanac carefully before going out today. Today's almanac should have said all good luck, bumping into people. Otherwise, how could you bump into someone and get a fire essence of enlightenment? At this moment, Tang Xiaoro was extremely excited. This was probably the fate that could not be stopped. The next second, Tang Hao found that he was kidnapped. Tang Xiaoro pulled him all the way to a corner of the party hall. This was entirely to prevent the subsequent transaction between the two from attracting attention. After all, that thing was really eye-catching. Some people on the street saw them and thought they were 2 young lovers who couldn't bear their loneliness and wanted to kiss each other in the corner. So those people just smiled implicitly when they saw it. Little did they know that 2 college students were conducting a jaw-dropping deal in such a simple place. Chapter 59, Flexibility Essence. Where's the stuff? As soon as Tang Hao was pulled to the corner by Tang Xiaoro, he couldn't wait to see the fire essence. In response, Tang Hao rolled his eyes at the other person. How can I take something so important with me? Let's discuss the terms first. It won't be too late to take the item out after the deal is confirmed. After listening to Tang Hao's words, Tang Xiaoro felt that it seemed to make sense. Then Tang Xiaoro asked Tang Hao what conditions he planned to offer. This question stumped Tang Hao. He was just worrying about this problem. It was his first time doing this and he had no idea about the market conditions. The only thing that is certain is that this thing is very scarce and valuable. But I'm really clueless about the price. After thinking about it, Tang Hao remained calm and decided to kick the ball to the opponent. So he said, that depends on your sincerity. Please quote a price and I will see how sincere you are. Sincerity? After Tang Hao finished speaking, Tang Xiao was stuck. She scratched her head and almost pulled the fluff of her pajamas off her head. But I couldn't utter a word for a long time. The small corner seemed eerily quiet at this moment. The reason for all this is that one person doesn't know how much the thing is worth, and the other person doesn't know how much to spend on it. So the two traders were stuck here, staring at each other. I don't actually know how much I should spend on the essence, and it's hard to just say it. How about you give me a number and I'll go back and ask? If it's okay, we can make the deal. After holding it in for a while, Tang Xiao said embarrassedly. After she finished speaking, it was Tang Hao's turn. Tang Hao was dumbfounded. No way, you wanted to buy this thing without asking the price beforehand? That's too unreliable. Although Tang Hao was extremely complaining in his heart at this time. But seeing the inquiring look from Tang Xiao. After struggling for a while, Tang Hao finally decided to give up talking nonsense. So he said to Tang Xiao, "This is my first time selling this thing, and I don't know exactly what it costs. How about we check it online?" After Tang Hao finished speaking, Tang Xiao was also confused. How do I trade this? As for checking prices online, that's not reliable. After all, the market fluctuates a lot. However, when Tang Xiao was distressed, she suddenly thought of a solution. Junior, although we don't know how much this thing is worth, we can barter for it. Barter? Then Tang Xiao was heard and seen pinching the waist of her pajamas with both hands, with an extremely confident smile on her face, saying, "That's right, you have the essence of enlightenment in your hands, and I also have other essences in my hands. They are both essences, just with different uses, but their essential values will not differ much. In this case, we can exchange our essences with each other, so that no one will suffer any loss." Hearing Tang Xiao say this, Tang Hao felt that it was quite feasible to trade the essence in each other's hands. I just don't know what the essence in Tang Xiao's hand is. What kind of essence do you have in your hand? Is it an enlightenment type? Or a prop type? Tang Xiao answered directly, the enlightenment type, and there are two of them. Two. Seeing Tang Hao's slightly surprised expression, Tang Xiao raised her snow-white neck like a proud white swan. But the next moment she added somewhat unsurely, "It's just that these two are suitable for physical attackers like me, and they don't have the essence suitable for support players." I thought Tang Hao would be very disappointed after hearing this. But at this time Tang Hao had other ideas. Even if you can't use it yourself, you can still help others. There are 3 physical attackers in the team, among whom Nie Qingqing has been promoted to the intermediate level and does not need to be considered for the time being. Of the 2 remaining people, one is Lu Yaoyao, who urgently needs an essence of enlightenment for the talent of flexibility. The other one is Qian Luo. Her first talent is agility, which is most suitable for the agile attack flow, so what she needs is the essence of enlightenment of the coordination talent. Now it depends on what kind of talents the 2 essences of enlightenment in Tang Xiao's hand contain. I need physical attacks too. What are those 2 talents you have? Hearing that Tang Hao still planned to trade, Tang Xiao immediately became happy. Then he said, I have 2 essences of enlightenment, one for endurance and the other for flexibility. How about them? Do you have the talent essence you need? Endurance and flexibility? Endurance is undoubtedly not needed, but hearing about the flexibility essence makes Tang Hao's eyes light up. The first time he entered the dense forest alien space was to help Lu Yaoyao obtain the flexible essence of the black-horned rhino. It was a pity that the trip had to be interrupted due to an unexpected event. Now that he had the opportunity to obtain the essence of flexibility, Tang Hao was naturally happy. So, Sister Guyen spent money to buy me the beast core of the cruel beast, and I exchanged it for a flexible essence to give to Sister Yaoyao. It can be considered as a return of favor. Thinking of this, Tang Hao immediately expressed, I want the flexibility essence. Hearing this, Tang Xiao immediately became excited. I wonder who will dare to accuse me of being lazy all day long. I just came out here casually and I accomplished something big, humph. Perhaps it was because Tang Xiao was completely immersed in the beautiful imagination of showing off to other team members. The next second, the hands follow the brain. As Tang Xiao was thinking this, she took out a ceramic box from her pajamas pocket. Here, the essence of the flying antelope's meat jerky, which contains insights into the innate talent for flexibility. After Tang Xiao finished speaking, Tang Hao was stunned. Is there really someone who doesn't take the essence of exotic beasts seriously and just puts it in his pajama pocket when he goes out? Tang Hao was speechless for a moment by Tang Xiao's manipulation. Is the elite transaction really such a joke? At this time, Tang Xiao gradually calmed down. She was stunned for a moment when she looked at the enamel box she took out. Then he said hastily and embarrassedly, "Oh, I took it out in the heat of the moment. How about we arrange a time and place later to formally trade the two essences?" As Tang Xiao spoke, she was about to put the ceramic box away. This left Tang Hao speechless for a while. "You've already taken it out, why are you still collecting it?" Then Tang Hao sighed. He felt that he might have been infected by the other party. "So I called out to the system in my heart. Extract the essence of fire." Soon a thumb-sized fire crystal appeared in Tang Hao's pocket. Tang Hao said directly, "Since you have already taken it out, why bother choosing a date? Let's just trade it now." Then Tang Hao took out the fire crystal. Now it was Tang Xiao's turn to widen her eyes. How could someone in this world so casually place the essence of exotic beasts? Well, I did it too, so I don't think I have the right to criticize others. So, a man and a woman traded two priceless essences of exotic beasts in a small corner where no one cared. After getting it, Tang Hao immediately received a system prompt. Flexibility essence detected. This made Tang Hao completely relieved. Then Tang Xiao was seen fiddling with it for a while, and she quickly confirmed the authenticity of the fire crystal by some unknown method. Both parties are very satisfied with the transaction. Tang Xiao was so excited because she had accomplished such a big thing that she said, "Ah, Junior, I'm so excited. Now I can prove to them how smart I am. Such a great moment. Let's have a love hug." And then Tang Hao was forcefully hugged by the girl in pajamas on the spot. Chapter 60, Receipt and Gift. The sound of men and women talking to each other could be heard in the bustling party hall. At a less noticeable corner, Tang Hao still seemed unable to adapt to the situation. His whole body was pressed on a furry pajamas, and the comfortable fragrance of a young girl came into his nostrils. At this time, Tang Xiao was completely immersed in joy and did not care about Tang Hao's feelings at all. Poor Tang Hao had never had such a direct contact with a girl. But before Tang Hao wanted to do anything, suddenly, a faint female voice came from behind. "Xiao, how? What is this sound?" Tang Hao turned his head with difficulty and found that Lu Yaoyao and Gu Yan were not far behind him. At this time, there was milky white cream hanging on the tip of Lu Yaoyao's nose. But Tang Hao no longer had time to laugh at the other party, because he clearly felt Gu Yan's extremely calm gaze falling on him and Tang Xiao. "Well, Sister Gu Yan, Sister Yaoyao, please listen to my explanation." As soon as Tang Hao said this, a breath suddenly locked onto Tang Hao. Then I saw two tall girls in well-dressed dresses walking towards here not far away. They looked about the same age as Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao. But Tang Hao felt the same aura from the two girls as Nie Qingqing, and it was even stronger than Nie Qingqing's. Intermediate. And it's not just the average mid-level one. Who are they? Why does it feel like they're coming for me? Without waiting for Tang Hao to respond, Tang Xiao, who had been clinging to him, loosened her grip slightly and immediately called out enthusiastically to the two girls approaching, "Sister Lan Lan, Sister Fang Fang." Hearing Tang Xiao greeting the two of them, Tang Hao instantly thought of their identities and thought they should be members of the Chang'an team. The other party also saw Tang Xiao's happy face at this time. They looked at each other. While they breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of helplessness flashed in their eyes. The next second, the aura that had locked onto Tang Hao dissipated, and Tang Hao quickly distanced himself from Tang Xiao. Then Tang Hao came to Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao and briefly explained Tang Xiao's identity. This immediately diverted the attention of Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao. At the same time, Tang Xiao on the other side opened her arms and hugged the two girls coquettishly after seeing them coming over. "You came at the perfect time. I was just about to find you to share some good news." "Good news?" For some reason, when Tang Xiao said this, Tang Hao clearly felt that the two women from the Chang'an team trembled slightly, as if they were subconsciously taking precautions against something. Then he didn't give the two women more buffer time. Tang Xiao took out the fire crystal as if she was presenting a treasure. Fire essence. In an instant, Qin Lan and Chang Fong were attracted by the crystal in Tang Xiao's hand. After staring at each other for a few seconds, the two of them already had an answer to whether it was true or false. A fire essence. The two women felt a huge surge of emotions in their hearts at this moment. They looked at Tang Xiao in disbelief. Where did she get such an exotic beast essence in such a short period of time? This seemed incredible to the two of them. Seeing the two of them looking at her with expressions as if they had seen a ghost, Tang Xiao enjoyed it immensely. Wasn't he so excited before just to show off in front of the two of them? Hey, looking at them, the effect is pretty good. Then Tang Xiao turned her gaze to Gu Yan and the other two on the other side. After handing the fire crystal to the two women, Tang Xiao said a few simple words and quickly came to Tang Hao and the other two. Hello, I'm Tang Xiao from the Chang'an team. Hearing Tang Xiao's proactive greeting, Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao immediately shook hands with each other in return, and then introduced themselves. Jinling Team Gu Yan. The Jinling team has a long way to go. Tang Xiao was slightly stunned when she heard Gu Yan and the other girl introduce themselves. Then he looked at Tang Hao with a strange expression. She had guessed before that Tang Hao should also be a member of the representative team of an Awakening Academy. What she didn't expect was that Tang Hao was actually from the Jinling team. No wonder he cared so much about the affairs of the capital of Su province at that time. So that's how it is. After thinking about this, Tang Xiao looked at Tang Hao and said with a sweet smile, I came here just to tell you about what happened just now. Actually, I had just made a big deal with my junior, and I was so excited that I hugged him. I hope you won't misunderstand me because of my momentary impulse. There is actually nothing between me and my junior brother. Listening to Tang Xiao, Gu Yan, and Lu Yaoyao nodded slightly. In fact, they didn't intend to do anything at first. After all, it was Tang Hao's freedom to make new friends. The reason why Lu Yaoyao used that tone just now was because she thought that Tang Hao was kissing other girls so quickly, which really overturned their usual perception of Tang Hao. Hearing that it was just a misunderstanding, Lu Yaoyao breathed a sigh of relief. The pure and lovely little Hao Hao in her heart has not changed. Next, the two parties gathered together and found a place to sit down and talk. Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao were both very interested in being able to communicate with teams from other provinces, as this would be of great help to them in understanding the strength of the outside world. But as for the result, Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao were still shocked. Because according to Tang Xiao, the vast majority of provincial teams are composed of mid-level members, and there are no awakened masters below the mid-level in the team. This had a great impact on Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao, as most of the team members were still beginner awakeners. If the team still participates in the competition with the current lineup, it will inevitably suffer a crushing defeat. The only way is to rely on hard training during the 2 months of summer vacation to maximize the strength of the team members, otherwise it would be a joke to want to get into the top 10 of the elite competition. Time passed minute by minute during the conversation between the two sides, and the three members of the Chang'an team obviously knew a lot of information about this elite competition. What puzzled Gu Yan was that the other party was so generous in sharing this information with them. Throughout the conversation, the other party answered every question. Gu Yan, who couldn't figure it out for a moment, could only attribute the reason to the relationship between Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. It was not until 8 o'clock in the evening, when the organizer announced that everyone would move to attend tonight's auction, that Tang Xiao and the other two said goodbye to the others. Hey! Aren't you guys attending the auction tonight? Lu Yaoyao was puzzled. Aren't all the people coming here for the auction? But Tang Xiao shook her head, and then Xin Lan, the girl who had been responsible for answering the questions, explained. We have achieved the purpose of our visit this time. There is no need to participate in the next auction. I wish you success in your bidding tonight. After Xin Lan finished speaking, she took the two of them away. After walking a few steps, Tang Xiao suddenly turned around and looked at Tang Hao, then quickly walked up to him and gave him a big hug. Keep going, little brother. I look forward to seeing you again on the field. Then I will let you experience my unrivaled wisdom. After saying this, Tang Xiao turned around and followed Xin Lan and the others. After looking back at Tang Hao, her new junior, several times, Tang Xiao left. The atmosphere among the three people at the following auction was somewhat solemn. The reason is that they understand the strength of the teams participating in this elite competition. Gu Yan's expression remained unchanged, showing no sign of being affected. Or, even if she suffered another blow, Gu Yan would not waver at all. On the other hand, Lu Yaoyao looked listless. Even if you successfully photographed the beast core, Lu Yaoyao was like a fish out of water, without a single bit of energy. She couldn't get rid of this heavy mood until she returned to her guest room. At this time, Tang Hao felt that he should do something. So he came to Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao. Under the two women's puzzled gazes, Tang Hao took out a ceramic box. The moment the box is opened, the expressions of the two women changed simultaneously. This is Chapter 61 Touched, Shen Yunes Call. The essence of exotic beasts. When Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao saw what Tang Hao took out, they immediately understood what it was after just 1 second. And this is not an essence of props, it is an essence of perception. Compared with item essences, insight essences are really rare, because the former can be reused and less damaged, but the latter cannot. Once used, they will be directly absorbed by the awakener. As a result, insight essences are much scarcer than item essences. Wow! Xiaohaohao, where did you get this thing? When Lu Yaoyao said this, she could no longer take her eyes off the subject. Based on his intuition, Lu Yaoyao felt that this was an essence that contained the talent of flexibility. Among the 3 people present, she is the most suitable person to absorb this essence. As for Gu Yan, after seeing this essence, he thought of other things. Tang Xiao from the Chang'an team had mentioned some kind of deal before, but Gu Yan's mind was absorbed by the information about the elite competition at that time, so she didn't ask any more questions. It now seems that the reason why the Chang'an team was so generous in sharing intelligence was because of the transaction between the 2 parties. At this moment, Gu Yan looked at Tang Hao with a complicated look in her eyes. Although Tang Hao accepted her financial support on the surface, he actually brought her more in return. Especially at this time, Tang Hao took out this essence of enlightenment obviously to share it, which made Gu Yan feel even more touched. At this time, Tang Hao listened to Lu Yaoyao's question and did not choose to answer. Instead, he said, "Sister Yaoyao, don't be unhappy, this flexible essence is for you. I hope you can advance to the intermediate level soon and dominate the competition after the summer vacation." After Tang Hao finished speaking, Lu Yaoyao beside him could no longer restrain herself from getting closer to the essence. She wanted to reach out, but then she held herself back. Although Lu Yaoyao had been mentally prepared, she still didn't dare to accept such a valuable gift. This thing is really too rare and too precious. There was such a saying in the awakening circle before. If a boy takes out an essence and gives it to a girl, it is no less than a proposal, and it is the highest level of proposal ceremony. In comparison, diamonds and gold are simply weak. Although Lu Yaoyao knew that Tang Hao didn't mean that, he just wanted to coax her and make her happy. But the things are so good that Lu Yaoyao is annoyed. Seeing Lu Yaoyao's eager yet distressed look, Tang Hao didn't expect that Lu Yaoyao had such a lovely side. Fortunately, Gu Yan spoke at this time. "Yaoyao, take it." "Ah." Lu Yaoyao was a little surprised when she heard Gu Yan's words. She felt that her cousin, like her, was not the kind of person who would easily accept expensive gifts. Seeing Lu Yaoyao's puzzled look, Gu Yan explained, "This thing will be of great help to your future improvement, and it will just solve your current troubles in increasing your strength. Tang Hao gave you this not for any utilitarian purpose, he just simply wanted to make you happy and help you. Do you have the heart to reject such a Tang Hao?" This. Lu Yaoyao heard this, then looked at Tang Hao's pure eyes, and under the expectant gaze of the 2, she carefully picked up the essence in the box. But after getting it, Lu Yaoyao couldn't help but feel new troubles. Xiaohaohao actually gave me such a precious gift. What can I give him in return? Oh, this is so annoying. I hate owing people things the most. Ignore Lu Yaoyao, who was mumbling to herself at this time. Gu Yan handed the beast core that she had won over to Tang Hao. He also warned, "From now on, don't worry about anything else. Get to level 3 as quickly as possible and absorb the supporting skills. Perhaps some people will advance to the intermediate level during the summer vacation, but don't worry about it. Just let everything take its course. Don't put too much pressure on yourself." After Gu Yan finished giving her instructions, Tang Hao nodded and said, "Don't worry, Sister Gu Yan, I won't do anything rash." Before the 2 of them could say anything else, Gu Yan's phone suddenly rang. I picked up my phone and it was a video call. Video initiator Chen Yun. Seeing this, Gu Yan immediately answered the call. As soon as the connection was made, the video was filled with mist, and then a hazy female figure appeared in front of the camera. Then an unscrupulous voice came from the phone. "Hello, Miss Gu, your sister Yun finally sees the light of day again. I've been feeling really depressed for a while." The words on the phone stopped abruptly. Because Chen Yun in the bathroom suddenly discovered that there was someone else in Gu Yan's room, and it was a man. After simply wrapping himself in a bath towel, Chen Yun returned to the screen. Then Chen Yun complained. "Gu girl, you've learned bad habits. A man didn't even warn me, and it almost ruined my innocence that I had kept for 25 years. How are you going to compensate me?" Listening to Chen Yun's usual bold speech, Tang Hao was amused. At this time, Chen Yun, who was wiping his wet hair, also saw the man on the screen clearly. It was Tang Hao whom I had met before. So it's you, little brat. If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered to put on the towel. Anyway, I'm just a little chick who doesn't know anything, so I can just treat it as a big sister giving me some benefits. Hearing this, Tang Hao's smile, which was originally amused, immediately disappeared. This female hooligan. Okay, Sister Yun, you didn't call me just to complain, did you? Is there any new situation in the jungle forest? Hearing Gu Yan's question, Chen Yun wiped it simply and found a place to sit down very heroically, then lifted up his firm thighs to trim his nails. Then she began, of course, I'm not that bored. I called you to tell you the good news. The beast tied in the dense forest has been suppressed. During this period, the army was clearing out the powerful monsters remaining in the periphery, but they had almost finished clearing them out. It is expected that normal business will be resumed in a few days. The jungle can be re-entered. In this way, when it comes to special training, there may be no need to travel far to other spaces for actual combat, and it can be carried out nearby in the dense forest. This thought quickly came to Gu Yan's mind when he heard the news. As for Tang Hao, after hearing the news, the first thing he thought of was to brush auxiliary points. I'll take advantage of the summer break to improve all my skills as much as possible. Of course, I'll also see if I can open some more system treasure chests. While Tang Hao was thinking about these things, Gu Yan and Chen Yun chatted some more. When Chen Yun heard that Gu Yan and others had obtained the qualifications to represent Jinling College while he was dealing with the beast tide, he was sincerely happy for Gu Yan and others. Especially when she heard about Tang Hao's many outstanding performances on the field. Tang Hao, who was thinking, suddenly felt as if he was being stared at by something. But before he could react, the video call ended hastily and the feeling disappeared. Then Gu Yan went to prepare the return tickets for the three of them tomorrow as if nothing had happened. At the same time, Chen Yun on the other side was slightly stunned, and then he scolded with a smile, this girl has actually started to learn to protect her food. Chapter 62, the first day of special training, it hurts so much that I curse. The 7-day holiday passed in a flash. The 7 members of Gu Yan's team followed the address given by the official and came to a gymnasium in Jinling for training. When the group of 7 passed identity verification and entered the gymnasium, they saw that the huge space was empty and many facilities had been moved away. And in the center, an old wicker chair was creaking. As soon as they approached, they saw a charming and seductive body lying on the rattan chair. Not to mention the boy Tang Hao, even the girls present were blushing and their hearts were beating fast because of the snow-white and enchanting figure on the rattan chair. At this moment, the shaking rattan chair came to an abrupt stop, and the demon removed the male model magazine covering his face, and looked at the 7 people in front of him with a pair of charming eyes. It's not quite what I imagined. I thought you would all come to me happily and say, Coach, I want special training. Why did they all become so wilted? This is not cute at all. As the demon said this, he stood up and stretched his slender waist like a willow branch. And listened to the words of the demons. Xian Luo was the first to speak. Sister Chime, I heard from Yao Yao that the provincial team members of this year's elite competition are basically all mid-level awakening masters. Is this true? I can only say that these 2 people are worthy of being able to play together, and their personalities are almost the same. Because of this news, Xian Luo, like Lu Yao Yao before, was devastated for a long time. Now he wanted to confirm the news again in front of Chime. While listening to Qian Luo's words, the others were not as excited as Qian Luo. But everyone's heart was extremely uneasy. They thought that by qualifying for the college representative competition, they would have the opportunity to shine in the national elite competition. A group of young boys and girls are at the age of youth and passion. Who doesn't want to excel in a competition? I heard the bad news before I even started competing. How can this make them active? Hearing this was the reason, Chime did not deny it. That's right, it's really unfortunate for you guys. According to the news from the academy, the level of this elite competition is so high that it's rare. It can be said that you little guys have caught up with the worst era. According to some people, this elite competition is an era of the rise of kings. It is undoubtedly a tragedy for ordinary teams to be born in such an era. In fact, before I came here to lead the team, someone in the academy suggested giving up this elite competition because it was too difficult. As a result, the old dean insisted on his decision despite all objections. This is how we secured this special training opportunity and a large amount of special training resources for you. Otherwise, you would have had a very comfortable summer vacation at home, until you were eliminated in the first round of the qualifying tournament and had to return to the academy in a mess. After Chimei finished speaking, everyone present did not expect that this special training would be so difficult. For a moment, everyone felt very complicated. Now that you know the difficulties ahead, do you still have the confidence to prepare for the battle with all your strength? Let me make it clear first, once you agree, then my methods will definitely make you unforgettable for the rest of your life. If you don't want to suffer in vain, then quit as soon as possible. Unlike the charming and enchanting demon before, when she said this, everyone only felt an uncomfortable breath of contempt for death sweeping over them. Everyone present turned pale under this breath. But what made Chimei feel good was that at least no one backed down. In that case, let's train these little guys well and see how far they can go. The first item of special training, targeted training. Long before the 7 members of Guyan's team arrived, Chimei had already considered the strengths and weaknesses of each member of the team and made a training plan based on everyone's characteristics. Guyan, Beihan, Yuling, step out. Hearing the demon's call, Guyan and the other 2 immediately walked out. Then I heard Chimei say, there are 3 rooms with names on them on your right. They are renovated training rooms. They contain the training resources you applied for from the academy. I don't need to say more about what to do. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan and the other 2 replied in unison, understood. One of the most important purposes of special training is to improve strength. For the 3 of them, the most important thing to do now is to comprehend new talents and advance to the intermediate level. The academy prepared intermediate beast cores with corresponding attributes based on the talents that the 3 people hoped to awaken. However, for a beginner awakener to forcibly absorb a mid-level beast core is actually a very dangerous thing, and under normal circumstances it is prohibited. Because even if one is careful and absorbs it bit by bit, the person absorbing it will still have to endure the backlash of energy from the intermediate attributes. But in order to comprehend new talents as much as possible, this has become a necessary step for every alien attacker. It can be said that in the next 2 months, as long as the 3 of them fail to successfully awaken their new talents, they will suffer from the torture of intermediate attributes every day. That feeling is definitely not pleasant. Then, when Chimei was preparing some things, a low groan of pain was soon heard from the room of the 3 people. The most intense electric arcs were visible in Beihan's room. Tang Hao even saw strong electric arcs flashing faintly in Beihan's room. Yuling's side is the lightest. Gu Yan let out suppressed cries of pain. Feeling the pain the 3 people were enduring, the remaining 4 people on the field did not dare to relax at all because they didn't know what they would face next. Soon the demon returned. Next, Lu Yaoyao, Qian Luo, and Nie Qingqing will step out. Upon hearing this, the 3 women immediately stepped forward. See that solid wooden frame over there? You guys can do some simple warm-up exercises and then start stretching your legs. Ah! The 3 women all widened their eyes when they heard Chimei's words. Press your legs? Seeing the 3 of them so surprised, Chimei said lightly, that's right, whether it's Lu Yaoyao or Qian Luo, I've discovered that your biggest problem right now is that you're too masculine. Although this is a characteristic of your attributes, I tell you as someone who has experienced it that this is not good. You need some training in femininity, which will be of great help to your future development and even the new talents you are about to discover. So, go do some leg stretches. After saying this, Lu Yaoyao and Chen Luo saw that there was no way to avoid it, so they could only accept their fate and walk towards the solid wooden rack. At this moment, the small wooden shelf seemed to be the most terrifying beast in the eyes of the 2 women, making them swallow their saliva unconsciously. Unlike Lu Yaoyao and the others, Nie Qingqing felt that she did not need to awaken new talents, so this should not be the case. At this time, Nie Qingqing no longer had the presence of mind of a senior student and just kept waving her hands to refuse. This made Tang Hao feel incredible. He didn't expect that this leg stretching exercise could make the 3 women so scared. Unfortunately, Nie Qingqing's resistance was ineffective, and Chimei still insisted on the training content. Helplessly, Nie Qingqing could only walk towards the solid wood unwillingly and then do warm-up exercises. In the end, only Tang Hao was left. After seeing how Chimei dealt with the other 6 people, Tang Hao couldn't help but worry that the other party would set up some perverted training for him. But the demon just looked at Tang Hao for a while, and then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Tang Hao did not interpret this action, otherwise he would know that it was a very bad signal. Then, Chimei said, Tang Hao, your current task is very simple, which is to assist Lu Yaoyao and the other 2 in completing the standard leg stretching movements. I only have one request of you, and that is to make sure that after you have sex with these 3 of them, they can't even get out of bed tonight. Ha! Tang Hao was surprised when he heard this. Is this all his training content? And is the leg stretching thing as exaggerated as the demons say? Tang Hai was puzzled, but he began to do as the demon asked. Everything was fine at first, until one moment Tang Hao made a mistake and pressed the button a little bit too much. As a result, he heard a very distinctive greeting from Nie Qingqing, a senior student, for the first time. Tang Hao, your uncle. Chapter 63 Actual Combat, Theory of Threat from Different Spaces. The first phase of targeted training lasted more than half a month. During this period, Tang Hao was not idle. In addition to helping others, during daily training, Tang Hao was always ready to release healing skills for his teammates. According to the demons, Tang Hao's abilities in all aspects are not bad at the moment. The only regret is that although Tang Hao has many skills, his own mana cannot keep up. Shimei also had doubts about this. She felt that Tang Hao's initial skills seemed to consume a lot of energy. However, everyone's innate conditions are different, just as some people are born with much higher energy reserves than others, and some people are born with a much faster energy recovery speed than others. This is also a unique talent to some extent. In the end, the demon could only come to this conclusion. Perhaps Tang Hao's energy reserves are naturally lower than others. God is fair after all. He gave Tang Hao an extraordinary talent, and naturally balanced it out in other areas. Tang Hao said nothing about this. Because he was the only one who knew best that it wasn't because his own energy reserves were too low, it was clearly because most of his skills had reached the intermediate level. Think about it, a beginner awakener has to release intermediate skills all day long. Can an average beginner awakener bear that kind of consumption? The opposite is true if the blue bar is too short. If Tang Hao was not born with a higher reserve of supernatural energy than others of the same level, he would not be able to use any good skills he had. But Shimei didn't know this, so her targeted training was to increase Tang Hao's energy limit. Therefore, during this half-month, the targeted training that Tang Hao had to do became extremely simple. That is to drain yourself every day, and then recover the consumed energy bit by bit. Then empty it out and restore it. At first, Tang Hao didn't think there was anything wrong with it. But when the demon said that he came at least 7 or 8 times a day, Tang Hao couldn't hold it anymore. 1 or 2 times is nothing, but 7 or 8 times is really unbearable. So soon, all 7 members of Guyan's team put on masks of pain. After this torture lasted for more than half a month, good news finally came out on this day. Someone in the team has been promoted. Tang Hao originally thought that Lu Yaoyao would be the one promoted the fastest among them, but he didn't expect that the first person to make a move was Yu Ling. She successfully comprehended the earth talent and was promoted to a mid-level alien attacker mastering both the wind and earth elements. Next is Lu Yaoyao. After absorbing the essence of flexibility, Lu Yaoyao's understanding of flexibility continued to deepen, and he finally achieved a promotion on this day. After 2 people in the team made a breakthrough, Shimei decided to temporarily put aside the boring special training and prepare to take everyone to the different space for actual combat. One reason was to change the environment for everyone, and the other was to help Yu Ling and Lu Yaoyao absorb the 4th level skills suitable for them. After all, the mid-level beast cores distributed by the academy are all common stuff and have no good skills at all. Soon the group set off for the dense forest. On the way, Tang Hao asked in confusion, "Sister Chimei, I can understand why you chose the dense forest for actual combat, but did Sister Yaoyao and Yu Ling also choose to obtain their intermediate skills there?" According to Tang Hao's understanding, shouldn't intermediate skills be acquired in the intermediate space? Or simply by a batch? Well, the academy probably wouldn't support such a thing. Otherwise, if everyone chooses beast cores like the killer beast, then the academy will really be the one being taken advantage of. Hearing Tang Hao's question, Shimei glanced at him and then explained, "Little guy, your understanding of the alien space is too superficial. First of all, I want to tell you that there are also mid-level alien beasts in the primary alien space, and there are quite a few of them. In the past, you may have heard that the levels of alien spaces are divided according to the level of alien beast disasters. This is actually not entirely accurate. Because the levels of different spaces are not static. Will the levels of the different spaces change?" This was the first time Tang Hao heard of this. In fact, let alone Tang Hao, everyone else in the car looked like a curious baby. It is obvious that there is still a big gap between the knowledge learned in college and what is seen in society. Seeing everyone like this, Shimei continued, "Do you know that the interior of the alien space is divided into areas? Generally speaking, it is divided into 3 areas. That is, the periphery, the inner circle, and the core. Our standard for judging the level of an alien space is to see what level of alien beasts are outside the alien space. Take the dense forest as an example, its periphery is full of low-level exotic beasts. In this way, even if a beast tide occurs, the damage will be limited. Therefore, the dense forest is defined as an initial alien space. But if you enter the inner circle of the dense forest, you will find that it is filled with a large number of mid-level exotic beasts, and in the core area, high-level exotic beasts are everywhere. Once a large number of mid-level alien beasts begin to appear on the periphery of an initial level alien space, it is the time when it is reclassified. After listening to the explanation of Chimei, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that there were such tricks in the alien space. But at this moment, Lu Qianluo suddenly raised his hand and asked, "Sister Chimei, since the highest level in the primary alien space is only a high-level alien beast, then we humans are fully capable of completely destroying it by sending out elite awakening masters. Wouldn't this reduce a dangerous space?" After hearing this, the others nodded subconsciously, thinking that Qianluo was right. But this idea didn't last long. Because existence is reasonable, the top human beings cannot be fools. Sure enough, the next second the demon gave Qianluo a cold look. "Silly girl, you're taking things for granted. It's true, it's not difficult for humans to eliminate the primary alien space. But the problem is that if you have solved all the primary alien spaces, where will the new awakening masters of humanity go to train? Isn't this self-destructive? You should know that the outer edge of the intermediate level alien space starts from the intermediate level alien beasts, and the high level alien space starts from the high level alien beasts. None of these are suitable for the growth of a human beginner awakener. How can there be intermediate and advanced levels without the beginner level? Let me tell you this here, not only will the top human beings not destroy the primary, intermediate, and advanced alien spaces, but they will protect them like endangered animals. Because humans in these alien spaces are now controllable. The real threat to human survival comes from those elite level and above alien spaces. If the disaster there were to erupt, it would truly be the end of humanity." After Chimei finished speaking, the car fell silent. This was the first time they learned about the current relationship between various alien spaces and humans. Especially when they heard the threats from other dimensions above the elite level, everyone fell silent. Among them, Gu Yan's mood was the most complicated. Because her mother had entered an elite alien space with a mission from the human upper echelons, and she never came out again. With the car in complete silence, everyone arrived at their destination, the dense forest. Chapter 64, Entering, Demonic Identity. After getting off the bus and passing through security, everyone started to purchase supplies inside. This time, everyone was going to the inner circle of the dense forest, and the round trip might take more than half a month, so the supplies they purchased were not a small amount. After some shopping, everyone couldn't help but complain that the things here were really not cheap. Someone asked, "Sister Chimei, why don't we buy so many things outside? The things here are too expensive." Upon hearing this, Chimei smiled and replied, "Of course it's because of reimbursement." To reimburse? Everyone looked at each other. That's right, the college will reimburse the expenses of purchasing supplies in other dimensions afterwards. No matter what, we are also bringing honor to the college. If this expense is not reimbursed, who would be willing to work with it? So, don't be stingy with money, just purchase whatever supplies you need. You can also buy some if you don't need them. I tell you, if you miss this opportunity, you'll miss it forever. After hearing what Chimei said, the group of people looked at each other in confusion. They always felt that the evil spirits were trying to take advantage of others by saying this. But we are not the kind of people who are inflexible, so we immediately started a new round of large-scale purchases. This made Chimei nod secretly. Well, the boy is teachable. Now that the supplies are ready, the next step is to enter the alien space. When Tang Hao and his group arrived at the space node carrying tall backpacks, many soldiers present were stunned. My goodness, how much supplies did they bring? Are they going to spend the new year in there? Ignoring the expressions of others, Chimei walked straight to the military leader and took out a red medal. Upon seeing the medal, the military leader immediately raised his hand and saluted. This means that the person in front of him is not only a high-level awakening master, but has also been awarded a Medal of Honor in a battle in another dimension. Under the serious gaze of the person in charge, Chimei said slowly, "You guys should have some storage equipment here, right? Lend me one." After hearing what Chimei said, the person in charge hesitated. Storage items are extremely rare, and even the garrison troops only have one or two. This is used by military teams to carry supplies when performing special missions. Normally, there is no such thing as loaning out, but the identity of the demon in front of him is somewhat special. Seeing the soldier's hesitation, Chimay changed his tone and spoke. I won't make it difficult for you. I'll use this medal as collateral. If you lose it, not only will I compensate you with a new item, but I'll also give you the merit points here as interest. After hearing this, the person in charge felt a little relieved. He really didn't want to refuse such a meritorious person, but he was also worried that the other party would lose their army's precious props. Now that I have the medal as collateral, I can give them an explanation. Thinking of this, the person in charge took out something that looked like a small teapot from behind him the next second. This storage item contains 10 cubic meters of space, which is enough to hold most of the supplies you have. The person in charge was speechless when he said this. It was the first time he saw someone carrying so many supplies into another space. Isn't it normal to say that the lighter the better, with only the bare necessities? Although the person in charge didn't understand what was going on with Chimay and his group, he didn't ask any more questions. He just continued to ask, besides this, if you need anything else, we will do our best to cooperate. Hearing this, Chimay thought for a moment and said, we still need a guide. This time we are going into the inner circle to hunt exotic beasts, so it would be best if someone familiar with the situation could accompany us. After hearing what Chimay said, the person in charge wanted to recommend him. But at this time Lu Yaoyao said, we have an acquaintance, it's Sister Chen Yun. Chen Yun? After hearing Lu Yaoyao's words, the person in charge immediately asked someone to call Chen Yun. Soon, Chen Yun, dressed in camouflage uniform and with short, capable hair, appeared in front of everyone. As soon as they met, Chen Yun greeted Tang Hao, the other two, and Bei Han and others. Then she said, I guess you guys have a change of heart and are here to take care of your sister's business. Hearing this, Chimay glanced at the other person with her charming eyes and a smile crossed her face. The person in charge had a blank expression on his face, as if he was completely numb. Then the person in charge gave Chen Yun some instructions. Chen Yun, your mission this time is to serve as their guide. But there is one thing you have to remember, once an emergency occurs, the command of the team belongs to her, and even you have to follow her command. Do you understand? I understand. After officially taking over the task, Chen Yun couldn't help but look at the demon with curiosity. Such a woman with full charm points could actually make the captain take her so seriously and even deprive her of the right to command on the spot. This made Chen Yun curious about the identity of the demon. It's just that now is not the right time. Soon after half a month of reporting period, Tang Hao and his team began to enter the different space. As before, everyone quickly passed through the military checkpoint and then entered the outskirts of the jungle. Arriving here, Chen Yun finally seemed to be liberated and quickly became one with the others. Especially Bei Han, Chen Luo and Yuling, the three girls were particularly diligent in calling Chen Yun's sister. Under this circumstance, Nie Qingqing quickly joined in. After getting acquainted with each other, Chen Yun then began to ask Lu Yaoyao about the identity of the demon. Lu Yaoyao replied, I don't know what other identities our team leader has besides being a professor. I only saw Sister Chimay take out a red medal, and then your captain became much more serious. Red badge? Hearing this, Chen Yun immediately looked at the demon in front of him in surprise. The latter noticed and looked back. Shen Yin immediately said, Are you the holder of the blood medal? Bloody medal? It was obviously the first time that the others present heard of this thing. Seeing that others were confused, Chen Yun began to explain. This is an honor in the Awakening Master Circle. Only those who have experienced many bloody battles and killed hundreds of powerful high-level beasts can be awarded this medal. It can be said that once the holder possesses this medal, he or she will automatically be awarded the title of Goddess of War. A female war goddess. It can be said that if the elite level does not appear, the female war god will be the most powerful among the high-level awakening masters. With such status and strength, their captain naturally admires him very much. As for Tang Hao and others, they were also extremely surprised after listening to Chen Yun's story. I didn't expect the demons to be so powerful. But doubts also arise. How could someone like Chi Mei come to their academy to be a team leader? This job is totally incompatible with her abilities and status. At the same time, the military leader arrived at the military camp. Based on the number on the back of the red medal, the person in charge quickly retrieved the holder's information. The holder is undoubtedly a demon. The above briefly introduces some of the battles that Chimay has experienced, many of which are battles to defend alien spaces. This made the person in charge admire him. But this admiration did not last long. The person in charge was stunned when he looked at the column of Chimei's merits. Holder's current merit points, 130 points. What is going on here? Negative. Chapter 65 Additional Essence. A strange space in the dense forest. This is a primeval forest from the Jurassic period. The huge and dense plants make it difficult to move forward. In addition, they would encounter strange beasts from time to time, so the team's progress was greatly affected. It was for this reason that Tang Hao and his team spent 3 days traveling hundreds of kilometers to reach the edge of the inner circle. Seeing that it was getting late today, Chimei said, "Okay, let's rest here tonight and start entering the inner circle tomorrow." After Chimei finished speaking, several people took out things for camping at night from the storage props. Unlike the last time they entered the dense forest, Tang Hao and others did not look for tall trees to build simple hammocks this time. This is entirely due to the presence of a high-level awakening master like Chimei in the team. In order to give Tang Hao and his team a chance to fight in actual combat, the demons did not intervene during the day. But at night, the demon only needs to release a little bit of its own high-level aura to make people not worry about being attacked by strange beasts at night. At this time, after a day of traveling and fighting, Lu Yaoyao and others had a simple dinner and went straight into their tents to fall asleep. But unlike others, Tang Hao was so excited that he couldn't fall asleep. Because just now, he was drawing the lottery as usual like he did the previous 2 nights. I thought it was some skill points. To Tang Hao's surprise, he got another primary treasure chest. Do you want to open the treasure chest immediately? Is there any need to ask? Tang Hao immediately responded in his mind. Turn on, turn on. With a flash of bright light, an item appeared from the treasure chest. Is it the essence? At this moment, Tang Hao couldn't wait to know what the essence was. If it happened to be an auxiliary essence, then his luck would really explode. You have gained an additional essence. Additional essence? What is this? Tang Hao looked at the ruby-like essence in front of him with a confused look on his face. It doesn't look like an essence of enlightenment. Could it be an essence of props? Then Tang Hao checked the detailed information of the essence. Essence effect: this essence can only be applied to weapon items. Once applied, it will add a skill slot to the weapon. Adding skill slots to weapons? It was the first time that Tang Hao heard of the existence of such essence. But the problem is that he doesn't even have a weapon or item, so how can he add skill slots? Isn't this pure Krypton gone wrong again? For a moment, Tang Hao didn't know whether he was lucky or unlucky. Forget it, let's put this thing away for now. Then Tang Hao looked at his panel. Current skill points, 50. Thanks to the efforts of Guyan's team of 7, they killed hundreds of strange beasts in 3 days. Seeing that his skill points had reached 50, Tang Hao now had 2 choices. One is to continue saving skill points, and when you reach 100, you can try to awaken your talent skills. Tang Hao had long been looking forward to the unique perception talent skill. However, this cannot be accomplished in a short period of time and requires gradual accumulation. So let's look elsewhere. Among Tang Hao's current skills, there is one that has not yet been upgraded. Earth Sense. Due to the lack of skill points, this skill was previously upgraded to Healing Ray. Now that he has plenty of skill points, Tang Hao can't just ignore it any longer. System, upgrade Earth Perception. Along with the deduction of 10 skill points, a system prompt sounded. Earth Perception is being upgraded. After a few seconds, the skill upgrade was complete. Tang Hao checked it immediately. New skill effect, expansion. According to the skill effect explanation, the detection range of the intermediate Earth Perception has doubled from the original radius of 300 meters to a radius of 600 meters. At that time, as long as Tang Hao activates this skill, no creature within a 600-meter range centered on him will be able to escape detection. It's a really crude enhancement, but I like it. After all, this is a 600-meter detection radius. How much deployment can be done during this buffer time? By this time, the 4 skills Tang Hao currently mastered were finally all upgraded to intermediate skills. With 40 skill points remaining, Tang Hao still needs to work harder. The next morning, after a night's rest, everyone set out again. Since Chimei wanted everyone to cooperate more in actual combat, Tang Hao never used his perception skills along the way, and everything went on naturally. Just like this time, less than half an hour after the group set out, they were once again attacked by a group of more than a dozen strange beasts. However, unlike the initial panic, the 7-member team had already adapted to such emergencies in 3 days. Everyone then killed the strange beast in an orderly manner, accompanied by wailing sounds, except for a few strange beasts that fled when they saw the situation was not good. The remaining 10 stubborn strange beasts were not spared. Seeing that 9 alien beasts had turned into auxiliary points, Tang Hao glanced at the alien beast next to him that was almost dying. Just think of it as repaying a good deed, so you can suffer less. Then Tang Hao killed the strange beast with a righteous iron fist. The next second, Tang Hao's assistance reached 50, which meant that 5 skill points were already beckoning to him. But before Tang Hao could stand up, another system prompt popped up. Whether to indirectly extract the essence of the system. Indirect extraction of essence? Tang Hao soon figured out what was going on. When he kills a strange beast with his own hands, if there is essence stored in the system, he can extract it through the body of the strange beast. In this way, the essence produced by the system will not be considered as black household and will have identity proof. At this moment, Tang Hao really wanted to give a thumbs up to the system for its thoughtfulness. After all, he couldn't always not tell the source of the essence, which would always arouse suspicion. Now the system has solved this problem for him. In this case, Tang Hao has no reason to hesitate. He answered directly, yes. After receiving Tang Hao's reply, the additional essence disappeared from the system. Then, when the others on the field were simply packing up and getting ready to leave, a strange beast on Tang Hao's side suddenly burst into a dazzling light. Seeing this light, Gu Yan, Lu Yaoyao and others were stunned. Shen Yun was completely bewildered. Even the demon in the team, who always looked lazy, narrowed his eyes slightly at this time. What a lucky little fellow. At this moment, everyone knew what the dazzling light appearing on the strange beast meant. The essence of exotic beasts. Holy crap! Xiaohao, you actually released your essence. At this moment, Lu Yaoyao was really incoherent. The situation of the others was not much better. They held their breath and waited quietly for the light to fade away. After more than 10 seconds, when the light faded, the corpse of the strange beast disappeared, and then an object appeared. There is no doubt that it is the essence from the exotic beast. What essence is it? Lu Yaoyao and Xian Luo quickly jumped in front of Tang Hao. The two girls stared at the thing in Tang Hao's hand with their eyes wide open. But soon they showed puzzled expressions. What kind of essence is this? It doesn't look like an enlightenment essence, and it doesn't have any instructions for contacting item essences. It's so strange. After Lu Yaoyao finished speaking, Gu Yan and others also came forward, equally confused. Even Shen Yun, a veteran, couldn't figure it out. If they hadn't seen this thing burst out from the alien beast with their own eyes, they probably wouldn't have believed that this thing was the essence of the alien beast. While listening to everyone talking one after another, the demon who originally thought it was just an ordinary essence suddenly looked at what was in Tang Hao's hand. Looking at the ruby-like essence of the exotic beast in Tang Hao's hand, the corners of the demon's eyes twitched unconsciously. At this time, she looked at Tang Hao again, with only one sentence in her mind. What a lucky little fellow. Chapter 66, Lu Yaoyao's Target Beast. Strange, what kind of essence is this? When Lu Yaoyao and others were puzzled, Shimei sighed slightly and spoke. That's an add-on essence. Additional essence? Is there such essence? When the people present heard Shimei's words, their doubts were not resolved but became even more confused. There are also some academic masters among them who think they are familiar with all kinds of knowledge about awakening masters, but they have never heard of this kind of thing. I saw several girls looking at me eagerly. Shimei had no choice but to continue explaining. It's normal that you don't recognize this thing, because it is extremely rare even among the essences of exotic beasts. And its effect is also unique. It can add a skill to weapon items. Do you know what this means? After Shimei finished speaking, everyone present stared deeply at the ruby-like essence in Tang Hao's hand. What does it mean to add a skill slot to a weapon? Isn't this just adding an extra skill slot for the user? We are 3-level awakening masters with the same qualities. You have 3 skills and I have 4 skills. The difference between us is obvious. You should all be well aware that although exotic beasts have a very small chance of producing essence, these essences, without exception, do not possess offensive capabilities. They look more like some kind of auxiliary existence. Even weapons among the props can only cause damage when driven by the user. The existence of additional essence just makes up for this shortcoming. Therefore, its additions are mainly divided into 2 categories, namely the gem-type special attack additions and the bronze plate-type physical attack additions. In Tang Hao's hand is a gem essence, which corresponds to the additional skill slot of the alien attacker. As for the attributes, red represents fire. So this is an essence that can add a fire skill slot. After Chimei finished speaking, Tang Hao immediately noticed that several girls around him were staring at the additional essence in his hand. This thing combined with a normal weapon item can give the user an additional fire skill. At this moment, Beihan suddenly spoke up, "Sister Chimei, does this fire skill slot have any requirements for the user's attributes? Does the user have to have a fire talent?" After Beihan finished speaking, Chimei shook his head and said, "There is no limit. Even an auxiliary can use the above skills as long as the attachment is completed. The only limitation is that this thing will absorb the holder's energy when adding a skill slot, and will only recognize this energy from then on. Even if other people take it, they won't be able to use the additional skills above, which is a small regret. To put it bluntly, once this thing is attached, it cannot be shared." Unable to share? The others felt a little sorry. Tang Hao had used Lu Yaoyao's bone knife more than once in previous competitions. If it could not be shared after being attached, then there would be little point in borrowing it again. However, Gu Yan also said at this time, although it cannot be shared after being attached, this also protects the user in disguise. Don't forget, something brilliant will always make some people unable to hold back. Everyone was stunned when they heard Gu Yan's words, and then nodded. In this era of constant battles with strange beasts, no one is so naive, even if they are still students. Okay, put the things away first, and remember not to spread this. At the same time, Tang Hao, you need to complete the attachment as soon as possible, because once this thing is exposed, too many people will try every means to get it, and then it is inevitable that you will see some dark side of human nature. If you don't want to go through all this trouble, just deal with it as soon as possible." After Chimei finished speaking, everyone understood. Then everyone put this matter aside for the time being and started to head towards one of the destinations, the Red Shadow Leopard activity site. After reaching the inner circle, Chimei no longer had the idea of letting everyone use their skills, because the groups of mid-level monsters were simply not something Tang Hao and his team could deal with. From the moment it entered the inner circle, the demons kept releasing their aura, causing the mid-level monsters along the way to flee in all directions. No one was so blind as to come and die. As a result, everyone's speed was much faster than before when they were on the periphery. In just about 2 days, they captured the trace of the mid-level Red Shadow Leopard. This made Lu Yaoyao and the team extremely nervous and excited. Her intermediate skills are placed on this strange beast. As a beast endowed with both agility and flexibility, its movements were difficult to predict, and its speed was astonishingly fast. Even if the whereabouts of the Red Shadow Leopard are discovered, it is not easy to find it. This also leads to the Red Shadow Leopard often being placed on the hunting blacklist by the Awakening Guild. At this moment, the only person who has any hope of finding the location of the Red Shadow Leopard can probably only rely on the perception assistants in the team. "Xiao Hao, please help me find it." Listening to Lu Yaoyao's words, Tang Hao didn't waste any words and directly used his first skill, smell perception. Through the newly added scent perception effect scent tracking, you can immediately determine the whereabouts of the strange beast. Although there is a significant lag in scent tracking, there is no way to quickly determine the exact location of the Red Shadow Leopard. But thanks to this skill, everyone finally has a direction. Finally, after half a day of tracking, everyone was lucky enough to find the Red Shadow Leopard eating by a river. At first glance, everyone saw a strange beast covered in blood-red fur, with the blood of its prey constantly dripping from the corners of its mouth, looking at everyone vigilantly. Looking at the other person's body, which was less than 2 meters tall at the shoulder but about 3 or 4 meters long, Mo Liu felt a little nervous. The Red Shadow Leopard in front of him was probably considered very ferocious even among many mid-level exotic beasts. At this time, they were also facing a mid-level monster. Everyone clearly felt that the pressure brought to them by the monster was far greater than that of Chang Lin, Dai Ping, and others who had encountered it before. This also reminds everyone of a piece of knowledge taught in books. The growth of alien beasts and humans is completely different. Although the alien beasts' levels rise, humans of the same level will gradually be left behind by the alien beasts. It is for this reason that humans attach great importance to team composition and teamwork. There is no way around it. This is the inherent gap between humans and monsters. After examining Tang Hao and his group, the Red Shadow Leopard did not run away immediately. Perhaps in its instinctive judgment, these humans in front of it are just another kind of food. But at a certain moment, the Red Shadow Leopard, who was about to take action, suddenly felt extremely anxious and panicked. Then it turned its gaze to the back of Tang Hao and others. the human woman leaning against him, looking indescribably relaxed. Danger! Danger! The strong sense of crisis made the red shadow leopard ignore the prey under it and escape immediately. When everyone realized that the red shadow leopard was moving, they were about to take action when they saw that the red shadow leopard was covered with a layer of scarlet animal coat and its speed was so fast in a very short time that it was dazzling. Even the two fastest members of the team, Tang Hao and Nie Qingqing, could only watch helplessly without any confidence of catching up. The red shadow leopard was about to escape from everyone's sight. The next second, a person quietly appeared in front of the red shadow leopard. This is the source of the red shadow leopard's fear. In the extremely frightened eyes of the red shadow leopard, the demon slowly raised its slender thighs with golden ratios. Then everyone heard a voice. Go back. Chapter 67 Skill, Scarlet Power. With a scream, the red shadow leopard, which was originally fleeing quickly, flew back to its original place. This was kicked back by the evil spirit. Alright little guys, now it depends on your ability. After Chi Mei finished speaking, he crossed his arms in front of his chest, as if he was watching a show. Tang Hao and his companions also understood Chi Mei's idea. They must not let the red shadow leopard, which they had spent so much effort to find, escape. But she would not kill it directly. At most, she would help to stop it. As for the subsequent killing, it depends on Tang Hao and his people. This can also be considered a good practical experience. After understanding what the demon meant, the 7 people immediately perked up. Fire. Ice. Wind. Taking advantage of the moment when the red shadow leopard was kicked back and was confused, Gu Yan, Beihan and Yuling immediately activated their own skills, and immediately 3 sets of skills were directed at the red shadow leopard. However, compared to a simple kick from the demon, the damage to the red shadow leopard caused by the 3 of them even if they released their skills was limited, and at most caused some minor injuries. The red shadow leopard became more sober after being hit, but it did not choose to fight back. Its first thought was still to escape. Because it instinctively knew that if it stayed, it would be killed by the evil spirits. Then the red shadow leopard used its agility skills again, and the whole beast was as fast as a phantom, trying to break out from the other side. Unfortunately, even though the red shadow leopard was incredibly fast, when it was about to get away from Tang Hao and his group, a long leg ruthlessly intercepted it again. Get back here. It was still an extremely calm sentence, but it made the red shadow leopard feel deeply desperate. There was no way to escape from the hands of this human in front of me. Therefore, when the red shadow leopard was kicked back again, it began to change. Since there is no hope of survival, the only thing it can do is to completely unleash its ferocious nature. Roar. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the red shadow leopard entered combat mode the moment it landed. Faced with the spreading skills that attacked again, it jumped flexibly and dodged quickly. The 3 skills failed one by one in front of its ghostly figure. Careful. After dodging the skills of Gu Yan and the other 2, its eyes flashed and instantly locked onto Gu Yan's 3 daughters. Looking at the rapidly approaching figure of the red shadow leopard, Gu Yan was not panicked, because at this time, Nie Qingqing, Lu Yaoyao and Shen Luo had already come to meet it. Wild thrust. Lu Yaoyao was determined to hunt down the strange beast in front of her. Without hesitation, she activated her first skill and flashed past, appearing on the path that the red shadow leopard had to pass. Stay with me. Then she swung the bone knife in her hand, and with the strength she gained after being promoted to the intermediate level, the attack was extremely powerful. However, what Lu Yaoyao did not expect was that a red light flashed on the red shadow leopard's body, and it actually split into 2 clones. One of the clones stepped forward to block the attack on behalf of the original body. The red shadow leopard quickly crossed Lu Yaoyao. But before it could speed up, 2 light blades and a pair of sharp claws came from both sides. They are Nie Qingqing and Lu Yaoyao. Faced with an attack aimed directly at its body, the red shadow leopard made its choice almost in an instant. The remaining clone went to resist Nie Qingqing's attack, while the main body was once again covered with the scarlet animal coat. Ding ding ding. A sound like metal colliding was heard. Shenluo's wind-chasing claws actually failed to cause any damage to the red shadow leopard. It is the animal skin that protects it. In an instant, Shen Luo understood that this animal skin not only greatly enhanced the speed of the red shadow leopard, but also could provide a certain degree of protection. After passing the resistance of 3 people in a row, the red shadow leopard was already very close to Gu Yan and the other 2. Just at this moment, Gu Yan and the other 2 girls opened their eyes and looked at the red shadow leopard. With just a slight sense, the red shadow leopard understood that the 3 of them were brewing some powerful skills. We can't let them succeed. Then the red shadow leopard wanted to move forward even faster and tear Gu Yan and the other two girls into pieces. As for the other person beside the three women, Tang Hao, the red shadow leopard just glanced at him and then ignored him. Instinct told it that it did not sense any aggressive ability from Tang Hao. So it chose to prioritize solving the more threatening female awakening masters. In the eyes of the red shadow leopard, Tang Hao is just a human being who does not need to be taken too seriously. However, it will soon pay the price for its instinctive misinduction. Just as it hesitated, its sharp claws moved forward and the whole beast was about to pounce. Tang Hao, who was guarding Gu Yan and the other two girls, finally took action. This is also a bug that Tang Hao discovered recently. Because he has no aggressive talents, the monsters often focus their attention on the more threatening female awakeners. Thus, he was treated as a nobody. This actually fits the general positioning of an assistant teacher, but unfortunately Tang Hao is an outlier. Now the red shadow leopard will also pay the price for this. A punch to the waist. Seizing the opportunity, when the red shadow leopard was off guard, Tang Hao burst out at an extremely fast speed and punched the red shadow leopard in the waist with accumulated strength. The defensive beast coat that could block agile attackers like Chen Luo was as weak as paper under Tang Hao's terrifying power. Awu! An extremely piercing scream was heard, and the red shadow leopard that was originally running towards him was knocked back. At this moment, it only felt as if its waist was about to explode. The intense pain caused the red shadow leopard to roll over after landing. Under normal circumstances, it would not give Tang Hao the opportunity to launch a close-range sneak attack. But just now, seeing Gu Yan and the other two girls accumulating powerful skills, it ended up being too anxious and careless. However, before it could catch its breath, the others who had escaped from the clones in the rear had already come to its rescue. Seeing that the red shadow leopard was about to surround and strangle it. At this moment, a slight breeze appeared on its body, and the next second, accompanied by a loud roar from the red shadow leopard, a tornado-like gale mixed with countless wind blades was released in all directions. This immediately drove away all the people who rushed forward. The vitality of a mid-level alien beast is really tenacious. I felt like that close-range punch just now had broken its waist. I didn't expect it to have such a strong counterattack ability. Upon hearing this, the others looked at the red shadow leopard with some pity. With his kidneys broken, it was a problem for him to exert any strength, let alone his explosive speed. This is also the reason why Tang Hao chose to attack there when he seized the opportunity for a sneak attack. However, this mercy only lasted for a moment, and then everyone launched a general attack again. Especially the three girls, Gu Yan, who were ready to go in the rear. Several second-level skills were used, and then Tang Hao, Nie Qingqing and others launched close attacks. Without the advantage of speed, the red shadow leopard simply couldn't hold out for long. It took 7 or 8 minutes for everyone to kill the red shadow leopard. Then Lu Yaoyao couldn't wait to dig out the beast core. Seeing the end of the first battle. Only then did Chen Yun walk over to the body of the red shadow leopard to identify it. Then he said, "This is a level 5 red shadow leopard. Even a level 6 human agility attack master can't catch up to it in terms of speed. You are able to kill it this time thanks to your leader." Upon hearing this, Shimei waved his hand and said, "Don't talk about those empty words. Rest for a while. During this time, Xiao Yaoyao will see if he can successfully absorb its skills." After Shimei finished speaking, everyone rested on the spot. At this time, everyone looked at Lu Yaoyao. At Shimei's suggestion, she chose Scarlet Power as her fourth skill, which was the beast suit skill everyone had seen before. This skill has two main effects. One is to provide a small amount of defense ability, and the other is to transform an attribute of the caster. For example, the red shadow leopard transforms all of its flexibility into agility, which makes its speed so astonishing, far exceeding that of other beasts of the same level. Once Lu Yaoyao masters this skill, then after converting the flexibility attribute, her strength will be terrifying, and combined with the third skill, double the strength. By then, how terrifying her power would be. Chapter 68, Ancient Monuments in a Different Space. For the next 4 days, Tang Hao and others searched for other traces of red shadow leopards while hunting them. After killing the 9th red shadow leopard in a row, Lu Yaoyao absorbed the beast core of the red shadow leopard just like the previous 8 times, but this time, light began to emanate from her body not long after she started. Seeing this, several people were overjoyed, as it meant that Lu Yaoyao had finally successfully absorbed the red shadow leopard's skills. After waiting for a while, Lu Yaoyao stood up with a happy face. Then, facing everyone's concerned gazes, he said, "Mwah, I love you all. I finally mastered the 4th skill. When I get back, I'll definitely treat everyone to a luxurious meal as a token of my gratitude. After Lu Yaoyao finished speaking, everyone else laughed. Although they didn't care about Lu Yaoyao's gratitude, the promise of a big meal still piqued the appetite of many people. After all, their food for the past week has mostly been compressed biscuits and canned food, and they only occasionally dare to barbecue some exotic beasts to satisfy their cravings thanks to the presence of the demons. Generally speaking, the food in the alien space is just average, just enough to meet basic needs. At this time, Gu Yan said a few words to Lu Yaoyao. Lu Yaoyao nodded and came to Chi Mei. Sister Chi Mei, you are the most beautiful. How about I treat you to a big meal when I get back? Listening to Lu Yaoyao's way of expressing gratitude, Chi Mei smiled, then reached out and pinched Lu Yaoyao's chubby cheeks. I'm not a foodie like you. If you want to thank me, then perform well in the elite competition and strive for good results. After saying that, Chi Mei didn't give everyone much time to rest. We reported for 2 weeks, and now a week has passed. Excluding the 3 or 4 days for the return trip, we still have about 3 days to help Yuling acquire the skills. We need to speed up the progress. To be honest, 3 days is a very tight time if it is still as tight as tracking the red shadow leopard. Fortunately, the Earth-type monster that Yuling wants to hunt is not that troublesome. The key is that it lives in groups. Soon Chen Yun also learned about the target monster from several people. Earth Rock Dolphin. This is an omnivorous beast that eats both meat and vegetables. It likes to stay in rocky and hilly areas all year round. Before entering here, Tang Hao and his team had looked up some information and found that there happened to be a gathering place of giant rock dolphins in the inner circle of the dense forest. The key point is that this place is not far from the red shadow leopard's activity area. With Chen Yun's understanding of the dense forest, he believes that he can lead them there quickly. What surprised everyone was that Chen Yun, who had always been very straightforward, was actually a little hesitant this time. This is puzzling. Sister Yun, is there any difficulty? Gu Yan looked at Chen Yun and felt that there seemed to be some inside story that they didn't know. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Chen Yun raised his head but did not answer immediately. Instead, he looked at the demon beside him. This made the latter frown slightly. Chen Yun's meaning was very clear, that is, she had no say in this matter and the decision needed to be made by Chi Mei. Tell me, let me see what is worrying you so much. The demons also realized that things were not simple and became curious. Chen Yun knew that she was a high-level awakening master with the title of female war goddess. But even so, I still hesitated. What happens here is really interesting. Well, this matter was originally considered information that was not to be disclosed to the public. However, since the holder of the Crimson Medal is present, it is not a big deal to disclose it. After this beast tied, our military drove the beasts all the way and unexpectedly discovered an ancient site in the inner circle, right where you were going. Ancient monuments? Tang Hao and his group looked at each other in surprise when they heard this. The alien space had only appeared for a few decades, so where did the ancient relics come from? However, Chen Yun was obviously not talking nonsense, because after hearing this, the demon's expression suddenly became serious. Then the figure appeared in front of Chen Yun like a dream. What kind of monument is it? Seeing Chi Mei's performance, everyone immediately understood that this ancient monument seemed to be very unusual, otherwise Chi Mei wouldn't be so nervous. Chen Yun didn't hide it and said directly, a small thatched house surrounded by a fence. After Chen Yun finished speaking, Tang Hao and the others were really dumbfounded this time. When will a farmhouse like the one in a book be called a historical site? However, influenced by the atmosphere when Chen Yun and Chi Mei were talking, Tang Hao and the others just listened quietly and did not interrupt them. The demon frowned even deeper after hearing the story. Then he said, I have also seen many ancient sites in the inner circle of the alien space, such as the ancient city wall, the ruined tower, and the gloomy old house. The others are mostly similar. But to be honest, this is the first time I've heard of an ancient monument with a novel style like thatched houses. Are you sure? Could it be that someone came to the inner circle a few years ago and built it for fun? Upon hearing Chi Mei's question, Chen Yun immediately said, it has been verified. When we first discovered this place, our military did not think of it as an ancient monument, but just thought that someone had built a temporary residence here. Therefore, at that time, a high-level awakening master and several mid-level awakening masters walked in without paying any attention. After that, they never came out again. It was only then that we began to realize that something was amiss, and after careful inspection, we finally confirmed that the place was an ancient monument. After listening to Chen Yun's story this time, Tang Hao, Gu Yan, Lu Yaoyao and others all widened their eyes. A seemingly ordinary farmyard actually swallowed people, and the key point is that the people swallowed were a high-level awakening master and several mid-level awakening masters. This sounds a bit creepy no matter how you listen to it. After listening to Chen Yun's description, the demon began to hesitate. Then he asked, no strange beasts should dare to approach the ancient ruins. How far is the earth rock porpoise's habitat from there? Upon hearing this, Chen Yun replied, about 2 or 3 kilometers. If it's 2 or 3 kilometers, it should be. Finally, Shimei made a decision after taking a look at Yuling. If it's a few kilometers away, it shouldn't be a big problem. At worst, we can just stay away and try to lure those giant rock dolphins out. Since the military leader had handed over the command of the team to Shimei before departure, Chen Yun naturally obeyed since she had made the decision. Then the group began to head towards their destination 100 kilometers away. The atmosphere on the road should have been cheerful. After all, Lu Yaoyao had just absorbed a 4th level skill, and it was time for laughter and joy. But at this time everyone was silent. After a long while, Lu Yaoyao couldn't help but move closer to Gu Yan and asked, "Cousin, have you ever heard of the term historical relics at home?" Gu Yan nodded slightly. This immediately attracted Tang Hao, Bei Han, Shen Luo, and others to come over. Seeing that everyone was so curious, the demon walking in front did not show any reaction. Gu Yan then said, "I don't know much, but I've heard that every alien space seems to have discovered some very ancient relics, and one of their characteristics is that their exact age cannot be estimated. At the same time, such places are extremely dangerous. There was even an elite awakener who entered an ancient ruin, but she eventually walked out. But she was also completely crazy." Since then, the term historical relics has become a taboo in the awakening master circle, and no one is willing to mention it easily. Chapter 69 Weapon Props, Talent Skills Unlocked. After Gu Yan finished speaking, everyone felt that this so-called ancient monument was far beyond everyone's imagination. An elite awakening master is a rare existence among human awakening masters, but even so, he ended up going crazy because of the ancient relics. This made several people extremely wary of ancient relics. At this time, the demon in front did not stop walking, but the sound was coming faintly. Although the ancient monuments are very strange, the current consensus is that as long as you don't actively touch or enter them, they will not have any impact on people. After Shimei finished speaking, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. To put it bluntly, just don't provoke that thing, they will never seek death anyway. At this time, Shen Luo said, "Why don't you set up a warning for such a dangerous thing? Or give a warning in advance? What if someone accidentally stumbles in?" Shen Yun explained, "There is no way to set up a warning. This ancient site is located in the inner circle of the dense forest. There are many strange beasts here. If the military sets up a warning zone here, the damage will be too great. As for reminding people of this kind of thing, we think it's better not to tell them. Human curiosity is simply immeasurable. Sometimes it's okay not to know, but once those people know what is happening here, I'm afraid countless people will want to find out. That is human nature." After Chen Yun finished speaking, Tang Hao and others didn't know how to refute for a moment. This is indeed a true portrayal of many people. After the initial silence, everyone gradually became cheerful during the rest of the journey, with Lu Yaoyao and Shan Luo being the two who livened up the atmosphere the most. After hearing them talk about the various food and drinks they had after going out, everyone's worries seemed to be relieved a lot. After spending most of the day, everyone finally arrived at the activity location of the Earth Rock Dolphin. A group of hills tens of meters high. A few hundred meters deeper inside, everyone could already hear the humming sounds of the giant rock dolphins exchanging messages. This instantly made the group perk up and ready to join the battle at any time. But before the battle began, Shimei raised his hand to suppress everyone's anxious mood, and then asked Chen Yun, "Can you roughly estimate the location of the ancient monument?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yun quickly jumped onto a tall tree nearby, then took out a telescope and looked around. Soon, in Shen Yun's field of vision, an open space appeared on a distant hill, on which a thatched house was vaguely visible, its view obscured by vegetation. Then Shen Yun said to the demon below, "It's probably in that direction, and the actual distance from us is estimated to be more than 3 kilometers. After getting confirmation again, the demon felt relieved. At this distance, there may be no need to consider any luring strategies. Now we should hurry up and help Yuling acquire skills and get away from here quickly." Thinking of this, Shimei said, "Sorry, little ones, the situation this time is special, so I won't give you a chance to actually fight." As soon as he finished speaking, Shimei rushed alone into the place where the Earth Rock Dolphin was in front of him, and then bursts of noisy roars of strange beasts were heard there. Shen Yun was still on top of a tall tree at this time. With her on guard from a high place, everyone could take a short rest. This kind of rest time did not last too long. After only 10 minutes, the demon returned. At this time, the demon was holding more than a dozen beast cores in his hands. Although he had been fighting for a while, there was no trace of blood on his body. Everyone has a new understanding of the strength of the demons. After approaching the crowd, the demon threw it away casually. More than a dozen beast cores fell into Yuling's hands. Hurry up and try to absorb the skills. If it's not enough, I'll go back and kill another batch. Hearing this, Yuling didn't dare to delay and quickly began to absorb the skills. Time passes by every second. During this period, the demon would occasionally run to the top of the tree and observe the thatched hut in the distance through a telescope with Shen Yun, and occasionally come forward to deal with other strange beasts attracted by the smell of blood. As for the others, Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao stayed by Yuling's side, resting and keeping an eye on her situation. While everyone was busy, Tang Hao took a break and started the lottery again. Accompanied by the colorful and brilliant pictures, Tang Hao was full of anticipation. Since I last drew an additional essence, I haven't gained much these days, all I have are skill points. The only good news is that the current skill points have reached 90 points. As long as you complete today's lottery, you can accumulate 100 skill points. Tang Hao's innate skills can finally be activated. Soon the system voice sounded. You gain 10 skill points. That makes 100 points. The next second, another voice sounded. You have obtained the item essence double blade. Double-edged? Tang Hao immediately became excited when he heard the voice. Judging from the name, the essence that exploded this time seems to be a weapon-type item. This is something that Tang Hao has been thinking about for a long time. He quickly checked the double blade information. These are a pair of two-handed daggers. Their size cannot be changed, but injecting supernatural energy can make them sharper. The size cannot be changed, but a sharper compensation is given? Tang Hao then looked at the length of the pair of daggers. The blade was about 30 centimeters, and the handle was 15 centimeters, which together was 45 centimeters. Tang Hao thought about how he would look like holding two watermelon machetes, and wondered what the opposing agile attacker and support would think when they saw him. But I guess it would be quite touching. It's a pity that I can't get it out now. Although Tang Hao really wanted to try out the feel of this pair of daggers right now. But if this thing is taken out rashly, it will become an illegal account and it will be difficult to explain its origin. You can only wait until the next time you kill a strange beast, and then use the indirect extraction method to pretend that it explodes from the beast. His eyes reluctantly moved away from the double blades. Tang Hao then began to look at his skill points. Finally collected 100 points. Let me see what's so special about this so-called innate skill. System, activate the talent skill. Soon 100 skill points were deducted. The system gives a prompt. Talent skills are being activated. For some reason, after the system gave this prompt sound, Tang Hao found that his surrounding vision had changed. In an instant, Tang Hao felt as if he was in an extremely slow world, and everything around him was still. His vision presents a magical perspective. At this moment, Tang Hao's eyes were clearly looking forward, but he could also see behind him, above his head, and even a 360-degree view. This perspective almost made Tang Hao dizzy, because the sudden change of perspective made him unable to adapt for a while. Fortunately, this feeling of discomfort quickly dissipated. Tang Hao gradually began to like this wide view with no blind spots. The system then gives a prompt. Perception talent skill has been activated, Eyes of Tracks. Next is the skill details. It has two major skill effects. Chapter 72 Talent Skill Effects. Trail's Eye's first skill effect, Talent Enhancement. When Tang Hao's Eye of Track is activated, his perception skills will be enhanced. Enhanced perception skills? Tang Hao looked at the instructions on the system and wondered what the enhanced perception skills would look like. Thinking of this, Tang Hao immediately turned on the smell perception, and the next second something magical happened. In his field of vision, a faint vapor appeared on the bodies of the people around him. According to Tang Hao's understanding, this vapor should be the smell of each person. But smells are often colorless and invisible, and it is impossible for human eyes to capture them. But when the Eye of Tracks was activated, the original smell actually appeared in various forms and colors in Tang Hao's eyes. Not only that, Tang Hao also noticed the beast cores in Yuling's hands. Those beast cores were emitting thick steam, and these steam actually had residues around them, just like bloodstains. Following those residues, Tang Hao could see the source of these beast cores very intuitively with his eyes. It was obvious that the blood stains left by the steam pointed to the rock dolphin that was killed in the distance. But Tang Hao soon discovered that this steam residue could only be displayed for about 100 meters, which was exactly the skill range of smell perception. What a novel vision, it can actually display the smell that is invisible to humans. And I can also get a lot of information from the steam that comes out of a person. For example, if someone is in good condition, her breath is relatively stable. When a person is in poor condition, their breath appears fluctuating and disordered. No matter how much a person tries to hide it, her aura cannot be faked. This strange experience gave Tang Hao a new understanding of perception. So, what would it be like if I used Earth Sense? Just do it. The next second, Tang Hao activated the Earth perception with the Eye of Tracks activated. For a moment, Tang Hao felt discomfort in his brain. A very precise and detailed 3D picture began to appear in my mind. If the previous perception of the Earth was like a radar scanning, it simply marked some key points on the plane. At this time, after the Earth's perception is released, everything within a radius of 600 meters is instantly packed into a three-dimensional sphere. Everything in the sphere is in absolute time stillness, and Tang Hao can examine the information contained therein in great detail. Even the patterns on a leaf of a vine 500 meters away were clearly engraved in Tang Hao's mind. In this way, not only all biological information within a radius of 600 meters, but also those unnoticed plants, stones, and soil can all be carefully observed by Tang Hao. At this moment, a strange top-down perspective image flooded into Tang Hao's mind. Suddenly, Tang Hao's mind was filled with some speechless images of snow white and plump bodies. The shocking scene made Tang Hao unable to bear it for a moment, so that the next second his blood rushed up and 2 streams of scarlet were ready to burst out in his nasal cavity. Tang Hao was stunned at this moment. He really didn't expect that activating this skill would bring about the perspective of spatial dislocation. This is not what you would see in a 360-degree view. Almost at the same time, the demon who was observing the surrounding situation on the tree suddenly had a strange feeling. Just a moment ago, she seemed to be stared at by something. This instantly made her extremely alert, but what made her feel strange was that she couldn't sense the source of the gaze at all. Strange, the inner circle is mostly composed of mid-level exotic beasts, and only near the core will high-level exotic beasts appear. And the exotic beast that can hide from my perception must be at least at the peak of the high level, or even elite level. But it is obviously impossible for these 2 strange beasts to appear here. What was that feeling just now? In any case, the demons remained extremely vigilant at this moment. Then Shimei asked below, "How is Yu Ling's absorption progress?" Gu Yan, who was standing beside Yu Ling, immediately replied, "This is the 5th one. Hasn't it been successful yet?" After receiving this news, Shimei carefully sensed the surroundings again. It's really strange. Although I felt like I was being watched just now, I didn't feel any palpitations or panic. Am I too nervous? Just when the demon let down his guard, a strange bottom-up perspective appeared in Tang Hao's mind. The sight of that fair, slender, and even sacred figure that could not be looked at directly finally made Tang Hao unable to hold back. As a result, Tang Hao's nasal cavity burst. 2 lines of hot blood finally flowed down along the nasal groove. At this moment, Tang Hao was really speechless. He didn't expect that the first skill effect of Trails of the Eyes, talent enhancement, would actually bring about such a strange perception picture. I am speechless. Taking a deep breath, Tang Hao quickly wiped off the 2 lines of blood while no one else was paying attention, and then began to check the effect of the second skill of Eye of Tracks. Good fortune and bad luck. Ah. What skill is this? Tang Hao looked at the description of the skill effect in confusion. The Eye of Paths allows you to glimpse the trajectory of fate. When this skill is activated, a 12-petal lotus appears in your mind. The lotus has 3 colors, representing 5 states of destiny. When the lotus is white, it is normal. When the lotus is pink, it is a blessing. When the lotus is red, it is auspicious. When the lotus turns gray, it is a sign of disaster. When the lotus is black, it is very unlucky. At this moment, a 12-petal lotus appeared in Tang Hao's mind. It was holy and snowy. Wait, why did it start to turn gray? Tang Hao, who was still carefully exploring his innate skills, suddenly stood up in shock. Brother Lotus, don't scare me. Tang Hao felt that he must have been dazzled just now. He closed his eyes again and looked at the lotus in his mind in disbelief. This time I looked at it in more detail. Gray, gray, broken, broken. At this moment, Tang Hao was sure that something terrible was going to happen. After all, the system is still very reliable at present. The others were originally waiting quietly, but when they saw Tang Hao suddenly stand up in surprise, they all looked at him curiously. Xiao Hao Hao, you, eh? Did you just have a nosebleed? When Lu Yaoyao saw Tang Hao like this, she first wanted to ask what was wrong, but suddenly noticed that there was still bloodstain on Tang Hao's nose. After hearing Lu Yaoyao's words, the curious eyes of the group of girls instantly showed signs of gossip. After all, there seems to be an explanation for boys' nosebleeds. The movement below also alarmed the demon. She was already a little alert, so she immediately came down from the tree. As a result, as soon as he came down, he saw that everyone was looking at Tang Hao with strange eyes, trying to suppress their smiles. After asking, I found out that Tang Hao had a nosebleed. Shimei thought the noise below was caused by Tang Hao's nosebleed and was about to make a joke. Seeing that the 12 petals of the lotus in his mind had almost turned gray, Tang Hao could no longer bother to explain and could only blurt out. Sister Chimei, something is wrong with this place. We'd better leave here quickly. As soon as Tang Hao shouted this, everyone else was stunned. At this moment, a special atmosphere enveloped everyone from far away. Chapter 71 Trapped, Talent Mutation. Tang Hao watched as the 12 petals in his mind all turned gray, and not only that, they were also turning black. He was completely panicked. Gray is just a disaster, at most it will cause some disasters and suffering. But black is fatal, and the appearance of this thing foreshadows death. Let's go, get out of here quickly, or someone will die if we stay any longer. Tang Hao didn't have time to shout at this time, and directly reached out to grab Gu Yan, Lu Yaoyao, Bei Han, and others. Even though Yu Ling had just failed to absorb the energy and was in a daze, Tang Hao grabbed her and ran away. When the others saw that Tang Hao didn't seem to be joking, they all looked serious, then looked at each other and began to cooperate. What happened, little one? What do you mean someone's going to die? At this time, Shimei came to the side of Tang Hao who was running, and she was also confused. Logically speaking, this is just the inner circle, and there is no possibility of any strange beasts that could threaten her. Moreover, her sense of danger must be far greater than Tang Hao's. But the result was that she didn't sense anything, but Tang Hao's performance didn't seem fake. This made the demon confused for a moment. After Tang Hao led everyone to run for dozens of kilometers in one breath, he felt that it should be safer and took the time to explain, Sister Chimei and everyone, I am really not kidding, we were in great danger just now. But to be honest, I don't know what the danger is exactly. I just knew that if we stayed where we were there would be heavy casualties. This, how should I put it, it was just a momentary feeling. In the end, Tang Hao still didn't talk about the talent and skills. After all, he couldn't explain it clearly. After hearing what Tang Hao said, the others looked at each other in confusion. The main reason was that Tang Hao's explanation was too unreliable. It was not convincing at all based on just a feeling. Fortunately, everyone still trusts Tang Hao or even dotes on him. So even if I suffered a little, I didn't take it seriously. So is it safe now? Should we continue running? After all, Shimei is not an ordinary person. At this time, she did not care about anything else, but chose to believe Tang Hao. When asked, Tang Hao thought about it and began to activate the Eye of Tracks. In the use just now, Tang Hao discovered the difference between the so-called innate skills and awakening skills. That is, the activation of innate skills requires one's own mental power, while the awakening skills in the skill slot need to rely on one's own supernatural energy. Because Tang Hao's current mental power is limited, he cannot keep the Eye of Tracks open for a long time, otherwise Tang Hao's brain will feel dizzy or even tingling after a long time. Therefore, Tang Hao closed the Eye of Tracks after he felt dizzy on the journey just now, and now he heard the question from the demon. Tang Hao also wanted to see if they had escaped from the dangerous situation. Then Tang Hao closed his eyes. The next second, Tang Hao's consciousness immersed in his mind, and the lotus blossomed again. How come? In Tang Hao's consciousness, the 12-petal lotus was still gray, and even one of the petals was turning black. The situation still hasn't improved. Why is this happening? What exactly is the danger we face? Tang Hao couldn't help but feel anxious after seeing the situation of Lianhua. At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly came from outside. It was Chen Yun who had just gone to the outer perimeter for security and returned. Tang Hao opened his eyes immediately. Then, Chen Yun, who had returned, said in disbelief, We seem to be still in the same place as before. The area ahead is where the giant rock dolphins are active. How could that be? They were just running back the way they came, so they should be getting further and further away. It's impossible for them to return to the same place. After all, there are traces of their way back all along the way, and there's no direction. But Shen Yun was obviously not so bored as to be scary at this time. This made everyone nervous. The demon's eyes fixed and he ran in the direction of Shen Yun. Before leaving, Chimei reminded everyone, "Stay where you are, don't move. I'll go see what's going on." After Chimei finished speaking, everyone began to gather together to deal with emergencies. Time passed minute by minute, and after more than 10 minutes, they heard a noise coming from behind them. Soon a figure rushed out from it. Sister Chimei. Seeing that the evil spirit that had just run away actually ran out from the opposite direction, everyone was completely uneasy. Even the high-level awakening masters couldn't detect the abnormality? Seeing everyone looking at him worriedly, Chimei seemed silent for the first time. She just walked forward in the outer direction, and soon she arrived at the activity area of the giant rock dolphin. At first, the demon was unwilling to believe it, thinking that perhaps this was another activity site. But soon she discovered the traces left by her previous hunting of the rock dolphin. This made the demon look very unhappy. How could she, a high-level awakening master who has earned the title of female war goddess, actually get lost? This is obviously impossible. That means something is causing trouble. But what made Chimei feel helpless was that she didn't notice anything unusual at all and couldn't find any flaws from beginning to end. This is scary. At this time, the demon came to Tang Hao and asked, "Have you always had that feeling of danger? Or did it just appear recently? Do you still have that bad feeling now?" In response to Chimei's 3 consecutive questions, Tang Hao replied, "I can't tell whether it existed before or now. After all, I'm just an awakener who has awakened not long ago. The only thing I know for sure is that the bad feeling hasn't gone away, it's still there, but it hasn't gotten any worse." This was the result of Tang Hao's observation after he opened the Eye of Track again. Although one petal of the lotus was still transforming into black, it seemed to be stuck, which made Tang Hao breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the crisis doesn't get worse, they still have hope. After hearing Tang Hao's answer, the demon looked at him meaningfully and said, "I don't know what's going on with your sense of danger. To be honest, even I didn't notice anything unusual just now. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I would probably have been kept in the dark. In this regard, your intuition is clearly better than mine. This is very unusual. It also reminds me of a saying in the awakening circle. Talent mutation. Talent mutation?" Hearing this, the other girls came over and looked at the two curiously. In fact, the awakened talents we are familiar with have an extremely small probability of mutation. Once a mutation occurs, it will be extremely valuable. Among the perception talents, there was once a very incredible mutant talent called astrology. The greatest characteristic of this talent is that it can predict good and bad fortune and is very sensitive to the arrival of danger. Due to the uniqueness of this talent, many awakeners wanted to ask about good and bad luck. The feeling you just had is somewhat similar to astrology. Perhaps your perception talent has undergone a small mutation and is evolving towards astrology. It's a pity that this mutation is not complete. Otherwise, as long as people know that you have the talent of astrology, both the 2 major academies Shengjing and Modu will fight for you. Even the elite training camp that is free from worldly affairs will open special channels for you. It's just a pity. Your talent is ultimately incomplete. Chapter 72 Crisis is Coming, Whispers. Incomplete mutation? Tang Hao felt that what Chimei said was not the case. Because his innate skill can predict good fortune or misfortune, while astrology can only predict fortune or misfortune, which is essentially inferior to his talent. Of course, Tang Hao couldn't say this out loud, otherwise he would have to explain a lot of things. The most urgent task now is to find a way to figure out what is going on with this confusing situation. If you can't turn the lotus in your mind white, you will suffer sooner or later. At this time, Gu Yan, who had been listening to the conversation between the two, spoke. Tang Hao, since you can sense bad things, why not try walking in different directions and see which direction gives you the most severe sense of crisis? That direction may be the source of the crisis. Now that we know the source, we can find a solution. After Gu Yan finished speaking, the girl's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. Then everyone looked at Tang Hao. Now they really had no idea, even the strongest demon was helpless. Then we can only pin our hopes on Tang Hao's illusory feeling. Okay, I'll give it a try. Tang Hao's current understanding of his own talents and skills is very superficial. If Gu Yan hadn't suggested it, he would not have thought of using them in this way. Soon Tang Hao closed his eyes and opened the eye of tracks, while trying to move in different directions to determine the source of the disaster. During this period, everyone surrounded Tang Hao tightly, and everyone breathed very softly for fear of disturbing Tang Hao. Tang Hao first took a few steps towards the direction that Chen Yun had just detected. According to habit, this should be their way back, but the color of the petals in his mind did not react at all. Then Tang Hao moved to the left and right again, and the result was the same. No way, could the source be in the back? But there's no sign of a turn ahead, left, or right. Isn't the back a dead end as well? Confused, Tang Hao decided to move forward. This time, after walking dozens of steps, the lotus finally responded. Tang Hao could see with his naked eyes that one petal of the lotus had turned black, and as Tang Hao walked further, the color gradually faded. Although it is still mainly gray, this seems to be a good sign. Then Tang Hao exited the tracking eye state. How is it, Xiao Hao Hao? Lu Yaoyao asked immediately. Tang Hao didn't hide it and said directly, it's very strange. I tried all 4 directions. I didn't find the so-called source, but... Oh, but what? Xian Luo was obviously impatient and asked Tang Hao not to hesitate and say everything at once. Okay, but if I'm not mistaken, the direction behind us will reduce our danger. Behind you? Several people were extremely surprised when they heard this. Isn't the direction behind them the direction they were running away in just now? How could it be a dangerous place and now a place where one could hide from the defense line? And if I remember correctly, that very dangerous ancient monument is also in that direction. Is this induction reliable? Everyone fell into deep thought for a moment. It was really because Tang Hao's perception was too abnormal and too far away from everyone's common sense. What should we do? At this time, some people looked at the demon. Both the other party's experience in surviving in another space and his powerful strength were convincing. What to do at the critical moment still depends on the decision of the demon. At this time, the demon looked at Tang Hao, then looked in the direction of the ancient ruins. Even the demons with rich survival experience were troubled at this time. On the one hand, there is Tang Hao's perception, and on the other hand, there are extremely dangerous ancient relics. It is really difficult to make a decision. At this moment, a heart-pounding atmosphere suddenly descended upon the surroundings. Boom! A heavy sound of footsteps suddenly rang out. Prepare for battle. After Qimei finished saying this, Qimei and Chen Yun, who had the strongest combat power, stood in front and behind Tang Hao and others respectively. At this time, an extremely tense feeling spread throughout everyone's body. The next second, the sound of footsteps rang out again. At this moment, a thick gray fog suddenly began to appear in front of them. Looking at the gray fog that kept coming, everyone felt a strong sense of crisis in their hearts. Seeing that the black fog was about to come closer, Qimei looked at the direction of the ancient ruins behind him, gritted his teeth and chose to take the initiative to attack. No matter what, she couldn't be forced to approach the ancient ruins without saying a word. As the demon rushed out first, the others gathered together and waited. Soon, sounds of fighting were heard in the gray fog. However, the gray fog completely obscured the view, and no one could see clearly. Seeing this, Tang Hao opened the eye of tracks without thinking. Then activate the perception function. Earth waves. In an instant, a 600-meter space with Tang Hao as the radius was 3D printed. Tang Hao searches for the figure of evil spirits in 3D space. Soon Tang Hao spotted 2 figures in the gray fog. One of the enchanting figures was the demon, but what made Tang Hao's heart sink was that the demon was bleeding from the corner of its mouth and was obviously at a disadvantage. The other figure shocked Tang Hao even more. What kind of figure is that? Covered by the gray fog, Tang Hao could only see a human-shaped figure about 3 or 4 meters tall, covered in stone gray, with fangs at the corners of its mouth, and its pupils shone with a captivating scarlet light in the fog. Damn, what the hell is this thing? With a bang, a loud noise came from outside. Tang Hao withdrew from the eye of tracks, and immediately saw an enchanting figure flying out from the gray fog. At this time, Lu Yaoyao and Xian Luo stepped forward to receive the newcomer. Then the demon shouted, "Let's go, follow Tang Hao's instructions and leave here quickly." It was only then that everyone realized that in just less than a minute, the demon had already suffered serious injuries. No one dared to delay any longer, and everyone quickly retreated and ran behind them. A group of people never forgot to look behind them while running. The sound of footsteps could still be heard clearly in the fog. But what made everyone feel a little relieved was that the speed at which the fog spread was not fast, at least much slower than the speed at which everyone was moving. The monster in the fog seemed to be bound by the fog and unable to escape. This gave everyone hope of escape. Soon, the group arrived at the place where the giant rock dolphin was hunted, as if they were trapped in a maze. But at this time, the place was extremely quiet and not a single strange beast could be seen. Before everyone could take a break, the sound of light footsteps was heard again in the woods not far away. Although the voice was still far away, the bad thing was that the other party was chasing us. At this time, Shimei opened his somewhat weak eyes and looked at Tang Hao and said, "Try again and see where is safe." Upon hearing this, Tang Hao did not dare to delay and looked at the lotus in his mind again. At this time, Tang Hao discovered that the black color on one of the petals had disappeared, and all the lotus flowers turned gray. This means the direction is correct. If you want the lotus to continue changing into Snow White, you can only move towards the ancient ruins. Tang Hao quickly came to a conclusion. It will be safer to continue heading towards the ancient ruins according to our intuition. Also, I wonder if you have noticed that as we move towards the ancient ruins, we haven't lost our way again. After Tang Hao finished speaking, several people looked at the demon again. At this time, the demons were helpless. And she also noticed what Tang Hao said later. It seemed the only way to stay safe was to approach the ancient ruins. Although Chimei still had some resistance in her heart, thinking of the terrifying monster in the gray fog, she could only helplessly say, "Push your full force to approach the ancient ruins." We can only pray that the mystery of the ruins can block the strangeness of the gray fog. After making the decision, everyone no longer hesitated and headed towards the ancient monument with all their strength. At this moment, Tang Hao, whose eye of tracks was activated, suddenly heard a whisper. Come to me. Chapter 73 Thatched Hut, we finally meet. What's that noise? Did you hear any strange voices just now? While retreating towards the ancient ruins, a whisper suddenly sounded in Tang Hao's ears. It was very abrupt, but it was as if someone was whispering in his ear, which made Tang Hao, who was running, couldn't help but ask the person next to him. Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao, who were running, looked surprised at Tang Hao's question. Xiao Hao Hao, there is no sound. After Lu Yaoyao finished speaking, Gu Yan also shook her head. How come? I was sure I heard something. If there is anything, let's talk about it after we are safe. At this time, Shimei, who had received a healing ray and recovered a little, took over the conversation. She also heard Tang Hao's question, but she also didn't hear any sound. However, she had seen many strange things happen to Tang Hao, and she was now secretly wondering what Tang Hao had heard. Could it be related to the monster behind me? But the demons didn't have time to think too much, because 3 or 4 kilometers didn't take too long for them to run at full speed. At this time, the ancient monument not far away was already in sight. It was indeed as Chunyan said, it was a thatched house built on a hill, and in front of the house was a small farmyard surrounded by a fence. When the group climbed the hill and arrived in front of the farmyard, everyone stopped. Is the thing behind still chasing us? Everyone stood in front of the yard, not daring to move forward. At this time, someone looked behind him and saw that there were still layers of gray fog in the distance coming towards them. At this time, everyone will face a choice. Should I continue running across the ancient ruins in the direction behind it or simply enter the ancient ruins? Everyone turned their eyes to Tang Hao at the same time. Because no one is sure about either option. Now we can only pin all our hopes on Tang Hao's strange perception. Seeing this, Tang Hao did not dare to jump to conclusion and quickly activated the tracking eye state. For a moment, Tang Hao looked at the lotus in his mind. The 12-petal lotus was still gray, showing no signs of turning snow white. This meant that they were always shrouded in disaster, and as they stopped, the gray fog kept approaching, and the 12-petal lotus showed signs of turning black again. I'm afraid that once the gray fog completely covers them, they will be in great danger. So how do we avoid it? Tang Hao first tried to cross the small thatched house to see if it would be okay to continue in the original direction. As a result, just as he passed the thatched hut and continued forward, the next second, a petal of the lotus in his mind turned black. Tang Hao continued to verify and took a few more steps. Then, the second petal of the lotus also began to show signs of turning from gray to black. Now Tang Hao was completely certain that if everyone continued to move towards the core of the alien space, they would be in great danger. The only thing that could bring them a chance of turning around was that thatched hut. Tang Hao. At this time, someone outside began to call Tang Hao, because during this period of time the gray fog approached and the footsteps became clearer. They don't have much time left. Everyone enter the ruins. Want to enter? Although some people were mentally prepared when they approached here, they were still hesitant when they actually entered. Because according to rumors, no good thing will happen to anyone who enters the ancient ruins. Unfortunately, there is no time to hesitate now. A pair of scarlet pupils appeared in the gray fog, and just one look at them made my heart tremble. Walk. The demon was still very decisive. Because she knew very well that in her current state, it would be difficult for her to protect everyone if she went any deeper. By then, she would either be caught up by the gray fog or killed by the strange beast. Instead of doing this, it would be better to take a gamble on Tang Hao's unique perception. With the order from Qimei, others also began to enter. Less than a minute after they entered, the gray fog had completely enveloped them. Suddenly, fog that was difficult to see through with the naked eye enveloped the entire farmyard. But everyone was soon surprised to find that the gray mist actually penetrated the fence and floated into the yard. At the same time, although the sound of footsteps continued to be heard in the gray fog, as if it was just outside the yard, the other party did not break in. This immediately gave everyone a lot of confidence. It seems that they are safe for the time being. But then the problem arose. They were now surrounded by gray fog and couldn't get out at all. At the same time, they also don't know what terrible things might happen if they stay in the ancient ruins for a long time. After all, many people have experienced all kinds of strange things while walking around in ancient monuments, and most people have either disappeared or gone crazy. As for asking for help from the outside world, that is even more impossible because there is no electronic signal at all. Sister Qimei, what should we do now? Shanluo was originally a very lively girl, but at this time she was much more well-behaved, because everyone had just walked through the gates of hell, and who wouldn't be scared? When Qimei heard Qianluo's question, he glanced at everyone and saw that Bei Han, Yuling, and even Gu Yan had worries in their eyes. What was happening before their eyes was completely beyond their understanding. Qimei knew very well that she must not panic at this time, or at least she must not show any nervousness, otherwise it would only increase their anxiety. Rest well first. No matter what you face next, you have to take good care of your body to get through it, right? Hearing this, the others could only nod subconsciously. During the rest period, Shen Yun and Gu Yan, who were in the best condition, were on guard, while the others rested when they needed to rest and absorbed skills when they needed to absorb skills. To everyone's surprise, there was no movement at the ancient monument until late at night. This made everyone feel greatly relieved. After a night, the demon's condition had recovered a lot, with only some minor internal injuries. Yuling also successfully absorbed the skills last night. Everyone should be happy, but who can be happy when seeing the gray fog outside showing no signs of dissipating? While everyone was worried, Tang Hao was also distressed. Just last night, he activated the Eye of Trails more than once in the hope of finding a safe way out. It's a pity that although the lotus in my mind has faded a lot, it is still not Snow White. This means that although everyone is safe now, the disaster has not been completely dissipated. Actually, that's true. As long as the gray fog outside doesn't dissipate, they will sooner or later die in the courtyard because of running out of supplies. During this period, Tang Hao heard the previous whispers again. Come to me. Comparing the previous words, Tang Hao was now certain that the source of the whispering sound was the ancient courtyard in front of him. But where is there a living person in this empty farmyard? Where is the other party? What did he mean by come before him? What will happen if I get in front of him? Countless questions lingered in Tang Hao's mind, making him extremely distressed. After 7 days, the courtyard was divided into 2 areas for men and women, with a curtain hanging in the middle. On the 8th day, the demon finally couldn't sit still anymore. Because the gray fog never dissipated, it shattered the last bit of hope in everyone's hearts. We have to do something, otherwise we will be trapped to death. Faced with life and death, the people who had previously been afraid of ancient monuments finally decided to take action. The first target was the thatched hut that he had never dared to step into. The moment everyone stepped into the thatched hut hand in hand, looking from the courtyard, Tang Hao and his group who had entered earlier seemed to have disappeared, and the entire courtyard became empty again. As for the people who entered, they finally relaxed after waiting for a while. Nothing happened? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and began to check the house. A thatched house that looks like an ancient folk house. What kind of furniture is this? It looks like it's from the Qin and Han dynasties, but it seems even older. Here's a bamboo slip, the words on it are not very recognizable. When several women began to gather around a bamboo slip to identify it, the scene in front of Tang Hao suddenly began to blur. Then the whispering sounded again. We finally meet. Chapter 74, People in the Ancient Monuments, Origin of Different Space. When the scene in front of Tang Hao became clearer, he was surprised to find that he was no longer in the thatched hut. What comes into view is a dim stone chamber, with a faint fluorescent light emitting from the surrounding walls, illuminating the entire space. What about the others? The sudden change in environment made Tang Hao a little nervous. He didn't know what happened to the others. However, a soothing voice soon came from the darkness. "Don't worry, they are all safe. I just wanted to talk to you." Hearing the sound, Tang Hao immediately looked forward, following the source. In the dim light, a figure swayed slightly, and the surrounding fluorescence began to brighten. This allowed Tang Hao to see a figure sitting cross-legged not far away. The other person's appearance at this moment was like an illusory projection, and the whole person matched the dim environment. If the other party had not spoken actively, Tang Hao would have found it difficult to even notice the presence of a figure there. "Who are you?" Tang Hao looked at the shadow with a wary look on his face, secretly shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that there was someone in the ancient ruins, and the other party could even forcibly grab him and bring him in front of him. As for the shadow, he was in a trance for a while after listening to Tang Hao's question, but did not answer Tang Hao's question. Instead, he changed the subject and said, "You are trapped here now. Even if I don't do anything to you, you will die sooner or later. Don't you want to take them out alive?" Tang Hao was very surprised when he heard the words of the phantom. He didn't expect that the existence in the ancient ruins not only had no intention of harming him, but instead intended to provide help. Why does the other party do this? It seemed as if he had guessed the doubts in Tang Hao's heart. The shadow continued, "What is given must be in return. It's just that you don't have the ability to repay right now. But it doesn't matter. I can wait. In other words, if the other party helps you now, will you repay him or in the future when you are able to do so? This kind of business seems to be feasible. Anyway, they have been forced into a desperate situation, so any solution will do." Tang Hao's tone softened as he asked, "What should I call you? And how are we going to get through that gray fog? A name is just a symbol. Just call me Mao. Mao. This name is really random." Tang Hao also saw that the other party did not want to reveal his identity. In this case, he did not continue to ask. Then Mao said, "As for that gray fog, it's impossible for you to get through it alone. I need some time to gather my strength. When the time comes, I will help you contain the gray fog." Hearing Mao's answer, Tang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that everyone had a chance of survival. However, when he asked the other party for the specific time, Tang Hao wiped away a cold sweat. Because the little time the other party mentioned turned out to be a month. Calculating the time, by the time they leave, the college will have started and the elite competition will have begun. What about their summer special training? Why? You care about this little bit of time? Hearing the other party's question, Tang Hao hesitated slightly and then told them about the elite competition. He hoped that the other party could shorten the time a little. However, this hope is obviously not easy to achieve. Mao also said, "I can't compress the time, but helping you improve your understanding is not difficult." After Mao finished speaking, Tang Hao was surprised. He didn't expect that the other party would not only help him survive, but also help him improve his strength. For a moment, Tang Hao almost thought that this was a paradise where any wish would be granted, rather than some notorious ancient monument. "Then let's get started." As he spoke, Tang Hao couldn't wait to tell others the good news. However, Mao asked Tang Hao not to worry for the time being, as he had another matter to discuss with Tang Hao. "Tell me about the world today." Tang Hao answered Mao's question very readily. After all, it was not a secret, just a piece of history. After a long while, Tang Hao recounted the situation outside, and Mao was silent for a while. Then the other party spoke quietly. "It seems that the moment has finally arrived." That moment? Listening to the other party's sigh, Tang Hao felt that the shadow in front of him must know many secrets. Tang Hao has been thinking about a question since just now. Who is the phantom who calls himself Mao? Or people from a certain era? At first, Tang Hao thought that the other party might be a powerful awakener who had accidentally entered the place earlier, or even an elite-level existence. However, as the conversation progressed, Tang Hao finally confirmed it. Mao was an ancient man, a person who lived in the distant ancient times. Everything about him was like a fog. Now Tang Hao was very interested in the moment the other party mentioned. He always feels that this may be related to the appearance of an alien space in the real world. If this is true, Tang Hao might be able to learn some of the truth about the world from the mouth of the phantom in front of him. So Tang Hao asked carefully, what does that moment refer to? Is it related to the appearance of the alien space now? After Tang Hao asked the question, Mao glanced at Tang Hao and the atmosphere became somewhat silent. Tang Hao originally thought that the other party was not going to tell him about this. But I didn't expect the other party to still speak, and the first thing he said was shocking news. That's right. The moment I'm talking about is the appearance of the alien dimension. This is a signal, indicating that the fragments of the ancient mountain and sea realm are reuniting. Eventually they will merge into one, forming a complete mountain and sea world. Mountain and sea realm? Classic of mountains and seas? Isn't that a legend from mythology? Tang Hao's head was buzzing after hearing this. However, there was one thing that concerned Tang Hao, and that was that the classic of mountains and seas recorded many rare and exotic beasts, many of which seem to have been confirmed in some alien space. Is there really any connection between the two? There is no doubt that what Mao said was very explosive, and Tang Hao was unable to calm down for a while. You mean to say that those alternate dimensions and the blue planet are all part of that mountain and sea realm? Now that alternate dimensions have reappeared, reality and those alternate dimensions will merge in the near future, giving birth to a new world. Then what will humans in reality do then? There is no doubt that the reason why the human beings on Blue Star can live and work in peace and contentment is entirely due to the constraints of tens of millions of awakened people and the alien space itself. Once the Great Fusion begins, it will be equivalent to the collapse of the wall that has been trapping the strange beasts. At that time, the strange beasts, which far outnumber humans and are extremely powerful, will pour out. What kind of scenario will the human world face at that time? Hell, that is definitely an extremely terrifying hell scene. By that time, the few awakened ones will be unable to protect the humans on Blue Star. But just when Tang Hao was worried about a moment in the future, Mao said, "Don't worry, this is a result that many people have speculated long ago. When that moment comes, a special person will stand out. And you're the one I'm betting on." Chapter 75, Subverting Three Views, Ancient Relics Reward. Tang Hao was very surprised to hear Mao's answer. He didn't expect that the other party would place such high hopes on him after just their first meeting. Did the other party see something? His system was exposed? With a hint of caution, Tang Hao asked, "This is just our first meeting, right? I can understand that you help me and I give you something in return. But you directly assert that I will be that special existence. What basis do you have for this?" After Tang Hao asked, the shadow stared at Tang Hao for a while. Then he said, "The answer is simple, because I can't see through your fate." Fate? Although the fates of some of you are unclear, I can more or less glimpse some clues. But for you, when I look into your future, I only see an illusion. This strangeness makes me believe that you have the potential to be that special person. As Tang Hao listened to these words, he felt that what the other party said was becoming more and more mysterious. The other party's next words left Tang Hao even more confused. Speaking of which, the power system of your era is truly terrible. In our time, both men and women could freely wield power. But nowadays, your men have no fighting power, and your women are full of aggressiveness. This is a complete reversal of yin and yang. It seems that something happened later that I don't know about, which led to the current situation. As a result, some people with ideas who want to enter this era will probably have a headache. Just thinking about it, it would be an interesting scene. As Mao was talking, Tang Hao actually felt that the other party was giving a wicked smile. Looking at the smile on the other person's face, Tang Hao was speechless. The mysterious and majestic impression that the other person had previously planted in his heart was showing signs of collapse. Could this guy be a sinister person? Of course, this thought only flashed through Tang Hao's mind, and he would not ask it out loud. But just as Mao Du grinned evilly, his shadow began to flicker. This instantly made Mao's smile disappear. It seems that our private conversation will not last long. After all, the power I can mobilize now is too little. The next second, Tang Hao discovered that the dark stone chamber in front of him began to dissipate, and the phantom was also disintegrating. At the last moment, Tang Hao heard Mao's voice again. "Remember, don't reveal my existence. It will do you no good." Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed in front of Tang Hao's eyes, and in an instant, Tang Hao's consciousness seemed to fall from a height of 10,000 meters. The moment it touched the ground, Tang Hao and the thatched hut suddenly jumped up with a start. This scared the worried women surrounding him. "Xiao Hao, what happened to you just now?" Lu Yaoyao was the first to step forward to check on Tang Hao. Gu Yan also looked at Tang Hao's frightened expression with concern. Faced with everyone's concerned eyes, Tang Hao took a few deep breaths before his emotions gradually calmed down. At this time, Jimei spoke up. Just now, not long after we examined the bamboo slips, you suddenly fainted. How do you feel now? Is there anything wrong or uncomfortable? After hearing Jimei's words, the others looked at Tang Hao worriedly. At this moment, Tang Hao subconsciously wanted to tell what he had just experienced, but Mao's last words echoed in his mind. Then Tang Hao fell silent. After thinking for a while, Tang Hao said, I just went to a very strange place. Went somewhere else? At this moment, Jimei and others were all surprised. They witnessed Tang Hao right in front of them the whole time, and it was impossible for him to leave. Could it be that he had a nightmare? However, if it were just a place, it would be fine, but this is a historical site, and any impossible thing may happen. At this point, Jimei had to ask carefully, do you remember what happened? Did you get any information about this ancient site? Right now everyone is trapped here. Although they don't feel anything for the time being, this is definitely not a good place. If we could get some information about this place, maybe we could increase everyone's chances of survival. As for Tang Hao, after a brainstorming session, he decided to tell everyone a white lie. So he said, I don't know what other ancient monuments are like, but the ancient monuments here are very strange. I seem to have experienced a series of tests just now. I have forgotten what kind of test it was. The final result showed that I passed the test of the ancient ruins, and then a voice told me that you can get the inheritance reward if you pass the test. Then I suddenly woke up. After Tang Hao finished speaking, the scene fell silent. A group of girls looked at Tang Hao in disbelief, and everyone was thinking the same thing in their hearts. Isn't Tang Hao confused in his sleep? I've only heard of ancient relics eating people, but I've never heard of ancient relics being passed down. After a period of silence, Xian Luo and Lu Yaoyao were the first to lose their patience. Anyway, seeing that Tang Hao was not in any serious trouble, the two girls laughed and said, Xiaoao, you must have had a long dream while sleeping. What about the inheritance reward? That's right, as long as you're fine, you can dream whatever sweet dreams you want, huh? The two women finished their conversation with a smile, and the atmosphere seemed to relax a little. As I said, it's a blessing that Tang Haoren is safe. At this time, the demon shook his head slightly, Chenyan spread his hands, and Gu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Others like Beihan, Niechingqing, and Yuling all looked relieved. A sudden and loud voice suddenly resounded in the thatched hut. Examiner C2648, since you have passed the assessment, I hereby issue you a reward. Ha! What? For a moment, everyone felt completely out of place, as if their worldview had been eaten by a dog. It's actually true. Tang Hao didn't lie, Guji really gave out assessment rewards. Could it be that everyone's guesses about the estimates have been wrong all along? The ancient monuments are actually ancient places of heritage, and you can get rewards as long as you pass the assessment. Wow, it turns out those people died or went crazy because they failed the test. At this moment, even Shen Yun was excited by the huge discovery before him. She couldn't wait to report this discovery to her superiors, believing it would cause a huge shock. As for Tang Hao himself, he was also in tears at this moment. Brother, you are my real brother. I was just talking nonsense, but you actually did it. You really made me proud. At this moment, everyone's mood was extremely complicated. But before everyone had time to continue imagining, the loud voice continued. You will receive a 1-month enlightenment inheritance. You will be safely transported away from here in a month. The inheritance reward is now open. Buzz. An extremely mysterious power was released in the thatched hut, and the others were surprised that they were also wrapped in the inheritance. Is this a blessing from God? Then strange thoughts came to the women's minds. So this is how the dark system works. So this is what the lightning element experience is like. Turn out to be. One after another, insights began to spread in the girls' hearts, and everyone felt extremely surprised. It was as if the writer was stuck in a trance and inspiration burst out like a spring at this moment. No one dared to slack off and sat down immediately to cherish this hard-earned inheritance reward. Just when everyone was concentrating their attention and trying their best to comprehend, a group of uninvited guests arrived from outside the gray fog. Chapter 76, Ascension and Explosive Return. 3 days ago, the military in the jungle received news that someone passing by the ancient ruins discovered a gray fog stretching for several kilometers. If it were somewhere else, the military might not have paid much attention to it, but the area shrouded in grey fog was actually where the ancient ruins were located. This has to attract the military's high attention. The existence of ancient monuments has always been the focus of attention from all parties, and many people believe that those monuments may hide the secret of the sudden appearance of another space. So after learning that there might be changes to the ancient monument, the military immediately sent people to investigate. At this time, 3 members of the military's Special Investigation Division were standing hundreds of meters away outside the grey fog. Lu Yin, Huo Ling, Wei Yuan. All 3 of them are high-level awakening masters, which is enough to show the importance the military attaches to this ancient monument incident. However, as soon as the 3 of them approached the grey fog, they encountered obstacles in their investigation. With the shrill cries of strange beasts coming out of the grey fog again, another attempt was declared a failure. At this time, Huo Ling, who had short hair, came to the top of the tree where Captain Lu Yin was standing and said helplessly, "Captain, including the group that was driven away just now, 3 waves of alien beasts have entered the grey fog, but so far not a single one has come out alive. Right now, we only know that the grey fog is very dangerous, but we don't know anything else." At the same time, Wei Yuan also returned to report. "Captain, we've discovered signs of outsiders entering one of the locations leading into the ruins, including a marking indicating our military's guidance." "Oh?" Lu Yin, who had been observing silently with a telescope, frowned slightly on her pretty face. There are very few military leaders, but they are all elites, and each of them has the hope of being promoted to a high-level awakening master. A mark appears here now, which may mean that the military has lost an excellent high-level seed. Go back and investigate the guides who recently went out and report the dangerous situation of the grey fog to your superiors. Bring enough supplies with you when you return. This grey fog is too dangerous. We may have to stay here for a long time to observe." After Lu Yin finished speaking, Wei Yuan wrote down all of this and then turned and headed towards the exit of the dense forest. As he watched Wei Yuan leave, Huo Ling sighed softly as he looked at the grey mist shrouded in the ancient ruins. "Those who entered are probably already." Hearing this, Lu Yin put down the telescope and said, "Now is not the time to sympathize with those people. This grey fog gives me a bad feeling. I just hope this terrible situation doesn't spread further, otherwise the consequences will be unpredictable. As for those who unfortunately strayed into it, all we can do is mourn for them." After they finished speaking, they stopped talking and just stared at the grey fog quietly. Time passed day by day. A month later. On this day, a loud voice suddenly came to the ears of everyone who was immersed in the improvement of their understanding. The inheritance reward has ended, and the examinees will be sent away soon. At the same time, another voice sounded in Tang Hao's heart. "I have accumulated enough strength to escort you safely out of the grey fog." Hearing Mao's voice, Tang Hao immediately expressed his gratitude in his heart. During this month, Tang Hao has made great progress while waiting. He had just entered the 2nd level and now he has almost completed the 3rd level. It can be said that in just half a year, Tang Hao completed the journey that took Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao 3 years to complete. Tang Hao is now a genuine 3rd level awakening master, and has even approached the 3rd level perfection level. This gave Tang Hao's own blue bar a significant boost. There will be less pressure to release those intermediate skills later. At this time, accompanied by Mao's voice, the others woke up one after another. Everyone just felt like they had a long dream. In the dream, everyone was practicing tirelessly and infatuatedly, and even physiological problems did not occur. That state of practice was really wonderful. And then the women exclaimed one after another. "Yeah. I got promoted to level 5. Lu Yaoyao was the first to open his mouth and shout in surprise. Then there were 2 more. Nye Qingqing and Yu Ling. Both of them were originally at level 4, but after a month of practice they were directly promoted to level 5. This is the level upgrade for a mid-level awakener, and the accumulation required is far beyond the beginner level. It was like a dream that the improvement happened, and the 3 of them were extremely excited. Then Gu Yan, Bei Han, and Shen Luo also found that they had been promoted to level 4, and their status after the promotion had become stable. Before the 3 of them could get excited, Shen Yin over there was even more surprised to find that she had also been promoted. The next second, Shen Yin flashed in front of Tang Hao. With a loud thud, Shen Yin kissed Tang Hao hard on the cheek in front of everyone else. "Little guy, this assessment reward of yours is really great. I, your sister Yun, have just been promoted to level 6 and reached level 6 perfection in one go. My god, I thought this step would take years, but I didn't expect to achieve it in one night's sleep." After Chen Yun finished speaking, he still felt unsatisfied and wanted to have another bite. But then he discovered that Tang Hao was being pulled away by a force. It was the demon who made the move. The charm in the other person's eyes reached its peak at this moment, and his body naturally exuded a captivating fragrance. Sister, I won't say anything more. If I can successfully advance to the elite level in the future, I will definitely credit you with the credit. After saying this, Chimei did not hesitate to mark Tang Hao's other cheek. Seeing Tang Hao flirting with Chen Yun and Chimei one after another, the others were about to protest. But the next second, there was a vibration in the thatched hut. Everyone put aside their other thoughts, they knew the time to leave had come. Then, a thick light enveloped everyone, forming a ball of light. A huge beam of light shot out, and the originally dense gray fog was pierced through by the beam of light to create a passage. And everyone followed the short passage opened in the ball of light and went straight out of the gray fog. When the light faded away, Tang Hao still remembered Mao's voice in his mind. Leave here and become that special existence. I'm waiting for you to come back to me one day. As the words fell, the passage in the gray fog slowly closed. At the moment the passage was completely closed, a ferocious figure flashed in the passage, and a pair of scarlet eyes looked at everyone. The group had already prepared to escape again. But unexpectedly, the gray fog did not chase them this time. Everyone could only guess that the existence of the ancient ruins was more attractive to the gray fog than to them. Tang Hao and others had just begun to plan their next move when three groups of people rushed towards them from a distance. When the two sides look at each other face to face, Tang Hao and others didn't feel anything yet. But on the other side, Lu Yin and the other two girls couldn't help but feel shocked in their hearts. Someone actually walked out safely from the ancient ruins shrouded in gray fog. Not to mention the weirdness of the gray fog, even if we only talk about the fact that there are survivors in the ancient ruins, it is definitely explosive news. They swallowed their saliva at this moment and had already anticipated how much of a sensation the outside world would cause next. Chapter 77 Three Strong Laborers, A Big Lie. The sudden appearance of three figures surprised Tang Hao and his group, especially since the strength of the three was far higher than theirs, and they were suspected to be high-level awakening masters. However, before Tang Hao and the others could ask, Lu Yin and the other two immediately revealed their identities and said, "We are from the military's Special Investigation Department. We have something to ask you. Please don't worry." After Lu Yin finished speaking, she took out the IDs of the three of them. Seeing this, Chen Yun immediately stepped forward to verify. Shen Yun quickly checked and confirmed that these three people were indeed from the military's Special Investigation Department. Lu Yin and the other two soon realized that Shen Yun was the guide who had disappeared earlier. The four of them established initial trust. With Chen Yun's endorsement, Tang Hao and others immediately felt relieved. But at this time, the evil spirits among them were looking at the three high-ranking military officers who suddenly appeared and were planning something. At this time, Lu Yin began to ask, "Shen Yun, please tell me what exactly you experienced? This involves ancient relics, so the higher-ups are taking it very seriously." After Lu Yin finished speaking, Shen Yun immediately reported in accordance with his military duties. But the next second, a hand was placed on Shen Yun's shoulder, interrupting their conversation. "Sister Chimei?" Shen Yun turned his head and looked at Chimei with confusion in his eyes. The latter just smiled charmingly and signaled Shen Yun not to speak for the time being. Seeing someone interrupting their inquiry, Lu Yin and the other two women frowned slightly, then patiently said, "Please don't interfere in our internal military affairs. The situation here is of great importance to the higher-ups, and we must report this as soon as possible." In response, Chimei said calmly, "If you want to know the information here, then do something for us in exchange. The students under my command are now lacking in skills and need someone to help them acquire them. But our time is really limited, and I am too busy to handle everything. I was already worried about this, and it is just right that you came. I can let Shen Yun leave first to report what's happening outside, but the three of you must stay and work for me in exchange. How about that? This way, neither you nor us will be delayed, and everyone will be happy." After Chimei finished speaking, Tang Hao and the others were stunned, while Lu Yin and the other two from the Military Investigation Department also widened their eyes. "Are you kidding me? These three are all members of the military Special Investigations Division, and now they're babysitting a group of students? How could they have the time?" The three of them refused without thinking. But then Chimei suddenly said, "I'm afraid you can't refuse this matter. Otherwise, it will be your responsibility if the military intelligence transmission is delayed." Hearing this, Lu Yin and the other two girls looked at the evil spirit with almost incredible eyes. "Is this person speaking sensible words? It's obvious that you covet the three of us strong laborers, but you use such high-sounding words to suppress us." Hearing this, Huo Ling and Wei Yuan behind Lu Yin were already a little unhappy. They were high-level awakening masters, and even if they followed the tradition of the military and civilians being one family, they couldn't let others bully them like this. Isn't the other party being unreasonable? And seeing that the two people behind Lu Yin were dissatisfied, Shimei then said, "Don't be unconvinced. I'll tell you something." Shen Yun's ability to safely retrieve the information this time had nothing to do with her own abilities. It can be said that she survived by relying on the strength of the team, and it is not excessive to ask her to make some contributions now for the needs of the team. I said, "You guys stay," and she goes back outside to report. This is the best of both worlds. If you are not willing to cooperate, I will be very disappointed. Disappointment? Huo Ling and Wei Yuan originally wanted to say that your disappointment has nothing to do with them. But before he could finish his words, a heart-pounding aura emanated from the demon. In just a moment, Lu Yin and the other two girls felt a huge pressure. The three of them were all shocked. Level 9. Moreover, the person in front of them had reached the 9th level of perfection, otherwise he would not have brought them such great pressure. So the question is it possible for 3 level 7 awakening masters to win against a level 9 perfect master? There's no suspense at all. At this moment, Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and said, You are the holder of the blood medal who mortgaged the negative merit. Is it her? Huo Ling and Wei Yuan behind Lu Yin's face changed when they heard this. Obviously, after that incident, the jungle military concluded that Chimei's behavior was a complete fraud. So the military quickly began to investigate the identity of the evil spirit. But the news they received left them speechless. They didn't expect that Chimei was actually a habitual criminal with a long-standing reputation. There are countless forces that have been deceived by her, and countless people hate her to the core, but they just can't do anything to Chimei. Because the latter's strength has long been the best among the high-level ones, no one can do anything to her unless the elite level comes out. Over time, Chimei also earned the name of Enchanting Witch in the Scarlet Metal Circle. Anyway, any high-level awakening master would be terrified when she was mentioned and would want to stay away from her. Are you the Enchanting Witch? At this time, Huo Ling and Wei Yuan's faces turned black, and they had gradually accepted their fate. If they are caught by this female devil, there is no chance of them escaping. Forget it. We'll admit defeat. As long as Chen Yun can report the news in time, we'll just do you a favor. At this time, Lu Yin and the other two girls were in complicated moods. When they met this cruel and ruthless witch, they couldn't beat her, and it was impossible to reason with her. What else could they do except accept their fate? Anyway, as long as it doesn't delay the transmission of military intelligence, the three of them will just accept it. Seeing the three women looking so sad, the demon sneered and did not forget the rule of giving a sweet date after a beating. Then he said to Lu Yin and the other two, "Don't be so half-dead. It will affect the hunting efficiency. Forget it, I'll just give you a sweet treat in advance. Chen Yun, tell him what our biggest gain was this time in there." Harvest? Lu Yin and the other two looked at Chen Yun in confusion. In their opinion, the fact that Tang Hao and his group were able to walk out alive was shocking enough. After all, before them, an elite-level being had gone crazy. It was a miracle that they were able to get out safely. At this time, Chen Yun said, "Sir, not only did we get out alive this time, but we also discovered the important secret of the ancient ruins. That is, there is a mysterious test in the ancient ruins, and the test will be triggered once someone who meets the requirements enters it. There are amazing rewards for passing the assessment. Just like me, I had just entered level 6 a month ago, but now I have reached level 6 perfection. Others have gained new insights into their talents. The most amazing one among them is Sister Chimei. She said that she has touched the threshold of breaking through to the elite level in just 1 month." After Chen Yun finished speaking, Lu Yin and the other two were truly shocked beyond words. Has the world always misunderstood ancient monuments? After learning that such an important piece of news had been passed on to the military, the three women were immediately excited and were no longer so opposed to doing hard labor. This scene made Chimei very satisfied. Just when everyone else at the scene was celebrating, Tang Hao and the crowd remained silent. It would be a lie for him to say that he was not panicking at this moment. He had the feeling that a small lie he had told was about to become a gigantic lie. Finally, Tang Hao looked at Chen Yun's excited back as he set off. He stretched out his hand and then dropped it weakly. Chapter 78, Return with Strength and Set Off. At this time, in the office of Jinling Awakening College. Dean, school has already started for a week, and tomorrow is the registration time for the National Elite Competition. None of the college's team members have returned yet, so it's time to consider new team members. A branch dean of Jinling College brought some people to the dean's office to discuss. The people brought here were none other than Xiao Hongfei's team, which had been defeated by Gu Yan's team before. After the summer vacation, Xiao Hongfei's team has made a lot of progress as a whole. At this time, he happened to hear that Gu Yan's team had lost contact during the summer vacation, which made him feel that the opportunity had come. So he quickly found a vice president of the college, hoping that he would propose to the college to replace the team members. In response, the old dean just said no indifferently. Upon hearing this, the vice president immediately objected and said, "President, by now we should all understand that those children were most likely killed in the jungle, and there's no way they'll come back. Apart from Gu Yan's team, the most outstanding team in the academy is Xiao Hongfei's team. Only they can carry the banner and become the new representative team." The vice president was also puzzled when he saw that the president looked like he was not going to listen. Although he had some selfish motives in helping Xiao Hongfei and the others this time, Jinling College could not send someone anyway. Seeing that the old dean had been refusing from beginning to end, the vice dean still wanted to speak for Xiao Hongfei and others. But at this time Xiao Hongfei finally couldn't bear it anymore. They had been here for over an hour and had said all the nice things they could, but the old dean, apart from being perfunctory at first, simply ignored them afterwards. This made Xiao Hongfei very unwilling. They were all students of Jinling Awakening Academy. They had only lost to Gu Yan's team due to a single wrong move, but their overall strength was not much different. He really couldn't understand what team could be stronger than them in the absence of Gu Yan's team. Seeing that Xiao Hongfei and others lost their patience and started asking questions, the old dean just took a sip of tea and then glanced at the time. At this moment, the old dean was actually very uneasy. He is waiting for a call. And if that call doesn't come in time, then it's possible that the Gu Yan team he had trained against all odds would really have to be replaced. If this happens, it will be a big blow to his work. Over there, Xiao Hongfei and others were already getting impatient. They were eager to get an explanation as to who else could represent the Jinling team besides them. The old dean's cell phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, the old dean finally felt relieved. They finally caught up in time. After the call was connected, the old dean responded with a few When he hung up the phone, the former vice president felt that the old president's aura had completely changed. All I heard was the old dean say, "Go get the bus ready for the Magic City. Our Jinling College representatives have arrived." Upon hearing this, the vice president thought of the phone call just now. He then said, "Could it be that Gu Yan's team has returned? If this is the case, then Xiao Hongfei's team is completely hopeless." At this time, the vice president looked at Xiao Hongfei and others helplessly. As for Xiao Hongfei himself, he also guessed something, but he was still unwilling to accept it. This summer, their entire team went to Gusa College for special training. They believed that they had made great progress and were far beyond the reach of Gu Yan's team. So Xiao Hongfei still wanted to fight for it again. "Dean, please allow us to compete with Team Gu Yan. Whoever is stronger will win back honor for the academy." After Xiao Hongfei finished speaking, the vice president shook his head slightly. Based on his understanding of the old dean, there is absolutely no way he would agree to this unreasonable request. However, this was beyond the vice president's expectations. The old dean actually smiled and nodded. "Sure, you can try it later when they arrive." After saying this, the old dean gave an ambiguous smile. This smile surprised the vice president. Something's wrong, it's totally wrong. He couldn't possibly not know the strength of Xiao Hongfei's team, so why did he agree? Isn't he afraid that the Gu Yan team, which he is in charge of, will fail? This definitely had a significant impact on him. Full of doubts, the vice president finally had no choice but to follow everyone to the college square. I don't know where the news came from, but many people knew that Gu Yan's team, which had been missing for a long time, had returned. Originally, this was nothing. But at this moment someone else came out with the news. Xiao Hongfei's team is about to challenge Gu Yan's team. The winner will represent Jinling Awakening Academy in the National Elite Competition. The key is that this has been approved by the dean. This suddenly became a shocking piece of news. So the next second, countless college students rushed to the college square. They all wanted to witness this rare game. Time passed minute by minute. After Xiao Hongfei and others waited for more than 10 minutes, the 7 members of Gu Yan's team returned one after another. Tang Hao saw Xiao Hongfei's team in the crowd, ready for battle. But before he could ask, someone came running over and told them what had happened. Dean's permission? When Shimei heard the news, he immediately looked at the old dean. This old man is probably taking this opportunity to show off. After all, I told him all about the strength of this team. The demon saw through the old dean's intentions at a glance. Of course, he also understood the pressure the old dean was under to replace him after their group disappeared. Those people have been nagging all day long. Now that there is such a chance to prove that their choice is absolutely correct, how could the old dean miss it? Tang Hao, let's have a competition between our two teams in front of all these people. Whoever wins will represent the Jinling team. Do you dare to accept this competition? Here it comes. Many students who got the inside scoop watched this scene excitedly. They had already imagined what kind of fierce battle would follow. However, unexpectedly, Tang Hao didn't even make a single rebuttal. They accepted it very calmly. This result once again greatly exceeded the vice president's expectations. As a veteran with many years of experience, he only realized that something was wrong at this moment. Oh no, I've been tricked. I've been used as a pawn. At this moment, he has realized that after one summer vacation, the improvement of Gu Yan's team must be amazing. Just as Xiao Hongfei waved his hand to ask Tang Hao and others to go to the competition venue, Tang Hao shook his head. Then Lu Yaoyao was the first to stand up. Xiao Hongfei, stop being a clown. There's no way you can beat us. Xiao Hongfei was about to refute when he heard this, but he was now a mid-level assistant and had mastered the second talent healing. In addition to Chang Lin, Wei Ping and him, the team has two new mid-level awakening masters. Such strength is simply beyond the reach of Gu Yan's team. But the next second Lu Yaoyao said, Xiao Haohao, sisters, let them see the gap between us now. As Lu Yaoyao finished speaking, Lu Yaoyao was the first to demonstrate his strength as a level 5 awakening master, followed by level 5 Yuling and level 5 Nieqingqing. The others are Gu Yan, who is at the intermediate level, Bei Han, who is at the intermediate level, and Xian Luo, who is at the intermediate level. Even Tang Hao, who was previously at the lowest level, is now at level 3 perfection. With such a powerful team, can Xiao Hongfei's team still have any chance of winning? And this is indeed the case. After Tang Hao and others released their own strength, all members of Xiao Hongfei's team were collectively shocked and dumbfounded, and then let Tang Hao and his party pass by. From beginning to end, I didn't dare to fart even once. At this point, with the old dean's face full of warm smile, Tang Hao and his group walked towards the college bus that had been prepared long ago. Goal: National Elite Competition. Chapter 79 Arrival, Qualifiers. That night, Tang Hao and his group arrived in Shanghai on the college bus. The bus finally stopped at a star-rated hotel in Minhang District, Shanghai. Ha! I'm finally somewhere where I can get some good sleep. As soon as she got off the car, Lu Yaoyao stretched her flexible waist. They haven't had a good night's sleep these days. The reason is very simple. First, they rush to hunt the exotic beasts they need in the dense forest to absorb their skills. After finally finishing this matter, he was invited by the Jinling officials for questioning. Although everyone had known that this incident with the ancient ruins was unusual, they were still a little surprised when the person asking the questions arrived. Not only were there representatives from the Jinling military and political sides responsible for the questioning, but 2 commissioners were also sent from Shengjing. At that time, the 4 people repeatedly asked questions about the ancient relics in the thatched house. By the end of the questioning, Tang Hao and his group were almost numb. After going over and over again, they only knew a little bit of the story. In the end, the 4 people still patiently said again and again with a pleasant face, "Please tell me again, young comrade." At first, Tang Hao and his companions thought that they did not believe what they said. It was not until he was released that he learned the reason from Chen Yun. It's not that the leaders don't believe our story. They hope that through repeated questioning, you can recall some details. Sometimes these things are inadvertently revealed during our repeated recollections. Tang Hao and others were speechless about this. In the end, the entire team, including Chimei, signed a confidentiality agreement, and only then were they allowed to be released to participate in the elite competition. This was also the reason why the dean of the college knew that Tang Hao and others had returned safely but could not tell anyone. It was not until the Jinling officials called him that he announced the news of Tang Hao and his group's return. They are still a little dazed until now. They had thought there would be a big commotion, but after the questioning, the outside world has been quiet and there has been no news at all. This is a good thing. They used to worry about being invited to have tea from time to time during the competition, but now they don't have that worry anymore. However, when Tang Hao and others came to the hotel lobby to check in, they found that there didn't seem to be many people staying in this hotel. Could it be that those teams were later than them and Haven Tea arrived yet? Listening to everyone's questions, the demon gave a few people a cold look. What are you guys thinking? Do you know how many teams there are in the National Elite Competition? There are 323 teams in total. Among them, there are 293 teams from prefecture-level cities, 4 teams from municipalities directly under the central government, 23 teams from provincial capitals, and 3 teams from special administrative regions Takang, Taiyou, and Taiwan. If you expect so many teams to stay in one hotel, wouldn't that be out of control? Even while you were being questioned, the Academy had already participated in the qualifying grouping on your behalf. There are 323 teams in this qualifying round, among which the top 3 teams from the previous round, Xingjing, Modu, and Yangcheng, automatically enter the qualifying round. The remaining 320 teams will be divided into 16 district groups, corresponding to the 16 districts of Shanghai, with 20 teams in each group. The top 2 teams in each group will advance to the qualifying round. However, even if you enter the qualifying round, you cannot relax, because the top 3 teams from the previous session will randomly challenge 3 teams from the top 32, and whoever wins will stay. If the top 3 teams lose, they will still be eliminated, but the possibility of this is extremely low. Also, I heard rumors that the rules of this challenge may be modified this year. The challenge targets for the top 3 teams will be drawn from the second place in each group, which is also to stimulate the enthusiasm of each team to qualify as the first in the group. Therefore, if you don't want to face the top 3 from the previous session sooner, then try your best to get first place in the group. First in the group. After listening to Chimei's explanation, everyone set goals in their hearts. At this time, the hotel check-in has been completed and the hotel front desk let everyone upstairs. During this period, Chimei said another piece of news. But you little guys are really lucky this time. The others looked at the demon in confusion. Chimei then said, according to the groupings in the preliminaries, we're the only provincial team among the 20 teams assigned to Minhang District. Furthermore, I took a look at the other 19 teams, and they're mostly from Anhui, Hubei, and Sichuan. Anhui, Hubei, Sichuan? Tang Hao was not sensitive to this information at all, but some people in the team, such as Gu Yan, Bei Han, etc., understood it instantly and showed joy on their faces. Seeing that Tang Hao didn't seem to understand yet, Lu Yaoyao complained softly. Oh, little Hao Hao is so stupid. Then, Chen Luo came over and put his arm around Tang Hao's shoulder, explaining to him, Tang Hao, you're only a freshman, so it's normal that you don't know some common sense about the Awakening Master Circle. Let me tell you and you will understand. Its development is different from that of some other provincial teams. The Awakening Division teams in these 3 places focus on centralized development, especially their provincial capital cities, which will initiate demands from other Awakening academies under them, and will transfer all the outstanding students from those Awakening academies under their jurisdiction to the Provincial Capital Awakening Academy. The provincial team will then be selected from these gathered students. In this way, although the provincial capital teams are powerful, the awakened teams in the prefecture-level cities below are in trouble. After Chen Luo finished speaking, Tang Hao quickly reacted. Once the outstanding students from the prefecture-level cities are taken away, it will be basically impossible for the remaining students to form a strong team. So, apart from your provincial team, the other teams in your group are basically the leftovers that were pieced together. This way, your chances of taking first place in the group will be very high. Chimei took over the sentence at this time, and the others nodded after hearing it. This can be considered as their previous saying in ancient monuments that those who survive a great disaster will be blessed in the future. Soon a group of people were led by the front desk clerk to the doors of their respective rooms. However, before everyone entered the room, several nearby doors opened. Then a quiet-looking girl came up and asked, "Excuse me, are you from the Jinling team?" Hearing this question, everyone nodded. Then the girl showed a happy expression on her face, and went to the other 2 rooms and knocked on the doors. Soon 2 more girls came out. One of them has short and lively hair, while the other has long and quiet hair. After hearing what the quiet girl said, the 2 girls looked at Tang Hao and his group, and the joy in their eyes was obvious. The 3 girls then came in front of everyone together. Before anyone else could react, Gu Yan stepped forward and asked, "Are you from the Langqing team, Anshan team, Josie team?" The 3 girls nodded in unison upon hearing this, and then Tang Hao saw the 4 of them chatting enthusiastically, and after a few words they became as familiar as sisters. What is going on? But before Tang Hao could think about it, Lu Yaoyao, who was rushing over, pulled his hand and walked over. Xiao Hao, Langcheng, Anshan, and Josie have always been the sister teams of our Jinling team. It's the most heartwarming thing to see them. Hey, maybe we'll get together tonight. Chapter 80, Match starts, Jinling team versus Gusa team. After simply packing up their things, the 7 members of Guyan's team gathered at an Anhui cuisine restaurant outside the hotel at the strong invitation of the 3 girls. During this time, a few people were planning to call Chi Mei, but she had something to do and went to pick someone up, so she didn't join in. In the restaurant, Tang Hao was a little restrained in front of the 3 girls at first, but as they talked over the table, they became familiar with each other. Tang Hao also knew the situation of the 3 people. The quiet girl that the 3 of them saw first was named Shinsini, from the Anshan team. Tang Hao had been to their unique alien space Yanku before. The next girl with short hair and a love for fun, who seemed to have become close friends with Lu Yaoyao and Shen Luo, was named Wang Yi and was from the Josie team. What is more famous about their place is a water park, and people from Anhui province and surrounding areas go there to play every year. During the meal, Wang Yi invited Tang Hao and others several times, asking them to visit their place when they have time, and that they would definitely be welcome. The last girl is named Zhu Liner, from the Langcheng team. She is said to be quiet but is actually a bit introverted. Originally, Tang Hao didn't pay much attention to her. After all, Shinsini and Wang Yi were so good at livening up the atmosphere that they were the ones setting the pace throughout the entire dinner. The reason why Tang Hao paid attention to Zhu Liner was because she and Yu Ling were whispering to each other in each other's ears at some point. Maybe this is what it means when people are divided into groups. However, this cheerful atmosphere gradually dissipated as time went by, and Shinsini and Wang Yi, who had drunk some wine, began to complain to everyone. We're actually very clear about the situation of these teams. They've basically all been eliminated in the first round. Rather than competing for results, the focus is more on participation. We had already prepared to go home after the qualifiers. But we have some resentment in our hearts. Resentment? At this time, Shinsini walked up to Gu Yan with a glass of wine in hand and said, "Captain Gu, we are completely hopeless, but you definitely have a lot to offer. E and I have only one wish: if you ever encounter the Badu team, please help us teach them a lesson." As soon as Shinsini finished speaking, Wang Yi, who had already drunk a bit too much, also spoke up, "That's right. If you follow Badu, you'll go hungry 9 times out of 3 days. We're having this meal today just to hope that if you run into the Badu team, you can beat them to death. It's like venting our grievances. We also agreed before we came here that if the Jinling team encounters any of our 3 teams in a match, we will all surrender without any trouble for you." Now that things have come to this, there is really nothing for Gu Yan's team to refuse. Lu Yaoyao and Shen Luo, who had become good friends with them before, had long been disgusted with Badu's plundering of the Awakening Academy below. The 2 drunkards immediately patted their chests and promised that they would teach Badu team a lesson if they had the chance. With the conclusion of this secret deal, the banquet finally came to an end. Finally, the 10 people returned to the hotel talking and laughing. After sending Shinsini, Wang Yi, and the other 2 back to their rooms, everyone thought they could finally have a good sleep and then prepare for the opening match tomorrow afternoon. However, when Tang Hao and his companions returned, they found that Chi Mei had been waiting for a long time, and next to her was a girl wearing a baseball cap, with a delicate face like a porcelain doll and a hip-hop style. The girl in the baseball cap frowned as soon as she saw Tang Hao and his companions. "You actually went out drinking the night before the game, and some of you were completely drunk. This is outrageous." After the girl finished speaking, Tang Hao and the others were all stunned. Who is this person? Why do I always speak in a lecturing tone as soon as I see them? However, before Tang Hao and the others could ask any questions, Chi Mei had already started introducing them with a sly smile. "Let me introduce you to Mu Xiaoyu, the second substitute player of your team." Substitute player? Several people were in a daze. They almost forgot that a complete team should consist of 6 regular players and 2 substitutes. This means that the Mu Xiaoyu in front of him is the rebellious girl that Chi Mei mentioned before, who took 4 years off from college. Seeing everyone staring at her in disbelief, Mu Xiaoyu didn't care at all and said, "Hey, these 2 people are drunk and unconscious. Can they still participate in tomorrow's competition? Are they going to use me, the finale player, on the first day?" The finale? Tang Hao was speechless. Although Mu Xiaoyu was very pretty, her temper and personality were really abnormal. But because everyone is a team member, Tang Hao patiently explained, "Don't worry, they will wake up tomorrow morning." And, strictly speaking, they didn't drink much, just 1 bottle of beer. Originally, Mu Xiaoyu was still skeptical after hearing the first half of Tang Hao's sentence. Looking at the looks of Lu Yaoyao and the other two, she didn't know how much they had drunk. But after hearing the second half of Tang Hao's words, he was completely stunned. What the hell? Can you drink like this with just a bottle of beer? Even if she can't drink much, she can at least drink 2 or 3 bottles of beer and still stay conscious. What happened to Lu Yaoyao and Qian Luo, who were already unconscious? This was probably the first time Mu Xiaoyu saw someone drunkard who drank a pound of liquor from a bottle of beer. The first formal meeting of the 8 members of Gu Yan's team produced an unexpected result. The next day, Lu Yaoyao and Qian Luo were revived with full health just as Tang Hao said. The two also played in the first qualifying match that afternoon. Mu Xiaoyu, who originally had some doubts about Gu Yan's team, gradually began to look at the team with admiration after seeing Lu Yaoyao burst out with level 5 strong attack power and others burst out with intermediate combat power one after another. However, according to Mu Xiaoyu herself, she would not bother to play unless she met a provincial team. Shimei did not object to this. After all, the group stage performance in Minhang District was not very good as mentioned before. Most teams don't even have a mid-level player. How can a group of beginner players fight against Gu Yan's team? This also led to Gu Yan's team winning the Huangzhou team and Shangfan team from Hubei province without any suspense. After winning the first 2 rounds, the group was reduced from 20 teams to 5. Unexpectedly, among the 5 teams there are also Josie team and Langqing team, which shows how poor the overall strength of this group is. In the end, the Jinling team won the first place in the Minhang District group stage as expected, while the second place was won by the Langqing team. After a few days of waiting and a challenge between the top 3 from the previous session, the top 32 were born. Next up is the knockout round. The results of the draw were quite exciting. The first game of the knockout stage, Jinling team vs Gusa team. Chapter 81 Competition Venue, Demon King Wenli. On the second day after the qualifying round, some teams that failed to advance to the top 32 had already started packing up and returning. But many people also chose to stay at their own expense. Among them are Shinsini, Wang Yi, and others. Even though we've been eliminated from the elite competition held every 3 years, it doesn't stop us from witnessing its end with our own eyes. You all need to do your best. At the hotel entrance in Minhang District, Shinsini and Wang Yi said they would stay to witness the entire game, while cheering for the 2 teams that had already boarded the bus to the knockout stage. The bus that picked up the 2 teams drove all the way to the suburbs. Unlike the previous qualifying rounds, the venue for the knockout rounds is said to be arranged in an alien space near the Magic City. After more than an hour's drive, the bus carrying the Jinling and Langqing teams finally arrived at their destination. Like other space nodes in other places, everyone got off the bus, went through security checks, and finally gathered at the official camp. A total of 32 teams gathered. Before the knockout round, the officials of Shanghai, the host city, said some polite words, and then the 32 teams began to walk towards the space node together. Among the many teams, there were 2 teams that were running neck and neck ahead of all the others. The auras of these 2 teams are completely different. Shengjing team and Modu team. The 2 teams are undoubtedly strong. In the previous challenge match, it was said that they only sent out half of the players and ended the game in a strong manner. At this time, it can be said that not only Tang Hao, but many others were paying close attention to the 2 teams walking in front. Countless people regard them as the ultimate goal of this competition. Just as everyone was observing the 2 teams, someone on the right side of one of the 2 teams in front suddenly turned around and looked behind. Tang Hao could see clearly that it was a young girl with the aura of a mature woman, and her clothes were very unique. While everyone was looking for clothes that would be convenient for fighting, she was wearing high heels and a cheongsam dress like a noble lady. This was enough to make Tang Hao stunned, but he didn't expect that the girl was playing with a small folding fan in her hand at this time. Tang Hao was just wondering why someone would dress like this during a competition. It was soon discovered that as the girl turned around, the people who had been observing the 2 teams. He turned around, not daring to look at the girl in front of him. Seeing everyone's reactions, Tang Hao was even more surprised at the identity of the mature girl. Who is she? At this moment, the girl in front suddenly stopped, her eyes fixed in one direction. Then Tang Hao was surprised to find that the other party's gaze was actually on him. The next second, many teams followed the girl's gaze and looked towards the Jinling team. Many of them were wondering why that person was paying attention there. After finding her target, the girl did not delay the team's progress. She just folded her folding fan lightly, glanced at Tang Hao with a smile on her face, and then stepped into the node of the different space. It was not until the girl disappeared that the crowd began to talk in groups of 3 or 4. Tang Hao also heard some words. What team is that over there? I think it's the Jinling team. Who is that boy? Why is that person looking at him deliberately? Discussions like these continued one after another, and for a time, the little-known Jinling team in the elite competition became the center of discussion. Tang Hao was completely confused by this. He still doesn't know why the other party did this. As time passed, Tang Hao and others soon crossed the space node, and then a huge basin that had obviously been transformed appeared in front of everyone. The basin not only has forests, rivers, small plains and other terrains, but also some hills. It can be said that the basin below gathers a large number of characteristics of different spaces and takes into account the development of all talents. Seeing this scene, many people in the team took a deep breath. There is really no choice for this competition venue. As expected of the Magic City, every move is magnanimous. At this time, the official in charge of the Magic City said, "You have 2 days to familiarize yourself with the competition venue below." After saying this, the person in charge gave some instructions about food and accommodation, and then the leaders of each team took their people to familiarize themselves with the venue. After the person in charge left, the 32 teams began to move towards the basin below. During this process, Tang Hao was originally teaming up with the Langqing team. But someone came to visit us along the way. Guess who I am? As a sweet voice sounded, Tang Hao's eyes were covered. Tang Hao didn't have to guess at all, he knew the identity of the person just by the smell. It's Senior Xiao, right? Tang Xiao, who was guessed by Tang Hao at once, waved her hands to express her boredom, and accused Tang Hao of using perception skills, which was cheating. Then Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao also came over to say hello. Tang Xiao did not come alone this time. She was accompanied by Qin Lan and Cheng Fong, whom she had met last time. Then Tang Hao began to introduce Tang Xiao and the others to others. When they learned that the other party was from the Chang'an team, the others were also very surprised. But since we are all of similar age, we quickly became familiar with each other. After getting acquainted with each other for a while, Tang Xiao suddenly approached Tang Hao and asked, "Little brother, I have a question for you. Do you know Wen Li?" "Wen Li? Who is that?" Tang Hao looked confused. Tang Xiao took a few glances before she was sure that Tang Hao didn't know him. "That's strange, why did Wen Li suddenly look at you and even smile at you? This is incredible, that's the big devil." Smiling at him? The devil? Tang Hao immediately knew the identity of the girl just based on this sentence. Is she the demon king of the Magic City team as rumored by the outside world? The devil's name turns out to be Wen Li. But I don't know her. Why is she looking at me? Wait, she's just looking at me, that doesn't mean she's necessarily looking at me. There must have been other people behind me at the time. As he thought about it, Tang Hao turned his gaze to the other members of the team. Beihan, Chen Luo, Yuling and the others were chatting casually with Qin Lan and Cheng Fong. The demon disappeared after coming here. As for Mu Xiaoyu, she also looked normal. In the end, Tang Hao just looked at Lu Yaoyao and Gu Yan. Gu Yan remained calm as he memorized the terrain, while Lu Yaoyao was pointing out the terrain along the way. They seemed to be fine. That's strange, why would the Demon King Wen Li of the Demon City team care about them? Unable to get an answer, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao could only put the matter aside. Just as Tang Hao and the other man were resolving their doubts, Lu Yaoyao, who had previously given various instructions on the terrain, secretly patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 82 The Five Guilds, the competition begins. 2 days passed in a flash. The 32-team elimination round of the National Elite Competition was held as scheduled. According to the results of the pre-draw, the first game will be between the Jinling team and the Gusu team. Unlike the previous qualifiers, the importance of the competition skyrocketed after entering the knockout stage. Before the game even started, many well-known awakening guilds began to take their seats in the audience seats. But unlike the outside world, the electronic signals in the alien space are usually extremely poor and cannot be transmitted. But it is unrealistic to let those spectators watch the game from several kilometers away. This is when perception assistance comes into play. There were more than a dozen high-level perception assistants distributed around the competition venue. These people were temporarily borrowed by the Magic City officials from the major awakening guilds for this competition. They can use their own perception abilities to clearly observe any changes on the playing field, and then use their perception functions to share the images they perceive. In this way, a viewing scene comparable to a live broadcast from the outside world is created. At this time, in the Jinling team's lounge. I've asked someone to find out, and this year's Gusu team is very strong. Not only are all of their members mid-level awakening masters, but their captain, Suruwatching, successfully advanced to a level 6 powerful attacker during the summer vacation. In addition to this only level 6, there are 3 level 5 awakening masters in the team. Finally, there is a level 4 defensive physical attacker and a level 4 auxiliary attacker. 1 level 6, 3 level 5s, and then 2 level 4s. This lineup is also very strong among the top 32 teams. How's it going? Have you developed any tactics based on the opponent's situation? Come on, everyone, express your opinions before the game. Listening to Chimei's question, Gu Yan, Beihan, and others in the lounge were all thinking. Judging from the strength on paper, the Gusu team is really strong. If it was before the summer vacation, there would really be no need for a comparison, but it is hard to say now. After thinking for a while, Beihan was the first to speak. If possible, I suggest luring Suruwatching away. It would be too stressful to have her on the front battlefield. If a level 6 assault master were to attack without any regard, the impact on us would be too great. Hearing this, Shan Luo said, it seems that we should adopt the same method we used to deal with Xiao Hongfei before, using Tang Hao's perception advantage to fire a shot and run away. If the other party insists on chasing us, we will split their team. Then we can use our local numerical advantage to wipe them out one by one, right? After Qian Luo finished speaking, Lu Yaoyao's eyes lit up. But this was quickly denied by Beihan. I'm afraid this method won't work. The other party has witnessed Xiao Hongfei's failure before, so they will definitely be prepared in this regard. If we foolishly use the same old tricks again, we might fall into the trap they have carefully prepared. Ha! Is that not possible? Shen Luo felt a little regretful, but when he thought about it, it made sense. Tang Hao easily defeated Song Ming's team the first time he used his perception skills, but the next day Nie Qingqing was on guard and cracked the problem using props. If this group of people were really foolish enough to release their level 4 skills right away, they would be in big trouble. But if we can't separate the enemy's people, wouldn't it be a waste of Xiao Haohao's perception talent if we attack head-on? The perception talent itself does not have combat power, but it is of great help in bridging the intelligence information gap before and after the war. They had no reason to give up Tang Hao's ability and choose to fight head-on. At this time, Gu Yan, who had been deep in thought, looked up and said, as early as 2 days ago when I knew we were playing against the Gusu team today, I had already asked someone for the Gusu team's information. I have also distributed it to you for your review. After 2 days of further analysis, I found that the Gusu team's strength on paper is indeed impeccable, but their team has a very unstable factor. Unstable factors? Upon hearing this, the others turned their eyes to Gu Yan. That unstable factor comes from one person, the captain of the Gusu team. Is it her, that's Suruwatching? Several people were puzzled. The opponent was the strongest one, a level 6 attacker. What unstable factors could there be in her? Level 6 assault master, first talent strength, second talent flexibility. The opponent's sixth skill is currently unknown, but the 5 known awakening skills are all extremely powerful. Moreover, according to the information, Suruwatching once created a record of killing several monsters of the same level alone, and also defeated many opponents of the same level who outnumbered him alone. Such an existence, its strength is really beyond words. But at this time Gu Yan gave a different opinion. Suruwatching's strength isn't a problem, the key issue lies in her personality. She's too proud and conceited. I've noticed more than once that she enjoys fighting multiple people, even taking it for granted. Having such strength is certainly difficult, but the opponent must also make adjustments that benefit the team based on the actual situation. However, Suruwatching did not have this awareness. All her actions were too self-willed, and she gave people the feeling that she was above the team. This is the unstable factor of the Gusu team. If we make good use of this point, we may be able to fight a good battle. Next is my selection of personnel and tactical arrangements for this game. While Tang Hao and others were making various arrangements in the lounge, the Gusu team's lounge on the other side was quiet, and everyone was just quietly waiting for the game to begin. Of course, this is not because they are too arrogant, but because they had already analyzed Tang Hao's various tactical arrangements and many ways to deal with Tang Hao before coming. After making sufficient preparations, the Gusu team was confident that they could cope with any changes on the battlefield. In addition, their original hard power was stronger than that of the Jinling team, so as long as they were careful and did not make any big mistakes, they would be able to win this battle. And just as the two teams were waiting for the game to begin, in the official largest sponsors box were several representatives of the Awakening Guilds. They are from Penguin Guild, Timal Guild and Down Guild respectively. In addition to these three major guilds, two semi-official guilds also temporarily came to the box. They are the Three Oil Guilds and the Stamp Guild. Originally, the heads of Timol and Douyin were just discussing the top 10 places this year as representatives. However, the sudden arrival of the Three Oil Guilds and the Stamp Guild broke this relaxed atmosphere. This also puzzled the representatives of the three major guilds. This is strange. These two guilds have close ties with the authorities. Why did they suddenly arrive? Unusual, could something have happened recently? Today's first game is between the Jinling team and the Gusu team. Which one are these two teams interested in? There is no doubt that the sudden arrival of the Three Oil Guilds and the Stamp Guild has released a certain signal in the eyes of the representatives of the three major guilds. At this time, they are hoping to interpret the meaning behind the signal. Unlike the crazy speculations of the representatives of the three major guilds, the leaders of the Three Oil Guilds and the Stamp Guild now fixed all their attention on the Jinling team slowly walking out of the lounge on the screen. Chapter 83, The Invisible Mark's First Appearance. Gu Yan, Tang Hao, Lu Yaoyao, Nie Qingqing, Yu Ling, and Mu Xiaoyu. These 6 people are the players of the Jinling team this time, while the remaining Beihan and Chen Luo stayed in the lounge. Just after the 6 people appeared, the official host announced the official start of the first elimination match of the elite competition. At this time, in addition to the ordinary spectators, the remaining 30 teams were also watching the game. The match should be a foregone conclusion. It all depends on how much strength the Jinling team can test against the Gusu team. I'm afraid it's difficult. This year's Suzhou team is no less impressive than the previous one. While many teams were chatting with each other, Tang Hao and his teammates were already moving forward quickly on the field. What was surprising was that both the Jinling team and the Gusu team on the other side were moving forward at full speed at this moment, without sending out any advance scouts. Interesting. Let's not talk about the Gusu team for now, after all, their strength is there. But why did the Jinling team do the same? They can't be so confident that they can go head-to-head with the Gusu team, right? Because the competition venue is so large, it takes several minutes for the two teams to meet even if they are moving at full speed at intermediate strength. Of course, in order to prevent one team from avoiding the battle, everyone's position will be forced to be exposed 2 hours after the game starts. At that time, even if you want to avoid the battle, it will be impossible. Logically speaking, the Jinling team is not a strong team. They should rely on the terrain to lure the Gusu team to attack and then launch a counterattack. The Gusu team also thought so in advance, but the result was unexpected. Both sides adopted the same strategy. After several minutes, the distance between the two teams kept getting closer, but at this moment Tang Hao suddenly stopped. Almost. If the opponent approaches quickly from the beginning as we speculate and adopts a fast break strategy, then this distance is the best buffer distance for us to come into contact with the opponent. Of course, if we guess wrong and the enemy takes a leisurely approach, we still have plenty of time. After Tang Hao finished speaking, Nie Qingqing and the team took out a prop from her body. It was the sensing tool Sentinel that Nie Qingqing had used before when she fought against Tang Hao and others. Tang Hao took over the Sentinel and asked everyone to wait where they were, while he went forward a few hundred meters alone to place the prop. As a perception-type support, the most frightening thing about him is that he can see the opponent's position in advance and use the information gap to take the initiative. This has been proven time and again by Tang Hao and others in previous college representative competitions. Unfortunately, the venue of this elite competition is too large. Even though Tang Hao has a mid-level earth perception skill, it can only cover a radius of 600 meters. He couldn't keep releasing this perception skill as it would consume too much energy. The presence of the sentinels helped Tang Hao eliminate this worry. With the sentinels' early warning, Tang Hao only needed to release his perception skills after the opponent entered the 600-meter range to accurately control the opponent's position. Time passed minute by minute, and about 2 minutes after Tang Hao returned, the sentry in front sent a warning. Tang Hao immediately saw the situation of the Gusu team through the feedback from the sentry. There were 6 people in the group, led by Su Ruwatching, followed by 4 female awakening masters who protected a male assistant in the middle. It seemed normal at this point, but Tang Hao soon discovered that Su Ruwatching was holding something that looked like a compass in his hand the entire time he was walking. At first glance, Tang Hao felt that this thing should be a prop. And in all likelihood, it's a perception item. Sure enough, the Gusu team is on guard against my perception skills. As expected before the game, although the Suzhou team is strong, they are not fools and have responded to the strengths of the Jinling team. If Tang Hao and the others still wanted to use the old strategy, they would deserve to be beaten. Let me see how strong the Gusu team is. At this time, all members of the Gusu team had entered the 600-meter range around Tang Hao. Seeing this, Tang Hao did not hesitate to activate the Eye of Track state, and then activated the Earth perception. In an instant, the scenery within a radius of 600 meters appeared in Tang Hao's mind. According to one of the skill characteristics of Earth perception, which is the ability to sense the strength of the target, Tang Hao relied on this characteristic, and with the help of the Eye of Tracks, he could instantly distinguish the other party's awakening level. There are 6 people in total, 1 at level 6, 4 at level 5, and only 1 at level 4. Based on his perception, Tang Hao determined that the one at level 4 should be the opponent's male assistant. But even so, the strength of the Gusu team is quite terrifying. Both the level 6 combat power and the level 5 number of people are greater than Tang Hao's side. And the information we gained wasn't just that. With the help of the Eye of Antiquity, Tang Hao also discovered the perception range of the compass in Su Ruoqing's hand. It was a circle of tiny ripples with a radius of about 300 meters. Normally, Tang Hao wouldn't have noticed it at all, but now, with the help of the Eye of Tracks, he even knew the range of this sensory tool. After obtaining several pieces of intelligence information from the other party, Tang Hao came to Gu Yan and others and shared the intelligence he had obtained with them. Soon a new battle plan was formulated. According to the plan, Tang Hao and Nie Qingqing stayed where they were, while the others retreated temporarily and would appear again when they were needed. Not long after, Su Ruoqing, who had been moving forward, gave a warning. At this moment, the compass in her hand began to swing, which meant that there was someone within 300 meters ahead. Finally made contact? With the previous experience of Xiao Hongfei being ambushed as a lesson, Su Ruoqing had people start to gather supernatural energy early this time and be ready for defense and counterattack at any time. As the group of 6 people continued to approach, the amplitude of the compass in Su Ruoqing's hand continued to increase, which meant that the other party's position was getting closer and closer. At a certain moment, as a layer of obstacles in front was removed, a skill that was not very offensive attacked the Gusu team. Without hesitation, Su Ruoqing swung the Overlord halberd in his hand and easily blocked it. But the result was unexpected. There was no reaction at all when the skills and weapons collided. Eccentric. Su Ruoqing felt a little strange about this attack. As for the attacker Tang Hao, he disappeared after a long-range attack. The only thing that comforted Su Ruoqing was that the compass could always lock onto the direction of the figure in front, which meant that as long as the other party was within a range of no more than 300 meters, Su Ruoqing's team would always lock onto it. Without hesitation, Su Ruoqing shouted, "Chase!" Then, under the leadership of Compass, all members of the Gusu team began the pursuit. Although the target was lost several times during the period, fortunately the compass prop was powerful and the target position was captured again after a short time. So the Suzhou team started their pursuit. While the Suzhou team was pursuing relentlessly, countless spectators in front of the game projection outside fell silent. Because at this moment, an extremely strange thing was happening in their eyes. That is, the Gusu team on the field was constantly chasing a target in circles, and the target was constantly changing during the pursuit process. Sometimes it was Tang Hao, sometimes it was Nie Qingqing. The two of them used their full agility to keep the Gusu team within 300 meters. To everyone, this scene was like walking the dog, full of drama. This has also caused countless people to doubt. How did those two people do it? Chapter 84 Tang Hao's third skill slot continues to work. How about keeping the Gusu team hanging, making them spin in circles like walking a dog, and exhausting their energy? The answer is simple. Tang Hao had previously used a skill against the Gusu team, but was blocked by Su Ruoqing with a weapon. Because there was no damage or reaction, and because they were busy chasing, the matter was ignored. But in fact, that skill was exactly the perception skill that Tang Hao had just acquired. Invisible Mark. The effect of this skill is to mark the enemy and thus know their location. In this way, Tang Hao does not need to release the earth perception many times, he only needs to use the mark to always grasp the position of the Gusu team. In this way, Tang Hao can easily follow the Gusu team behind him within a range of 300 meters. Moreover, even if I get tired of moving at high speed, I can still call Nie Qingqing to take over. How can Nie Qingqing know the other party's location during the shift change so that she doesn't get lost? The answer is still simple. Here we can rely on Tang Hao's other newly acquired skill, Voice of the Heart. Originally, this skill could only be used once in conjunction with the invisible mark to release a sound, which would then consume the mark on the target. But with the enhancement of his talented skill Eye of Tracks, Tang Hao discovered that he could selectively have long conversations with marked targets. It's like this skill was originally used to send a one-time text message, but now it can be used to make a short phone call. It is precisely relying on the invisible mark and the voice of the heart that Tang Hao and Nie Qingqing can always keep the Gusu team behind them by relying on their own powerful agility attributes. Of course, strictly speaking, this trick cannot last long, and the effect it can have on the opponent's health is also limited. After all, others are not fools and will soon see the problem. But it doesn't matter. All this is just the first step in this battle plan, and more will come later. At this time, after being kite-flied by Tang Hao and Nie Qingqing for more than 10 minutes, the people in the Gusu team also realized that something was wrong. Although several people in the team were still following Su Ruoqing's pace, there was an indescribable weird atmosphere in the whole team. Su Ruoqing had an angry look on her face at this time. Several times, based on the shaking of the compass, she determined that the opposite side was only more than 100 meters away from them. She had even seen the back of the target, but the distance was soon widened. This happened several times and it really made her very angry. Seeing that the entire Gusu team had been chasing the target for nearly 20 minutes and was still hanging by a distance, Su Ruoqing finally stopped. Then a scene that made Su Ruoqing angry happened. As the Gusu team stopped, the target in front also began to stop. The two sides were only about 100 meters apart at this time, but the other side seemed to be waiting for them ahead and was not in a hurry at all. This made Su Ruoqing clench his right hand, and swung the Overlord halberd in his hand violently, cutting off a huge tree beside him. At this moment, Su Ruoqing felt that he had strength but nowhere to use it, and he felt as uncomfortable as if ants were crawling on his body. If the instigator Tang Hao was in front of her now, Su Ruoqing would want to kill him with one punch. It's really disgusting. At the same time, someone from the Gusu team expressed their opinions. Captain, the other party seems to have learned our intelligence, and the sensory equipment seems to be used by them in return. After Su Ruoqing briefly vented, Yang Ling, a special attack master beside her, spoke up. Everyone was just speculating about this situation at first, but when they saw that after a few people on their side stopped, the other side actually stopped as well, it was really infuriating. But how could that be? We all know the perception skills that Tang Hao possesses. The item the captain borrowed is precisely designed to restrain his talent, and the confidentiality measures are extremely good, so he shouldn't know about it. Could it be that after he was promoted to level 3, he mastered some skills that we don't know about? Another special attack master, Zhao Yuer, made the same analysis. As Zhao Yuer said this, Su Ruoqing, who was sulking just now, suddenly narrowed her eyes and shifted her gaze to the weapon in her hand. The words of the people around her just now reminded her that Tang Hao had previously used a strange skill on them. I didn't pay much attention to it at the time, but now it seems that although that skill doesn't cause any damage, it seems to be able to lock their position. In that case, let's do an experiment. After that, the Gusu team began to take action. Tang Hao, who was originally resting in place, began to move towards the target, but to Tang Hao's surprise, the other party did not choose to continue chasing, but chose to retreat. Retreat? Gu Yan and others in another place frowned when they heard the news sent back by Tang Hao through the voice of their minds. This is not good news. If the Gusu team chooses to avoid the fight and delays it until 2 hours after the start of the game, the positions of all the players will be forcibly exposed. But at that time, Tang Hao's perception skills will be greatly restricted. Thinking of this, Tang Hao couldn't help but sigh that the Gusu team found a way to deal with it in a very short time. In this case, Tang Hao couldn't just wait there. Then Tang Hao sent a signal to Gu Yan, Nie Qingqing and others, and the team would implement the second phase plan from now on. Then Tang Hao chased in the direction of the mark. When Tang Hao came to the place where the Gusu team had stopped before, a subtle feeling came over him, which made Tang Hao realize something immediately. Without thinking, Tang Hao launched the earth wave again. In an instant, the surrounding scenes flooded into Tang Hao's mind, and then he cried out that something was wrong, because there were actually 4 members of the Gusu team around him. When Tang Hao turned around and wanted to escape, a clear and cheerful voice rang out. Tang Hao, how does it feel to have the very perception you rely on backfire? I said we'd settle the score in the official competition, and now is the time. First skill, Swift Dash. As Su Ruoqing finished his words, he had already activated a stabbing skill similar to Lu Yaoyao's and approached Tang Hao. Seeing this situation, Tang Hao knew that he couldn't fight head-on, so he burst out with agility and quickly retreated. But soon, the alien attackers from 3 directions each released their first and second skills. Although these skills did not pose much threat to Tang Hao, they greatly slowed down his retreat. This allowed Su Ruoqing to finally approach Tang Hao with the help of the 3 people. The fist flashed, and as soon as Su Ruoqing got close, he released the third skill, Double Fist Energy. This skill can make Su Ruoqing's attack cause double damage. Unlike Lu Yaoyao's status skills, this is a passive skill that can be activated freely. By consuming your own special energy, you can add terrifying damage when attacking. And to be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that it takes some time to activate the intermediate skills, and if Su Ruwatching wasn't afraid of making a noise and scaring Tang Hao away, then at this time Su Ruwatching definitely wouldn't mind using a few intermediate skill sets on Tang Hao. Just as Su Ruwatching's terrifying punch was about to fall on Tang Hao, a black skill flashed across the latter's body. The next second, an astonishing pressure fell on Su Ruwatching, who was close to him. The latter was caught off guard and her body paused. Then Tang Hao responded to her with a counterattack, kicking the confused Su Ruwatching back and defusing the crisis. This scene also made the emotions of the teams outside the stadium fluctuate like a roller coaster. They really didn't expect that Tang Hao could survive such a carefully prepared ambush. At this time, everyone was puzzled by the sudden flash of black light on Tang Hao's body, and some people began to realize a terrible problem. How many skills has Tang Hao released so far? Chapter 85 Battle with Su Ruwatching. Did you notice how many skills that support used? How many skills did he release? After hearing this, some people realized something and began to calculate silently. The results came out quickly. Tang Hao successively used Earth Wave, Invisible Mark, Voice of the Heart, and the unknown black skill just now. That has 4 skills. Many people immediately started to wonder, isn't he a beginner support? Where did he get 4 skills? The reason for this is that the Jinling team has been unknown for many years, so most teams have not paid attention to the Jinling representative competition. Only the Chang'an team, Badu team, and other interested or similar provincial teams will pay attention to it afterwards. Not only did they know early on that Tang Hao had 2 skills in one slot, they even knew that Tang Hao himself had an extremely strong physique and was a special existence who could fight against a mid-level physical attacker alone. At this time, when the audience outside was surprised by Tang Hao's performance just now, Su Ruwatching, who was kicked back by Tang Hao on the field, had an extremely ugly look on his face. Just when she was about to hit Tang Hao, she didn't expect that her body was suddenly oppressed by a strong force, and her whole body seemed to have suddenly become several times heavier. This sudden change in gravity made it difficult for her to adapt, which led to the failure of her attack. That was a control skill that could affect gravity? So, not only can you absorb healing skills, but also any other talent-based skills. Su Ruwatching, who had suffered a small loss at this time, also had a hint of surprise in his eyes. He originally thought that Tang Hao's ability to have 2 skills in one slot was extraordinary, and it was a stroke of luck that he could absorb a healing skill by chance. But now it seems that this is not the case, judging from the skills that Tang Hao has already exposed. Tang Hao has demonstrated the perception type, healing type, and control type one after another. What about the amplification type? Before, Su Ruwatching was still wondering, since Tang Hao has 2 skills in one slot, then what other skills does he have in his first skill slot besides smell perception? If it goes as expected, it should be an amplification skill. A person who has mastered 4 major auxiliary skills at the same time at only level 3, even if Su Ruwatching hates Tang Hao so much, he has to sigh that the other party's talent in the auxiliary field is really amazing. But no matter how outstanding you are, your growth time is too short and your awakening level is too low. This is your fatal flaw. I could clearly feel that the control skill just now had a very short duration, and it was an instantaneous gravity control skill. I understand. The beast skill absorbed by your 3rd skill slot should come from Slaughtering Beast. It has 3 auxiliary skills, namely Invisible Mark, Voice of the Mind, and Gravity Control. I see. The skill I blocked before was Invisible Mark. It's with this skill that you can always know the position of our team. I don't know what mutation your Voice of the Heart has undergone to allow for continuous communication, but since you've barged in alone, don't even think about leaving. While Su Ruwatching was speaking, the 4 awakened masters who were lying in ambush nearby never gave up attacking Tang Hao. Although they released some 1st and 2nd level skills in pursuit of speed, they also blocked Tang Hao's retreat. As for Su Ruwatching, if he really thought that the other party could show off his intelligence and say some polite words, then he would be stupid. While Su Ruwatching was analyzing together, she was also preparing intermediate skills. 5th skill, Overlord's Armor. At this time, the skill preparation was completed, and Su Ruwatching was seen wearing black energy armor all over his body, and he was extremely powerful when he moved. With a bang, Su Ruwatching flew towards Tang Hao. Facing Su Ruwatching's powerful attack, Tang Hao had no way to escape quickly due to the skill blockade of several people around him, so Tang Hao could only activate the control skill Gravity Control again to buy time for himself. As an invisible gravity emanated, Su Ruwatching's body was visibly depressed, but before Tang Hao could fight back, the latter smiled and then attacked Tang Hao with double punching power. After this blow, Tang Hao only felt a strong discomfort all over his body, and there were bursts of pain in his chest. It is no exaggeration to say that Su Ruoqing's power is so overbearing that even a mid-level defensive physique was penetrated by one blow, thus causing a certain blow to Tang Hao. How so? After being injured, Tang Hao relied on his intermediate agility to dodge several skills. Looking at the confusion on Tang Hao's face, Su Ruoqing finally smiled this time while Tang Hao was frustrated. Why is it so strange? Why is the impact on my actions not as great as before? Although Su Ruoqing was explaining, he did not reduce his offensive at all. The powerful sound of thunder and wind in his fists almost hurt Tang Hao's eardrums. This woman spoke and hit people without any delay. In this short period of time, Tang Hao was hit by several punches again. Although her attack power was weakened by the control skills, it still hurt a lot when she was hit. Looking at Tang Hao's slightly distorted face, she knew that Tang Hao was in pain. This made Su Ruoqing even more proud, and he continued with the previous topic. Do you know what the biggest flaw of our offensive system is? It's that we have great power but are easily controlled. This is the weakness of reckless people. But we are not without a remedy, that is, we, the offensive system, usually deliberately choose the talent of flexibility when the second talent awakens. Do you know what the greatest function of resilience talent is? Is to reduce negative impact. My fifth skill, Armor of the Overlord, can significantly reduce the impact of control once it is used, and can even make me completely immune to elementary control skills. Even mid-level skills of the same level can reduce the impact by 50%. I thought that once I used this skill, your gravity control would be ineffective. But what surprised me was that I was still affected by the control, which means that your skill is intermediate. Interesting, really interesting. You, a beginner support, can actually master intermediate skills. Tang Hao, I'm starting to get interested in you. But let me beat you up first so we can have a good chat. Second skill, Pain Added. After using this skill, the pain of the injured target will be doubled, making the injury worse. After Su Ruoqing released this skill, although Tang Hao could still barely resist Su Ruoqing, he also obviously felt the pain intensified, and the defense line he had built was constantly being torn apart. Seeing Tang Hao retreating step by step and his resistance not as strong as before, Su Ruoqing, such a violent woman, actually gave a charming smile at this moment. Tang Hao, you're done. Hearing this, Tang Hao also counterattacked, you treat me like this? Haven't you ever thought about what will happen to your team's support on the other side? Chapter 86, Planning Results, Su Ruoqing's Unusual Moves. After Tang Hao said that the Gusu team support might also be under attack at this moment, he thought Su Ruoqing and the others would be slightly affected. But the result disappointed Tang Hao. After hearing this, the players from the Gusu team did not reduce their offensive at all. Su Ruoqing even found time to mock him, saying, Tang Hao, you're really too clever for your own good. Since we chose to ambush you here, it means we've already treated the support as a pawn. Maybe it's not a good idea to switch supports when facing other teams. But you are different. You are the undisputed core of the Jinling team. As long as you are eliminated, there will be no suspense in this game. After saying that, the people around him suddenly stopped attacking and let Su Ruoqing attack alone. Although Tang Hao's pressure was relieved a lot in this way, he didn't dare to take any chances, because he could feel that intermediate skills were brewing all around him. Once they have accumulated all their skills, Tang Hao will definitely not be able to handle so many intermediate skills. At this moment, Tang Hao was dealing with Su Ruoqing's fierce offensive while quietly waiting for the moment to break the deadlock. While the fierce battle was going on in full swing on the field, many teams who witnessed the Jinling team's game for the first time were shocked. Especially the supports of each team, they almost wanted to call Tang Hao daddy when they saw him in the projection. Everyone had only one thought in their mind, we are all assistants, so why are you so powerful, brother? That was Su Ruoqing, known as the Little Overlord of Gusu. Even in the entire elite competition, there were only a few people who could defeat her in a one-on-one fight. But Tang Hao, a support, was actually thick-skinned and tough, and he was about to be beaten by Su Ruoqing several times. As a result, a healing ray in Tang Hao's hand immediately healed the injury quickly. After doing this several times in a row, even Su Ruoqing was silent. As a last resort, Su Ruoqing had to suppress Tang Hao himself to buy time for the others so that they could make a big move and eliminate Tang Hao, who was as strong as a cockroach, in one breath. At this time, unlike those assistants who were paying attention to Tang Hao's abnormal physique, more and more people began to pay attention to Tang Hao's many skills. One slot has 2 skills and can even achieve 2 talents. This Jinling player named Tang Hao was quite interesting. Regarding having two skills in one slot, this is a rare talent in the eyes of ordinary awakeners, but some have been seen in those large awakening guilds with many talented people. Of course, they have only seen dual skills in one slot, and they have never seen dual talents in one slot. So at this time, representatives from the Penguin Guild, Timal Guild and Down Guild also showed a strong desire to recruit Tang Hao. After all, Tang Hao is only a freshman this year. A freshman who has just awakened for less than a year can actually have such a brilliant performance on the field, which really makes the leaders of these big guilds' eyes shine. Unlike the heads of the three large private guilds next to him, the head of the three oil guilds and the head of the stamp guild nodded repeatedly as they looked at Tang Hao's performance. They looked at each other, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. As expected of the only survivors of the ancient ruins, their ability to inherit the relics is truly extraordinary. Unlike everyone who was paying attention to the results of the elite competition, these two semi-official guild leaders came to watch the Jinling team's game because they heard some inside information. As for the performance of the Jinling team in the game, they are still highly recognized for the time being. Seeing that the Gusu team was about to launch a decisive attack on Tang Hao of the Jinling team, the two leaders couldn't help but sit up straight. It was obvious that they were very nervous at this time. Tang Hao, I admit that you are really difficult to deal with. I underestimated you before, but now it's time to send you on your way. As Su Ruoqing spoke, he launched a powerful attack, knocking Tang Hao back, and he briefly lost control of himself. Right now. As Su Ruoqing gave the order, the four level 5 awakeners who had just gathered their strength were about to take action, but the next second, a sound of breaking air was heard behind them. Then several intermediate skills attacked them. Each skill was a mid-level skill. In an instant, 4 awakeners from the Gusa team who were about to be eliminated were attacked. Among them, the 3 alien attackers who reacted slower were seriously injured on the spot, while the other agile attacker reacted quickly but was also slightly injured. Only then did Tang Hao regain control of his body. He then said to Su Ruoqing, whose expression changed, "You are too obsessed with me, a conspicuous target. You don't really think that a mere mid-level auxiliary is worth sending everyone here, right?" To tell you the truth, only one agile attacker actually caught up with the auxiliary, and the others were lurking nearby as I requested. We have been waiting for an opportunity, a chance for you to completely relax. And just now you created this opportunity for us. There is no doubt that no one on the field will be easily distracted. This is also the reason why Gu Yan and the others remained dormant and did not act rashly. Fortunately, Tang Hao's physique and healing skills are strong enough. In order to avoid any further trouble, Su Ruoqing had no choice but to let the other 4 people fully prepare powerful skills, intending to eliminate Tang Hao with one blow. This gave the Jinling team an opportunity to take advantage of. After seeing the opportunity coming, Tang Hao immediately told everyone about the situation through the voice of the heart. As a result, Gu Yan and his 4 companions suddenly launched an attack on the Gusu team. At this time, Su Ruoqing was looking at the 3 alien attackers who were suffering from the backlash and damage of their skills, and he found it difficult to calm down his anger. In Su Ruoqing's opinion, Tang Hao was simply a troublemaker. He didn't have much attacking ability, but he relied on his thick skin and healing skills to disturb the nerves of the Gusu team. This is why Su Ruoqing made a wrong judgment just now. Just at this moment, there was a noise in the distance. Then an identity card was thrown to Su Ruoqing. The person who came was Nie Qingqing, who was chasing the Gusu team's assistant. The other party's identity card was removed, which meant that this person had been eliminated. In addition, there were 3 Gusu team members on the ground who were attacked from behind by intermediate skills. The situation on the field was reversed in an instant, and the Jinling team eliminated 4 players from the Gusu team in one go. This result was not expected by any team or guild watching the game. It's 6 against 2 now. The Gusu team can go home early this year. After Tang Hao finished speaking, he was about to lead everyone to reap the fruits of their careful planning. However, facing the huge difference in numbers, Su Ruoqing seemed very calm. Then something unexpected happened. Su Ruoqing actually let the slightly injured agile attacker take the other 3 people and leave the scene directly. What's going on? This scene also made the Jinling team look at each other in confusion. Then, Tang Hao, who was still confused, looked at Su Ruoqing, who slowly raised his head. At this moment, Tang Hao only felt a heart-pounding aura emanating from Su Ruoqing. Chapter 87, Fighting. What's with this breath? Tang Hao had previously used earth perception to determine Su Ruoqing's strength. There is no doubt that the other party is a level 6 awakener, but the aura emanating from Su Ruoqing has actually reached the level of a high-level awakener. Something's wrong, attack quickly. Su Ruoqing's condition at this time frightened everyone in the Jinling team, and they immediately took advantage of Su Ruoqing's improved condition to launch an attack. One skill after another was directed at Su Ruoqing. However, at this moment, Su Ruoqing was wrapped in an extremely powerful aura, and ordinary primary skills were completely useless. Unfortunately, Gu Yan, Lu Yaoyao, Yu Ling, and Mu Xiaoyu had just released a mid-level skill once, and the four of them were simply unable to release it again in a short period of time. Right now we can only rely on Tang Hao and Nie Qingqing. The two of them immediately launched their strongest attack at close range to stop Su Ruoqing. But with a cry of too late, Su Ruoqing's breath burst out and directly forced back Tang Hao and the other man who wanted to get close, and then he spoke. Tang Hao, I admit that I underestimated you before. It was my arrogance that put the Gusu team in such a predicament. But if you think you can beat the Gusu team by relying on numbers, you are wishful thinking. As Su Ruoqing finished speaking, the aura of the other party had officially climbed to the level of a high-level awakener. High-level awakener. In an instant, the audience outside the stadium were all moved, and even the other teams who had been watching the excitement had solemn expressions. It's not that there aren't strong players among them, there are even some at level 6, but as far as we know, no team has ever heard of a high-level awakener. If they meet the Gusu team in the game, who would dare to say that they can deal with a high-level awakener? Such a presence is simply a dimensionality reduction attack in the primary and intermediate levels of competition. However, just when many people were worried about how to deal with Su Ruoqing from the Gusu team, some people in the crowd noticed the problem, and then said a few words to the people around them, which immediately made those people relax. At this time, in the Jinling team's locker room, Beihan and Shanluo were watching the game scene with great nervousness. When they saw Su Ruoqing releasing a high-level aura, the two girls' faces turned pale instantly. The difference between high-level and mid-level is only one level. But the gap between them is much greater than that between the intermediate and primary levels. If a high-level awakener appears in the game, even if all 8 members of the Jinling team are in full condition, they will still be defeated. The gap is too big. Just when Beihan and Shanluo were extremely worried, Shimei, who was standing by, blinked after observing for a while, and said with relief, "It's fake." Fake? Beihan and Shanluo immediately asked after hearing this. That's right, this Su Ruoqing didn't really reach a high level. She must have used some powerful awakening skills that could elevate her status to a higher level in a short period of time. If I'm not mistaken, this skill should be her 6th skill, and only skills of this level can achieve such an effect. Advanced in a short time? But this is also very scary. Sister Chimei, even if Su Ruoqing can only last for a while, he is still not something that Tang Hao, Gu Yan, and the others can resist. Seeing that the usually lively Chen Luo was almost crying with anxiety, Shimei could still smile and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? There is already a big gap between mid-level and high-level awakening masters, and it is not easy to cross it. If I'm not mistaken, this skill is powerful, but not to the point of being invincible. Those incredible skills that allow people to jump to a higher level without any damage come at a price. As far as the few such skills I know, each one causes great harm to the person himself. One of them even requires sacrificing one's own lifespan, which will consume more than 10 years of lifespan at a time. It can be said that it can only be used a few times in a lifetime. I didn't see any life sacrifice in Su Ruoqing, which means the backlash of this skill is not strong. In other words, this skill has some significant flaws. Don't worry, awakening skills still require balance. Otherwise, if a basic skill could kill a high-level monster in seconds, wouldn't the world be in chaos long ago? Although I haven't yet discovered Su Ruoqing's skill flaws, I think as long as Tang Hao and the others can remain calm and respond with composure, there's hope of victory. At this time, after the initial shock, the senior leaders of each major team also saw some problems and then comforted the players of their respective teams. While these people were comforting their own teammates, Tang Hao and others on the field had already experienced a tough battle. At this time, Su Ruoqing's physique was comparable to that of a high-level awakener, and his speed, strength and defense had made a qualitative leap. The primary skill released by Tang Hao could only cause some pain to Su Ruoqing, but it didn't actually do much damage. On the other hand, Su Ruoqing could break the formation of everyone with just a simple charge. Seeing that they were no match for the enemy, everyone wanted to retreat temporarily, but could they get away? Even though Su Ruoqing was not an agile attack awakener at this time, his speed was even faster than Tang Hao and Nie Qingqing. In this case, it is simply unrealistic to escape from the other party's pursuit. The only way is to fight. But after several rounds of fighting, the Jinling team suffered heavy losses. Mu Xiaoyu and Yu Ling tried many times to find opportunities to release their mid-level skills. Unfortunately, Tang Hao and others failed to successfully hold Su Ruoqing back. The result was that the two of them had their skills interrupted and suffered backlash, and were directly eliminated by Su Ruoqing's attack. Now there are only 4 people left in the Jinling team: Tang Hao, Gu Yan, Lu Yaobao, and Ye Qingqing. But the 4 of them were extremely exhausted and in poor condition. However, after several rounds of fighting, although Tang Hao and his companions were injured, they gradually discovered some problems. That is, Su Ruoqing's physique at that time was indeed very strong, and any punch could injure Tang Hao and others. But the problem was that several times Su Ruoqing could have defeated them with one blow, but the opponent just didn't release his awakening skills. You have to know that Su Ruoqing's offensive skills are extremely abnormal. If the opponent just releases them casually, the Jinling team would have gone home long ago. This would also prevent Tang Hao from having the opportunity to release the healing ray continuously and pull the injured team members back again and again. Another point is that since the battle began, Su Ruoqing's fighting has gradually become disorganized. Many times, he could have chased down a person and killed him and eliminated him directly. However, the opponent is often attracted by other people's attacks, resulting in missing the opportunity. This is not a normal person's fighting code. At this moment, Tang Hao recalled that before the battle, Su Ruoqing deliberately asked the agile attack masters who were still in good condition in the team to evacuate with the other seriously injured people. This made Tang Hao realize it instantly. Su Ruoqing's control in this state was probably very weak, to the point where he couldn't distinguish friend from foe. He was afraid of accidentally injuring his own people, so he let the other party go. At this time, Gu Yan came to Tang Hao, and the two exchanged views briefly and quickly reached an agreement. At the same time, Gu Yan also told Tang Hao an important piece of information. That is Su Ruoqing's unwillingness to pay the price. Otherwise, she could at least maintain a certain level of sanity, and even if the price was high enough, she could completely master the high-level power. Unfortunately, although an elite competition is important, Su Ruoqing will not be able to fully utilize the full effect of his 6th skill unless it is a life-and-death situation. This also gave Tang Hao and his team hope of turning defeat into victory. Chapter 88: Disgusting Skills, Ending. Su Ruoqing is currently only maintaining a third of his rationality, and the rest is mostly fighting on instinct. However, even so, the combat power that Su Ruoqing can exert cannot be easily shaken by a group of mid-level awakening masters. The Jinling team is in big trouble now. Outside the court, in just 1 or 2 minutes, the Jinling team lost 2 players. Although the other 4 people could still fight, they would have been eliminated long ago if Tang Hao had not released his healing skills many times. It has to be said that what Su Ruoqing said before was not an exaggeration. At this time, Su Ruoqing really had the strength to sweep the Jinling team. It's a shame. If Su Ruoqing could maintain his 100% rationality, he would have wiped out Team Jinling long ago even without using his awakening skills. In response, some people who heard it looked at the person who sighed as if he were an idiot. The ultimate goal of participating in the elite competition is to enter the elite training camp, thereby achieving faster improvement and gaining greater capital for the future impact of becoming an elite awakener. But in fact, in addition to the top 10 teams in the competition being able to enter without examination, the elite training camp will also make special invitations to some players who perform well in the competition. With Su Ruoqing's performance, it is almost certain that he will be included in the special invitation list. She would have to be crazy to sacrifice her potential for the sake of college ranking. Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? Now it depends on how the Jinling team responds. Ignoring the discussions of the teams outside the stadium, Tang Hao and his 4 companions face Su Ruoqing's renewed attack while fighting and retreating, while also discussing a new plan. In terms of speed, none of them can match Su Ruoqing, and if they disperse, they will only be defeated one by one. The most crucial point is that they have no idea how long Su Ruoqing's condition can last. Under normal circumstances, this force should only last for a few minutes. However, there is another situation where if the user's own status has not been weakened, then it will last for a long time, perhaps several hours, or even half a day, until the person who released the skill actively cancels it. After hearing Gu Yan's words, Tang Hao and others were shocked. Is this still possible? Hearing this, Gu Yan said, well, there are pros and cons. The advantage is that you can maintain this powerful state for a long time. But the disadvantages are also obvious. Originally, if Su Ruoqing took the initiative to release the state early, she could still maintain a certain combat effectiveness, but after a long time, even if the state is released, she will completely lose her ability to move. And don't forget one thing, at this time Su Ruoqing is in a state of not distinguishing between friend and foe, and is also a huge threat to his teammates. Based on my observations, Su Ruwatching didn't show much signs of strength decline at this time, which indicates that the duration of her sixth skill belongs to the latter. Only by significantly reducing Su Ruwatching's status can she exit the status earlier. After listening to Gu Yan's analysis, several people were completely helpless. I thought that if I could just delay for a while and wait for Su Ruwatching to enter a weak period, I could easily win. Because of this, Yu Ling and Mu Xiaoyu were eliminated one after another. But now it is useless to delay time, so we can only fight head-on. Having made up their minds, the four of them stopped. Healing Ray. Tang Hao used a healing skill on himself to recover from his external injuries. Then he said to the people around him, Sister Gu Yan, Sister Qingqing, you guys will be responsible for the flank attack, and Sister Yao Yao and I will handle the frontal attack. Listening to Tang Hao's words, Gu Yan and Nie Qingqing both moved a little distance away and stood on both sides of Tang Hao and Lu Yao Yao, ready to provide skill support at any time. As for Tang Hao and the other two, they raised their weapons as they looked at Su Ruwatching, who was coming at them at a very fast speed. Apart from Lu Yao Yao's bone knife, Tang Hao's two-handed dagger made its official debut. Looking at the two people's posture, Su Ruwatching, with a beautiful face, looked confused and just said you. The next second, Su Ruwatching attacked the two of them. At this time, Su Ruwatching was unarmed, but after several rounds of fighting, his hands were not seriously injured. Instead, Tang Hao and Lu Yao Yao suffered minor losses. This made Lu Yao Yao couldn't help but complain, she's fast and strong. She can easily avoid our attacks every time and then hit the knife? In response, Tang Hao said helplessly, this is the result of my gravity control. Otherwise, if she had unleashed her full force, we would have been hammered away long ago. However, in this way, Tang Hao and Lu Yao Yao not only failed to hurt Su Ruwatching, but were beaten back by her. Fortunately, because Tang Hao and Lu Yao Yao engaged in close combat head-on without regard for the consequences, Gu Yan and Nie Qingqing finally had the opportunity to prepare intermediate skills. Fifth skill, Twin Synchronization. This is a level 5 skill of the coordination talent, and is the strongest skill that Nie Qingqing currently possesses. Its effect is to forcibly copy an enemy's energy body. This energy body cannot release skills, but will have 50% of the opponent's attributes. When the energy body is attacked, 20% of the damage suffered can be synchronized to the enemy. This skill can be summed up in one word, disgusting. This is also the case with the talent's skill coordination. If you encounter an agility attack awakener about to release a coordination skill, you must interrupt him without even thinking about it, otherwise he will make you so disgusted that you'll burst into swearing. If Su Ruwatching was still conscious just now, he would definitely leave Tang Hao and Lu Yao Yao and rush forward to interrupt. Unfortunately, Su Ruwatching is too strong now, but lacks rationality. When the energy body in front of Nie Qingqing was completely formed, the energy body in Su Ruwatching began to establish connection in the next second. This strange feeling made Su Ruwatching look at the other energy body Su Ruwatching, who was walking towards him with some confusion. Stop her. Nie Qingqing directly began to control the energy body to act as a big tank to resist Su Ruwatching. Taking this opportunity, Tang Hao quickly released a healing skill for Lu Yao Yao. Then the two of them saw the genuine Su Ruwatching beating the pirated Su Ruwatching, but because he had 50% of the attributes of the genuine one, it was still difficult to beat him. At the same time, every time Su Ruwatching attacked the energy body, he himself felt like he was being hit by someone. This finally showed signs of Su Ruwatching's condition declining. Seeing this, Tang Hao and Lu Yao Yao immediately joined the battle. After all, they were only responsible for attacking, and the energy body was responsible for taking all the beatings. At the same time, Gu Yan, who had previously released a mid-level skill, finally developed a mid-level skill later than Nie Qingqing. Fourth skill, Dark Corrosion. 7 major attributes, each with its own characteristics. Among them, wind skills have the fastest release speed, thunder skills have built-in penetrating effects, fire skills have the greatest damage value, water skills consume the least, and earth skills are half attack and half defense. And it is the top attribute among the 7 attributes. The effects of light and dark attribute skills are even more amazing. Among them, the effect of light skills is mainly gain, which can sometimes be comparable to amplification talent. The effect of dark skills is mainly debuff, which can sometimes overlap with control talents. At this time, the dark corrosion released by Gu Yan successfully hit Su Ruwatching under the restraint of Tang Hao and others. As long as Gu Yan can keep releasing skills without interruption, Su Ruwatching will not only suffer continuous damage, but her own attributes in all aspects will also drop little by little during this period. At this point, the game is finally coming to an end. Chapter 89, First Victory. Su Ruwatching, who was suffering from the dark corrosion, soon felt something unusual. With her advanced perception, she immediately locked onto the source, which was from Gu Yan. But when Su Ruoqing wanted to move forward, he was blocked by Tang Hao, Lu Yaoyao, and the energy body. At this moment, Tang Hao no longer cared about saving his special energy. He turned on the gravity control skill to its maximum effect. Suddenly, Tang Hao felt his special energy burst out like a tide. Under this circumstance, Tang Hao's remaining energy can only last for a dozen seconds at most before it is completely drained. But facing Su Ruoqing, who was rushing towards Gu Yan with all his strength, Tang Hao had no choice. While Tang Hao was trying his best to suppress Su Ruoqing, the energy body was also suffering from Su Ruoqing's terrifying attack. Of course, every time Su Ruoqing attacked the energy body, she would suffer some damage herself, and as Su Ruoqing's attack became more fierce, although the energy was about to be dissipated at one point, Su Ruoqing's own condition was also rapidly declining. Time passed by little, and with every passing second, Su Ruoqing's condition became worse under the dark corrosion. With a thud, the energy body finally collapsed after enduring a large amount of damage in a short period of time. Nie Qingqing, the one who released it, turned pale and was obviously affected. Third skill, double strength. At this time, when Tang Hao focused more on gravity wipe, Lu Yaoyao was the only one in the team who could still resist head-on. At this time, she used her third skill without hesitation, and Lu Yaoyao's aura was greatly enhanced in an instant. Su Ruoqing, who had already made breakthroughs one after another, was once again blocked. Outside the stadium, many teams watched this scene in silence. They really didn't expect that Su Ruoqing, who had already transformed into a high-level awakener, would be stopped by an unknown Jinling team. And looking at the current trend, Su Ruoqing is obviously about to fall into a disadvantage. We need to pay more attention to the Jinling team from now on. That's right. They were able to beat the Gusa team, which was in the top 4 last time, to this level. Their strength is definitely in the top 10. When all the representative teams began to pay attention to the Jinling team, in a special representative team box. Dressed in a cheongsam and a noblewoman, the woman who was once rumored to be the great devil by the outside world, the devil king Wenli was now looking at Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao, who were fighting hard on the field with an ant's smile on her face. Especially after seeing Lu Yaoyao use double strength to directly block Su Ruoqing's attack, Wenli unconsciously raised her right hand to cup her cheek and said, "It seems these two girls have really grown up." As Wenli finished speaking, the other members of the Magic City team in the box all looked at their captain. This devil captain, who usually always had a smile on his face but never showed his emotions, was actually so interested in the small Jinling team. This made many team members start to speculate about the relationship between him and their captain. Among them, a pair of Lolita twins from the Magic City team couldn't help but ask curiously, "Captain, if we run into the Jinling team next time, should we be more gentle?" The other team members raised their eyebrows when they heard this. Wow, these two guys even gossiped about the captain. They must have forgotten how the captain got the title of Demon King. But this big melon seems to be very good, so much so that the other team members also pricked up their ears. They wanted to see how the captain would answer. I had expected her to say something like, "Keep your public and private lives separate," but unexpectedly, when Lee said after a moment's thought, "Everyone else is fine, but those two girls, don't use too much force, or I'll strip you naked and hang you up and beat you." After Wenli finished speaking, both the two Lolita twins and the other team members were shocked. Is this true? But before they could think about it, Wenli showed everyone her signature devilish smile and said, "Of course it's fake. After all, this is an official competition. Even if they are related to me, you must not let them off easily. If you get the chance, teach those two rebellious girls a lesson for me." Faced with Wenli's completely different statements, the team members who had not cared much at first fell silent at this moment. "We are all smart people, who are you trying to fool with such polite words?" At this moment, the other members of the Magic City team had only one thought in their minds. The game can be won, but they would never touch those two girls. At worst, the captain can do it himself, and that has nothing to do with them. No matter what, they would never give their captain any excuse to attack them. Because this person has actually done this kind of thing before. During college, Wenli had countless suitors because of her captain's stunning looks and noble temperament. So how did this person do it? One day she called all her suitors together, stripped them down to their underwear, hung them up in front of the college gate, and whipped them. All the students and teachers passing by were stunned. Since then, Wenli has been known as the Great Demon King in Magic City Academy. After that, no matter how unique Wenli was in the academy, even though she dressed extremely maturely and gorgeously, no boy dared to approach her. At this moment, the team members in the box were all frightened from the bottom of their hearts when they saw Wenli's innocent face with a faint smile. "We must not hurt those two, or we're done for. At the same time, on the field, Tang Hao's energy was finally on the verge of exhaustion, and Lu Yaoyao was about to retreat like him. At the last moment, Tang Hao took the initiative to withdraw the gravity wipe, and then used the remaining energy to add a firm and lasting to Lu Yaoyao. Sister Yaoyao, it's up to you. At this time, Tang Hao's supernatural energy was overdrawn and his brain felt dizzy. But his eyes were fixed on Lu Yaoyao and Su Ru watching. Upon hearing this, Lu Yaoyao shouted loudly and swung the bone knife in his hand with all his strength. Su Ru watching was still blocking the first two blows, but after the third time, Su Ru watching was finally repelled. Her high-level state finally couldn't be sustained after being consumed by the Jinling team members. With Lu Yaoyao's subsequent all-out attack, Su Ru watching retreated again and again. And after Lu Yaoyao's final charged attack when she was about to enter her weakened period, Su Ru watching's own aura finally dropped rapidly. She was knocked back to the middle stage of awakening. However, just when Su Ru watching's sanity returned, she felt a strong backlash from her body, causing her to fall down while trying to raise her body to release her skills. With a bang, Su Ru watching fell down. At this moment, the result of the first match of the elite competition, Gusu team versus Jinling team, was announced. Jinling team wins. Then Tang Hao and his companions, who had persisted for a long time, finally collapsed in a mess. They were really exhausted. Next, I need to have a good rest before preparing for the matches against other provincial teams. Just after Tang Hao and others were escorted out of the arena by the staff, a preview of the afternoon's match came over the radio. Badu vs Langcheng. Chapter 90, Tyrant Overturns, Devil Ant. When Tang Hao woke up, it was already night. They slept very deeply, which was easy to understand. After all, he had really overdrawn his own energy in order to defeat Su Ru watching during the day. As soon as Tang Hao woke up, Gu Yan, who was guarding not far away, noticed it. Although she knew that Tang Hao had just overdrawn his strength, Gu Yan still asked, "How do you feel? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" Hearing Gu Yan's concerned question, Tang Hao smiled and replied, "Don't worry, Sister Gu Yan, I'm fine everywhere. I don't feel uncomfortable. It's just… I'm just hungry." Phew, Gu Yan smiled slightly, then said wait a moment. After a while, the door opened again, and Lu Yaoyao and Xian Luo came back with a lot of food packed from the cafeteria. "Hey, Xiaohao, it's such a shame that you slept the whole afternoon. Since the elimination rounds officially started, the officials have converted the cafeteria into a self-service hall. There are chefs from all over the country working in shifts 24 hours a day. Just tell them what you want to eat." After Lu Yaoyao finished speaking, she and Xian Luo put down the dozen or so dishes they had packed. When he opened the package and the aroma hit his nose, Tang Hao started eating without saying a word. While eating, Tang Hao also began to ask about the afternoon game. He remembered that the afternoon game was between Langcheng team and Badu team. Previously, the Josie and Anshan teams had asked them for a chance to give the Badu team a hard time. "It's a pity that I didn't meet him." As for the battle between Langcheng and Badu, to be honest, Tang Hao just asked this question, and he already had the answer in his heart. But before he could show off the king crab in his hand, Lu Yaoyao told him a surprising result. "The Langcheng team won this afternoon." Ah? After Lu Yaoyao finished speaking, Tang Hao was almost stuck. What was going on? Langcheng is just a prefecture-level city under Anhui province. It is far behind Badu in terms of economic scale and awakening master resources. Besides, didn't Badu poach all the outstanding awakening masters from the awakening academies under Anhui province long ago? How did the Langcheng team agree to the Badu team? At this time, Tang Hao recalled Zhu Linner, whom he had met several times before. The other party's always quiet and introverted character really doesn't show any signs of being a strong team. How could they kill their own provincial capital boss without saying a word? Looking at Tang Hao's shocked expression, Chen Luo beside him also felt the same way. Who would have thought that a true phoenix would suddenly appear among the Langcheng team of third-level awakening masters? Tang Hao, you would never have thought that Zhu Linner, who was silent and looked weak before, is actually a level 6 awakening master. When she really showed her strength on the field, she shocked everyone. I was also scared half to death at that time. Level 6. That's an existence on the same level as Su Ru watching. When she led the Langcheng team to the top 32, she only exposed a 4th-level awakening master. She thought this was already very rare, but who knew that such a thing would suddenly happen when they fought with the Badu team? Moreover, Zhu Linner not only reached level 6, but her combat power was also not inferior to Su Ru watching. When facing the Badu team, he even displayed the aura of a high-level awakener. I felt that the players of the Badu team had their heads buzzing in the second half of the game. They really didn't expect that there would be such a monstrous existence in their provincial capital. It can be said that in the afternoon game, from the beginning to the end, Zhu Linner was alone against the entire Badu team, and in the end she successfully defeated all the members of the Badu team on her own. He managed to advance to the top 16 with a group of level 3 players. Just tell me if it's fierce or not, right? This. After listening to Qianluo's description, Tang Hao was so shocked that even the king crab in his hand went cold. At this time, Tang Hao kept thinking about Zhu Linner, whom he had met before. This person is really low-key. The Badu team is really unlucky this time. After talking about the afternoon game, Tang Hao continued to eat. After a hearty meal, Tang Hao finally felt fully revived, and all the fatigue from the day was gone. Not only that, Tang Hao now feels comfortable all over, and his whole body seems to be much more relaxed. What's going on? I feel like my body is different. At this time, Tang Hao was just about to stretch his body to find out the reason for the changes in his body. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. It's strange. If it were other people in the team, they wouldn't need to knock at the door at all. They could just push it open and walk in. Could it be Tang Xiaoro and the others? While Tang Hao and the others were speculating like this, they accompanied Qianluo to open the door. After the door opened, an unexpected figure appeared at the door. The other person was wearing a cheongsam and had a mature and charming smile on her face. You are the big devil? Qianluo was extremely surprised to see the person coming. Why would the captain of the Magic City team suddenly come to them? While Qianluo was surprised, several people in the room had different reactions. Tang Hao recalled his previous guess and felt that the other party was probably looking for someone he knew. It happened that Lu Yaoyao subconsciously took a step back at this moment, allowing Tang Hao to catch this detail. Could it be that the other party is here to see Sister Yaoyao? As soon as Tang Hao had this thought, Gu Yan, who had always been calm, spoke. Tang Hao, Qianluo, please go out for a while. We have something to say to her. Ha? Know him? Although Qianluo was surprised, she realized that Gu Yan obviously had something secret to say to the big devil in front of her, so she consciously left the room. Although Tang Hao was a little curious when he heard this, he still stood up and was about to leave. However, just as he reached the door, he was stopped by a delicate hand. Your name is Tang Hao, right? I'm here partly because of you, so please stay. The person who said this was Wen Li, who was standing at the door. Tang Hao was very surprised about this. We didn't know each other, so what did this have to do with him? On the other side, Gu Yan was also a little surprised when she heard Wen Li's words. Then Gu Yan and Wen Li's eyes met, and finally Tang Hao was tacitly allowed to stay. The door closed and Tang Hao retreated to the bed. The next second, as Wen Li slowly stepped forward, Tang Hao suddenly felt that he was being pushed forward and used as a shield. And the one who did this was Lu Yaoyao behind him. Tang Hao was just about to ask what was going on. All they heard was Lu Yaoyao, who was pushing Tang Hao, saying, Aunt, if you have something to say, just talk it over and don't use force. Ha? Aunt? Tang Hao was a little confused by Lu Yaoyao's words. No matter how he looked at it, Lu Yaoyao and Wen Li seemed to be about the same age. At most, Wen Li is a senior, while Lu Yaoyao is a junior. The other party is 1 year older than Lu Yaoyao. But what does it mean to call the other person aunt? Before Tang Hao could figure out the relationship between the two. Wen Li, who always had a faint smile on her face, just raised her hand slightly, and then Lu Yaoyao, who was hiding behind Tang Hao, was inexplicably brought in front of him. The hand that had always been as white as warm jade was now ruthlessly pulling the latter's pink ears. Then Wen Li said calmly, Sha Yaoyao, how should I punish you? Chapter 91, Advancement to Intermediate Level. Auntie, it hurts, you can't blame me for this, I just listened to Sister Gu Yan. Facing the captain of the Magic City team, Wen Li, known as the Big Devil, Lu Yaoyao betrayed Gu Yan without hesitation when she felt pain. However, upon hearing this, Wen Li didn't intend to give up. She simply said softly, Sha Yaoyao, of course I know who the mastermind is. Although your family forbids you from having any thoughts of prying into that alternate dimension, Xiao Yanyan's actions to save her mother are understandable and cannot be blamed. But I remember warning you, my accomplice, more than once not to get involved in those things. What's the result? Originally, your family asked you to swear not to spy on that alternate dimension before you could enter the training camp. But now, not only did you two disobey, you even came to participate in the elite competition. Do you still want to hide your little tricks from others? As Wenli spoke, she increased the strength in her hands, causing Lu Yaoyao to feel pain. Then Lu Yaoyao kept begging for mercy from her aunt as if her mouth was filled with honey. After a lot of persuasion, Wenli finally let go. Then, Lu Yaoyao came to Tang Hao while rubbing her red ears. Xiao Hao, please hug me, please comfort me. Woohoo, your aunt is too cruel. As he spoke, Lu Yaoyao had already picked up Tang Hao. You have to know that in the past Lu Yaoyao always begged Gu Yan for comfort and then took the opportunity to take advantage of her. But just now, Lu Yaoyao betrayed Gu Yan without hesitation in order to protect herself. She felt very guilty now and dared not look for Gu Yan. So it was time for Tang Hao, the spare tire, to come in handy. Tang Hao was at a loss for words. He just took a quick look. Although Lu Yaoyao's ears turned red, it was actually no big deal. He really didn't expect that Lu Yaoyao would be so pretentious. But the next second Tang Hao activated his healing skill, and a red ray fell on Lu Yaoyao's ear. Soon, the redness dissipated under the relief of the healing rays, and Lu Yaoyao no longer cried out in pain. Seeing Lu Yaoyao just throwing herself into Tang Hao's arms for comfort, Wenli looked at her appraisingly, then squinted her eyes calmly and looked at Gu Yan on the other side. Well, you're not angry at all? Are you too confident in Tang Hao? Or is Xiao Yaoyao really not a threat? I guess Xiao Yaoyao is not a threat at all. At this time, seeing Wenli looking at herself, Tang Hao, Lu Yaoyao and the others as if she was watching some kind of ethical blockbuster. Gu Yan finally spoke. Aunt, are you coming to me as a family member to ask me to give up the competition? Or do you want me to swear an oath by force? Listening to Gu Yan's words, Wenli put away her gradually emerging anti-smile and said in a playful tone, what do you think? After saying that, Wenli walked a few steps to Gu Yan and lightly lifted her pretty cheek with a jade finger. Okay, let me tell you the truth. My family does know about your situation, and I spoke up for you guys a lot before the old man said, let her do it. How is it? Does your aunt love you guys? After Wenli finished speaking, a look of surprise appeared on Gu Yan's face. In the past, her family members were strongly opposed to her exploring the alien space where her mother disappeared, and she would be questioned even if she searched for relevant information. I didn't expect that this time my family would actually show some signs of relenting. Why? Gu Yan didn't know why her family suddenly changed their attitude. In response, Wenli walked around Gu Yan and looked at her niece. She seemed to have lost some weight. It seems that he has been practicing very hard during this period. What else could it be? Do you think that by signing a military confidentiality agreement, your families won't know that you've been to the ancient ruins? Even if the military checks your identity casually, they should at least inform your family. Do you know how furious the old man and the old woman were when they found out that you two dared to trespass in the ancient ruins? At one point the old lady even wanted to leave the house and take you two back home to give you a good beating. Anyway, I advise you not to go home recently, otherwise, solitary confinement would be the least of your worries. After Wenli finished speaking, Gu Yan frowned slightly. She didn't expect that the matter of the ancient monument had been known to her family. On the other side, Lu Yaoyao listened to what Wenli said and just muttered, it's over, it's over. Listen to Lu Yaoyao's words. Wenli glared at her and said, are you scared now? How could you have dared to barge in then? Hearing Wenli's words, Lu Yaoyao said aggrievely, only a fool would want to enter that place. We are hunting exotic animals several kilometers away from the ancient ruins. We have nothing to do with the ancient ruins. Who knew that a strange gray fog suddenly came out from nowhere? There seemed to be something strange in the gray fog. Even Sister Chimei, a level 9 awakening master, was no match for it and was injured after a few encounters. At that time, we had no choice but to retreat. Gray fog, monster? The military had mentioned some of this before, saying that Gu Yan and the others were forced to retreat into the ancient ruins. But the details were not disclosed. At this time, after hearing Lu Yaoyao's words, Wenli felt even more how terrifying the gray fog was. Because according to Lu Yaoyao, the monsters wandering in the gray fog are likely to be elite level. This is really weird. In theory, only a small number of high-level alien beasts will appear in the core of the primary and intermediate alien spaces, and only in the core of the high-level alien space can a few elite-level alien beasts be born. No wonder the military blocked the news from the outside world. If the news of the appearance of elite-level alien beasts in the primary alien space were to spread, it would probably immediately cause panic in the circle of awakening masters. Of course, the gaffe should not have spread further, otherwise the military would not have been able to conceal the news. Tell me about that inheritance reward they mentioned. If your family hadn't heard that you entered the ancient ruins without any harm and even gained benefits, they wouldn't have continued to tolerate your mischief. At this time, after knowing the attitude of his family and knowing that he and others would not face overly severe punishment, Lu Yaoyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. She immediately broke free from Tang Hao's arms, then pointed at him without hesitation and said, "Ask Xiao Hao about this. We are just taking advantage of him." Hearing this, Wenli turned her gaze towards Tang Hao, the man who seemed close to her two nieces. "Tang Hao, right? Can you tell me about the inheritance of ancient relics? I'm really curious." Following Wenli's seductive tone, Tang Hao did not hide anything and told her everything about the high-speed military. There's actually an assessment in the ancient ruins? And there's a reward for enlightenment after the assessment? Interesting. After Tang Hao finished speaking, Wenli glanced at Tang Hao, who said this without any redness in his eyes or any beating of his heart. For some reason, Tang Hao always felt an inexplicable emotion in his heart after Wenli's glance just now. There's a feeling of being seen through. But fortunately, Wenli didn't say anything more. After chatting with Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao about the past, she slowly stood up and prepared to leave. But before leaving, Wenli suddenly looked at Tang Hao and said, "Speaking of which, shouldn't you seize the time to consolidate your understanding? After all, you just broke through, so why are you so careless?" What? In an instant, Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao both looked at Tang Hao, who had a confused look on his face. Chapter 92 New Talent Amplification, Mastery Level Basic Skills. Breakthrough? Tang Hao was a little confused by Wenli's words. When did he break through? But then Tang Hao thought of something. He had felt inexplicably relaxed after getting up, but he hadn't thought much about it just now. And the most crucial point is that others are looking for various opportunities for enlightenment in order to break through, but when it comes to him, he breaks through without any reaction at all. Wenli, who was originally planning to leave, was a little curious when she saw the reactions of the three people. They didn't even know that someone had made a breakthrough. At this time, Lu Yaoyao was the first to speak. "Xiao Hao, you have a breakthrough? Why haven't I heard about it? And what kind of talent is it?" Lu Yaoyao seemed very excited at this time. Because she knew Tang Hao's talent clearly, once Tang Hao reached the intermediate level, he could awaken several skills in one slot. That is several mid-level skills. Tang Hao, try to enter the cultivation state to check your situation, but don't rush to wake up. The key is to seize the time to consolidate your current realm. Gu Yan was also a little excited at this time, but she had to stay calm after all. She saw that Tang Hao himself was confused, so at this time, consolidating his realm should be the top priority. Soon, Tang Hao entered the state of cultivation at Gu Yan's suggestion. Tang Hao then muttered in his mind, "System." The system panel appears. Host, Tang Hao. Realm, Intermediate Awakening Level 4. Current Awakening Talent, Perception, Amplification. Increase? Tang Hao didn't expect that after the battle with Su Ruoqing, he was promoted to the middle level of awakening without knowing it. The key point was that he really didn't feel anything. At this time, the system mechanical sound rang. The God-level auxiliary system can help the host advance faster when the host meets the awakening conditions. Hearing this, Tang Hao immediately understood. It turns out that it was because of the system. But, why is the new talent after awakening amplification? When the awakening conditions are met, the host's desire for power is detected to be the strongest. Strength? After hearing the system's explanation, Tang Hao remembered how powerless he felt when fighting with Su Ruoqing. At that time, Tang Hao subconsciously longed for powerful strength. Perhaps it was this emotion of desire that the system determined as the basis for awakening that amplification talent. As Tang Hao advanced to the middle stage of awakening, he now had an extra empty skill slot. Secondly, the system sent another prompt. You have reached the middle stage of awakening and can continue to awaken new talents and skills. You have reached the middle level of awakening and can now upgrade all awakening skills to high levels. You have reached the intermediate level of awakening and can now upgrade your basic skills to the mastery level. New talents? All awakened skills upgraded to advanced levels? Basic skills that strengthen your physique upgraded to mastery level? Although the system did not explicitly state it before, according to Tang Hao's later thinking, the system can improve Tang Hao's skill level. But it is not without limitations. The key is that Tang Hao's blue bar is limited. The system cannot awaken skills that Tang Hao cannot activate even with his blue bar. For example, now, even if Tang Hao has enough skill points, it is impossible for him to upgrade his skills to the elite level. Because of the limitation of realm, it cannot be activated at all. And when the high-level skills can be used, Tang Hao will be able to upgrade his skills to elite level. So to sum up, the system will only help Tang Hao improve his skills to a level that he can control. As for basic skills, there should be no requirements in this regard. System, if I have a large number of skill points, can I infinitely improve my basic skills? Soon, a mechanical reply sounded in Tang Hao's mind. Yes, but basic skills above the mastery level and awakened skills above the elite level require corresponding elite skill points to upgrade. Elite skill points? The host can obtain elite assistance points and elite skill points by assisting teammates to kill elite monsters. After hearing the system's explanation, Tang Hao was speechless. As a mid-level awakening master, he must be worried about his life, so he went to the elite space to participate in hunting elite beasts. What's the difference between this and delivering a courier thousands of miles away? Well, basic skills above the mastery level are still far away from him, so he should first find a way to accumulate enough basic skills and a lot of skill points needed to upgrade awakening skills. Not only that, since Tang Hao has awakened a new talent, he also needs a suitable intermediate skill. And just like before, the new beast skills must include amplification, and only then can other auxiliary skills be considered. At this time, Tang Hao thought about it and still couldn't figure out which exotic beast would be more suitable for his intermediate skills. After all, although he had read a lot of information about exotic beasts, he was only a freshman and his knowledge in this area was really limited. Forget it, let's leave this issue to them to think about. Then Tang Hao began to consolidate his awakening level. After spending some time, Tang Hao obviously felt that his state had stabilized. When he opened his eyes, Wen Li had already left. Instead, there was a room full of people. Except for the original Gu Yan and Lu Yayao, the others Qimei, Beihan, Yuling, Shen Luo, Nie Qingqing and Mu Xiaoyu are all here. As soon as Tang Hao woke up, others sent him congratulations. At the same time, everyone is looking forward to the Jinling team's strength reaching a higher level. At this time, Qimei was also very satisfied and said, "Well done, little guy, it's not too early or too late to break through now." According to the rules of this elite competition, the winners of 2 games will be decided every day. Excluding today, there are still 28 teams, which means there are still 7 days until the end of the first stage of the knockout stage. Then enter the second round of eliminations. 7 days should be more than enough to help you awaken new skills. After Qimei finished speaking, the others nodded and began to discuss the intermediate skills suitable for Tang Hao. But only Tang Hao was thinking about how to start. 7 days is really tight. Tang Hao must complete the upgrade of all awakening skills before the start of the second stage. He also needs to increase the basic skills and talent skills. All of these require skill points and need to be obtained by assisting teammates in hunting exotic beasts. Time is too tight. Tang Hao doubted whether he really had the time to hunt a suitable mid-level exotic beast. Yes. While Tang Hao was thinking, Qimei clapped his hands and thought of a strange beast that was extremely suitable based on Tang Hao's conditions. It was also a strange beast with 3 auxiliary skills, and its amplification skills were not the usual amplification of strength, speed, defense, etc. Its amplification skills can be called unique, but it must be said that those skills are definitely very rare awakening skills. What kind of beast is it? But we're in the middle of a competition right now. Can we just leave this alien space and go hunting? Xian Luo asked about this matter. After hearing this, the others thought about it and decided that they couldn't leave. In response, Qimei waved his hand and said, "What's the problem? We can't go out. We can just find someone to place the order. 7 days is enough to find a reliable guild." After hearing this, the others breathed a sigh of relief. Then everyone started asking Qimei for information about the strange beast. After some thought, Tang Hao finally decided to make a slightly strange request to others. Because he needs a lot of skill points now. Chapter 93, Brain and Female Losers. I'd like to trouble you all for something, is that okay? Hearing Tang Hao's words, everyone present looked at Tang Hao. Gu Yan said directly, "What trouble are you talking about? Just tell us what you want, and we will definitely help you find a solution." The others nodded after hearing this. Facing everyone's gaze, Tang Hao then spoke up, "I'd like to ask everyone to come with me and hunt exotic beasts, okay? Not just a few or a dozen, but a lot of exotic beasts." Hunting exotic beasts? Everyone was surprised to hear this request. Why go out to hunt exotic beasts during the competition? If you want to improve your team's performance, just find some teams to play friendly matches with. Everyone looked at each other in confusion at Tang Hao's strange request. At this moment, Chimei suddenly said, "Is this something that must be done in the short term?" In response to Chimei's question, Tang Hao nodded and said, "I have to do it. Or rather, only by doing this well can I become stronger." After Tang Hao finished speaking, the already confused crowd became even more confused. What does this have to do with Tang Hao becoming stronger? Shen Luo even asked directly, "Tang Hao, if you have any difficulties, please tell us. We have all experienced the test of life and death together. As long as you have difficulties, we will definitely help you." After Chen Luo finished speaking, everyone responded. Facing everyone's sincere gazes, Tang Hao sighed inwardly. He knew that suddenly making such a strange request would definitely arouse suspicion. But he just couldn't bring himself to say anything about the system. Seeing that Tang Hao was having a headache and didn't know how to explain to everyone, Lu Yaoyao, who was standing by, suddenly thought of something after a brainstorming session. Then she pulled Gu Yan's hand and whispered in the latter's ear, "Maybe it's because of the ancient monument before." Ancient monuments? Since leaving the ancient ruins, everyone has regarded the incident as completely over. However, since it was Tang Hao who actually received the inheritance at that time, not them, no one could tell the details. And they still remembered that Tang Hao said he had completely forgotten about the inheritance. At first everyone thought this was a mechanism for assessment, but now it seems full of doubts. Could it be that Tang Hao's sudden strange behavior is related to the previous ancient heritage? After thinking about it, Gu Yan came to Chimei and whispered her guess to her. After hearing Gu Yan's guess, Chimei suddenly became thoughtful. Then Chimei asked Tang Hao, "Tang Hao, is there any special reason that prevents you from revealing any information to the outside world?" Forehead. After hearing what Chimei said, Tang Hao nodded subconsciously. Things about the system really cannot be disclosed. It's too terrifying. Seeing Tang Hao nod subconsciously, Chimei already knew that no matter how much he asked, Tang Hao would not tell him the reason. This matter might really be related to the ancient monument in the dense forest. Especially since Tang Hao just mentioned that doing so would make him stronger. Isn't this similar to accepting some kind of inheritance? Ghosts and even ancient relics, if Tang Hao reveals anything to the outside world, he might be cursed by some terrible curse. This is why Tang Hao lied that he had forgotten the content of the assessment. After thinking about it, Chimei suddenly felt that everything made sense. All the doubts were cleared up. It turned out that the inheritance reward that Tang Hao received had not yet ended, but was being carried out in another way that they did not know. The key should be related to hunting exotic beasts. At this time, Chimei, who thought he had figured everything out, said, "Okay, Tang Hao, you don't have to think about how to answer us anymore. I already know your difficulties." Tang Hao looked at the demon in confusion. Then Chimei said to the others, "Everyone, please don't force Tang Hao anymore. He has his own unspeakable secrets. All we have to do is help Tang Hao." After Chimei finished speaking, although many people still had doubts in their hearts, they quickly accepted it. They now have only one goal, which is to help hunt more exotic beasts. I'll deal with the hunting of exotic beasts and finding someone to help Tang Hao find intermediate beast cores later. The rest of you should hurry up and prepare the supplies. In the next week, we must do our best to help Tang Hao. The others responded immediately and went in groups of 3 or 4 to prepare things. At this time, Tang Hao actually wanted to ask Chimei what was going on. As a result, the latter actually raised his hand to stop Tang Hao. "You don't have to say anything, I understand." After saying this, Chimei went to find someone to deal with the matter. Only Tang Hao was left standing there in a daze. As all the members of Jinling began to prepare quickly, they were in another team box specially prepared by the official. The team sitting here is the Shengjing team that won first place in the last competition. At this time in the box, several female teammates were playing Go to Kill Time out of boredom. Some people also brought back some fruit, wine and food from the cafeteria and read books while eating. Some people even returned their shoes without caring about their image, and lazily lay on the sofa with their long legs and stockings dangling, watching a romantic drama they had downloaded in advance. In short, the team that was once regarded as the undisputed #1 team in this elite competition, which appeared to be aloof and superior to the outside world, now looked completely lazy. At this time, the box door rang. This immediately caused a group of female losers who were eating snacks, playing chess, and happily watching TV series to go crazy. Until a visitor came from outside the door. The visitors were the two semi-official guild representatives who had previously had a lively conversation with the leaders of the three major non-governmental guilds. This made the many female team members who were in a panic breathe a sigh of relief. I was so scared. I thought the captain would be back so soon. After realizing that it was not their captain who returned, someone immediately went to open the door. Soon two guild representatives entered the box. When they saw a group of female team members playing in an unexpected way, they knew that the Empress was probably not there. Otherwise, how dare they be so sloppy? So, Xin Feng, the representative of the three oil guilds, asked Xiang, who was lying on the sofa, Ran, where is your captain? Hearing the question, Su Ran, the vice-captain of the Shangjing team, who was lying on his stomach, took off his headphones and replied, the captain was called out by Captain 1. The two of them are probably going to find a deserted place to spar. I don't think they'll be back for the whole night. Uncle, if you have anything to say, please wait until the captain comes back. After Su Ran finished speaking, she put on her headphones and continued watching the show. This made Xin Feng speechless. He was really troubled and helpless by the other party's bad look. At this time, Zhang Hai, the representative of the stamp guild next to Xin Feng, said, Captain Bai is not here, but you, the deputy captain, can still handle things. As he spoke, Zhang Hai actually took out his mobile phone. Although there was no signal, it was still possible to take a video. Come to think of it, old Su hasn't seen his daughter for a while. I think he'd be very happy if I took a video and sent it to him. Zhang Hai was about to press the record button when a figure quickly stood up from the sofa and came to Zhang Hai to stop him, saying, Uncle Zhang, I miss my parents too. I miss them from the bottom of my heart. But I think it's better to meet them in person. Video recording is too unfriendly. Let us stop recording and talk about business. When the captain comes back, I will definitely tell him exactly what you said. Chapter 94, Attention from Above, Skill Upgrade. Hearing that Zhang Hai was going to send his current slovenly appearance to his parents, Su Ran quickly stopped pretending. Just kidding, if her parents saw her like this, they would definitely beat her to death. Su Ran had no choice but to put on her shoes, stand up and take the two of them to a quiet room in the box. Uncle Zhang, are you here to talk to the captain about something? When they arrived here, Xin Feng and Zhang Hai explained their purpose. Actually, Lao Zhang and I didn't come here just to watch the game. We came here with a mission from above. The task from above? Su Ran was slightly stunned. Although the two people in front of her were only representatives of the two major guilds, could they be the guild presidents? As if he had read Su Ran's mind, Zhang Hai said, it was someone higher up, but we won't reveal who it is. According to the higher-ups, we came here to observe someone up close. His name is Tang Hao, from the Jinling team. Tang Hao from Jinling team? They just played a game this morning and unexpectedly defeated the Gusu team. Su Ran still has a deep impression of this team. As for Tang Hao, he seems to be the male support of the Jinling team. Su Ran also has a deep impression of him. But she was a little confused, even though Tang Hao had shown remarkable talents. But it's not yet to the point where it can attract the attention of higher-ups. After all, Tang Hao is only a beginner awakening master now. He may have some talent, but he has not grown up yet, so he can only be paid attention to. Could it be that he has some secret? Su Ran then asked, is there any important secret about Tang Hao? I have to say that as the vice-captain of the Shangjing team, Su Ran is not bad in other aspects except that he is a little lazy. She quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Xin Feng and Zhang Hai were originally seeking cooperation with the Shangjing team, so they had no intention of hiding it. Soon everyone was informed about the appearance of a new ancient monument in the dense forest space, and how the Jinling team not only came out safely after entering the ancient monument, but also received inheritance rewards. After hearing the whole content, Su Ran, the sloppy girl, was also shocked. It is said to be the most dangerous place in the alien space, a place where even high-level awakening masters and even elite awakening masters cannot escape safely, but the Jinling team actually walked out. And just walk out, and you will get the so-called inheritance reward. Who wouldn't be confused after hearing something like this? Although the Jinling team had been investigated before, and with the assurances of a military representative and a member of the Crimson Metal, everything they said was true. However, the higher-ups still maintained a certain level of attention to the follow-up of this matter. They wanted to see how this group of people who had inherited the ancient relics could perform differently. Today, they defeated the Suzhou team that was among the top 4 in the previous session, which actually gave Lao Zhang and me quite a surprise. After we reported today's observation results to our superiors, they immediately gave us new instructions. They hope to use the Xingjing team to see the potential of all the members of the Jinling team. In other words, does the higher-ups intend to let the Xingjing team weigh those people from the Jinling team who have obtained the inheritance? However, in addition to the Xingjing team, the Magic City team should also be able to do this. Although Su Ranran is the vice-captain of the Xingjing team, it has to be admitted that this year's Moda team is very strong, especially when Li, who is known as the Demon King and can only be dealt with by their captain. However, Su Ranran's proposal was quickly rejected. The Magic City team is no match for the Jinling team because for some reason they can't compete with them. Some reason? Although Su Ranran wanted to gossip, unfortunately Qin Fong and Zhang Hai did not continue to expand on this topic. Then the two of them explained to Su Ranran in detail some of the requirements from their superiors regarding the match between the Xingjing team and the Jinling team and then left. Only Su Ranran was left in the quiet room, thinking quietly. After a while, she stood up and muttered, "Jinling team, and that Tang Hao. Forget it, this is not something I should worry about. I'll leave it to the captain to think about it. What should we do next? This is a rare evening of free time and we can't waste it. Well, chasing dramas." After saying that, Su Ranran kicked off her shoes with her legs again, and then she dived into the sofa beside her and started happily watching TV series. On the other side, Shimei found the main organizer and after some application, he finally got the permission for the team to go out and the commission for Tang Hao's intermediate beast corps. Because time was tight, Tang Hao did not wait until the early morning of the next day to set off. That night, taking advantage of the moonlight, the group left the competition venue. After walking more than 10 kilometers, you will arrive at a military checkpoint in a strange space of light and shadow. After passing here, you will come into contact with a large number of strange beasts. The military chief only let Shimei go after verifying the official documents in his hands. Once the group entered, the hunt officially began. Since they didn't go deep enough, they encountered some low-level monsters, which was really easy for the Jinling team now. Then Tang Hao saw that the system's auxiliary points were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before the team rested, Tang Hao finally collected the first wave of 100 skill points. At this time, the skills that Tang Hao can upgrade are Smell Perception Intermediate, Firm Endurance Intermediate, Earth Fluctuation Intermediate, Healing Ray Intermediate, Invisible Mark Intermediate, Voice of the Mind Intermediate, and Gravity Control Intermediate. Tang Hao first looked at Earth Fluctuation and Gravity Control. One is Tang Hao's strongest perception skill at present, and the other is his strongest control skill at present. After thinking about it, Tang Hao still felt that Earth Perception would be more helpful for hunting exotic beasts tomorrow. Gravity manipulation can be done a little later and it doesn't make any difference. So Tang Hao immediately called the system in his mind and made a request to upgrade the system. Skill Earthwave Intermediate is being upgraded. As the 100 skill points that Tang Hao had just obtained were deducted, the Earth Fluctuation entered an upgrade state. The next second, a notification came into Tang Hao's mind. The skill Earthwave has been upgraded and is now at a high level. Then, the details of the skill Earthwave Advanced were discovered. Tang Hao immediately took a closer look. The current range of the Earthwave skill has been increased to a radius of 3,000 meters. 3,000 meters. Just like when it was upgraded to the intermediate level, Earth Fluctuation only increased the skill range. But to be honest, the improvement this time is still very huge. The detection range has jumped directly from the original radius of 600 meters to the current radius of 3,000 meters. This is the radius of 3 kilometers. This exploration range can be said to be very large. At that time, if combined with Tang Hao's Eye of Track, all movements within a radius of 3 kilometers will not escape Tang Hao's perception in an instant. Just when Tang Hao was happy about the initial skill upgrade, the first group of demons who were responsible for the Night Watch suddenly waved at Tang Hao. Chapter 95 Night Talk, The Demon's Plan. Sister Chimei? In response to the demon's beckoning, Tang Hao quickly walked over. Why are you twisting and turning around in there in the middle of the night instead of taking a rest? Forehead. Tang Hao felt a little embarrassed when listening to Chimei's words. He moved a little too much when upgrading his skills just now. When he opened his eyes, he saw Chimei staring at him from afar and then calling him over. After thinking for a while, Tang Hao replied, I was just a little excited when I was suddenly promoted to the intermediate level 4-6. Chimei looked at Tang Hao's answer for a while, and her woman's intuition told her that Tang Hao seemed to be doing something just now. But with her keen perception as a high-level awakener, she did not find anything else strange. Therefore, Chimei did not delve into the matter. She suddenly called Tang Hao over not to ask him a simple question, but because she had something more important to say while they were alone. Tang Hao, have you considered what will happen after the elite competition? After the elite competition? Tang Hao thought for a moment and said, I think I should join that elite training camp and then find a way to become an elite awakening master. To be honest, before meeting Gu Yan, Tang Hao had always lived a carefree life. After all, he has no parents or family, and many of the joys and sorrows of normal people have nothing to do with him. Not to mention the ideals of fighting for family. Shimei was not surprised by Tang Hao's answer, but she still reminded him. Normally, there's nothing wrong with you doing this, but have you ever thought about more? Like staying with a certain girl from afar for a long time. As Shimei spoke, his eyes inadvertently glanced at Gu Yan's tent not far away. This hint immediately made Tang Hao feel a little embarrassed. Little guy, there are some things you may not have truly experienced, and you are only in a vague state of mind now. But let me tell you that beautiful things are never easy to maintain. When the elite competition is over, it may be time for you to separate. The elite training camp is not like an academy. If you enter as a freshman, the first thing you face is mentor selection. There are two situations, one is that the tutor chooses you, and the other is that you choose the tutor. But because the instructor has limited places for new students, he can usually only choose one person, so your team will inevitably be broken up at that time. There is a high chance that you will be assigned to different mentors due to your different talents. By then, even if your mentor or her mentor goes out and takes you away, you will be separated for several months. Do you think that would feel good? Having said this, Shimei already revealed a kind smile. As for Tang Hao, he frowned at this time. The Jinling team was the first place where Tang Hao felt at home, and he liked the atmosphere of the Jinling team very much. If the time really comes to part, he will probably be more depressed than the average person. Because this was really the first place where he felt warm and happy. Seeing that he had almost finished talking, Shimei finally spoke, right now, I have an opportunity here, an opportunity that will keep you and everyone in the team together. Do you want it? Sure enough, when Tang Hao heard Shimei say this, he immediately became interested. Then I heard Shimei say, you also know that I gained a lot of insights because of the ancient monument reward. It is not an exaggeration to say that it made me reach the sky in one step. So I figured that if I wait until this elite competition is over and I go into seclusion, I will have a great chance of being promoted to the elite level. Once I break through the elite level, I can apply to join the elite training camp as a mentor. By then, I, a new instructor, won't even have any students under my command. You guys can all choose to join my elite team. This way we won't be separated. Isn't it beautiful? After Shimei finished speaking, his expression remained normal, but the cunning hidden in his eyes could not be concealed. Alas, I was originally just a useless female warrior, and I have no idea when I can be promoted to the elite level. That kind of thing depends more on luck. If you are lucky, you can succeed in 3 to 5 years. If you are unlucky, you may not succeed even after 10 or 20 years. I didn't expect that I would get an unexpected reward when I went to Jinling College this year to repay a favor. The rewards from the ancient monuments gave me the capital to be promoted to elite level in a short period of time. Anyway, when this matter was explained to the military, many people were shocked. Before this, no one had thought that the rewards for ancient monuments could be so rich, and everyone's attention to ancient monuments had been raised to an extraordinary level. But a new trouble arose. According to tradition, every new elite awakening master had to go to the elite training camp to serve as a mentor for several terms, and then be entrusted with important tasks based on his performance during the term. If you want to shorten your term and improve your evaluation, you have to bring out a group of outstanding students, and finally some elite seeds. This not only shortens the mentor's term of office, but also allows him to obtain valuable training resources. So, the ultimate question arises. How can I, a new tutor with no foundation, compete with a group of experienced and capable tutors for outstanding students? Therefore, the evil spirits now set their sights on the members of the Jinling team. Anyway, when she got to the elite training camp, she had no resources and no mentor experience, so she was left alone. So if we don't trick her into falling in love with us now, she'll just have to work like a slave in the training camp all year round. If one wants to swallow the entire Jinling team, in addition to the relationship with the team leader, he must also make those children willing to do so. Then it is very necessary to capture Tang Hao first. Tang Hao was captured, which also meant that Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao were captured. If we can take down these three, then others like Beihan, Zhanluo and Yuling will be no problem as well. As for Mu Xiaoyu and Nie Qingqing, it wasn't a big problem since the former had some relationship with her. As for the latter, if there are 8 people in the team and 7 of them come to my side, how can you have the nerve to go solo? But she still got it. In this way, as a new instructor, she would have gained a group of convenient and good student resources. Sister Chimei, if we can all continue to be together, I will definitely join your team. After waiting for a while, Chimei finally heard Tang Hao's reply, which made her already charming look even more alluring. Okay, Tang Hao, don't worry. As long as you agree, Sister Chimei will take care of the rest. I promise that even after we enter the elite training camp, everyone in your team will be together. At this moment, the corners of the demon's mouth were almost stretched to the back. So when the next person who was about to keep watch stood up, Chimei spoke directly. Everyone get some rest. Tonight, I'll be on guard alone. Chapter 96 Upgrade. In the next few days, Tang Hao's skill points continued to rise. With a large amount of skill points earned, Tang Hao began to upgrade his skills one by one. The first thing he cared about was the skill of gravity control. To be honest, this skill consumes a lot of energy for Tang Hao in the initial stage, and Tang Hao can't use it for long. After all, compared with a level 3 human awakener and a level 3 alien beast, the energy reserve of the alien beast is less. Fortunately, after upgrading the gravity control to the intermediate level, the skill consumption was reduced, which enabled Tang Hao to release it several times in the previous game. Now let me see what surprises the advanced gravity manipulation can bring me. As Tang Hao's communication system upgraded his skills, after 100 skill points were deducted. Soon, a prompt came to Tang Hao's mind. Skills have been upgraded to a high level. After receiving the prompt, Tang Hao immediately checked the skill details of Gravity Control Advanced. You can use energy to create a gravity field to confine enemies within it. New effect of mid-level skills can reduce the energy consumption of maintaining skills. New effect of high-level skills can release a gravitational or repulsive force on any object centered on the caster, while reducing skill consumption. Gravity? Repulsion? Does this mean that you can release one-way gravity control on others, and then suck the enemy in or throw them out? This new high-level skill has a strange effect. It's completely different from what I expected, which is to double the gravity field. Although he failed to get the double the gravity field effect that Tang Hao wanted, at least the skill consumption was further reduced, so he could use this control skill frequently during the game. This is not a bad thing. In the following days, Tang Hao upgraded other skills one after another. For example, smell perception, which is Tang Hao's first skill, originally had the effect of sensing the scent of living things within a range of 100 meters. When upgraded to the intermediate level, a new skill effect scent tracking is added. The target can be tracked based on the on-site or residual scent, and the range is within 100 meters. To be honest, this skill was very useful in Jinling, and it played a lot of roles in both the dense forest space and the college representative competition. However, after arriving in the Magic City and having a wider field of vision in the game and in the alien space, this skill seemed a bit useless. Hopefully, this advancement to a higher level will yield some practical benefits. But to be honest, Tang Hao didn't hold much hope. Because as far as he knew, the highest level of the Green Spirit Wolf was only mid-level, and high-level Green Spirit Wolf had not yet been discovered. In fact, although the skills of many Awakeners can be further improved, due to the scarcity of higher-level exotic beasts, many people simply cannot collect the beast cores of higher-level exotic beasts of the same level. In this way, even someone as powerful as a demon would have 1 or 2 skills that remain at the mid-level. This situation is even more common among other students participating in this competition. He collected his thoughts, and at this moment, accompanied by the prompt sound in his mind, his smell perception had been upgraded. Click to view skills. Sense Advanced added a new skill effect. This skill now has a range of 500 meters. The original range of 100 meters was increased by 4 times in one go. All in all, it's neither good nor bad. I always feel like the high-level skills aren't as powerful as I imagined. Is there something wrong? With this regret, Tang Hao continued to upgrade his next skill. Strong and lasting. This is the first amplification skill Tang Hao obtained. Its effect is to extend the duration of a certain state by 30%. The new effect after the intermediate level is to reduce the target's negative status by 30% by releasing this skill a second time. For example, Lu Yaoyao will enter the virtual entry period after releasing the skill Double Strength. Her own status will drop to 50%. At this time, she can release Firm and Endurance for the second time. 50% minus 30% only requires a 20% drop. The final result was that Lu Yaoyao could still maintain 80% of his condition during the week period, which was already very impressive. However, when Tang Hao saw the effect of the high-level skill firm and lasting, he was dumbfounded. New effects added to the skill tenacity and endurance advanced, status extension time increased to 60%, and reduction of target's negative status increased to 60%. Am I dazzled? The previous one extended the time to 60%, which was not difficult for Tang Hao to understand. The 10-second state was extended from the original 3 seconds to the current 6 seconds. But what the hell is that reduced target's negative status to 60%? As mentioned before, even if Lu Yaoyao entered the week period, her condition only dropped to 50%. What would happen if firm and lasting was released on her for the second time at this time? When Tang Hao was muttering in his heart that Lu Yaoyao should be restored to 100% condition, the system gave the answer. If the released opponent only loses 50% of their health, then under the effect of the secondary skill, their health will reach 110%, and the duration will be extended by 60% of the previous time. When the time is up, the opponent will return to 100% status. This. After listening to the system's explanation, Tang Hao was dumbfounded. Do you still play like this? When the status is full, it will be forcibly strengthened directly. My goodness, after Lu Yaoyao released a status skill, his own state should have entered a weak period. What's the result? Not only did the status not weaken, but it was slightly strengthened. Who can withstand this? At this moment, even Tang Hao was speechless when he saw the upgraded firm and lasting skill. This is probably why there aren't any high-level blue spirit wolves. After all, this skill is really cheating. After successively upgrading earth fluctuation, gravity control, smell perception, and firm and durable, Tang Hao started to upgrade his next skill. Healing Ray. It works by releasing a short-range ray with a skill range of about 10 meters. People hit by the rays can quickly recover from surface wounds. Whether it is a cut, abrasion, or even a minor fracture, it can heal all external injuries. In short, it is within its scope of action. When upgraded to the intermediate level, the healing ray has a new skill effect, detoxification. At this time, as the skill was upgraded to a high level, Tang Hao also eagerly checked its skill details. Healing Ray Advanced adds a new skill effect, can remove one-time control effects in the target's body. Is this decontrol? Tang Hao's eyes finally lit up when he saw the new skill effect of the Healing Ray. Finally, I got a good skill effect. However, the imperfection is that the Healing Ray's control releasing effect can only be applied to some one-time control effects. For example, the stiffness spell released by Xiao Hunfei before, the skill effect was formed after it was released. Tang Hao's gravity control is a continuous control, and the newly added effect of the Healing Ray cannot take effect. But it's a pity. I originally thought that the high-level Healing Ray could heal internal injuries, but now it's all in vain. When Tang Hao felt a little regretful, he immediately started upgrading the remaining skills. Invisible Mark, Voice of the Heart. Chapter 97, Continuous Upgrades, Thunder Edition. System, Upgrade Invisible Mark. After Tang Hao communicated with the system in his mind, his skill points were consumed again. What followed was the system prompt sound indicating that the skill upgrade was completed. Tang Hao immediately began to check the skill details. The initial effect of this skill is to mark the opponent by releasing a skill that does not cause any damage. Once the mark is successful, the position will be locked within 1 day. Tang Hao had upgraded this skill to the intermediate level before he came out of the ancient ruins in the dense forest. Its mid-level new effect is, the duration of the mark is extended to 10 days, and the mark can also be applied to non-living objects. It was precisely because of the newly added mid-level effect that Tang Hao was able to successfully put the mark on Su Ruoqing's Overlord Halberd. Then Tang Hao looked at its high-level skill effect. The duration of the mark is extended to 1 year. Now this mark will no longer be consumed when combined with other skills. The duration has been extended to 1 year, and it will no longer be consumed when linked with Voice of the Heart. Generally speaking, the improvement in the high-level effects of the invisible mark is still visible to the naked eye. Now, even if Tang Hao doesn't use the Eye of Track, he can still communicate with others for a long time through the invisible mark. Yes, it's quite practical. After the invisible mark, Tang Hao couldn't wait to upgrade the Voice of the Heart. The initial effect of this skill is, in conjunction with the invisible mark, it can release a threatening sound to the marked person. To put it bluntly, at the beginning the effect of this skill was more scary than powerful. Later, Tang Hao upgraded it to the intermediate level and added a new effect, mind interaction. As long as the mark is consumed, not only Tang Hao can talk to the target through the mark, but the other party can also communicate with Tang Hao in reverse. When fighting with the Gusu team before, Tang Hao and Nie Qingqing used this skill to communicate. Then Tang Hao looked at the new effect of its high-level skills, shared vision. The user can share their own visual images with others through the imprint, and the process can also be reversed. Shared vision? And the reverse? If Tang Hao understood correctly, it meant that he could not only talk to his friends via voice, but also via video. Communicate with each other through sound and share vision. This means that after activating the invisible mark and voice of the heart, Tang Hao will suddenly have 5 more perspectives from different directions on the field. But I have the 360-degree vision of trails in the sky. This doesn't mean much from the front, but it's very useful when separated or when the view is blocked. And, are you sure you won't see anything you shouldn't see? At this moment, Tang Hao inexplicably thought that if he suddenly sent a sharing request when they were in private, and they inadvertently accepted it, then this scene would be really. Tang Hao's face turned red for a moment. This was really not a suitable idea for children. Overall, I'm quite satisfied with the high-level effects of Invisible Mark and Voice of the Heart. All of my awakened skills have been upgraded, and the only thing missing is the last amplification talent skill. Tang Hai was still very much looking forward to the new talent skills. After all, the 2 major effects of the previous IF tracks, perception enhancement and good fortune and misfortune, had really helped Tang Hao a lot. Another day passed, and it was already the afternoon of the 6th day. Everyone rested in an open space and prepared to return. At this time, Tang Hao finally gained another 400 skill points with the help of everyone in the Jinling team. Apart from the cost of awakening an amplified talent skill, the remaining 300 skill points are reserved for the 3 intermediate skills that he has not yet obtained. At the same time, during these 6 days, due to continuous lottery draws, Tang Hao once again harvested an exotic beast essence. And it was another additional essence of the thunder type. So much so that when Tang Hao pretended to get another essence from the body of a strange beast at a certain moment, the eyes of everyone present began to turn green when looking at Tang Hao. Oh my god, is there still humanity? I seriously suspect that Xiao Hao Hao is God's illegitimate child. Woo woo, that's the essence of exotic beasts. He gets them one by one, it's really unfair. After a burst of envy and jealousy, someone suddenly changed their tone. The usually carefree Lu Yaoyao actually took Tang Hao's hand tenderly and whispered softly, "Little Hao Hao, there is no need to say more about our relationship, right?" Hint. A blatant hint. At this moment, everyone knows Lu Yaoyao's feelings. She just coveted the additional essence in Tang Hao's hand. However, a weapon can only be attached once, and Tang Hao has already attached one to his double swords. What about the remaining one? As the saying goes, a man who takes something from someone else is grateful, and a man who eats someone else's food is soft-spoken. They believe that they have nothing that can compare to the essence of the exotic beasts. But it doesn't matter. If Tang Hao really makes a fuss about it, the worst that can happen is that he will just accompany someone else. It won't hurt anyway. Thinking of this, Qian Luo and Nie Qingqing, 2 physical attack masters, immediately joined the looting team. Compared with alien attackers, physical attackers rely much more on weapons. Now an additional essence is right in front of them. Even if they don't have a weapon at hand, they might as well reserve one. Thus, a chaotic scene occurred. Faced with such a scene, the other alien attackers just folded their hands and looked like they were watching the show. At the same time, Shimei was whispering something to Guyan. Then Guyan looked at Tang Hao and then at Shimei, and began to nod. This made the demon very happy. On Tang Hao's side, Lu Yaoyao and the other 2 girls were actually just joking among friends and they dispersed soon after. However, Tang Hao began to think while holding the additional essence in his hand. This thing is really redundant for me right now. It would be better to let Lu Yaoyao add it to the bone knife, so that the strength of the team will be enhanced. Then Tang Hao called out to Lu Yaoyao, who was talking and laughing with Qian Luo and Nie Qingqing. "Sister Yaoyao, this additional essence is for you." Lu Yaoyao suddenly looked incredulous. She was really just stirring up trouble. She knew very well how precious this thing was, so it was not easy for her to ask for it casually. After all, she owed Tang Hao an essence of enlightenment last time, and this time she wanted an additional essence. This made Lu Yaoyao feel overwhelmed. But Tang Hao didn't care. He directly grabbed Lu Yaoyao's hand and stuffed the additional essence into her hand, then said, "Sister Yaoyao, this thing is just a loan from me. You can return it when you have it in the future." After saying that, Tang Hao turned around and left, not giving Lu Yaoyao a chance to refuse. Looking at Tang Hao's resolute attitude, Lu Yaoyao asked in a daze, "Then, what if I can't change it?" Tang Hao hasn't said anything about this yet. Xian Luo and Nie Qingqing beside them said with a wicked smile, "Then sell yourself to pay off the debt and become a concubine." After the two women finished speaking, Lu Yaoyao didn't know what she was thinking about, and her neck turned red. The next second, Lu Yaoyao whipped out a giant bone knife and chased after the two men, saying, "You dare to make fun of me? I'll beat you to pieces after I add some weapon magic to it." The three of them immediately became a mess, bringing a lot of laughter to the others who were resting. But Tang Hao was unable to take care of all these at the moment. He had to take advantage of the time before returning to complete the last thing at hand. Complete Talent Skill Awakening. Chapter 98 Talent Skill, Mad God's Wrath. After consuming 100 skill points, Tang Hao took advantage of the short rest time to awaken his innate skills. Amplification talent skills are awakening. In just a few seconds, Tang Hao discovered that a kind of violent emotion was spreading in his body. At this moment, Tang Hao, who was sitting quietly, only felt a violent and fierce fighting spirit spreading throughout his body. A new talent skill has been awakened, Wrath of the Mad God. Note, this skill places a heavy strain on the body, please use it with caution. Careful? Tang Hao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when looking at the prompt given by the system. This was the first time he saw the system speak in such a serious tone. However, since it is a skill, it should be used by people. Tang Hao then began to check the details of the newly awakened Wrath of the Mad God skill. Like the previous talent skill if tracks, Wrath of the Mad God also has two skill effects. First, a wild body. This is a passive skill. When Tang Hao is in the state of Mad God's wrath, all his attributes will be doubled, and he will be 100% immune to all negative effects. Awesome! After reading the skill description, Tang Hao only felt that the talent-enhancing skills existed solely for combat. The effect of the first skill alone is enough to bring tears to the eyes of many attack-type players, and can even make all control-type supports kneel down and call him daddy. Not to mention all attributes are doubled. When thinking about attributes, Tang Hao suddenly remembered that he still had a basic skill to improve. Once the upgrade was completed, Tang Hao would have a high-level physique. So the question is, what will the high-level physique look like after doubling? It should still be high-level, but it's much stronger than the average high-level physique. This is a story for later. Tang Hao then looked at the second skill effect of Wrath of the Mad God. Second, the blood flames are running rampant. This is an active skill. Once activated, you will be covered in a layer of blood-red flames transformed from burning life, which has extremely strong attack power. During the activation of the skill, you will ignore all energy consumption and replace it with burning life. This, after seeing the effect of the second skill, Tang Hao couldn't say it wasn't powerful. It's just a bit life-consuming. No wonder the system just gave him a prompt to be cautious. However, this should be the strongest trump card I have now. There is no doubt that the new talent skills have brought Tang Hao unimaginable powerful combat power, which will allow Tang Hao to completely transform into a super warrior after releasing the new talent skills. While Tang Hao was completely immersed in the amazing effects of his new talent, he didn't realize that the fighting spirit he inadvertently exuded when he just awakened his talent had already attracted the attention of others. What a terrifying fighting spirit! What is Xiao Hao doing? Lu Yaoyao stared straight at Tang Hao at this time. There was nothing she could do. As a strong attack warrior, she actually felt a very strong fighting spirit from Tang Hao. Strange. Although Tang Hao used to play a semi-warrior role, I've never felt such a strong fighting spirit in him. Sister Chi Mei, do you know what's going on? After a slight sense, Chen Luo cast his doubts on the evil spirit. After all, she was the one with the highest awakening level and the most experience among those present. To be honest, Chi Mei didn't quite understand what was going on with Tang Hao at this time. But there is no doubt that Tang Hao must be going through something, and this change is making Tang Hao transform. After a moment of thought, Chi Mei said, "Perhaps this is why Tang Hao asked us to help him hunt the strange beasts." As soon as Chi Mei said this, the other members of the team suddenly understood. No wonder. But then a group of girls couldn't help but trigger some instinct and started to gather together to gossip. Why did Tang Hao undergo such a strange change? This is a kind of doubt in the hearts of girls. After all, this is very abnormal, isn't it? At this time, Lu Yaoyao suddenly said forcefully, "I know, Xiao Hao, this is because of the inheritance of the ancient relics last time, which is why this change occurred afterwards." Ancient monuments? I see. The other members of the team who were still in doubt heard Lu Yaoyao's words, and when they connected the dots, they instantly felt that the explanation made sense. So, just when Tang Hao was preparing to upgrade his last skill, basic skills. Except for Tang Hao, everyone in the Jinling team thought they had seen through Tang Hao's secret. However, due to the subsequent warning from Chimei, he claimed that the secret could not be leaked casually, otherwise it would affect Tang Hao. All of a sudden, the secret about Tang Hao became known to all the girls, but Tang Hao himself was the only one who was completely unaware of it. System: upgrade basic skills. As the system deducted 100 skill points, Tang Hao's remaining skill points have become 200 points. It looks like I'll have to trouble you all to hunt some more exotic beasts on the way back. As I was thinking this, the system quickly sent a prompt. I have upgraded my basic skills basic, beginner, proficient, master, perfect to proficient level. Just after the system finished speaking, Tang Hao instantly felt that his body seemed to be undergoing some changes. This feeling was much stronger than the first time he reached the entry level. Almost in the blink of an eye, Tang Hao's body was becoming stronger and his physical condition was improving rapidly at this moment. After more than 10 seconds, this improvement finally ended. At this moment, Tang Hao felt that his whole body was full of strength. It was not until this time that Tang Hao could feel how powerful Su Ruoqing was when she burst out with her high-level physique. It was a pity that she had lost her mind too seriously at that time. Otherwise, if she could fully master this power, there would be no suspense in the competition. From a physical point of view, I should be able to completely match Su Ruoqing now. Letting out a breath, Tang Hao completed adding points to all the awakening skills, talent skills, and basic skills. The whole person has been qualitatively improved. But just as he put all his thoughts aside and prepared to get up and leave, he subconsciously looked at the other members of the team. Then Tang Hao discovered that a group of girls had gathered together and were talking to each other. When they saw Tang Hao stand up, Lu Yaoyao and Shen Luo immediately threw away the melon seeds in their hands, and the others also instantly turned back into senior students with different personalities. At this moment, Tang Hao even had an illusion, as if the people who were eating melon seeds together just now were not them. That's strange. Without waiting for Tang Hao to ask, the demon over there clapped his hands appropriately and said, "Everyone should have rested enough, so let's start heading back now." After Chimei finished speaking, the others responded immediately. So everyone started to head back. On the way, Tang Hao asked again somewhat awkwardly, hoping that everyone could help him hunt a group of exotic beasts. Tang Hao had originally prepared himself to be blamed by others. After all, this will delay their return journey somewhat, and if the delay is too long it may even affect their next game. But unexpectedly, the girls just looked at each other, and then seemed to be saying something through eye contact and agreed so easily. This left Tang Hao a little confused. I always feel like they are hiding something from me. Chapter 99, Second Round of Knockouts, Top 16. On the 7th night, Tang Hao and others finally returned in time for the second round of the knockout stage. At this point, there are 16 teams left after the first round of eliminations. They are Xingjing Team, Moda Team, Pengcheng Team, Yangqing Team, Chang'an Team, Jiangqing Team, Fengtian Team, Tianfu Team, Hongdu Team, Tubo Team, Dagang Team, Shentang Team, Linqing Team, Jinling Team, Langqing Team, and My Team. Hey, Team Mai, besides Team Langcheng, there's another team that's not a provincial team or a directly administered team. That's not all. Tianjin Team and Shanxing Team, two of the 4 directly administered teams, didn't even make it to the second round of the knockout stage. But there's nothing we can do about it, since their first round opponents were those 2 perverted teams, Xingjing and Mododot. I don't know who our second round opponent will be based on the draw results. After hurriedly reporting to the authorities that they had returned, Tang Hao and his companions were surprised at the changes in the game over the past few days. Soon, a new round of drawing lots began. At this time, some signs of the top 10 of the elite competition can actually be seen, so the 16 teams in the second round all began to pay close attention to the draw results. The reason for being nervous was that everyone was praying in their hearts that they would not run into the 2 perverts, Xingjing and Modu. And the results came out quickly. Knockout Round 2, Day 1. Xingjing vs Pengcheng, Modu vs Guangzhou. When the draw results came out, the faces of the players from the Pengcheng and Yangqing teams all fell. In previous competitions, Shenzhen and Guangzhou would still have the confidence to compete with the top 2 teams, but this year both teams have a dominant player. Especially the Pengcheng team, they were just cursing. In the last tournament, they met the Shangjing team in the second round of the knockout stage. This time, they are facing the same opponent. Can they survive this? Unfortunately, the draw results cannot be changed. Once the schedule is released, it almost means the death of two teams that have the potential to be among the top 5. Next is the day after the second round of the knockout stage. Dagung vs Fengtian, Mai vs Tianfu. The highlights of the second day were more on the Fengtian team and the Makino team. Among them, the Fengtian team's performance in previous sessions was actually only slightly better than that of the Jinling team, and it could barely make it into the top 32. But after that, they were basically eliminated in the first round and never made it to the second round of the knockout stage. As for the Makino team, they were just a small fry team. In previous years, they could not even reach the top 32 qualifying round. However, this time they made a strong comeback just like the Lengqing team. In the final analysis, it is because these two teams each had an MVP player in this session, namely Jin Ming from Fengtian team and Zhao Keqing from Makino team. Even listening to the discussions of people around, based on the previous performance of the two teams, the battle between Dagung and Tianfu will be very dangerous. This made Tang Hao sigh. I didn't expect that there would be so many talented awakening masters in this class. Tang Hao thought about this and looked at the Lengqing team not far away. Among them, Zhu Liner, who was carrying the entire team forward on her own, was standing quietly in the team watching the draw results. Then, the results of the third day came out. Langcheng vs Jiangcheng, Hongdu vs Jiantang. The Jiangcheng team? They were ranked among the top 5 in the previous session, second only to the Gusu team. But even so, when the result of the game came out, Zhu Liner's expression did not change at all, and then she took her teammates away. When passing by the Jinling team, he did not forget to say hello to everyone briefly. By the second round of the knockout stage, 12 teams have already confirmed their schedules. The remaining 4 teams including the Jinling team will definitely be on the second day of the last day. Then the fourth day's competition schedule came out. Tubo vs Lincheng, Jinling vs Chang'an. It's actually the last game on the last day. The Jinling team's schedule this time is really dramatic. They are the first to appear in the first round, but the last to appear in the second round. Seeing this result, Gu Yan said calmly, "This is good. Everyone is a little tired recently. You can take this opportunity to have a good rest." Everyone is naturally happy about this. After the official announcement of the next game schedule, the teams on site went back to prepare. But when I was going back, I received some not so good news. Tang Hao, I'm afraid it will take some time to process your mid-level beast core. The Awakening Guild that accepted the commission just sent a message that due to some unexpected circumstances, they were unable to kill the strange beast on the spot, and instead the strange beast escaped the encirclement. As an apology, the Awakening Guild has already sent more personnel to the inner circle to hunt him down, so it will probably take some time. After Chimei finished speaking, although Tang Hao felt a little regretful, hunting strange beasts in a different space has never been a smooth sailing thing, but rather extremely risky. Since the incident has already happened, Tang Hao does not intend to pursue the other party's delay in the agreed date. I think with my current strength I should be able to win the next game. While Tang Hao was thinking this, a few people caught up with him from behind. I just heard some good news for us. As Tang Xiaorou's voice came, it was the Chang'an team that followed her. It was not until after the elimination round that Tang Hao found out that the captain of the Chang'an team was actually this seemingly unreliable sophomore girl in front of him. Senior Xiaorou, you guys better be careful. Even if I haven't absorbed the intermediate skills, the Jinling team is still strong. As old acquaintances, Tang Hao and Tang Xiaorou have gradually developed the habit of bickering after meeting each other. Tang Xiaorou naturally didn't want to be at a disadvantage. Then he said confidently, "Little brother, come on, when we fight, you will know how wrong the outside world is in estimating our Chang'an team. Our Chang'an team has the strength to threaten the Shengjing team and the Magic City team. Then you will." Tang Xiaorou was still talking nonsense when she was suddenly covered by Qin Lan and Changfang behind her. The two of them sighed helplessly as they watched Tang Xiaorou start to act rudely. As for Tang Hao, he naturally showed a triumphant gesture of putting his hands on his hips as he looked at Tang Xiaorou, who was being controlled and even about to be taken away. This immediately made Tang Xiaorou, who was being carried away, grit her teeth. Finally, after some effort, she finally broke free from Qin Lan and Changfang's control and shouted to Tang Hao, "I, Tang Xiaorou, will prove to you the heritage of ancient Chang'an." After saying this, the Chang'an team finally left. Listening to Tang Xiaorou's last words, Tang Hao couldn't help but think about it. He felt that Tang Xiaorou's last words didn't seem to be a joke. But, so what? Xiaorou, you still don't understand me now. Chapter 100 Empress by Qing. The first day of the second round of the knockout stage. Everyone on the Jinling team had a good sleep last night, but they almost missed the morning game because they were too relaxed. Then everyone got up in a hurry to get ready, and finally each took some food from the cafeteria and hurried to the viewing hall. As expected, by the time Tang Hao and others arrived, most of the seats were already filled with people from other teams. It was already difficult to find a connected location on the scene. In desperation, everyone could only work separately. Just as Tang Hao, Gu Yan, and others were wondering where to sit, someone in the crowd waved at them. "Little brother, come here, come here." The person who spoke was Tang Xiao, who had argued with Tang Hao yesterday. Seeing this, Tang Hao, Gu Yan, Lu Yaoyao, and other familiar people walked over directly. Others looked for other suitable seats. "By the way, what have you been doing these past few days? You weren't here the other day, but today is the match in Shengjing and you were almost late." As soon as Tang Hao and his companions sat down, the lively Tang Xiao immediately stretched out her snow-white neck and came over to ask questions. Hearing this, Tang Hao waved to Tang Xiao, who immediately moved closer. It was only then that Tang Hao whispered, "We're going to special training. If we meet the Gusu team again now, we can definitely defeat them easily." "Really?" Tang Xiao remained extremely skeptical as she listened to Tang Hao's explanation. The Jinling team was only away for a week in total, and this short period of time was enough to quickly improve the team's strength to a higher level. "Who are you trying to fool?" Anyway, Tang Xiao, who thought she was extremely intelligent, directly expressed her disbelief. Tang Hao could only wave his hand in response to this. He had told the truth anyway, but the other party didn't believe him, so there was nothing he could do. Just as Tang Xiao was about to continue pressuring Tang Hao to tell her the truth about their departure, a projection of the game scene appeared on the screen in the viewing hall. The first thing shown on the screen was the Pengcheng team, but the expressions of several of them were a little gloomy, and they seemed to have no mood to show up in front of the audience for a long time, so they hurried into the competition venue. Then another team appeared on the screen. There were also 6 people in the group, but they looked calm and chatted with each other from time to time. At this time, Tang Xiao suddenly pointed at a girl walking in the middle of the picture. She was wearing riding boots, was neither tall nor short, and had a plain but very attractive face. "Little brother, pay close attention to that girl. She will be our undisputed #1 enemy in this elite competition. If you can't beat her, then forget about winning this match." After Tang Xiao finished speaking, Tang Hao could clearly feel the solemnity in her. This was the first time Tang Hao felt a serious attitude from Tang Xiao. There was no doubt that the girl was Bai Qing, known as the Empress of the Shengjing team. From the outside, she looked like a pretty girl. But it is said that such a girl ended the game with just one sword strike when playing against the Tianjin team. After entering the second round of the knockout stage, the Jinling team also collected a lot of information about the team in the spirit of knowing themselves and their opponents. As one of the 2 most famous players among many, the Empress was naturally also the focus of the Jinling team. Tang Hao currently knows very limited information. All we know is that this Empress is a physical attacker who follows the path of strong attack. There are very few scenes of the Empress taking action. She didn't even take action when she entered the top 32. So far, the only time they officially competed in an elite competition was when they faced the Tianjin team in the first round of the knockout stage. At that time, the Tianjin team was fighting fiercely with the other members of the Shengjing team, and the scene became tense for a while. And at the most intense moment, the Empress took action. The aura burst out in an instant, and the terrifying sword intent suppressed the members of the Jinmen team so much that they almost extinguished the thought of fighting. Then a shocking sword light streaked across the sky, and all members of the Tianjin team were eliminated. This was the only time the Empress took action in the elite competition. But just this one time was enough to shock the other teams. Everyone has only one evaluation of the Empress. Powerful, irresistibly powerful. At this time, as Tang Hao finished his recollection, the 2 teams on the field came into direct contact in a simple and unpretentious manner. As soon as they met, the 2 level 6 alien attackers of the Pengcheng team joined forces to launch a massive bombardment on the Shengjing team. 5th skill, Thunder. 5th skill, Storm Severing. As soon as the 2 of them attacked, they used 2 level 5 skills. What was surprising was that these 2 level 5 skills were not just released simply, they actually entangled with each other at the moment of release. This caused the sky above the arena to suddenly be filled with wind and thunder, and there was a subtle impression that the skills were a bit more powerful. Faced with this initial level 5 attack, the Shengjing team sent people to stop the opponent's other attacks, while on the other hand, there was no need for the Empress to take action. At this time, a cold-looking girl in the team stood up. Su Ran Ran. The deputy captain of the Shangjing team, a level 6 alien attacker, is also known as the Ice and Snow Witch in the Shangjing team. Later, this title was much inferior to those of the Demon King and the Empress, but it was definitely considered a number 1 figure. 5th skill, freeze everything. As Su Ranran raised her hand and poured in the strange energy, snowflakes actually began to fall directly on the field. Originally, the mixed product of Thunder and Storm, Thunderstorm, was about to fall on the Shangjing team, but at this time, under the skill attack of Su Ranran alone, he actually managed to directly dissolve the level 5 skill released by the 2 opponents together. 2 against 1, how come she can counter 2 people's skills by herself? This scene caused doubts among countless people inside and outside the venue. Logically speaking, since they are both level 5 skills, there shouldn't be much difference between them. However, Su Ranran told everyone with a relaxed expression that there is a huge difference between people of the same level. Then the Shangjing team immediately launched a counterattack. After failing to take the first attack, the 2 teams, which already had a gap in strength, soon became one-sided. At this time, the captain and vice-captain of the Pengcheng team, Song Yi and Xian Ninger, immediately planned to prepare their strongest means, the level 6 skills, although they also knew that they had almost no chance of winning this game. But even so, they have to show the bloodiness of the Pengcheng team and let others know that it is not that Pengcheng is too weak, but that their luck has always been a little bad. But just as the 2 were preparing to launch their strongest attack, a gaze with substantial sword intent enveloped them. The 2 of them instantly looked at the captain of the Shangjing team. The other party did not reveal any emotion, but the sword intent was locked on the 2 of them with a chilling chill. This is a silent warning. It seemed as if she was saying that as long as the 2 of them didn't do anything radical, she wouldn't take action. But if the 2 of them don't find a solution, the Pengcheng team will soon end up in disgrace. This was something the 2 of them would never allow to happen. Faced with this warning, Song Yi and Xian Ninger clenched their wrists. The next second they looked at the level 5 support of the Pengcheng team. The latter understood what the 2 meant in an instant. In fact, this assistant has been making some preparations since he started traveling, just waiting to give the Shangjing team a surprise at the critical moment. Now is that moment. Captain, sister, please don't let me down. As he was speaking, an astonishing energy wave suddenly burst out from Chen, the assistant of the Pengcheng team. Seeing this, Su Ranran immediately took out his ice bow to stop the opponent. But she was soon interrupted by another person. Xianyu then exhausted all his energy and activated his 5th amplification skill, Quick Cooling. This skill allows skills that would normally be time-consuming and laborious to prepare to be completed in seconds. The targets of the skill were Song Yi and Xian Ninger. In an instant, the 2 began to emit even more terrifying energy than before. The thunder and storm began to manifest in the 2 before they were even released. The next second, they both shouted. 6th skill, Thunderous Glory. 6th skill, Storm Dimension. Chapter 101, The Empress's Talents and Skills. If the Shangjing team could still ignore the level 5 skill, they could just let the deputy captain Su Ranran take action alone to offset it. However, the level 6 skill can make Su Ranran change color slightly. Because no matter whether it is the beginner, intermediate or advanced level, the 3rd skill obtained in each stage is the strongest skill in that stage. Normally, this kind of skill requires a lot of time to prepare. Once someone develops this level of skill during a battle, they will immediately be besieged. Therefore, this skill is generally difficult to get past the preparation stage. However, what was unexpected to everyone on and off the field was that Xianyu, the level 5 auxiliary of the Pengcheng team, actually mastered an amplification skill that could greatly shorten the release of skills. At the cost of exhausting all of his own special energy, he forced 2 level 6 members of his team to complete quick preparations. At this time, 2 level 6 skills were about to fall, and the terrifying power made the players of both teams subconsciously choose to dodge. But despite this, these 2 powerful ranged skills still cover most of the Shangjing team members. As long as they fall behind, the Shangjing team will definitely lose more than half of its members. Faced with this level of skill, Su Ranran also sighed. This kind of skill was not something he could handle. So Su Ranran could only turn around and say to his captain behind him, "Captain, I still have to trouble you." After saying that, Su Ranran stopped doing any unnecessary actions. Su Ranran has absolute confidence in the soul core of the Shangjing team. The other members of the Shangjing team followed suit and gathered around Su Ranran. At this time, these players looked like they were sitting on the bench eating melon seeds. Many guilds and representative teams from outside the company frowned at the performance of the Shangjing team. This Shangjing team is too arrogant. They didn't even take any evasive or defensive measures. Those are 2 level 6 skills. The most important thing is that they are all gathered together. If they can't resist, won't the Shangjing team be overturned on the spot? I think so too. The Pengcheng team is already at a huge disadvantage. As long as they can survive these two level 6 skills, there will be no suspense. What Shangjing Du is doing now is undoubtedly giving Pengcheng team a chance. However, this kind of discussion did not last long, and then the captain of the Shangjing team on the field, the Queen Baiqing, raised one arm slightly. The next second, a terrifying aura of strange energy emanated from her. She's not planning to take two level 6 skills head on, is she? I thought Baiqing had some means to divert or offset the opponent's attack, but the result seemed to be different from what everyone thought. She just chose to fight head on. As Baiqing raised her hand, space ripples suddenly appeared around her, and then white light began to condense into lightsabers around her. The lightsabers appeared at an extremely fast speed, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of lightsabers surrounded Baiqing. At this moment, countless lightsabers formed a special field that enveloped all members of the Shangjing team. What kind of skill is this? A level 6 skill? But how can she release it instantly? Countless people were puzzled at this moment. Baiqing's skill should be very powerful, definitely not inferior to a level 6 skill, but the opponent showed no signs of preparation and released it as soon as he raised his hand. Before everyone could speculate, two level 6 skills came sweeping over from a distance. Baiqing waved her palms as gently as stirring the water, but the thousands of lightsabers around her were all facing the mixture of thunder and storm. In an instant, with the collision of the three, a terrifying and astonishing power erupted above the stadium. For a moment, the wind was howling and thunder was roaring. But all this did not last long. Soon, those moving wind and thunder visions were all destroyed by the lightsabers that came one after another. What's going on? What skill did Baiqing just unleash? She easily eliminated two level 6 skills, and those lightsabers from the golden light also. Wait, those lightsabers actually appeared next to Baiqing again. What's going on with this skill? Could it be that Baiqing can release that skill indefinitely? While many viewers were exclaiming, Song Yi and Qian Ninger, who had suffered great energy loss, bit their lips tightly. They were very unwilling to give up, as the previous attack was almost the trump card of the Pengcheng team. Just ask yourself which team can release two level 6 skills in just a few seconds. If it were any other team, they would be severely damaged on the spot and even unable to recover. But the Shangjing team responded so calmly to the trump cards they played with all their might. At this time, Song Yi had already understood that the unscathed Shangjing team was bound to win the game. Although this result was not unexpected, their Pengcheng team should not have been defeated so completely. The reason was that Baiqing released those lightsabers so easily, and this skill was beyond their imagination. Song Yi was ready to admit defeat at this point, but before that she couldn't help but ask, Captain Baiqing, is the skill you just used your exclusive talent skill? Talented skills? Song Yi's question surprised many people. They had all heard of awakening skills and basic skills, but had never heard of talent skills? What were these skills? Didn't talents correspond to 3 skill slots? What does exclusive mean? Many people were confused after hearing this. As for Baiqing, after hearing Song Yi's question, her expression seemed indifferent. She could see that this was the other party's last question, but surprisingly, her personality did not choose to ignore it as her indifferent appearance showed. Instead, she answered indifferently. The skill is called Infinite Sword Domain. This was Baiqing's answer. She essentially acknowledged Song Yi's statement. The incredibly powerful skill she released instantly was her innate skill, and it was called Infinite Sword Domain. At this moment, Song Yi looked at the many lightsabers that kept appearing and disappearing beside Baiqing, and a look of helplessness appeared on her face. Why is it that before this elite competition even started, there have been rumors that these two are the dominant players of this competition? The reason is that there have been rumors since before the competition started that the Empress and the Demon King have each awakened their own unique innate skills. This was a terrifying talent that most people had never heard of, and was countless times rarer than dual skills in one slot. Its power is obvious to all. Not only can it be released at will, but its skill effects are even more terrifying. Baiqing didn't seem to have any burden at all before, but she easily used this skill to easily eliminate the level 6 skills that Song Yi and Qian Ninger had used with all their strength. It can be seen how powerful an awakener will be once he awakens his own unique talent skills. After hearing Baiqing's answer, Song Yi no longer had any regrets. If they lose, they lose. The Queen Baiqing is indeed too powerful. She can even easily sweep away the entire Pengcheng team by herself. Finally, with the confirmation of the official referee, the Pengcheng team was defeated and eliminated. Even so, after seeing the strength of the Shengjing team, especially the talented skills of the Empress Bai Qing, who would laugh at the Pengcheng team that is trying their best? After the game, when a group of people were talking about the topic of talents and skills on their way back, Tang Hao couldn't help but glance at the indifferent figure in the projection. It turns out I'm not the only one who's awakened at natural skill. Chapter 102: The Power of the Demon King. After a break at noon, the afternoon game quickly entered the preparation stage. Just when a group of people arrived at the viewing hall early to find a good seat to wait, they unexpectedly met the Shanghai team on the way. It's the Demon King Winry. On the road, people from other teams passed by the Magic City team and saluted them. This is the only team in this elite competition that can compete with the Shengjing team. Otherwise, there would be no suspense in this competition from the beginning. Then, under the watchful eyes of a group of people, the Magic City team headed to the stadium. Just before leaving, the Demon King Wenli and the team cast another glance at the members of the Jinling team. Although this attention was very short, the fact that it happened twice in a row made many people wonder why the Magic City team paid so much attention to the Jinling team. Even though the Jinling team had eliminated the Gusu team in the first round, it wouldn't be something that Wenli, known as the Great Devil, would care so much about. That's strange. Some people couldn't understand it, but they were invisibly more concerned about the Jinling team. This included the Chang'an team and others who had just shared a table with Tang Hao and his friends at noon. Tang Xiao looked at Tang Hao and the others suspiciously. It seems like I can't be careless on the last day of the game, otherwise I will really lose to you. After Tang Xiao finished speaking, she tried her best to look serious, which made Gu Yan, Lu Yaoyao and others laugh. Although the two teams are the next opponents, Tang Xiao's personality is really hard to dislike. Unconsciously, the relationship between the Jinling team and the Chang'an team members even became better. The wait was not long, and soon the second game of the day began. Magic City vs Guangzhou has officially begun. I thought it would be another one-sided game, but when the two teams really came into contact, what happened was unexpected. Because the moment the two sides came into contact, the twin girls from the Magic City team showed sweet smiles, and the next second the two of them worked together to release a skill. A ball of like the size of a basketball rose into the air and got stuck in the air between the two teams. Then the light shone brightly, and in an instant the playing field was covered in strong white light. Open, I can't open my eyes. And Jiyu, captain of the Yangcheng team, immediately sensed something was wrong. Although she couldn't see straight ahead, she quickly shouted to her teammates, "Don't panic. Retreat in an orderly manner and prepare for battle." At Jiyu's shout, the originally panicked Yangcheng team members immediately calmed down. One of the level 5 defenders and another level 6 Earth-type attacker began to build a defense system in front of the team, trying to minimize the losses caused by the disadvantageous first move. However, just when the Yangcheng team was trying to get through these few seconds of discomfort, a tall girl wearing a noble cheongsam and exuding a mature aura suddenly emerged from the shadow of the male assistant in the team. When he felt something strange behind him, the male assistant was about to shout loudly to warn others, but he didn't expect that the cheongsam girl Wenli just made a gesture to silence him, and then the male assistant was horrified to find that he could not make a sound. At this time, everyone on the Yangcheng team saw nothing but white in front of their eyes and could not use their eyes at all, and the only way to communicate was blocked by the sound. The male assistant could only watch anxiously as Wenli gathered the terrifying energy in her hands. After a few seconds, the Yangcheng team finally began to adapt after suffering an unfavorable initial attack. But then the Yangcheng team discovered something shocking. There was one more person in their team. It's Wenli. When the hell did she get in here? In an instant, the members of the Yangcheng team were frightened and started to attack Wenli, but facing the joint efforts of the Yangcheng team, Wenli acted indifferent and even had a unique smile on her face. Then, amid the silent wailing of the male assistant, the members of the Yangcheng team suddenly realized that there was a burning sensation rushing out from under their feet. Fifth skill, Blazing Flames. With a loud bang, a terrible underground flame suddenly rushed up under the Yangcheng team. Everyone was caught off guard by the sudden attack. In an instant, the alien attackers and physical attackers in the middle were blown away by the terrifying power. Everyone on the Yangcheng team couldn't help but wail. Among them, the physical attackers were relatively better, just a few injuries, and their condition was greatly damaged, but those special attackers were in a miserable state, and all of them were eliminated after this blow. This made the remaining attacker and defender of the Yangcheng team despair in an instant. How to fight next? The Big Devil, an alien attacker, actually played a back row attack, which was something the Yangcheng team had not thought of beforehand, and the result was so cruel. Under Wen Li's sudden attack, the Yangqing team was directly crippled. This combat method and results were even more brutal than those of the Shangjing team in the morning. Aheman Jiyu, the captain of the Yangqing team who had recovered some of his condition, had a bitter look on his face. She hadn't expected the game to be so one-sided. But what she never expected was that this was not one-sided at all, it was simply a massacre. Their Yangqing team was unilaterally slaughtered in front of the Magic City team. This would have been an unimaginable scene in previous elite competitions. But now it is actually happening. The reason for all this was because of the girl in front of him who was wearing a cheongsam and looking at him with a playful look on her face. Our Yangqing team admits defeat. Although they had the same idea as the Pengcheng team before, they had to fight hard and show their momentum even if they were defeated. But no one expected the Magic City team's offensive methods to be so strange. If we say that the Shangjing team crushed the opponent with fair and clear strength, then the Magic City team will be the one that is difficult to defend against and ends the game. Team leader? At this time, some other members of the Yangqing team also struggled to stand up. They also heard their captain admit defeat just now, and no one would be willing to lose the game in such a confused manner. But they really couldn't refute their captain's decision. The result of this game was that the Yangqing team suffered a crushing defeat. At this time, with the defeat of the Yangqing team, both games on the first day were over. It was not until this time that some of the audience outside the venue came to their senses. Is this the end? Many people find it hard to believe. That is the Yangqing team that has always occupied the top 4 positions in previous years. It would have been fine if they had just lost in the second round of the knockout stage this year, but they lost so miserably. Who would believe this if I told them? However, most of the audience just witnessed the entire victimization process. It can be said that if they were to compete, the result would not have changed at all. As the match between Shanghai and Guangzhou ended, the team's viewing hall was filled with dead silence. After a long while, someone said in shock, too perverted. Is this the ruling power of the Demon King and the Empress? Chapter 103: Jinling Team's Outrageous Operation. The competition in the next 2 days gradually returned to normal. Although some people performed well occasionally, the normal competition was basically within everyone's acceptable range. The results of the next few games were also released quickly. First up are the 2 games on the second day. Dagong vs Fengtian, Mai vs Tianfu. The result was as expected by many people. When the Dagong team played against the Fengtian team, the captain of the Fengtian team, Jin Mink, had extraordinary offensive ability. He fought against the captain and vice-captain of the Dagong team alone and defeated them. The rest of the Fengtian team took advantage of the momentum of this great victory and won the game in no time. Next is Mai vs Tianfu, in which Tianfu team, Jiangqing team, and Badu team all adopt the strategy of concentrating their efforts on development. Although the other representative teams of the 3 provinces are average, the strength of their provincial teams is undoubtedly strong. But even so, the Tianfu team eventually succumbed to the Makino team. The reason is still because the Makino team also has a powerful player, Zhao Keqing. In the game, Zhao Keqing, as an agile attacker, wore a lotus white long skirt and cut into the back row of the Tianfu team several times with one sword, directly causing the back row of the Tianfu team to collapse. In the end, the Makino team narrowly defeated the Tianfu team thanks to the strong strength of Zhao Keqing alone. And into the third day. In Hongdu vs Qiantang, Qiantang team defeated Hongdu team in a crushing manner. This was a game that ended quickly. All members of Qiantang team had an advantage over Hongdu team. The game ended within a few minutes after the 2 sides came into contact. Next was the match between Langcheng and Jiangcheng. With the experience of Badu team as a lesson, Jiangqing team had been targeting Zhu Liner since the beginning of the match. What they didn't expect was that even when being targeted, Zhu Liner still burst out with amazing fighting power. Her special attack skills were too strong, and she once defeated the 3 Jiangqing team members who were targeting her. In the end, when the other members of the Langcheng team were eliminated early, Zhu Liner defeated all the remaining Jiangqing team members on her own. Subsequently, the Langcheng team also won the game. At this point, no one dared to underestimate this quiet and weak-looking little girl. Then came the final day of the second round of eliminations. In the morning, we visited Tubo and Lincheng. Both cities are gathering places for ethnic minorities in China, and their people have been simple and honest since ancient times. This battle was also the most speechless match since the second round, if the 2 teams were compared to 2 boxers in the ring. Looking at the entire game, both sides played cautiously, and both sides were either testing each other or on the way to testing each other. Because the game was so evenly matched, the game was even dragged on for 2 hours for the first time, which was considered to have entered overtime. Even so, the two sides continued to fight and retreat for more than half an hour before the battle ended. The final winner was the Tubo team, and Lin Chang was unfortunately defeated with a slight disadvantage. It was not until the end of this time-consuming and strenuous morning competition that many representatives finally woke up from their nap. It's really out of the ordinary that there were spectators in an elite competition who were so bored that they fell asleep because the game was too long and there were countless tugs of war in between. The key point is that even the participating teams were not spared, which is really incredible. After the boring and sleepy game in the morning, many people hoped that the afternoon game would not be so boring anymore. After lunch and a short rest, Tang Hao and his team set off. The players who took the field this time included Captain Gu Yan, team members Tang Hao, Lu Yaoyao, Nie Qingqing, Bei Han, Zhen Luo. The players of the Jinling team were unexpected, because Yu Ling and Mu Xiaoyu, who did not play, were both genuine level 5 awakening masters. It is really puzzling that the Jinling team did not use the two of them but instead used the weaker Bei Han and Zhen Luo. What's Team Jinling up to? I'm really impressed by their perception support. They seem to really rely on perception to gain an advantage. I don't understand. I wonder if the Chang'an team will be affected. After all, the Jinling team defeated the Gusu team, which was in the top 4 last time. But speaking of it, the Gusu team is so pitiful. They are always used as a background. At this time, as the host announced the start of the game, the players of Jinling team and Chang'an team entered the stadium one after another. At this time, the teams that were eliminated in the first 2 rounds were not expelled from the other space, and they could still choose to stay and watch the game. The losing team could only go to the guild members' rest area and squeeze in with a bunch of people to watch the game projection. As the Jinling team started the game, the previously defeated Gusu team received the most discussion. After all, they were once victims. In response, Su Ruoqing clenched his snow-white fingers until they turned pink. Damn Tang Hao, damn Jinling team. I'll definitely come after you at the elite training camp and get my revenge. After saying this, Su Ruoqing focused her attention on the game again. She wanted to see if the Jinling team could defeat the Chang'an team, which was not weaker than them. As the images continued to pass, the distance between the two teams soon became closer. According to past practice, the Jinling team should do something at this time, relying on its own perception advantage. But the result was unexpected again. The Jinling team, especially Tang Hao himself, did nothing. All the members just rushed straight towards the Chang'an team that was approaching on the other side. Something's wrong. This is so abnormal. A large number of viewers found it incredible why Tang Hao didn't make use of his perception advantage. You know, once the two sides confronted each other head-on, his perception would not be of much use. However, when everyone was puzzled, the two teams finally met. At the moment of contact, the members of the Chang'an team on the opposite side were obviously stunned. What's going on? From the Chang'an team's perspective, not only did the Jinling team replace the stronger Mu Xiaoyu and Yu Ling, but the opponent's perception assistant Tang Hao also appeared in front of them with the entire team without doing anything. Such behavior really puzzled Qin Lan and Chang Fong from the Chang'an team. As for the heartless Tang Xiao, she was still wondering how to force out this mischievous junior, but she didn't expect that the other party would appear in front of her so leisurely. Junior brother, I know you like senior sister the most, I will be gentle later. Looking at Tang Xiao gathering strange energy while speaking playful and cute words. Tang Hao raised his lips, then waved his hand and said, disperse. As Tang Hao finished speaking, the other members of the Jinling team immediately began to retreat in other directions in front of the Chang'an team, and did not forget to use 1 or 2 basic skills. It can be said to be not very harmful, but extremely insulting. What do they mean by this? They weren't hiding before, but now they're playing hide and seek right in front of us? The Chang'an team was stunned for a moment by the Jinling team's bold moves. Chapter 104: Gu Yan's Dual Skills. Facing Jinling team's move, Chang'an team felt weird, but they had to make a choice early. To chase or not to chase? If they chase, there is obviously a trap waiting for them ahead, but if they don't chase, will they allow the Jinling team to harass them unscrupulously? How frustrating is this? What should I do? For a moment, the other members of the Chang'an team turned their attention to Tang Xiao. As the captain, she should make the decision at this time. Seeing this, Tang Xiao, who had originally seemed heartless, restrained her smile. She looked at Tang Hao, who was also smiling at her, thought for a moment, and made a decision. Chase, Sister Lan and Sister Fong, you go after Gu Yan and Bei Han, who are the slowest. The rest of us will keep an eye on Tang Hao, but remember not to chase too deep. As Tang Xiaoro gave orders as captain, her entire aura changed. Seeing this, Tang Hao also smiled and said, "Senior Xiaoro looks so scary right now. I always feel that if I stood in front of you, it wouldn't be strange even if you tore me apart." Hearing this, Tang Xiaoro signaled Qin Lan and Cheng Fong to give chase, and at the same time, she said in a rare serious tone, "Little brother, you have to understand me. As the captain, I must be responsible for my teammates during the game." After saying that, Tang Xiaoro raised her hand and released a skill. Fourth skill, Love Entanglement. As a layer of pink energy was released from Tang Xiaoro's hands, a transparent snake-like beast emerged, and then the snake-shaped beast rushed out of Tang Xiaoro's hands and headed straight for Tang Hao. The first thing I felt was that being entangled by this skill would be very troublesome. Then he started running. Seeing this, Tang Xiaoro was about to say that this skill was extremely fast and could lock onto the enemy. Even the most skilled mid-level agile attacker couldn't hold on for long. In other words, Tang Hao's dodging was meaningless and was just a waste of energy. But the next second Tang Xiaoro was dumbfounded. I saw a pink snake-shaped transparent object chasing Tang Hao, but it was always some distance away. Tang Hao didn't even have to put in any effort at this time and easily left his tracking skills behind. What's going on? Although she said that Tang Hao was wasting his energy, as long as the skill did not fall on Tang Hao, Tang Xiaoro would have to continue to supply supernatural energy to maintain this skill. But looking at the current situation, the speed Tang Hao burst out was not at the intermediate level at all. He even performed with ease, without any tension or panic. Even if she continued to supply her supernatural energy, she would probably not be able to catch up with Tang Hao. This is really speechless. If you can't catch up, then what's the point of locking the skill? What's going on? How come your speed suddenly increased so much? Seeing that her skills were unable to catch up with Tang Hao, Tang Xiaoro simply put away her skills to avoid meaningless consumption, and then expressed her doubts about the terrifying speed displayed by Tang Hao. Just now, Tang Hao's speed almost caught up with Su Ruoqing's when he released the sixth skill. That was high-level agility. Couldn't Tang Hao only burst out the speed of a mid-level physique? She had never heard that auxiliary promotion could lead to such a fast improvement. Facing Tang Xiaoro's question, Tang Hao smiled without saying anything. The real surprise was yet to come. At this time, Gu Yan's voice emerged in Tang Hao's mind. It was because Tang Hao had established contact with everyone through the invisible mark in advance that he could now establish a temporary group chat through the voice of the heart. Tang Hao, Qin Lan, and Cheng Fong have been attracted far enough away from us and will soon catch up with us. At the same time, Lu Yaoyao's voice interrupted. Xiao Hao Hao, hurry up and start. I can't wait to have a fight with the Chang'an team. After hearing what the two said, Tang Hao took a last glance at Tang Xiaoro. She asked the others to be alert to the surroundings, and she herself did not dare to leave easily after witnessing Tang Hao's terrifying speed. It was obvious that she was afraid that her teammates would be taken advantage of by Tang Hao. It seems that only 2 people can be sent out. Although Tang Hao felt a little regretful about this, he could accept it. Perhaps before the game, many people regarded the Jinling team as a weak team and thought that winning against the Gusa team was just a fluke. So Tang Hao let everyone know the current strength of the Jinling team. Let's get started. After Tang Hao notified the others from the bottom of his heart, in an instant, Nie Qingqing, Lu Yaoyao, and Shan Luo, the 3 women who were originally wandering around, all followed Tang Hao's instructions and rushed towards Qin Lan and Cheng Fong. Qin Lan and Cheng Fong did not seem panicked after discovering that they were quickly surrounded. This was expected from the moment they chased out. They also had the confidence that they could deal with the siege of Lu Yaoyao, Nie Qingqing, and others. If they could get them involved well, they might even be able to hold them back until Tang Xiaoro brought people over to launch a counter-siege. It was only after Lu Yaoyao, Nie Qingqing, and the others approached that Qin Lan realized that the other party did not attack immediately, but was restraining the 2 of them. What are they planning to do? At this time, due to the obstruction of Lu Yaoyao and the other 2, Gu Yan and Bei Han had already disappeared from Qin Lan's sight. Just when Qin Lan and the others were wondering why the Jinling team had not taken action despite their numerical advantage, a dark haze swept in from afar. Without thinking, Qin Lan and Cheng Fong attacked the oncoming black fog, but to their surprise, the fog could not be dispersed at all, and their skills went straight through it. What does this mean? The 2 were still surprised that the black haze did not seem to be aggressive, but the next second their faces changed color. Because they were covered in black smog, the 2 were only a few meters apart, but at this time they could not see each other. Even shouting at the other party did not get any response. After finally getting closer to each other based on memory, we discovered the effect of this black haze. It can greatly reduce the visual range of people in the smog and completely block their hearing. Even if two people are less than half a meter apart and talking, they can't hear anything. Only then did Qin Lan and Chang Fong feel something was wrong. Especially since they just discovered that the black smog not only submerged the two of them, but also swept towards the other members of the Chang'an team in the distance. Once all of them are in this thick fog, Tang Hao, who has mastered the ability of perception, can easily decide their life and death. But unfortunately, even if the two wanted to warn the other members of the Chang'an team in the distance, they couldn't do it at this time, because the transmission of all sounds was restricted in the haze. On the contrary, Tang Hao and his group can communicate freely in the black fog by relying on the two skills of Invisible Mark and Voice of the Heart. This is why Gu Yan can always play despite being only a level 4 Awakener. In addition to the level 4 dark skill Dark Corrosion that he has already used, Gu Yan also possesses a level 4 dark skill Dark Forbidden Zone. This skill was not Gu Yan's original goal, because this skill does not cause any damage, it just has a wide range and can block vision and sound. But unexpectedly, it was absorbed by Gu Yan accidentally. This is also the second lucky person in the Jinling team besides Tang Hao who has obtained two skills in one slot. When facing the Gusu team before, Tang Hao's Invisible Mark and Voice of the Mind had not been upgraded to the advanced level, and there were certain defects in coordination, so they were not used. After Tang Hao upgraded these two skills to advanced levels and further enhanced the skill effects, all his concerns disappeared. At this time, Gu Yan's voice came from the bottom of her heart. Tang Hao, I can only last about 10 minutes in the Dark Forbidden Zone. You have to manage your time well. After Gu Yan finished speaking, he concentrated on maintaining the Dark Forbidden Zone. At the same time, Tang Hao directly activated his strongest perception skill, Earth Fluctuation, and instantly grasped the position information of everyone on the field. Tang Hao then shared the information with others through the Voice of the Mind. The next second, a stranglehold on the Chang'an team officially began. Chapter 105 Two People First. Under telepathy, Tang Hao can share his visual perception with others. Then, everything within a 3,000-meter radius of Tang Hao on the entire field was displayed in the minds of others in the form of 3D printing. Is this the new perception skill that Xiao Haohao mentioned? This is incredible. Lu Yaoyao was surprised the moment she received the huge 3D image. In her opinion, this was not an effect that could be achieved by a mere mid-level skill. As for the others, Nie Qingqing, Chen Luo, and Beihan were also shocked by this scene. However, fortunately, there is the ancient heritage to take the blame, so everyone can accept Tang Hao even if his performance is a little beyond the ordinary. After accepting this picture, everyone's eyes looked in a certain direction. There were Qin Lan and Chang Fong, who were left alone. They also knew the effect of the black smog at this time. With their vision and hearing blocked, they didn't dare to move at all. If something goes wrong, the two of them will get separated, not to mention reuniting with Tang Xiao and the others. Is this Teen Jinling's trick to lure us away? Dark skills, if I remember correctly, should be mastered by Gu Yan. I saw her use a level 4 skill once before, but I didn't expect she still has one. Two skills in one slot? Even in the dark and foggy environment, Qin Lan did not forget to analyze the situation in front of her. At the same time, Cheng Fong was fiddling with the black haze in front of her eyes, and she was also thinking secretly. It's clear that this haze has a large area, and the opponent won't be able to maintain such a large area of effect for long. Once the haze dissipates, we can strike back. While Qin Lan and Cheng Fong were sitting back to back, thinking about their own things, Tang Hao, Lu Yaoyao, Nie Qingqing and Xian Luo had already come around them. However, due to the interference of smog, their field of vision was compressed to 2 or 3 meters, and their voices could not be transmitted. So even when the crisis comes, they are unaware of it. At this time, Tang Hao said to the three people in their hearts, "Leave Qin Lan to me, you go deal with Cheng Fong. You don't need to spend too much energy to defeat her. There are other people to deal with later, so save some energy." Okay. No problem. Don't worry. Lu Yaoyao and the other two quickly responded to Tang Hao in their hearts. Then Tang Hao and the other three walked quickly forward. When 4 human-shaped marks appeared in the sight of Qin Lan and Cheng Fong, who had been on guard, their pupils shrank instantly, and the layer of strange energy defense that had always covered their bodies instantly became active. Third skill, White Tiger Power. Third skill, Suzaku Power. As 2 rays of light flashed, a powerful beast aura burst out from Qin Lan and Cheng Fong's bodies, and their fighting instincts were greatly enhanced. The former's attack was accompanied by the power of air shock, integrating offense and defense. The latter has a burning power when fighting, and flames are attached to its body, making it difficult for people to touch it. In just a moment, the two sides made contact. Tang Hao's two swords appeared and slashed directly at Xinlan. The latter roared like a white tiger. Then Tang Hao found that his weapon could not hit Xinlan. When the opponent raised his hand, a shock force turned into an air wall to defend against the weapon's attack. However, the impact force brought by Tang Hao himself could not be resolved. This squeezed Xinlan to another place. At the same time, there should have been flames on Cheng Feng's side, but all the light was blocked by the black haze. Therefore, no matter how loud the noise Cheng Feng made, Xinlan and other members of the Chang'an team would not be aware of it. Seeing that he and Xinlan were fighting alone, Tang Hao no longer suppressed his physical condition. The next second, a powerful blow from a high-level physique came down. Xinlan originally wanted to block it with the defense method just now, and then prepare to counterattack. However, as soon as the two sides came into contact, Xinlan's palm was shaken and hurt, and the air wall that could easily withstand the impact of intermediate power was also suppressed. Then a wisp of flame was released from Tang Hao's two-handed sword. Additional essence, additional skill, blazing flame generation. Activating this skill can allow Tang Hao's double swords to carry out high damage fire attacks. This allowed Tang Hao to break through Xinlan's white tiger power energy wall with his great strength, and the high damage fire instantly burned Xinlan's hands. Then Xinlan showed an expression of great surprise, just like Tang Xiao before. Why is this happening? How come your strength has suddenly increased so much? Although Xinlan's lips were moving, unfortunately her voice could not be transmitted normally in the black haze. However, Tang Hao roughly guessed it from the other party's surprised expression. Tang Hao could only express his apology from the bottom of his heart. I'm sorry, our Jinling team is going to win this game. I can only apologize after the game. Then Tang Hao unleashed his high-level strength and agility with all his strength under the black fog. His pair of flaming swords were as fast as lightning in the black fog, and for a time, he beat Xinlan back step by step. Xinlan wanted to use intermediate skills several times but was easily interrupted by Tang Hao, who was close to her. The reason why Tang Hao chose to fight Xinlan 1v1 first was because the opponent belonged to the strong attack type. Her first talent was strength, which was suppressed by Tang Hao, and her second talent was flexibility. Unfortunately, Tang Hao did not intend to use any control skills on her. He relied on his strong physique to fight head-on. This finally made Xinlan look helpless. In more than a minute, she really tried countless methods, but unfortunately they were all useless. In the end, she was seriously injured and had no choice but to hand over her ID card, announcing her elimination. Only then did Tang Hao leave an invisible mark on Xinlan, and then said to her in her heart, I'm sorry, Sister Lan, I was a little too rough just now. I will definitely keep you company when we're done. Xinlan was obviously stunned when she suddenly heard Tang Hao's voice in her heart, but she quickly figured out the significance of the Jinling team's adoption of this tactic. Xinlan then replied in her heart, it doesn't matter, the competition is like this, no need to worry about it. But winning against us doesn't mean anything. No point? Why do you say that? Xinlan and Cheng Feng are the arms of the Chang'an team. Unfortunately, Xinlan had already walked out of the venue following the route map given by Tang Hao. Tang Hao didn't get an answer and didn't think much about it. He then cooperated with Lu Yaoyao and the others and quickly captured Cheng Feng by following the same method. But after Cheng Feng was defeated, he still said the same thing as Xinlan. This made Tang Hao feel incredible. Could it be that Tang Xiao has some hidden weapon? However, even if the opponent can release the same skills as Su Ruoqing, Tang Hao is not afraid at all. With his current high-level physique, even if the opponent obtains high-level strength and can control all awakening skills, Tang Hao is not inferior. At this time, with Xinlan and Cheng Feng being eliminated one after another, the audience who were watching the game outside the stadium with anxious faces suddenly burst into an uproar. Did the Jinling team gain the advantage? What exactly happened in there? The black haze not only blocked the vision of the Chang'an team, but also blocked the vision of the assistant coaches who were broadcasting the game. As a result, not long after the game started, everyone seemed to be staring at a snowy screen, because they could not see anything moving inside. This made countless viewers feel aggrieved. What the hell is this? Chapter 106 Gravity Control, Attraction, Repulsion. Tang Hao, the black fog can last for about 7 minutes. As Xinlan and Cheng Feng were eliminated, the Chang'an team was still shrouded in a black haze. At this time, the remaining members of the Chang'an team were unaware of what was happening outside, and they had a bad feeling in their hearts. After receiving Gu Yan's reminder, Tang Hao immediately took everyone except Gu Yan to the Chang'an team. Tang Hao was somewhat concerned about what Xinlan and Cheng Feng said during the elimination round. The two of them had personally experienced Tang Hao's strength, but even so, they didn't hesitate to reveal that information. This only means that they think that no matter how hard the Jinling team struggles, it will be useless. What kind of tricks does senior sister Xiaoro have? With this thought in mind, Tang Hao quickly brought the others to the vicinity of the Chang'an team. Originally they were in the black haze and should not have noticed any movement. However, just when Tang Hao and others were about to approach them, 3 alien attack masters of the Chang'an team suddenly used their skills in their direction. 4th skill, Flame Antelope Charge. 5th skill, Invisible Wind Blade. 5th skill, Earth Shattering. Even Tang Hao didn't expect how the other party could determine that they were approaching in the dark haze, and even accurately identify their direction. The sudden arrival of 3 intermediate skills undoubtedly caught the Jinling team off guard. Tang Hao immediately stood in front of Bei Han, who was in the most vulnerable position, and blocked a fire skill for him. Lu Yaoyao relied on the continuous swinging of the bone knife in his hand to block most of the wind blades. Although he was injured, it was not serious. The most troublesome ones are Nie Qingqing and Shen Luo. Both of them are agile attack type. If it is a single target skill, it would be fine, but Earth Collapse is a range skill, and there are also countless wind blades attacking. The two people who were unprepared suffered a great loss. Until this time, Tang Hao immediately released his healing skills on the two of them. But what is frustrating is that external injuries are not a big deal, but some internal injuries are very troublesome. Taking 2 mid-level skills in a row, one level 4 and one level 5, was too much of a burden for them, whose defensive capabilities were only higher than those of the alien attacker, and this caused their condition to deteriorate significantly. At this moment, Nie Qingqing and Shenluo's voices echoed in their minds. Sorry, we just defeated Qin Lan and Chang Feng, and we seem too relaxed. Listening to what the two said, Tang Hao also expressed his apologies. He did not realize in advance that the Chang'an team was secretly preparing an ambush. But Tang Hao still couldn't understand how the other party knew their whereabouts in the dark haze. Seeing the Chang'an team accumulating skills again, Tang Hao immediately said to Bei Han, Sister Han. Now the other party has grasped the direction of his side. If he approaches rashly, he will have to endure the violent output of 3 alien attackers. Although Tang Hao has strong defense, it will not be good if he is hit by too many skills before getting close. Upon hearing this, Bei Han immediately started to use skills to counterattack. As a large number of ice cones shot towards the Chang'an team, Tang Hao also released Earth Perception at the same time. It was at this time that Tang Hao discovered something strange. That is, although the Chang'an team can lock the direction of Tang Hao and others, they seem unable to detect the ice skills released by Bei Han. Seeing the ice skills approaching, Tang Xiao quickly blocked for the 3 members of the alien attack division. After mastering this information, Tang Hao had a guess in his heart. He then said to Nie Qingqing and Shen Luo, Sister Qingqing, Sister Chen Luo, please go to the location I gave you and wait for notification. The two of them stood up immediately after hearing Tang Hao's words in their hearts. Although their combat effectiveness was damaged, it was still no problem for them to just run errands. After the two were in position, Tang Hao clearly discovered through his perception skills that the Chang'an team was beginning to waver. In an instant, the 3 alien attackers who were originally pointing in the same direction began to point in 3 directions, and their maximum perception distance was exactly 300 meters. This made Tang Hao think of a possibility. The perception item they used during our previous battle with the Gusu team. There is no doubt that Tang Xiao carried such a prop, but it is not known whether Tang Xiao brought it herself or it was loaned by the Gusu team. After thinking about it for a while, Tang Hao guessed that the latter was more likely. But now that we know the other party's means of perception, it won't be difficult to deal with it. Tang Hao then led the 5 people forward in 5 directions. 3 imaginary and 2 real. The 3 virtual ones are Nie Qingqing, Shen Luo, and Bei Han. They don't need to go deep, they just need to cooperate to confuse each other. The 2 real ones are naturally Tang Hao and Lu Yaoyao. The 2 are in the best condition now, and Bei Han is constantly releasing ice skills to interfere with the opponent. This greatly reduced the perception of the sensor in Tang Xiao's hand for a while. Soon, when the 3 alien attackers of the Chang'an team didn't know which direction to release their skills, Tang Hao and Lu Yaoyao had seized the opportunity and approached them to within less than 100 meters. At this point, Tang Xiao was still in a dilemma, because the people approaching them were still coming from 2 directions. This made the 3 members of the Chang'an team undecided about which direction to attack with all their strength. In the end, it was Tang Xiao who made up her mind and used gestures to give instructions within the 1 or 2 meter field of view of the 3 people. The 3 of them put all their efforts into choosing one of them to release a skill. The direction they chose was Tang Hao, but when the two sides were only a few dozen meters apart and the other side was ready, Tang Hao suddenly opened his palms towards the three alien attackers. The next second, an invisible suction force was released from Tang Hao's palm, and the three alien attackers were caught off guard and were suddenly pulled by an inexplicable force. This is exactly the new effect of Tang Hao's advanced skill gravity control, positive gravity. Seeing that the three team members around her suddenly became confused and were about to fly backwards, Tang Xiaoro immediately grabbed them. The two sides immediately got into a tug of war. Afterwards, Tang Hao saw Tang Xiaoro gradually increase her strength to stabilize the three people's bodies. With a wicked smile on his face, he said, "Since you want it, I'll give it back to you." Gravity control, repulsion. In an instant, the original strong suction force turned into an opposite force, which caught the three alien attackers and Tang Xiaoro off guard. They immediately retreated under the action of inertia. Because of the huge difference in power between the two, the four people who were retreating at this time were unable to keep their bodies steady. Then, Tang Hao said to Lu Yaoyao in his heart, "Sister Yaoyao, it's up to you." The next moment, Lu Yaoyao's figure holding a huge bone knife emerged from the dark haze. At this time, Lu Yaoyao's whole body was covered with scarlet blood. It was Lu Yaoyao's fourth skill, Scarlet Power. This skill can give Lu Yaoyao more powerful combat power. This scene made Tang Xiaoro and the other three alien attack masters look panicked. Unfortunately, they were unable to respond in time at this time. "I'm sorry, Xiaororo." Chapter 107, Chang'an's defeat, Tang Xiaoro's outburst. The blood-red color carried a terrifying aura, and Lu Yaoyao had already approached the four people. Seeing the huge bone knife about to fall, the three panicked alien attackers had no time to adjust their bodies. They could only hastily release their first and second level skills at Lu Yaoyao. In an instant, wind blades, lightning arcs, and fireballs rushed towards Lu Yaoyao, who was close at hand. Facing the on-the-spot counterattack of the three alien attackers, Lu Yaoyao seemed to be at ease. Second skill, Thunder Sweep. With the blessing of the Scarlet Power, the second skill released by Lu Yaoyao is more powerful. Originally, it could only temporarily repel people and things, but now it can directly dispel all the skills released by the three alien attackers of the Chang'an team. At this time, Tang Xiaoro had not yet mastered the ability to move her body because of the backlash from the reverse force she had suffered in her previous fight with Tang Hao. After Lu Yaoyao dispersed the attacks of the three alien attackers with one strike, he stepped forward to finish them off. The slash with Scarlet Power injured three alien attackers of the Chang'an team in the blink of an eye. As for Tang Xiaoro, thanks to the three people acting as a buffer, she was able to get rid of the predicament of using the wrong strength just now and repel Lu Yaoyao in time. The scene fell into a brief silence. At this time, the three alien attackers of the Chang'an team were not seriously injured, but they also knew that Lu Yaoyao had shown mercy. After all, the relationship between the two teams is good, so there is no need to kill them. However, despite this, the three alien attackers still consciously handed over their identity cards. After all, the other party has shown mercy just now, so you should be sensible now. As the three people handed over their identity cards and retreated to a distance to wait, it meant that the three of them were eliminated. At this point in the game, 5 of the 6 players on the Chang'an team had been eliminated. On the other hand, the Jinling team was intact at this time except for some injured players. This advantage is huge. At this time, in order to facilitate communication, Tang Hao casually released an invisible mark on Tang Xiaoro. In an instant, Tang Xiaoro remembered Tang Hao's voice. "Senior Xiaoro, the situation is over. Now you are the only one left in the Chang'an team." "Hey, Xiaororo, I know you're very capable, but you've also seen that Tang Hao not only advanced to the intermediate level in the past week, but also cultivated his basic skills to the mastery level. Xiao Hao's current physique alone is comparable to that of a high-level awakener, and his strength, agility, and defense have been comprehensively improved. Not to mention the distant past, even if Su Ru watching from a week ago met Xiao Hao now, he would definitely not have had a good ending." The words of Tang Hao and Lu Yaoyao emerged in Tang Xiaoro's mind. Her expression was a little difficult to understand for a moment. Tang Xiaoro hadn't expected that the match between the Chang'an team and the Jinling team would end up like this. Their team had previously made speculations about the Chang'an team, and even took the initiative to contact the Gusa team in order to deal with Tang Hao's perception ability. After knowing the purpose of the visit, the other party decisively lent the sensory equipment. Su Ru watching even said to Tang Xiaoro at that time, "If you had the chance, help me beat that guy Tang Hao into a pig's head. That will be considered as the reward for borrowing the things." Tang Xiaoro still remembered how happily she laughed when she heard this. I never thought that I would be the one forced into a desperate situation in the end. Speaking of which, the dark haze in front of her really disrupted Tang Xiaorou's entire plan. She never expected that Gu Yan, who usually acted like a captain but had little strength, would do such a thing at the critical moment. But, even if she is the only one left in the Chang'an team, the game is far from over. After listening to Tang Hao and Lu Yaoyao's persuasion to surrender, Tang Xiaorou not only did not give in easily, but instead a strong fighting spirit emerged from her. Fifth skill, Unyielding Spirit. This is the second skill of Tang Xiaorou's flexible talent. Like many attack-type awakeners, everyone will choose a skill that can offset the control effect as the fourth or fifth skill. The Unyielding Soul can achieve the same effect as Su Ruoqing's Armor of the Overlord by burning supernatural energy. Now that she was no longer burdened by her three alien attackers, Tang Xiaorou could let loose and fight a fierce battle. A black light flashed, and then a long sword in the shape of Tang Hengdao fell into Tang Xiaorou's hands. This was her weapon prop. Then, with the help of the sensor in her hand, Tang Xiaorou immediately rushed towards Tang Hao. In the dark fog, Tang Xiaorou rushed towards Tang Hao with astonishing force. Tang Hao was not worried about this at all. The two swords in his hands, which were covered with flames, drew a fiery arc and went to fight against Tang Xiaorou. In an instant, a man and a woman appeared in the darkness, two short swords and a Tang Han long sword slashing at each other. It was not until the two sides actually fought that Tang Xiaorou truly felt the power Tang Hao possessed at that moment. The high-level power brought tremendous pressure to Tang Xiaorou, coupled with Tang Hao's more agile speed. For a while, even if Tang Xiaorou released power skills many times, it was difficult to reverse her disadvantage. Senior Xiaorou, give up. No one on the Chang'an team can match me in a one-on-one fight. Plus, I have Yao Yao supporting me. There's no way you can beat us. Hearing this, Tang Xiaorou remained silent. Although she had tried her best just now, after a few minutes of fighting, Tang Xiaorou gradually realized that she was really at a disadvantage in the battle with Tang Hao. In particular, Lu Yaoyao didn't need to do too much. She only needed to attack from the side at certain critical moments, and Tang Xiaorou's offensive would naturally be defeated. Seeing that Tang Xiaorou was gradually losing strength and her supernatural energy was also greatly depleted, the outcome of this battle was about to come to an end. At this moment, Gu Yan's voice emerged in Tang Hao's mind. Tang Hao, the duration of dark haze is almost reaching its limit. After Gu Yan finished speaking, without the blessing of the releaser, the dark haze quickly dissipated. Taking advantage of the last bit of time, Tang Hao planned to quickly resolve the battle. Just when Tang Hao and Lu Yaoyao rushed towards Tang Xiaorou again, the eyes that were supposed to be at the end of the road suddenly emanated a substantial aura, and the power of the aura alone was enough to push away Tang Hao and Lu Yaoyao who were rushing forward. Is this a sixth skill? No, it doesn't seem like it. Tang Hao and Lu Yaoyao were surprised by the sudden burst of power that Tang Xiaorou suddenly burst out when she was on the verge of collapse. For a moment, the two of them were unable to get close to Tang Xiaorou. This reminded them of what Qin Lan and Chang Feng had said before. Could it be that the situation they are talking about is the power that Tang Xiaorou unleashed when she was on the verge of despair? What exactly is this? After this brief delay, the black fog that had enveloped most of the game and driven the audience crazy finally dissipated. The live game scene finally came into everyone's view again. Then everyone discovered a shocking scene. In the match between Jinling team and Chang'an team, only Tang Xiaorou was fighting hard, and she was obviously at a huge disadvantage. The remaining three attack masters were all standing not far away. They did not intervene in the game and seemed to have been eliminated. This scene really irritated many people. Is this Jinling team so strong? Team Chang'an has 3 level 6 awakeners. How could they be beaten like this? But soon, some sharp-eyed people noticed that something was wrong with Tang Xiaorou. Chapter 108: The Man Who Recreates the Ancient Monuments. When strange changes occurred in Tang Xiaorou, Yuling, who was staying in the Jinling lounge at the same time, suddenly had a feeling. The next second, Yuling's whole body trembled unconsciously. Seeing this happening to Yuling, Mu Xiaoyu immediately stepped forward to ask what was wrong. Yuling also had a confused look on her face. Just now, she suddenly felt her body tingling and numb, an indescribable feeling. I don't know, Yuling was just about to explain the situation when a scene suddenly appeared in her mind. The scene showed a pitch-black underground, from which suddenly countless blood-red insects rushed out. The hideous bloodworms like a worm's nest then swarmed towards Yuling. Ah! With a cry of surprise, Yuling finally broke free from the picture. At this time, sweat had already appeared on her forehead, and the scene just now really made her feel palpitations. Unconsciously, Yuling turned her gaze towards Tang Xiao in the game screen, and then subconsciously murmured, "That moment is finally coming." What's coming? Mu Xiaoyu was really worried watching Yuling's strange behavior. She was about to go to Qi Mei for help, but Yuling took the initiative to say, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Then, after Mu Xiaoyu checked, she found that nothing had really happened to Yuling, and she felt relieved. "Yuling, you really scared me to death just now." Then Mu Xiaoyu complained to Yuling. On the field, Tang Hao and Lu Yaoyao tried several times to get close to Tang Xiao to end the game, but were suppressed by the aura emitted by the other party. What's going on with Xiao Ruru? Lu Yaoyao couldn't help but feel puzzled after returning empty-handed again. Tang Hao was also very puzzled by this. However, there was one thing that Tang Hao clearly caught, that is, as Tang Xiao continued in this state, her aura was rapidly increasing. In a blink of an eye, Tang Hao had already sensed from Tang Xiao the power that surpassed that of an ordinary high-level awakening master. At this moment, Tang Hao suddenly heard a conversation in his mind. "Why did you wake me up? The moment I mentioned shouldn't have arrived yet." This was the voice of a middle-aged man. Just as Tang Hao was wondering where the man's voice came from on the field, another voice emerged in Tang Hao's mind. I'm sorry, I'm about to lose the fight, and I don't want to be eliminated so early, so I wanted to borrow a little bit of your strength, just a little bit." This time Tang Hao recognized the voice as Tang Xiao. At this moment, Tang Hao suddenly realized that because he had previously cast an invisible mark on Tang Xiao, the two sides could communicate even without speaking. So when Tang Xiao was communicating with a certain existence in her body, she was accidentally overheard by Tang Hao. Tang Hao was speechless for a moment, but then he felt confused. Whose voice did that middle-aged man have? Why can the other party live in Tang Xiao's body? What the man said next helped Tang Hao clear up some of his doubts. "I only heard the male voice scolding, 'You are too crazy. I originally gave you the chance to wake me up in order to save your life at the critical moment. You actually take it so lightly.'" After the middle-aged man finished speaking, Tang Xiao immediately admitted her mistake, but still said, "How about, win first, and then you can slowly lecture me." After Tang Xiao finished speaking, the voice fell silent. Although Tang Hao couldn't see the other person's expression, he felt that the other person's mood must be very complicated at the moment. After a while, the owner of the voice finally spoke, "This is just this once, it won't happen again." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, Tang Xiao, who had been standing there in a daze, suddenly opened her eyes. At this moment, Tang Xiao's aura reached its peak, and Tang Hao felt a pressure from her that was almost the same as that from a demon. This means that Tang Xiao's ability at this time is comparable to that of a 9th-level awakening master. How can we fight this? Without any buffer, Tang Xiao's temperament changed drastically after opening her eyes, and she exuded an indescribable aura of a superior. Just raise your hand and an attack is launched. Suddenly, a mountain-like pressure fell on Tang Hao and Lu Yaoyao. Even if they tried their best, they were unable to withstand this attack. One on the left and one on the right, the two men vomited blood and flew backwards. Even the remnants of this power affected the other members of the Jinling team in the rear. Nie Qingqing, Shenluo and Beihan, who were already in poor condition, were instantly hit hard. At this time, Tang Xiao's voice appeared in Tang Hao's mind again. "Don't hit them so hard, just beat them." Seeing that Nie Qingqing and the others had suffered heavy losses, Tang Xiao quickly asked the middle-aged man to restrain himself. In response, the middle-aged man controlled Tang Xiao's body with an indifferent expression. She glanced at the injured Tang Hao and Lu Yaoyao. Among them, Lu Yaoyao was seriously injured and unconscious, while Tang Hao was still able to remain conscious despite being seriously injured because of his high-level physical defense. Tang Xiao was surprised by Tang Hao's behavior and looked at him. For a moment, Tang Hao felt as if he was being spied on. The next second, the middle-aged man's voice sounded. "What a chaotic power system, your era is really." The middle-aged man was probably speechless when he said the last part, and couldn't find any adjectives for a while. Then Tang Xiao calmly raised one hand, intending to strike again to completely defeat Tang Hao. Just when Tang Xiao was still asking the middle-aged man to be gentler, Tang Xiao, who was under his control, suddenly stopped. Then, in this state, Tang Xiao's expression changed for the first time. She looked outside the stadium with a complicated gaze, as if she was looking into someone's eyes through the long distance. Have people in later generations made the same choices as me and walked the same path as me? After the middle-aged man finished speaking, Tang Xiao suddenly felt a muffled sound in her heart, as if the middle-aged man was struggling with something. Taking advantage of the fact that Tang Xiao was distracted and had no time to take care of him, Tang Hao decisively released a healing skill on himself. As the red light flashed, Tang Hao's injuries were almost healed in an instant. Just as Tang Hao stood up again, Tang Xiaoro suddenly remembered a huge dull sound in her heart. What follows is a conversation between the middle-aged man and a certain being. When that moment comes, we'll see who among us will be the chosen one. After saying this, the middle-aged man's aura attached to Tang Xiaoro quickly dissipated. Then, Tang Xiaoro's body softened and she fell down quickly. Seeing this, Tang Hao released a healing ray to Lu Yaoyao while walking to Tang Xiaoro and picking her up. Only at this point did Tang Xiaoro finally master her own controller. At this moment, Tang Xiaoro had once again become the smart senior sister Tang Hao was familiar with. She looked at Tang Hao with a face full of grievance and said, "Stinky junior brother, this time I'll let you go. If you don't cherish this opportunity and get good grades later, I will definitely punish you severely, humph." After saying this, Tang Xiaoro, who pretended to be vicious, finally couldn't hold on and passed out. The game has come to an end. Chapter 109, straight to the semifinals. The last game of the second round of the elite competition knockout stage came to an end with the defeat of the Chang'an team. From this moment on, the 8 teams in the quarterfinals of this elite competition are officially determined. They are Xingjing team, Moda team, Fengtian team, My team, Langqing team, Xintang team, Tubo team, and Jinling team. According to the original rules of the elite competition, the top 10 teams can be selected to enter the elite training camp. The remaining 9th and 10th places need to be selected from the 8 eliminated teams. The selection method is also very simple. The 8 teams draw lots to compete in pairs, and the last 2 teams remaining will automatically be added to the top 10 teams of this competition. So, for the teams that lost in the second round, the game is not over yet. However, compared to the emergence of the 9th and 10th place teams, the focus now is undoubtedly on the rankings of the top 8 teams. Especially the top 3, the champion, runner-up and 3rd place, as the top 3 they will receive considerable benefits, and even such benefits can affect their future development in the elite training camp, so they are particularly concerned. At this time, Tang Xiaoro had been taken back by the other members of the Chang'an team. Although the Jinling team won the game, Qin Lan, Cheng Feng and others were not very angry with Tang Hao and Gu Yan. They even said that the 2 teams would get together after Tang Xiaoro woke up. As for the last strange change that happened to Tang Xiaoro, both parties tacitly agreed not to discuss it. Soon, the Jinling team returned, and the official personnel immediately stepped forward to guide them to another place. It was a place similar to a podium, with an aesthetically pleasing platform built by an official Earth-type awakening master on top. Below were the advancing teams. Tang Hao casually noticed that the members of the other 7 teams were gathered here, with each team separated by some distance from each other. The Jinling team was also led to one of the open spaces. As the last day of the second round, although the competition is over, today's events are far from over. The spectators and the 8 teams outside the stadium did not have to wait long, as 4 figures soon approached the screen. 1 woman and 3 men. Walking in front was a tall, dignified and elegant middle-aged woman, wearing a bright red cheongsam that exuded luxury and elegance. When they saw this woman appear, some of the audience outside the venue immediately recognized her identity. The official number 1 person in Shanghai is Rong Jing. As the women took the stage, the members of the 8 teams in the audience all felt an indescribable sense of oppression. This is Elite Awakener. In an instant, the young players off the field stood in awe. This was the strong man who once helped China turn the tide in the most turbulent times. They are also the strongest group of people in China today. As Rong Jing's beautiful eyes swept across the members standing solemnly on the field, she smiled at everyone and continued to move forward. There were 3 more people walking behind her. They are the representatives of the sponsoring guild of this elite competition. They are Zhang Tian from Penguin Guild, Chen Yong from Tmall Guild, and Wu Ming from Down Guild. The next 8 teams will have 4 players drawn by lot to be divided into the left and right divisions, with 4 teams in each division. Ultimately, the champion of this elite competition will be decided by the qualifying teams from the left and right divisions. The 4 of them first introduced themselves in front of Tang Hao and others and the audience outside the venue, and then the staff quickly brought in the lottery props. The rules of the game are very simple. The 8 teams arrange their boxes in order, and then draw small balls with black A, B, C, D and white A, B, C, D serial numbers written on them from the prop boxes. Place the balls into each team's box, which corresponds to 8 balls. Then each color A versus B, C versus D, and finally the remaining team from the left and right sides will compete in the final. According to the order of the teams that qualified from the second round, the order of the 8 teams is Shengjing, Modu, Fengtian, Mai, Langcheng, Qiantang, Tubo, and Jinling. Now we will start drawing the corresponding competition area numbers. Rongjing and 3 other guild representatives drew lots as usual. The final results come out one by one. The Shengjing team drew the white armor and was confirmed to be the first game in the right competition area. The Magic City team drew the Black Sea and was confirmed to be the second game in the left division. The Fengtian team drew White B and was confirmed to be the first game in the right competition area. The Makino team drew Black Ding and was confirmed to be the second game in the left division. The Langcheng team drew Black B and was confirmed to be the first game in the left competition area. The Qiantang team drew Bai Ding and was confirmed to be the second game in the right competition area. The Tubo team drew Bai C and was confirmed to be the second game in the right competition area. The Jinling team drew the Black Armor and was confirmed to be the first game in the left division. The morning is the competition day for the left competition zone, and the afternoon is the competition day for the right competition zone. According to the draw results, the schedule for the 4 matches over 2 days is as follows. On the morning of the first day, Jinling vs Langcheng, and on the afternoon of the first day, Shengjing vs Fengtian. This is the first game in the division for both teams. Then came the second game. The next morning, they were Modu vs Mai, and the next afternoon, Tubo vs Qiantang. When the match schedule was released, some people were calm, while others were ecstatic. Among them, the Tubo team and the Qiantang team were the most excited. They had already figured out that, apart from their 2 teams, the remaining 6 teams were abnormal. Now their 2 normal teams were lined up together, and they looked at each other with excitement. At the same time, both teams were thinking in their hearts that this time, at least, it would be more reliable. Compared with the excitement of these 2 teams, the Fengtian team and the Makino team seemed depressed. The 2 teams had already witnessed the dominance of the Shengjing team and the Magic City team on the field, and they roughly knew the results of playing against them. There is actually not much point in comparing again. So, as the Qiantang and Tubo teams beamed with joy, the captains of the Fengtian and Makino teams, Jin Mink and Zhao Keqing, simultaneously raised their hands and declared, "We voluntarily give up the competition." Oh! As Jin Mink and Zhao Keqing spoke, the audience outside the venue suddenly made a lot of noise. This is the top 8 in the elite competition. Just give up like that? But Rongjing was not surprised by this. She just asked again to confirm, "Are you sure?" At this moment, Jin Mink and Zhao Keqing looked at each other and said in unison, "Sure." After receiving the reply, Rongjing nodded and announced that the Shengjing team and the Magic City team would directly advance to the semi-finals. The players from the Shengjing team and the Modo team all looked calm about this. But just when everyone thought the matter was over, someone raised their hand again and said, after discussion, "Our Langcheng team has also decided to give up the competition." Langcheng? All of a sudden, everyone's attention shifted to the captain of the Langcheng team, Zhu Lin'er. In fact, everyone understands Fengtian and Makino, but it is somewhat surprising that the Langcheng team, which has been emerging, suddenly withdrew. I thought the showdown between Jinling and Langcheng would be a duel between 2 dark horses, but now one of them has simply given up. Seeing everyone's excessive attention, Zhu Lin'er could only speak, "I am no match for Tang Hao. The Langcheng team can't beat the Jinling team." After this simple explanation, Zhu Lin'er said nothing more. After hearing this, no one said anything more. After all, it was someone else's freedom. Then after the Shengjing team and the Magic City team, the Jinling team also successfully advanced to the semi-finals. So, the originally scheduled 4 games became 1, and the Qiantang team and Tubo team, which were originally the last game, became the first game of the first day. In response to this, the people in the Conscience team went from being excited to being confused. Chapter 110, Green Light All the Way, Admission? At this time, the captain of the Qiantang team, Ma Weiwei, and the Tubo team, Ma Yaina, were both staring with their big, beautiful eyes. What the hell? It was agreed that all 8 teams would play together in the promotion match, but in the end, 3 battlefields surrendered instantly. This feeling is really speechless. What's even more speechless is that no matter which of the 2 teams wins, they can forget about entering the finals. Because the left and right divisions are guarded by the Shengjing team and the Magic City team respectively. In their opinion, they must be the final team of this elite competition, and the others are just runners-up. So the new schedule was quickly determined. After the 8 teams eliminated in the second round decided the last 2 of the top 10, the Qiantang team and the Tubo team would decide the remaining 4 places in the semi-finals. Once all the competition schedules are announced, the second round of eliminations of the elite competition will come to an end. Just as the 8 teams on the scene turned around and prepared to leave, the Magic City team, who had been calm all the time, suddenly walked towards their future opponent, the Jinling team. Is this a preemptive show of force for the opponent? It's not that serious. Many teams that have not left yet, such as the Qiantang team, the Tubo team, and even the Fengtian team, the Langqing team, etc., are curious. All I saw was the Demon King Wenli, who was wearing a long black cheongsam, walking up to the Jinling team. Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao and the team were stunned, not knowing why the other party suddenly came over in front of so many people. However, the two did not want to reveal their relationship with Wenli at this time, otherwise they would probably be talked about by others. So Lu Yaoyao asked quietly, "Aunt, why did you come here? If people knew about our relationship, how would we play in the semi-finals?" Lu Yaoyao was very naive at this time. She thought that if she wanted to win, she should do it fairly. Anyway, she didn't expect her aunt to let her win. As for Gu Yan, she seemed to have guessed something as she looked at her aunt, who was walking towards her with a smile. But Gu Yan was still a little unsure. The next second, Wenli took Lu Yaoyao with one hand and Gu Yan with the other, and took the two women away in front of the other teams. The representative team present at the first moment felt that there was something big going on. Could it be that the great Demon King has some strange hobby? So it's no surprise that she's rumored to have beaten up all the guys who confessed their feelings for her. While others were discussing this, Wenli suddenly turned half of her body to take a look at the place where the gossip was most intense. All of a sudden, the girls from the top 8 teams who seemed to be favored by the outside world were all silent. Then Wenli thought about it and said something to Tang Hao and the team. "Tang Hao, come here too. This matter is related to you as well." Tang Hao was a little surprised to hear Wenli's words, but seeing the other party's unquestionable look, he still gave in. After all, this person is Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao's elder. Then Tang Hao followed the 3 people and left quickly. When the others saw Dagua running away, they all went about their own business. Not long after, Tang Hao, Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao were brought by Wenli to the exclusive box of their Magic City team. After entering, Lu Yaoyao was immediately envious. They were both representative teams, but the gap between them was too big. At this time, Gu Yan finally spoke up and asked, "Why did you capture the 3 of us? After all, we are the opponents in the next semi-finals. If people knew about our relationship, it would have some impact." Although Gu Yan was eager to achieve better results in the elite competition, and even wanted to get a top 3 ranking so that she could have a good start in the next elite training camp. But she doesn't want to rely on that kind of relationship to win. Wenli did not answer Gu Yan's question immediately. Instead, she took out a bottle of red wine and motioned for the 3 of them to sit around the dining table. After Tang Hao and the other 2 were seated, Wenli slowly opened the bottle of red wine and said in a relaxed tone, "The Magic City team will lose to the Jinling team in the semifinals, and you will directly advance to the finals. This should be considered a good thing for you, isn't it? Worth celebrating?" As Wenli finished speaking, Tang Hao and the other 2 had different reactions. Lu Yaoyao was stunned at first, and then surprised. She didn't have any ulterior motives, she was just happy that the team advanced. Anyway, she had never asked her aunt for help. Gu Yan looked very surprised. Wenli is the captain of the Magic City team, but even a captain has his own responsibilities, so she doesn't believe that Wenli would openly show favoritism. But now what the other party said seemed to verify this guess, and for a moment Gu Yan felt confused. As for Tang Hao at the end, he was mostly shocked. What's going on? Is this the rhythm of giving green lights all the way and directly guaranteeing the championship? Could it be that the Shangjing team will also say we forfeit in the finals and directly win the championship of this elite competition? However, Tang Hao didn't have time to think about this. Wenli once again passed the glasses of red wine to the 3 of them one by one before continuing, "Don't worry, even though I'm your aunt, I won't let you down if we really fight well, that's out of the question. As for why the Magic City team deliberately lost to you this time, the reason is very simple, someone higher up wants you to play against the Sing Capital team." Play against the Shangjing team? Above? For a moment, Tang Hao and the other 2 were all stunned. Why? Gu Yan was the first to ask. Wenli didn't hide anything and told the reason directly. "The ancient ruins in the dense forest have changed again since you left. After the authorities observed the periphery for a while, one day the gray haze that had originally shrouded the thatched hut suddenly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Then the authorities sent some personnel to conduct an exploratory investigation. To be honest, the authorities did not hold much hope at the beginning, and even just hoped that there would be as few casualties as possible. However, the results of this investigation were unexpected. Except for a small number of people who were directly kicked out, all the people who entered actually participated in the inheritance assessment. What? As soon as Wenli finished speaking, Tang Hao and the other two became furious. Among them, Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao were surprised that someone else participated in the assessment. Tang Hao, on the other hand, was completely bewildered. What's going on? Could that big brother be addicted to playing? I just made up that inheritance, and afterward, big brother was just playing alone. How come there is a real inheritance now? While Tang Hao and the other two were shocked, Wenli continued, it's a pity that all those who were qualified to participate in the assessment for the first time failed without exception. The authorities did not give up and organized several more waves, but all failed. Only then did they remember that the only person who passed the test was you, Tang Hao. So, they want to use the St. John team to thoroughly see what makes you different? Chapter 111, What happened to the hand-in-hand abandonment of the competition? Why have you changed? After listening to Wenli's story, Tang Hao felt speechless. Tang Hao has already figured out the cause of the incident. Probably after the gray haze dissipated, the officials wanted to go in and verify what the Jinling team had said about the assessment. At this time, in order to continue to cover up the lie he had told before, the brother had no choice but to continue arranging people to take the assessment. Anyway, you just need to randomly select some people to participate in the assessment, and then declare them unqualified afterwards. It's just a matter of talking. As for the assessment process? Sorry, you don't know anything. Because of Tang Hao's previous example, the examiners will not remember the examination process, so the officials are mentally prepared for the situation where those participants don't know anything when asked. Ah, this is a sad story where one lie is followed by countless lies to fill it up. Thinking of this, Tang Hao suddenly felt that he seemed to have cheated his brother. Otherwise, he would be staying comfortably at home and no one would dare to disturb him. So, according to the higher-ups, in the semi-final match between the Magic City team and the Jinling team will win. Of course, our help isn't in vain. The higher-ups have also promised to compensate the Magic City team for any loss in ranking. Having said that, Tang Hao and the other two really had nothing more to say. Faced with the arrangement from above, they were just a group of students and had no way to refute it, not to mention that this was originally something that was very beneficial to them, which was equivalent to guaranteeing second place. If such good news were to be spread out, I wonder how many teams would be envious and cry. Anyway, that's what's going on. But don't get too excited. Being admitted doesn't come without a price. From what I've heard, the Shangjing team will probably go all out in the finals, and they won't allow you to concede unilaterally. Don't admit defeat? The three of them were stunned for a moment and then accepted it. Yes, the higher-ups put a lot of thought into trying to figure out what special features the Jinling team had in order to successfully accept the inheritance of the ancient relics. To put it bluntly, by then the role played by the Shangjing team will be almost equivalent to that of an anatomist, and they must dig out every detail of the Jinling team. Do you want to give up in this situation? Do you think you can get such a great benefit for free without paying any price? How is that possible? Don't even think about it. At this time, even if Lu Yaoyao was a little slow, he could still feel that the finals were extraordinary, so he asked his aunt, who was better, by Qing or you? Hearing Lu Yaoyao ask this, Wenli narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at Lu Yaoyao. The latter shrank back a little at the sight. Then Wenli said calmly, we're probably evenly matched. Neither of us has much of an advantage. Victory or defeat is often influenced more by luck. After Wenli finished speaking, Lu Yaoyao immediately pursed her lips. Only your own aunt knows. Lu Yaoyao knew a little bit about how powerful Wenli was, and that was why she felt a little desperate for a while. If this goes to the finals, the opponent will probably be able to sweep the entire Jinling team with just by Qing. The key is that you don't give me the option to admit defeat. Wouldn't that mean that you can't win the fight and get beaten for nothing? Thinking of that possibility, Lu Yaoyao shuddered and felt very uneasy. Seeing that Lu Yaoyao, the stupid niece, had thought of the result, the other two, Gu Yan and Tang Hao, naturally also thought of that result. Anyway, I've already told you guys privately, so be prepared. But don't worry too much. The higher-ups aren't interested in seeing you get tortured. They're more interested in seeing how you're different. So when the time comes, all I need to do is give my all and play a match without any regrets. The topic of admission ends here. The three of them got up and left without staying any longer. The next few days will be a rare period of rest for the quarter-final teams. During this period, a competition was held to compete for the top 10 places in the elite competition. The 8 participating teams were the 8 teams that were eliminated in the second round of eliminations. They are Pengcheng Team, Yangcheng Team, Dagong Team, Tianfu Team, Jiangqing Team, Hongdu Team, Linqing Team, and Chang'an Team. The rules of the competition are still the same as the left and right competition areas, drawing that A, B, C, D serial numbers. And after a fierce fight, the left side of the competition area was finally divided into Chang'an versus Dagong, and Chang'an won. The right competition area was finally divided into Pengcheng versus Yangcheng, and the Pengcheng team won. From here on, the last 2 teams in the top 10 are determined. Then comes the 9th and 10th rankings, which actually doesn't mean much because the official rewards for the 9th and 10th are not much different. At most, the ranking will be better. Finally, after a fierce battle, the Chang'an team defeated the Pengcheng team under the leadership of Tang Xiaro. It was thus determined that the Chang'an team ranked 9th and the Pengcheng team ranked 10th. 2 days later, the only match of the quarterfinals, Xiantang versus Tubo, officially started. But to be honest, from the audience's perspective, the level of these 2 teams in the battle is not as good as the 9th and 10th place Chang'an versus Pengcheng. Compared with before, everyone can clearly feel that the Chang'an team and the Pengcheng team are obviously stronger than these 2 teams. But sometimes competition is not just about strength, but also about luck. Who made the Pengcheng and Chang'an teams unlucky enough to encounter strong enemies early and be eliminated? The Tianjin team and the Shanxing team have the most say on this point, and the 2 teams are simply in tears. The final result came out, and the Qiantang team was still better and won the qualification for the semi-finals. At this point, the top 4 teams in the elite competition have been announced. They are Xingjing Team, Magic City Team, Jinling Team, and Qiantang Team. And according to the previous division of the 2 competition areas, the next matches will be Magic City versus Nanjing and Xingjing versus Qiantang. Whichever team qualifies will directly enter the finals. Just as the official host announced the schedule for the semi-finals, Qiantang team captain Ma Weiwei suddenly spoke up. We, the Qiantang team, voluntarily give up the next game. Ma Weiwei said this very straightforwardly, and the other members of the Qiantang team also looked calm, as if this was all discussed in advance. After Ma Weiwei said this, there was a slight fluctuation at the scene, but it was not big. In fact, many people think that this is also a self-conscious act of the Qiantang team. After all, the gap between the Qiantang team and this year's Xingjing team is too big, so it is reasonable to admit defeat early. With the previous experience of the quarter-finals, the officials quickly approved the Qiantang team's decision. After receiving the notification, Ma Weiwei and the other team members immediately looked towards the Jinling team. In an instant, Tang Hao and the members of the Jinling team felt as if they were being watched by a huge amount of people. Everyone's meaning is very clear. People from Jinling, please admit defeat consciously. Don't start a fight and make it look awkward. It is a consensus among many people that the final will be between Beijing and Shanghai. Just when everyone was waiting for the captain of the Jinling team, Gu Yan, to step forward and withdraw from the competition, suddenly, someone stepped out from the other team and said, "The Magic City team forfeits." What? When everyone's eyes turned over, they were all stunned. The person who spoke just now turned out to be Wen Li, the captain of the Magic City team, the Big Devil. What did she say just now? I didn't hear clearly. The most shocked people were the Qiantang team. Oh, no, this isn't what we thought. Aren't Qiantang and Jinling supposed to both give up the competition and compete for 3rd place? What is the Magic City team doing? How did you get into the loser bracket? For a moment, the Qiantang team was filled with disbelief, then doubt, and finally, they were completely heartbroken. Chapter 112 Finals and Tang Hao's Intermediate Beast Core. No one expected the Magic City team's blatant withdrawal from the game. After witnessing the Magic City team's previous strong performance, anyone would think that the finals of this year must be won by the Magic City and Xingjing teams. As a result, the Magic City team suddenly came out to admit defeat, which made everyone hard to believe for a while. Then, the official host, Lan Ting, asked in surprise, "Captain Wen Li, are you really going to admit defeat on behalf of the Magic City team? Are you facing any troubles or issues? I personally feel that the Magic City team has a very good chance of winning." As the official host, Lan Ting is undoubtedly a native of Shanghai. Now she suddenly heard her own team admit defeat, so she unconsciously added some personal emotions when asking questions. Wen Li then said naturally, "Our Magic City team isn't afraid of any team, not even the Holy Capital team. But we're going to withdraw from this match." Why? Is that not possible? This, Lan Ting listened to Wenli domineeringly declaring her extraordinary strength on the one hand, and on the other hand, she said she would give up the competition. She was really helpless, and she still wanted to try to persuade Wenli. The next second, a familiar and majestic female voice came from Lan Ting's mind. Announce it according to Wenli's request. After hearing this voice, Lan Ting subconsciously glanced at Rong Jing, the official number 1 of the Magic City, who was standing majestically not far away. By this time, she already knew that there must be some secret behind the Magic City team's withdrawal from the competition, but this was not something she, as a host, could participate in. After taking a deep breath, Lan Ting announced to everyone, according to the competition rules, since the Magic City team has voluntarily chosen to withdraw from the competition, the Jinling team will be directly qualified to advance to the finals. There will be 2 games left in this elite competition. One is the third-place match, and the 2 teams are Magic City team and Shintang team. The other game will be the final championship match of this tournament, with the 2 teams competing against each other. Let's keep our enthusiasm and face the 2 games coming up. After Lan Ting announced this, the official will soon prepare to announce the schedule dates for the 2 games. However, just when Lan Ting had just received the adjusted schedule, someone below suddenly raised their hand. Everyone looked at the man, only to hear a crisp voice with a hint of embarrassment. Excuse me, host. After a brief discussion just now, all of us on the Shintang team have finally reached a consensus, which is to give up the third-place match against the Magic City team. When she finished speaking, Ma Weiwei felt that the attention focused on her increased significantly. For a moment, Ma Weiwei really felt embarrassed and socially dead. In the history of elite competitions, it is unique for a team to abandon 2 games in a row. But she has no choice. If the Shintang team played against the Jinling team, Ma Weiwei and her teammates felt they still had the strength to fight, and even had a certain hope of winning. But now the Magic City team made a shocking reversal and directly admitted defeat, resulting in the opponent of the third-place match becoming the Magic City team. The people of the Shintang team felt so bitter. If everyone thought that abandoning the game for the first time was a big deal and was understandable, then abandoning 2 games in a row would be very embarrassing. But Ma Weiwei had no choice. It is indeed embarrassing to abandon the game, but it would be even more embarrassing if we played against the Magic City team and got completely defeated. Knowing that there is no chance of winning the game, you still insist on being beaten. Isn't this just stupid behavior? Therefore, the Shintang team finally chose the former between shame and shame even more. Because of the Shintang team's decision, a group of schedule planners in the official backstage were completely confused. What the hell is this day? First of all, it was rare for 2 teams to withdraw from the semi-finals, so the planners had a hard time adjusting the time and making a schedule for the third place and champion. The submission was just made 1 second ago, and the Shintang team came out the next second and said they would give up the game. This made the official planners behind them almost unable to hold back and rush out to stab everyone in the Shintang team. Do you think the schedule will be moved forward just because there's 1 less match? Competitions of this level usually require high-ranking officials to be invited to watch in advance. Depending on the importance of the competition, the invited personnel and levels will also be different. As a result, we just sent the official list of invited guests and the date of the game, and the next second you jumped out and said that it had changed. How can planners cope with this? But in the end, the group of planners behind the scenes did not rush out. Lan Ting also announced it after confirming with the Shintang team again. Since the Shintang team voluntarily withdrew from the competition, I declare the third-place team of this elite competition to be the Moda team. As for the final schedule that everyone is most concerned about, due to some changes, there may be a delay in notifying everyone, so please forgive me. After the host finished speaking, the official personnel in front of the camera hurriedly went offline. It can be said that the hosting of this semi-final was really unsatisfactory, but who made the Shintang team and the Magic City team come out one after another and catch the officials off guard? Eventually, the event ended, and everyone's focus shifted from the Shintang team to the Shangjing team and the Jinling team. Only then did some spectators outside the stadium realize what was happening and say, "Fuck. Am I being too excited? The finals isn't between Shanghai and Beijing, but between Nanjing and Beijing. What happened to the Magic City team?" Then, an awakener from a local guild in the Demon City loudly declared, "I protest. There's something fishy going on in this elite competition. I seriously suspect there's some kind of special interest being channeled behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could our dignified Demon City team, with the great demon Lord Wenli at the helm, suddenly abandon the competition?" For a while, the audience outside the stadium was really furious because of the successive withdrawals from the semi-finals. But these are not what the Jinling team considers. The Jinling team had already known that they would have a decisive battle with the Shengjing team. Because of this news, Gu Yan, Lu Yaoyao, Beihan, Yuling, Shan Luo, Nie Qingqing, and Mu Xiaoyu in the team were all frowning these days. Even Lu Yaoyao and Shan Luo, who were once known as two of the three foodies of the Jinling team, had no energy to eat at all. That evening, news of the final schedule came. The final of this elite competition will be held in 3 days. See this notice. Lu Yaoyao and Shan Luo just slumped over the table with dejected looks on their faces, still talking. It's over, it's over. What was supposed to happen has finally happened. We're probably going to be nailed to the pillar of shame in the elite finals. This is probably the final with the biggest gap in the history of the elite competition. That's not all. Because of the Magic City team's sudden withdrawal, many people are now speculating that our Jinling team was behind the game. This was originally an official act, but now we are being blamed. The key is that we cannot explain the truth to the public. For a moment, a faint feeling of suffocation filled the entire team. In this moment of dead silence, the demon who had left earlier returned with a happy look on his face. She just said, "Little guys, I have good news for you. Tang Hao's intermediate beast core has finally arrived." Chapter 113, Light vs. Dark. 3 days passed in a flash. With the arrival of the final of this elite competition, the game has also attracted the attention of many outsiders. At this time, in the Jinling team's locker room, Tang Hao and others were ready to go on the court. After discussion, the players who will perform this time were finally determined to be Du Yan, Tang Hao, Lu Yaoyao, Nie Qingqing, Yuling, and Mu Xiaoyu. There was originally controversy over whether Beihan and Xian Luo would play, but the two of them finally took the initiative to give the opportunity to others. As the signal that the game was about to begin was given, the Jinling team and the Shengjing team finally appeared on the screen outside the field. After the host officially announced the start of the game, the Jinling team moved forward quickly in the hope of taking the initiative in the game as soon as possible. While the two teams were on their way, some military personnel were closely watching the progress of the game in a box outside the stadium. One of the middle-aged men crushed the cigarette butt in his hand and looked at the Jinling team members in the screen with a frown. From the data, this team's overall strength is quite average. It's surprising they made it past 2 rounds of eliminations. I really don't know why our military's brightest talents lost to these people. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, several military personnel at the scene nodded secretly. Most of the people who were sent to participate in the assessment were their subordinates, but they were directly shaved bald by the ancient monument assessment. How could this group of people not be depressed? However, even though they complained, this group of people did not devalue the Jinling team. One of the points was that Gu Yan was able to accidentally trigger 2 skills in 1 slot at the mid-level. The other point is their main focus of observation this time, Tang Hao. At this time, an old military man sitting in the upper seat put down the latest analysis data in his hand and said calmly, "No need to argue, we came here specifically to watch this game to draw conclusions with our own eyes. The game has just started, there is no point in discussing this, just watch it." After the old man finished speaking, several middle-aged military personnel stopped arguing and began to focus their attention on the 2 teams they were about to encounter. Tang Hao, who was running at full speed, suddenly closed his eyes, and the next second a microwave emanated from his body. It is the sensory function Earth vibration. Tang Hao used this skill at this time to determine the position of the Shengjing team. The microwave had just swept across the Shengjing team 2,000 meters away. The next second, Bai Qing, the captain of the Shengjing team who was wearing riding boots and exuding a cool aura, moved his eyes slightly. "A scouting aura just passed over us." After hearing Bai Qing's words, the other members of the team instantly understood that it was Tang Hao from the Jinling team who had activated his perception skill. Judging from previous competitions, the maximum coverage range of Tang Hao's perception skill is about 2 to 3 kilometers. Now that they have been swept away, it means that the Jinling team is 2 or 3 kilometers ahead of them. After analyzing this information, Deputy Captain Su Ranran chuckled and said, "They arrived quite quickly, saving us the trouble of looking for someone." Then another member of the Shengjing team, Jiaying, asked, "Should we continue forward or wait here?" The members of the Shengjing team have been informed about the special nature of this game. Winning is not the key. What is important is to put enough pressure on the Jinling team so that they can use all their abilities. After Jiaying asked the question, it was Su Ranran who answered, not Bai Qing. This is the tradition of the Shengjing team. During the game, Deputy Captain Su Ranran is responsible for command and dispatch. As for the Empress Bai Qing, she has only one task, which is to chop people. After hearing this, Su Ranran thought for a moment and replied. Just wait here, I don't think anyone wants to be scared away by the Jinling team. But, before we come into contact, these trees around here are really an eyesore, so let's destroy them. After Su Ranran spoke, Jiaying and another level 6 alien attack master Gu Shiryao looked at each other and immediately made preparations. After a few seconds, Jiaying activated his fourth skill, Flame Aura. After the skill was activated, the area within dozens of meters around him turned directly into a fire zone. Then, Gu Shiryao, who had also made preparations, released his fourth skill at this time. The Wind Howls. The next second, Gu Shiryao jumped up and briefly jumped into the air under the influence of the huge wind. The strong wind was fully released from Gu Shiryao in the air. The flame halo that originally only extended over a radius of tens of meters advanced for hundreds of meters with the help of the wind, which accelerated the burning of the grass and trees within a radius of hundreds of meters, turning them directly into ashes. Then Su Ranran tapped the ice crystal on her hand, and all the heat waves and thick smoke were completely isolated by a layer of ice. Now my vision is much broader. At the same time, the Jinling team who were on the road soon noticed the huge fire ahead. In addition to the hundreds of meters around the Shengjing team being turned into scorched earth, the fire was still spreading to the outside. Seeing this, Lu Yaoyao shouted directly, "The other side is too crazy, are they going to clear the area with just one fire?" After Lu Yaoyao finished speaking, Gu Yan continued, "It's probably targeting Tang Hao's perception talent, so the surrounding obstacles are directly cleared. They said they were clearing the area, but in reality they were just forcing us to show up. Otherwise, it would be dangerous for us to be in this fire." After Gu Yan finished speaking, several people frowned secretly. The sudden move of the Shengjing team really disrupted everyone's original plan. Unfortunately, water and fire are merciless. Seeing that the fire was about to spread, the Jinling team could only frown and walk through the flames. Soon a cool breeze blew, and after passing through the scorching fire, Tang Hao and others soon arrived at the wasteland that had been cooled down by Su Ranran. Although the two sides were still hundreds of meters apart at this time, there were no tall obstacles around, so Tang Hao and others were seen clearly by the Shengjing team and others when they appeared. Being completely exposed at this time is extremely disadvantageous for Tang Hao, who possesses multiple perception skills. Fortunately, there is Gu Yan in the Jinling team who can make up for Tang Hao's disadvantage. Fourth skill, Dark Haze. As Gu Yan released the dark skill that had once caused the Chang'an team so much trouble, a thick black fog suddenly rushed towards the Shengjing team. In this black fog, the field of vision will be compressed to 2 or 3 meters, and no sound will be able to be transmitted. However, facing this black fog, the Shengjing team was unusually calm. The next second, a flash of light appeared in the black fog that originally covered the Shengjing team, as if a dark curtain was lifted at this moment. Then Su Ranran's voice came faintly. Light and dark elements complement and counteract each other. Although my first talent is light, my light skills have already been upgraded to the intermediate level. Second skill, Holy Light Flash. As Su Ranran's light skills took effect, the dark haze was confronting the opponent. However, this confrontation did not last long. With the male assistant Zhao Ping of the Shengjing team releasing the amplification skill power doubled, Gu Yan's dark haze skill was instantly broken. The scene once again fell into an open terrain that was extremely hostile to perception. Chapter 114 Tang Hao's fourth skill. Student Tang Hao over there, don't waste your energy. Your perception skills and information gap combat methods are useless in front of us. If you want to defeat us, then show your true strength. After Su Ranran finished speaking, the ice skill in her hand bloomed, and suddenly countless ice arrows shot towards the people in Jinling. Seeing this, Gu Yan did not hesitate to release fire skills to fight back. The two skills, one ice and one fire, collided in mid-air in an instant, and a burst of mist was released. Immediately, two other special attackers of the Shengjing team, Jiaying and Gu Shiryao, joined the battle. These three were all level 6 alien attackers. When they worked together to activate their attribute skills, the pressure on Gu Yan, Yu Ling, and Mu Xiaoyu from the Jinling team suddenly increased. Judging from the awakening level alone, the opponent is far superior to the Jinling team, not to mention the high quality of the Shengjing team itself. In order to help Gu Yan and the other two relieve the pressure, the next second Nie Qingqing and Lu Yaoyao each rushed towards the Shengjing team from the left and right sides. Seeing this situation, one of the three attacking members of the Shengjing team was separated, Jiaying, who was of the fire element. Her actual combat experience was second only to Bai Qing and Su Ranran, and she was the most suitable person to restrict Nie Qingqing. As for Lu Yaoyao on the other side, she was blocked by the last member of the Shangjing team, a short-haired woman with a slender figure and long legs in golden proportions, Sun Runan, a level 5 defensive physical attacker. The remaining level 5 assistant stayed beside Bai Qing, which was the safest place on the scene. With Bai Cheng around, no one can threaten Zhao Peng, the assistant of the Shangjing team. He can release auxiliary skills for teammates in front without any worries. For a moment, the 5 members of the Jinling team except Tang Hao were completely suppressed by the opponent. It was also at this time that Tang Hao took action. As for Tang Hao, who was specially instructed by the superiors to pay special attention to, the moment he took action, Su Ranran and Gu Shiryao suppressed the 3 members of the Jinling team, while paying attention to Tang Hao's actions. She knew very well that although Tang Hao was only a supporting position in the entire Jinling team, his strong physique and terrifying combat power made him definitely the strongest in the Jinling team. If you don't pay attention to Tang Hao's attack, it will be bad if he gets close to you. Thinking of this, Su Ranran and Gu Shiryao increased their skill output directly. First, they temporarily defeated Gu Yan and the other 2 with their initiative, and then they shifted their target and began to release ice skills to try to restrict Tang Hao. However, Tang Hao directly took out his 2 swords and activated the additional skills. Suddenly, flames spun like wheels, crushing the ice skills that were coming towards him. Then Tang Hao accelerated, and for the first time, he fully unleashed his high-level agility. In an instant, Tang Hao turned into a light green figure and rushed towards the Shangjing team. This made Su Ranran, who had been steadily suppressing the other members of the Jinling team, frown slightly. Although she had long known that Tang Hao had the potential to be an assassin and was quite difficult to target, it was not until Tang Hao fully unleashed his speed that Su Ranran truly felt the pressure that Tang Xiao had felt before. At this time, Bai Qing, who had been watching the battle from behind, finally turned his eyes and stared at Tang Hao, who was moving at high speed. However, before Bai Qing could make a move, Su Ranran said, "Captain, you can't make a move now. If you do, the match will most likely end immediately, and that would be hard to explain to those people." Hearing this, Bai Qing glanced at the rapidly approaching Tang Hao with her flashing eyes, and finally regained her composure. While Su Ranran breathed a sigh of relief, she had to deal with Tang Hao's approach. "Shiryao cooperates with me." After Su Ranran finished speaking, countless cold ice blades instantly condensed around her body, and Jiaying also created wind blades at this time. The next second, the ice blade and the wind blade combined to form a large-scale ice and snowstorm that swept towards Tang Hao. This time, facing the dense ice blades and wind blades, Tang Hao was finally unable to dodge them even with his speed. He could only use the 2 swords in his hands to strike as frequently as possible, and as for the skills he missed, he relied on high-level defense to withstand them. It turned out that high-level defense was very effective against mid-level awakeners. Although the combined power of the storm and ice skills was quite powerful, in the end Tang Hao was only slightly injured. A healing ray can be used to recover afterwards. After all, the lethality of a mere level 4 skill is really limited to Tang Hao now. By taking advantage of the gaps between Su Ranran's skills, Tang Hao finally got close enough to the members of the Shangjing team. In an instant, Tang Hao released his only control skill on Su Ranran and Jiaying. Gravity control. Under the several times gravity, Su Ranran, who was originally going to continue targeting Tang Hao, was caught off guard. At this moment, Tang Hao shouted to Gu Yan and the other 2 girls in his heart, "Now is the time." Hearing Tang Hao's voice, the 3 women who had been accumulating special energy in the back immediately released a level 4 skill each towards Su Ranran, who had lost control of her body. At once, 3 level 4 skills attacked the 3 people. At this time, Tang Hao was paying attention to the movements of Su Ranran and the other 2, while also being on guard against Bai Qing's sudden attack. However, what surprised Tang Hao was that Bai Qing always had a calm expression. Just as Tang Hao was feeling puzzled about this, a figure appeared in front of Su Ranran and the other 2 the next second. Then a shadow of an armored beast enveloped the 4 people, and the subsequent skills of Gu Yan and others were immediately blocked one by this shadow. The person who came was Sun Runan. It was not until then that Tang Hao looked towards Lu Yaoyao. How did Sun Runan, who should have been inseparable from Lu Yaoyao, escape from the predicament? Then the answer came. Lu Yaoyao was being stopped by a copy of himself. This is a coordination skill. Contrary to Tang Hao's expectation, normal defensive physical attackers all choose the growth path of defense and endurance, but Sun Runan chose coordination differently from ordinary people. In this way, her defense and distraction capabilities are certainly good, but without the replenishment of endurance, it is difficult for her to maintain it for a long time. While Sun Runan was fending off the skills of Gu Yan and the other 2, the level 5 auxiliary player in the Shangjing team quickly released an amplifying skill, control transfer, for his teammates. The effect of this skill is that when a teammate is affected by the opponent's control skills, the control effect will be transferred to him. Because most control skills don't do much damage, this control transfer made Su Ranran and the others feel relaxed the moment it was released. The oppressive feeling just now was swept away. Seeing this situation, Tang Hao glanced at Zhao Peng, who was carrying the gravity, and then looked at Bai Qing, who was calmly witnessing the whole process. He couldn't help sighing. It's really hard to deal with. After fighting for a long time, the opponent's strongest player, the Empress, has not yet left the field, but the Jinling team is already very busy. At this time, Lu Yaoyao finally broke free from the replica and came to Tang Hao's side. Then Nie Qingqing took advantage of the gap to get rid of the wind skills and reunited with Lu Yaoyao. What do we do now? At this time, the Jinling team seemed to be at its wits' end in the eyes of outsiders, and it was about to be the turn of the Shengjing team's strong counterattack. But only Lu Yaoyao and others knew that the Jinling team had a killing plan in their hands, which was a new skill that Tang Hao had acquired after absorbing the intermediate skills. It was specially prepared for Empress Bai Qing. However, they didn't expect that there would be problems in the first step of seducing the Empress. Until now, the Jinling team has not been able to put too much pressure on the Shengjing team. This is quite different from the plan. It's not easy for us to advance to this position without causing the opponent to sense crisis. We can't delay any longer or we will miss the opportunity. Activate the kill plan, everyone get ready. After Tang Hao conveyed the battle plan to everyone through the voice of his mind, a milky white ball suddenly appeared in Tang Hao's hand the next second without any further delay. Then Tang Hao threw the ball towards the Shengjing team. Without waiting for Su Ranran to use her skills to break the ball, Tang Hao had already activated his own skills. Fourth skill, Life Illumination. Chapter 115, Shengjing's Huge Loss. As Tang Hao released his fourth skill, the milky white light ball with extremely soft vitality suddenly swept towards the Shengjing team. Seeing Tang Hao's behavior, the Shengjing team, who were unaware of the true effect of this skill, immediately became alert. At the same time, Zhao Peng, the male assistant of the Shengjing team, spread the effect of his fourth skill, Control Transfer, to everyone in the team. The next second, milky white vitality fell on everyone in the Shengjing team. At the moment of contact, the members of the Shengjing team were already prepared for this skill, which might be a damage skill or a control skill, and they were ready to launch a counterattack as soon as they could withstand the attack. However, when their bodies actually came into contact with the milky white vitality, everyone in the Shengjing team felt a sense of relaxation throughout their bodies in just a moment. It seems as if every pore is greedily absorbing this milky white vitality. This isn't a negative skill. This comforting feeling seems to be a healing one. Healing type? In an instant, Zhao Peng, the assistant of the Shengjing team, widened his eyes. He had only one thought: is the support on the opposite side crazy? How can I help the enemy release healing skills? But speaking of it, this group healing skill feels really good. It actually makes me feel like I'm basking in the warm sun on a winter day. It's so comfortable that I'm a little sleepy. Almost at the moment when Zhao Peng fell asleep, the other members of the Shengjing team felt something was wrong. Transfer of control has not taken effect. This was originally a skill that could transfer control effects, but it was ineffective at this time because the skill Tang Hao used was not a control skill, not even a debuff skill. It can be said that the group healing skill used by Tang Hao was very effective, but it is too effective, and it does not seem like an intermediate healing skill can achieve this. And it was because this healing vitality was so strong that all the members of the Shengjing team couldn't help but feel sleepy and fainted in the great comfort. Each of the girls had an intoxicated and dazed look on their faces. This would be nothing under normal circumstances, but now it was a formal competition. Get started. Taking advantage of the fact that all members of the Shengjing team were defenseless, the members of the Jinling team took action. Gu Yan and the other two raised their hands and condensed their strongest skills in their hands. Su Ranran, who was still in a daze at the time, was extremely surprised when she saw this scene. Impossible. How can they unleash their strongest skills instantly without any preparation? You have to know that even a level 6 awakener like Su Ranran cannot release level 4 skills casually, and still needs several short pauses. And it takes a lot of time to unleash her strongest level 6 skill. The Gu Yan in front of him was undoubtedly just a level 4 awakening master, so how could he release his level 4 skills instantly? This is so unreasonable. Unfortunately, at this time, the Jinling team had no time to explain. The flaw created by Tang Hao was very unstable in time, and no one knew how long it would take for the opponent to recover. Therefore, the members of the Jinling team are racing against time every second, and their minds are all focused on their respective goals. Among them, the offensive skills of Gu Yan and the other two were aimed at the three level 6 alien attackers of the Shangjing team, Su Ranran, Jiaying and Gu Shiryao. Tang Hao, Nie Qingqing, and Lu Yaoyao ignored the defense division Sun Runin and the assistant Zhao Pang. There is only one target in their eyes, and that is Empress Bai Qing. In just a few seconds, under the infusion of milky white vitality, even the Empress Bai Qing suddenly blinked her eyelids and the white boots on her feet slipped slightly. A decisive blow. Within a few seconds, the three of them rushed to the Empress who was at the back. At this moment, Lu Yaoyao first released his third skill, Double Strength. Then he spread out his palms, and a bubble emerged from his body, followed by the bursting of the bubble. The next moment, Lu Yaoyao was holding a huge bone-melting knife, and her whole body was covered with a layer of blood-red animal skin, which was her fourth skill, Scarlet Power. The reason why it is not the fifth skill is because the fifth skill of the strong attack system is usually a resilience skill that reduces control, and Lu Yaoyao is no exception. At the same time, Nie Qingqing released her phantom clone, and then a bubble emerged from her palm, which contained Nie Qingqing's most powerful level 5 skill, Soul Chain. Once this skill is activated, it will not only cause damage to the enemy but also deal a mental blow to the opponent in addition to the physical damage. Speaking of which, if Nie Qingqing has the chance to use her fourth and fifth skills at the same time, her enemies would be in ecstasy. As for Tang Hao, it's a pity that he doesn't have the stable damage skills of the other two, but it doesn't matter. One of his new amplification skills, Extra Reserve, has already helped the Jinling team a lot. At this time, the two-handed sword turned red under the blessing of the flame, and even the rock could be melted with one slash. The three of them gathered their strength and attacked the Empress with all their might. Seeing this scene, even Su Ranran, who had been extremely calm before, had a drastic change of expression. Previously, they had been thinking about how to complete the inspection mission assigned by the superiors and force the Jinling team to use all their capabilities as much as possible, but they never expected that the current situation would occur. However, facing such a fatal blow, even though the Empress was in a semi-dizzy state, she still let out a light sound. Sword Domain. As the voice was shouted out, countless lightsabers appeared in front of Bai Qing the next second and then attacked Tang Hao and the other two on their own. You can still release skills? Tang Hao and the other two really didn't expect that the Empress could still launch an attack while in a dizzy state. Perhaps this is the power of her innate skills. The key point is that Tang Hao discovered that these lightsabers did not need to be controlled by the Empress at all, they could lock onto the target autonomously. It is truly a powerful combination of offense and defense. However, there is still a certain gap between the power of an unmanned lightsaber and that of an Empress. This allowed Tang Hao and the other two to finally get close to the Empress after successfully sweeping away the lightsabers that were coming towards them. However, Tang Hao and the other two still underestimated the skill of Infinite Sword Domain. Just when the remaining attacks of the three people fell on the Empress, dozens of lightsabers suddenly gathered under the Empress and then lifted her up directly. Tang Hao, Lu Yaoyao and Nie Qingqing were all shocked when they saw the scene. Strictly speaking, this should be considered as flying with a sword. This is something no one expected. At this moment, the milky white ball of light was completely consumed. Just as the Shangjing team was about to resume action, Su Ranran and the other two had already suffered heavy blows and flew away. There were still two intact people left on the opposite side, one was Sun Runin and the other was the assistant Zhao Pang. Since the Empress failed to kill him, let's get rid of the others first. In just a moment, Tang Hao rushed straight to Zhao Pang, who had just recovered, and attacked him without any hesitation with his pair of fiery blades. Zhao Pang, who had just recovered, was suddenly hit by a critical hit. Hearing this sound, Su Ranran, who had just recovered from the heavy blow, wanted to do something, but unfortunately, it was difficult for her to even move her body at this time. Mu Xiaoyu, one of the two level 5 alien attackers in the Jinling team, specially gave her a level 5 thunder skill, which made Su Ranran's mouth numb and unable to speak. As Tang Hao attacked Zhao Pang with 3 sword strikes in 1 second, he was chopped and flew backwards, losing consciousness in mid-air. This is completely eliminated. On the other side, Sun Runin, as a physical attacker, had the upper hand in physique after all. She recovered faster. Although she lost the initiative when Lu Yaoyao and Nie Qingqing attacked, she was able to resist with her own defensive skills and was not seriously injured. Just as Tang Hao turned around and wanted to go help Lu Yaoyao and the others, a sharp aura suddenly burst out from the air. Then Tang Hao and the other two witnessed a scene that they would never forget. Sword Rain. Chapter 116, Tang Hao's 3 new skills. At this moment, hundreds of lightsabers fell from the sky onto Tang Hao and others. Under this circumstance, Tang Hao, Lu Yaoyao and others had no time to besiege Sun Runin. All 3 of them were surrounded by lightsabers. With a loud bang, a dense rain of swords fell on the members of the Jinling team. For a moment, even Tang Hao, who had a high-level defensive physique, could not withstand it. After finally surviving this round of sword rain attacks, the Jinling team had already suffered injuries, losses, and most of their health had been lost. It can be said that what Su Ranran said before was not an exaggeration. If the Empress had attacked the Jinling team aggressively from the beginning, then Tang Hao and others would not be able to last more than a few rounds, let alone get close. Fortunately, before the game, the Demon King Wenli told them the real intention of the finals, and they knew that the other party was not focused on defeating them. It was precisely because they learned this key information that the Jinling team finally took advantage of the Shengjing team's carelessness to launch a fierce attack on the opponent. At this moment, although the Jinling team was retreating step by step under the backhand attack of the Queen Bai Qing, it looked embarrassed for a while. But the audience outside the stadium was still surprised by the performance of the Jinling team just now. Surprisingly, someone from the Shengjing team was eliminated first. This is the first time someone from the Shengjing team has been eliminated since the start of this tournament. Obviously, the death plan that Tang Hao and his companions had just implemented scared many people. Some people even felt their hearts in their throats, thinking that the myth of Empress Bai Qing was about to be destroyed. Fortunately, the Empress finally relied on her innate skill, the infinite sword domain, to avoid being eliminated. Otherwise, the Jinling team might really create a myth today. After one round of attacks, Empress Bai Qing's offensive slowed down. This is not because her special energy cannot support it, but because she always remembers one thing: defeating the Jinling team is not the goal, their identity is more of an investigator role. Therefore, after Empress Bai Qing forced Tang Hao and others to retreat in a round of attacks, she slowly stopped attacking. At this time, the Shengjing team finally had time to reorganize their formation. However, compared with their high spirits just now, the Shengjing team now looked a little embarrassed. The three alien attackers were all seriously injured, and the only male assistant in the team was directly eliminated by Tang Hao just now. There were only two people in the entire team who were still intact, the Empress Bai Qing and the Defense Master Sun Runan. What happened just now? Why are we still under the control effect despite Zhao Peng's control transfer? Also, why can the opponent unleash his strongest skills in an instant? How does he do that? After suppressing their injuries, Jia Ying and Gu Shiyao finally could not restrain the doubts in their hearts. If it weren't for these two unexpected changes, their Shengjing team would not have been ambushed by the opponent. Listening to the team members' doubts, Su Ranran carefully recalled everything that had just happened. He then analyzed, the skill control transfer undoubtedly played a role before Zhao Peng was eliminated. The reason it failed to take effect can only mean that the skill that gave him such a comfort just now was not a control skill. According to my guess, it is most likely a group healing skill. It was simply because we weren't seriously injured, and the healing effect of Tang Hao's technique seemed to overflow, that we were momentarily unable to extricate ourselves from the comfortable feeling. Mass healing skills? Too much healing effect overflow? Jia Ying and Gu Shiyao looked incredulous at Su Ranran's analysis. Is there such a thing? Then how did the opponent achieve that quick release of the awakening skill? This is the key point. Although the milky white skill made them dizzy, the time was short after all. If the people of the Jinling team could not release the strongest skills instantly, how could they have suffered the previous loss? Su Ranran hadn't thought about this for a while. At this time, the female emperor Bai Qing in the back turned her gaze to Tang Hao and the Jinling team. She saw that before other people released their skills, they released a bubble from their bodies. Those bubbles seemed to contain their strongest skills, which was why they could release their skills instantly without any preparation time. Then, Empress Bai Qing said to Su Ranran and the others, it should be an amplification storage skill, which can seal a skill in the body in advance and release it at a critical moment. But don't worry, this storage skill can only be used once, and the opponent won't be able to launch a surprise attack like just now. Skill storage? Obviously, this kind of skill is so rare that Su Ranran and others couldn't think of it for a while. After knowing that the Jinling team could no longer launch a surprise attack like before, Su Ranran actually breathed a sigh of relief unconsciously. At the same time, taking advantage of the brief truce, Tang Hao was not idle either. Under the attack of Empress Bai Qing's comments just now, Tang Hao didn't suffer much damage thanks to his thick skin and flesh. However, it is hard to say about the other people in the team. So after the battle, Tang Hao released his healing skills on everyone one by one. As for why the group skill Life Illumination was not released, it was because it consumed too much energy and was not cost-effective. After Tang Hao upgraded the skill Gift of Life to a high level, its healing effect increased dramatically. Not only could it heal internal and external injuries, it could even heal them to the point of turning flesh into bones. To put it in an exaggerated way, as long as you still have a breath, this skill can pull you back. Because the description of this skill was too exaggerated, Tang Hao deliberately tried it on Lu Yaoyao and others. I didn't expect that this attempt would lead to the discovery of a new world. Not to mention the abnormal recovery ability of life illumination, Tang Hao discovered that if a person is hit by a life illumination when he is only slightly injured or in a relatively good state, he will fall into a morbid and uncontrollable dizziness. In view of this, Tang Hao suddenly had an idea. Since this thing is so addictive, why not take advantage of it when the opponent is in the best condition? In this way, the group healing skill Life Illumination instantly becomes group healing control. The most important point is that this skill has a completely positive gain effect and will not be affected by skills such as control and transfer at all. It is really a very useful crowd control skill. Of course, the disadvantages are also obvious, that is, it is best not to use it against the enemy after using it, otherwise you will find that the group of people you worked so hard to injure suddenly become lively and energetic, which is not fun. After healing all the injured people in the team, Tang Hao let out a long sigh. During the previous period of time, he had consumed a lot of his supernatural energy, and his supernatural energy reserves had already been half used up. But Tang Hao was not worried about this. His intermediate beast core allowed him to absorb a total of 3 auxiliary skills. One is the group healing skill Life Illumination of the healing type, and the other is the reserve skill Extra Reserve of the amplification type. As for the last skill, it is still an amplification skill, and it is the key to solving Tang Hao's huge energy consumption. It's just not time to use it yet. And seeing Su Ranran and others who had recovered a little, and the Empress Bai Qing who stood behind them and remained calm, Tang Hao couldn't help but sigh. The next battle will not be as easy as before. Chapter 117 Skill Backup Hide and Counterattack. Ice Bow. After Su Ranran recovered a little, he immediately released his weapon. The next second, he plucked the bowstring and used his ice skills to launch a barrage of ice arrows at Tang Hao and others. At the same time, Jiaying and Gu Shiriao, who were standing next to Su Ranran, also began to quietly gather special energy, which was obviously preparation for a big move. Seeing the opponent like this, the Jinling team felt depressed. If they really competed with their skills, Gu Yan and the others would have no chance of defeating the 3 level 6 alien attackers on the opposite side. If the Jinling team wants to break the chaos, they can only rely on Tang Hao, Lu Yaoyao and Nie Qingqing to get close again. From the current perspective, the only good news is that Empress Bai Qing will not interfere too much in the battle between the Jinling team and Su Ranran and others, otherwise there would be no need to stop before. Thinking of this, Gu Yan said to Tang Hao in her heart, "The 3 of us will do our best to block the opponent's attack, and you guys seize the opportunity to get close." Hearing this, Tang Hao and the other 2 nodded. As long as there is a chance to get closer, even if they are dozens of meters apart, Tang Hao can release gravity control on Su Ranran and others again. Without the interference of the opponent's auxiliary teacher, Tang Hao can greatly influence the opponent's actions whether using gravity pressure or attraction or repulsion. However, just as Tang Hao and the other 2 were about to take action, Jiaying, who was beside Su Ranran, was the first to release his skills. Second skill, Rock Spike. In an instant, the soil under Tang Hao and others' feet became hard, and then countless sharp protrusions rose towards Tang Hao and others. Fortunately, when Tang Hao and the other 2 noticed the bright yellow light emitted by Jia Ying's skill, they guessed that it was an earth-based attack skill, so they reacted the moment the ground beneath their feet changed. However, they did not expect that this skill could be used continuously. Tang Hao and his companions jumped several times before they finally got rid of this skill. And generally speaking, earth-based skills tend to be half offensive and half defensive, and their overall attack range is not large. But Jiaying was able to strike from a long distance, causing Tang Hao and the other 2 to jump in panic. Without waiting for Tang Hao and the other 2 to catch their breath, Su Ranran on the other side had also prepared her own skills and released an upgraded intermediate skill. She just raised one hand, put her index finger and middle finger together to form a sword, and then swung it at Tang Hao and the other 2. Third skill, Water Blade. Suddenly, more than 10 thin water lines broke through the air and flew towards the 3 people, cutting all objects they encountered along the way, even the rock spikes released by Jiaying earlier. Seeing this, Tang Hao and Lu Yaoyao did not dare to be careless at all, and raised their weapons to block the sharp water lines. The more than 10 water lines did not hurt Tang Hao and the other 2 in the end, but they did scare them. They were just about to move on. At this time, Su Ranran suppressed Gu Yan and the other 2 with one hand, and slowly raised the other hand to suddenly release skills at the wet Tang Hao and the other 2. Fourth skill, Ice Condensation. In an instant, Tang Hao and the other two who were originally moving forward quickly suddenly had ice flowers emerging from their bodies. Those ice flowers came from the previous water line. This made the three of them helpless. They didn't expect that Gu Shiyao's water-based skills were actually paving the way for this. The three defenseless people suddenly froze up and were frozen in ice. At this time, Tang Hao, Lu Yaoyao and Nie Qingqing couldn't help but sigh that they were really lucky to be able to approach the Shengjing team so smoothly before. Otherwise, if Su Ranran and the others got serious, the three level 6 alien attackers gathered together like three skill turrets, which would be enough to prevent the physical attackers from getting close at all. Just as Su Ranran was about to launch a follow-up skill, countless fireballs suddenly appeared behind Tang Hao and the others. It comes from Gu Yan's third skill, firepower output. Su Ranran was a little surprised by this. That Gu Yan is only a level 4 attack master, yet he still has extra energy to support the three of them. Relying on Gu Yan's firepower output to continuously resist Su Ranran's subsequent ice skills, Tang Hao finally used the flames in his two swords to successfully escape. Then he did the same thing to help Lu Yaoyao and Nie Qingqing escape. At this moment, the Jinling team seemed to have sounded the clarion call for a counterattack. In addition to Gu Yan, Yuling and Mu Xiaoyu also used a wind-type and a light-type skill to continuously attack Su Ranran and the other two. This surprised Jia Ying and Gu Shiryao. Something's wrong. How come they still have such a large reserve of superpowers? Even we have close to half of our superpowers, so it's impossible for them to have so much left. But seeing Gu Yan, Yuling and Mu Xiaoyu releasing their skills one after another, with no sign of stopping at all, it was clear that they had abundant supernatural energy. This change really made everyone in the Shengjing team feel incredible. And all this is thanks to the last amplification skill of Tang Hao's three new skills. Backup Hide. The effect of this skill is to help an awakener transform and hide all the abnormal energy in his body, and release it in one breath when needed. In this way, an awakener will have double the reserves of supernatural energy. Just now, Gu Yan, Yuling and Mu Xiaoyu used this backup hiding place, which allowed them to instantly recharge the huge amount of energy they had consumed. With the full-scale counterattack of Gu Yan and the other two, Tang Hao, Lu Yaoyao and Nie Qingqing finally had the opportunity to move forward. Seeing that Tang Hao was about to approach the three of them within 100 meters, Su Ranran knew that if Tang Hao came over, the other party would release the gravity skill again. So without hesitation, Su Ranran said to Sun Runan, "Runan, don't worry about the others. You must not let that Tang Hao come over." After receiving the task, Sun Runan rushed towards the three people coming towards her without hesitation. However, it is undoubtedly difficult for only a 5th Defense Division to resist Tang Hao and another person with a high-level physique. But the reason why Su Ranran asked her to resist was naturally because she had confidence. When Sun Runan got close to Tang Hao and the other two, she released her coordination skills. Oh no, it's that copy skill. Having suffered a loss once, Lu Yaoyao quickly released his first skill Wild Charge to try to interrupt the opponent. Unfortunately, when Lu Yaoyao rushed up, a figure had already stood firmly in front of Sun Runan to block him. And this time the clone was actually targeting Tang Hao. I saw an expressionless clone easily blocking Lu Yaoyao's attack and then rushing straight towards Tang Hao. In response, Tang Hao directly slashed at the clone with a wheel of fire, but the other party dodged it easily with a flash of his body. This scene surprised Tang Hao slightly. The clone in front of him, apart from not having Tang Hao's skills and being unable to synchronize damage like Nie Qingqing, actually copied Tang Hao's physique 100%. This is equivalent to a high-level physical attacker without any skills, but also possessing strength, speed and defense. With a bang, Tang Hao was punched by the clone on the opposite side. Suddenly Tang Hao's face twitched slightly. Is this a fucking clone? Why does it hurt so much? Chapter 118 New Uses for Gravity Manipulation. Tang Hao didn't pay much attention to this clone at first. After all, there was still a big gap in combat power between the clone and the original. But when he was attacked by the clone, he truly felt what high-level power was. This punch hurts so much when it hits someone. What's even more annoying is that Tang Hao relies on his high-level physique to fight against opponents of higher levels. It can be said that 80% of his combat power lies in his physique. Now suddenly facing a person with the same physique, even though Tang Hao still had two swords in his hands, he was unable to do anything to his own clone for a while. To be honest, Sun Runan was also stunned when she saw that a single clone was able to stop Tang Hao. According to her original psychological expectation, she planned to work together with her clone to stop Tang Hao for a while, and she was even prepared to be injured. However, what was unexpected was that Tang Hao's clone was unexpectedly useful, and one clone alone was enough to stop Tang Hao. This allowed her to free herself up to block Lu Yaoyao. Now two of Tang Hao and his two companions were blocked by Sun Runen, leaving only Nie Qingqing free. Although this is an agile attacker, the surroundings are bare and there is no environment for hiding. In this way, Nie Qingqing is equivalent to a frontal assassin, and her threat ability is greatly reduced. Moreover, the three alien attackers of the Sheng Jing team had experience in suppressing Nie Qingqing before. At this time, with the cooperation of Su Ranran and Jiaying, they pulled out their hands and easily suppressed Nie Qingqing, who was moving forward, making it impossible for the latter to get close at all. In this way, the Jinling team's offensive was blocked. The key to breaking the deadlock between the two sides lies in 2 points. One is that Su Ranran and Jiaying cooperated to defeat Gu Yan and the other two first, and the other is that Tang Hao was able to break through the clone and attack Su Ranran and the other two first. In comparison, the first possibility is more likely. After all, there are two level 6 alien attack masters, especially Su Ranran, an extraordinary level 6 alien attack master. Their combined efforts put Gu Yan, Yu Ling, and Mu Xiaoyu under tremendous pressure. As for the second possibility, everyone looked at Tang Hao. It was a real hand-to-hand fight between Tang Hao and the clone. Both sides were very weak, and it was impossible to determine the winner in a short time. The game between the two sides fell into a stalemate. This scene was also played in real time to the audience outside the venue. Looking at Tang Hao and the others who were caught in a tough fight, Tang Xiao, who was watching the game, held her chin with both hands and said helplessly, "The Sheng Jing team is really difficult to deal with." Even if the Empress did not take action, the remaining few people were still a first-line combat force. Although Tang Hao and his men had caught the other party off guard, they still didn't cause any serious damage. This game is difficult. Unlike Tang Xiao's worries, most of the representative teams didn't have much feeling about the Jinling team. They just watched the game calmly. To be honest, the Jinling team's attacks in recent times have been pretty good, but unfortunately the Sheng Jing team's foundation is too strong. In this situation, unless it is the pervert from the Magic City team, no matter who is replaced, it will not be effective. At this time, when the major guilds and representative teams outside were discussing the two teams that were caught in a stalemate, the military representatives in a special box seemed a little impatient. The middle-aged soldier who had spoken earlier knocked on the table and said, "From what I can see so far, there's nothing special about the Jinling team. I really don't see how they're better than our top prospects." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, some people seconded his opinion, while others said, "According to the information we have obtained, the one who actually received the inheritance reward is the support player Tang Hao. His performance is still very eye-catching, with multiple skills in one slot and dual talents in one slot. This kind of talent is extremely rare even among the best children in the army." After this person finished speaking, the middle-aged man retorted, "You also said it's rare, but it's not unheard of. We have also seen people in our army who have 2 talents in one slot and multiple skills in one slot. It's just that these things have been classified as confidential by us and have not been spread outside. Anyway, the highlight so far is that kid's high-level physique, which I think is to my liking. Although his other skills are fancy, they are far from enough to threaten Bai Qing. If the Jinling team can only show these things, then it would be a waste of our time to come here today." This time, after the middle-aged man finished speaking, the conference room and the box became quiet. Obviously, everyone agreed with the middle-aged man's words. Based on this alone, they really didn't think that the Jinling team was anything special. As time went on, the tug-of-war between the two sides gradually turned into a war of attrition. In terms of consumption, Gu Yan, Yu Ling and Mu Xiaoyu obviously consumed more energy in order to fight against higher-level alien attackers. Seeing that their reserves of superpowers were about to run out, Tang Hao was only able to win and lose with his clones. The situation has completely turned in favor of the Sheng Jing team. Tang Hao seemed very anxious at this time, but the clone had perfectly inherited his thick skin and flesh, and Tang Hao, who had only one means of attack, really had no good way to deal with it. At this time, Lu Yaoyao's voice came from Tang Hao's heart. "Xiao Haohao, Sister Gu Yan and the others are almost unable to hold on, and Senior Sister Qingqing has also been completely suppressed. Now we can only rely on the two of us. Although I am confident that I can defeat Sun Runen, who has no endurance, it will take too long and we are running out of time." Hearing Lu Yaoyao's words, Tang Hao became even more anxious. He looked at Empress Bai Qing, who was standing far behind Su Ranran and others. Even the Empress hasn't completely died yet, and they and Jinling are about to be defeated. This is really an ugly loss. As for the means to break the deadlock instantly, Tang Hao actually has it. That is his exclusive amplification talent skill. Wrath of the Mad God. But Tang Hao felt a little worried when he thought that the system, which had always been long-winded, actually reminded him to use it with caution. Just when Tang Hao was thinking about whether to use this innate skill, the clone rushed towards Tang Hao again. Faced with this indestructible clone, Tang Hao felt annoyed for the first time towards those guys with high defense and strong strength other than himself. It's just a sticky plaster. Even the gravity control can't be completely shaken off. It would be great if we could just bypass this guy and attack those 3 alien attackers. But this was just Tang Hao's thought. Every time Tang Hao released the gravity control, the copy would give him a close hug and he couldn't get rid of it at all. If Tang Hao wanted to bypass it, there would be no chance unless he grew wings and flew over. Thinking of this, Tang Hao suddenly had an idea. Fly? I think I can do that, too. Thinking of this, Tang Hao suddenly changed the use of gravity control and concentrated all the repulsive force under his feet. As more and more strange energy was infused into the gravity control, the next second, in front of countless spectators, Tang Hao actually stepped into the air and flew up. Chapter 119 Talent Skills Activated. Fly. When Tang Hao stepped on the void and slowly rose into the air, not only were the countless spectators outside the venue stunned, but even Sun Runen inside the venue forgot to control the clone. All this was somewhat shocking because of what Tang Hao did. How did he fly? This question lingered in the minds of countless people, but unfortunately Tang Hao had no time to answer them. This was his first time trying to use repulsion to leave the ground and fly. Tang Hao jumped dozens of meters high, then stopped in midair. Then he twisted his body crookedly, trying to further control the distribution of repulsive force to achieve flight in the air. During Tang Hao's exploration, his supernatural energy was constantly being consumed. Fortunately, after some exploration, Tang Hao was finally able to barely control the gravity control skill to achieve flight. Then Tang Hao fixed his gaze and looked directly at Su Ranran and the other two. At this moment, Su Ranran felt extremely uneasy. She wanted to withdraw and react, but Tang Hao had already conveyed a message to Gu Yan and the other two girls in his mind. At this moment, Gu Yan and the others were bursting out with all their strength, and Su Ranran had no way to get away. Otherwise, not only would she be in trouble, but Jia Ying and Gu Shiyao beside her would also be in trouble. At the critical moment, Sun Runen controlled the clone to chase after Tang Hao. But it was too late. Tang Hao had already approached Su Ranran within dozens of meters using his initial flying skills. Gravity wipes out gravity. In an instant, Su Ranran, Jia Ying and Gu Shiyao were caught off guard, and their entire bodies were subjected to a huge suction force, and their bodies involuntarily wanted to fly towards Tang Hao in mid-air. Hold on. In order to fight against Tang Hao's gravity, the three of them had to disperse their own strength to fight against the suction force, which gave the three girls Gu Yan and Nie Qingqing who had been suppressed before a chance to catch their breath. A vicious cycle has begun. As Gu Shiyao's suppression eased, Nie Qingqing's body instantly split apart, and two figures rushed towards Gu Shiyao. At the same time, Gu Yan and the other two did not hesitate to drain the last bit of their energy to launch a mad counterattack. Suddenly, Su Ranran and the other two girls, who had been suppressing them, were hit back by their skills. However, just when Tang Hao saw the right opportunity and descended from the sky to defeat Su Ranran and the other two girls in one fell swoop, Sun Runen had already arrived by controlling the clone. This made Tang Hao, who was about to land in mid-air, change his mind. As much as I hate to admit it, I really can't take down my auxiliary body in a short period of time. However, just because you can't touch Su Ranran and the other two girls doesn't mean you can't deal with others. And Sun Runen, who has been fighting hard with Lu Yaoyao, is the best target. But before that, Tang Hao's supernatural power was somewhat exhausted. For this reason, Tang Hao directly released the special energy stored in the reserve hiding, which made Tang Hao feel like he was revived with full blood in an instant. With abundant special energy, Tang Hao's figure in the air even moved a little faster as he rushed straight towards Sun Runen. At this time, it was too late for Sun Runen to control the clone to return for help. Flame generation. The two swords were blazing with fire. Under the infusion of special energy, the flames on Tang Hao's two swords extended twice as long at the tip of the sword. Then the double-edged fire swords fell from the sky and rushed straight towards Sun Runen. Sun Runen was so anxious at this time that she wanted to break free, but unfortunately she was held tightly by Lu Yaoyao. This is probably the changing of times. As for the other side, Su Ranran and the other two girls who were supposed to support her, they were already in a bad state at this time, and they were also dealing with the last wave of attacks from Gu Yan and the other two, so they had no extra strength to support them. Suddenly, Tang Hao Wodeo and Lu Yaoyao used their brute force to attack Sun Runen. Even the defender who was known to have the strongest protective ability quickly fell under the violent attack of the two. Sun Runen was eliminated on the spot. Her clone also dissipated instantly, and the last obstacle to the attack on Su Ranran and the other two girls completely disappeared. Afterwards, Tang Hao and Lu Yaoyao did not dare to delay for even a moment, because they knew very well that after this wave of attacks, Gu Yan, Yu Ling, and Mu Xiaoyu would run out of energy again. There is no hidden backup to supplement this time. Even if the three women are not eliminated, they will not be able to provide assistance in the short term. Seeing Tang Hao and Lu Yaoyao rushing up again, Gu Shiyao, whose condition was damaged, was struggling to deal with Nie Qingqing's attack and was about to be unable to hold on. Su Ranran could only bite her lip and say to the Empress Bai Chung behind her, "Captain, thank you for your help." As soon as Su Ranran said this, Tang Hao and Lu Yaoyao felt something was wrong. Bai Qing simply said, "This is the last time I will help you. Next time, I will end the game." After saying that, the lightsabers gathered in front of Bai Qing. One part rushed straight towards Tang Hao and Lu Yaoyao, one part locked onto Nie Qingqing, and the last part of the lightsabers attacked Gu Yan and the other two girls whose supernatural energy had been exhausted. Although Bai Qing intentionally avoided the three women's vital points, Gu Yan, Yu Ling, and Mu Xiaoyu were still seriously injured and unconscious under the bombardment of the lightsaber and were eliminated directly. Seeing this, Tang Hao couldn't help but shout, "They no longer have any fighting power. You can easily eliminate them with just a few random attacks. Is it necessary to seriously injure them and eliminate them?" Hearing this, Bai Qing looked at Tang Hao, who was frantically dodging the rain of swords. Then he said calmly, "As long as no one's life is harmed or injured during the competition, everything is allowed. I have no problem with it. Besides, this game is pointless and I'm tired of it. During the game, you either take action or not, either end the game with one strike or quietly watch Su Ranran and the others finish the game on their own." And like today, being restrained again and again, this was probably the first time Bai Qing experienced this kind of thing, and she seemed very uncomfortable. Her thoughts at this time were also very simple. This boring game should be over soon. Perhaps it was because of this little bit of annoyance that her attack just now was a little heavier. Fortunately, she knew not to kill anyone, otherwise Gu Yan and the other two, who had lost their fighting ability, would have become 3 corpses by now. Listening to the calm answer from Empress Bai Qing, Tang Hao knew that what she said was in line with the rules of the game and he could not find any problems. But that tone that showed no consideration for the contestants' feelings at all, was really hard for Tang Hao to accept. "Okay, since you said we just need to follow the rules, then I think you won't have any objections if I do this." Noticing a slight change in Tang Hao's eyes, Bai Qing instantly understood Tang Hao's thoughts. Is this an attempt to make Su Ranran and the other two girls follow in the footsteps of Gu Yan and the others as revenge? But all this seemed meaningless in Bai Qing's eyes. Her expression remained calm and indifferent. Just a slight force of the sword rain leaning towards Tang Hao was enough to stifle any action of his. Unfortunately, Bai Qing misjudged his opponent this time. In the next second, Tang Hao's aura increased visibly. He originally had a high-level physique, but now it was further enhanced. The most obvious feature was that the rain of swords that Tang Hao had to avoid carefully exploded directly when it fell on him. Even if Tang Hao stood motionless in the rain of swords, the falling swords could not hurt Tang Hao at all. At this moment, only one voice was echoing in Tang Hao's mind. "Warning, this skill places a heavy burden on the host's body, please use with caution." Chapter 120. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. What's going on? Why did Tang Hao's physique suddenly improve so much? With the naked eye, the sword rain that could threaten a level 7 defense division exploded one after another when it fell on Tang Hao. Tang Hao exuded an unusual aura. These changes were not only noticed by Lu Yaoyao in the field. Su Ranran and others also discovered that even Bai Qing's eyes when she looked at Tang Hao had become more serious. Not to mention the audience outside the venue. Among them, Tang Xiara was so shocked by this change that she rubbed her eyes. Is this the same junior student I knew? At the same time, Su Ruoqing, who was sitting not far from Tang Xiara, was in an extremely bad mood. He thought that in his eyes, Tang Hao was just a small assistant who could be easily manipulated. But now, after 2 changes, she found that she had been left far behind. How could Su Ruoqing accept this? At this time, in the Magic City team's box, which originally felt that the game was dull, the Magic City players, who were already feeling a little bored, also sat up straight. They all realized that Tang Hao was definitely not someone to be trifled with at the moment. Apart from their own captain, no one dared to deal with him. At the same time, the military personnel who had never noticed anything special about the Jinling team also showed a focused look for the first time. Basic skills? No, someone quickly rejected this speculation, because a breakthrough in basic skills takes time, and Tang Hao's performance just now did not seem like a breakthrough, nor did he show any signs of a breakthrough. Tang Hao's physical change just now was more like releasing some kind of physical enhancement skill. But the military personnel were also muttering at this time. Could it be that Tang Hao has gained 4 skills in his 4th skill slot? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the conference room fell silent. A slot with multiple skills usually only has 2 or 3 skills. For skills, to be honest, this is a bit beyond their expectations. Just as people outside were speculating, Tang Hao moved his whole body and rushed towards Su Ranran and the other 2 girls like lightning. Seeing this, Su Ranran and the other 2 immediately activated their respective skills in an attempt to stop or suppress Tang Hao. But at this time, Tang Hao's speed was too fast. His figure flashed left and right, making it impossible for Su Ranran and the other 2 girls to lock on him for a while. Even if a skill occasionally fell on Tang Hao, he didn't care. Just slap it away. Seeing that Tang Hao's physique was too amazing at this time, Bai Qing behind him could no longer sit idly by. With a raise of her hand, the rain of swords turned into a barrier under Bai Qing's control, covering Su Ranran and the other 2 girls. Then Bai Qing's voice was heard. "You are no match for him." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Qing stepped on the lightsaber and slowly walked forward. This was his last move. At this time, when Tang Hao saw Bai Qing coming out from behind, he not only did not show any fear, but was filled with excitement. What a strange feeling. I have a urge to fight like crazy right now, and it's getting stronger and stronger. Is this why the system is telling me to use this skill with caution? Can't I fully control it now? But I still want to do something. As Tang Hao continued to adjust himself and began to adapt to his current situation. When Lu Yaoyao and Nie Qingqing saw Bai Qing's fate, they were about to join forces with Tang Hao to fight together. But at this time, Tang Hao was whispering to them in his heart, "You'd better stay away from me, otherwise it will be very dangerous." Stay away from me. Following Tang Hao's final shout, Lu Yaoyao and Nie Qingqing looked worried, but they still obediently retreated. Seeing that there was no one familiar around him, Tang Hao's last bit of worry disappeared. His mind was completely focused on the enemy in front of him. At this time, Bai Qing also built a protective shield for Su Ranran and the other 2 girls, and then mobilized the lightsaber beside her. As Bai Qing shook hands, the originally single lightsabers began to gather in groups of 3 or 2. Then, a number of heavy swords were condensed. Although the overall number of lightsabers has decreased, their lethality has undoubtedly increased a lot at this time. This was Bai Qing's response to Tang Hao's changes. Go! With a light wave, hundreds of heavy lightsabers shot towards Tang Hao. When Tang Hao came into contact with the first heavy sword, the heavy feeling obviously made Tang Hao's body unable to help but retreat. At this time, the heavy sword had obviously had the power to hurt Tang Hao again after the changes. However, after a brief contact, Tang Hao quickly discovered the flaws of these heavy swords. That is, although the power is strong, unfortunately the speed of the lightsaber is greatly reduced. After coming to this conclusion, Tang Hao's body flashed repeatedly. Those incredibly powerful heavy swords instantly became decorations. Even the speed has increased so much. When Empress Bai Qing saw Tang Hao easily dodge the attacks of those heavy swords, a subtle change appeared in her eyes for the first time. She didn't expect that Tang Hao's sudden improvement was an all-round improvement. Not only his defense but also his speed was much faster than before. In this way, she sacrificed the speed of the lightsaber, and the power she gained was meaningless at this speed. Tang Hao passed those lightsabers and came directly in front of Su Ranran and the other 2 girls. After witnessing Tang Hao's series of changes at this time, Su Ranran and the other 2 girls had already understood how terrifying Tang Hao was at this moment. But they have a lightsaber-built shield in front of them, which can at least protect them from some of the attacks. When Su Ranran and the other 2 girls were thinking this, there was a loud bang, and the protective shield in front of them shook noticeably, and then cracks appeared on it. Seeing this, Su Ranran, Jia Ying and Gu Shiryao all changed their expressions drastically. His punch is so powerful. This is probably more powerful than that of an average level 8 attacker. How can this Tang Hao have such terrifying strength? Just as Tang Hao was gathering strength again to smash the protective shield in front of him, Empress Bai Qing directly controlled several heavy swords to fall from the sky. She was also flying towards Tang Hao. She had realized that it would be difficult to threaten Tang Hao with just the lightsaber. In that case, she would fight Tang Hao directly. As a physical attacker, close combat is also her strong point, but apart from Wen Li, no one has been able to make Bai Qing use means other than the infinite sword domain for a long time. At this moment, the heavy sword fell down. If Tang Hao did not dodge the attack in time, he might be seriously injured. However, Tang Hao did not choose to dodge. He still gathered his strength and hit the barrier, and the barrier shattered with a loud bang. Bai Qing's heavy sword also fell on his head. Gravity control, repulsion. In an instant, the falling heavy sword was slightly obstructed. With this brief gap, Tang Hao successfully escaped the attack. Stop! Seeing that Tang Hao had escaped her attack, he continued to rush towards Su Ranran and the other two women. Although the three women tried their best to release their skills, it was of little use considering Tang Hao's defensive condition at the moment. You guys should be eliminated too. Bang, 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 Tang Hao threw 3 simple punches at Su Ranran and the other two girls. No one was killed, and no one was disabled. He simply beat the 3 of them into unconsciousness and eliminated them. Everything is legal and reasonable, isn't it? Chapter 121 Strong Collision. After Su Ranran and the other two girls fell into coma due to serious injuries, the approaching attack from behind Tang Hao suddenly stopped. Then Tang Hao saw Bai Qing walking slowly towards Su Ranran and the other two in white boots that were not stained with dust. At this moment, there was still no obvious change in Bai Qing's expression, but Tang Hao, who was not far away from him, suddenly felt a chill from the other person. Are you angry? But then again, am I not angry too? Bai Qing made a casual move, and a lightsaber appeared under Su Ranran and the other two girls, then lifted them up and took them away. At the same time, Tang Hao was also telling Lu Yaoyao and Nie Qingqing in his heart to take Gu Yan and the others away. The battle cannot be stopped at this point. The result must be the complete defeat of one side. And Lu Yaoyao, Nie Qingqing and the others will not be able to participate in the next battle. After Tang Hao and Bai Qing dealt with their companions' affairs at the same time, the battle between the two officially began. Countless lightsabers rose from Bai Qing's side. When the lightsabers attacked Tang Hao again this time, Tang Hao clearly found that the power of these lightsabers had increased and they were not as heavy as before. Obviously Bai Qing made some adjustments targeting Tang Hao. The reason why Bai Qing did this was not to rely on the lightsaber to cause harm to Tang Hao, she just hoped that the lightsaber could slightly hinder Tang Hao. As for the person who actually did it, it was her. This time, after the lightsaber effectively cut through Tang Hao's skin, Tang Hao's movements were obviously restricted by the dense lightsaber siege. Then a snow-white figure came in front of Tang Hao. The sound of Wu Yingying's sword breaking through the air rang in Tang Hao's ears, and a sense of danger spread throughout his body. Tang Hao immediately held 2 swords, and flames ignited from them to block Bai Qing's attack. Ding ding ding. Within a few seconds, countless arcs of electricity flashed between the two of them, and a heavy recoil force made Tang Hao's arms bear pressure every moment. Every blow from Empress Bai Qing was heavy. On the one hand, this was related to her own strength. On the other hand, it was also because Bai Qing was holding a huge lightsaber in her hand that was no less powerful than Lu Yaoyao's bone knife. Can you imagine a girl with a cold and pretty face, waving a huge sword in her hand? The key point is that the opponent is not embarrassed or out of breath, and his strength and endurance are not inferior to Tang Hao, and he even has an advantage. At this moment, Tang Hao was really shocked. He has a high-level physique, and coupled with his awakened talent, all his attributes have doubled. With his current physique, even a high-level monster wouldn't be able to withstand his physical attacks. However, the girl in front of Tang Hao used her delicate body to exert terrifying power comparable to that of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. You're distracted. A cold voice came out of Bai Qing's mouth, and then in Tang Hao's eyes, the girl's giant sword had been swung out, leaving an afterimage. The sudden change in rhythm made Tang Hao unable to keep up, and then Tang Hao was chopped away by a sword. Even so, Bai Qing still had no intention of releasing her light. The lightsabers around her surrounded her and she quickly rushed towards Tang Hao in mid-air without giving him any chance to breathe. Seeing that this wave was about to suffer heavy damage, Tang Hao directly activated his own skills. Gravity control. This time, Tang Hao stopped in mid-air in violation of the laws of physics, and then looked at the countless flying lightsabers and Bai Qing who followed. Tang Hao directly activated the repulsion force, and an invisible wall bounced all the key points away. However, this move was useless to Bai Qing who was chasing him from behind. The giant sword in the girl's hand slashed horizontally, and Tang Hao's repulsive force was immediately dispersed, and Tang Hao remained in a flying state again. At this moment, Tang Hao really looked at the female emperor Bai Qing with new eyes. This woman was really a violent person. But before this thought could last long, the opponent attacked again. Without thinking, Tang Hao decided to release gravity restrictions on Bai Qing, trying to limit the opponent's speed. However, Bai Qing's body was covered with a silver-white software like transparent crystal, and Tang Hao's gravity control was immediately invalidated. It is obvious that Bai Qing is an attack-type awakening master. His first talent is strength and his second talent is flexibility. The effect of that crystal-clear software is that it is 100% immune to all control effects. When Bai Qing put on this software, it meant that she was really serious about it. Putting aside what you did to Ran Ran and the others, you are half a rival, at least much better than Wenli, that guy who likes to play tricks on people. After saying that, Bai Qing suddenly raised the giant sword, and a powerful strange energy gathered on it. Seeing this, Tang Haotin felt something was wrong. It was obvious that a big guy was coming. The first thing Tang Hao wanted to do was to go up and interrupt, but as soon as he had this thought, he was warned of danger. Although Bai Qing is accumulating strength, there is a hidden crisis around her. The other party seems to be deliberately luring Tang Hao to destroy her. But can we just ignore it? Then Tang Hao discovered that the skill that the opponent was brewing had actually locked onto him. His intuition told Tang Hao that he could not dodge this attack by relying on his speed. The only thing Tang Hao could do was to take the attack head-on. At this moment, terrifying superpowers were wreaking havoc on the field, while outside the field there was a depressing atmosphere. Obviously, no one expected that Tang Hao could be entangled with Empress Bai Qing for so long. Those representatives who originally thought that the Jinling team was the lucky one stared at the big screen. Among them, those players who had shown their prowess in the competition were so nervous that they had to hold their breath. They had a premonition that this strike might decide the outcome. At the same time, everyone in the Magic City team's box in the military conference room looked very solemn. They were already surprised that Tang Hao could fight the Empress to this extent, and they also had some recognition of the ancient heritage that Tang Hao had obtained. At this point, almost everyone thought that Tang Hao was doomed to fail. Only Tang Hao didn't think so. He still has some tricks up his sleeve. Tang Hao's 3 new skills, Life Illumination and Backup Concealment, have already been released. But he still has his third skill unused. It is the Extra Reserve. When Lu Yaoyao, Gu Yan, and the others released their skills earlier, Tang Hao did not do so because he really did not have any offensive skills, so he only used pure strength to fight at that time. Now is the time to unleash this skill. Extra Reserve, this skill can seal a skill in the body in advance, and unseal it when needed. Then the user can release this skill immediately without any preparation time. When a bubble was released from Tang Hao's palm, the skills sealed by Tang Hao were released. Backup Hide. Tang Hao thought about it for a long time, but he really couldn't think of what skill to use as a reserve skill. After all, his skills are all auxiliary skills, which are really useless at the critical moment of the battle. After much deliberation, Tang Hao finally chose to seal the skill of Backup Hide. Since I don't have the powerful output skills that others are proud of, then at least I must have a reserve of supernatural energy that others can hardly reach. At this moment, along with the release of the sealed Backup Hidden, in an instant, Tang Hao's whole body was filled with abundant strange energy. Plus the power preserved in the original body. Tang Hao's body is now overloaded. If he cannot release the large amount of abnormal energy as soon as possible, then Tang Hao will be bloated to death without Bai Qing's help. Trying to endure the bursting feeling in your body. The next second, Tang Hao froze in mid-air. He did not choose to escape because his feeling told him that he could not escape this attack. So he had to withstand this attack head-on and face Bai Qing, who was slowly accumulating strength and preparing to counterattack at any time. Tang Hao took a deep breath and raised the double blades in front of him. I envy you guys your offensive skills, but all I can do is focus all my energy into one strike. As Tang Hao finished speaking, the strange energy in his body that was filled to the point of exploding poured into the 2 swords in his hands like a flood. The next moment, countless materialized flames formed fire blades at the tips of the 2 swords, which continued to extend, and finally the 2 swords turned into giant blades. On the field, there were 2 figures, Tang Hao holding a giant double moon blade and Bai Qing holding a giant sword that could support the sky. The 2 sides looked at each other. Soon, a time will come. Chapter 122, Complete Madness, The Mad God's Wrath Part 2. To everyone's surprise, the first to launch the attack was not the Empress Bai Qing, but Tang Hao, who was in mid-air. Using the repulsive force as the reverse impact force, Tang Hao smashed towards Bai Qing like a cannonball. Without any extra words or any cool poses, Bai Qing simply leaped towards Tang Hao, who was falling rapidly in mid-air. Holy Lotus Blooms. A second before Bai Qing and Tang Hao came into contact, the giant sword in Bai Qing's hand turned into a huge white lotus of light. At the moment it fully bloomed, Tang Hao only felt that the air around him was slightly stagnant. The next second, a sword light shot up into the sky from the white lotus, along with countless sword energies. The sword light rushed straight towards Tang Hao, and countless sword energies turned into whirling blades that enveloped Tang Hao 360 degrees without any dead angles. Then Tang Hao seemed to be wrapped in a huge lotus of light, and then swallowed up by a huge lotus. The moment the sword light touched Tang Hao, a dazzling white light flashed on the playing field. All the spectators inside and outside the venue subconsciously squinted their eyes because of the white light. No one knew what happened in the white light, but everyone was guessing that Tang Hao, who was in it, was probably in very bad shape. While countless people outside were speculating about Tang Hao's situation, Tang Hao, who was wrapped in a huge lotus of light transformed by countless sword energies, was indeed in a very bad situation, but he was not without the power to fight back. The first attack of the sword light that shot up into the sky was of unparalleled impact force. If it were not for the giant blade made of flames in front of him blocking it, the direct damage to Tang Hao from this attack would undoubtedly be huge. However, although the damage was reduced, the follow-up power of the sword light was still strong, directly knocking the falling Tang Hao to a higher sky. Then the sword light, as the impact force dissipated, shattered into tiny blades. Then, at a certain moment, when Tang Hao's body reached a certain height and was at a standstill before falling, those tiny sword blades attacked him like star rays. It actually has a second attack. This skill is both powerful and gorgeous. If I didn't have the ability to stay in the air, I would be completely powerless to fight back. After giving a compliment, Tang Hao used repulsion to stop his falling body and regained control of his body. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a sky full of sword lights suddenly attacked him. The only thing Tang Hao could do at this time was to wave the double blades in his hands to resist. The huge flaming double blades provided a defense without blind spots, protecting Tang Hao. In this way, the lightsaber and the flames were constantly colliding. This process is very fast, but the consumption is also astonishingly high. It was not until Tang Hao swung the giant flaming blade so fast that afterimages appeared, and the muscles in his arms were extremely sore, and even Tang Hao's arm muscles were strained. Tang Hao finally blocked the attack with half of his giant flaming blade. Just when Tang Hao thought he had survived this attack, the light lotus suddenly shrank and the real killing move came. When Tang Hao was most tired, when most of his supernatural energy had been consumed, and when he was almost unable to control his body, the strongest attack came. Suddenly, the most violent explosion occurred in the sky. Then a figure fell from the sky. Seeing this, everyone guessed that Tang Hao had lost. At this time, even Bai Qing thought so. She was already considering whether to stop the falling Tang Hao. After all, she had not lost her mind to the point of killing Tang Hao. However, just as Bai Qing was about to raise her hand, Tang Hao, who was falling, actually accelerated and rushed towards Bai Qing. Isn't it really that easy to solve? Bai Qing didn't seem surprised that Tang Hao was still alive and kicking after her powerful blow. But she also knew that Tang Hao's condition was very bad at the moment. She could clearly feel that Tang Hao's supernatural energy had been greatly depleted, and she was afraid that the attack before her was Tang Hao's last resort. Bai Qing seemed very calm about this. The lightsaber that was originally used to save Tang Hao condensed into a huge lightsaber more than 10 meters long in the blink of an eye by Bai Qing. Then came the second and the third. Bai Qing condensed 10 giant lightsabers in one breath. She was calm and indifferent at this moment, letting the breeze blow her hair behind her, her eyes looking at Tang Hao who was rushing towards her. It's time to end it. She never thought that one day the person who would fight with her to this extent would be a supporting one. Even someone as cold as Bai Qing couldn't help but have a hint of doubt. But at this point, it's finally coming to an end. As Bai Qing waved gently, 10 giant lightsabers rushed towards Tang Hao. In Tang Hao's current condition, it is impossible for him to block this attack. Until he witnessed Tang Hao coming into contact with those lightsabers and then being submerged in a rain of swords. Bai Qing felt that the game should have come to an end here. Then she didn't check on Tang Hao again. She knew that if the danger came, the officials would always come to rescue Tang Hao. The subsequent handling matters had nothing to do with her anymore, and then Bai Qing lightly stepped on the lightsaber and walked towards Su Ranran and the other 2 girls. Just as Bai Qing was flying towards the unconscious Su Ranran and the other 2 girls. Facing the 10 huge lightsabers coming straight at him, Tang Hao smiled helplessly for the first time. He really didn't expect Bai Qing to be so powerful. I thought that the attack I prepared with all my supernatural energy could at least cause some damage or trouble to the opponent. It turns out that it was all just his fantasy after all. The Empress is very powerful, extremely powerful. Tang Hao even felt that even up to now, Bai Qing had not really used much strength. On the other hand, Tang Hao was exhausted. It's amazing, really amazing. The gap is so huge that it makes people despair. At this time, Tang Hao began to understand why others respectfully called Bai Qing the Empress. She is truly powerful beyond comprehension. At this time, Tang Hao was thinking about a question in his heart. That's about it, time to admit defeat. As soon as this thought came to mind, Tang Hao felt a little unwilling in his heart the next second. The battle has come to this point. What reason is there not to make one last attempt? Bai Qing. Bai Qing suddenly heard Tang Hao shout while flying. At first, Bai Qing thought that Tang Hao was going to give up. She subconsciously slowed down the speed of the giant sword, waiting for Tang Hao to admit defeat in person. But this is destined to be impossible. The next second, she heard Tang Hao say to her, Bai Qing, you'd better fight me seriously from now on. This is a small reward for your plan to save me just now. Be careful, because I don't even have the confidence to fully control what happens next. I am dangerous like this. After Tang Hao finished saying this, Bai Qing, who was originally flying, suddenly stopped, because from this moment, an extremely dangerous aura suddenly burst out from Tang Hao's body. This made Bai Qing lose control of her facial expression for the first time. Danger? She actually felt the breath of death from Tang Hao. At this moment, Bai Qing did not hesitate at all, and the huge lightsaber that had been slowing down rushed towards Tang Hao at the fastest speed. However, facing these attacks that could easily threaten high-level awakeners, Tang Hao appeared relaxed. There was a hint of peace, a hint of calmness, and a hint of madness about to overflow from the corners of his mouth. Boom! Blood-red flames suddenly spread out from Tang Hao's body. The terrifying heat wave immediately swept in all directions. At this moment, countless audiences showed surprise. The military personnel who had been treating it as a game of house stood up in shock and disbelief and looked at the screen. The next second, the clouds in the sky above the stadium suddenly rolled. It gives people a depressing feeling. The sky changed color. Chapter 123, Blood Flame Rage and Fierce Fighting. The blood-colored flames enveloped Tang Hao completely. The blood energy rising into the sky affected the airflow in the sky for a time, and the color of the sky changed visibly to the naked eye. Tang Hao was now in a very strange state. He felt that he was in a state of anger, and he felt that he had a very strong desire to fight. He wanted to have a good, unbridled fight. But at the same time, Tang Hao found that his brain was unusually clear, even calm to the extreme. It was extremely strange that such extreme warlike and extremely calm rejection emotions were concentrated on him at the same time. This was his true mentality when he actively activated the second stage of the amplified talent skill Wrath of the Mad God, Blood Flame Rampage. At this moment, Tang Hao felt that there was no need for any extra energy in his body, but there seemed to be infinite power all over his body for him to use. Extreme calmness told Tang Hao to use this power with caution, but his endless fighting spirit made him unable to suppress it any longer. Just at this moment, 10 giant lightsabers driven quickly by Bai Qing appeared in front of Tang Hao. In an instant, a strong desire to fight was released. Roar! The blood flames on Tang Hao's body suddenly surged at this moment, and then he rushed towards the oncoming giant swords like a scarlet comet. The collision happened in an instant, and then countless fragmented sounds were heard in the arena. That was the sound of huge swords being smashed into pieces by Tang Hao's body. Seeing this scene, even someone as calm as Bai Qing's eyes froze slightly. Not to mention the spectators outside the venue. Everyone was stunned. Those who knew the Jinling team opened their mouths in surprise. Even though they had already overestimated the Jinling team's upper limit, they did not expect that Tang Hao would be able to burst out in such a state at the last moment. The most surprised and excited people were the military personnel who came specially to watch the game. The middle-aged man slammed the table and stood up, saying, "This is physical strength. Pure physical strength can actually reach this level? This is the true inheritance of the ancient site in the dense forest. This kid really concealed something before." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, a middle-aged woman on the other side, who was very graceful and had the demeanor of a general even in her middle age, was staring at Tang Hao on the screen with shining eyes. She could clearly feel that this was not the power from the awakening skill. Even if you search all the alien spaces in the world, you will not be able to find this awakening skill below the elite level. This is the power of inheritance, the power that allows those who have awakened today to reach a new peak. Perhaps, with this power, humanity will be able to completely counter the extinction crisis from the elite space in the near future. This power must be accessible to more people. Just when countless people outside the venue were shocked and excited, Tang Hao had easily broken through those giant swords and headed straight for Empress Bai Qing. Empty, empty, empty. In mid-air, Tang Hao has changed his previous crude use of the skill of gravity control. He now gives a recoil repulsive force at the moment he lands. As a result, Tang Hao can now run at a high speed even in mid-air. The whole person moves as flexibly as if walking on flat ground. When Tang Hao came near Bai Qing also felt a pressure coming from Tang Hao, who was wrapped in blood flames. Without thinking, Bai Qing launched the infinite sword domain again, but this time it was very different from before. While unfolding the infinite sword domain, Bai Qing activated the fourth skill of her flexible talent, thousands of threads. In an instant, transparent silk threads 10 times thinner than a hair were entangled between the lightsabers rushing towards Tang Hao. Facing such lightsabers, even if the enemy manages to dodge them, the thin threads attached between the lightsabers are the real killer. This silk thread is extremely sharp. Bai Qing once used this trick to cut off a level 7 monster in a high-level alien space. Feeling Bai Qing activating those fragile lightsabers again, Tang Hao activated his own skills in an instant. Trails in the eyes is activated. Perception skills are enhanced in the Eye of Trail state. Earth waves. Tang Hao's body remained unchanged, and he directly launched the earth vibration from mid-air. In an instant, any slight change in the surrounding 3,000 meters could not escape Tang Hao's eyes. In an instant, those transparent silk threads that were 10 times thinner than a hair were nowhere to be found. Facing those thin lines that did not reveal any murderous intent but were extremely dangerous, Tang Hao's face showed no joy or sadness. At this moment, he even had a feeling in his heart that in this state, he seemed to be able to use his skills at a deeper level. For example, making the earth vibration last longer. But before Tang Hao could think about it, those lightsabers had already rushed in front of him. Tang Hao put his thoughts away, and then simply stretched out a palm towards the hundreds of lightsabers and the thin lines among them that were rushing towards him below. Gravity control, repulsion. In an instant, a powerful repulsive force was released from Tang Hao's hands. This force was doubled in power with the blessing of the blood flame. The next second, in Bai Qing's eyes, the sword formations rushing towards Tang Hao were actually broken up in mid-air by an invisible force. Those thin lines that were strong enough to strangle a level 7 monster were broken before they even got close to Tang Hao. Then Tang Hao suddenly stepped on the ground in mid-air, and his whole body flew from mid-air to Bai Qing on the ground like a cannonball. Before he got close enough, Tang Hao stretched out his hand again towards Empress Bai Qing. In an instant, Bai Qing jumped several times and moved to another position, and the next second, huge deep pits appeared above and below the position where Empress Bai Qing had been before. The shape of the deep pits is that of a 5-fingered palm. This is also a new application of gravity control, repulsion developed by Tang Hao in the blood flame state without having to consider the consumption of special energy. Then, Tang Hao did not give the opponent any chance to breathe, and countless repulsive palms bombarded down from mid-air. The entire stadium was suddenly filled with a continuous roar. For a while, this continuous attack forced Empress Bai Qing to dodge again and again. However, this oppression was not able to restrain the Empress for long. Suddenly, a sword light burst out from Bai Qing's body. Although the power was not as strong as the previous blow that knocked Tang Hao into the air, it also caused Tang Hao's offensive to pause slightly for a moment. That is, taking advantage of this momentary gap, Bai Qing, wearing transparent soft armor, ignored the influence of Tang Hao's gravity control, and flew directly towards Tang Hao with a lightsaber under her feet. Seeing this, Tang Hao did not feel the slightest bit intimidated. With a wave of his hands, the double-edged swords hanging on his waist become flying knives. The flames generated by the additional skills on the double-edged swords were transformed into more terrifying blood flames at this moment. Tang Hao's 2 short swords turned into blood flame long swords and fought against the condensed lightsaber held by Bai Qing. The speed of the two reached its peak at this moment. For a moment, on the surrounding arena, with the center as the origin and a radius of several kilometers as the moving range of the fight, all objects under the two people were destroyed by sword energy and blood flames. On the entire playing field, only 2 figures, one red and one white, were seen changing continuously at such a speed that afterimages appeared. As the fight between the two became more intense, the official emergency personnel who were lurking in the dark were also frightened by the scene. You should know that they are all high-level awakening masters arranged by the official, and they are set up as insurance in case of emergencies among the contestants. But now, the awakened master has started to doubt his life because of the noise caused by the two people. Even some women with hot tempers were cursing in their hearts. You're telling me these are 2 college students? If I were to get caught in a fight and get hit, I'd probably have to call 120 right away. So what kind of a first aid technician am I? Chapter 124, Strange Scenes and the Last Struggle. Outside the arena, as the battle between Tang Hao and Bai Qing gradually became more intense, many spectators began to waver. When have they ever seen a competition of this level? The most surprised person among these people was Su Ruoqing. She had been dissatisfied with the fact that the Gusu team was eliminated in the first round of the elimination match countless times before. They were extremely dissatisfied that the Jinling team could beat them. However, now after witnessing the power that Tang Hao had unleashed, all his complaints disappeared, and what remained was only a deep hatred for his own weakness. So, in the end, I was the weak one. After Su Ruoqing thought about this, an extremely complicated emotion surged in his heart. The next second, Su Ruoqing suddenly felt dizzy and her body was slightly unsteady. Team leader? The Gusu teammate next to him asked in a low voice. Although it was just an inquiry, they knew that their captain was the most stubborn, but this time in the elite competition, it dealt a huge blow. Later, I met many powerful players. Now that he is stimulated by Tang Hao's outburst, it is not surprising that he is emotionally disturbed. However, at this time, Su Ruoqing was experiencing physical abnormalities due to an unprecedented situation. A shocking scene emerged in Su Ruoqing's mind as he felt dizzy. I was standing on a pile of ruins, surrounded by corpses. It was a scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Even so, there were still enemies around her who were rushing towards her like tigers with great ambition. Each of those people was wearing armor, just like the ancient people in the Qin and Han dynasties, and each of them was riding a powerful exotic beast, each of which was no weaker than a high-level exotic beast. The aura of those who besieged her was unprecedentedly powerful, even the high-level awakening masters Su Ruoqing had seen were far inferior to them. In an instant, Su Ruoqing realized that each of the people besieging her was an elite-level being above the high level. What puzzled Su Ruoqing was that all those people were men. Why can men awaken powerful attack attributes like women? No one answered her, the screen flickered, and she was seen holding a halberd and fighting with these people. Even one person can fight against many heroes alone. But in the end, it was difficult to match so many people. In the picture, she is helplessly riding a majestic beast, with only a few people following behind her. Along the way, the mountains and rivers turned upside down and you flew over dangerous places. Many strange beasts were disturbed and rushed forward. This made Su Ruoqing realize that the place where the group of people in front of him were actually in some different space. Impossible. At this moment, Su Ruoqing was shocked. It was clear that the alien space had only appeared in the last few decades. Who are these people in front of me? Just when Su Ruoqing was in deep shock, he saw himself being chased to the end of a land, and ahead was an endless black sea. The moment the self in the picture turned around, the enemies that had been chasing him retreated one after another, and for a moment they did not dare to come forward to provoke him. The strange beast mount under the figure was neighing, as if urging the figure in the picture to cross the Black Sea. However, she did not take any action in the end, and her eyes just looked into the distance at this moment. Then he said softly, "If heaven has doomed me, what good shall I do?" At the end of the scene, the towering figure committed suicide in front of the Black Sea. When all the images disappeared, Su Ruoqing saw the figure again in his blank mind. Although Su Ruoqing already had some guesses about the identity of this figure, she still couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" The figure did not answer the question. Only a dull voice came, saying, "You shouldn't be so weak. You should have the power to dominate the world. Go to Geisha and find your former self again. You have to remember." Throughout his life, the Overlord was never inferior to anyone else. As the figure gradually disappeared, Su Ruoqing woke up in a trance. "Captain? What happened to you just now?" After waking up, Su Ruoqing looked at the members of the Gusa team who were surrounding her. She really wanted to tell them about the dreamlike scene that had just appeared in her mind. But the words stopped when they reached his lips. "I'll probably be seen as a psychopath." So she just told her teammates who cared about her that she was too tired. Hearing this, the others felt relieved to know that she was fine. At this time, Su Ruoqing suddenly asked what the result of the game was. She felt that after such a long time, Tang Hao and Empress Bai Qing should have decided the winner. However, after hearing Su Ruoqing's words, the surrounding team members looked at each other in confusion. Because Su Ruoqing was only unconscious for about 10 seconds, everyone panicked when they saw that they couldn't wake him up no matter how hard they tried. But in fact, not much time had passed. Su Ruoqing immediately pushed through the crowd to look at the game screen. In the picture, Tang Hao and Bai Qing are still fighting fiercely. This scene stunned Su Ruoqing, and he buried his previous experience even more in his heart. At the same time, an idea came into her mind. Where exactly is the alien space called Geisha? At this time, Tang Hao and Bai Qing on the field had gone through hundreds of collisions, and both sides were surprised at each other's tenacity. Although Tang Hao had no specific idea of how powerful the blood flames attached to his body were, he was very clear that he was definitely not comparable to ordinary high-level awakening masters. Tang Hao could easily sense the strengths and weaknesses of the official awakening masters lurking around him, as they posed no threat to him at all. However, facing the Empress Bai Qing in front of him, she was like a deep, bottomless pool. No matter how Tang Hao tried to find her weaknesses and attack them, he failed to cause any effective damage. Facing the Empress's increasingly powerful offensive momentum, Tang Hao also developed his many skills to the extreme. The first is the incredible speed of the Empress. After the opponent fully unleashed his speed, Bai Qing's figure was so fast that an afterimage appeared in Tang Hao's eyes. Even Tang Hao's 360-degree all-round vision of the Eye of Tracks could hardly capture the opponent's exact position. Tang Hao had no choice but to keep the earth perception turned on continuously. He could clearly feel the blood flames in his body boiling even more. But this also improved Tang Hao's perception ability to an incredible level. At this moment, Tang Hao felt that the perception of the earth under the blessing of the Eye of Tracks brought Tang Hao a new perspective. Completely true field of vision. Everything within a range of 3,000 meters was moving at an extremely slow speed. Bai Qing, who had previously used her extreme speed, could no longer hide in this field of vision. Then Tang Hao gathered his strength and rushed towards Bai Qing, who was using all her speed. Under the other party's incredulous gaze, he slashed out hundreds of blood flame crescent moons with his double blades. This attack knocked the Empress out of the afterimages in the sky, and it was the first time that Bai Qing was truly hurt. However, after unleashing hundreds of blood flame attacks in one breath, Tang Hao clearly felt that his body was showing signs of reaching its limit. Blood flame rampage cannot be used indefinitely. It will only consume vitality but will not actually endanger the host's life. At this moment, with the appearance of a certain signal in his body, Tang Hao knew that his skills had reached a certain limit, and then he completely collapsed. Seeing that Bai Qing was injured, Tang Hao didn't dare to believe that it was over. However, as the signal appeared, Tang Hao's physical condition began to decline. According to the information he got in his mind, once Tang Hao exited the blood flame rampage state, except for the little vitality consumed, his overall condition would immediately drop by 50%, and it would last for a whole month. Quitting at this time is tantamount to admitting defeat on the spot. It has come to this point, and the Empress Bai Qing is finally injured. How could Tang Hao accept this? It's not over yet. Skill, strong and durable. Skill, endurance too. This is Tang Hao's last fight. Chapter 125, Defeat, the Empress's strongest skill. The upgraded endurance has two stages. The first stage allows Tang Hao to prolong his blood flame rampage state. The extension time is 60%. With the effect of firm and lasting, Tang Hao's condition, which was about to decline, finally stabilized. Then Tang Hao rushed towards the Empress Bai Qing again. Along the way, the opponent fired countless sword energies, but these sword energies were all bounced away when facing the invisible barrier formed by Tang Hao's gravity control, repulsion. On the other hand, the blood flame crescent moon that Tang Hao slashed at the Empress was able to effectively threaten the opponent. For a while, Tang Hao became more and more courageous and began to take the initiative on the battlefield. Suddenly, the scene of the battlefield changed, and it began to become a scene where Tang Hao unilaterally pursued the Empress Bai Qing. This change of scene undoubtedly caught many people off guard. They thought that Tang Hao was very strong and that he could fight fiercely with the Empress, but they never thought that the Empress Bai Qing would show signs of avoiding fighting. Is it true that a dark horse will emerge from this year's elite competition and directly defeat the number 1 ranked Saint Capital team? It's unimaginable that the Empress would evade a direct confrontation. Seeing that the Empress was weaker in the competition and Tang Hao was getting braver and braver, many spectators began to exclaim in surprise. But in fact, some people who are truly capable have already seen the situation on the field at this time. It seems that Tang Hao is getting braver and braver as the battle goes on, but in fact it is also the countdown to Tang Hao's defeat. Through Tang Hao's sudden decline and sudden recovery of his momentum, many people have keenly realized that Tang Hao's current state cannot be sustained and is even on the verge of reaching his limit. It's just that no one knows how long this limit is. But one thing is certain, that is, if Tang Hao cannot defeat the Empress before reaching her limit, then Tang Hao will collapse without the Empress taking any action. It is precisely because of this understanding that some people understand the actions of Empress Bai Qing at this time. This is Tang Hao's final madness. As long as the Empress avoids this period, she will be able to win without any effort. However, despite this, some people think that Empress Bai Qing will not do nothing. If she really relies on dragging down Tang Hao, then she is not the Empress. Tang Hao didn't know what those people outside the arena thought, nor was he interested in paying attention to them. He was now taking advantage of the last time to have a good fight with the Empress. However, the Empress always relied on extreme speed to dodge along the way, which made Tang Hao very angry. Especially through the Earth perception effect, Tang Hao discovered that the Empress seemed to be preparing something. She was gathering strange energy while avoiding battle all the way. This made Tang Hao feel extremely oppressed. On the one hand, his time was limited, and on the other hand, what the Empress was brewing must be very shocking. Otherwise, the other party would not have changed his previous style and allowed Tang Hao to chase him. After just a little thought, Tang Hao guessed what the Empress Bai Qing might be doing. It's the sixth skill. This skill is the only one that even Empress Bai Qing cannot easily release. In addition, he has been chasing her, which further extends the skill preparation time. We must not let her use her sixth skill. Whether it is the third or the sixth, this is the last skill in each stage and the strongest skill mastered by an awakener in that stage. Once Empress Bai Qing completes the preparation for her sixth skill and releases it, it will definitely be a qualitative leap. Tang Hao will then be completely unable to resist the Empress in that state. Thinking of this, Tang Hao couldn't help but speed up again. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer, and then Tang Hao launched a new round of offensive against Bai Qing. He did not seek to defeat Bai Qing, but to interrupt the opponent's preparation. In this round of pursuit, Tang Hao finally forced Empress Bai Qing to the edge of the field. If the other party leaves at this point, it would be equivalent to admitting defeat on the spot. Now the opponent has no choice but to fight back, and fighting back means all previous preparations will be wasted. What Tang Hao didn't expect was that Empress Bai Qing showed no sign of stopping even after seeing that she was chased to the edge of the arena and had no room to escape. Is he crazy? Tang Hao looked at the dozens of blood flame crescent moons that had been slashed out. If he did not resist at all, even the Empress would not be able to withstand these attacks with her physical body. Just when Tang Hao was puzzled, the area between Empress Bai Qing's eyebrows flickered, and then a huge mirror stood in front of her. This is? Before Tang Hao could guess, several figures suddenly walked out of the rippled mirror. Tang Hao could tell at a glance that these people were none other than the other members of the Sheng Jing team who had been eliminated earlier, but these did not seem to be their real bodies. Could it be a clone? But the next second Tang Hao overturned this speculation. Because Su Ranran and others came out and directly raised their hands to release their powerful skills, the three alien attackers immediately joined forces to resist and blocked Tang Hao's attack. What the hell is this? It's common sense that clones can't use skills. Besides, the Empress is undoubtedly a level 6 awakener, and the two talents she awakened are strength and flexibility. You shouldn't be able to use skills that allow you to use the coordination talent. When Tang Hao was confused, only a few people knew that the Empress was forced into a desperate situation, so she used her second talent skill. The exclusive talent skill Mirror Space comes from the flexibility talent of Empress Bai Qing. However, this skill should have certain limitations, so the Empress only mirrored Su Ranran and other 4 offensive awakeners. Although Tang Hao was confused at this time, he could no longer sit still when he saw that Empress Bai Qing actually stopped and prepared peacefully under the protection of these people in the mirror. He dived down at an accelerated speed, and the double blades in his hands condensed into blood flames at this moment. Since you can withstand ordinary blood flame attacks, let's try close combat. Seeing Tang Hao descending from the sky like a killing god and rushing straight towards Empress Bai Qing, Su Ranran and the others released their skills one by one without hesitation. Among them, Sun Runan's man in the mirror even used her physical body to block Tang Hao. Get lost. Facing the skill and physical blocking of Su Ranran and others, Tang Hao combined blood flame and repulsion at this moment, deflecting the attacks of these people while using blood flame to cause damage. He immediately dealt with Su Ranran and others in one go. Just when Tang Hao decided to take down Empress Bai Qing in one go, a feeling of palpitation suddenly spread throughout his body. Tang Hao, who was about to attack Bai Qing, suddenly stopped. Then he saw bursts of light golden light emanating from the Empress. The next second, a light source emerged from the chest of Empress Bai Qing, and then Empress Bai Qing stretched out her hand and slowly pulled out a golden sword in the style of the pre-Qing period. The moment the big sword was completely pulled out, Tang Hao, who was closest to Bai Qing, heard a murmur from the other party in a trance. Use the sword of the king to command China. After the voice fell, Bai Qing looked at Tang Hao. At this moment, the restriction on Tang Hao seemed to be released by the Empress. At this time, Tang Hao probably already knew the result, but he still chose to fight hard. Hundredfold blood flame. In an instant, Tang Hao compressed and condensed all the blood flames in his body, and then slashed towards the Empress by Qing. Suddenly, two blood-red crescents dozens of meters long that had turned into substance appeared on the field and slashed towards the Empress by Qing. However, after Empress Bai Qing simply swung the golden sword in her hand with such a powerful and full-strength attack, the two blood moons directly dissipated. At this moment, Tang Hao directly withdrew from the blood flame state and fell to the field. Afterwards, Empress Bai Qing walked lightly to Tang Hao's side in white boots. Looking at the still pretty face of Empress Bai Qing and the bloodstain on the corner of her mouth caused by his injury, Tang Hao's eyes could no longer hold back. In a trance, he heard Empress Bai Qing seem to say something in his ear. But Tang Hao could no longer hear clearly. His consciousness gradually blurred until he fell into darkness. Chapter 126: The Feast Before the End. It was a day later when Tang Hao regained consciousness. But he could only open his eyelids a little bit, and the scene in front of him was very blurry. He could only judge who was around him by some sounds. First of all, Lu Yaoyao and the team was talking to Qian Luo beside him. "Hey, I don't know when Xiao Haohao will wake up. Although the official has said that Tang Hao is not seriously injured and will wake up in the next day or two. But he's already missed the award ceremony, and it would be a shame if he missed the gala dinner tonight too. Yes, I heard that tonight's dinner will feature all kinds of delicacies from all over the world. There are so many delicious foods that you can't count them all. If you miss out, you will regret it for the rest of your life." While Lu Yaoyao and Qian Luo were chatting idly, Beihan sighed helplessly and said, "Why do you guys always think about eating? Compared to the food, we won the runner-up in the elite competition this time, which is something worth celebrating." Unfortunately, after Beihan finished speaking, Qian Luo just turned around and listened for a moment, then whispered to Lu Yaoyao, "Yes, we are the runner-up. Does that mean that except for the champion Shengjing team, other teams can't snatch food from me?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yaoyao's eyes immediately widened. Yes. Well, Beihan could only hold his forehead in retreat. These two foodies were hopeless. At the same time, in another corner of the room, Yu Ling was talking to Qi Mei. Her voice was very soft, as if she didn't want others to hear it. Tang Hao, who had just regained consciousness, happened to have very sensitive hearing, so he heard every word of the conversation between the two. "Sister Qi Mei, I want to ask you for leave." "Ask for leave?" A look of surprise appeared on Qi Mei's face. The elite competition had just ended, and after tonight's banquet, they should return to Jinling College. They achieved such great results representing the Jinling team this time, and they will definitely be very welcome when they return. It would be a very lively scene, and she didn't expect Yuling to ask for leave from the team at this time. Looking at the surprised look of the evil spirit, Yuling explained the reason. "According to tradition, I return to my hometown with my parents every year. This time, because of the Beast Tide and the elite competition, we have been delayed until now. I can't let them wait for me any longer." "Is that so?" When Qi Mei heard this reason, he didn't know what to say. After all, this is someone else's family affair, and there is still some time before entering the elite training camp. It would be nice to take advantage of this time to go back to your hometown with your family. The conversation between the two ended. The door was pushed open, and Gu Yan, Nie Qingqing, and Mu Xiaoyu returned from outside, holding the evening dresses they received from the official. Looking at the exquisite dresses brought back by Gu Yan and the other two, the other people in the room were instantly attracted. Qian Luo was the first to start a commotion. "Hurry up and change it and see the effect." Lu Yaoyao immediately agreed and took the gorgeous dress that belonged to her from Gu Yan. Beihan was the only one who was relatively restrained. She said, "Everyone should go back to your rooms and try them on. I'm afraid it's not suitable here." At least there was a man in the room. Although Tang Hao was still unconscious, what if he woke up in the middle of the night? As he spoke, Beihan looked in the direction of Tang Hao, but Tang Hao still seemed to be in a coma. The others also noticed Beihan's gaze. They looked over and found that Tang Hao was still motionless. Seeing this, Lu Yaoyao and Qian Luo were relieved and said, "Look, there are no outsiders here to pay attention to now." Beihan was speechless about this. Then Lu Yaoyao and Qian Luo couldn't wait to take off their outer clothes and prepare to try on the dresses they had chosen yesterday. While the others were still looking at each other, Mu Xiaoyu, who originally thought it didn't matter, was about to take action when her eyes subconsciously looked towards Tang Hao. In an instant, Mu Xiaoyu discovered that Tang Hao's eyelashes seemed to blink. Mu Xiaoyu, who was not quite sure, rubbed her eyes and continued to look at Tang Hao. Soon she saw the latter blinking his eyelashes again. This? The next second, several girls who were taking off their coats noticed that Mu Xiaoyu was acting strangely, and the others followed her gaze and looked towards Tang Hao. Soon Tang Hao's strangeness was also caught by others. Suddenly the girls stopped moving and blushes began to appear on their faces. As luck would have it, at this time, after trying hard, Tang Hao finally opened his eyes completely. So, a pair of eyes that had just been filled with excitement were met with the stunned faces of several disheveled girls. The scene suddenly became awkward. Before your brain turns to mush. Tang Hao whispered, I said I just woke up, do you believe me? As night falls, the grand banquet organized by the Magic City officials is extremely lively. The participants included not only the 32 teams that entered the qualifying round, some official personnel, but even some well-known guilds were present. Among them are the three major guilds that were previously major sponsors, namely the Enterprise Guild, the Tmall Guild, and the Down Guild. This time, the official also invited some guilds that have emerged among the people in recent years, such as Xiaomi Guild, Tomato Guild, Watermelon Guild, and so on. As for clothing, both men and women can choose traditional costumes or Western dresses. As the most tolerant city in China, Shanghai is very tolerant in this regard. So at the following dinner, players from 32 teams arrived one by one. A visual feast has officially begun. Among them are the Black Cheongsam of the Demon King Wenli, the playful Tang suit of Tang Xiao, the white-dressed female sword fairy costume of the Empress by Qing, and so on. There are simply too many to list. It can be said that they are all dazzling players on the field, and they are also the favorites of God at the offline dinner. At this time, the members of the Jinling team also changed their clothes and came to the banquet. Some chose gorgeous Western dresses, and some chose stunning Hanfu. However, the Jinling girls intentionally kept a distance from Tang Hao on the road. Lu Yaoyao and Xian Luo even said in a rather sarcastic tone, damn it. Little Hao Hao, who was once so innocent, has become a bad boy now. Tang Hao protested strongly against this, but unfortunately the two women just snorted and continued to walk forward quickly, not listening to any more words. Just now, she and Xian Luo suffered the most. So I did it naturally to pretend to be angry. Tang Hao could only smile bitterly at this. He was really wronged. Unfortunately, the women of Jinling have colluded with each other and chose to ignore Tang Hao temporarily. Helplessly, Tang Hao could only enter the banquet hall alone, and immediately Tang Hao was attracted by the countless bright and moving scenes before him. Chapter 127 Gu Yan's Identity, Explosive Information. With the appearance of Tang Hao, countless people at the banquet looked at him. After all, Tang Hao's previous performance in the competition was obvious to all. At this time, Tang Xiao, wearing a Tang suit and with two buns on her hair, came first. Little brother, I thought you were going to miss this banquet. As Tang Xiao approached, Tang Hao immediately smelled a faint fragrance, which was something that the silly senior sister would never emit in the past. I think it was specially used for this banquet. Behind Tang Xiao, Qin Lan and Cheng Fang also followed. When Tang Hao saw the two of them, he was immediately surprised, because they actually chose to wear men's clothes, and they were dressed as military generals. For a moment, the two men, who were already heroic, became even more dashing. On the other hand, since Tang Hao was in a coma before, his clothes were chosen by everyone in the Jinling team. In the end, everyone dressed Tang Hao as a Confucian scholar. Combined with Tang Hao's slightly immature face, he created the image of a handsome scholar in the eyes of many people. At this time, Tang Xiao suddenly approached Tang Hao, and then put her arm around Tang Hao's shoulders in public. This scene immediately caused many people to whisper, and even many girls secretly said, Tang Xiao is so bold. Even Tang Hao felt a little embarrassed by Tang Xiao's sudden closeness to him. But Tang Xiao doesn't care about that. She wanted to ask the doubts in her heart now. Little brother, tell me the truth. What was that scene where you were burning with blood-red flames at the end of the competition? I asked Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao before, but they didn't know anything about it. Now tell me quickly. Ask this? Tang Hao thought about it. At present, Wrath of the Mad God has been made public, and everyone is probably waiting for the answer. Later, there may even be someone from the official to ask. It's only a matter of time anyway, so it doesn't matter much even if I tell Tang Xiao. So Tang Hao made a whispering gesture, and Tang Xiao immediately showed a satisfied smile, and then obediently put her pink ear to Tang Hao's mouth. For a moment, Tang Hao was stunned as he looked at Tang Xiao, who was so close to him, and the increasingly strong fragrance on her body. Fortunately, Tang Xiao, unaware of the situation, shouted, "Little brother, stop keeping me in suspense. Tell me quickly." Hearing this, Tang Hao began to say to Tang Xiao, "Actually, that is my exclusive innate skill. Exclusive talent skills." Hearing Tang Hao's answer, Tang Xiao's eyes widened even more adorably, and she seemed very excited. The next second, Tang Xiao hugged one of Tang Hao's arms, shaking his body while coquettishly saying, "Little brother, teach me, teach me. I really want to learn." This scene caught Tang Hao off guard, especially when he felt his arm accidentally touching something soft that he shouldn't have touched, causing his cheeks to blush rapidly. Tang Hanin, the instigator, was still unaware and was shaking Tang Hao's arm and acting coquettishly. Such a scene immediately made more people at the banquet focus their attention on Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. Even Qin Lan and Chang Fong couldn't bear to watch it anymore. The two men bowed slightly to Tang Hao to express their apology, and then skillfully carried Tang Xiao on the left and right and left the banquet center. Tang Xiao was forced to leave despite her protests being ineffective. As Tang Xiao's turmoil passed, Tang Hao quickly found the members of the Jinling team. At this time, Gu Yan went to the Demon City team and was talking with the Demon King Wen Li. Lu Yaoyao and Xian Luo were frantically eating delicacies from all over the world on the free dining table at the banquet. Beihan, Nie Qingqing, and Mu Xiaoyu were wearing formal attire and greeting other teams in the crowd. Only Yuling was missing for a while. However, this banquet hall is so big that it is normal not to see Yuling for a while. Just as Tang Hao was considering whether to join Lu Yaoyao and the others in enjoying the feast first or to join the main theme of the banquet and talk to people, someone waved to him in the distance. It was the great devil Wen Li, who was wearing a black Republic of China cheongsam. Tang Hao glanced behind him, then pointed at himself and asked. Seeing this, Wen Li smiled her signature devilish smile and nodded. Soon, Tang Hao greeted several representatives along the way and arrived at the Magic City team. It was only then that Tang Hao discovered that there were two other people here besides Gu Yan and the members of the Magic City team. One was Rong Jing, the official #1 person in Magic City whom Tang Hao had met before. The other one was a middle-aged woman about the same age as Rong Jing. She had short hair and was wearing a dress, but Tang Hao became alert unconsciously just by looking at her body. This made Tang Hao realize that this person was no ordinary person. At this time, the Demon King Wen Li acted as a middleman and began to introduce. Tang Hao, I don't need to say much about Rong Jing, the #1 person in the Magic City. You already know it. Wen Li finished speaking and Tang Hao nodded. What surprised Tang Hao was that Rong Jing actually took the initiative to extend her hand and shake hands with Tang Hao. During the handshake, Rong Jing said calmly, Tang Hao, you don't have to be so restrained in front of me. Maybe Gu Yan and Yao Yao haven't told you yet. Actually, they are both my nieces. Ah? Niece? Tang Hao looked at Gu Yan first, and Gu Yan nodded slightly to show her agreement. At this time, Wen Li explained, the Wen family of Magic City is an old family. The current head of the Wen family, Wen Xiong, has 3 daughters. The eldest daughter is Gu Yan's mother, the second daughter is Yao Yao's mother, and I am the youngest daughter, also the daughter born to this old man in his old age. And my mother is from the Rong family in Shanghai. The two families are related by marriage. If the old man had not strongly opposed Gu Yan's entry into that strange space in the future, Gu Yatu and Yao Yao would not have gone to the inconspicuous Jinling Academy, which delayed their cultivation progress a lot. Fortunately, they were lucky enough to meet you. Now that they have achieved such a result, the old man must be depressed for a long time, hee. After Wen Li finished speaking, Tang Hao realized that Gu Yan and Lu Yaoyao actually had such identities. After introducing Rong Jing, Wen Li began to introduce another woman. This is Aunt Zhang Qiu. She is from the military and is the representative sent by the military to observe the battle. I think since you made such a big noise on the field, you should have anticipated the current situation. Indeed, Tang Hao had anticipated this, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. It seems that the official attaches more importance to the information about the heritage of ancient relics than Tang Hao expected. Seeing this, Tang Hao first shook hands with Zhang Qiu and said hello, then said, do you want to talk here, or find a place? Tang Hao was also very straightforward and showed a very cooperative attitude. This touched Zhang Qiu, the military representative, very much. He liked this kind of obedient child. Then, under the leadership of Rong Jing, several people quietly came to a secret meeting room behind the banquet hall. When they arrived here and just sat down, Tang Hao revealed a piece of information that was explosive to them. That ancient monument can awaken one's innate skills. Rong Jing and Zhang Qiu, who had just sat down, stood up in shock. Chapter 128, Her Feast. The second chapter, Emperor's News, begins. What did you say? Jiang Qiu's breathing quickened when he heard Tang Hao's words, and Gu Yan beside him also looked incredulous. It was also the first time she heard that the inheritance of the ancient monument actually included this. As for the demon King Wenli, she tapped her fingers on the table and fell into deep thought for a moment. Rong Jing also hurriedly asked, Tang Hao, are you sure? In response to Rong Jing's question, Tang Hao said, I know the reason you came to me is to ask me what the power was that I used when I fought Bai Qing earlier. So I told you without reservation that it was my exclusive talent skill. It's called Wrath of the Mad God. It's not that I intentionally hid the matter of the innate skills from you at the beginning, but I really didn't remember it when I came out of the jungle. It wasn't until I was promoted to the intermediate level after the first round of the Elite Elimination Tournament that I finally unlocked the memory of the awakened talent skills I gained in the ancient heritage. Is it really like this? After listening to Tang Hao's words, Rong Jing and Jiang Qiu finally understood the cause of the incident. The key lies in the memory loss caused by inheritance. It can be said that if Tang Hao had not been promoted to the intermediate level, the memory of this part of the reward would never be recalled. If it is said that the Chinese top leaders originally attached great importance to the ancient monuments and regarded them as a breakthrough in deciphering the origin of the alien space, then the nature of this matter has changed now. Today, the ancient jungle ruins have been upgraded to one of China's most valuable strategic resources. Talent skill. This is something that many people long for. The reason why the Empress and the Demon King are called the two overlords is because they have each awakened their innate skills, which are far more powerful and superior to awakened skills. I didn't see that Tang Hao could create such a horrific battle scene with the Empress with just one innate skill. If China could use that ancient monument to allow more people to unlock their talents and skills, then China's team of awakeners would be incredibly powerful. As the representative of the military, Jiang Qiu immediately realized the importance of this matter. Seeing that Jiang Qiu and Rong Jing had attributed all of Tang Hao's extraordinary signs to the ancient ruins in the dense forest, Tang Hao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This way she wouldn't be suspected. Once again, I apologized in my heart to the guy in the thatched hut. Brother, you already have a lot of things to carry, so I guess you don't mind carrying one more. I'll come visit you with gifts when I have the chance. However, Tang Hao saw that Jiang Qiu and Rong Jing were so excited, in order to make the blame more firmly. Tang Hao didn't forget to pour cold water on the two of them and said, through the awakening talent reward I received this time, I also stirred up something. Oh? Hearing this, Jiang Qiu and Rong Jing immediately suppressed their excitement and turned to look at Tang Hao, waiting for him to speak. Tang Hao then said, if I remember correctly, the previous assessment was actually divided into two levels. The first level can accelerate the awakening master's perception. It is helpful for both increasing the speed of cultivation and advancing to the next stage. The reward for talent awakening belongs to the second level assessment reward. I still can't remember the content of the assessment, and I don't know how many levels I passed at that time. I also can't remember whether there were any other rewards later. I just feel it's necessary to tell you that there's more to the assessment than just one level, to prevent you from having too high expectations. After Tang Hao finished speaking, Jiang Qiu and Rong Jing, who were originally excited, frowned slightly. It was obvious that the assessment was not single, which meant that the chance of obtaining the talent skill reward was even slimmer. Invisibly, the difficulty of the assessment of the ancient ruins in the dense forest rose to a higher level in the minds of the two people. But even so, the two knew that once this information was reported, it would definitely cause a stir among the top management. No matter how difficult the assessment is, as long as there are successful cases, the authorities will spare no effort to support it. The most important thing is that this newly discovered ancient jungle monument is the safest one ever discovered by humans. It is not like other ancient monuments where people die easily and touching them may bring about a terrible curse. Since there is no danger and it's just a test, just go for it. It doesn't matter if you fail, if you pass by luck you will make a lot of money. While Rong Jing and Jiang Qiu were constantly analyzing the gains and losses in their hearts, Wenli suddenly spoke. Tang Hao, as the only person to have passed the assessment, and also able to bring the rest of the Jinling team to receive a portion of the rewards, I wonder if you can still help others awaken their talented skills? After Wenli finished speaking, she looked at Tang Hao with a smile. Hearing this, Tang Hao was embarrassed. Helping the Jinling team obtain part of the inheritance rewards was an accident, but Wenli didn't expect it to be brought up at this time. This made Tang Hao not know how to respond for a moment. Rong Jing and Jiang Qiu, who were just pondering how to get more people to pass the test, suddenly had their eyes light up when they heard this. Then they both looked at Tang Hao. In response to this, Tang Hao quietly complained to the Demon King in his heart. I finally managed to divert attention away from myself, but now her words have drawn it back. Tang Hao felt helpless, but facing 4 pairs of eyes staring at him, he still had to answer. That, I don't know either. The fact that Gu Yan and the others were able to receive the rewards together was completely uncontrollable and not due to my request. Otherwise, I would have hoped that they would all receive the talent skill along with me. What Tang Hao said was sincere, and it was actually true. Even if he has the system, he can't help others awaken their innate skills. As for the ancient relic that he didn't know much about, Tang Hao was even less sure whether the other party had the ability. After hearing Tang Hao's words, Rong Jing and Jiang Qiu looked at each other. Their female intuition told them that Tang Hao was probably not lying. After all, the assessment rewards for the talent skills level cannot be handed out arbitrarily. The two of them gave up the little hope in their hearts. After sorting and supplementing the records, Rong Jing and Jiang Qiu left with the complete records of the conversation. Tang Hao, Gu Yan, and Wen Li went out to continue attending tonight's banquet. At this time, the banquet has reached its climax, and the official Shanghai authorities have launched a big lucky draw. Among them are not only high-end residences in the Demon City area and various luxury cars priced from millions, but the official even generously gave out an exotic beast essence as the first prize. This immediately ignited the atmosphere on the scene and pushed the atmosphere of the banquet to a climax. After coming out, Tang Hao and the other two happened to catch up with this event, so they quickly squeezed into the crowd to participate in the lottery. As a result, the party lasted until dawn the next day, and young men and women from all over the world indulged in an all-night revelry for the first time. Everyone made many new friends at the party. The whole banquet was lively and unforgettable. And in this extremely joyful scene, a young girl was always standing alone in an inconspicuous corner of the banquet. She looked at the joyful scene in front of her with great cherishment, with fascination in her eyes. Until the banquet was nearing its end, when the first rays of dawn shone over. Yu Ling, a member of the Jinling team, officially left the team. Chapter 129: The Chosen Vessel. Ava, Agi, why do I feel that other children are so afraid of me? Even those uncles and aunts are like this. On the vast grassland, a little girl in bright Mongolian clothes was nestled in her mother's arms. She looked up and asked her parents. Hearing this, the mother smiled affectionately and said to the little girl, "My little Yuling, that's because you have the blood of the greatest man in the history of our Mongolian people flowing in your body. You are like a soaring Saker falcon, and the entire grassland will crawl under you." The bloodline of the greatest man? What is that? When the little girl asked again, the father beside her stood up from his previous squat. A proud expression filled his face as he said, "He was a great being who once conquered the world. He was also our ancestor. As his descendant, you will inherit this glory." Conquer the world? The young girl could not understand the excitement on her father's face, but she had remembered from then on that the blood flowing in her body was unusual. Time flies, and the little girl who once snuggled in her mother's arms has now grown into a big girl. She was already able to tame the tall red horse and gallop freely on the prairie alone. The girl was so free at this moment, with a cheerful smile on her face. On this day, she was accidentally diagnosed with the physique of an awakening master at school, which made the girl rush home faster. She couldn't wait to share the news with her parents. "Well, but am I going to college here? No, I'm tired of the grasslands and lakes here. If I really want to go to Awakening College, I'd better change places. Oh, by the way, the girls Xiaoxiao Binghan and Shanshan girl whom I recently met online both told me about the beauty of the Central Plains of China. Why not talk to Ava and ask him to let me go out and see the world? Central Plains. I heard it's very prosperous." The girl galloped on her horse while imagining the prosperity of the Central Plains, and soon the pasture at home was in sight. But at this moment, the ground began to shake. A sharp sound came from underground, startling the big red horse under the girl. What's going on? The girl felt something was wrong. She first comforted the big red horse under her, and then hurried home. After crossing a hill, the girl was so frightened by the scene in front of her that she covered her mouth. He saw a big crack in the ground above his own pasture, and countless huge blood-colored worms emerged from the crack. The worms devoured the terrified sheep in the pasture. The girl hurriedly looked towards the tents in the middle of the grassland. Seeing those huge blood-colored worms approaching there, the girl completely forgot her fear for a moment and just wanted to return to her family quickly. At the girl's urging, the big red horse rushed straight towards the tent in the pasture. Sigh as the big red horse kept getting closer to those scarlet, huge worms, the horse started to feel obviously uneasy. This made the girl keep stroking the big red horse to comfort the other party. After the girl finally entered the grassland, someone came out of the tent. The girl heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that her Ava and Agi were both fine. But then she yelled to her parents, "Ava, Agi, get out of there quickly." However, to the girl's surprise, her parents stood there calmly without moving an inch. At this time, another person behind the two of them opened the tent. He was an old man with a goat's beard that was bent over, and the girl knew him. He was a priest of the Cheyenne tribe, and the girl had met him several times with his father. Why is the priest here today? But right now, the most important thing is to get my family out of danger. But no matter how the girl called out to her family to leave, his Ava, Agi and the priest grandfather did not move. And the girl also saw pious expressions on their faces. That is the look that appears when the tribesmen pray to eternal heaven. Why do father and the others look at those blood-red worms like that? At this time, the girl really didn't understand what her parents were doing. She just kept urging the increasingly resistant big red horse to continue rushing towards her parents. But the result was obviously that the group of bloody worms reached the parents first. Seeing this scene, the girl almost collapsed and shouted, "No!" However, what the girl worried about did not happen. A huge worm with a diameter of several meters emerged from the group of blood-colored worms. Its body extended all the way to the bottom of the crack in the ground, and its full length could not be seen at all. The giant insect hovered above the three people but did not move. At this time, the priest of the Cheyenne tribe spoke. Ohan, the current Khan of the Cheyenne tribe. According to the ancient legends of the Cheyenne tribe, that great man once left a prophecy before returning to Changshangshan. If one day, a giant red insect emerges from the ground of the grassland, it will be the arrival of an ancient moment. At that time, a being born out of necessity will appear on the grassland, and she will serve as a vessel for the great man to welcome her return. You are the Khan of the Cheyenne tribe and his direct descendant, so this position will undoubtedly fall on you. Great Khan, that moment is approaching. The arrival of the giant red insect in front of us is a signal. It is the messenger of God, and it is conveying a great message to us. After the old priest finished speaking, the girl's father, the big man Wookin of the Cheyenne tribe, showed no joy or sadness on his face. He also knew this fable. For thousands of years, every Khan of the Cheyenne tribe has been silently waiting for this moment to come. When the great ancestor comes again, the Cheyenne tribe will once again usher in unparalleled glory. The Khan respectfully welcomes the return of our great ancestor. Then the Khan knelt down. The wife standing by showed worry on her face at this moment. She was afraid that the bloody worm in front of her would swallow her husband in one bite, but she was powerless to stop it. However, to the three's surprise, the huge blood-colored worm stayed above their heads for a long time without moving. At this time, the girl who was galloping back from the grassland finally approached here. Hearing the approaching girl's voice, the devout Father Ohan and the old priest remained unchanged, but just waited quietly for the decision of the order. And at this moment, the bloody worm made its choice. It did not choose the Khan who was kneeling on the ground, but instead moved its body and suddenly came in front of the girl. The blood-colored worm's huge body instantly wrapped around the big red horse, making its restless body unable to move. Then the girl and the flatterer burst into a combined scream. Hearing the girl scream, the Khan on the ground finally couldn't stay any longer. When he raised his head, he saw a scene that was hard for him to accept. The huge blood-colored worm was now kneeling with its towering head beneath the girl to show its submission. Seeing this scene, the girl's mother stepped back immediately, her face full of horror. The father, a big man, stood there for a long time without saying a word, letting the grassland wind blow past his ears. I am clearly the most pure descendant, and even the great man of the Cheyenne tribe today. Why don't you choose my daughter instead? Unfortunately, no one can answer this voice in my heart. Then, the blood-colored worm suddenly wrapped around the girl. The process was very short and it let go after a moment. Then the blood-colored worms began to return to the cracks in the ground, and the earth began to merge miraculously at this moment. Seeing this, the old priest knelt respectfully on the ground and bid farewell. The girl who was freed at this time was also very frightened. She quickly ran into her mother's arms like a child. At this moment, the girl clearly felt that her mother's hug was much tighter than usual. The father, who was standing by, was in a daze for a long time, then turned around and asked the old priest beside him. How long? The old priest obviously understood what the man meant and said, about a few years. Alas, I never thought that he would choose a young girl in the end. Oh Han, take this time to make it up to her. There is nothing we can do about it. After saying this, the old priest glanced at the girl hiding behind him and saw helplessness on her face. The girl's father then squatted down in front of her and asked, "Child, is there anything you want to do? Ava will definitely help you accomplish it." Hearing this, the girl raised her head from her mother's arms. She still didn't fully understand what was happening. "I just listened to my father's words, thought for a while and said, can I go to Zhongyuan to study? I want to see everything in Zhongyuan." Upon hearing this, Han agreed without hesitation. "Sure, not only you, but your mother and I will go with you. We're moving, and we'll accompany you, together." Chapter 130 Return to the Ancient Ruins. The entrance to the different space of light and shadow. With the end of last night's grand banquet, 32 teams were waiting at the entrance for the shuttle buses arranged by the Magic City authorities to take them to the airport or high-speed rail station. It is the time of farewell, and some team members who have forged friendships in this competition are saying their final goodbyes. Wow, happy times are always so short. We were playing and frolicking together yesterday, but today we are separated again. In front of the bus that was picking up Chang'an's team, Tang Xiao said goodbye to everyone in the Jinling team. "Senior Xiao, we will go to Chang'an to play with you when we have time. You must take us to have fun then." After hearing Tang Hao's words, Tang Xiao's bad mood of separation was diluted a lot. Then he said to Tang Hao, "As long as you come, I will definitely take you to have fun. But don't forget that Chang'an is home to one of the 7 wonders of the world. It will be your loss if you don't come and have fun." Then the two of them talked inside for a while. Finally, before the bus left, Tang Xiao hugged Tang Hao and the others one by one, and then reluctantly got on the bus to Hongqiao. After seeing off the Chang'an team, several other teams set off one after another. Among them was the Gusu team, who deliberately walked past Tang Hao. There was also the Langqing team, who greeted Tang Hao and others. There were also some other delegations drinking and chatting happily at the banquet, such as Zhentang team, Jiangqing team, Tianfu team, Fengtian team, My team, Tubo team, and so on. The team that said farewell in a more formal manner was the Shangjing team. Vice Captain Su Ranran specially brought the team members to say hello and told Tang Hao and others that if they had time to visit Xingjing, they would definitely do their best to be hosts. Before parting, Su Ranran and other members of the Shangjing team shook hands with the members of the Jinling team. Only the Empress nodded slightly. After the Shangjing team left, there were only 2 teams left at the entrance: Jinling team and Modu team. Needless to say, the Shanghai team is in a good position as all the players are from Shanghai, so they are not in a hurry. But why leave the Jinling team to the end? Others didn't quite understand, but Tang Hao had a vague guess. It should be that the authorities took some action after Rong Jing and Zhang Qiu reported the content of their conversation last night. But no official came forward. The devil Wen Li was the first to come towards the Jinling team. While walking, Wen Li was still talking on the phone with someone. As she walked along, her eyes were always on Lu Yaoyao and the team. This made the latter feel that something was wrong. Before Lu Yaoyao could find an excuse to escape, Wen Li spoke up the next second. "Xiao Yaoyao, my second sister is back from abroad. She heard about you from the old man. She is very satisfied with your performance during this period, and she is very excited now." As she spoke, Wen Li handed the phone to Lu Yaoyao with a smile. At this moment, Lu Yaoyao's face completely fell, and her hands were trembling slightly when she took Wen Li's phone. Then came the calm voice of Lu Yaoyao's mother from the phone. Although his tone was calm, Tang Hao clearly noticed that Lu Yaoyao's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. It seems that the content of the call was not so harmonious. Then Wen Li said to Gu Yan, "Xiao Yan, don't go back to Jinling for the time being. Your family wants you and Xiao Yaoyao to go back." Hearing this, Gu Yan did not refuse at all, but just nodded slightly. After dealing with her personal matters, Wen Li looked at the members of the Jinling team again. "Ha? It seems like you're missing someone." In response, the team leader Chi Mei took over the topic and said, "Yu Ling asked for leave from me last night because she had some family matters to deal with. She left the space before the dinner was over." As Chi Mei said this, Beihan, Chen Luo and others also sighed. "I had originally thought that we would all return to Jinling together and celebrate with a feast and entertainment. But since there was something going on at home, and her parents were accompanying her back to her hometown to worship her ancestors, there was nothing that could be done." After a while, Lu Yaoyao came back and returned the phone. Then he came to Gu Yan's side, gently pulled Gu Yan's sleeve and whispered, "What should I do? I'm doomed this time." In response, Gu Yan whispered to comfort the latter. Not long after, Jiang Qiu, the military representative who had just met Tang Hao last night, came to Tang Hao with two people. She took Tang Hao and the others and put some distance between them before introducing them to the people around her. Through Jiang Qiu's introduction, Tang Hao learned that the people who followed her were all affiliated with the military. One of the middle-aged men was Chen Hua, the head of the Jingling military. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao shook hands with the other party. The other one was a woman, and her eyes were always on Mu Xiaoyu from the Jingling team. At this time, Mu Xiaoyu was talking with Beihan, Nie Qingqing and others, while looking around from time to time, with obvious guilt on her face. This made Tang Hao guess that the other party must have some relationship with Mu Xiaoyu. Sure enough, the next second, Jiang Qiu introduced, "This is Ms. Mu Nan, who is affiliated with the Central Military Commission. She is also Mu Xiaoyu's mother." Mother? Tang Hao was very surprised. If they were mother and daughter, how could they have the same surname? As if guessing Tang Hao's doubts, Mu Nan said generously, "I was a bit rebellious when I was young, and I got pregnant before marriage with Mu Xiaoyu's father. After giving birth to Mu Xiaoyu, that bastard went abroad and never came back. In a fit of anger, I let Xiaoyu take my surname. Over the years, I have been busy with the things at hand and left Xiaoyu alone, which made her personality become a little rebellious. As a mother, I want to thank you for helping me achieve this success." As he spoke, Mu Nan actually bowed to Tang Hao, which made Tang Hao quickly wave his hand to indicate that this was Mu Xiaoyu's own choice. After a brief exchange of words, Jiang Qiu brought instructions from his superiors. "The higher-ups hope you can help us train a few talented individuals who have passed the assessment before we join the elite training camp." Lead people to pass the assessment? You're asking me to. Before Tang Hao finished speaking, Jiang Qiu continued, "That's right, we hope you can bring a group of seedlings selected by the military back to the dense forest space again, and hope you can guide them to pass the ancient monument assessment. The higher-ups have specifically promised that if you succeed, you can be awarded merit points. This thing can be exchanged for anything in China, whether it is money, houses, beast cores or essences. As long as it is not an official secret or illegal, it can be exchanged at will. In order to cultivate some talents, the higher-ups have made great efforts to open up merit points this time. Of course, if you have any additional requirements, you can tell us. As long as this requirement does not violate the law or morality, we will do everything possible to meet you. I wonder if you can agree to this."